To prove that marrying a female ghost as a wife is the most enjoyable, I directly tied up a somewhat pretty female ghost, intending to develop feelings for her over time. However, I only discovered that her lower body was empty when I was in motion, so she possessed someone else's wife every night to fight me. But unexpectedly, the person who came tonight was my beautiful female boss. She is usually aloof and arrogant, but at this moment, she shyly asked me to go easy on her. All of this happened because I went to the cemetery for excitement after drinking, and I really encountered a ghost, and even got married to a female ghost on the spot. Upon sobering up, looking at my wife's smiling face in front of me, I suddenly felt my scalp tingling and exploding to the extreme. But since things have come to this point, I could only muster the courage to say, Miss Ruyan, humans and ghosts have different paths and cannot coexist. Otherwise, shall we dissolve our marriage? Upon hearing this, the smile on Miss Ruyan's face disappeared instantly, and even the surrounding air turned cold. What do you take me for? Do you really think I am that casual? Startled by Ruyan's sudden change in demeanor, I quickly waved my hands. No, please don't misunderstand. I'm just afraid that you haven't thought it through, my wife. In fact, I'm just a poor loser who plays Naruto, and I'm not worthy of your beauty. When the words fell, a smile reappeared on the face like smoke. Honey, stop overthinking. Since I married you, I am your ghost. Get up and have breakfast. Hearing the word breakfast, my mind instantly conjured up a pile of black bugs and blurry human fragments, and I couldn't help but vomit on the spot. Seeing this, like smoke hurriedly used her palm to pat my back with concern, but as she patted, her hand passed through me. After all, she was a ghost without a physical form. I laughed and said, ha ha, it's okay. I cough when I see a beautiful woman. Coughing makes me feel nauseous. Ruyan gently said, let me pour you a glass of water. After speaking, Ruyan floated towards the living room. At this moment, my brain was working frantically, trying to find a way to escape. But before I could act, Ruyan brought me a glass of water. To my surprise, the water was boiling at 101 degrees. I spat it out as soon as I drank it, exclaiming, hot, it's burning me. Seeing this, Ruyan panicked and spun around on the spot, her eyes moist with tears. I'm sorry, darling, I couldn't tell the water temperature. I really didn't mean to. Then she controlled a towel to float over and help me wipe off the water stains on my body. Upon seeing this, I came up with an idea. This female ghost seems to care a lot about me. As long as I don't mention divorce, she is very careful, afraid that I will be unhappy. Such a ghost daughter-in-law is not unacceptable, but a ghost is always a ghost, and I can't foolishly trust her unconditionally. So I had an idea in my mind. I planned to see how much patience this female ghost has. So I started to show a proud attitude. Be careful next time. Don't burn me again. Ruyan nodded quickly. Honey, don't worry. Next time I will find a way to measure the temperature. As a new wife, I don't know anything. Please forgive me. Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. Let's eat first. As the conversation ended, Ruyan floated into the living room like smoke, using her mind to pull out a chair for me to sit down. This meticulous care made it impossible for me to find any faults. But when I saw the breakfast, I was even more surprised. Honey, this bowl of fried rice is specially made for you, with 16 eggs in it. I looked at this egg tart-like breakfast in front of me, feeling uneasy, not knowing how she made it. Thinking about this, I raised my own question. This isn't the kind of food that ghosts eat, is it? Ruyan waved her hands repeatedly to explain. No, how could I possibly give offerings to my husband to eat? But in her heart, she was full of unease, both looking forward to my approval of the taste and fearing my dissatisfaction. I tried a bite and had to say it was very delicious. Ruyan, who was beside me, saw me enjoying it and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After eating and drinking enough, I casually made up an excuse to leave. Okay, I have to go to work now, Ruyan said gently. Okay, husband, take care. Just as I was about to leave, Ruyan's shy voice suddenly sounded. Honey, don't get drunk tonight. I have a surprise for you. I frowned in confusion. What surprise? Ruyan shyly replied. Naturally, it's what a man wants at night. After saying that, Ruyan quickly floated back to the kitchen and started pretending to clean up the dishes and chopsticks. During work, I was absent-minded, thinking about how to deal with the surprise at night. Even when the beautiful female boss passed by, I didn't pay attention. This made Ning Yao coldly snort and show her dissatisfaction. Then she scolded loudly in front of all colleagues. Is your design draft ready? Why haven't you submitted it on time? Don't come tomorrow. The colleagues in the office area had been burying their heads from the beginning until now, like turtles, not daring to look in my direction, let alone speak up for me. I also understand everything now. The company has been rumored to be considering layoffs, and I just happened to be caught in the crossfire today. I admit it, It's just right to go back and focus on dealing with the female ghost wife. After packing up, I left the company. Then I exercised in the park for the whole afternoon, and went to a hotel hourly room to sleep, in order to ensure that my physical strength was abundant and not directly drained of mental power by female ghosts. On the way home, I calmed down and carefully analyzed the things I encountered. Now that I think about it, ghosts are not that scary. As long as you have the courage, Sadako will go on maternity leave. In case it works out, you can even have a gentle wife. If things don't work out, you can always start over. So I gritted my teeth and made a decision. Instead of running away, it's better to actively face it. As soon as I entered the house, a cold wind hit me in the face, and then a beautiful figure appeared. Honey, you're back. At this moment, my eyes were determined, ready to face anything. I want to see if the female ghost is powerful, or if my own body is strong. The female ghost's wife squatted down her body at the moment, and with her empty hand made up of ghost chi hovering in the air, she held a pair of slippers and placed them at Lin Hao's feet. Lin Hao kicked off the leather shoes on his feet in a big way and put on the soft slippers, which were very comfortable. The female ghost's wife wasn't angry and took the initiative to help Lin Hao retrieve the leather shoes and arrange them neatly. Go serve the food. Lin Hao sat on his butt at the dining table and crossed his legs. Aha, dinner will be ready soon. The ghost woman's wife floated back into the kitchen, her hands hovering over a plate of red meat on the table. Then another order of sautéed seasonal vegetables was brought out, along with a bowl of loofah soup. Lin Hao confirmed several times that it was food eaten by humans before he took a bite with confidence that it tasted good. This female ghost's wife, Xia Ting, was using her heart. The female ghost's wife didn't eat, but just floated next to her and watched Lin Hao eat, her face full of happiness. Xia Ting, can you stop floating around like a ghost? It's weirdly creepy. Can you land? It's okay, honey, do you think so? Xia Qing's body sank, and her entire body became materialized, looking like a real woman to the naked eye. That's right, that's what makes it look good. You can transform into human form. Why didn't you do that earlier? I will continuously consume ghost chi when I transform into my human form, so I will get tired after a long time and it's not very comfortable. But if my husband likes it, I will present myself in my human appearance in front of you from now on. Yes, you have to become human to feel like a couple. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced when he heard it. As long as I can consume your ghost chi, it's fine. This is the only way to get the upper hand in the big fight tonight. To be honest, at this moment, Lin Hao was very torn. No man could part with such an obedient female ghost wife. But then he has a delusional sense of victimization. After all, having suffered the beatings of society, he simply did not believe in a free lunch in the world. The ghost girl was so over the top nice to herself, he couldn't believe it was selfless. After the meal, Lin Hao decides to treat his ghost wife rationally for the sake of his little life. In order to consume more of Xia Qing's ghost chi, he invites Xia Qing to turn into human form to accompany him for a walk downstairs. Xia Qing didn't know Lin Hao's purpose and was happy that at night, she was able to go out. The two go out and happen to meet their next-door neighbor. Lin Hao greeted him with two glowing eyes at the sight. Sister Su Shui, do you go out and throw away trash? Stinky brother, I'm going out for a stroll. Is this your girlfriend? Su Shui was wearing a wide-necked white dress. Her hair was coiled into a pill shape, revealing her white neck, which gave rise to infinite fantasies. The memories of Lin Hao's body's original owner about Su Shui instantly flooded in. Su Shui lived alone for many years, and the original owner of the body had met her husband once, and on that occasion, the two were still quarreling. This Su Shui often flirted with the body's original owner, but the body's original owner was an elm in the first place and didn't understand the flavor at all, just obsessed with his lovey-dovey girlfriend. Hello, Sister Su Shui, I'm Lin Hao's wife. Lin Hao was about to reply, but Xia Qing grabbed the response with a smile. Oh, you two actually got married without saying a word. Congratulations. Su Shui's tone carried a sourness if anything. Thank you, we'll be neighbors from now on. You're welcome, I'll leave you two couples to take your time shopping. Good drop, talk to you back. After saying that, Su Shui twisted her enchanting body to leave. Humph, honey, do you have your eye on her? Chapter 3, Walking in an Odd Position. Su Shui walked away. Xia Qing saw Lin Hao's straight eyes and was so angry that she stomped her feet. But unfortunately she was a ghost and stomping her feet made no sound. Ahem, everyone loves beauty. I do envy Su Shui's husband. How could he ever marry such a beautiful woman? God is not fair. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth grinned slightly as he wanted to test where the bottom line of the female ghost's wife's patience with herself was. I know then. Hubby, I'll give you what you want. Just when Lin Hao thought that Xia Qing would storm out, Xia Qing's expression shifted dramatically and said something without a clue. This caused Lin Hao to feel as if he had smashed his fist on cotton, and the suffocating feeling of not being able to release his power was very hard to bear. Honey, do you have any money? I got fired from my company and I have no money to spend. Give me some money to spend. Lin Hao was so thick-skinned that he embarrassed himself. Money, money, money. Don't worry, husband. I'll send you money tomorrow. Lin Hao approached Xia Cheng for money, but Xia Qing was happy instead. Okay, but don't give me plutonium. I want RMB. Knowing that, your wife is a ghost, but not a stupid one. Yes. Lin Hao felt that this female ghost's wife was just too good to be angry at how difficult she was. This caused guilt to grow in Lin Hao's heart. Tonight, just tonight, if he didn't get hurt himself, he decided to spend some quality time with the ghost girl's wife. Honey, do you still want to go to work? If you want to work, I'll find a way to get your boss to retract his dismissal. And if you don't want to work, I'll support you. Of course I want to work. A man is wasted without a career. Even with such a good ghost wife, Lin Hao couldn't hang out with ghosts all day long. That's fine. Xia Qing daintily and adorably nodded her head, then wanted to come over and take Lin Hao's arm. Lin Hao himself felt very cold and subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but thinking of the female ghost's wife giving money and being magnanimous, he gritted his teeth and endured the coldness to allow Xia Qing to approach him. Honey, I love you so much. As he watched Xia Qing follow him around with a bounce, Lin Hao couldn't bear to continue consuming her ghost chi. Forget it. Fight fair. The big deal is to cross over again. Let's go back. Okay. Hubby is so nice. Oh. Wife is feeling like she can't support her human form for long. The corners of Lin Hao's mouth twitched. After all, he had gone soft. Lin Hao glanced at his wife who was full of happiness. He took a deep breath. Let's see who's powerful in a moment. When they arrived home, Xia Qing told Lin Hao to take a bath. She went out and came back. Lin Hao nodded. He was hot and sweaty and was in need of a bath to reduce his fatigue and keep him in top form. With Lin Hao's consent, Xia Qing transformed into a ghostly aura and floated out through the window. Lin Hao washed up as he lay on his bed to calm his inner excitement and fear of the unknown. He didn't know what it was like to XX with a ghost. In this state, I don't know how long it took. Knock. The living room door opened and closed, followed by the sound of stomping heels. Lin Hao sat up suspiciously and walked out to check. This is a great look. Lin Hao was shocked on the spot. The one who came in was actually his own boss, Xia Yushan. He held onto the doorframe and froze, not even knowing how to say hello. Suddenly, Xia Yushan guffawed at Lin Hao. Hubby, you don't recognize me? Then, Xia Yushan's face emerged as the ghostly face of Xia Teng. You, Shu, honey, don't talk nonsense. Your boss is dreaming now. If the contrast is too great, she'll wake up and that'll be a problem. Xia Teng suddenly flew out of Xia Yushan, who fell into a deep sleep and stood there motionless like a sleepwalker. Ah, how could you? Honey, we need to save her life today. You'll understand later. Without further ado, I'm going to get back into her body to prevent her from waking up. You just need to do everything I say. As soon as Xia Qing's words left his mouth, he rejoined back on Xia Yushan. I'll wash up first. Xia Yushan didn't wait for Lin Hao to reply, so she went straight into the bathroom, followed by the sound of clattering water. Lin Hao didn't understand what exactly Xia Qiu was going to do, but the phrase "I'm saving her life" was important, and Lin Hao had to follow Xia Qiu's arrangement to return to the bedroom. Lin Hao turned on the light. My God, what's happening here? Lin Hao felt that this was beyond his knowledge. It didn't take long for Xia Tran to return. Honey, aren't you going to catch up on your sleep? Don't talk such nonsense. Explain to me what's going on here. Lin Hao's expression was extremely stern. Xia Qing turned into her human form and sat next to Lin Hao, speaking in a warm voice. Honey, is it okay if I don't explain this for now? You'll understand later. Why? I have my difficulties too, so please ask your husband to understand. And you know ahead of time, it can get you involved in dangerous, even life-threatening situations. Is it life-threatening? Lin Hao couldn't help but be shocked. The female ghost's wife had really gotten herself involved in a conspiracy. Xia Tran was a ghost, and he himself was a human. Don't look at yourself as imposing now. That's because Natsuki is still happy to play the role of ghost wife. If it really involves the core interests of the other party, I am afraid that they will directly backhandedly strangle themselves. Up top, everything has to be done slowly and gradually. Anyway, it's now past the first test. Moreover, instead of feeling hollowed out, Lin Hao's body was in high spirits at this moment. So far it didn't look like this female ghost was directly trying to murder her life. He decided not to go to a showdown with the female ghost's wife for the time being, and to talk about future matters later. When you don't have the strength at the moment, it's good to smother and enjoy the benefits of a female ghost wife. Your husband, I'll allow you to have your own secrets this time. Remember, not next time. Aha. Thanks, hubby. Honey, you sit and watch the news for a while. I'll go make you breakfast. Go on. Lin Hao moved a recliner and placed it on the balcony. then casually picked up a magazine to read. The old neighborhood is extremely green, and with the inaction of the property, the greenery grows wild and crazy. It makes the whole neighborhood green and lush. Just eerie with a female ghost in the house. As arranged yesterday, today is Lin Hao's last day at work, mainly to go to the company to complete the exit formalities. Actually, Lin Hao didn't care that much about work. It's better to have a job, and you can get by without one. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Hao walked into the office, and many of his co-workers cast concerned looks at him. In truth, he was inwardly delighted that it was Lin Hao who had sacked him and not himself. Some people also pretend to say goodbye to Lin Hao regret, while quietly confiding that the company is a garbage company. Go is relief. Do not feel bad. Lin Hao also false with the snake, but in his heart despise the company by you say worthless is garbage. Then why do not you resign? To put it bluntly, these people are here to show their superiority, thinking you are better than you are because you have not been sacked. Lin Hao quickly looked for other departments to do the handover. Signed, only to find the general manager to sign. That is, Xia Yushan. Their final review. Xia Yushan came later today, and Lin Hao waited for a small amount of time before seeing Xia Yushan walk out of the elevator. Good morning, Mr. Xia. Hello, Mr. Xia. Colleagues passing by greeted Xia Yushan. Lin Hao, on the other hand, felt that Xia Yushan's walking posture was strange today, and he instantly understood the exact cause in seconds. Chapter 4: Denial of Permission. Lin Hao surveyed Xia Yushan, and Xia Yushan glanced at Lin Hao's gaze. Eyes met briefly and quickly staggered. Xia Yushan panicked in her heart, pretended to be calm, and accelerated her pace to the office. Lin Hao hurriedly followed. Mr. Xia, please help sign this. Lin Hao handed over the separation approval slip in his hand. Xia Yushan didn't pick it up, but said, "You wait outside the door." Yes, the door was closed and unlocked. Inside, Xia Yushan clenched her shell teeth and breathed deeply, adjusting her mind. She had been dreaming about last night inside her head since morning. She didn't understand why she had that dream. She understood even less that the object of the dream was still the ordinary employee at the door. Xia Yushan is 29 years old and a staunch non-marrier. Her life's purpose and joy is placed in entrepreneurship. The affairs of men and women were something she rarely considered. But last night, she remembered very clearly how crazy and happy she had been in her dreams. So much so that after seeing Lin Hao this morning, his heart dirty still thumped. After 10 minutes or so, Xia Yushan called Lin Hao into his office. Who told you to leave your job? Xia Yushan threw the separation approval form on the table and did not sign it. It was our leader, Supervisor Wei Zhang, who told me to leave my job. He said the company is in trouble at the moment and is laying people off, and I just didn't finish my work yesterday, so he fired me. Lin Hao was delighted in his heart. Sure enough, a woman's body and heart are inseparable. You've got her person. It's not far to go to get her heart again. Go back to your work in peace. The company is not at a point where it has to lay off employees yet. Okay, thanks Chief, Lin Hao asked curiously as he left. Mr. Xia, what kind of difficulties has the company encountered? Lin Hao also doesn't want to stay an ordinary employee. He now has a female ghost wife that he can fully utilize to help the company solve problems and get promoted. Lin Hao, a small employee, asked so. Xia Yushan originally did not want to pay attention to it and dismissed it casually. But the thought of this man across the street was the protagonist of the dream. She couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness, and she spoke more. It's not really a big problem. It's just that it's more difficult to get back the money from some of the projects, resulting in a temporary shortage of funds for the company. Oh, that's so. Mr. Xia, I have some experience in collecting money for accounts, so perhaps you can let me try. Lin Hao has a female ghost in his own house, so when the time comes, he will arrange to go there and scare him. And he is still afraid that the other party won't pay? Oh, you're an electromechanical designer trying to do business? Forget it, get back to work in the office. Business is not as simple or easy as you think. Alright, if Mr. Xia needs my help, just arrange it. Since Xia Yushan didn't trust herself, forget it. Lin Hao prepares to leave the office. Wait, let me ask you something. Xia Yushan called out to Lin Hao. Mr. Xia, you said, where were you last night? What were you doing? Lin Hao's heart thumped when he heard it. Could it be that Xia Yushan had discovered something? He said calmly, I didn't go anywhere. I just slept at home. May I ask if Mr. Xia is asking if he has any plans? There is no arrangement. I'm just asking casually. I'm worried that you're not working overtime at home like you did the day before yesterday. You're going out and fooling around and delaying your work. There's nothing more to do. So get out. Lin Hao realized that Xia Yushan was visibly relieved. It seems that Xia Yushan can't quite tell if last night was a dream or a real occurrence. It wasn't until Lin Hao confirmed it that she was relieved. Lin Hao exited Xia Yushan's office and came to the public office area. All of his colleagues had already put down their hands and raised their heads, looking at Lin Hao with pity and sympathy, waiting for Lin Hao to say goodbye to everyone and then say see you in the Jianghu, getting better, keep in touch and so on. This is an inherent procedure for employees leaving the company, but everyone waited for half a day. Lin Hao did not open his mouth, but instead sat on his butt at his workstation, opened the computer and began to work. Everyone was confused. At this time, Zhang Wei came over and asked if the separation procedures had been completed. Lin Hao spread out the exit slip in his hand, his heart flowing freely. The leader won't sign for me. She won't let me leave. I can't do anything about it. So please help me talk to the leader. What do you mean? Zhang Wei frowned and took the separation slip to read it, which read, not agreed. Xia Yushan. Zhang Wei took his resignation and turned his head to Xia Yushan's office, but soon he was out again, not looking too good. What are you all waiting for? Get to work. Zhang Wei had no place to take his anger, so he just yelled at the office. In the evening, Lin Hao ate and drank under Xia Qing's care, lying on the sofa and watching Xia Qing do her chores. Hard to pick a fault. He then complained. Honey, it's true that humans and ghosts are a bit inconvenient. I want a massage now, but you don't have an entity. It's okay. I can wash clothes and cook and sweep the floor even with my ghost energy. I do have power. Come on. I'll massage my husband. That's not cool. I like human skin contact like that. It was clear that Lin Hao wanted to make things difficult for this little daughter-in-law and tease her, but it wasn't hard to get Summer leaning. Natsuki hemmed and hawed. Hubby, don't worry. When I cultivate to the ghost spirit realm, I'll have a body like a human. And then, hey, what? You have a cultivation technique? Lin Hao sat up straight in excitement. Here it comes. Here it comes. Finally. This world is really capable of cultivation. This is a ghost cultivation technique. There's no way for you to cultivate it. That's not necessarily true. You show me the technique. Maybe I can cultivate it too. Lin Hao wasn't going to give up any chance. Lin Hao insisted. And Xia Qing was a bit embarrassed. The kung fu was my grandfather's. I'll have to go back and ask him if I can show it to you. Then go back and ask. Okay. Xia Qing agreed. She used the XX to Home app to book a masseuse for Lin Hao before she left. She said that she would let Lin Hao use the masseuse first, and when she could materialize later, she would give Lin Hao a massage herself. Lin Hao was speechless. This ghost wife is really desperate for herself. She's even willing to hire a masseuse. The masseuse came quickly, and the door was knocked on before Xia Tran could go out. The masseuses were scantily clad middle-aged women with average looks but extremely explosive bodies. She was startled to see that the door was opened by a housewife. Sorry, wrong door. No, not the wrong door. Come on in. My husband wants a massage. The masseuse hesitated. Xia Qing then pushed the masseuse with her ghostly aura and pushed her inside. Give my husband a good massage. I'm going out. Row. After Xia Qing left, the masseur looked at Lin Hao awkwardly. Boss, want a massage? Nonsense. Of course I want a massage. A proper massage? And what else? After the masseuse left, Xia Qing hadn't come back yet, so Lin Hao couldn't help but feel sleepy and went back to bed first. In the middle of the night, Lin Hao suddenly felt a person hugging him. Lin Hao opened his eyes and his scalp exploded, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Chapter 5, Lend me your husband. Honey, don't talk, we're saving her. Saving again? A real rescue or a fake one? Lin Hao felt like he was on the verge of becoming a savior. You'll find out later. Don't ask too many questions now. Lin Hao wanted to struggle and refuse, but then that situation from last night came up again, and Lin Hao could only sigh and suffer through it all in silence. The next day, Lin Hao anxiously asked Xia Qing, did your grandfather agree to show me the ghost cultivation technique? Agreed la, but he said it's not the right time for you to try it just yet. And why is that? Lin Hao frowned, not in a very pretty mood. Xia Qing hurriedly comforted. Hubby, don't be in a hurry. Grandpa said your body is not strong enough. If you are made aware of the kung fu now and you can't help but try it, there will be serious consequences. This is originally a ghost cultivation technique, and it's very dangerous for you, a human, to try it again recklessly. What does that entail? Honey, try a few pull-ups. Okay. Lin Hao found the threshold and hoisted himself up. Hoo. Lin Hao actually made 100 in one breath. How am I so strong? Lin Hao is shocked. Hubby, your body has been constantly being strengthened for the past 2 days. You didn't know that, did you? Well, it felt like it, but I didn't think it would be such a big change. So, don't worry husband. I won't harm you. You listen to my arrangement. I will give you the word when you are able to cultivate the gongfu. Okay. Hubby is so good. Wash up for breakfast. Lin Hao obeyed. Xia Qing was extremely happy. She cheerfully went to help Lin Hao squeeze toothpaste to prepare for washing up, then went to the kitchen to clank and clang and busy. Bored after dinner, Xia Qing accompanied Lin Hao to play games. Honey, it's the weekend. I want to go out for a walk. Well, hubby can go out if he wants to, but I want someone to go to the park with. In reality, Lin Hao was retreating as an advance, and his real intention was to go out and do things alone. Lin Hao had actually believed the bull ***** that Xia Qing wouldn't harm him, but Xia Qiu is a ghost, and the idiom of ghostly talk is not for nothing. Besides, Lin Hao had come from the Blue Star. The Blue Star side has always believed in the saying no free pie in the sky. Anyone who meets a female ghost who is unconditionally so nice to them for no reason is still a bit skeptical. Lin Hao still wanted to prepare an extra back road for himself. Even if something happens later, there is still strength to struggle. And then there's the fact that while ghost wives are nice, they can't just be greedy. With strength in himself, he could help Xia Tran fulfill her mission. Instead of actually being a punk-ass husband, Lin Hao was going to the temple today to see if there were any other ways to improve his strength as well as try to find the world behind this world. Xia Qing couldn't see Lin Hao frown. When Lin Hao frowned, Xia Qing's heart twisted inside. Her love for Lin Hao is humble because she's a ghost, she's not confident, and she has low self-esteem. But it's daytime now. I'm in a ghost body. I can't go out. Hey. Xia Qing indeed had no choice but to refuse. Lin Hao, get your ass out here? It was at this time that there was a knock on the door of the room and a voice calling out, with anger in its voice. It was Su Shui from next door, and when she knocked angrily on the door at this time, Lin Hao immediately had an ominous premonition. This was definitely coming to confront Lin Hao. This Xia Qing, who can't be messed with. Why mess with this Su Shui? Open the door. What's going to happen now? Explain it to her yourself. Lin Hao glared at Xia Tran without any good humor. Xia Qing was not angry, opened the door and smiled cheekily at Su Shui. What's wrong with sister Su Shui? Do you have something for my husband? It's sibling. Sister. I forgot that Lin Hao got married. Su Shui became confused when she saw Xia Tran, and she muttered inwardly, was last night really a dream? But that dream was too real to be fake. Sister Su Shui, come in and sit down. What do you want from me? Su Shui stared at Lin Hao as he slowly walked into the house. Lin Hao's heart was weak and he poured a cup of water for Su Shui in a bit of a panic. It's nothing yet. I'm not feeling well. I had nightmares last night and wanted Lin Hao to accompany me to the hospital for a checkup. I'm sorry. I used to think of Lin Hao as my younger brother. I forgot he was married. I hope my sister doesn't misunderstand. Su Shui once again made an excuse. Lin Hao heard that Su Shui was going to the hospital for a checkup. And didn't that reveal everything? That screws up and you have to go on a public diet. His scalp tingled as he associated these things, and his heart dropped to the bottom. Last night shouldn't have been all about pleasure. Lin Hao also has the common post-masturbation, post-Buddha mode, reflective guilt that men have. Contrary to Lin Hao's mood at this moment, Xia Qing was still wearing a harmless and cute smile as she said to Su Shui, Sister Su Shui is talking too much. How could I misunderstand? I can't wait to have a big sister to help me take care of my husband. It's good that my sister doesn't mind. Su Shui didn't expect Xia Qing to be so generous. Hubby, didn't you just say you wanted to go out for a walk? Quickly accompany sister Su Shui to the hospital for a checkup. Su Shui turned her back and winked at Lin Hao. Yes, wife. Lin Hao understood what Xia Qing meant, and he hurriedly agreed. Then thank you so much, brother Lin Hao. And thank you sister for graciously lending me your husband. Su Shui happened to also want to take Lin Hao out and interrogate him about whether or not he did anything bad last night. When he left the house, Xia Qing organized Lin Hao's clothes and sprayed him with sunscreen, telling him to pay attention to the sun, constantly urging him to be careful on the road, don't starve, and don't treat himself poorly. A proper newlywed daughter-in-law look. By the way, I transferred $1 million of pocket money inside your card. Go out and give sister Su Shui some good food. When Su Shui and Lin Hao heard these words from Xia Qing, both of them were stunned. Lin Hao was stunned that Xia Qing was so rich. Last time he just casually said to ask for some money. Xia Qing this gave him $1 million. And Su Shui was stunned that Lin Hao's wife was so rich that she still accompanied Lin Hao to live in the old house. Lin Hao was just an ordinary working clerk. Su Shui knew that. She didn't expect Lin Hao to marry a pretty little rich girl. This couldn't help but make Su Shui impressed with Lin Hao. Going down to the basement, Su Shui was a bit fed up. Stinky brother, your wife is a little rich. What does her family do? Ahem. My wife's grandfather was the village chief. A bit of a family man. The village chief. The village chief nowadays is a big deal. No wonder. Su Shui was indeed envious. Oh, the mayor is the mayor of the village. But the mayor of the cemetery. Stinky brother, you drive. Su Shui threw the car keys to Lin Hao. Okay. Lin Hao asked tentatively as he got into the driver's seat. Sister Su Shui, where are you not feeling well? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I had a nightmare last night. You can't get checked out at the hospital for nightmares. I'd like to think that my sister has met a ghost. Lin Hao intentionally reminded and tried to find a way to divert Su Shui's attention from going to the hospital for a checkup. Chapter 6, Xia Yushan accompanied by drinks. Ah, stinky brother, where in this world are there any ghosts? Don't scare my sister. She's timid. Su Shui shivered at the sound of it, her face full of fear. She grabbed Lin Hao's arm that was hanging up the gears at once, and her whole body half tilted over Lin Hao, which made Lin Hao hang up the gears without being able to do so. Sister Su Shui, don't be afraid. The lights go out when people die. Even if they turn into ghosts, there's nothing to be afraid of. I'll take you inside the temple to beg for some ghost-repelling talismans, amulets, or something like that to put in your home. Okay, then go to the temple. I could tell Su Shui was really afraid of ghosts. Then you'll have to let go of me to do it. Oh hoo. Su Shui resumed her seat and the car started. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief when he dismissed Su Shui's idea of going to the hospital so easily. He swore that he would never allow the ghostly wife of the woman at home to fool around in the future. It's so unethical. Lin Hao was happy that Su Shui was willing to go to the temple to pray to the gods, so he could go to the temple in name only. Ha, stinky brother, why do I feel like you're not the same as before? What's different? Lin Hao screamed in his heart that it was bad, forgetting that the original owner of the body was a reticent elm in front of Su Shui. It feels like you're talking more and you're not shy anymore. Hey, people have to grow up. I did not get married before, have not touched a woman, always feel that women are very mysterious and unattainable. After I got married, I realized that women are just like that. The natural mindset changed. Oh, is your brother looking down on women? How could it be? I'm just a metaphor. Just a metaphor. Don't take it to heart, sister. Ha! Su Shui took the opportunity to turn the conversation around. What was brother doing last night? Did he do something bad with his sibling? He. Ah, sister, don't say these words of tiger and wolf, okay? Lin Hao's face immediately blushed, and he even stepped on the emergency brake. Yo, you're still shy. Just now you were saying loudly that women are no big deal. Su Shui carefully observed Lin Hao's expression, and she basically confirmed that Lin Hao didn't know about the dream he had last night. But that image is so real. Too real to be a dream. Su Shui still didn't believe that it was a dream. She glanced at Lin Hao, who was driving seriously, and muttered in her heart, humph, sooner or later I'll catch your little tail. Not long after, the two went to the temple. Lin Hao paid for 2 sets of incense and candles, and each of them offered incense. Su Shui constantly praised Lin Hao for becoming generous and turning from a boy into a man. Along the way to the incense, Lin Hao concentrated on carefully observing at all times, but still hadn't found anything wrong with the temple. Lin Hao was extremely disappointed. In the end, he took Su Shui to find a monk in the temple and asked the monk to help him read his face and diagnose the problem he was now experiencing. But the monk tells Lin Hao that if he is sincere and dedicated, he will surely win Su Shui's heart. Lin Hao nearly stormed off on the spot. Su Shui, on the other hand, covered her mouth and giggled. In the end, Su Shui purchased various types of talismans under the monk's frantic sales pitch and had the monk open the light. On that day, Lin Hao still found nothing, and the only thing that made Lin Hao feel relieved was that Su Shui never brought up last night's incident again. While the two were strolling around the temple, in the Rongo hotel, Lin Hao's boss, also known as Xia Yushan, accompanied 3 men who kept clinking glasses. Mr. Zhou, you see, our company construction of your project has been almost topped out, but now a penny has not been obtained. Xia Yushan had a temporary appointment with these 3 important clients today, and she had wanted her colleagues in the company to receive them together. But considering that it was the weekend, everyone was resting. The other thing is, it's daytime and inside a hotel restaurant, so it shouldn't be a problem. She then came alone to entertain her clients. Xia Yushan's tone of voice at this point in her speech was lowered in posture, as she had a request to make, but she was stopped before she could finish her sentence. Mr. Xia, we don't talk about work when we drink. Come on, let's drink up. Known as Zhou, General bald middle-aged man called Zhou Jiqiang, is a well-known local real estate developer. Xia Yushan undertook a project in his home. In the beginning, Zhou Jiqiang was introduced to Xia Yushan by some big leader. Given the status and reputation of the big leader, Xia Yushan is very comfortable with Zhou Jiqiang. Zhou Jiqiang at that time coincided with the financial difficulties. Hoped that Xia Yushan advance money for construction, such as property sales, back to pay immediately. Originally Xia Yushan is not agreed, but Zhou Jiqiang and find a big leader to lobby. The big leader also personally guarantee Xia Yushan at that time the company was well funded. It agreed to advance money for construction. But soon, the big leader was double-checked. Zhou Jiqiang began to renege on the debt. dragging the progress payment has not been given. Zhou Jiqiang does not pay as agreed, which directly lets Xia Yushan Company suffer the risk of capital rupture. Originally, Xia Yushan can also go through the legal process, but the business world, go to the court, the deposition, go through the process, both sides pull, at least can be delayed for a year and a half, neither side can be pleased. That's why Xia Yushan tries to take a consultative approach as much as possible. Yes, 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 yes. Xia is always a woman of honor. She is not a man of honor in her career. And we'll have to see your bravado at the wine table. The other two men were Zhou's partners. They were inexplicably excited when they saw Xia Yushan's bitter and pleading face. The three of them squeezed their eyebrows and kept pouring Xia Yushan's wine. And at a glance, they didn't have good intentions. Well, I'll have one last drink. Xia Yushan couldn't resist the three persuading her to drink and tilted her head back to pour the white wine inside the cup into her mouth. The white wine that spilled from the corners of her mouth flowed down Xia Yushan's white neck into the small mountain stream. Watching the three men's throats squirm. Mr. Xia is bold enough. No wonder he is so young. A woman can hold up a huge company. He is really something. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for the award. But, now my company. Please also more support. Zhou Jiqiang reached over and tried to put his arm around Xia Yushan's shoulders, pretending to discuss things among his buddies. What are you doing? Although Xia Yushan was dizzy, she also suddenly came to her senses and pushed away Zhou Jiqiang's salty piggy hands, her face showing her anger. Zhou Jiqiang saw the situation for the time being not to touch her, but the heart has been fuming. The mouth does not care to say, "Oh, Mr. Xia, several of my brothers Chang and I are in full support of you. Otherwise we wouldn't have answered the banquet today. Tell you what then, it's not impossible for you to want the progress payment. Let's play a game. We'll pay if you can win. Hey, yes, we all come out just to have fun. As long as Mr. Xia can make us drink and have fun, the progress payment is no problem whatsoever. So, that's fine. What game are you guys going to play?" Xia Yushan heard the other party loosen up to pay. Although she knew that it was risky for a woman to get drunk, she gritted her teeth and decided to fulfill the other party's request. The game is simple. You drink 1 glass of wine. We pay you 10% of the amount due. You only need to drink 10 glasses of wine. The money is in your hand. Isn't it simple? Still drinking. I really can't drink that much. Xia Yushan's head was big when she heard the wine. Then don't play even. Zhou's face sank and he pretended to be upset. That's fine. I hope Mr. Zhou is true to his word. Of course it's true to its word. Quick, Tiger, fill up the wine for our Mr. Xia. The three of them smiled a wicked smile of treachery. Xia Yushan regretted at this point that she had come alone to socialize today. Xia Yushan's eyes were flooded with heavy shadows. She knew that with these 10 cups of wine, she was bound to get drunk. And what would happen then was simply unthinkable. Ugh, it's so hard for a woman to start a business. I wish I had a man. Originally firmly celibate, Xia Yushan had Lin Hao's shadow flashing inside her mind from time to time after that night's erotic dream. Right now, the only person she felt she could rely on was Lin Hao. But Lin Hao was just a small electromechanical designer, and his ability was limited. How can you be worthy of me? And how can it help me share the stress of work? Women like men who are better than they are. Only a man stronger than her can hold her down. Chapter 7, The Fascinating Triangle. But in the end, Xia Yushan decided to let Lin Hao pick her up for her own safety. One's own employees should be at the mercy of one's work schedule at all times. Pick up and drop off the leader is also part of the leader's temporary work schedule. So, Xia Yushan quietly took out her cell phone and sent Lin Hao the location of the box with the message, "Come over immediately and help me drive." At this time, Lin Hao had already sent Su Shui home. As soon as he came home, Xia Qing said with gusto that it was finally evening and she could go out to the mall. She begged Lin Hao to take her to the mall. Lin Hao couldn't resist his little petite wife's pampering, and endured the day's labor to continue going out shopping. Shopping is good too. Lin Hao hadn't seen the night in this world yet. I wonder if it could be 100 ghosts at night, or if a ghost hunter similar to a demon hunter exists. There may be other wonders to be found in time. Under the streetlight, Lin Hao and Xia Qing were waiting for the bus at the bus stop. Lin Hao looked around, and he and Xia Qing were surprisingly the only two people at the large bus stop. Lin Hao immediately felt something was wrong. "Honey, did you block all the people catching the bus?" Yes it is. Everyone else is being ghosted and directed to other bus stops. It's too inconvenient without a car. There are too many people and it's easy for me to get exposed." Lin Hao was speechless. "The cost of your shopping. Honey, go buy a car. It's so inconvenient to not have one." "Okay." Lin Hao heard that he wanted to buy a car. Lin Hao came to be interested. "Honey, what price point are you looking for in a car?" "Honey, what kind of car do you want?" Lin Hao joked. Of course the more expensive the better. It's time to buy a nice car for your husband's safety. I'll tell you what. I'll find $10 million to call you later. Xia Tran doesn't think of money as money at all. Lin Hao was numb. Oh, well, thank you wife. Since it was really as easy for this female ghost to get money as it was to get plutonium, Lin Hao was happy to accept it. Who's going to mess with money? Soon, the bus pulled up, and as Lin Hao and Xia Qing got on, they could still hear the driver muttering, "We've met a ghost today. Why is no one taking the bus?" Lin Hao wanted to tell him, "You really met a ghost." When they got to the mall, Xia Qing bought a lot, but it was all for Lin Hao. Lin Hao asked Xia Qing to buy some clothes as well, but Xia Qing said there was no need to waste that money. She just needed to look at the styles and follow the variations. Lin Hao was bored and took out his cell phone to play with it. Just in time to see a message from Xie Yushan. He looked at the text message and nuzzled to himself. What does this woman mean? As far as he could remember, he had never arranged for Lin Hao to help her with personal matters. Summer leaning, go home by yourself. I have to go help the leader with the car. I'll join you. At night my ghostly body is unrestricted and I can walk as I please. As you wish. But you can't let Xie Yushan see it. Lin Hao didn't care. He didn't have any extra thoughts anyway, so Xia Qing could follow if she liked. Aha! Out of the mall, Natsuki's body faded into nothing, but Lin Hao realized something was wrong. Xia Qing, are you sure ordinary people can't see you anymore? Sure, don't you believe it? Xia Qing found a random passerby and drifted around him a few times. The passerby was unresponsive. Lin Hao marveled. I can actually see you. I've opened my heavenly eyes. Is that so? Hobby should be that you not only have your body strengthened, but your 5 senses and 6 senses have also been strengthened. Hubby's qualifications are a bit heaven-defying. Oh. Xia Ting was so happy that she couldn't stop leaping in mid-air. Hubby is awesome. You can still hear ghost words. Then in the future I won't have to deliberately show up or specifically vocalize human words. Yes, yes, yes. You don't speak human. Seeing the ghost girl's wife genuinely happy that she's gotten stronger, Lin Hao snickered while still being a bit touched. Thanks to the fact that he had always suspected that the female ghost was trying to harm him. Okay, husband, stop talking now. The cab is coming. If you keep talking to me like that, the cab driver will see you and think you're talking to yourself. And he'll think you're crazy. Xia Qing smiled cheekily and floated around Lin Hao in the air. Very happy. Lin Hao nodded, pretending that he couldn't see Xia Qing, pulling open the cab door and pausing slightly so that Xia Qing could fly in. On the way to the Rongo hotel by cab, the cab driver always shrinks his neck, looks back and mutters under his breath. It's so weird today. I always feel like there's someone sitting in the back. Lin Hao replied back. There's no one sitting there. There's a ghost sitting there. Ugh, don't talk nonsense. We cab drivers, we are most afraid of encountering ghosts. Bad luck, blah, 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 blessings of the Bodhisattva. Amitabha Buddha. The cab driver hurriedly stopped Lin Hao from babbling. Inside the box, Xie Yushan fell down unconscious on the sofa in the lounge area on all fours, her long straight hair hanging down on the carpet, her imageless figure very attractive. Zhou could not wait to take off his shirt. The action was so big that it lifted a few hairs on his head and fluttered. Brothers, guard the door for me. I'm going to put her in her place. Fine. Kung first. We'll have a mouthful of soup later too. Zhou Jiqiang's 2 brothers guarded the door drooling with envy, and the 2 of them were talking about paragraphs and smoking cigarettes. TSK, beauty. I'm coming. Xia Yushan was in a daze feeling dangerous. She flailed her arms wildly and resisted as much as she could. Hey, if it isn't Tiger and Rue, why are you guys standing at the door and not going in? Lin Hao came over and saw the 2 standing at the door with a lewd look on their faces. Lin Hao felt a little bad. Who are you? We don't know you. Off. The man called Tiger crossed his face and came over to shove Lin Hao away. It's me, Xiao Lin from Koning Construction. I even came to your company last time to deliver information. Don't you remember? My boss is Xia Yushan. She said she's here to receive her honored guests and asked me to drive for her. Who the remembers who you are? Get the hell out of here. You have no business here. Your boss isn't here either. Get out of here. Tiger and Rue suddenly heard lewd laughter inside the box, and the 2 hurriedly spoke loudly in an attempt to muffle the sounds inside. No, my boss clearly said it was here. Lin Hao also heard the strange voice. Please let me in. After all, these 2 were big clients of the company, and were clients that Xie Yushan focused on maintaining relationships with. So Lin Hao still tried to remain respectful and avoid blindly offending. Said no in or out. Hurry up and get out, or your company don't want a cent of the project money. Tiger deliberately spoke loudly and kept pushing Lin Hao backward. Lin Hao couldn't, so he had to take out his phone and dial Xie Yushan. Soon, a familiar ringtone came from the box. Chapter 8. you're not doing it right. A cell phone rang in the box, but was quickly turned off. No, you guys get out of the way. No matter how stupid Lin Hao was, he understood that Xie Yushan inside the box was in danger. Lin Hao no longer cared that the other party was a client of the company, and with a push of his two hands, he pushed the two men into a stumbling position. Then he raised a foot and kicked in the door of the box room. Seeing that Xie Yushan was already drunk and unconscious, balding middle-aged Zhou Jiqiang bared his bladder and beamed his stinking mouth to kiss down. Stop it. As soon as the words fell, Lin Hao had already kicked Zhou Jiqiang in the ass, followed by a fist hitching onto his back with a loud empty sound. Zhou Jiqiang only felt a sharp pain that made him breathe closed. His body was unsteady, and he fell. Tiger and Rue, who were outside the door, rushed in after them, copied the stool and smashed it on Lin Hao's head while cursing. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed and he raised his hand to counterattack. Just then, Tiger and Rue suddenly shifted their targets, and the stools in their hands ruthlessly slammed into Zhou Jiqiang, who was lying on the ground. It's the ghost girl's wife who's interfering with their consciousness. Ow! Zhou wailed and screamed in pain, blood oozing from his head. Ringo is still angry and wants to come over and throw some punches. Vomit. Xie Yushan suddenly dry-heaved at this time, her brows furrowed together, looking very uncomfortable. Wife, break their legs. I'll take Mr. Xie out of here first. Lin Hao only had to take Xie Yushan to sober up first. Aha! Hubby, you go take care of Xie Yushan. Once the ghostly chi of Xia Qing floating in midair came out, it enveloped Zhou Jiqiang, Tiger and the other three. The three fell into a daze, mixing with each other. Lin Hao quickly helped Xie Yushan button up, then carried her to the front desk, opened a guest room on the spot, and asked the service to send over some sobering soup. Xia Cheng also followed Lin Hao as he floated into the house. Vomit. Under the bumps, Xie Yushan could no longer control vomiting all over the ground everywhere. After vomiting, Xie Yushan sobered up quite a bit. Lin Hao, why did you bring me to a hotel room? This is not good, right? She couldn't even remember what had happened inside the box. Lin Hao rebuked in an unkind manner. You're dead drunk. You were almost forced by that bald guy, and you're still asking me why. Oh yes, where are they, Mr. Zhou Jiqiang? Ha, they've already had their legs broken by me. What? You hit them? Xie Yushan was shocked, her alcohol instantly waking up halfway. Show me. Okay. Lin Hao knew that Xie Yushan was a woman who took her career very seriously, and Lin Hao knew that she wouldn't feel at ease tonight without taking her to see it. The two came to the box again, and the only people in it were waiters tidying up the scene and cleaning up. Xie Yushan hurriedly called Zhou Jiqiang. On the other side of the phone, Zhou Jiqiang is still grunting and wailing constantly. Should have been to the hospital to deal with wounds. Xie Yushan asked several times in a row but no one answered. It took a minute or two for the other person to respond to the cussing. *******, you even found someone to beat me. If you guys don't kneel over to lick my machine bar and apologize, you don't want to get a penny of your money. Ouch. My head. Can you lighten up? Then the phone beeped a busy signal and had hung up. Lin Hao, did you really break their legs? Xie Yushan sat disheveled on the chair, holding her forehead with her hand. The headache caused by being drunk just now as well as the depression in her heart made it very difficult for her. Lin Hao didn't actually know the true outcome as he glanced at Xia Cheng, who was floating in midair. Xia Tran said in a ghostly language that Xie Yushan couldn't hear. Honey, I'm sorry, I really broke all their legs. Lin Hao secretly shook his head to show that it was okay and showed encouragement with his eyes. Xia Qing smiled sweetly at this. Boss, Zhou Jiqiang and the three of them intended to rape you. I see, but did break their legs. What, rape or not rape? Talk ugly. Xie Yushan glared at Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao was telling the truth, it still embarrassed her to say it to her face. Forget it, the fight is over. These three people are really not things. It's me who thought too naively today. Luckily you came in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It's a shame. I'm afraid we really won't get this money back. Go back to the company and let the legal department sue. Xia Yushan was disinterested, while her frown tightened. From her expression, it was clear that the company was really suffering from the risk of financial breaks. Boss, let's talk about the company's business tomorrow. Your forced awakening after being drunk is very mentally stimulating. Let me send you back to your room to rest first. Yes. Xie Yushan nodded. Lin Hao helped Xie Yushan stand up. Carry me to the guest room. I'm dizzy. Okay. Lin Hao squatted down and carried Xie Yushan back to the guest room. Along the way, Xie Yushan didn't say a word on Lin Hao's back and didn't know what she was thinking. And floating in midair, Xia Qing's small fists were pinched tightly, floating in front of Lin Hao muttering. Most likely it was because Lin Hao was carrying Xie Yushan and she was jealous. After Lin Hao sent Xie Yushan back to the guest room, Xia Yushan didn't say anything as Lin Hao helped her close the door and left. Hubby, this Xia Yushan really doesn't know how to be polite. You kindly carried her back to her room and she didn't even thank you. Xia Cheng huffed and puffed as she floated around Lin Hao. Forget it, who told her she's the boss and I'm the employee? Besides, we gave her the… Lin Hao couldn't speak the latter words. Humph. Xia Cheng hummed a few times. Her eyes rolled and she didn't say anything else. Honey, why don't you wash up and go to bed early? I'm going out. After accompanying Lin Hao back home, Xia Qiu was ready to go out again. And Lin Hao guessed that Xia Qiu wouldn't be abducting any good girls again, right? Don't you go to. What's wrong? Honey, it's okay, you're out. Lin Hao had wanted Xia Qing to stop possessing other women and come back, but he didn't say it out loud. On Su Shue's side, when she returned home, she also plastered the whole house with ghost-repelling talismans everywhere, as well as various Buddha statues, and the door gods were plastered on the back of the doors. She lay in bed, pretending to sleep, ready for the possessed ghost. At this moment, Su Shui was in a very excited mood, with fear, and a little bit of expectation at the same time. As she waited and waited, images of juvenile dreams came to her mind, which caused her to keep twisting and rolling on the bed. Stinky brother, so bad. Su Shui rolled over for a long time, and after her body stiffened with a shake, she fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Lin Hao was lying on the bed after taking a bath and was also imagining things, both looking forward to and under great pressure in his heart. I also wonder if Xia Tran will go to Su Shue's house. Oh no! Su Shui had quite a few talismans brought back from the temple at home. Would this harm the ghost wife? Lin Hao suddenly remembered such a thing, but Xia Qing had already gone out. Lin Hao could only force down his beating heart and worry as he re-reviewed in his mind Xia Qing's behavior and performance towards himself in the past few days, analyzing how ghost wives should be viewed properly. Honey, I'm home. Ho hastily opened his eyes as he pushed the person on top of him away. It can't be like this. Wake up! Chapter 9, It's Not a Crime to Dream. Surprisingly, it was Xia Yushan who was drunk just now. Xia Yushan had already washed herself clean, and the nice shampoo scent on her hair strands mesmerized Lin Hao and created an extremely strong sense of guilt. Lin Hao reached out his hand with all his might to push Xia Yushan away, and it had taken Lin Hao his entire life's worth of self-control and morality to do so. Honey, I didn't make her do this. It was only then that Lin Hao realized that Xia Qing's soul had floated in midair, withdrawing its control over Xia Yushan. But Xia Yushan was still disoriented. She was not completely sober from her drunkenness, and she was still in the midst of the amplified emotions of her drunkenness. Xia Yushan was pushed away by Lin Hao, and she quickly repounced again. Lin Hao, I'm your boss. You may not resist. Hearing this, Lin Hao cried and laughed. Boss, you're drunk. Don't do this. I know I'm drunk, but this is a dream, and nothing you do in a dream is a crime, so don't make me wake up from it, okay? I'm under so much pressure at work and no one can help me share it. Would it kill you to let me indulge a little in my dreams? No. Can. Lin Hao's mouth was gagged. It has to be okay or I'll fire you. Hoo. Lin Hao was pressed down by strong arms. He was stunned. Why was this woman so savage? Natsuki looked at the image, sour and angry, but she knew the purpose of the night. Hubby, tonight is the perfect opportunity. Close your eyes. Guard your mind and tranquilize your spirit. I'm going to help you make the strongest foundation. What foundation stone? Don't talk. After a long time, Lin Hao actually felt a cold, faint breath flowing through his body. Before dawn, Summer Leaning was clanking around the kitchen making breakfast. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was experiencing the faint breath inside his body as well as the feeling of power from his body's strength being increased dramatically. Is this female ghost's wife really going to take herself to practice? Lin Hao really felt like he was overthinking his usual paranoia of being victimized. If Xia Qing wanted to harm herself, why would she make herself stronger and stronger? By breakfast, Lin Hao's opinion of Xia Qing had changed drastically, and he no longer mentioned asking her to put on his shoes, feed him, and other such rude and difficult requests for the ghost. At that moment, Lin Hao's cell phone rang. Good morning, Mr. Xia. I can't believe it's Xia Yushan. Why is she calling so early? You come over to the hotel immediately. Xia Yushan's voice was very weak, as if her body had suffered a heavy blow. Lin Hao's heart thumped as he looked towards Xia Qing. Natsuki explained. Hubby, don't worry about going over there and taking care of her for a bit. I won't be jealous. She's not in any serious trouble either. She's just going to have to rest for a few days. As for the reason for this, hubby, don't ask now, okay? You'll find out later. Okay. Lin Hao didn't dare to delay, got up and changed his clothes and went out. Hubby, wahahaha. Love you. Aha. By the way, after you see how Xia Yushan looks, you must not feel guilty because you saved her life. It should be her who is grateful to you. but she never knows that you are her savior. Xia Qing spoke gruffly, and Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Remember to call me if anything happens. I'm not a child. Don't worry about staying at home. You can't leave the house during the day. Don't worry so much. Right. You. Don't go looking for Su Shui to play in these few days first. Lin Hao reminded. For what? People have independent families too. It's not good to disturb them too often. Okay. Lin Hao waved his hand with Xia Qing and took the elevator out the door. When he arrived at the hotel, Lin Hao saw that Xie Yushan's face was pale and bloodless, with dark circles around her eyes, and her body was weak and powerless, as if she had gone through a major illness of life and death. Lin Hao was startled. No wonder Xia Chang reminded Lin Hao not to feel guilty. But it was impossible not to feel guilty. He heartily helped Xie Yushan wash up and even helped her to the bathroom. Xie Yushan was so moved that her eyes were even moist and she couldn't help but shed tears. But when she looked in the mirror, she screamed in terror. 2. Lin Hao rushed over to comfort him, saying that it was from drinking last night, so don't drink in the future. Xie Yushan calmed down. She finally understood the meaning of emptying her body with alcohol. Last night she got drunk and then had a crazy wet dream that ended up like this. When Xie Yushan thought about the craziness in her dream last night, she felt hot all over and her face was red and burning. Don't ever get drunk again. There's no need to work so hard when you can't make enough money. Well, it's a shame that I'm paying such a big price and still letting the other side find a reason not to pay for the work. Xie Yushan felt very frustrated. Lin Hao comforted. Zhou Jiqian, they simply did not want to pay for the project. You no longer how to toss is useless. Rather than thinking about them that money, it is better to be strong. Think of other ways. Well, you're right. So I have a second way. I have an appointment with the president of the ROC Bank's Rongqing branch, so you can entertain with me this afternoon. No problem. But the most important thing we can do right now is to go to the hospital and get checked out. Okay. Lin Hao took Xie Yushan to the hospital for a checkup, and there was nothing serious, just a deficiency in the body that needed to be supplemented. The doctor prescribed a course of medicine to be taken for a few days. At noon, Lin Hao called Xia Qing and said that he would accompany Xie Yushan to see the bank president in the afternoon to prepare for the loan, and that he wouldn't be home for lunch and dinner, so he asked her not to prepare meals. Summer Leaning said he understood and asked where the governor was. As soon as she heard that it was the president of the Republic Bank, she told Lin Hao not to mess with the other party if there was nothing important. This banker is not a good man. There's no need to make enemies and invite unnecessary trouble. If there was a shortage of money, she could figure it out. But Lin Hao listens and patiently explains and tells Xia Qing that there are so many short of money in this world that they can't manage it all. Now that he was working for Koning Construction himself, he had to be as responsible as possible for the company's affairs, and couldn't back down at the slightest problem. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, Xia listened to him and hurriedly apologized, saying that her woman did not understand this, that everything was arranged by her husband, and informed Governor Lin Hao Zhuang of a secret. Lin Hao was overjoyed to hear this. At this moment, Lin Hao suddenly realized that the source of Xia Qing's $10 million in cash was more than likely from here. At 1 p.m. Lin Hao and Xie Yushan arrived at the hotel early to wait for President Zhuang of the Republic Bank. This made Lin Hao lament that being a boss was indeed not easy. Ordinary people are spending this time with their families in the malls and parks, while their bosses need to suck up to them and drink with them. It was almost evening when Governor Zhuang arrived late, and alone. When Governor Zhuang saw Lin Hao beside Xie Yushan, the muscles on his face tensed up and his expression collapsed like an avalanche. Lin Hao instantly understood that Governor Zhuang and that Zhou Jiqiang the same goods. Drunkenness. Governor Zhuang, you're here. Quickly enter the box. The food is ready. Serve and eat. Xie Yushan, after a day of recuperation and rest, coupled with makeup, had regained her former leanness and valor. Chapter 10, Who Says I Can't Go Out? Governor Zhuang reluctantly sat down with a horse's face. He had thought that Xie Yushan knew the rules, but he didn't expect that Xie Yushan had brought her assistant with her. And it's still a guy. It's obvious that he doesn't trust him. There is no shortage of such a drinking game, Governor Zhuang, and he may not even be willing to participate if others beg him on their knees to do so. Lin Hao wasn't stupid and arranged it in a tone of feigned disinterest. Waiter, open that bottle of 30-year-old Matai for me. Good honored guests. Xie Yushan immediately rebuked Lin Hao. Lin, can you do anything? What's the big deal about opening a bottle of wine? You emphasized 30 years. Do you think Governor Zhuang has never drunk before? You really don't know what you're doing. After scolding Lin Hao, Xie Yushan apologized to Governor Zhuang, saying that Lin Hao hadn't seen anything and not to take it to heart. Lin Hao also hurriedly apologized. With a low stance and a good attitude, Governor Zhuang waved his hand to show that he didn't care. The expression on his face finally looked better when he heard that there was good wine. 30 years of Maotai collection, price of more than 10,000 yuan a bottle. can open to him to drink, is to give him face. When the meal was served, Xia Yushan endured her discomfort and also accompanied the chatting and drinking. Lin Hao, on the other hand, often carried wine glasses to toast and helped Xia Yushan block the wine, and the meal was eaten in an atmosphere that wasn't awkward. With Lin Hao around, Governor Zhuang couldn't afford to express any crooked thoughts towards Xia Yushan, but once Xia Yushan mentioned the loan, he played official, not committing to any words at all. This made Xia Yushan anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Xia Yushan actually understood what Governor Zhuang really wanted, but how was that possible? She suddenly envied the average-looking women, ordinary-looking women that no one covets. Less than half an hour into the meal, Governor Zhuang pretended to take a phone call, indicating that he had something else to do and had to leave first. Governor Zhuang, it's only a few bites. Xia Yushan is not willing. The loan is not settled. It means that the company's capital chain is broken. In a short period of time, she really difficult to think of any other way to raise funds. By that time, all projects were facing downtime and suppliers could no longer hold down the fort. Workers will also defend their rights. A whole bunch of conflicts will be centralized and there is no way to deal with them. Oh, Mr. Xia, I'm just the president of the bank. A lot of things have to go through the process. I know you need money, but I can't just say Various departments have to carry out risk assessment. I do have something to do, so I'll go first. Farewell. Governor Zhuang stood up, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, and headed for the door. Xia Yushan couldn't stop it anymore and could only watch and dry up. Mr. Xia, take a rest in the box. Let me see off Governor Zhuang for you. Just at this time, Lin Hao made a wink to signal Xia Yushan not to follow him, and Xia Yushan frowned, not knowing what Lin Hao was going to do. But she didn't retain Governor Zhuang any longer. Governor Zhuang glanced at Lin Hao with a sniff, very bored and ready to directly reject Lin Hao's act of sending his guests away. But Lin Hao quickly approached Governor Zhuang and whispered, Governor Zhuang, are you going to the Golden Sands Vault? I'll drive you a ride. You. Governor Zhuang was suddenly shaken, staring at Lin Hao in panic, unable to speak. What's wrong with Governor Zhuang? Are you not feeling well? Do you want to go back to the box to have some tea and rest? Lin Hao seemed to know nothing and pretended to be concerned about Governor Zhuang's health. Governor Zhuang stared at Lin Hao dead in the face, and Lin Hao met his gaze with a smirk. Come on, back to the box for more tea, please. Governor Zhuang gritted his teeth and had to return to the box again. Governor Zhuang, what are you? Watching Governor Zhuang come back again, Xia Yushan was uncertain. Lin Hao smiled and kept signaling Xia Yushan with his eyes, saying, Mr. Xia, Governor Zhuang said that he forgot to arrange for a loan for us, and he came back to give us a lecture on how to prepare the information. Good. Good. Governor Zhuang, please sit down. Xia Yushan also reacted extremely quickly, although it was unknown, but it did not prevent the first thing to do. She redirected Governor Zhuang to sit down and added hot tea to him, then made a show of washing her ears. Things have come to this point. Governor Zhuang can only press his throat, very reluctant to agree to the loan request, and on-the-spot arrangements for tomorrow's Xia Yushan's loan matters. During this process, Governor Zhuang's gaze always kept falling on Lin Hao. At the end of the banquet, Xia Yushan asks why Governor Lin Hao Zhuang suddenly changed his mind. Lin Hao joked that Governor Zhuang cared about the people's well-being and did his best for the development of the enterprise. Seeing that Lin Hao wasn't telling the truth, Xia Yushan rolled her eyes and told Lin Hao to roll home alone. Lin Hao had drunk a lot of wine, and when he returned home, Xia Qing painfully helped Lin Hao into bed to rest. Although Xia Qing was a ghost body, she could also manipulate ghost chi to help Lin Hao take off his shoes and socks and wipe his body. In his blurry sleep, Lin Hao was looking forward to whether Xia Qing would do something out of the ordinary tonight, sending a beautiful woman or something, and how he should refuse then, especially if Xia Qing will go next door to Su Shue's house. Su Shue's family has a ghost-repelling talisman. Would it hurt to go over there? Lin Hao suddenly regretted that he should not take Su Shue to the temple to pray to the gods, resulting in him never being able to see Su Shue again and hurting Xia Cheng. Xia, listening to see her husband asleep, still not honestly murmur, at the same time still holding the quilt, wriggle around. Immediately, he was laughed out of anger and slapped Lin Hao on the leg, but it penetrated out of thin air. Xia leaned over and kissed Lin Hao on the forehead in the void and returned to the living room. She pulled out a wooden box from under the TV stand. Uncovering the wooden box, a piece of round black jade as black as ink appeared. Hubby, you don't know the darkness of this society. That Governor Zhuang's hand is even darker than this black jade. But I'm married and my husband is the head of the family, so I have to listen to him. Whatever hubby says. Humph. If that banker Zhuang really dares to hurt a hair on my husband's head, I'll make his life worse than death. Xia Cheng muttered while happily fiddling with the black jade. At the same time, inside a luxury villa in Rongcheng, Governor Zhuang violently slammed the alabaster pot in his hand into pieces. Damn! How did a poor with no background and no strength know about the Golden Sands Vault? Brother Zhuang, this investigation report is true. His family is a farmer for 3 generations. Just this generation is a little bit of success. Into the city. As an architect, should we just wipe out such a minor character? A man in black beside Governor Zhuang had a shady and cold-blooded face. Make your own arrangements for this, but before you do it, make sure he spreads the information he knows. Please don't worry about this, Brother Zhuang. There will be no mistakes. The man in black leaves and the night returns to peace. The next day, Lin Hao was in a soothing mood as he ate a beautiful breakfast. The craftsmanship of this female ghost's little daughter-in-law was getting better and better. Honey, I'm going car shopping today. Do you have a favorite make and model to mention? It's a shame you can't go out during the day. Or we could have gone car shopping together. Lin Hao ate a grain of sour radish, which was sour and crunchy and soothing, and tasted fantastic with the xiaolongbao and thin rice. The money to buy the car was fully sponsored by Xia Teng, or must pretend to discuss with it. Hey, honey, who says I can't go out? Dang, look at this. Xia Cheng playfully displayed the black jade in front of Lin Hao. What is this? Lin Hao saved his eyebrows and frowned, looking at this black jade for a while, palpitating, making it look like a dead person's thing. Seeing this thing early in the morning. Bad luck. Chapter 11, Goodbye White Moonlight. Don't mind my husband. I stole this quietly from my grandfather. It's called the Black Soul Jade, and it's a good thing. If Grandpa knew I stole it for him, he'd beat me to death. What's so great about this stuff? This little brat girl actually took the family's heavy treasure. You'll have him on you so I can get in there and follow you to the car. Xia Cheng hung the Black Soul Jade around Lin Hao's neck. When the Black Soul Jade touched his body, he felt refreshed, his mind was clear, and his spirit was focused. Immediately afterward, Xia Cheng transformed into a green smoke and drilled into the jade pendant. Honey, we can go out. Xia Cheng's voice came out from the Black Soul Jade, and it was conveyed through a form similar to divine thoughts, so outsiders couldn't hear it. Oh, so that's what it's for. At the same time, Lin Hao also felt a cool aura that made him clear-headed and in high spirits, which was very comfortable. Lin Hao felt the magic of the Black Soul Jade, and in his heart, he already liked this ominous-looking jade pendant. This jade pendant on in addition to be able to pretend ghosts, but also refreshing the mind. When it is a rare treasure, you give to steal from home. Your grandfather knows really will beat you to death. Lin Hao knew that just the function of refreshing the mind was also a difficult problem that ordinary humans could not solve. Put this in the world of ordinary people, and it would be a treasure worth hundreds of millions and billions, even tens of billions. This kind of refreshing and awakening function is not only beneficial to ordinary people, but it can definitely help cultivation as well. And it will definitely be useful in the future after embarking on the path of cultivation. Humph. I'm not afraid of my grandfather. If he dares to hit me, I'll cut him off. Okay, so does this jade pendant have any other functions? Natsuki was a little embarrassed. This jade pendant I grew up playing with. I just know that there is a huge square inside the jade pendant. Other than that I don't know what it's for. And this is the first time I've heard of the function of refreshing the spirit and waking up the brain that you're talking about. Okay, I don't know, forget it. Let's go then. This Black Soul Jade is indeed something good and worth studying. Lin Hao tucked the jade pendant inside his chest and hid it. When Lin Hao went out, he happened to meet Su Shui going out as well. Yo, stinky brother. Lin Hao. Long time no see. Sister Snow. We haven't seen each other for only 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days is not long enough? Did the stinky brother not miss his sister? As she spoke, Su Shui also glanced inside Lin Hao's house, and after realizing that Lin Hao was just one person, she became reckless. Don't want to. Lin Hao deliberately kept his distance. You can't joke about a wife who's staying right next to you. Although Xia Qing often sent some inexplicable people to Lin Hao in the middle of the night to save his life, Lin Hao could see that the female ghost's wife would be jealous. For example, when Lin Hao was alone with Xia Yushan, Xia Qing would get jealous. Xia Qing would only willingly allow her to possess another woman to touch Lin Hao. The more Lin Hao tried to keep his distance, the more that titillating goblin tried to catch Lin Hao. Su Shui forced her way closer to Lin Hao. Oh, Stinky Brother's speech is getting harder and harder. Come on, let sister smell if Stinky Brother already has a manly odor all over his body. Su Shui's entire body was about to press down on Lin Hao, who was pressed back and forth and ended up squeezing in the corner of the elevator. Su Shui's hair scent was very attractive, causing Lin Hao's body to undergo indescribable changes. Ahem, Sister Su Shui, this is not good, is it? What's wrong with that? It's not like your wife is here. No, no, no. My wife is always on my mind. Lin Hao firmly pushed Su Shui away, but Su Shui was like craft candy. She couldn't even be pushed. Just then, the elevator doors opened. sort of relieving Lin Hao. Xia Qing inside the jade pendant praises Lin Hao for being a good husband and says that she too will always keep her husband in her heart. It could sweeten Lin Hao to the bone. Stinky brother, where are you going? Do you want me to give you a ride? I'm going car shopping. Buying a car? That's just right. Go to my place and buy it. Su Shui took Lin Hao's hand and headed for the basement. It took Lin Hao a moment to remember that Su Shui was the area manager of a car dealership. The row of Car 4S stores on Train Road are all run by their company, with a variety of brands. Stinky brother, you drive. Su Shui threw the car keys to Lin Hao, who made light work of it. While the car started, Su Shui was in the passenger side grooming herself, smearing lipstick, applying lipstick, and even sticking her hands inside her clothes to adjust the underwear straps, completely not treating Lin Hao as an outsider. Along the way, it was Lin Hao who was looking for topics to chat with. This was because Lin Hao was worried about Su Shui mentioning the matter of arranging ghost-repelling talismans and Buddhist statues in the house. It's a good thing Su Shui didn't talk about exorcisms. Leader, you're here. Let me help you park the car. Su Shui's car just arrived at the entrance of the office area. A security guard ran over to help park the car. Okay, please little Li. Su Shui turned back to Lin Hao and said, Stinky brother, we're here. Just give the car to Xiao Li. Trouble, brother. Lin Hao handed the car over to the security guard and was ready to offer his farewells. Staying with Su Shui, he just couldn't handle the wild enthusiasm, especially since the ghost woman's wife is still in her arms watching every moment. Lin Hao was about to open his mouth when Su Shui said first, Stinky brother, my sister has to go to a morning meeting. Let me arrange for a pretty girl to hang out with you. Okay, thanks sister Su Shui. Lin Hao hurriedly agreed. Su Shui looked like she was in a hurry to leave. Inside the chest the female ghost's wife grunted like a disgruntled piglet, and Lin Hao wasn't in the mood to respond at all. Instead glancing over his face and avoiding someone he very much didn't want to see, Lin Hao silently thought in his heart, hoping that the person coming wasn't the pretty girl that Su Shui had arranged. Lin Hao, it's actually you. Against all expectations, the visitor was none other than Su Xiaowei, the girlfriend of the original owner of Lin Hao's body. The original owner of the body is so in love with this girlfriend Su Xiaowei that he is even willing to be the other party's dog. Not a licking dog, but a real dog. Lin Hao was so bashful whenever he recalled how the original owner had once knelt to Su Xiaowei that he couldn't wait to slap this body to death. What brings you to work here? Since you can't hide, you have to face it head on. Lin Hao responded stiffly. Oh, is it fun for you to ask? You're the one who went out of your way to find me, and you're pretending to have a chance encounter? I've told you before. We're just not right for each other. Please stop pestering me. This is the third job. Am I going to be forced to get a fourth and fifth job? Are you trying to force me to die? Su Xiaowei, as if she had collapsed, sprayed furiously at Lin Hao like a machine gun. Lin Hao looked embarrassed. The memories inside his mind were indeed as Su Xiaowei had said. The original body owner really did these things. Broke up. Are still immortal pestering? Resulting in Su Xiaowei was chased out of the psychological shadow. Quite a few people coming to work nearby were pointing at this side, showing signs of coming over to spectate. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped it. Su Xiaowei, you've misunderstood. I was brought here by your Mr. Su. Mr. Su brought you here? Don't be ridiculous. Su Xiaowei scoffed. Don't put gold on your face. It's just that you are standing outside the door without anyone to receive. Mr. Su has a good hospitality attitude, and when he saw you standing here, he arranged for me to receive you in passing. Fine, fine. Whatever you say, there's nothing more for you to do here. I'll just go hang out by myself. Lin Hao couldn't explain it clearly and pulled out his legs to run. He wasn't the original owner of the body, and he didn't have the same complex for Su Xiaowei as he did for Bai Yueguang. Instead, there's a little bit of sentimentality. This was probably because Lin Hao was occupying someone else's body, and his heart wouldn't allow him to occupy someone else's woman again. Chapter 12, The Vegetarian Body. No one is allowed to leave. Not until the word is out today. Otherwise you're deadbeat and crying. It cost me my job. Su Xiaowei stopped Lin Hao and decided to make things clear at once. Lin Hao was speechless as he lamented. I'm really not trying to win you back. Stop it. I'm here to buy a car. Buy it and go. Meh, you buy a car. Before Su Xiaowei's despicable words could be uttered, a car coming out of the basement suddenly rushed out of the ground. Get out of the way. Lin Hao's body instinctively pushed Su Xiaowei a few meters away, but he himself was in danger. Seeing that Lin Hao was going to be hit by a car. Su Xiaowei's pupils were dilated and she was terrified to the extreme, only knowing how to scream with her mouth wide open. Honey, pop off. Suddenly a huge force slammed into Lin Hao, and Lin Hao's body lightened and bounced out as well. Lin Hao turned around and saw that the car had crashed into a shadow and penetrated through. Wife. Lin Hao hurriedly stood up and grabbed towards Xia Tran's ghostly body. Phew. Xia Qing quickly flew back into the Black Soul Jade. Damn. Two people are arguing at the exit of the car park early in the morning. Looking for death? Looking for death to jump off a building. Don't harm people here. What a ing thing. The car almost hit someone and he panicked and braked sharply to stop and come over to check it out. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei were both fine. He couldn't help the evil fire that bubbled up in his heart, and he was so angry that he spewed out curses. Lin Hao wasn't even in the mood to pay attention to the cursing driver at this point, but instead eagerly asked Black Soul Jade, "How are you doing, wife?" "Nothing's wrong." Lin Hao's heart was tightly clenched into a ball, afraid that something would happen to Xia Qing. He didn't know why just now, but when he saw Su Xiaowei being hit, there was an inexplicable impulse in his body to save Su Xiaowei. This is probably caused by the obsession left behind by the body's original owner. "Honey, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm just having a hard time with the sun for a few seconds and I can't come back out to help you during the day today." No, you get some rest. I don't need your help. I'm following you today because I'm afraid that you'll be retaliated against by President Zhuang of the Republic Bank. Even though that automobile just now didn't come against you. But you still can't be careless. I know. Lin Hao somewhat regretted that he hadn't listened to Xia Qing last night, which had indirectly led to Xia Qing being injured. From this moment on, Lin Hao decided to completely stop suspecting Xia Qing. In the future, Xia Qing would be his real wife. And Su Xiaowei was stunned. She only heard the word wife and then her head buzzed. She didn't know what was happening in the outside world. Grr. So one is a seizure. One is a cutie. When this car owner saw Lin Hao muttering to himself, he immediately sipped and spat before getting into his car and leaving. "Su Xiaowei, why are you still sitting stupidly on the ground? Aren't you going to work?" Lin Hao woke Su Xiaowei up from her trance. Su Xiaowei murmured, "Lin Hao, you actually subconsciously called me your wife at the most critical moment." Su Xiaowei had just witnessed Lin Hao's willingness to dedicate his life for himself and subconsciously called himself his wife. I didn't realize that Lin Hao had fallen in love with himself to this extent. Lin Hao was confused and immediately said, "Don't get me wrong. I don't like you, nor am I calling you my wife." "Aha, you didn't call me your wife. You were calling your wife into the air. There was your wife in the air. I was the one who misheard you." It's kinda cute how Lin Hao won't admit it. Su Xiaowei wasn't angry because she really heard it all, and heard it clearly. Su Xiaowei had already had a change of heart at this moment. "Lin Hao, you're willing to use your life to get me back, so how can I alienate you for material things?" Actually, Su Xiaowei likes Lin Hao only because Lin Hao's family is too poor. Lin Hao doesn't have a house, a car, not even his parents, and has ordinary abilities. When she was interested in breaking off her relationship with Lin Hao, she wanted to get away from this kind of family of origin. But Su Xiaowei now felt that none of this mattered so much anymore. Lin Hao didn't want to waste any more time, so he ignored Su Xiaowei and turned around to walk towards the Porsche 4S store not far from the side. "Ho, don't go in there." Just as Lin Hao was about to step into the entrance of the 4S store, he was stopped by Su Xiaowei. "Why can't we go in?" Lin Hao curiously turned around and asked. "Ho, you don't have any money. You can't afford a Porsche. In fact, I don't care if a man is rich or not anymore. I'd consider you the richest man even if you didn't pretend to be." Asterisk. Su Xiaowei called out to herself just to say such a thing. Lin Hao almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Lin Hao really stopped paying attention to Su Xiaowei completely as he went in and told the salesperson, "Is there a Porsche Cayenne? I want the car now. Top of the line. Full payment. Credit card." Sales staff heard stunned, then ecstatic. Early in the morning to open a large single. A good sign. She hurriedly guided Lin Hao to the finance office to pay for the procedures. Su Xiaowei followed her in and found Lin Hao, who was swiping his card. "Honorable Porsche owner, this car tops out at 2,430,000. Wipe your 2,400,000. Swipe your card successfully. Thank you for your support of our store. Well, get me my car as soon as possible. I need to get out of here immediately." "Yes, please wait. It will only take half an hour." The salesperson rushed off to organize the delivery procedure, and Su Xiaowei followed behind dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Hao incredulously. Ho, are you rich? Didn't get rich helping our boss buy a car." Lin Hao opened his mouth and made an excuse. "Oh, scared me. I thought you were rich." Su Xiaowei patted her heaving chest with a shocked look. Lin Hao gave her a blank look and didn't want to talk back, so he ate his hand and sat on the sofa with his eyes closed to take a nap. Xin, this is my friend. How come you didn't give him a discount on the car he just bought?" "Ah, Sister Hui, I've already given him a discount because it's the opening of the day, so I really didn't rip him off." "Okay, then can you send him another full car wrap?" Since Sister Hui has said so, let's give a pair of car films. Thanks Xin. I'll treat you to lunch at noon." Yeah, thanks Sister Hui. Well then, why don't you send my friend another set of foot mats? Ah, I can't, the boss will kill me. Lin Hao hears that Su Xiaowei is helping him fight for more rights, and he's still quite grateful. Not bad for the body's original owner's ex-girlfriend. Hubby, your White Lotus is actually a vegetarian body as well. Suddenly, Lin Hao's ghostly words came to his ears from Xia Qing. What vegetarian body? It was the first time Lin Hao had heard this word. Hubby, don't be anxious. I'll explain it to you sooner or later. I'm just lamenting the fact that there are actually so many vegetarian bodies. This is a big trouble. I hope none of them will be poisoned. Alas, it's not going to save her again, is it? Lin Hao glanced back at Su Xiaowei, who was talking about his rights and interests. Su Xiaowei sensed it and also turned back to meet his eyes and gave a light smile. Lin Hao also nodded to her in appreciation. Su Xiaowei was definitely considered a class flower-level beauty, with a tall figure, ringed with fat and fin, very aesthetically pleasing and tactile. But that's the white lotus flower of the body's original owner. Lin Hao has a psychological shadow. Xia Qing inside the black soul jade pouted her lips and said in a bad mood, "Bad hubby, you're still being a good boy when you get a bargain. Don't think I don't know that you're stealing joy in your heart right now." Humph. Listening to this, Xia Qing also wanted Lin Hao to save White Lotus Su Xiaowei. He was so anxious that he yelled inwardly, "Don't mess with this. It's never okay." Is that her tonight? Chapter 13, Holy. The Porsche Cayenne purchased by Lin Hao was soon ready. Su Xiaowei did her best to help Lin Hao check his new car for defects. The inspection was so meticulous that Lin Hao almost lost his patience. Su Xiaowei then educates Lin Hao. You have to be reliable to buy a car for your boss. You can't buy a car and go back to be scolded by your boss. This way, you will be appreciated by your boss and you will be given a raise. Understand? Lin Hao nodded helplessly. After picking up the car, there wasn't much time, so Lin Hao hurried to work. Luckily, today the boss, Xia Yushan, was busy going to the bank to apply for a loan and didn't come to work. Otherwise Lin Hao would have been scolded again. It was night, and Xia Ting said that he needed to make a trip back to the Tiangong cemetery with the purpose of going back to repair the injuries that had been scorched by the sun today. After Xia Chang went out, Lin Hao remembered what Xia Qing said today about White Lotus Su Xiaowei's vegetable body. It wouldn't be that this little Stepford wife went to bring someone back again, right? Lin Hao was ready to ding Xia Qing so that she wouldn't do this kind of thing again. But the people are gone and can't be reached. He had more important things to do now. And that was to go to Su Shue's house to collect the ghost-repelling talisman and Buddha statue while Xia Qing was out. Avoid accidentally injuring Xia Ting. Lin Hao had just knocked on the door of his room when he heard a phone call from inside. He was just about to leave when the door opened. Su Shue was wearing blood-spattering pajamas, holding the phone in her hand with a serious expression. She saw that it was Lin Hao and asked, "What's the matter with Stinky Brother?" "I've come to borrow the exorcism charm. I've been having nightmares lately too." This was the excuse Lin Hao had thought of long ago. "Get it yourself." Su Shue didn't care. Suddenly, the sound of her voice on the phone rose sharply. "You're allowed to screw around, but I'm not allowed to raise my brother?" "Ha, Huang Dawei, I'm partial to my brother. So what can you do? Sign the divorce papers if you're capable." Lin Hao heard the heated argument and hurriedly buried his head to collect all the ghost-repelling talismans and Buddha statues that Su Shue had arranged. "David Wong really isn't alone. You rolled up my property to eat, drink and gamble. And you called my parents and cheated them out of their money. Su Shue's voice on the phone was getting more and more agitated, and Lin Hao collected his things and hurriedly fled. "Sister Su Shue, I'm leaving." Su Shue didn't have the heart to care about him. Returning to his own home, Lin Hao lamented that Su Shue was also a woman who didn't have it easy. Meanwhile, inside the villa of Governor Zhuang of the Republic Bank, woo woo woo, bang, bang, swish, the electricity in the entire villa was suddenly cut off, and the villa was annihilated in darkness. The demonic wind rose, and the door of the room slammed shut for no apparent reason. Then hundreds of wild ghosts broke into the villa, and the horrible sound of ghosts crying and whimpering for their lives was loud. "Ghost, holy, Amat Ba, Ami Tofo." The men, women and children inside the villa were cowering in the corners of the walls in fear, almost collapsing in terror. "Zhuang Jiangwo," a ghostly voice, shocked the president of the Republican Bank. Zhuang Jiangwo peed on the ground, flopping, lying on the ground, howling for mercy. "Ghosts? No. Nyang Nyang, Guanyin Nang Nyang. No. Wang Mu Nyang Nyang. No. Hutu Nyang Nyang. Spare your life." He was horrified to see the long-haired female ghost appear in front of him. The female ghost is bleeding from all 7 orifices, wearing a black life jacket with sharp, horrifying fingernails. "Ho ho, ha ha, do you realize what a mistake you've made?" The female ghost's horrifying laughter penetrated everyone's eardrums. and the timid old men and servants directly fainted from fear. Zhuang Jiangmo's pupils bulged out, his fingers pinched his flesh, and he stammered that he didn't know what mistake he had made. Lin Hao, that's someone you mustn't touch or mess with. How dare you have an evil heart? Damn you! Ah, Lin Hao! Zhuang Jiangmo's mind immediately conjured up Lin Hao's appearance, the young man who knew where his stolen money was hidden. He shivered in fear and cowed out hastily. Your Highness, spare my life. I don't dare. I don't dare. Commit an evil thought and punish you with 10 years of young life. Can you serve? Convince. I'm convinced. Zhuang Jiangmo had been scared silly, and whatever the female ghost said, was what she said. In the next moment, the female ghost's arm turned into black gas and enveloped Zhuang Jiangmo. Zhuang Jiangmo's skin was fleshy with old man-like wrinkles, and the whole person was dazed and didn't know where he was. Remember tonight's lesson. Next time you do it, evil spirits will demand your life. Take care of yourself. The distant sounds gradually became hollow. The 100 ghosts retreated, and the villa returned to bright light. In the darkness of the night, the female ghost shifted and transformed into a beautiful woman. TSK, so the flavor of yang qi is so fascinating. No wonder so many stern ghosts like to suck human yang qi. This feeling is too addictive. In reality, Xia Qing had only taken away some of Zhuang Jiangmo's yang qi, and the so-called punishment of 10 years of young life was to scare him. Xia Qing simply didn't have the means to take away someone's young life. Unfortunately, by sucking in too much yang energy, we ghosts will lose our sanity and turn into a stern ghost. Next time you can't eat mortal yang qi. Otherwise, I'll become a ghost and my husband won't like me. Summer Tilt floated happily in midair, ready to go home. Oh yeah, I forgot to surprise my husband. Xia Qing immediately turned around again and flew in another direction. Woo! Lin Hao was sleeping soundly when he suddenly felt a soft jade entering his arms and 2 pieces of warmth imprinted on his mouth. He wanted to push away, but couldn't spare the tenderness. Who is it? Who is this tonight? Whoever it is, for the last time, I swear, it's definitely the last time. A night of flipping. After calming down, Lin Hao's eyes widened. It was White Lotus Su Xiaowei. Lin Hao was crazy. In the early hours of the next morning, Xia Qing had sent Su Xiaowei back home and was busy in the kitchen, helping Lin Hao make breakfast. Lin Hao didn't want to ask about last night's incident again. He felt a lot of guilt in his heart. After breakfast, Lin Hao went out with Xia Qing serving him. Today, Xia Qing didn't burrow into the black soul jade again, and Lin Hao breathed a light sigh of relief. He was worried that after bringing the black soul jade, Xia Qing Tian was hiding in it to spy on him. No man wants to be watched by a woman at all times, even if Xia Qing would protect him in times of crisis. He didn't like to take his wife out all the time. Lin Hao, get ready. We'll go to Governor Zhuang's luncheon later. Lin Hao had just arrived at the company when he saw Xia Yushan take the initiative to come to his workstation to arrange his work. Xia Yushan's tone was happy. She didn't expect that a big shot like Governor Zhuang would take the initiative to invite Xia Yushan to dinner and name Lin Hao to join her. It's a good thing to be on good terms with the governor. Okay, boss. Lin Hao had a good work ethic, and Xia Yushan nodded in satisfaction and left. The co-workers in the large office area, including Lin Hao's leader, all looked at Lin Hao with great amusement. The boss actually took Lin Hao to the governor's luncheon. That's how much it looks at Lin Hao. A few days ago was the object of dismissal. This is only a few days. Was appreciated by the boss? This is properly to promote and raise wages. Lin Hao was indifferent to this. He hadn't been doing much lately. The supervisor doesn't give him a job either, so he just sits at the computer and hits the sauce and touches the fish. Go get the car. Let's get there early. Don't be late. It was almost noon when Xia Yushan threw Lin Hao a car key. Okay. Lin Hao got up and went down to the basement to drive. To show their importance to Governor Zhuang's luncheon, Xia Yushan and Lin Hao arrived early at the agreed hotel. They were joined by 3 familiar faces. Chapter 14, The Surprise of Surprises. These 3 familiar people turned out to be Zhou Jiqiang and his 2 other partners. All 3 of them had medical straps more or less wrapped around their bodies and looked miserable. A few people met and the atmosphere was eerie. Xia Yushan, you actually let your subordinates injure us. Zhou Jiqiang was so angry that he pointed at Xia Yushan's nose and cursed on the spot. Try one more ing curse. Lin Hao took a step forward and blocked in front of Xia Yushan. Now that he had gone through the female ghost's wife's conditioning, his physical quality had improved dramatically, and these 3 wine bags had long since been no match for him. Xia Yushan looked at Lin Hao's strong and powerful back, and an inexplicable extra glow appeared in her eyes. This was the man she had dreamed of in her wet dreams. A manly man despite his average abilities. Brother Chang, there will be an important reception in a while. It's not appropriate to argue with them. Let's put this aside and talk about it later. The 2 partners stopped the angry Zhou Jiqiang. Humph. You guys wait for me. Zhou Jiqiang grunted like a fat pig and did not dare to mouth the dirty words. Xia Yushan also pulled Lin Hao and solemnly said to Zhou Jiqiang, Mr. Zhou, I have arranged for the legal department to formally initiate a lawsuit against your company. Please prepare to answer it. Oh, litigation is litigation. If litigation is effective, the world will be a harmonious and friendly Pax Romana. I Zhou Jiqiang put the words here. If you two do not kneel in front of me to lick my machine handle, I guarantee, you cannot get a penny. Pop. A sudden slap flew, slapped on the face of Zhou Jiqiang, hitting a face of fat meat kept fluttering. I warned you not to swear, but you seem to have forgotten. Lin Hao kept wiping the fat oil on top of his palm on his clothes. Very disgusting. Zhou Jiqiang was struck dumb, and when he came back to his senses, he violently raged. Damn it, I want you to die. Snap. Lin Hao slapped him again. I told you not to swear, don't you remember? Weiwa. Pisses me off. Zhou Jiqiang went crazy, and he swore that either Lin Hao would die or he would die today. The scene was completely out of control. What are you doing? Just then, a majestic cold drink caused the scene that had already burst into flames to instantly cool down. The visitor was none other than Chuang Qianqua, the president of the Republic Bank, Governor Zhuang. This kid hit me. Zhou Jiqiang was like a child tattletale, running over on his ass to try to find some comfort in front of Zhuang Jiangwo. Who is it? How dare you hit a guest invited by my Zhuang Jiangwo? Zhuang Jiangwo was almost scared to death by the female ghost last night, and also aged a few years. His eyes cannot see clearly. His heart is suffocating. There is no place to vent. At this moment, someone actually dared to beat up their invited guest, simply living out of patience. But when Zhuang Jiangwo walked in, only to find that the conflict with Zhou Jiqiang is precisely Lin Hao, his heart stuttered. This is the main character he invited over today. Lin Hao looked ordinary, but he had the help of ghosts and monsters behind him. This kind of mysterious character was not to be messed with, much less offended. This meal today was to ease the relationship with Lin Hao. Even with a hint of balking, Zhuang Jiangwo reacted quickly. He backhanded a slap on the face of Zhou Jiqiang behind him. Zhou Jiqiang dumbfounded, Governor Zhuang, did you make a mistake? No mistake. It was you who was beaten. With that foul mouth of yours, you must have offended my honored guest. Otherwise how could you be beaten? Your honored guest? Zhou Jiqiang stared incredulously. Lin Hao was just a tiny employee of Xia Yushan, once a small character who didn't even have the qualifications to see his face. How can this kind of person be Governor Zhuang's honored guest? Zhuang Jiangwo did not bother to explain to Zhou Jiqiang, and he warmly shook Lin Hao's hand. Mr. Lin, you really hit it well. This friend of mine, Zhou Jiqiang, is an uneducated villain, and his foul mouth, causing trouble everywhere, has offended a lot of people. You really hit the nail on the head this time. Let him get a deep lesson. Governor Zhuang has a discerning eye. It was indeed Zhou Jiqiang who opened his mouth and insulted my boss, so I just had to step in and teach him a lesson. Lin Hao cooperatively laughed and shook hands with Zhuang Jiangwo with each other. Although he had learned of Zhuang Jiangwo's handle-through from the female ghost's wife, Xia Cheng, he would not be emboldened. As long as Zhuang Jiangwo did a good job for Xia Yushan, he didn't care what kind of person Zhuang Jiangwo was. When Zhuang Jiangwo heard that the one who was scolded was Xia Yushan, he hurriedly apologized to Xia Yushan again. Mr. Xia, I'm really sorry for insulting you. It's fortunate that you have a good helper like Mr. Lin. Otherwise, if you were to suffer any harm here, then I'd be committing a great crime. Zhuang Jiangwo was so low profile that Xia Yushan was flattered. Compliments were exchanged in quick succession. Zhuang Jiangwo and Xia Yushan and Lin Hao entered the box in a polite manner, and Zhou Jiqiang and his two partners, who were resentful, followed behind. But resentment was resentment, but he didn't dare to show it on the spot. Before serving the table, Zhuang Jiangwo insisted that Lin Hao and Xia Yushan sit at the top of the table, with a few others as companions. This made Xia Yushan feel very flattered. As soon as the meal began, Zhuang Jiangwo said, Mr. Zhou, I invited you and Mr. Lin and Mr. Xia to get together today with the purpose of reconciling the relationship between you. Zhuang Jiangwo said that both parties are in the clouds and do not know the real purpose of Zhuang Jiangwo, but none of them opened their mouths, waiting for Zhuang to continue speaking. Mr. Zhou, I heard that your company owes Xia's head office nearly $30 million for the project, yes or no? At once, everyone understood what Zhuang Jiangwo meant. Xia Yushan was overjoyed to hear this and couldn't help but float a smile on her face, while Zhou Jiqiang and his two partners had darkened their faces and reluctantly admitted it. Zhuang Jiangwo was not only Xia Yushan's god of fortune, but also Zhou Jiqiang's food and clothing for their development company, which cannot be offended. Under the strong pressure of Zhuang Jiangwo, Zhou Jiqiang had to notify the finance on the spot to settle the arrears of Xia Yushan's company. This was a surprise for Xia Yushan. Then, another surprise slammed over, causing Xia Yushan to almost all jump up. Zhuang Jiangwo went so far as to promise to give Rongdu Plaza, a recovered non-performing asset under their group, to Xia Yushan's company, Koning Construction, for construction. Rongdu Plaza, with a planning area of more than 2 million square meters, is a proper landmark building. It was repossessed by the bank as a non-performing asset mortgage because the last development company went bankrupt. After the repossession, work has been suspended until now. Governor Zhuang, why did you give such a big project to our company? Xia Yushan's voice was trembling. A project of this magnitude will not only make Xia Yushan a fortune, but will also further her company, Koning Construction, in the industry. Oh, because this project is the only one that your company has the ability to build. When Zhuang Jiangwo said this, his gaze was on Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao was baffled and didn't know why. The opposite side of the originally very bad mood of Zhou Jiqiang and his two partners exchanged glances with each other, inwardly ecstatic. They only now understand what Zhuang Jiangwo's real purpose is for going to such great lengths. Zhuang Jiangwo turned out to be using the coordination to help Xia Yushan return the money for the project, and then digging a bigger hole for Xia Yushan, finally waiting for Xia Yushan to willingly jump inside. Hi, it's really high. Zhou Jiqiang. Three people admire Zhuang Jiangwo. It's so true that he's a big shot at the governor's level. Zhou Jiqiang. Three people are very happy. This time, they just returned the project that should have been given to the construction of the Koning, but extra in exchange for Zhuang Jiangwo's favor. Such a great deal. At this moment, all three of Zhou Jiqiang no longer harbor resentment towards Governor Zhuang. Chapter 15, Eating a Broken Head. Yes, Mr. Xia, the Rongdu Plaza project must be built by your company. No other company has that capability. Congratulations, Mr. Xia, for winning a 2 million square foot level mega project. Zhou Jiqiang and his two partners various rainbow farts to Xia Yushan to help Zhuang Jiangwo's successful layout. But that just made Xia Yushan wary. Governor Zhuang, what do you mean when you say that only we can build it? Although our company has a good track record, but only counted as the industry medium level. This self-awareness is still there. I'm a little confused by your comment. Oh, Mr. Xia, you have capable people around you. Zhuang Jiangwo laughed, intentionally or unintentionally alluding to Lin Hao, enviously. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, I won't screw you over, and I can't screw you over. If you're worried, you can go ahead and embark on the project, and after that, if you can do it, you can do it, and if you can't, forget it. With the words having been said, Xia Yushan had to promise first. When the meal was over and Xia Yushan had just returned to the car, she couldn't help but interrogate Lin Hao. What the hell are you? Lin Hao spread his hands, confused. Boss Xia, aren't you clear about my identity? The dossiers are all kept at the company. Then why does Governor Zhuang treat you with such respect and importance? Maybe I caught him at it. When Lin Hao thought about it, there was only one place to be suspicious. What handle? It's not convenient to talk about it. And talking about it would have a very big impact on Governor Zhuang. If Governor Zhuang finds out, maybe all the efforts we've gained over the past few days will be in vain. So sorry, Mr. Shay. Alright, looks like I underestimated you. Lin Hao. Since it's a handle, it must be an unspeakable secret. It was understandable that Lin Hao didn't say anything. Drive back to the office for the meeting. Xia Yushan is a man of action. The front foot has just returned to the company, and then arranged the administrative department. Immediately convene all department heads to discuss a pre-undertaking seminar for new projects. The company under the leadership of Xia Yushan, all thunder and lightning. The execution is very strong. Less than 2 minutes. All departments have arrived. Gather in the conference room. Lin Hao was naturally qualified to participate as well. Xia Yushan sat in the upper head, her expression bland, a leader's aura making the crowd's hearts flinch. Lin Hao, tell us the situation. Okay, mister. Thanks. Lin Hao stood up and dictated the general situation of the Rongdu Plaza project and informed you that the company planned to construct the project. The heads of departments listened with their mouths open in disbelief. They never dreamed that Koning Construction could receive such a large business. Mr. Xia, I have some tidbits of information about Rongdu Plaza. I don't know if I should say it or not. Just as everyone was marveling, the chief of engineering stood up and commented. Any tidbits of information you can just say. No need to be shy. Xia Yushan nodded her head. This was exactly the purpose of Xia Yushan calling the meeting. She wanted to brainstorm and let everyone make the decision on whether or not this Rongdu project could be taken. Mr. Xia, as well as my colleagues, as far as I have been informed of imprecise information, the reason no one has dared to take on Rongdu Plaza so far is that it is haunted. The last company's exit was the result of ghostly interference that led to several deaths of workers and unprovoked accidents. But this company is hard connected, and has stiffly suppressed the news of these. So much so that not many of my peers know the inside story. I see. I once passed by the Rongo Plaza project department at night and felt eerie there. So it's haunted. As soon as the words of the chief engineer were spoken, someone immediately stepped forward to corroborate them. Xia Yushan's face changed when she heard it. She instantly thought of the dinner party and, when Governor Zhuang mentioned this matter, Zhou Jiqiang, three people suddenly turned to help her talk about the situation. She basically believed the tidbits of information that the chief of engineering had told her. As a builder, it's all this sneaking around that's the most taboo. She even associated it with whether or not Zhuang Jianguo was using the opportunity to retaliate because Lin Hao had caught him in the act. In engineering, when a major safety incident occurs, it can be almost devastating for a company. When the other department heads heard about the ghosts, they all turned blue with fear. Sure enough, pie never falls from the sky for nothing. Ugh, it made me happy for nothing. I thought our company was going to take off, but I didn't realize it was a sinkhole. Mr. Xia, I suggest not touching these risky projects. There was a lot of talk in the meeting room, and not a single person was in favor of the company taking on the Rongo Plaza project. And Lin Hao, he smiled. I'm afraid of everything but ghosts. I'm not bragging, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I've seen ghosts. Lin Hao's heart was flooded with a burst of complacency. Ahem. Folks, don't listen to the wind. It's a scientific society now. Superstition is a must. Rongo Plaza is such a big project. If it's operated well, it will be an opportunity for our company to take off. It's also a great opportunity for all of you to get promoted and become rich. We can't give it up so easily. After Lin Hao finished speaking, the conference room began to gabble and discuss amongst themselves. There were some who were not strong-willed and agreed with Lin Hao. No one can refuse a promotion. Lin Hao was also right. This kind of opportunity was rare in a person's life, so it really should not be given up easily. And so a glimmer of hope rose in everyone's heart. Xia Yushan looked at Lin Hao appreciatively. Lin Hao, tell me, how should I do it? It's not that simple? Didn't Governor Zhuang say so? Let's go to the site. Then we should go, and we should do it at night. If necessary, we could even go up to the project for a few days just to see if there are any ghosts. Okay, just listen to you Lin Hao. Everyone will go and do a site survey tonight. Xia Yushan agreed that this was the most appropriate way. Scare. At these words, there was instant silence on the conference floor. Who dares to go to a haunted place in the middle of the night? Who dares to go to a graveyard to dance? Neither dared to take the risk. Mr. Xia, my wife might be in labor tonight. I'll take a leave to go to the hospital to accompany her. Mr. Xia, my son has a bad cold and called me this afternoon. I'm in a hurry. I'm afraid I can't go treading tonight. Mr. Xia, there's something going on at my house too. I need to take a vacation too. In a flash, countless people asked for time off. Snap. The fountain pen in Xia Yushan's hand slammed heavily on the table as she scolded in a stern voice. No one can take a vacation. If you have to take a vacation, go to HR and submit your resignation. Now. No one dared to bring up the matter of falsehoods, and every one of them had only to harden their hearts. When the people in charge of the department looked at Lin Hao again, their eyes were already filled with resentment. At the end of the shift, the whole company knew that the bosses of all the departments were going to break into a haunted house. Many people were gloating, and everyone was happy to watch their leader suffer. Xia Yushan is a generous boss, especially tonight. She took these department heads to a nice meal at a hotel and opened 1,573s for a couple of good drinking men. Although everyone was laughing, the atmosphere of the meal was strange, as if they were eating a severed head. As sad as that, the group waited until after 9 p.m., which is when they drove over together. Upon arrival at the location, the director of engineering issued each person a helmet and a strong flashlight. Mr. Xia, this is the Rongo Plaza construction project department. Why does it feel eerie inside? Roll. You're being psychological. Hurry up and go give security a shout. They should know we're coming. Governor Chang said hello. Xia Yushan kicked the engineering director without a good reason. Chapter 16, Living as a Wimp. Xia Yushan's mouth was hard, but her body was honest. After she scolded the engineering director, she unknowingly stood by Lin Hao's side, even leaning close to him. Women are naturally afraid of ghosts, and strong women are no exception. Not to mention the other department heads, a few of them clustered tightly together, following Xia Yushan and Lin Hao, not daring to make jokes. The atmosphere was very dull. Ahem. Mr. Xia, you stepped on my foot. Lin Hao had to be reminded that Xia Yushan being so close to himself would easily attract gossip to her. Xia Yushan scolded. You're a big man. You can't stand it if you step on you a bit. What are you screaming for? Lin Hao was speechless. You're the boss. You're right. You're awesome. Then Lin Hao was nonchalant and took Xia Yushan in his arms on the spot, and Xia Yushan surprisingly didn't resist. A few department heads in the back of the room came to a realization. It turned out to be Lin Hao who had become the boss's little man, so it was no wonder he had been cultivated by the boss. It seems that Lin Hao can't be offended and may become the boss's wife in the future. The engineering director stiffly went to explain the situation to the security guard, indicating that his group of people were the construction company that Governor Zhuang had arranged to come over to embark on a survey. The security guard listened and took out a stack of disclaimers and handed them to Xia Yushan. Sign it and get in. Xia Yushan read through, probably meaning that Xia Yushan they are all voluntary to enter. There is no compulsion. There is no inducement, such as the occurrence of all accidents with the security company has nothing to do. And the disclaimer states inside that you are only allowed to walk on open ground, not upstairs, not in pits, and not alone. Xia Yushan's few people looked numb. I can't believe I have to sign a disclaimer of warranty when I'm on a job site. They had never encountered anything so bizarre in all their time on the job. The security guard's wooden expression, coupled with the sternly worded disclaimer, instantly pulled the horror full circle. Thank you, mister. Me. No talking. One of the finance managers tried to back out, but the words were shoved back in Xia Yushan's face before she could say them. Is it that ing amazing? I don't believe there are ghosts in this world. Those who have ghosts in their hearts. I've always been a gentleman who's not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Let me sign first. Lin Hao was not to be denied, and directly grabbed the pen and gave it a signature. Lin Hao was so domineering that it calmed everyone's hearts quite a bit. Then Xia Yushan also signed, and the others were forced to sign as well. Boy, you're brave enough. I hope you don't come out with wet pants later. The security guard patted Lin Hao on the shoulder. Meaningfully, the door to the construction site opened, but two security guards stood still at the door. Xia Yushan asked, "Aren't you going to lead the way?" "What's there to lead the way? It's all main roads. The dangerous potholes are fenced off. It's safe. You can go in yourselves. We won't go in." The security guard refused outright. "You'll lead the way, and I'll give you each a $500 reward." "Don't. Our security company pays good enough wages. We don't care about your $500. Surprisingly, the security guard didn't even want the money. "Mr. Xia, let's go. There's nothing to be afraid of. Don't let the security guards underestimate us." Lin Hao took the lead and walked towards the front. Xia Yushan hurriedly followed suit, and the others also held hands. No bolder than Xia Yushan, walked almost 100 meters and nothing happened. "What are you afraid of? There are no ghosts here. And even if there were, there's nothing to be afraid of. A few slaps and you'd be slapped away." Lin Hao laughed out loud and joked with everyone to mediate the atmosphere. "Jie, is it? Junior, try slapping me. See if you can slap me away." Suddenly, a hoarse voice came out of the darkness, and then a long-tongued ghost in a birthday suit appeared in front of the crowd. "Ugh, holy, ghosts, asterisk 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 Yuma. There's really a ghost. Run, where's mother? It's horrible." Xia Yushan, including her staff, all frantically ran back. He, you guys just came in and you're in a hurry to go back? Don't be in a hurry. Come and sit down. Jia, all humans deserve to die. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. After another mournful ghostly sound, all kinds of ghosts and monsters appeared out of thin air one after another, and these ghostly screams seemed to be sticking to Xia Yushan's ears as they screamed, terrifying in the extreme. The scene was plunged into extreme fear, and the finance manager was directly paralyzed with fear, unable to run, and an odor of urine filled the air. Several people ran for half a day, only to realize that they were still circling in the same place, and each of them was trembling with fear, knowing that they couldn't escape, and restored the ground to run madly in big strides. "It's a ghost fight. Oh, I'm dead tonight. If I had known there were ghosts, I would have lost my job rather than come to see any scene. It's all this Lin Hao's fault. The young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and has no reverence for ghosts and gods. This is causing us a lot of trouble." The tired running crowd cowered in a ball of fear and cried out. Only Lin Hao hardened his head and faced that long-tongued ghost straight on. That long-tongued ghost kept making horrifying looks, trying to scare Lin Hao away. "My goodness, it's also too ugly. Completely one heaven and one earth with his beautiful female ghost wife. It's not a class of ghosts." But Lin Hao also regretted the boast he had made earlier. If only Xia Tran, the ghost girl's wife, was there. He wasn't scared though, just a little creeped out. "Boy, are you really not afraid? What are you afraid of? People die like lights. You were a loser when you were alive. You're even more useless when you're dead. Let's see if I don't slap you to death." Lin Hao, in an exaggerated move to embolden himself, pulled his shirt up and rolled up his sleeves, ready to do it. "I'll kill you." The hanged man was furious and stormy, and his teeth and claws were about to get on Lin Hao's body, but immediately, the scene suddenly changed. and the hanged man came to a sharp stop. Black Soul Jade. How did you get the Black Soul Jade? The hanged man's eyes popped out and nearly hit Ho in the face. Lin Hao looked down, and it turned out that the Black Soul Jade that Xia Qing had given himself had leaked out. He realized that this hanging ghost not only knew this Black Soul Jade, but also feared it. On your knees. Lin Hao let out a stern cry, and the hanged man really did kneel on the ground. Seeing this, the other ghosts also stopped their ghostly voices and followed the hanged man to kneel on the ground. Mercy, my lord, I really didn't know you were. Shut up. Lin Hao hurriedly drank in the hangman's words. He didn't want his co-workers to know that he had a ghost wife at home. Mercy, have mercy. Ghostly voices rose up and whimpered. The scene was a big shocker. Why are you occupying this site and blocking construction? Lin Hao had a wave of pride in his heart. It seems that his wife's status is not low, and a piece of Black Soul Jade scared these wild ghosts into kneeling and kowtowing. Back to your excellency, we don't want to either. We are all lonely souls with no graves to live in, so we can only gather at the construction site to escape the scorching sun. This used to be a graveyard, and our graves were dug up by these goddamned humans. They're still going to set up power lines here, and everyone knows that we, the ghosts and monsters, are most afraid of the sun and lightning, so we had no choice but to scare all the construction crews away. The long-tongued ghost answered honestly, and the other ghosts followed suit, explaining the cause. Lin Hao frowned as he listened and said, now this site has been taken over by my company and work will begin immediately, so find yourselves another place to live. No problem, my lord. Since you gave the word, we'll do it. The long-tongued ghosts were in awe of the Black Soul Jade and did whatever Lin Hao said. Then take your swarm of ghosts and go. Yes, goodbye my lord. The long-tongued ghost got up and drifted off into the distance with a group of wild spirits. The ghost group left, and Xia Yushan and the others woke up as if they were in a dream. They looked at Lin Hao incredulously. How can you scare off wild spirits? Ancestral Jade Pendant wards off evil spirits. Lin Hao generously displayed the Black Soul Jade for everyone to see. When Xia Yushan and the others took a look, they were dizzy and felt that this Black Soul Jade was very weird. They hurriedly closed their eyes. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Hao had already collected the Black Soul Jade. The others wanted to ask again, but Xia Yushan interrupted with her words. We can take on this project. Everyone go home. You've all worked hard. Tomorrow let the HR department give each person a $1,000 special contribution award. Thank you leader. Thank you leader. A group of people walked out of the construction site with their chests puffed out in excitement. The security guards were very surprised that they were okay. And in the distance, Zhou Jiqiang's 3 people breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Luckily, those wild ghosts didn't show up tonight. When Xia Yushan, this signed the contract, she'll know what it means to say that Ginger is still old and hot. The 3 men smiled wickedly. Chapter 17, You've saved another one. Coming home in the middle of the night, Lin Hao pushed open the door. Surprisingly, he saw Su Shui and his wife Xia Qing making out like sisters, sitting arm in arm on the sofa while watching TV and chatting. How come Summer Tilt looks like it has a physical body? But with outsiders around, Lin Hao couldn't ask questions. Hubby is back. Hubby, you worked hard. When Xia Qing saw Lin Hao return, she hurriedly and happily greeted him and helped Lin Hao change his shoes. Su Shui looked up at Lin Hao with tears inside her eyes, and for the first time ever, she didn't say anything to tease Lin Hao. Hubby, eat some nutritious porridge first. This is specially boiled for you by Sister Su Shui, as a midnight snack. Okay, thank you Sister Su Shui. Lin Hao picked up a spoon and took a sip. It tasted pretty good. He drank all the porridge Su Shui had sent him in 3 tries. It tastes so good, Lin Hao complimented. Su Shui revealed a miserable green and sorrowful red face as she reluctantly said goodbye to Lin Hao. Brother, my sister is selling her house and leaving here, and is coming over tonight to say goodbye. What? You're selling your house and leaving? Why? You're not living here? Could it be that Sister Su Shui dislikes the shabby house here? Lin Hao asked several questions in a row, invariably revealing his concern for Su Shui. Su Shui's heart tightened when she saw this, and she was quite sad to see this brother go. This brother was handsome and sunny and had been molested like a little lamb. What a fun little man. She couldn't afford to part with it either. But you can't help it. Lin Hao asked several questions, and Su Shui shook her head downcast. My sister's family also has a difficult experience. It's a long story. I've already told your wife about the general situation. Just ask her in a while. Su Shui didn't want to answer, and Lin Hao didn't know what to do, so he could only look at Su Shui and be anxious. Brother, sister, be happy you too. Sister's gone. Su Shui said goodbye to Lin Hao and Xia Qing and went out to go home. After Su Shui left, Lin Hao hurriedly asked Xia Qing what was going on with Su Shui. Natsuki then stated the situation. It turned out that Su Shui's husband was an addict, which Su Shui found out only after she got married. On the day of the wedding, not even a cave, Suetsu flees this addict. Hearing this, Lin Hao reacted to the fact that night, he always felt that Su Shui was not a young woman, but a young girl. It turns out that Su Shui is really a teenage girl. In that case, he was Su Shui's first man. From Su Shui's appearance of maturity and her flirtatious personality, it was hard to tell that Su Shui was an innocent young girl. Lin Hao had really picked up a treasure. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel an inexplicable emotion towards Su Shui. Su Shui was Lin Hao's woman in her entirety, and Lin Hao must not let her be wronged. Summer tilt went on. Suetsu has been victimized by her junkie husband, taking advantage of the fact that they're legally married. He found various reasons to ask Su Shui for money, and threatened Su Shui's parents if he didn't give it to them, even going so far as to beat and kill Su Shui's parents. And he warned Su Shui that he is not allowed to call the police or his brothers will retaliate mercilessly. Suetsu knew these addicts were crazy and would do anything. Then the fear and hatred of these addicts led to all these years of bloodsucking by this addict. Recently, the addicts actually found the address of this home of Su Snow's and threatened to come and block the door. So Su Shui was going to simply sell the house and hide somewhere else. Snap! After listening to Xia Qing's narration, Lin Hao was so angry that he pounded his fist on the dining table. Don't let me meet that scum of a man, her husband, or I'll beat him to death. This kind of man is simply the scum of society. Honey, do you really want her husband to die? Xia Qing couldn't see Lin Hao angry. No matter who made her husband Lin Hao angry, she was heartbroken to death. Lin Hao was at the head of his anger at the moment, gritting his teeth. Of course I want his scumbag husband to die. This kind of person is not worth dying for. I know. Honey, go wash up and go to bed. Xia Qing helped Lin Hao take off his shirt and put the water on for Lin Hao to take a shower first. While Lin Hao was bathing, Xia Qing made a move with her hand and a faint ghostly shadow appeared in front of her. What can I do for you, miss? Go take care of this scum. Xia Qing had long ago collected the photos of Su Shui's husband, and she showed them to this ghost servant in front of her to memorize. The ghost servant nodded in acknowledgement and his form faded away. After Lin Hao finished his shower, he realized that the young woman next door, Su Shui, who had left only moments ago, was lying on his bed. Needless to think, this must be Xia Qing's trick. Xia Qing, what are you doing? Why did you send Su Shui here? Su Shui's face floated to the shadow of Xia Qing as she said, Honey, listen, tonight is the best time to save Su Shui. She's not wary of you tonight. Saving lives again? I'm not doing that kind of lackluster thing anymore. Good husband, be good. But just as Lin Hao wanted to retort, he became confused and his entire body pounced on Su Shui uncontrollably. After a long time, a cold breath flowed through Lin Hao's body. He felt like his body had been significantly strengthened once again. Lin Hao snapped his eyes open, and Su Shui opened them as well, the two of them looking at each other. Honey, don't feel guilty. You saved another life. Lin Hao's ears were calloused from hearing this phrase, and he was no longer able to spit it out. By the way, how come you're holding hands with Su Shui today and I can't even see anything out of the ordinary? Hubby, that's of course because your wife. I've made another progress in my cultivation. Xia Ting was very pleased. Lin Hao had a sour feeling in his heart when he heard that Xia Qing had made progress again, and he hadn't cultivated his gongfu yet. In the early hours of the next morning, Xia Ting had just sent Su Shui back to her room not long before the door outside Su Shui's house door thumped very heavily. Suetsu, are you home? We're from the police station. Open the door. But for half a day, Su Shui didn't come to open the door. Lin Hao heard the voice and opened the door to ask, Comrade policeman, may I ask what happened? The two policemen looked Lin Hao up and down and returned. Her husband jumped to his death last night. We came to ask her to cooperate with the investigation at the station. What? Her husband jumped to his death? Lin Hao was dumbfounded. Inside his mind he suddenly remembered Xia Qing's question last night. Could it be that Xia Qing had done it? I can't believe she killed someone. Lin Hao forced himself to hold back the tension in his heart and acted like he was shocked as a melon eater. Comrade, do you understand this? No, I don't understand. I just didn't realize that Su Shui was having dinner at my house last night. And then early this morning, her husband died. The two policemen saw that Lin Hao's reaction was normal, so they didn't pursue the matter. Do you know if Su Shui is home? Why didn't anyone open the door for half a day? Su Shui should be home. I'll call and ask for you. Lin Hao took out his phone, and the phone rang for most of a minute before someone answered the phone. Stinky brother, sister is still sleeping. Why are you calling me so early in the morning? Oops, why does my body feel so weak? Su Shui's voice carried a sense of weakness and powerlessness, and Lin Hao's heart ached. He certainly understood why Su Shui was so weak. Lin Hao had wanted to wait until it was a little brighter before pretending to contact Su Shui, take care of her, and help her get through these days of weakness. Open the door. The police are coming. Ha? What happened? Hold on. I'll be right there to open the door. Then the phone hung up. The two policemen heard the ambiguous tone of Lin Hao and Su Shue's call, and their eyes had become serious when they looked at Lin Hao again. Have begun to suspect that it is not Lin Hao and his wife adultery and love murder. Comrade policeman, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. She and I are just ordinary neighbors. It's not what you think. My wife is still home. Chapter 18, Upside Down. As it happened, Xia Cheng was already standing in the doorway, looking at all this with an expression of curiosity on her face of a melon eater in fear of being implicated in fear. Her acting is really good. The two policemen only glanced at Xia Tran and stopped paying attention. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was sweating profusely on his forehead. This Su Shui, obviously is a clean woman. Have to act so Thai. It creates a sense of extreme contrast, which is easy to cause misunderstanding. However, Lin Hao thought on second thought that Su Shui was the poor woman in terms of marriage, and she was mostly trying to cover up her pain by doing this. Two big brothers, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. If I can't, I'll go with you to the police station later to be investigated. Well, stop greasing the skids. The two policemen glared at Lin Hao without a good look. The door to the room was opened, and Su Shui was wearing her pajamas, her body wobbling and looking very weak. Ms. Suetsu, right? It's me. What can I do for you two, please? Your husband jumped to his death last night. Get dressed and come with us to make a statement. The police comrade repeated the situation to Su Shui again. Su Shui heard incredibly, shocked and disbelieving. He actually jumped to his death. Yeah, come with us. Okay, I'll get dressed and be right there. Su Shui didn't know what mood she was in at this moment. It was complicated anyway. As bad as a husband can be, as bad as he can be, this is still his husband. A feeling of sadness inexplicably rose in her heart. Puff! Su Shui had just taken 2 steps when she flopped and fell to the ground. Sister Su Shui! Lin Hao hurried forward to help him up. Yes, sorry, comrade policeman. I didn't expect him to jump off the building. The heart couldn't accept it for a while. Su Shui turned back to the 2 policemen and apologized. The police officer nodded in understanding. After changing her clothes, Su Shui said to Lin Hao, Brother Lin Hao, why don't you accompany me? I'm not feeling well. No problem. Lin Hao turned back to Xia Cheng, who was standing in the doorway watching the fun, and asked for advice. And Xia Cheng said, Honey, you go ahead. We're all neighbors. It's only right to help each other. Seeing Su Shui's weakness, the police agreed that Lin Hao would accompany him. After arriving at the police station, the police really only understood the situation and made a statement, and did not make things difficult for Su Shui. They also know a lot about Su Shui's husband because he is a drug addict and has been incarcerated by other police stations and has a criminal record. And Su Shui's husband jumped in another part of the city, far from here. The autopsy also revealed the presence of unidentified drugs in the body. Initial judgment is that it's a banned substance. After completing his statement, Lin Hao helped Su Shui out of the police station. Sister Su Shui, let's go to the front tea house and have breakfast first, and then we'll go to the hospital to take a look and get some medicine. Lin Hao was already experienced in taking care of weak women. Guilt flooded Lin Hao's heart when he thought of Xie Yushan. Both of these women are a victim of themselves, and Xia Qing still looked like a savior, and didn't know how he had saved them. Okay, listen to your stinky brother. Although Su Shui was emaciated, a smile on her face still made hearts melt. On the road, although Su Shui's mood was heavy, it was evident that her entire being was much more relaxed. She wasn't much saddened by her husband's death. She and her husband met on a blind date and haven't lived together since they got married, and they are not in a relationship at all. Su Shui, stop right there. Just as Lin Hao was helping Su Shui prepare to enter a tea house, a young man with an old woman stopped the two in their tracks. Su Shui's face instantly turned white when she saw the two. Su Shui, your husband just died, and you can't help but to have an affair with a wild man and come out for breakfast early in the morning arm in arm. What a contemporary Pan Jinlian! That old woman's entire body exploded when she saw Lin Hao and Su Shui arm in arm. This mix-up soon had quite a few people coming over to watch. Everyone come and help me as a witness. This is my daughter-in-law. My son just died last night, and this early in the morning, she's cuddling with this wild man. And I don't know what kind of unseemly thing she did last night. As soon as those words came out, the onlookers exploded, all pointing at Lin Hao and Su Shui. Many people even followed to insult Su Shui. Su Shui hurriedly pushed Lin Hao away. She opened her mouth to try to defend herself, but she had no way to speak. This simply cannot be explained. Su Shui could only crouch on the ground in aggravation and cry. Even though she was usually big-headed and didn't care about other people's windy comments about her, she couldn't collapse emotionally at this time when she was surrounded by people pointing and cursing at her. Lin Hao stood on the sidelines frowning as he saw it. It was Su Shui's husband's mom and Su Shui's husband's brother who came to the door. This old thing didn't go to collect his own son's corpse. What was the purpose of bringing his youngest son to intercept Su Shui now? Lin Hao held back from interfering for the time being. Let's just see how this old pussy performs. Stinking woman. How could my brother marry such a shameless woman like you? It's simply a disgrace to my Huang family. This kind of woman should be dragged off to be immersed in a piggy bank. The young man who followed along also pointed at Su Shui's nose and cursed. Dude, really? A good passerby couldn't help but ask. Someone chimed in, and Su Shui's husband's brother, Huang Yulong, became even more incensed. Of course it's true. My own brother, the husband of this, was so angry at this woman for cheating on him that he jumped to his death last night. My brother was always fine. He wasn't stupid or crazy. He could never have killed himself. I highly suspect that this conspired with her adulterer to murder my brother in order to get my brother's 2 houses and the future automobile worth over $400,000. When these words came out, Su Shui was directly infuriated to the point of exploding, and she roared with red eyes. Huang Yulong, do you want to be shameless? I bought those 2 suites and the car all by myself. Your brother didn't contribute a single penny. Instead he forced me to ask for pocket money every month to smoke banned substances, and I gave him at least 2 or 3 thousand every month. Also, I live on the north side of town. Your brother hides out on the south corner doing illegal things, and he jumped to his death himself last night, so how can you blame it on my head? Bah! The house and car were all bought with my brother's money, letting you live in it for nothing for so long. Do you really want to hog it and make it your own? And, even if you didn't murder my brother jumped off the building because he couldn't stand the fact that you were keeping a gigolo outside and was so angry that he jumped off the building. Anyway, you can't escape the blame for my brother's death. Yes, Yulong is right. It's you who killed my son. Give back my son's life. The old pious woman is bursting at the seams with spit and emotion, with her dead son and her house occupied, so you can't help but sympathize. The crowd of onlookers all understood what had happened and thought it was Su Shui's fault. A woman, to buy 2 suites and a car of more than 400,000 yuan. Not a penny spent on her husband. This set out who believe. The point is that everyone just saw it. This woman had her arm around a little white boy, and now this little white boy is standing next to it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This woman has really refreshed my perspective. This woman truly deserves the title of Pan Jinlian of the world. Damn, what a tragedy. Dead, money and house overrun, and a body with green hair. The onlookers couldn't help but sneer. You, turn black and white upside down and spit blood. Su Shui was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Her eyes went black, and she almost fainted. So Lin Hao hurriedly helped her up. Still unable to stand, Su Shui crouched on the ground again and whimpered. Chapter 19, There's a line of people who want you. Lin Hao saw a bunch of people pointing and cursing at his and Su Shui's noses, and his eyebrows went up in displeasure. A bunch of fake benevolence that can't tell the difference between truth and falsehood, being used by this old pious woman and not even realizing it. Lin Hao listened for half a day to sort of understand the old pious woman's purpose. This old pious woman and Huang Yulong didn't even have time to collect the bodies of their family members before they ran to intercept Su Shui, wanting to seize Su Shui's property. This kind of person, Lin Hao wouldn't spoil them. Huang Yulong, right? It's me. What do you have to say? You banged my sister-in-law, and when I'm not actively looking for trouble with you, I advise you to keep a low profile and mind your own business. Huang Yulong went ahead and started threatening Lin Hao with a crossface, telling Lin Hao to get a clue. You want your sister-in-law, I want the property, and not to interfere with each other. Oh, what kind of goods your brother is, you yourselves know better than anyone else, and I also advise you to be content with what you have. Lin Hao pulled Su Shui up and said, let's go. There's no point in being held hostage by them now that you have nothing to do with them. Aha! Su Shui should bear the insults also suffered, cried half a day, but also gradually figured out. From now on, is a newborn. You are not allowed to leave. Is it proper for you to kill someone's husband like that and just walk away? The good crowd stepped forward to stop Lin Hao from claiming justice. Lin Hao smiled contemptuously and sneered. Are you nuts? If it's true that we're murderers, as this old pious woman slandered, then she should go call the police. There's a police station next door, and can't you see that we just came out of the police station? If we were suspected, would we still be able to walk out? The nosy crowd was open-mouthed. He did see Lin Hao and Su Shui coming out of the police station. The old pious woman, seeing that the two were about to leave, hurriedly blocked them, crossing her arms and not allowing passage. Old thing, for old age, I'll whip you if you don't get out of my way, Lin Hao said as he forced his way. Back! Retreat! Back! When the old pious woman saw Lin Hao approaching, she pointed at him and cast a spell loudly. Retreat your mother or retreat! Lin Hao slapped him across the face, sending the old pious woman tumbling to the ground. How dare you hit my mom? Seek death! Huang Yulong was in a rage and stormed over, trying to wrestle with Lin Hao. Lin Hao raised his foot and did a square stomp, directly stomping Huang Yulong backward several meters. Don't know what's good for you. Beat your mom, that is also to see her old and undead for fear of not being able to withstand. Did not use force. If you hit you, it's like beating a dog to death. If you're smart, don't come looking for death. Lin Hao's body at this point had been strengthened several times by Xia Qing, and had long been extraordinary. Repelling the two men, the crowd of onlookers consciously dispersed to channel. Lying on the ground, Huang Yulong covered his stomach full of fear, so painful that he spit out a big bowl of bitter water. And his old mother was even more dizzy and did not know the direction. Mom, what to do? That. The adulterer that found seems to know martial arts. Huang Yulong is typically a bully, and his mom is also horrified. The old yellow teeth had an idea. Go, let us go to Su Shui's old home. We will lie in front of their old home. See if she dares to beat us to death. Okay, let's go to her old home and publicize all her scandalous deeds, and if she doesn't give us a set of the house, she won't be able to live in peace for the rest of her life. Huang Yulong helped the old pious woman limp towards the station. On the way to the hospital with Su Shui for breakfast, Lin Hao was wondering if Su Shui's husband had been killed by Xia Qing. He was even tempted to call and ask Natsuki on the spot. Finally held back. Lin Hao didn't think it mattered whether he was killed or committed suicide. David Huang really deserved to be killed. Sister Su Shui, take a taxi back. My company has been waiting for me to have a meeting. I need to rush over immediately. In fact, early in the morning, Xia Yushan let the administration department arrange a meeting, but Lin Hao had something to do, and the whole company postponed the meeting for him. Su Shui's mood had recovered. Stinky brother, my sister died of her man and is now a widow. No one wants her in this life. What's sister talking about? There's a line of people who want you. Cough cough cough. Lin Hao felt awkward until he finished speaking. Su Shui laughed and scolded. Stinky brother, get lost. Looking at Lin Hao's departing back, Su Shui's heart was strange. She was again wondering about last night. Was it a dream or not? But what is it if not a dream? Did you sleepwalk to Lin Hao's house? But Lin Hao has a wife. His wife will not look at letting himself strong Lin Hao, right? Su Shui suddenly laughed. It was so stupid. How could it be so ridiculous? I must have had a wet dream about myself last night. Mr. Lin, you're here. Then I'll go inform the other leaders to go to the conference room for the meeting. Oh? When the receptionist girl saw Lin Hao walk out of the elevator, she greeted him very enthusiastically and sweetly. Go and inform. Lin Hao nodded his head in agreement. He felt strange about this Mr. Lin title. He had never heard anyone call him Mr. Lin in the company before. Lin Hao, I've notified the personnel department to appoint you as the project director of the Rongo Plaza project, and you'll be solely responsible for that project. The meeting had just begun when Xia Yushan announced Lin Hao's decision to appoint him in public. Snap! The conference room erupted in applause. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. Congratulations on Mr. Lin's high promotion. Congratulations, Mr. Lin. The participants each cast envious glances, especially Lin Hao's former leader, who had worked for more than 10 years and was still a department manager, and the small employee who was once almost dismissed by himself has rocketed all the way up to become a director-level executive. The rank is higher than his. This department manager is both emotional and helpless. Who let him be young and handsome, and was spotted by the boss as a starter? There were times when he had to be convinced. Thank you, leaders, for your recognition, and thank you, colleagues, for your well wishes. Lin Hao responded with a faint smile. His heart actually long gone from the workplace. Perhaps he will leave his job in the near future. Next, the meeting started formally, mainly about the establishment of the new project department, staff arrangement and contract signing follow-up, as well as preparing for the site in advance. The Rongo Plaza project has been halted for a long time, and all interested parties are eager to start work immediately. This gave to Xia Yushan and the others great pressure. On his way home in the afternoon, Lin Hao received a call from White Lotus Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei said on the phone that she had something important she wanted to talk to Lin Hao about, and Lin Hao told Su Xiaowei to just talk inside the phone, but Su Xiaowei insisted on meeting to talk. Lin Hao only agreed. He took the police car when he left the house in the morning and didn't drive, so now he also had to take a taxi to meet with Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei had long been waiting for Lin Hao at the appointed place. She sees that Lin Hao came by taxi, and she finally believes Lin Hao when he says that the Porsche was purchased for his boss. Oh, this kid is still poor, but it doesn't matter. One doesn't look at whether he is rich or not anymore. One just wants his bare heart. Ho, I'm here. Su Xiaowei jumped and waved her hands at Lin Hao. Lin Hao looked at the bouncing white rabbit on her chest and couldn't help but think of the craziness of that night. What exactly is so important that you wanted to see me? Lin Hao frowned, his mood not very beautiful. Chapter 20, Come Out If You're a Man. Although Su Xiaowei was beautiful, Lin Hao felt very special towards her. How? Specifically Lin Hao couldn't describe it. He always felt that this was the woman of the body's original owner, and his body would involuntarily want to protect Su Xiaowei. It's like that car accident. This subconscious dog-licking behavior made Lin Hao somewhat afraid to touch Su Xiaowei. Oh, don't be in such a hurry, okay? Is it possible that the two of us can only talk about business when we meet now? Is there no other topic of conversation anymore? What are we talking about if not business? Lin Hao deliberately appeared to have a tone that wasn't so good. Su Xiaowei skimmed her lips and arched her pretty eyebrows. Ho, I feel like you've changed. The old you. When you saw me chirping like a cheerful yellow bird. Yes, I've changed. So don't get hung up on whether I've changed or not. If there's something to talk about, I've got to get home. Ugh, are you still upset with me now? No grievances, what's past is past. Lin Hao then warned. If there's something to say, if there's nothing I'm really leaving. Su Xiaowei stood in front of Lin Hao with some embarrassment, her lips quirking, wanting to say something but never being able to open her mouth. Lin Hao didn't have the patience to tangle with her and waved for a taxi. Ready to leave. Honey, wait, I really have something. Su Xiaowei's speech was very fast when she addressed Lin Hao, almost sweeping by. What? What did you call me? I'll call you Brother Hao. Su Xiaowei's face swished red as she lowered her head, her heart almost beating out of her chest. What's up? Come on. Ho, I was wrong. Can you be my boyfriend again? It's absolutely groundbreaking to get a woman to admit a mistake and come forward with a confession. No. Hey, I was just kidding you. Why are you so excited? I was trying to get you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Su Xiaowei was filled with loss at being rejected, and she had to quickly find an excuse to cover up her embarrassment. Why are you pretending to be your boyfriend? A boss is pestering me about meeting tonight, and I want you to go with me to kill him. Which boss asked you out? Show me. Lin Hao's heart inexplicably produces a wave of discomfort, even if he does not want to continue to develop the woman. Others cannot touch. Well, thanks old Ho. Su Xiaowei was really lost and in a bad mood. She felt Lin Hao's detachment from her tonight. Her heart ached that the man who had once sworn his undying devotion to her had now given up on her completely. Su Xiaowei gave Lin Hao a rough overview of the boss who was pestering her. This boss is called Zhang Wentai, about 30 years old, is a customer of Su Xiaowei, after buying a car to meet, has been pestering her. The date wasn't far away, and the two of them, Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei, quickly arrived at an upscale restaurant, but the two didn't go in. They were ready to have a showdown with Kong Mante right at the door, preferably without this meal. Xiaowei, I've kept you waiting. About 5 minutes later, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside the two. A man in his late 30s, dressed on the mature side, with a square, very manly look, got out of the car. Hello Boss Jiang, this is my boyfriend, Lin Hao. He heard that I was going to meet a client for dinner, so he wanted to send me over. Su Xiaowei opened the door to a direct showdown. Oh, your boyfriend is quite uneasy about you. That Jiang Wentai joked with an extremely far-fetched smile while looking at Lin Hao with a stiff expression. Lin Hao was now playing the role of Su Xiaowei's boyfriend, so naturally he wouldn't back down and also raised his eyes to meet them. In that moment, Lin Hao seemed to only see the other party's eyes black, with no eyes and no whites. Lin Hao thought he had misread the situation and hastily blinked and looked again. The other party had returned to normal. Lin Hao, how are you? My name is Jiang Wentai. I'm good friends with your girlfriend Xiaowei. Xiaowei is an excellent girl. I admire her. You have a good eye. Kong Mante pretends to be generous and stays a gentleman, worthy of a mature man, even in the face of embarrassment to cope with ease. Such a man, the most likely to make women obsessed. Any other young and penniless boyfriend would have been enraged by Kong Mante's Rolls-Royce and his mature performance. Especially Kong Wentai's murderous words would surely make the other party enraged, lose their temper, and even hit them. Once you do it, that just happens to fall into Jiang Wentai's trap. This is a sign of immaturity and willful fault-finding in the eyes of women. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. However, it was obviously useless for Jiang Wentai to use such tactics in front of Lin Hao. It wasn't like Lin Hao was as impulsive as the original owner of his previous body, much less an ordinary young man whose blood would rise at any time. The most crucial thing was that at this time, Su Xiaowei, not only was her body his Lin Hao's, but her heart was Lin Hao his. Why should he be angry over a few words? He trailed off. Thank you Boss Jiang for recognizing my girlfriend. We are all adults. We all have a clear mental picture of what you are up to. There is no need to hide it. I'm coming over now to tell you that Su Xiaowei is a woman with a man. So if it's not work-related, please keep your distance from her. Young man, you're overthinking it. I asked Xiaowei out to dinner. Of course it's for work. Jiang Wentai smiled awkwardly. a flash of gloom in his eyes. Brother Lin, go inside. Since we're all here, let's go into the restaurant together and have a chat. Okay, just talk about it. Wife, let's go. Let's go and have dinner with Boss Jiang together, and have a good time swinging the Dragon Gate. Lin Hao graciously took Su Xiaowei in his arms and led her into the restaurant in stride. Su Xiaowei lowered her head in shyness at Lin Hao's sudden cry of wife and the action of holding her in his arms. The whole thing was on the verge of fainting from happiness. Although the two had been in physical contact before, the situation was different before. Before, Su Xiaowei had no sincere desire to date Lin Hao, and at this moment, Su Xiaowei's entire heart was with Lin Hao. That's why every detail of Lin Hao's life stimulated every nerve of hers. Ha! Jiang Wentai laughed coldly in the back, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. After serving the food, the three have been chatting awkwardly off and on while Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei are deliberately spreading dog food. The meal was so good that Jiang Wentai's toes were digging out a set of 3 rooms on the ground. Honey, come on, hubby feed you a steak. Aha! Lin Hao bit a piece of steak with his mouth and approached Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei was so shy that her face was blood red, but she looked at Lin Hao with love in her eyes. The desire to refuse is not trying to really refuse. The two were about to go mouth to mouth. Jiang Wentai was so disgusted that he couldn't hold back any longer, and he coughed dryly to stop Lin Hao. Brother Lin, come out with me and I'll give you some words between men. Oh, what other unseemly words does Boss Jiang have that he can't say in front of everyone? Lin Hao's words were laced with sarcasm. Kang Wentai finally couldn't maintain his gentlemanly demeanor and his face took on a huff. Lin Hao, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. I just have my eye on Su Xiaowei. If you're still a man, come out with me. After saying that, Kang Mante took the initiative to walk out of the restaurant. Ha, well, alright then, let's go. I'll see what words you want to say. Lin Hao sneered and stood up, ready to follow him out. And Su Xiaowei pulled Lin Hao. Old hubby, actually you don't have to go. I'll never agree to him. This sentence husband caused Su Xiaowei's entire body to flush. Her sweaty hairs stood up, and an inexplicable excitement rushed into the top of her head. Is this real love? When Lin Hao saw that Jiang Wentai had walked away, he leaned over and attached himself to Su Xiaowei's ear, saying quietly, this man is strange. He doesn't look like a normal person. Just keep quiet and listen to my arrangement. Aha! I just keep feeling that this man has a grim aura about him that makes people very uncomfortable. Su Xiaowei also sensed some of Jiang Wentai's differences from normal people, which was one of the reasons why Jiang Wentai had been rejected by Su Xiaowei. Chapter 21, I'll give you a body check. Lin Hao went out and saw Jiang Wentai sitting in the driver's seat of a Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. Lin Hao walked over, pulled open the passenger door, and sat down. Boss Kong, what do you have to say? Ha, brother is different from ordinary youngsters. Someone with a future. Boss Jiang, just say what you have to say. There's no need to put me in ecstasy. Oh brother, Su Xiaowei is excellent girl, but you're not right for her? Why is it inappropriate? Lin Hao got curious. Kang Wentai leisurely stroked the Rolls-Royce Double R badge and asked with slight arrogance. I recognize that you are a promising young man, but in this society nowadays, love and happiness are based on material things. At the risk of asking you, do you have a car and a house now? Can you give Su Xiaowei happiness? The house isn't there, but I have a Porsche Cayenne and $10 million in cash deposits as well. Oh, ahem. Young people are so brilliant these days. The smugness and superiority on Jiang Wentai's face instantly disappeared, and his throat was as hard as a stalked fishbone. Boss Jiang, if you let me out just to say these unnutritious words, then I'm leaving. Lin Hao made a gesture to pull the door, ready to leave. Jiang Wentai, on the other hand, pressed Lin Hao's shoulder with one hand, then took out a check from the armrest and handed it over. Brother, your woman, I've got my eye on her. Here's $10 million. Take it and leave her. After Jiang Wentai realized that he was no longer able to hit Lin Hao verbally, he had to come up with a killer move. Oh, Lin Hao took the check, looked it up and down, and after confirming that it was correct, he decisively put it into his arms. Boss Jiang atmosphere. This deal is a done deal. Ha ha, brother Lin is really not a normal person. With this $10 million, plus your own $10 million as startup capital, your future is unlimited. Boss Jiang is flattered. Lin Hao opened the car door and stepped out with one foot. If Boss Jiang doesn't have anything else, I'll go straight to the promissory check now. Can. Go on. Lin Hao took a taxi straight away without looking back. After sitting in the cab, Lin Hao was unhappy in his heart. Grass. Rich is great? Since you're giving money, don't blame me for taking it. Lin Hao decided to get the money first. He's not going to be like those cuties, sticking their heads in the sand and foolishly refusing the money that was offered to him outright as a way of expressing his steadfastness in love. People like that are just plain stupid and cute. Lin Hao picked up his phone and took a picture of the check and sent it to Su Xiaowei with a message. Su Xiaowei, Boss Jiang gave me $10 million to leave you. It's a waste not to take this money. I'm gone. You figure out how to deal with it. Call if anything happens. I'll transfer you $5 million back. Half each. By the way, this Jiang Wentai doesn't look like a human. He might be a monster. So be careful. Lin Hao didn't care if Su Xiaowei could read it or not, and made the words more intimidating so that Su Xiaowei should feel even less favorable towards Jiang Wentai. Sitting in the restaurant, Su Xiaowei looked at the cell phone text message. The whole person is clam port. She only saw the first message. The second one she simply ignored and didn't take seriously. Her mood at the moment was that Lin Hao was abandoning her for money. Su Xiaowei looked at this message with a vague pain in her heart. Why did he do this? However, she quickly reacted as Lin Hao took the initiative to confess about it and offered to share $5 million with her. Could it be that Lin Hao was trying to use this opportunity to make a buck? This is a bit of a shortcoming, but not without the most mature thinking. Lin Hao had really matured, and was completely different from the Lin Hao of old, and wouldn't be able to act out of his will. Also, there was a loophole in this matter. Lin Hao had only promised to leave himself, but he hadn't promised the other party that he would leave Lin Hao. If Lin Hao didn't come to him, couldn't he take the initiative to go to Lin Hao? In that case, Lin Hao had not violated the contract, but also obtained a sum of money that would make the rest of his life worry-free. So why not? It's a gift. It's not a robbery. It's not a fraud. It's reasonable. My hoe is so smart. Su Xiaowei looked at her cell phone and actually laughed. By this time, Kong Mante had walked in through the outer door of the restaurant holding a bouquet of roses. Xiaowei, your boyfriend. Ha, I casually said a few words and gave some money and he gave up on you. Such a man is unreliable. No way. My husband would never leave me for stinking money. Su Xiaowei pretended to be emotional. You don't believe it? Then just call and ask him. Kong Wentai was very much looking forward to watching Xiao Hiohai's sad face. A sense of pride inexplicably arose in his heart. Sooner or later, this woman's vegetable-lean body would be taken down by himself. Su Xiaowei took out her cell phone in a panic and dialed. When the phone was connected, Su Xiaowei asked loudly, Lin Hao, where did you go? Su Xiaowei, I don't love you anymore. Goodbye. Don't contact me again. Do. The phone was hung up just as the words ended on the other end. Su Xiaowei's heart thumped when she heard Lin Hao's words I don't love you anymore, and it really hurt. But she quickly realized that Lin Hao was acting. Because after meeting again, Lin Hao always deliberately avoided himself. Not to mention that he would not say such shy words as love and no love. When he said that at this point, it was a hint that he knew how to cooperate. No way. He's definitely not that kind of person. Su Xiaowei continued to dial the phone unwillingly, but what came through was the number you have dialed is turned off. Lin Hao. Did you really abandon me for money? I don't believe you. I must ask you face to face. Su Xiaowei couldn't accept the reality, and like crazy, she grabbed the bag beside her and rushed out of the hotel. After leaving the hotel, Su Xiaowei deliberately hissed and shouted, Lin Hao, where are you? Come out. Where have you been? Why did you abandon me? Why did you do this? After looking around and not finding anyone, Su Xiaowei smoothly recruited a cab and disappeared. Inside the restaurant, Kong Wentai stood in front of the window watching all this with a satisfied smile. He wanted to wait for Su Xiaowei to completely run into a wall from Lin Hao before taking advantage of the situation as a warmonger. At this time, Lin Hao was calling the staff of the bank that Koning Construction had cooperated with. They are asked to help them overnight to underwrite the check that Kong Mante wrote to him. Drop the bag. After the money arrived, Lin Hao backhandedly transferred $5 million to Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei accepted with alacrity. And call Lin Hao. Lin Hao gritted his teeth and took the opportunity after he picked up the phone. Su Xiaowei, I truly want to leave you. Please don't contact me again. Because Lin Hao realized that he was actually jealous for Su Xiaowei today. If this continued, he might become Su Xiaowei's licking dog again. This kind of dogfighting should never happen again. Lin Hao, I understand your bitterness. Don't worry. I'll cooperate with you to make this money. I won't misunderstand you. Snap. Lin Hao hung up the phone directly, then inexplicably cursed to himself. Nuts. Understand your sister. It's the original owner of the body who likes you, and I really don't like you. When Lin Hao returns home, Lin Hao tells Xia Chang about Kong Mantai, whom he met tonight. Summer listened, and the whole thing was instantly manic and extremely worried. Crap. Honey, this is serious. What to do? I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Honey, you're really lucky today. It's unbelievable that he didn't hurt you. Nope. With his character, he definitely won't let you off easily. Hubby, don't move. Quickly let me check your body. Xia Qing didn't even wait for Lin Hao to reply. instantly transforming into a black mist that enveloped Lin Hao. Lin Hao also began to panic in his heart at the sight of this and stood there motionless, waiting for Xia Qing to check his body. Hubby, there's a ghostly aura inside your body. You've been marked by Jiang Wentai. Sure enough, Jiang Wentai won't let you go. Chapter 22, Hot Work. What about this? Can it be removed? Lin Hao instantly remembered that Jiang Wentai had once pressed his hand on his shoulder during the conversation inside the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, a slight cold sensation traveled through the body, but didn't care. It turned out that Kong Mante had no intention of letting him go from the very beginning. Husband, don't be anxious. It's still lucky that Jiang Wentai only treats you as an ordinary person, and what he left in your body is an evil ghost mark. This evil ghost seal will attract the evil ghosts around you, causing you to be killed by them without you realizing it. Jiang Wentai is really vicious. It seems that you can't be greedy for small favors. Lin Hao cursed mockingly. Wife, I'm not afraid of ordinary evil spirits, so there should be nothing wrong, right? With your current physique, be careful. You should be able to deal with one or two ordinary evil spirits, but you can't afford endless surprises. Just wait a moment. I'll just remove the mark for you right away. A few minutes later, Lin Hao inexplicably felt a sense of relief in his body. The evil ghost imprint in his body should have been cleared. Xia Qing regained her human form. Hubby, it's okay. Well, thanks wife. So who the hell is Kong Mante? There's no rush to explain this to you. The most important thing now is to save the life of your white moonlight. So shall we? Without saying a word, Xia Qing directly floated out the window. Lin Hao wanted to ask questions too late. Never mind. Lin Hao knew that if he asked, Xia Qing would find all sorts of reasons to shrug it off. Lin Hao entered the bathroom and took a beautiful shower, then lay on the bed waiting for Xia Qing to come back. Lin Hao had a dream and felt like he was being. His eyes snapped open and he heard the blurry, slurred words, "Honey, don't think about it." Lin Hao sighed. He can't help it. He can't blame him. When Xia Qing came back to make breakfast, Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, "Natsuki, what the hell are you guys doing? Is it fun to keep me in the dark like this?" Xia Qing looked back at Lin Hao with heartache. "Hubby, just bear with it. There's still one more person to go to make up the number of the 4 elephants. Then you can start cultivating. At that time, you'll naturally understand everything. There's another one." Ha! Lin Hao didn't know whether to be head over heels or related that this meant there was another emotional debt to be owed. Aha! This person I'm desperately searching for and as you know, I'm not the only one searching for the vegetarian body. Jiang Wentai is also searching for it. We must be strong before Jiang Wentai obtains the vegetative body, or you and I, as well as my clan, will face extinction. Aren't vegetarian bodies easy to obtain? I even have 3 of them. Oh, it's the husband who's great and excellent, and every woman cooperates with you. Hearing this, Xia Qing couldn't help but inwardly roll her eyes. That's natural. If your husband is not good, how can he marry such a beautiful ghost wife like you? Bah, poor talker. Honey, wash up and go get breakfast. Xia Qing brought the exquisite breakfast out from the kitchen and set it in front of Lin Hao. As Lin Hao ate breakfast, Xia Qing sat at the table and watched Lin Hao in a daze, the inside of her head constantly recalling the recent events. To get a vegetarian body is not a simple matter of getting a woman, but you have to have the other woman give it up voluntarily. That's why Kong Wentai is going to spend millions to steal her husband's white moon. Hubby only saw the result but not the process. For these 3 vegetative bodies, how many sets were laid and how much risk and price were paid behind the scenes? The husband had no idea at all. But thankfully everything went well. There's one last one left. The only huge variable we face now is the possibility of Kong Wentai finding out about our plans ahead of time. And at that point, it would be dangerous. It has to be accelerated. I hope that you, husband, won't let us down and activate the Supreme Tao body smoothly to lead us out of the breakout. But even after you've completed the Tao body activation, you still need to go through a few more tests. Each test is triggered unintentionally, and I don't know what the tests are. The only thing I can do is to be there for you through each stage. So hubby, you've got to hang in there. Stay true to your heart. But don't you worry, even if you don't pass the test at the end, I'll stay with you in seclusion and stay with you as an ordinary ghost. From that night of the meditation, I've been your woman for the rest of my life. Xia Qing stared at Lin Hao, who was eating breakfast, with her chin in her eyes, full of love. As was the case with the other women, Lin Hao was on his way to work when he received a call from Su Xiaowei. She said she was sick. Lin Hao is very experienced in dealing with this kind of thing, and when he arrived at the company, Lin Hao bought the medication to restore qi and blood on the online platform for the deliveryman to send to Su Xiaowei's house. When Su Xiaowei received the medicine, she was moved to tears. Lin Hao is changed, becoming hard-mouthed and soft-hearted. He says he doesn't like himself, but when something happens to him, he doesn't hesitate to help and take care of himself. Su Xiaohui's heart confirmed even more that Lin Hao was the man she had to marry in her life. Lin Hao's work these days was focused on the new Rongdu Plaza project. Rongdu Plaza project into the field requirements in a hurry. And today there are labor groups into the construction site. The construction work is carried out in a tight and orderly manner. The entire Corning construction company is in a state of both busyness and activity. The company has better development, as employees will also enjoy the blessings. This year's year-end awards as well as the usual benefits will have a greater increase. The whole company has a very positive and good working atmosphere. Before Lin Hao's car drove into the project, the security guard saw the license plate from afar and opened the project gate. "Good morning, Mr. Lin." The two security guards stood at attention and saluted, and Lin Hao nodded through the window before driving into the project department with a kick of the gas. The security company's A-party now also becomes Corning Construction, and these security guards must be respectful to the A-party boss. TSK, as expected of a project boss? Driving a Porsche Cayenne. Us little security guards, we can't afford it in this lifetime. We're just ordinary people. Buying a Porsche? Forget it. Don't even think about it. Just do your job. Don't dream about it. The two security guards watched Lin Hao's car's taillights light up with envy, but they knew how much they had. "Dude, keep an eye out. I'm going to take a piss." "Okay, you go. It's early in the morning. Mr. Lin is here. Don't take too long and make Mr. Lin unhappy if he finds out." "Don't worry, bro. Be right there." This security guard walks a few steps farther around the corner and then takes out his cell phone and dials a number. "Mr. Zhou, Rongdu Square has not been haunted for a few consecutive nights, and it was quiet for most of the night. Today, another group of labor teams entered the field and did a hot job." Chapter 23, Picking Up Girls on Purpose. "Is it true what you say? 1,000 times over. Mr. Zhou, I wouldn't dare to joke about such a thing." "Alright, I know. Keep observing, and report back to me in time if there are any new movements." The voice on the other end of the phone seemed very grave. In fact, without the need for this security guard to pass on the message, he already knew something from quite a few of his peers. The Rongdu Plaza project, a big star project in Rongcheng, suddenly started after so many years of suspension. Almost the entire development industry, construction industry, design firms, material dealers, etc., are eyeing this side. It's a big, sizzling pie that no one wants to come and nibble on. It can be said that every move of the Rongdu Plaza project touches the hearts of the relevant industries. After Zhou hung up the phone with the security guard, he immediately had his secretary summon his two partners to his office for a meeting. After the people arrived, Zhou Jiqiang will be confirmed by the security guard to tell the two partners. The two partners were also in an extremely resentful mood when they heard this. Brother Chang, I guess that Zhuang Jiangwo definitely received Xia Yushan's favor. When the Rondo Plaza project returned to normal, he gave it to this at the first opportunity. What's the point of guessing? Xia Yushan is pretending to be pure and noble in front of us. That's because she thinks we don't have enough weight. And facing Governor Zhuang, licking on her knees, she doesn't even feel like it. This dog man and woman are just counting on us, counting on our project payments, counting on their peers, so that before their peers have time to react, they've already handed over this big project to Xia Yushan Sweeper. The three Zhou Jiqiang people were very angry. The three were still foolishly thinking that Zhuang Jiangwo had admitted his love. But now that I think about it, I really want to slap myself a few times. What a fool you are, being sold and helping to count the money. It's illegal to not even go through the bidding process for such a big project and not even issue a public notice. The three Zhou Jiqiang people were so angry that they beat their chests and hammered their fists on the coffee table, and the tea set bounced around like a dance. Later I realized that Zhuang Jiangwo not only let us settle that project payment, but also used his own power to lend that close to 50 million from the bank at low interest. Now it seems that this is preparing for that undertaking of Rongdu Plaza. Damn it, forcing us to repay the loan for taking over Rongdu Plaza, but not giving us a piece of the pie afterward. Bullying people too much. If we get really pissed off, we'll lift the table and we won't eat. The three of them cursed and cursed, getting angrier and angrier, while the two partners were in the throes of anger. Zhou Jiqiang grinned an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Two brothers? In fact, I have long had a way of letting it go, and it has been tacitly recognized by the boss of the construction committee. We need to take advantage of the fact that the project has just begun to bring the Rongdu Plaza project back into a state of controversy, forcing a work stoppage, or even kicking Corning Construction out of the game and retendering. Oh, it's really worthy of being my big brother. Brother Chang, how exactly do we do this? The two partners were overjoyed and compelled to see this situation. Get ready to go to the building committee boss tonight and report back. Honey, don't work late tonight, come back early. It's important. Lin Hao was working overtime in a meeting when he received a message from Xia Qing. He looked at the text message and waited up, deciding that it was more important to be on Xia Tran's side of things. As for work, it was already dispensable to Lin Hao, and he insisted on going to work every day because of Xie Yushan. Otherwise, who'd want to take this when they're rich? It's getting late. I'll get off work and go home. At Lin Hao's command, his colleagues in the conference room cheered. What a way to meet a good leader. I can't believe I'm not working overtime. Lin Hao returned home, but Xia Qing was not there. But the table was already filled with fragrant meals. Lin Hao touched it and realized that it was already cold. He brought the meal back to the kitchen, reheated it, and ate it beautifully. Until midnight, Xia Qing didn't come back. Lin Hao couldn't help but get sleepy and closed his eyes to sleep. In his sleep, Lin Hao felt a woman shrink into his arms. He tried to open his eyes to see, but he was too sleepy to open them, so he just closed his eyes and started to furtive. He was used to the usual maneuvers of the female ghost's wife. When the Great War was over, the doze woke up completely. Lin Hao opened his eyes, and in his arms was a strange woman. Lin Hao was numb, but he didn't even want to ask. Alas, husband, this night has failed. And sure enough, it's not as if we can get each other's veiled bodies just because we want them in a box. Who is this woman? Lin Hao didn't care about any vegetarian body. Xia Qing kissed Lin Hao. Don't be in a hurry. You and her will meet soon. Okay. Lin Hao was in no hurry. Hubby, my wife begs you for one thing. Okay? What is it? Meet her and make sure she takes a liking to you. Lin Hao carefully surveyed the woman in his arms like a sleeping kitten. She remained unconscious, curled up in Lin Hao's arms. The woman's rosy cheeks, white and soft, her tightly closed, slender eyes, her showy, straight nose, her small, pretty mouth, and her sweet smile. She must be dreaming at this moment, with a sweet smile on her face, like an untouched innocent child. Okay, I promise. Lin Hao reluctantly agreed. It's the joy of life to pick up girls on command. Hubby, that's so nice. Only by making her feel close to you can we complete the Dao body activation in her next dream. And at that time, you can start cultivating. Okay, I won't let you down. Lin Hao was more excited than ever when he heard that he would soon be able to cultivate and that a brand new door was about to open. Compared to Lin Hao's tenderness, Su Shui next door had a hard time sleeping all night. She had recently caused herself a lot of trouble with the unexpected death of her husband. Various relatives blamed her for being overly cold-blooded and even vicious. Husband dies, doesn't go to the funeral, doesn't even ask. Except for Lin Hao next door. No one could understand the suffocation she felt inside. In the wee hours of the morning, Su Shui had just fallen asleep when she was awakened by another phone call. It's a call from Mom and Dad back home. Mom, what did you say? Huang Dawei's mom and Huang Yulong went to our old house to block the door? Okay. Mom, take it easy, and don't let Dad rush. I'll be right back. Su Shui hung up the phone, do not care to make up sleep, rolled over and got up to dress and wash, downstairs to drive back home. Just now Su Shui's mom called to tell her. Deadbeat husband's mom and his brother ran off to the country to cause trouble. An old man and a young woman, with gauze clutched all over their bodies, lay crying and screaming in the field outside their old home. And rumor has it that Su Shui cheated on her husband in the city and collaborated with an adulterer to murder him for the sake of their family's house and car, and let the adulterer injure his mother-in-law and brother-in-law. When the rumors started, the village came to watch. This kind of thing, in the countryside, belongs to the explosive news. Good things do not go out of the door. Bad things spread thousands of miles, especially the extremely beautiful and boldly dressed Su Shui, but also early some unsavory rumors in the countryside spread all over the countryside. Now, Su Shui's mother-in-law and brother-in-law came to block the door, which directly made the village explode. The villagers were talking, gathered in front of Su Shui's old house, pointing at Su Shui's house. The general meaning is, Su Shui saw everywhere is a good-looking but also has no conscience. Other people good intentions to marry you to the city, to buy you a house and a car, and you still killed them. This group of village long-winded women eat melons and spread rumors, say whatever is hard to say. Anyway, this directly made Su Shui's parents want to take a hoe and knock these long-winded women to death. Chapter 24, Parents Don't Trust. Su Shui returned to her hometown with stifled resentment and anger. I really saw my mother-in-law and brother-in-law causing trouble in front of my house. Many villagers stood guard next to the two men to inquire about the situation. Su Shui's mother-in-law and brother-in-law couldn't wait for the more people to know the better. And the two of them opened their mouths and cursed and reversed black and white. The house and car are all said to be bought by Huang Dawei to give Su Shui. Huang Dawei worked hard to earn money to support Su Shui inside the city, and as a result, he was also murdered by Su Shui, a poisonous woman, who joined forces with a white boy and plotted his own life. When the villagers saw Su Shui driving back in her car, they couldn't help but make way, hiding as if from a poisonous snake. Su Shui just arrived at the door of the house, saw his mother's sad face, his father sitting on a wooden stool, knocking dry cigarettes. Cher, did you really get your husband killed like they said? Su Shui's car parked on the family dam. Before getting off the car, her mother greeted and questioned. Mom, what are you talking nonsense? Does your daughter look like that kind of vicious person? Even her mother blamed herself. Su Shui's heart was indescribably miserable. Su Shui, you've grown up and your wings have hardened. You don't even put mom and dad in your eyes anymore. The father on the side squinted at Su Shui, then his face skimmed halfway to the side, not even wanting to look at his daughter. Dad, what do you mean by that? What do you mean? Don't you know it yourself? Look at you. What are you wearing? The skirt is so short that your ass is showing. How else can people believe you're innocent when you're like this? Dad, do you know anything about fashion? Su Shui was so angry that her mouth trembled, and Su Shui's father didn't listen at all as he rebuked. Bull ****** fashion. I don't get it. Get your ass back in the house and change me into some long pants. It's really hurtful. How did I give birth to a daughter like you? Woohoo! Su Shui was almost exasperated and cried, and returned to the house in indignation. Mother followed in to comfort. Cher, don't blame your dad. You know your dad is an old fart. The mother proceeded to take out a pair of pants from inside the closet and told Su Shui to change into them. After changing her clothes, Su Shui puffed out, ready to confront Huang Yulong and Su Shui's mother-in-law to properly set the record straight. But they didn't go out when they saw village chief Su arrive at her house with Huang Yulong and Su Shui's mother-in-law as well as a group of villagers. The village chief and the villagers all came. Su Shui's mother hurriedly brought out a few benches from the house and invited the village chief and the villagers to sit down. And Su Shui's father had been sitting there smoking a dry cigarette, not moving or saying a word. Su Shui, you're back. Uncle Su, I'm back. What do you want? Su Shuima's face was unhappy, knowing full well the intention of village chief Su and the villagers, but she still coped with the questioning. Su Shui, quickly return my son's property. Let my son's soul be comforted in heaven. Before village chief Su could say anything, Su Shui's mother-in-law pointed at Su Shui and yelled, You're talking nonsense. I saved all this penny by penny. So who are you to say it's your son's? Su Shui was really speechless, and what she said was not convincing at all. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, village chief Su stopped between them. Both of you be quiet for a moment and listen to me. Mayor Su still has credibility to speak in the village. Many villagers persuaded Su Shui's mother-in-law and Huang Yulong not to get excited and to trust the village chief's justice. Su Shui's side was also advised. Su Shui also just had to calm down and listen to what village chief Su had to say first. Su Shui's parents also agreed more with the prestige of village chief Su and waited for him to do justice. After the crowd quieted down, village chief Su cleared his throat. Su Shui, are you and David Huang husband and wife? It's husband and wife. Su Shui was very helpless. This was a fact that could not be erased. Divorced? I've tried countless times to get a divorce and the other person just won't do it. So there's no divorce? No. Su Shui felt an inexplicable sense of intrigue from the words, and she immediately added, but when we got married, our property was kept separate, and I can turn over every income and expense record inside my bank card for everyone to see. Saying that, Su Shui hurriedly opened the mobile banking app, ready to pull up the bank transaction records. Instead, village chief Su reached out his hand to press down on Su Shui's cell phone. Daughter, let's not talk about the conflicts between you and your husband or with your mother-in-law, but just this husband and wife relationship. Your property then belongs to the couple's common property, and now that your husband has passed away, that property should be taken out and divided. This is never possible. David Huang didn't contribute a dime to this family while he was alive. Instead he still asks me for money every month. The property I have now was accumulated by my own hard work, so who am I to share it with others? Su Shui was enraged when she heard this. Su Shui's mother-in-law and brother-in-law, Huang Yulong, also quit, and the two sides fell into meaningless strife again. The villagers all looked at each other in disbelief, but almost all of them sided with Granny Su Shui. Most of those present were women, all of whom had been married off from their families and were afraid that one day they would divorce their husbands and he would not pay them a penny. So it was easy for Granny Suetsu to arouse everyone's empathy. Old Su, you're Su Shui's old man. Come and say something. Seeing that this is not a solution, Su village chief let Su Shui's dad decide. Su Shui's dad took a deep drag on his dry cigarette and said, the community property of husband and wife should be divided. Dad, it must not be divided. It's all your daughter's hard-earned money. Su Shui cried in anger on the spot. Su Shui's dad has spoken. Su Shui is still reluctant. At this time, the villagers have come forward to accuse Su Shui of having no conscience, and will be condemned by heaven. Su Shui glared on the spot and stormed out. Wanting my property is fine. Unless I die. As soon as the words fell, Su Shui smashed the teacup in her hand on the ground and turned her head back to the houses. Su Shui's words were so heavy that the villagers on the spot were so frightened that they were forbidden to speak. Normally it doesn't matter if people make snide remarks, but it's of a different nature if you really drive someone to their death. Rural people are not vicious and are still kind-hearted, although they are short and calculating and prone to red-eye. When village chief Su saw how agitated Su Shui was, he evacuated the villagers and suggested that Su Shui's family should mediate on their own. Moreover, village chief Su also comforted Huang Yulong and Granny Su Shui not to push too fast. Everything needs to follow the legal procedures. Granny Su Shui and Huang Yulong know their own business well, and the whole family knows that his son is a drug addict. It's going to be a legal process and they won't get a dime. The two of them also had no choice but to follow village chief Su's advice and leave it at that for today. Take your time to grind in the back. Su Shui went back to the house and locked the door to her room. Thinking left and right, she couldn't figure it out. Married to a loser in this life. Had his life ruined, not to mention that now he's dead and disgusted. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Just now, village chief Su's words also reminded her. No matter what, she and David Huang are husband and wife. Property acquired during the marriage is called community property and is entitled to be taken out and divided. So Su Shui immediately called Lin Hao. Chapter 25, Beauty, come to my grave. Lin Hao hadn't seen Su Shui for a few days, and at this time, when he received Su Shui's call, his heart was very excited. Lin Hao was filled with joy as he prepared to hear the fleshy thrill and shame of Su Shui's soft voice calling him stinky brother. But what came from inside the phone was Su Shui's very aggrieved tone. After Su Shui informed her about her mother-in-law and brother-in-law causing trouble in her old home, Lin Hao was furious. Su Shui, you don't have to transfer your house or car to my name. It's yours. No one can take it away. I'm coming over right now, and let's see if I don't clean up those two doggies. It turns out that the purpose of Su Shui's call is to transfer all her properties, including her house and car, to Lin Hao. Avoid actually going to the legal process and being enforced when the time comes. Thank you, but you didn't have to go to all this trouble to come over here. How is it unnecessary? How can you, a weak woman, dislike that old pious woman? Quick, send me your location immediately and I'll be right over. Lin Hao's domineering roar made Su Shui feel a strong sense of backing. Brother, sister is so aggravated right now. Fortunately sister still has you. The more Su Shui said, the more moist her eyes became, and her voice choked. But you really can't come, and when you do, it's even more difficult to tell what's going on between us. It's not good for your reputation to end up saying there's something between us when there's nothing clean between us. As you know, people in the countryside, they talk all the time and say all kinds of dirty and disgusting things. Suetsu, I asked you to send the address. Why are you pulling this on me? So what if I'm called an adulteress? Can you lose a piece of meat if you're called an adulteress? And we'll all live in the city from now on, so we don't even have to worry about what those long-winded women in the countryside say. Send me the address quickly. Hurry. Lin Hao hated Su Shui's cowardly and fearful mentality, and immediately spoke out to rebuke her. Su Shui listened to Lin Hao rebuke himself, and instead of getting angry, she burst into tears. In this instant, she had gone from being married to being a widow, to being mistrusted by her mother just now, to the father stood in the position of outsiders against their own, all the aggression, suffocation, all out. I'll send it right away. Su Shui sent the address to Lin Hao and hung up the phone. Her entire body was so relieved that she collapsed on the bed and fell asleep. This time, it was the best sleep she had in a while. There was a knock on her room door late in the afternoon. Mother asked her to come out for dinner. Su Shui opened her eyes, and her gaze had become firm. She decides to join Lin Hao in facing everything bravely and protecting what is rightfully hers. Mother gave Su Shui a bowl of egg noodles, which was Su Shui's favorite childhood flavor. She ate it one bite at a time. Her mother sat next to her without saying a word, and her father sat by the threshold still smoking a dry cigarette. The atmosphere in the house was very somber. Cher, it's not that Dad doesn't trust you, but you've been mischievous since you were a kid and never listened to me or your mom. Your mom and I can't tell which of your sentences is true and which is not. After all, Su Shui's father bowed down in front of his daughter. Su Shui's father was right. Su Shui had been one of those disobedient children since she was a child, and seldom shared her thoughts with her parents. The kind that fights every time they talk. I can't blame Su Shui for this, because the generation gap between Su Shui's parents and her is too big. For example, when he just came back today, Su Shui's father couldn't stand to see Su Shui dressed so revealingly. In the eyes of Su Shui's father, only a streetwalker would dress like his daughter. But my daughter wouldn't listen to me no matter what I said, and she wouldn't change even after 100 times. Su Shui is also very stubborn. The less her parents liked something, the more she had to be so against it. This creates a huge gulf between her and her parents. The mother also looked at Su Shui heartily and said, "Share, the world still needs to be reasonable. What is rightfully someone else's, we share it with others, not a penny more. Of course, if it's true that David Huang is a drug addict and all the property is yours, as you said, then I'll strongly support you too." Su Shui swallowed the noodles. Sneered. "I told you a long time ago, Huang Dawei and I only have the name of husband and wife, not the reality of husband and wife. We haven't even shared a room since we got married. He's a lousy person through and through, and with the kind of mouth his mother and brother have, I wouldn't split the property with them any more pathetically. Forget it, I don't want to repeat myself 8 times, you don't believe everything I say, so what can I do? Tired of heart. Alright, share, if you dare to come with me to the ancestral tomb and promise in front of the ancestors that what you say is true, I, Su Ji Gang, will not let my daughter be bullied even if I have to fight for my life." Su Shui's father thought about it and felt that this was the only way to convince himself that his daughter's words were true. Su Shui wasn't shy either. "Just go. I'll swear in front of my ancestors, just to see how you Su Ji Gang will keep me from being bullied." The family hadn't even talked for 3 or 5 minutes before the volcano erupted. After Su Shui finished her noodles, the 3 of them went up to the back. Su Shui hadn't been home for a long time, so it was a good time to bring paper money to honor the old man and offer incense. Came to the ancestral tomb. Su Jiqiang lit paper money, muttering on his knees to complain about his own incompetence. Children, unfilial clouds. Su Shui listened to the cold laughter from the side. This is his own father. Superstitious and old-fashioned. Shuier, come, kneel down and kowtow to your ancestors. Su Shui followed her father's instructions and knelt at the grave, throwing a few knives of paper money and picking the flames with a stick to blaze. The heat of the flames sent the dust from the burned paper money flying through the air. When Su Shui's father saw this, his face was overjoyed. "Shuier, did you see that? The ancestors missed you. They were happy when you came to burn paper for them." The mother on the sidelines was also very happy. Su Shui, however, didn't bother to pay attention to this nonsense from her parents, and she instantly swore. "I, Su Shui, swear by my ancestors that everything I said about Huang Dawei is all true, and if there are any lies, the heavens will strike me down." Su Shui finished her poisonous oath, then coldly looked at her parents. The parents were related and said they believed their daughter's words. Then, the parents asked Su Shui to kowtow to the ancestors, blessing great wealth and all peace. Su Shui closed her eyes and folded her hands. Her mouth mourning words are not clear. If you listen carefully, you will be able to hear the name Lin Hao. After praying you, Su Shui reverently kowtowed 3 times. Just then, inside the grave, a vicious-looking stern ghost stared at Su Shui outside the grave with ghostly flames in both eyes. "Jie Jie, it's actually a purine body. A purine body that is hard to come across in 100 years. It was actually met by me. This kind of physique is an excellent furnace for the ghost race's cultivation." The severe ghost could not wait to immediately pounce over and pull Su Shui into the grave to ravage her madly, but he feared the hot sun outside the tomb. Besides, there was no way he was going to drag a large living person into a grave. He only had to wait until night, then go and joust Su Shui away. Then control Su Shui, make Su Shui his own cauldron, and temper her into his forbidden domain. In fact, this only night ghost is short-sighted. Is Su Shui not simply a purine body that is hard to come by in 100 years? Instead, it's a vegetarianine body that's hard to find in 1,000 years. This kind of physique was only used for dual cultivation. It was simply an outrage. However, Su Shui's primine body had already been taken away by Lin Hao, and she could only use it as a purine body now. But for the severe ghosts inside, it was completely sufficient, even heavenly. The severe ghosts inside the grave, looking at the choo-choo-choo-choo Su Shui at the outer door, drooled out and almost drowned the grave, just waiting for the darkness, enjoying the beautiful woman. "Jie Jie, beauty, my beauty, come to my grave." Jie Jie. Chapter 26, Eating Tender Things Tonight. After Su Shui swears in front of the grave, her father and mother fully believe their daughter's story. On the way home, her mother quietly approached Su Shui and whispered, "By the way, daughter, is it true that the old woman said you're keeping a gigolo outside? How can it be? Don't listen to their nonsense." Su Shui was like a kitten that had its tail stepped on, instantly jumping up a few feet and desperately trying to explain. Lin Hao was all married, and he drives a $1 million Porsche Cayenne with tens of millions of dollars in assets, so how can I possibly afford to support him? It's more like he's supporting me. Daughter, alas, you are confused. How can you intervene as a mistress? Knowing your daughter is like being a mother. The fact that Su Shui was so eager to explain, and that her face was already prancing into a reddish color, already proved that there was something fishy going on. "Mom, there are some things in the body that you don't understand, so don't ask." Su Shui also understood that she couldn't lie to her mother who had brought her up since she was a child. So she didn't pretend anymore. It's not like her parents can control what happens to her anyway. While the two mothers and daughters were talking about themselves, Su Shui's father had long been eavesdropping with his ears pointed. When he heard that Lin Hao had tens of millions of dollars in assets and drove a luxury car that was over $1 million, his eyes just glowed. Father coughed dryly. The fact that my daughter was able to buy 2 suites and a car in a big city on her own ability alone proves that she is good and has really grown up. Let your daughter decide for herself. Let's not interfere anymore. Otherwise, like what happened today, not trusting our daughter will lead to disharmony in our family. Su Shui turned back and looked at her father with great surprise. It didn't feel right. This old fart doesn't even care that he's a mistress or something? That's too quick a shift. Su Shui couldn't help but ask, Dad, are you in your right mind? Stinky girl, how do you talk to your father? Hasn't it been a few days since you've gotten a slap on the wrist? Your dad is letting you make your own decisions, not letting you mess around. You go back with your mom. I'll go pick some vegetables from the field and come home. Father is not good at jokes. He rebuked Su Shui with a horse's face and made an excuse to leave. After my father left, my mother remained uneasy. Schwerer, you're really a mistress, aren't you? Mom just swindled you and you revealed yourself. This will never be allowed. The mother's expression was very serious. Su Shui took her mother's hand and explained, Mom, your daughter may be willful and presumptuous, but she's not someone without a bottom line. So tell me what's going on? Alas, it's complicated to say the least. Since you want to know, Mom, then my daughter will tell you. Su Shui let out a long sigh in resignation as she poured out her inner aggression right to her mom. It turns out that the original owner of Lin Hao's body once accidentally saved a woman who fell into the water. The woman is Su Shui. After rescuing them, Lin Hao's original owner left quietly. As for what the woman he saved looked like, he didn't even notice. Later, Su Shui finds Lin Hao and realizes that Lin Hao is actually an orphan and has a girlfriend. Su Shui was alone anyway, so she bought a suite next door to Lin Hao's rented room and lived in it. Be a neighbor. Su Shui has been guarding Lin Hao. She wants to wait for Lin Hao's feelings to be hurt before she reaches out. And if she can't, recognizing a younger brother is fine. Finally waiting for Lin Hao and his girlfriend to break up. But Su Shui because she is married, even if it is not a marriage of husband and wife, but she is also very inferior in this regard. He was hesitant to express his feelings to Lin Hao, just jokingly flirting with Lin Hao, paying attention to Lin Hao, caring about Lin Hao. But what Su Shui didn't expect was that Lin Hao directly came to love at first sight with Xiaoqing, and even made a private appointment. It's a good thing that Su Shui secretly condescends to Xiaoqing to learn that Lin Hao and Xiaoqing are not a couple in the legal sense. The situation is what I said it was. So, Mom, are you relieved? Daughter, I am not a mistress, but a loser, defeated to a young girl who had only met Lin Hao once. After Su Shui's mother knew the cause and effect, she said, Daughter, since you and Lin Hao have this bond and Lin Hao isn't really married, you have to be brave and go for it. You have a car and a house now, and you're pretty, so you're still afraid you can't compete with a little girl? Ha! Su Shui stopped answering. With just 3 words, little girl, he's halfway to failure. Age is a woman's greatest capital. In addition, Xiaoqing was moving to give Lin Hao $10 million. Who could carry that? Mom thinks too simply. By the way, I have to ask Lin Hao if he's coming to dinner. Su Shui had already told her mother that Lin Hao was coming to her house to help with this side of things. The mother even felt that Lin Hao was a good son-in-law, a warm-hearted and trustworthy person. Lin Hao called back on the phone and told Su Shui not to wait for him. He still had more than an hour before he arrived. Su Shui was adamant that she wanted to wait for him to eat together, so Lin Hao only had to speed up. As the sky darkened, a ghost floated out of the back of the mountain. At the Su Shui family's ancestral grave. Jia. I'm tired of eating the old stuff in the countryside. Let me taste the flavor of the watery fresh stuff in the city today. The ghost let out a strange laugh, then turned into a black smoke and merged into the dim night. Su Shui's family is sitting inside the courtyard to cool off, discussing how to deal with Su Shui's mother-in-law as well as her brother-in-law coming to make trouble tomorrow. These two, for the past few days, have been coming in almost every morning to make a scene, pure and simple, just to be disgusting. The other thing is that Su Shui's parents are eagerly waiting to see what their daughter's heart is longing for Lin Hao to look like. Woohoo! Click, clap clap clap. Between the 3 of them talking, an evil wind struck, gusting and blowing, causing the objects and furnishings inside the courtyard of Su Shui's house to clank and rattle. Where did the demon wind come from? The countryside is accustomed to such sudden gusts of wind, and the 3 don't care. Hey, Mom! Have you noticed that it's suddenly a few shades darker? Most likely there are dark clouds blocking the moonlight. The parents looked up following Su Shui's words, only to see a terrifying ghostly face appear in the sky. Boom! Ghostface charged down towards the trio in a single bound. As the black mist dispersed, Su Shui became hollow and lifeless, walking step by step towards the back of the mountain like she was sleepwalking. Su Shui's parents also paralyzed on the bamboo chairs, as if they were too sleepy and fell into slumber. From the time the ghost face attacked, to Su Shui sleepwalking up the mountain, it was silent and didn't cause any ripples. No one knows what happened at Su Suet's house. Meanwhile, a Porsche Cayenne pulled up at the entrance to the village. Phew, the hills are tough. I wonder which house is Su Shui's. Lin Hao took out his phone and called Su Shui, ready for Su Shui to come pick him up. He made a call, but no one answered. Lin Hao looked up and saw that there was a school in front of him, and quite a few people were cooling off inside the school playground. Su Shui is most likely going to take a bath. I'll go to the front and ask around, just in time to give the folks the gifts I brought from the city. Lin Hao muttered, dialed the gear lever, and continued on his way. The reason he arrived so late was because he went to prepare gifts for the villagers. Lin Hao knows the power of rural public opinion, which is a man-eating existence. If he didn't control the direction of public opinion, I'm afraid that not only would he not be able to help Su Shui when he came, but he would also make things worse. Chapter 27 Bribery of the Village Intelligence Bureau. Of course, it's easy to control rural opinion. Just control the media people, especially the grandparents. It's also easy to control media people. Cigarettes, alcohol and candy are enough. It would be better if you just handed out the money. Then you'd be the big man. Lin Hao came with sincerity today. Before the car even stopped, two beams of headlights illuminated the schoolyard like daylight. The Moncler outlet store parents hastily shielded their eyes with bushels, and their faces wore a huff. Although huffing and puffing, he didn't dare to open his mouth to reprimand easily. The ones who drove back were people with some skills that couldn't be easily offended. Alas, which family's waif has returned? Isn't this a Porsche? It's really a Porsche. I heard that there's a contractor in the next village, who is a big boss and drives a Porsche. I heard it's worth $1 or $2 million. Don't say. It's really a Porsche. Is there someone in our village who has made a fortune? Before Lin Hao's car was turned off, the Moncler outlet store parents surrounded him. Everyone was eager to see which waif was in the car. Lin Hao got out of the car. Moncler Outlet Online all said that they did not recognize it, and at this moment, they instantly relaxed, as if to say, fortunately, it is not from this village. Who are you looking for, young man? An older woman enthusiastically fanned Lin Hao, and some other grandparents showed concern. Lin Hao smiled. May I ask auntie, where is Su Shui's home? You're looking for Su Shui. What are you to her? I'm his friend. Came over to hang out with her. Ah, you're Su Shui's friend? Then you have to be careful. Su Shui, this woman is not simple. TSK. A couple of Moncler outlet store women were talking about the subject. Lin Hao wanted to ask where Su Shui's family lived, but the answer he got was Su Shui, this woman is not simple. Lin Hao almost collapsed with laughter, which was very much in line with the habits of this group of long-winded women. Lin Hao pretended to be surprised and asked, how come it's not easy anymore? When he asked, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and 7 mouths began to speak. One of them, Moncler outlet store, was emotional. This girl, Su Shui, grew up to be a bad girl in the eyes of adults. How is it broken? Lin Hao came to be interested. He especially wanted to know Su Shui's black material from her childhood, so he could use it to mock Su Shui at that time. This girl, when it comes to it, is just angry, disrespecting her elders inside the village, scolding everyone she sees, skipping classes, hanging out with socialites, and then screwing around when she grows up. Yeah, look at the way she's dressed, with her ass and tits showing. Who in their right mind would dress like that? As far as I'm concerned, it's just out there that's doing all that stuff. That's nothing. I heard in the past few days that Su Shui killed her own husband in collaboration with an adulterer for the sake of money. Her in-laws and brother-in-law have come to her door and are now staying at the house at the head of the village. Alas, Su Shui, this waif, simply morally corrupt. Forget it, you're from an outside village. We shouldn't give you this. Disgrace our village. Lin Hao was speechless on the spot. You finished denigrating before you realized that you shouldn't talk to people from outside the village. Before you realized that you've lost your own face. It was then that Lin Hao truly realized the power of the Rural Intelligence Agency. If Lin Hao didn't know Su Shui well enough, he would have believed the words of this group of grandparents. Thank you, uncles and moms, for informing me that I am, in fact, the adulterer you are talking about. Lin Hao stopped pretending and showed his cards. Ah, you. Moncler outlet store. A group of people were scared by Lin Hao's words and took several steps back. It's both embarrassing and feels like Lin Hao looks hateful. Murderer look-alike. Uncle and auntie, don't be nervous. I'm a good person. I came in a hurry just to clarify things for Su Shui. Lin Hao said as he opened the trunk of the car and lifted out 2 boxes of cigarettes and alcohol from it, as well as some candies. Also, pull out another big red packet. Here, here, here. This is a small token of my appreciation. In fact, you've all misunderstood Su Shui. When Moncler outlet store they saw that there was good wine and cigarettes, as well as red envelopes, smiles reappeared on their faces, and Lin Hao and their eyes became adorable. Lin Hao handed over cigarettes, wine and red packets. Moncler outlet store the eyes dodge, mouth sternly refused. No way. No way. How can we take your stuff? Hurry up and take it back. Yes, for no reason at all. How can we be so kind as to accept something from you? Determined not to take it, Lin Hao added. Hey, hey, take it, take it. They are all from the same village. In the future, if there is anything in Su Shui's family, we all need to help each other out. Lin Hao forced red packets, cigarettes and alcohol into their arms. The Moncler outlet store only reluctantly took it in hand and promised. Boss Lin, you're too polite. We're all neighbors. If you don't give these things, and something happens to Su Shui's family, we'll be obliged to help with all our might. That's right. That's right. Then thank you so much, Boss Lin. Boss Lin, really? Just come and bring something. Make it so polite. How can this be a good idea? After giving these people red packets of cigarettes and wine, Lin Hao took out another stack for a few people to go to the village to give out. Said Su Shui home this time let everyone worry? The small intention to buy some tea for everyone to drink. Several people naturally promised to deliver the stuff to the other villagers. Next, Lin Hao roughly told a few grandparents about himself and Su Shui. Moncler outlet online after hearing this. They cursed Su Shui's in-laws and brother-in-law for being shameless, causing Su Shui to suffer so much, and then coming to fight over Su Shui's property. A few people were righteously indignant and said that tomorrow Su Shui's in-laws and brother-in-law would fool around like this again. Break their legs. Lin Hao gave a burst of thanks, then hurriedly drove to Su Shui's house. Among them there are people running in Lin Hao's car in front of the road. After all, eat people's mouth soft, take people's hands short, or to do something, only peace of mind. What's going on? Lin Hao saw Su Shui's car parked inside the yard from a long distance, and two people sleeping inside the yard. But both of these men had their heads dangling from their chairs, and this was by no means the look of a sleeping man. Lin Hao immediately jumped out of the car and rushed into the yard yelling, Su Shui, are you home? No one responded. The people who followed also saw the clues and hurriedly held Su Shui's parents to pinch and pat cold water. Within a minute, Su Shui's parents woke up one after another. They rubbed their necks, which were sore from hanging, and were suddenly alarmed. Quick, quick, quick on Su Shui. She's been taken by a ghost. Su Shui's parents eagerly wanted to get up and rush out to look for them, but their whole body was weak and they just went limp on the recliner again. When the villagers heard ghost, they shivered and trembled. Old Su, you're possessed, right? You, don't scare people. Where is there any ghost? When Lin Hao heard ghost, his heart thumped. He pushed the villagers away and asked urgently, come on, what's going on? We were cooling off in the yard when suddenly there came a black mist that looked like a ghostly face and we fell unconscious. Why are ghosts suddenly looking for you guys? What the hell did you guys do during the day? Lin Hao snapped. Su Shui's father was shocked by Lin Hao's voice. Didn't he do anything? We went to the back of the mountain to sacrifice our ancestors. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Hao stomped his feet and leapt up a few meters, landing outside the courtyard and rushing towards the direction of Su Shui's father's finger. Lin Hao had gone through the strengthening of his body by the female ghost's wife, Xia Ting. Not only had his physical body become countless times stronger, even his 5 senses and 6 senses had become extremely sensitive. He can see ghosts even if they don't actively show themselves. This is the equivalent of opening the eyes of heaven. Chapter 28. What is a ghost pearl? At this time, in the back of the mountain, at the Su family's ancestral tomb, Su Shui stood woodenly in front of the grave, her eyes empty, becoming a puppet on strings. Phew! A ghostly figure sprang out of Su Shui's head. Jie Jie, beauty, so pretty, so fluffy, so fragrant. The ghostly figure emerges, taking on a shape visible to humans. This night ghost was quite a bit more amorous, and he made his appearance not so unsightly. From the looks of it, it's a rugged, green farmer, just a grim expression and a very lewd smile. Baby, let's have a scent first. The green and strong farmer in the form of a stern ghost reached out his hand and lifted Su Shui's chin, came up to his mouth, and was about to kiss him. Su Shui suddenly woke up. Who are you? What are you doing? Get out of my way. Su Shui slapped the green farmer across the face, but the next moment, Su Shui was horrified, because her palm directly shattered the green farmer's head. The green farmer's head turned into a puff of black smoke. Little beauty. So hot. Hot body and hot temper. TSK TSK. I love this style. With a curl of black smoke, the green farmer's head re-solidified into shape. Ah, ghosts. Su Shui covered her eyes and let out a loud scream, then turned her head and frantically fled to the back. Ho 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 ho. Little beauty is scared. Don't be afraid. Uncle will hurt you yo. With a hook of the green farmer's finger, Su Shui ran circles in place. It's a basic skill that all wandering ghosts and goblins know. Ghost busting. Su Shui didn't notice for a moment and frantically escaped while turning back, but every time she turned around, she saw the green farmer looking at her and laughing softly. Get outta here. Get outta here. Help. Somebody help me. Oh my god. There's a ghost. Su Shui's scalp went numb and her entire heart was about to jump out of her chest. Stop screaming. Little beauty. No one will come to your rescue if you scream your throat out. Asterisk 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 off. You stinking thing. Hoo hoo. The more Su Shui ran, the more tired and out of breath she became, coupled with a horrible ghostly face behind her that could never escape the distance. Her nerves were strained to the point that she fainted and collapsed on the spot. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. A little intimidation and you pass out. The young and strong farmers were very disappointed. I love to watch a woman struggle helplessly at my crotch, but unfortunately I can't see it today. The nerve, but it doesn't matter. Play with it a couple times first. Play with it, and your guts will grow. Gee, I can't help but enjoy your body. Young and strong farmers reach out a hand. Woohoo! In this instant, the green and strong peasants, who had not been breathing, all became breathing all sharply. His ghostly head couldn't resist burying it. Ghosts! Stop it! Lin Hao had spent so much time with Xia Qing, the female ghost, that he wasn't afraid of ghosts at all, and even found the ghostly mist to be cute, especially when he scared a bunch of ghosts into kneeling down and begging for mercy and pissing their pants at the Rongo Plaza project. He felt that the so-called ghosts were nothing more than a stinking mass of gas. Of course, summer leaning is fragrant. The young farmer turned his head with a fierce gaze when he heard Lin Hao's voice. Jia Jia, how dare you come to the back mountain at night to disturb my pleasure? It's really a newborn calf that doesn't know how to write the word death. The green farmer slowly stood up, and his body began to change into a fierce creature with a sharp mouth and teeth. Grass, you think I'll be afraid of you? Kneel down for me. Lin Hao repeated his trick of showing the black soul jade that Xia Qing had given him and shouted a rebuke. What's that thing you're holding in your hand? It's black and looks pretty good. The green farmer didn't recognize this black soul jade at all, and he sneered and scoffed as he looked at Lin Hao. You're holding a piece of black jade and you think you can subdue me? Silly boy. Have you been tricked by some lackadaisical monk? The so-called enlightened tokens are useless to our real ghosts but you're quite bold, actually daring to make your grandpa me kneel down. The stern ghost walked slowly towards Lin Hao. He decided to play nicely after the kid and let him know what it meant to be a ghost. Lin Hao was also stunned at the sight, and his forehead began to sweat. Not all ghosts recognize this jade pendant. Careless. What can we do about this? Lin Hao looked towards Su Shui as he planned his route, bouncing his legs and feet to the side. He was going to make a circle and then go around behind the night ghost and quickly take Su Shui away. Human speed is all snails in the eyes of the ghost race. With a gesture from the Li Gon's stubby hand, a jet of black gas shot toward Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao squinted his eyes just in time to see the black gas coming. His heart tightened and it was too late for him to dodge. Spell it out. Lin Hao simply didn't dodge or avoid the flying black chi. This black chi fell on Lin Hao and he felt nothing. Instead, the black gas inexplicably dissipated upon contact with Lin Hao's body. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced at the sight. It's true that all ghosts are of little use. As long as you're not afraid of ghosts, they can't do anything to you. It's just a cloud of gas. Knight was stunned by the result. There's something weird about this kid. The stern ghost didn't dare to molest Lin Hao anymore, and his entire body transformed into black smoke that loomed toward Lin Hao. He's going to possess Lin Hao and then control him to jump off a cliff to his death. Knock. There was no sound, but it was better than a loud noise. The severe ghost was actually bounced off of Lin Hao's body. He actually couldn't attach himself. What's going on here? The knight was knocked senseless. In all my years as a ghost, this is the first time I've seen someone who can't be possessed. It was like he had just hit a brick wall. Damn it, ghosts, bully. Lin Hao didn't care. Taking advantage of the moment of dumbfoundedness of the night ghost, he rushed up and slapped him across the face. Snap! The night ghost took a solid slap to the face, which actually caused him to feel a sharp pain. Ouch! That hurts! The knight screamed and panicked as he instantly realized that he had encountered a human practitioner. Lin Hao was also unforgiving, and with one stride, he rode on top of the night ghost, pounding his fists in a chaotic manner. Bang! 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 Lin Hao slammed his fist, flattening the night ghost's head directly. The severe ghost kept changing bodies under Lin Hao's body, trying to escape, but just couldn't. This knight couldn't believe this. He was clearly an invisible ghost body, so why was he able to restrain himself? How could he flatten my body when he was clearly just using his fists to hit me? And there's unbelievably sharp pain. The next scene that made the night ghost even more terrified appeared. He realized that his ghostly aura was diminishing. One punch and the ghostly aura is a few points less. This guy's gonna beat himself to death. Have mercy. Boss. Brother. I know I'm wrong. Dad. Let me go. I'm just a ghost. Why must you beat me to death? The knight was beaten and called for his father. Lin Hao swung dozens of punches, and was having so much fun that he didn't want to stop. Big brother. Stop fighting. Don't you just want the ghost beads? Can't I just spit it out to you? Don't kill me. I don't want to cultivate. I just want to be an ordinary ghost now. Ghost beads? Lin Hao stopped at the sound of his voice. He grabbed the night ghost by the neck with one hand and asked, "What ghost beads? Take it out and see." Chapter 29, Brother, you haven't touched it, have you? The stern ghost's neck was pinched and his body was sore and limp. He wouldn't dare play tricks. His mouth opened and dropped out a round ghost bead before handing it to Lin Hao. Lin Hao picked up and looked at it. The ghost beads were similar to the marbles that children played with. Dark and transparent, but the weight wasn't as heavy as the marbles, and the pinch was softer, like an excellent quality plastic ball. What is this ghost bead for? Big brother, you actually don't know what ghost beads are for? Aren't ghost beads your human cultivator's favorite thing? It seems like it can be used for cultivation. Human cultivators? Tell me what's going on. Lin Hao had come to this world, and aside from coming into contact with Xia Ting and these ghost types, it was really the first time he had come into contact with a cultivator. The stern ghost cocked his head and stared at Lin Hao in an incredulous manner. You actually don't know about cultivators? Then how could you catch me? Snap. Lin Hao slapped his hand back and chided. I told you to talk back. I didn't tell you to ask questions. The knight was struck in the mouth and nose, and the intense pain struck fear into his heart. After spitting out the ghost bead, his cultivation was gone, and this slap came down and directly struck his soul, even showing signs of floating away with the wind. He begged for mercy in a hurry. Brother, please don't hit. Don't hit. I'll say everything. If you keep hitting me, I'll lose my soul. Well, come on then. Lin Hao lifted the night ghost and came to Su Shue's side, helping her pull down the t-shirt that had been lifted up. The stern ghost didn't look away, not daring to steal another glance for fear that Lin Hao would slap him again and make him dissipate completely. It turned out that this severe ghost is a lonely ghost, unintentionally obtained a few phrases of ghost cultivation techniques, so he hid here to quietly cultivate. The ghost bead he had just spat out was the existence of a human-like dantian that the ghost cultivator had condensed through cultivation, something for storing ghost energy. It belongs to the existence of the finest of ghost cultivators. Lin Hao had learned from the night ghost that there were currently two major cultivation forces in the human race, one being the Taoist religion led by the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and the other force being the Buddhist sect led by the Shaolin Temple. Both of their forces went around looking for ghost cultivators to obtain ghost beads to use in their cultivation. The night ghost in Lin Hao's hand had once been nearly captured to take the ghost pearl. Big brother, I don't know much, that's all. Spare me. Lin Hao had listened to a general overview, and although it was very unenjoyable, he finally knew some of the realities behind this side of the world. Lin Hao also understood that it was considered good for such a little kid to know so much. What ghost cultivation realm are you in now? I don't know what realm I'm in myself. No one has taught me, and I don't know what realm there is for ghost cultivators, but I feel like I should have gotten started. What? Lin Hao asked. The night ghost answered, but it was very honest. Alright then, read me all the feats you know. This, big brother, you are a human. Why do you need ghost clan techniques? Cut the crap and just give it to me. In the end, Lin Hao used the text of his cell phone to edit and store the night ghost's gongfu word for word. Lin Hao asked again how the ghost beads worked. Night stammered half-heartedly. I'll let go of you for now, but don't try to escape, or if I catch you, I'll just crush you. Don't worry, big brother, now that I don't have the ghost pearl, I'm just an ordinary wandering soul who doesn't dare to escape. This stern ghost is very well behaved. Lin Hao nodded his head in satisfaction, then tried to cultivate on the spot according to the gongfu that Li Ghost had just given him. How did I know that he would learn as soon as he could? The cold aura that had been generated by Lin Hao and Xia Qing's rescue earlier was mobilized by him with his consciousness. The cold breath ran to his palm, and the ghost bead on his palm gradually faded. It eventually disappeared. Lin Hao, on the other hand, felt refreshed. I see. It wasn't troublesome. It was absorbed straight away. The night ghost on the side was shocked to see this. You're actually able to cultivate the ghost cultivation technique? And you can directly absorb ghost beads? How is this possible? What do you mean by that? Lin Hao's heart fluttered as he seemed to understand something. As expected, the stern ghost told Lin Hao that humans were unable to practice ghost cultivation techniques unless they voluntarily gave up their physical bodies to become ghosts, but the risk of doing so was very high. and Night Ghost had never seen anyone who could directly absorb a ghost pearl. Human cultivators take the ghost beads back and they need to be processed before they can be used for cultivation. Lin Hao, on the other hand, could absorb it directly. At this moment, Lin Hao's words came to mind, activating the Supreme Tao body. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel agitated. What kind of Supreme Tao body was this body of his? Before it was even formally activated, it could already cultivate ghost cultivation techniques and directly absorb ghost beads. How terrifying it would be if this Tao body was officially activated. Lin Hao had been searching for his golden finger ever since he crossed over, and he thought his golden finger was Xia Qing, the female ghost wife. But now, he knew it was wrong. His real gold finger was this body. Suetsu, Lin Ho, where are you guys? A few torchlights flashed below the hillside. It was the villagers and Su Shue's father looking for them. Lin Hao then had the night ghost stealthily follow him. Then, he followed the villagers' example and pinched Su Shue's middle. Su Shue woke up leisurely. Ah, ghosts! Su Shue gazed in fear and struggled. Lin Hao hurriedly pressed her into his arms. Sister Su Shue, don't be afraid. It's me, Lin Hao. The ghost has left. Only when she heard Lin Hao's voice did Su Shue's gaze slowly focus on Lin Hao, and after confirming that it was really Lin Hao, she let out a loud cry. Stinky brother, it's really you. I just met a ghost. Yeah, you were just charmed up the mountain by a horny ghost. Luckily I was just in time. It's okay now. Lin Hao hugged Su Shue and kept comforting her. Get your clothes on, your father and the villagers are coming for you. Only when Lin Hao reminded her did Su Shue realize that her clothes had been loosened. She blushed and said softly, Stinky brother, you haven't touched it, have you? Ahem. Sister Su Shue, don't talk nonsense. In the middle of nowhere and with evil spirits. I don't have that kind of heart. The reality was that Lin Hao was already very familiar with Su Shue's body, and at this point there was little difference between touching or not touching. Humph, meaning if it was anywhere else, you'd have a heart? Su Shue reached inside her clothes to organize her underwear right in front of Lin Hao. Sister, don't joke. When the villagers come in a while, just say there's nothing going on. Just you taking a walk in the back of the mountain after your meal. Got it? That I understand. Su Shue knew better than Lin Hao what kind of unpleasant public opinion would be generated when a woman was enchanted by a lecherous man on the mountain. Once the two were sorted, Su Shue responded loudly, Dad, Uncle, I'm here. A group of people met, and the villagers shone their torches at Su Shue and Lin Hao again and again, and realized that there were shadows behind Lin Hao and Su Shue. Cher, how are you? Dad, I'm fine. I'm just taking a walk up the hill after dinner. You went for a walk without telling me and scared your mom. Su Shue's dad also understands about the countryside, and he's already denying the ghost encounters. These few that came looking for Lin Hao and Su Shue were bribed by Lin Hao and were very understanding and didn't ask many questions. Chapter 30, Mom, I'll beat you to death. Back at home, Lin Hao and Su Shue both realized that quite a few people had come inside Su Shue's family's ground dam. Su Shue's mother set up a table in the middle of the ground dam with tea and melons. A circle of people gathered around getting high on melon seeds and eating peanuts and swinging the dragon's tongue. Suetsu has been found. She's back. Someone spotted Su Shue and the others and rushed out to greet them. The family suddenly came with multiple people and warmly greeted themselves. Su Shue had never enjoyed this kind of treatment since she was a child. She was very confused and mentally muttered, What's going on? Did something happen? Aren't these villagers usually tired of me being mischievous and not following the rules? Usually, I'm not concerned about anything, but why did they all come to my house tonight? Su Shue was confused. When the villagers saw Lin Hao and Su Shue return, they all came over to show their concern, asked what was going on. Without Su Shue answering, a few villagers took the initiative to explain in 7 words. Said Su Shue, the girl just hasn't been home for a long time. Night climbed the back of the mountain to go for a walk. Then there were a few more great aunts and grandmothers who pretended to reprimand Su Shue for not knowing what she was doing. You didn't even give your parents a greeting when you left the house, so we were all anxious and thought you were lost. Su Shue followed with a compensatory smile. Aya, Shuerer, this is that friend of yours, Lin Hao. What a handsome man. What a handsome young man. I hear you're Suetsu's neighbor in town. Su Shue has something to do, and you even made a special trip. You really are a neighbor in place. This shows that our Su Shue has a good character. Shuerer is truly worthy of being a college student in our village, buying houses and cars and making friends with big bosses. After caring about Su Shue, the group of villagers started gossiping about Lin Hao again. After all, as soon as Lin Hao arrived, he gave cigarettes and wine to the families and wrapped them in big red envelopes. Everyone unwrapped it, and it was actually 1,000. This made the villagers uneasy about taking it. That's why they have come running to care for Su Shue's family. Some people started praising Lin Hao, and others took over, sending up all sorts of good words. It was so exaggerated that Lin Hao could hardly stand it. In the distance, Huang Yulong and his mom stood on a field canyon to find Su Shue's house brightly lit and crowded. Mom, how come there are so many people at Su Shue's house? How should I know? I guess it's mostly the village headman leading the villagers to a village meeting at her house. After all, it's very humiliating to have a shameless like Su Shue in the village. Mom, this group of villagers are so stupid and cute, so jealous, and when they see that the Su family's daughter is outstanding, they try to suppress her by all means. We'll just take advantage of this mentality of theirs and take away all of my sister-in-law's possessions. Let us go over quickly, and take this opportunity to force sister-in-law that to divide the house among us. Still sister-in-law, this woman killed your brother and you still call her sister-in-law. Do you still have a conscience as a brother? His mom angrily scolded Huang Yulong for this son's lack of talent. The two of them discussed it and hurried towards Su Shue's house. Su Shue, my son died a horrible death. Granny Su Shue was howling at the door before anyone arrived. Su Shue, how can you be so cruel? If my son has wronged you, you can't work with an adulterer to harm his life. Oh, my poor son, it just so happens that everyone is present, and my orphan mother and father would like to ask for your help in seeking justice. I really can't live any longer. God. Granny Su Shue even cried and crawled, and fell down on Su Shue Dam. Mom, don't be so sad. Big brother is gone. Don't hurt yourself. Huang Yulong grabbed in after him. The miserable appearance of the two mothers and daughters couldn't help but inspire sympathy. But now, the villagers couldn't sympathize, and they all turned back to look indifferently at Huang Yulong and Granny Su Shue performing on the ground. I'll beat you two sons of Es to death. At this time, Su Shue's father's blood rushed up, grabbed the hoe next to him and rushed over to smash. Su, this isn't working. Stop it. Calm down. The villagers were shocked to see the momentum, and everyone rushed to hug Su Shue's father to stop him from killing. Dang. The hoe fell and slammed down dozens of centimeters in front of Granny Su Shue. The handle of the hoe flicked and hit Granny Su Shue directly on her forehead. Buzz. Granny Su Shue's head was dazzled and she was stunned on the spot. She touched her forehead again and it had bulged into a walnut-sized bag. Ouch. Holy murder. Granny Su Shue was paralyzed with fear and kept screaming on the ground. You old bastard. I only realize now that your dog's son is a drug addict who has been constantly sucking my daughter's blood for the past few years. Now that you're dead, you old bastard still wants to rob my daughter's house. I'll put the word out here that if you ever come to my house and make trouble again, I'll beat you to death. Or worse, I'll pay for it. When a man is angry, blood is spilled. This is no joke. Especially in the countryside. Don't look at people usually honest and simple. Really want to get angry. A bite to kill you. Indeed. In the past, the generation gap between Su Shue and her parents was deep and contradictory, and Su Shue never told her parents about the situation after she got married. Until today, Su Shue's parents didn't know their son-in-law was an addict. Su Shue mother-in-law, especially the brother-in-law Huang Yulong, directly by Su Shue's father scared off the tablets, looking at Su Shue's father ferocious appearance, jaws, heart fear. But soon, Granny Su Shue reacted, and her shrewishness rose. She saw so many villagers at the scene. The other party definitely did not dare to really do anything to herself, and it was impossible for the villagers not to stop them. So Granny Su Shue became emboldened and screamed harshly. Su family, you have bullied me too much, killed my son and now you want to kill me. I'm sitting right here. Kill me if you can. Damn old woman. Do you really think I don't dare to kill? Su Shue's father angrily charged up again, but not surprisingly, Su Shue's mother-in-law was stopped by the villagers. Although the villagers were now on Su Shue's side and were righteously angry about Su Shue's in-laws, they remained calm as the matter was not on them. Murder is against the law. They don't dare to let Su Shue's dad really do such illegal things, especially the village headman, who has a greater duty to ensure safety and order. A part of the people were talking to persuade Su Shue's father to deal with it calmly, and a part of the people were pointing at Su Shue's mother-in-law and Huang Yulong and cursing. Granny Su Shue and Huang Yulong are very surprised and puzzled when they suddenly see the villagers turn their guns around and accuse them. The two men, facing accusations and abuse from the crowd, could not win the argument and simply sat on the ground and played tricks. The mouth just grunted. Even kill me if you can. It's true. The poor countryside produces unruly and unreasonable people. It's villages like this that produce S like Su Shue. Also, this, who has only just lost her husband, brings her adulterer to her home, and is not afraid of being struck by lightning and going to the 18 layers of hell after her death. These words made the heads of a village explode with fire. Want to fight but can't. If something happens in the fight, no one can get away with it. Everyone was holding their breath and didn't know how to let it out. At this time, Lin Hao laughed, grabbed the stern ghost that had been following him with one hand, and arranged in a voice that only ghosts could understand. Go possess that Huang Yulong and torture these two to death for me and you'll be free. Okay. Thank you, big brother. This stern ghost happily turned into a green smoke and drilled into Huang Yolong's body. In a flash, Huang Yolong's body suddenly lurched and his eyes lost their expression, but he immediately recovered. After recovering, Huang Yolong's mouth smiled evilly. Mom, you keep yelling for them to beat you to death, but they just don't come to beat you to death, and I'm getting anxious. Well, I'll beat you to death. Chapter 31, Not Being a Madonna in a Chaotic World. What? Arigato. What did you just tell me? Su Shue's mother-in-law had been sitting on the ground cursing when she suddenly heard her youngest son talking about beating himself to death. She pulled out her ears, thinking she'd heard wrong. The other villagers who were arguing with Granny Su Shue also quieted down. Huang Yulong did sound a bit weird and harsh with that comment. Mom, are you pulling out your ears because there's in them? Can't you hear me? Huang Yulong looked at his mother who was digging out her ears with her fingers with concern, an unknown smile at the corner of his mouth. Granny Su Shue, however, didn't notice any abnormality as she said, my ears are a bit backward. I misheard what you said just now. Okay, I'll shoot it for you. How to shoot? Granny Su Shue looked at her son curiously. Bang! Huang Yulong took a horse stance, raised his palm and spread it more than a meter away, and slammed it over. Knock! The tremendous force directly caused Granny Su Shue to crash in and fall to the ground. Put! Ugh! Granny Su Shue spat out a mouthful of blood, bringing out 2 old yellow teeth and making her dizzy. You! There are dragons. You! Before Granny Su Shue's words could fall, Huang Yulong stomped on Granny Su Shue's head again. The back of her head had hit the ground and began to ooze blood. Boom! Granny Su Shue's eyes widened as she looked at her son with a look of disbelief. Then fainted. Ah! Oh my god! Murder! The villagers had never seen such a bloody picture, and the women were directly scared and screamed, backing away to avoid it. Su Shue and her parents also looked dumbfounded. Hey! Don't be afraid, everyone! You heard it just now. My mom wants to die, but you guys won't fulfill her. So as a filial son, I must fulfill her wish. Huang Yulong spread his hands as if nothing had happened and explained to the villagers. Ah! A man who suddenly changes his temper and beats the mother closest to him carries with him an aura of extreme terror. Huang Yulong did nothing. Just the action of spreading his hands scared the villagers into a frantic retreat. Uncle, can you lend me your hoe? I'll smash my mom's head directly. Huang Yulong asked Su Shue's father with a smile. You're the devil. Su Shue's father had just wanted to kill and fight, and he was so ruthless that even he was afraid of himself, but at this moment, he was scared by Huang Yulong, shivering and constantly backing away. Ugh, looks like you don't want to borrow it. Never mind. I'll brick it. Huang Yulong turned to pick up the turning head at the edge of the ground dam. Lin Hao had just forgotten to instruct this night ghost not to kill in front of everyone, and this guy was a straight shooter who wanted to kill on the spot. Huang Yulong, if you're going crazy, get the hell out of crazy. Lin Hao hadn't wanted to intervene in order to completely brush aside his responsibility, but he didn't know that this guy was so naive that Lin Hao had to send out a reminder. Huang Yolong's figure lurched at his words, like he had heard something fearful, and he stiffly turned back towards Lin Hao's side to apologize. I'm sorry, I forgot this was a crowd. I'll take my mom home right away and fulfill her wish again. Huang Yulong walked to Granny Su Shue, grabbed one of her feet and dragged it away. A blood trail was left on the ground where it was dragged. On his way out the door, he drifted off. By the way, could you all please help me videotape this? Prove that I killed my mom, and then help me call the police to have me executed. Huang Yulong had a very flat voice, like he was genuinely asking for help. The village chief reacted quickly. He immediately took out his cell phone and turned on the video recording function. This must leave evidence. Huang Yulong, turn around. Don't sin. This is your own mom. Okay, uncle. I will listen to my mom. Be a filial son. Fulfill my own mom's wish, and beat her to death. Guys, bye. Huang Yulong dragged his mother out of Su Shue's house. The village chief and the others tried to step forward to stop it out of humanitarianism, but Huang Yulong looked extremely terrifying with his calm tone of voice, calm emotions, and clear thinking. Huang Yulong disappeared into the darkness of the night, and the crowd realized that their backs were completely soaked. I'm going home too. The villagers swarmed away one by one. Lin Hao, is Huang Yulong being ghost-possessed here? Su Shue stumbled and was also frightened. Lin Hao's heart was actually racing at this point. This was sort of his first time killing someone. He had been torn between letting Huang Yulong and Su Shue's mother-in-law die a horrible death, but he held back his sanctimonious mindset. This world has ghosts, ghost cultivators, Taoist practitioners, and Buddhist practitioners. It's a weak and cannibalistic society. If one keeps on being the same kind of saintly motherly mentality as in his previous life, sooner or later he will be eliminated. Tonight, Lin Hao thought that it was the most rewarding night he had come to this side of the world. In the end, Lin Hao thought that there were some people that were better suited to be ghosts. With a bit of luck, Huang Yulong and his mom might be able to turn into ghosts immediately after their deaths because their grievances won't go away. When they become ghosts, they don't need a car or a house, and they will not be troubled. It was certainly a relief for them, mother and son. After Lin Hao figured it out, he looked at Su Shui and said, Huang Yulong may have been dominated by a ghost, but it has nothing to do with us, and there's nothing we can do about it. Sitting at the dinner table, the family was no longer in the mood for dinner. Su Shui introduced Lin Hao to her parents. Her parents forced a smile to show their welcome to Lin Hao. In fact, they haven't gotten over the fearful mood of the night. Su Shui only had to settle her parents before she got slippers for Lin Hao to take a shower and wash up. Alas, brother Lin Hao, there's no extra room in my house. What should we do? How can I sleep at night? Su Shui wasn't in the mood to flirt with Lin Hao tonight, and it was inconvenient for her parents to be there. Lin Hao, realizing that he was even less in a childish mood, he frowned and was ready to say that he slept in the car. That's when his cell phone rang. It was the boss, Xia Yushan, who called. Lin Hao, where are you now? Mr. Xia, I have something to do today, in the rural area of Nanzhou City. I can't believe you went that far? Okay. Xia Yushan had wanted to just tell Lin Hao to go back, but when she heard that Lin Hao was still in the countryside, she didn't say anything. Mr. Xia, what can I do for you? Make sure you return to Rongqing tomorrow. There's an important industry summit you're attending. Xia Yushan told Lin Hao to make sure he went to an important industry meeting tomorrow by 9 a.m. This is because the authorities may want to put Lin Hao on stage to share about the opening of Rondu Plaza, a key project in Rongqing. He was the project director and knew the project best, and it was appropriate for Lin Hao to attend. At the end of the call, Xia Yushan emphasized several times, this meeting is very important for Confronting Construction Company and cannot be late. In fact, the Rondu Plaza project is having a big event at this time, and Xia Yushan intended for Lin Hao to handle it, and she will go to the meeting tomorrow. But Lin Hao definitely couldn't return, so she didn't open her mouth to avoid Lin Hao's dryness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Hao took the opportunity to say goodbye to Su Shui and drove back to Rongqing overnight. Su Shui looked at Lin Hao as his lips quirked, wanting to say something but ultimately unable to open his mouth. Looking at Lin Hao's departing back, her eyes were filled with unwillingness to part with Lin Hao. It was only in the middle of the night that Lin Hao returned home, and Xia Qing was at home watching TV. She's a ghost. She doesn't sleep much at night. Usually the rest is during the day. When Xia Qing saw Lin Hao come home so late, she didn't ask why, but instead, she was heartbroken. Honey, you're working too hard. Mwah mwah mwah, go wash up and go to bed. Xia Qing didn't ask, and Lin Hao didn't say anything about what he had encountered tonight, much less the fact that he had practiced the ghost cultivation technique that he had obtained from the Lich Ghost. Just cuddled up under the covers and told Xia Qing to call him in the morning. He had a very important meeting tomorrow and couldn't be late. Then he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 32, Her First Man. In the early hours of the next morning, Lin Hao was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Lin Hao, are you still not up? Oh, up. You sound like you're just staying in bed. So get your ass up and go to the meeting. Okay. Lin Hao had to roll over and get out of bed, knowing that Lin Hao was in a hurry. Xia Qing helped Lin Hao feed him food, helped him put on his shoes, and squeezed toothpaste. I really don't want to take this class. Lin Hao really wasn't in the mood for a 9-to-5 lately. After arriving at the venue, Lin Hao was guided by the staff to a name tag table that read Confronting Construction Lin Hao and sat down. It wasn't long before a number of people entered the venue one after another. Everyone greeted each other and got to know each other, and Lin Hao coped by exchanging business cards with a few peers in the neighborhood. Yo, Confronting Construction was invited too. Suddenly a few people sat over. Shaolin, it's you. You've been promoted. It's a rocket ride. Lin Hao frowned and asked, several of you are? The few people who came looked like they were familiar with themselves, which made Lin Hao a bit upset. And the person who asked the question, Lin Hao also felt a bit familiar. Oh, Shaolin. No, now it's called Mr. Lin. It's really developed. So your memory has gotten worse. I'm Mr. Deng of Eason Real Estate. Last year, that time you were still a small designer. You came to me to sign. Remember? Oh, Mr. Deng ah. It's a pleasure to meet you. What is it you're looking for me for? Lin Hao wanted to get up a hair. That was a predecessor thing. But Lin Hao is still a bit of memory. Before the Confronting Construction did serve this Eason Real Estate customers. It's okay. I'm just asking you for a tidbit of information. What tidbit of information? I heard that your boss slept with that banker Zhuang. Ha, that's how you got a small, obscure company to take on the Rondu Plaza project. Ha, Mr. Dang, please watch your words. Lin Hao's face was completely taut and he couldn't help but want to slap him. Ha ha, you guys, that's all Mr. Lin has in his heart. He can't afford to play just a random joke. Ha ha, look at Lin's anxious look. No need to ask. It's true. Mr. Dangavis in real estate laughed out loud, causing the few people with him to follow suit. Knock. Lin Hao slammed his fist on the conference table, which was shaken violently, and the attention of the surrounding attendees was drawn over. Lin Hao's gaze was cold as he swept a glance at a few people, who turned scared and stiffened. Seeing that there was going to be a confrontation, the staff rushed over to deal with it. There are important leaders attending the meeting today, and if there is really a physical conflict, the joke will be too big. Under the persuasion of the staff, Mr. Deng, several people grunted and left, still with some uncleanness inside their mouths. If it was not for the fact that today's representative is the Koning Construction to participate in the meeting, Lin Hao will definitely give a few people on the spot a few slaps in the face. The short farce ended quickly, but the peers at the venue all pointed their fingers at Lin Hao. Their contemptuous and disdainful gazes swept over Lin Hao from time to time, followed by exchanging words. Lin Hao had sensitive ears and heard quite a few unpleasant words. So this is Koning Construction, ah? I heard that their company boss is a young and beautiful woman. A woman can achieve such a large scale. There are not a few old men behind the scenes. That's never possible. Oh, their old boss is called Xie Yushan. I've seen it. Tai. Not only with the leaders are not clear, but also with the bottom of the staff mess. Yes, just that Lin Hao. I heard that he's good in bed and was placed directly from a tiny designer to project director by Xie Yushan. Lin Hao nearly blew his lungs out when he heard these words, and his gaze glared over, scaring the few people who had lowered their heads to denigrate him into hastily shutting up. At about the same time, there was a commotion at the entrance to the site, and a group of leaders walked into the conference room, surrounded by a crowd. All rose instantly. Lin Hao followed suit and stood up. At this moment, he froze. Inside the group of leaders was an extremely beautiful woman that Lin Hao was very familiar with, but he didn't know the other party's name. She was the woman who had lain in her arms that night sleeping like a kitten. Lin Hao's burning gaze was sensed by the woman clustered in front of him, and her gaze gathered. The moment she saw Lin Hao's face, her insides exploded in panic, and her head was so dizzy that she almost fell on her face. The people around him rushed over to assist them. The woman nearly fell over, most concerned about the leader who was clustered at the front of the room. He turned to support the woman and said with concern, "Mr. Zhao, are you okay?" The woman waved her hand. The leader was relieved, and at the same time, he glared fiercely at the staff, meaning that he blamed the fact that things were not done properly and that he almost made Mr. Zhao, as he called him, fall down. Fellow staff members were so scared that they couldn't stop shaking and apologizing. After the group of leaders were seated and saw the table cards, everyone realized, the woman who almost fell down just now was the executive president of Donghua Group, Zhao Minman. It's amazing that a company veteran has the leaders so concerned and valued. The participants present instantly understood in seconds that Zhao Minman was the person with the most honorable status in the room. The crowd was in awe. This Zhao Minman's background was very uncomplicated. After such a hiccup, the meeting officially began. The process was the same as usual meetings, with the leaders going up for opening speeches, followed by the outstanding program representatives. The meeting was in full swing, and the following was very cooperative, with warm applause for each person who spoke on behalf of the organization. Minman Cho, on the other hand, sitting behind the leadership seat, looked drained. She sat motionless and unbiased in her seat. In fact, her heart had been beating wildly. She very much wanted to turn around and peek at Lin Hao, but she didn't dare. This man was the star of her spring dreams, truly the man of her dreams. Her first time was given to him in a spring dream, and in reality, she realized that after that wet dream, she had lost the most precious thing a woman can have. Every woman, in her life, can never forget the man who broke her first time. This made her feel an inexplicable emotion towards Lin Hao. It was really real that night. Too real to be a dream. It was clearly nighttime that day, with only dim moonlight, but that man's face was so clear that she could never forget it. Just now, she only needed to scan that far, and she could confirm it. That man is the man of his dreams. There was no mistaking it. Even if it turned to ashes, she wouldn't recognize it. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was constantly apprehensive in his mind, actually encountering Zhao Minman on such an occasion. His mind skimmed over Summer Leaning's request. Xia Qing tells Lin how to make sure that Zhao Minman is attracted to him. Zhao Minman was the last vegetable-ing body that was crucial for him to activate the Supreme Dao body. Whether or not he could quickly enter the cultivation world depended on Minman Zhao. Please welcome Mr. Lin Hao Lin, Deputy General Manager of Rongqing Koning Construction Engineering Company. to share on stage. Everyone applaud and welcome. While Lin Hao was lost in thought, the host on stage called his name. Lin Hao was so shaken in spirit that he had to collect himself and go on stage to give his speech. A round of applause please. When Lin Hao walked on stage, the stage was surprisingly very quiet. A few people applauded. The host had to remind again. But after the reminder, the sound of applause was still only a few sparse voices. The scene was very awkward. Chapter 33, The Following Offenses. That's a whole lot of embarrassment for the host. Lin Hao was also embarrassed. He actually understood what everyone was thinking. The fact that Confronting Construction was suddenly awarded the construction contract for the Rongo Plaza project without going through the bidding process made the whole industry uncomfortable. Even though most of them didn't have the qualifications or chances to win the bid, it didn't stop them from being red-eyed and upset. Coupled with people like Zhou Jiqian, in which rumors, Confronting Construction is considered in the construction industry circle in Rongqing infamous. Just then, someone on stage suddenly applauded vigorously. Everyone took a look, and it was actually Donghua Group's Min Manzhao who was applauding. The leaders followed suit, and the people below applauded wildly at the sight. There was a thunderous and unusually enthusiastic applause. Lin Hao took the opportunity to drop his gaze on Min Manzhao, nodding his head gently to her in appreciation. Coco Manzhao also smiled slightly with a calm expression. In truth, she was already panicking like a deer in headlights at this point, frantically thrashing about. Lin Hao shared about the construction of the Rongo Plaza project, with the theme of breaking down barriers and rising to the challenge. At the end of the sharing, Zhao Minman still led the applause. The following dare not disobey. The atmosphere was brought to the highest climax. At the end of the meeting, Lin Hao's company, Confronting, was surprisingly rewarded with a special contribution award. This is an unexpected pleasure. At the end of the meeting, the moderator directed the participants to the adjacent restaurant for the luncheon. Luncheon seating arrangements. Confronting Construction was also placed at the same table as Tier 1. In this case, no one dared to chew the cud anymore. And even many peers took the initiative to find Lin Hao to toast, handing over business cards and inviting follow-up to strengthen industry sharing and cooperation. But these are small companies with no power or influence. The big companies still have nothing good to say about Confronting Construction. The most lively in the room is the leader's table. The toast never stops. Zhou Minman was placed by the leader in his left-hand seat, and kept talking to Min Manzhao, who just nodded. Those who come to toast will toast the leader first, and the leader gestures to toast Zhao Minman first. This shows how high Zhou Minman is. But Zhao Minman did not drink, poured some mineral water. Someone toasted. She gently go through the motions. The companies attending the conference almost all took turns finding leaders to toast. It's just Lin Hao who was sitting there steadily, with little interest in flattering the leader. Lin Hao's mind wasn't on work at all right now. He didn't have that kind of leisure to curry favor with the leader. Lin Hao was currently thinking about how to fulfill Xia Qing's explanation and make Zhao Minman feel good about himself. A woman as noble as Zhao Minman would definitely be very proud, and if she went into contact with her own rashly, she would more than likely hit a snub. While Lin Hao was torn, Zhao Minman was also coping with the drinking game while glancing at Lin Hao out of the corner of her eye. She realized that Lin Hao had no signs of coming over to make a toast to get acquainted with him at all, which made her a little anxious. This guy is such a log. Uncle Zhang, as our Donghua company is the head company of the industry, I'd better go over there to get acquainted with my peers and have a drink. Zhou Minman spoke softly to the leader. The leader surnamed Zhang nodded hastily, saying that he should go, and asked if he wanted him to accompany him. Zhou Cocoman shook her head no. As soon as Cocoman Zhao got up, the eyes of the entire room focused on her. This woman not only has an honorable status, but also controls one of the top-ranked state-owned enterprises in Rongqing. She is also extremely talented in her own right, with a face and body that doesn't lose out to celebrities, and I've heard that she is also a master's degree graduate from a top overseas university. Zhou Minman is truly a heavenly favorite. Zhao Minman moved lightly with her lotus steps and walked over to Lin Hao's table. Before her people even arrived, everyone at Lin Hao's table had all stood up, even the entire venue, waiting for Zhao Minman to make a statement. Fellow travelers, on behalf of the Donghua Group, I would like to propose a toast to all of you. Zhao Minman smiled faintly, and suddenly the room was filled with spring breeze, and the atmosphere of the entire venue was plunged into the tenderness of spring. Mr. Zhao is too polite. It should be us honoring you. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao is really down to earth. Mr. Zhao is polite. To Mr. Zhao, everyone hastened to respond humbly, not daring to put on any airs. Zhou Minman smiled and nodded, raising her glass to clink it distantly around the room, saying, since there are so many people here today, I'll just make a toast to all my peers here, and I'll make them up one by one the next time we see each other. So let's all have a toast. That's the way it should be. Drink less for you, Mr. Zhao. Let's cheers. Cheers. To Mr. Zhao. For a woman as beautiful and dignified as Zhao Minman, everyone's tolerance was put to the maximum. The atmosphere was very harmonious. After finishing her drink, Zhao Minman pretended to turn around and go back to her seat. But she suddenly walked over to Lin Hao as if she remembered something. Mr. Lin, the Rongo Plaza project you managed is the industry benchmark and did very well. Let me toast you alone. Learn from you. Boom. Zhao Minman's words instantly made the venue silent and a needle could be heard. It's surprising that Zhao Minman attaches such importance to Lin Hao of Koning Construction. To know Zhao Minman dinner so far, in addition to just unified packing a toast, this is the second cup of toast. Zhao Minman didn't even toast the leaders, but toasted Lin Hao alone. And the words were so reverential to Lin Hao that he actually spoke words of learning from him. What is this Lin Hao? Lin Hao understood at this point, no matter how stupid he was, that Zhao Minman must have recognized herself as the protagonist of her dream. Mr. Lin fallacious praise. Rongo Plaza construction work can be carried out smoothly, all thanks to the leadership support and the help of all walks of life. Lin Hao stared into Zhao Minman's eyes, and Zhao Minman subconsciously dodged. Here. Cheers. Cheers. Ding. The two gently clinked their glasses and tilted their heads back to finish their drinks, appearing to be both sincere. Mr. Zhao, it's nice to meet you. Let's add a WeChat and communicate more down here. Lin Hao went down the pole and drew the two closer together. The moment Lin Hao's words came out, a look of contempt appeared on the faces of many people at the scene. Che, this Koning Construction really has a long face. Do you really think you're so great? How dare you ask for Zhao Minman's WeChat? It is important to realize that microsignals are private communication tools. No one in their right mind would seek out a high-status leader for a tweet. It's nice to be able to ask for a work card. Just when everyone thought Minnie Zhou was going to politely decline, Minnie Zhou readily agreed. Zhao Minman took the initiative to take out her cell phone and open the sweep. Come on, I'll sweep you. When I have the chance, I want to personally observe and learn from your project. Mr. Zhao is polite. The two of them added their WeChat. Zhao Minman was several times lighter on her feet when she went back to her seat again. Next, the atmosphere of the luncheon was even more enthusiastic, and now no one dares to underestimate Koning Construction, especially Lin Hao. Almost every person was looking for Lin Hao to make a toast and had a courteous attitude. This made Lin Hao busy in turn. It was hard to cope with it, so Lin Hao decided to return the favor with a glass of cocoa manjiao. His action immediately drew the attention of the entire room. The focus of the day revolves around Minman Zhou and Lin Hao, because Zhao Minman's attitude towards Lin Hao was too abnormal. According to the process, Lin Hao first honored the highest leader of the venue, Leader 7 Exquisite. He saw at a glance that Zhao Minman and Lin Hao two people have an unusual relationship, so he did not say much, encouraged the Koning company a few words, then let Lin Hao toast Zhao Minman. Zhao Minman was happy to see Lin Hao come over to make a toast, and she picked up her glass and stood up, ready to exchange a few words and then toast. But Lin Hao reached out and pressed down on Minman Zhao's wine glass, jokingly. Mr. Zhao, the two of us are considered friends. Are you still offering tea instead of wine? Buzz. As soon as Lin Hao said this, the scalps of the people on the field went numb and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. He, Lin Hao, dared to say such words that were beneath him. What a cheeky thing to do. Chapter 34, Is it that dark? Not only were the attendees incredulous, but even Minman Zhao froze. Growing up, no one but my parents ever asked this of me. If she didn't drink, no one would dare to dispute it, much less demand that she had to. But today, Lin Hao actually asked her to drink. Mr. Zhao, come on, I'll fill you up. Lin Hao snatched the wine glass from Zhao Minman's hand and poured the mineral water inside, then picked up the white wine and gave her a full and whole glass. Zhao Minman was only hesitant, but not angry. Have a drink with me, is that okay? Okay. Zhao Minman surprisingly agreed. She herself did not expect to be led by the nose by this man today. Lin Hao gave a bad smile. In order for a woman to have an impression on her, she had to have something that would impress her. Mr. Zhao, I wish you to be young and beautiful forever. Come on, cheers. Thank you, and all the best to you. It wasn't that Zhao Minman hadn't drank before. She was in business and didn't have a small amount of alcohol. It was just that today's occasion wasn't worthy of her drinking. Lin Hao toasted first, and Zhao Minman tilted her head and did the same. Mr. Zhao doesn't let it go. Awesome. Lin Hao gave her a thumbs up. The arena burst into applause. Once again, they realized that Lin Hao and Zhao Minman didn't have an unusual relationship. None of the people present felt envious of Lin Hao being favored by a rich white woman. Meanwhile, compared to Lin Hao's scenery, Xia Yushan was burnt out at this time. She hadn't gone home to rest for the night last night and was tired and sleepy. The other reason she had asked Lin Hao to attend the industry summit today was that there was a big problem with the Rongo Plaza project. When people from the project department called Lin Hao last night to report, Lin Hao didn't receive the call and didn't return the call. So much so that the people in the project department had to report directly to Xia Yushan. After receiving the call, Xia Yushan rushed to the Rongo Plaza project that night to handle things overnight. Mr. Xia, why don't we ask Mr. Lin to take care of it next? You haven't rested all night. The deputy project managers all admired Xia Yushan very much. This woman was really too dedicated to her work, and had simply reached the level of desperation. Xia Yushan waved her hand wearily. Mr. Lin should be meeting with an important leader at this time. It's not appropriate to disturb. Anyway, things have come to this, take your time. Xia Yushan and the deputy project manager, along with some management, stood at the entrance of the project dealing with a group of vicious migrant workers. Mr. Xia, I don't care who is constructing this project now. I just want to get the compensation and our hard-earned money. The lead migrant worker among them was stubbled, tanned and muscular, and brutal-looking. The migrant workers behind him all had tools in their hands, full of anger, and looked like they were going to smash up the place if they didn't pay. It's the last construction company that owes you money for your work. It doesn't have a penny to do with us. So what's the point of stopping us at the outer gate of the construction site? You should have gone to the last construction company instead of obstructing our construction. Xia Yushan didn't even know how many times she had said this sentence, and she was tongue-tied. But the other party is just a stick in the mud. No matter what, threatening to smash the construction site, to block the door, but also cut off water and electricity. Workers will not be allowed to enter the site for construction. Xia Yushan and some of the management staff have been guarding the place since last night, dragging this group of angry migrant workers not to vandalize or cause damage. Xia Yushan and the others also called the police, but once the police heard that it was the migrant workers who wanted money, they were very helpless. It is also only possible to arrange for 2 police officers to supervise the place, so that there will be no conflict and self-negotiation will prevail. The security guards too, except for stopping this group of migrant workers from vandalizing the site. Other than that, they couldn't care less. Mr. Xia, I also understand your hardship, but our hard-earned money, the lives of several of our workers cannot be ignored, and it's fine if you want to do the construction. Either you advance money to pay compensation and wages, or you go and coordinate with the last construction company to pay us back. We don't care who's who. We only recognize the money. Get it and we'll leave. How is this possible? We're not obligated to do that for you either. Xia Yushan would never do such silly things as advancing money or helping people to collect debts. In fact, no one is stupid. These few migrant workers may really be owed some money for their work, but it is definitely not much. There must be some other forces behind this, or simply some other forces paid for a few of their dodgy migrant workers to cause trouble. It would be a bottomless pit of utter darkness and abyss if one were really foolish enough to go ahead and pad the money. Hey, Governor Zhuang, have you inquired? Xia Yushan came to the phone, and when she saw that it was Governor Zhuang's, she immediately picked up. Meanwhile, she answered the phone and stepped to the side while waving her hand for the assistant project manager to take over and deal with the other party. Zhuang Jiangwo on the other side of the phone let out a long sigh and said, Mr. Xia, this is troublesome. I won't say where the last construction company came from. Anyway, the background is very deep. I told them about it and they said they had no money and couldn't give it. They would wait until they had the money. With that attitude, it's obvious they don't want to pay. This, Xia Yushan's head was as big as a cow, and she complained with some intent. They are also too unprofessional for such a large company, and they should pay what they owe, and it is only right that they should pay what they owe. They're always dragging it out. What's that like? A good industry just stinks because of them. Xia Yushan is most displeased with the industry's behavior of defaulting on workers' hard-earned money, but she has never defaulted on a migrant worker's payment. Even if some projects are slow to pay back, she will find a way to advance her own money to settle workers' wages. Over the years, all the migrant workers who have worked in the hands of Xia Yushan, none of them did not give her a thumbs up. Oh, Mr. Xia, you know the rules of the industry better than I do. Zhuang Jiangwo actually admired Xia Yushan as a woman and also liked this beautiful woman. Zhuang Jiangwo often regret that life is not the right time to meet too late. Their age has been 2 rounds older than her, and has long been married. Otherwise, even if desperate to chase this woman to hand, Zhuang Jiangwo suggested heartily, Mr. Xia, from a friend's point of view, I suggest that you hurry up and quit this project while it's just getting started and not much has been invested in it. I know that the water in this project is very deep, but I didn't expect it to go this deep, and that's my fault for not thinking it through before. I can do the honors of waiving the damages for contract breach. Minimize your losses. Xia Yushan fell into silence as she listened to these words. Indeed, They hadn't invested much yet, and that loss was nothing she could afford. But she wasn't willing, and she's not a woman who backs down easily from difficult situations. Thank you, Governor Zhuang, for the exit suggestion. I'll take it into consideration. Xie Yushan hung up the phone and tilted her head to look at the sky. It was cloudy and dark like it was going to rain. Is it really that dark? She whispered to herself, downcast. In the middle of the dark clouds, a haze suddenly appeared. The haze spread slowly, working to disperse the dark clouds. Mr. Xia, it's time for lunch. The assistant manager handed over a set of boxed lunches, and Xia Yushan took them, but didn't eat them as she arranged it. Everyone will take a half-day vacation after dinner and go back to rest. Let's put things here off beforehand. Meet at the company tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you Mr. Xia. In fact, everyone was very tired, and they all knew that this could not be solved in a moment, so they were waiting for Xia Yushan to let them go. Right, contact Mr. Lin later. Tell him to go home and rest directly after the meeting, and come to the company for a meeting tomorrow. It's an important decision-making meeting that he must need to attend. Okay. The assistant manager nodded in agreement. Chapter 35 The Boss with a Pattern. There were too many toasts yesterday, causing Lin Hao to get drunk for the first time. In the end, it was Zhou Minman who found someone to take Lin Hao home. Lin Hao was dizzy when he got home and slept from afternoon until dawn under Xia Qing's care. Honey, get up. You're late for work. Xia Qing's gentle voice woke Lin Hao up. Lin Hao immediately got up. Oh crap, there's a meeting today. He picked up his cell phone and, sure enough, there had been several calls from the company's administration department. Xia Qing had directly muted it in order for Lin Hao to avoid being disturbed. What a sweet and good wife. And at this moment, inside the company's conference room, heads were exchanged, all complaining about Lin Hao's unreliability. Lin Hao encouraged the boss to take over the Rongo Plaza project, and now the money has not been earned, but also become a hot potato. Also, Lin Hao is really only good for small staff. Ever since Lin Hao became the program director, he pretty much did whatever he wanted and often didn't see anyone during the workday. Now he's even late for meetings, and even more infuriating, he can't be reached. Make everyone wait for him and delay. Such a big deal for a program under your own jurisdiction and you're still lazy. The atmosphere in the conference room was terrible. Call Lin Hao again. We won't wait for him if we can't reach him. Xia Yushan sat at the head of the conference table and buried her head in writing and drawing, combing through her recent work, the words of the employees complaining at the bottom. She listened to them one by one without making any comments or responses. Boss, Mr. Lin messaged back and said he'll be there in 5 minutes. Okay, wait for him for 5 more minutes. The boss was so tolerant of Lin Hao, and the employees underneath could only whine a little. Guys, sorry for the delay after last night's drinks. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Hao hurried into the conference room. He symbolically apologized, but no one in the room responded, and the atmosphere was stony. Mr. Long, come tell Mr. Lin what happened on the project. Okay, Mr. Shay. After Mr. Long's introduction, Lin Hao realized that something so big had happened on his project. According to this situation, for the Rongo Plaza project to go or stay, everyone expressed their opinions and say what they think. Xia Yushan was very calm, making it impossible to guess what she was really thinking. Neither dares to speak easily. As a last resort, Xia Yushan asked each department to take turns speaking in turn. The first place to start is the finance department. Mr. Xia, colleagues, our finance department has conducted an exhaustive cost-benefit and risk analysis of this project. The returns of this project are high but the risks are extremely high. As a mature company, we should not adopt a gambling mentality but should treat it rationally. Governor John promises that he can get us out of the game free of charge, and we haven't invested more than $5 million. Accordingly, I recommend seizing the opportunity to stop in time and exit immediately. The head of the finance department was forthright in his views and clearly recommended that the company should simply withdraw from the market. The others listened, nodding their heads in agreement. I also agree with finance that it's not actually true that our company can't take on projects. Instead, there are a number of stable and safe projects underway, and we should be steady and steady. It's true, the Rongo Plaza project is considered a violation of entry and the stakes are too high. Our company doesn't have the backstage strength to force suppression, and even if we did have that strength, the cost of forcing suppression would be astronomical. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I'm not doubting that you don't have a hard backstage. I'm just voicing my own opinion. Xia Yushan waved her hand to show that she didn't mind, and signaled for other departments to continue to make their points. Everyone in the company knew that Xia Yushan was a person who, although not very old, was very reliable in her work. She never focused on formalism and only talked about practical matters. So even if she spoke vehemently, Xia Yushan wouldn't get angry. If your point of view is favorable to the company, even if you point your finger at Xia Yushan's nose and chide her, Xia Yushan will seriously consider your point of view. This was the reason why Xia Yushan was able to gather such a large table of capable people to work for her. Xia Yushan's charisma really didn't speak for itself. In this atmosphere, not a single department supported the continuation of the Rongo Plaza project, and all of them suggested that the project should simply be withdrawn. Finally, Xia Yushan's gaze fell on Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned in displeasure. It's ridiculous that such a trivial matter should be an unbridgeable roadblock for you. Give me 24 hours, and in 24 hours, if I can't fix it, I'll take the blame and you'll back out again. Such contemptuous and vehement words directly caused those with short tempers to storm. Yellow mouth. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you speak. I also put my word here. If you, Lin Hao, can't solve the problem within 24 hours, I will definitely make it impossible for you to stay in this company. Right. Don't think we can't do anything about you just because you have Mr. Xia to cover you. You'll have to resign even if you don't want to when the time comes. Humph. It's true that the person who pulls himself up is a reckless person. I've always admired Mr. Xia's vision, but this time, I think Mr. Xia doesn't know people well. A heated argument erupted in the venue, but Xia Yushan remained calm and silent, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Oh, and what are you going to do if I solve the problem in 24 hours? Lin Hao sneered coldly, contempt flavored. You can solve the problem? Dream on. If you do solve the problem, I'll leave my job. Yeah, if you can be a project manager with a hangnail like that, what do you need us for? Why don't you just leave? Knock. Xia Yushan suddenly slammed the mouse in her hand on the desk with a loud clang. All be quiet. What's the point of all this bickering? Xia Yushan's sudden outburst of fire silenced a group of employees, and the conference room became quiet. Since Mr. Lin is so confident, then I'll leave this matter to Mr. Lin to resolve. When she finished, she stood up and said, meeting adjourned. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, all puzzled. This will be open awe? Lin Hao, come to my office. As Xia Yushan went out, she instructed Lin Hao. Lin Hao then closed his notebook and followed Xia Yushan back to his office. Upon arriving at the office, Xia Yushan told Lin Hao what had happened with the project in a more detailed and unreserved manner. The interests involved as well as some of the information she had inquired about, and the suspicions of some of the forces behind it, were all communicated to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I hope you won't let me down. Xia Yushan decided to leave the entire decision of this project to Lin Hao. Don't worry. Lin Hao was indeed very confident. He could even pinch a ghost to death now, let alone a few little scumbags who were causing trouble. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiqiang and his two partners, as well as management leaders and several social bosses in a hidden high-end private club feast. Ha ha, last night, that Xia Yushan stayed up all night. It really made me laugh. It was smooth, all thanks to the schemes of a few old brothers. It took no effort to put Koning Construction in a desperate situation. Oh, that's not the real happy moment. The real happy moment is when Koning Construction retires from the field. We swallow this piece of fat meat. That time, TSK, I guarantee everyone a small goal each. Ha ha ha. The group laughed wildly, rampant to the point of being so excited that the young model in their hands was grabbed and screamed. Chapter 36 Charming Images. Xia Yushan told Lin how to go to the project first while she took care of some things, and then she would also go to the project to help solve the problem together. So, Lin Hao drove to the project department alone after coming out of the general manager's office. He was going to go over and meet the rowdy migrant workers first. That's when an unfamiliar phone call came in. Hello, which one is it? Mr. Lin, it's me, Minman Zhao. Aha, it's Mr. Zhao. I'm sorry, I got drunk yesterday and forgot to save your phone number. Lin Hao didn't expect Zhao Minman to take the initiative to call him. It's okay, I just thought about how drunk you were yesterday, so I called today to see how you were doing. Is everything okay? Thank you Mr. Zhao for your concern. Nothing serious. I just had a meeting in the morning, and now I'm ready to go back to the project to deal with a little something. Yes? I have nothing to do today, and I'd like to come to your project to observe and learn. I wonder if it's convenient for you guys. Lin Hao was a little embarrassed that Zhao Minman was actually coming to see the project. I'm afraid that's not convenient. Some troubling things are happening on the project. Oh, what happened? Is it convenient to tell me about it? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Lin Hao then gave Zhao Minman a brief explanation of what had happened on the project. Upon hearing this, Zhao Minman immediately told Lin Hao not to worry. This kind of small matter would be handled by her. Zhao Minman actually offered to help, so of course Lin Hao begged for it. It would be best for ordinary people to solve things in ordinary ways. The two then arranged to meet in front of the project. Lin Hao's car had just arrived at the entrance to the project when he saw his employees squatting under the shade of a tree, bored with the Dragon Gate. In the middle of the project's main entrance, there was a parasol, under which a table was set up, and a group of people gathered around the table blowing up gold flowers, drinking tea, and getting high on melon seeds. So not casual. What a hoot! This group of people treated this place like a tea house, and the security guard could only laugh bitterly, unable to do anything about it. Mr. Lin, you're here. A group of employees gathered around. What are you guys squatting here for? Lin Hao was very curious. The company is giving them a vacation and they cannot come to work on the project at this time. One of them explained. Mr. Lin, we have nothing to do today anyway, so we've come over to guard this place to prevent this group of rowdy folk from rushing in and vandalizing and damaging our facilities and equipment. So that's how it works. Everyone. Lin Hao was moved by the group's spontaneous ownership. Don't worry, everyone. The company will reimburse you for food and drinks, and after this is over, I'll apply to the company to give everyone some rewards. Mr. Lin, there's no need for that. This is something we did voluntarily. It has nothing to do with the company. There's no need to ask the company to make compensation. Right, Mr. Lin. At this time, let's not add to the company's troubles. Several people shook their hands and refused. Lin Hao no longer spoke, but had taken all of their behavior to heart. And Lin Hao would certainly not let them pay for the company for nothing. Lin Hao had just arrived a short while ago, followed by a Maybach that followed and parked not far from Lin Hao. The Maybach door opened and down came a beautiful woman with a very elegant temperament. Joe Coco Man came quickly, and she drove here alone. Lin Hao went over to greet him, and the two exchanged a few pleasantries before turning their attention to the migrant workers blocking the door. These few people had actually been watching Lin Hao's side for a long time. At this time came a woman of unusual position and beautiful. They put down the cards in their hands, dangled cigarettes, dragged steel pipes, wrenches, and other instruments, and waddled over. Yossi, isn't this the legendary Mr. Lin Hao Lin? I heard that you were recognized by your boss for your physical prowess and became a project director after one night? Is that true? TSK, if that aspect of the ability to be strong can be a program director, I should have known that I should be on it. Pity, missed the wonderful opportunity. These people saw Zhao Minmin's extraordinary temperament and didn't dare to insult her out of hand. But for Lin Hao, they sneered recklessly, trying to make Lin Hao angry for losing face in front of this woman, Zhao Min Man, which in turn caused a physical confrontation. Lin Hao pulled down his face at the words, his expression grim. If it was usual, he would have directly slapped over a few times. But now, the other party is clearly trying to recall the conflict and take the opportunity to demand more compensation. Lin Hao could bear it. But the employees behind him were not doing it, and they were cursing angrily, even rolling up their sleeves to go up and fight. Seeing this, the security guards over there also grabbed their shield forks and came over to help. Lin Hao reached out and stopped them, telling them to stay calm. Yoo-hoo! So it's a softie. This kind of person can be a project manager. No wonder he kneels under a woman's skirt to beg for food. The one in the lead spat a large mouthful of old phlegm at Lin Hao's feet. Damn you! Looking for death. The employees behind Lin Hao were completely unable to stop them, and Lin Hao gradually loosened the hand that stopped them, ready to let them go and vent before they do. With him here, he could guarantee that no harm would come to his employees. Mr. Zhao, step back a bit. They're bullying people too much. We must teach them a lesson. Lin Hao protected Zhou Min Man behind him, and a smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Min Man's mouth. These people are not good people and should be punished. But Mr. Lin doesn't have to risk his life. The alarm bells went off as soon as Zhou Minman's words left her mouth. Several police cars roared by. Get your hands up, all of you. Several police cars came down with more than 20 people. Each policeman had a pistol raised in his hand, and surrounded the several big men who provoked trouble. Such a gesture frightened the few troublemakers that they immediately put down the sticks in their hands and raised their hands high in the air. Police uncle, we are good people The big man at the head of the group was so scared just looking at the black holes of the gun that he was shivering in fear as he spoke. You are suspected of illegally injuring someone with a weapon and interfering with the normal operation of a business. The evidence is conclusive. Take them all away from me. The police officers did not talk much, and directly over the disturbance of a few people all handcuffed away. The whole thing was only 5 minutes. The employees on Lin Hao's side hadn't even reacted before it was over. Will this, directly arresting this group of troublemakers, solve the problem? Lin Hao expressed a bit of concern about treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Look. Zhao Minman took out her own cell phone and displayed a law enforcement video for Lin Hao to see. Lin Hao brought his head over, and before his eyes could see the video, his nose smelled a familiar and nice perfume first. This Jo Min Man was indeed the strange woman she had gone crazy with that night. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel charming in his heart. He forced down the urge to swallow and wriggle his throat, keeping his composure and focusing on the video. The video shows dozens of police officers arresting several lawbreakers inside the opulent clubhouse who were having a no-holds-barred meeting. 3 of them, whom Lin Hao recognized, were Zhou Jiqiang and his 2 partners. A few others, he had a sense of familiarity with, as if he'd seen them on local TV, all of them with a reputation. This kind of uncoded law enforcement video, Zhao Minman can get. Lin Hao shocked Zhao Minman in the end. What amazing background. And at this time, Zhao Minman's heartbeat also accelerated. She was also the same charming shy first love feeling. This man in front of her was the man who had sent her hormones into a frenzy. This was the manly scent of that night that she could never forget for the rest of her life. Zhou Minman couldn't help but feel puzzled as to why having an erotic dream could be so detailed. Thinking back to that night's erotic dream, Zhao Minman's face was scarlet. Even her neck was red. Lin Hao, what are you doing? While Zhao Minman and Lin Hao were wandering around in the sky, a cold, emotionless woman's voice pulled them back to reality. Chapter 37, Saving Your Life Tonight. When Lin Hao and Zhao Minman both heard this voice, they hurriedly stood upright, each stepping aside as if they were thieves. It's really here to stay. Ahem. Mr. Xia, you're here. Mr. Zhao and I are studying the video. Lin Hao greeted Xia Yushan sheepishly. Xia Yushan stared coldly at Lin Hao, her face expressionless. This woman's aura is too strong. The employees who were originally following Lin Hao immediately dispersed when they saw that the situation was not right, pretending to communicate with the security guards about the matter. Pretend that nothing happened, that you can't see anything. Lin Hao, the things I asked you to take care of, are they done? It's done. Don't worry, Mr. Xia, they won't dare to come and cause trouble anymore. Lin Hao gradually regained his composure. He didn't know why. Lin Hao was the existence that was not afraid of the sky and the earth, and female ghosts dared to press down on him. But his heart was weak when he saw Xia Yushan, especially when Xia Yushan's face was expressionless. Good. Gather the workers for me immediately and get to work. As soon as Xia Yushan finished this sentence, she pulled open the door of her own car, turned around to get on the car, and slammed her foot on the gas to leave without looking back. Throughout the entire process, Xia Yushan stiffly did not even glance at Zhao Minman, not even glancing at Zhou Minman. It was as if Zhou Minman was a cloud of air that she couldn't even see. As the executive president of a large group, Zhao Minman's mind was as sensitive as a 1,000-year-old monster. How could she not understand that Xia Yushan was already jealous at this point? Ha! Zhou Minman whispered, a slight smile, the corners of her mouth curving up in victory. Mr. Zhao, thank you for your help today. Do you want to go into the project and take a look? After Xia Yushan left, the pressure on Lin Hao relaxed. Lin Hao muttered in his heart, no way. Absolutely no more officers under Xia Yushan's hand. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be depressed by Xia Yushan. That's fine. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhou Coco Man was in a good mood. She had just won a battle. And at that moment, tens of millions of pores all over her body were opened and she was in a beautiful mood. The blockade of the construction site was lifted, and without Lin Hao arranging the work, the group of dedicated employees began to function on their own. Lin Hao led Minman Zhao around inside the project. Coco Man Zhao commented as she watched, helping Lin Hao ask many constructive questions. This made Lin Hao admire Zhao Minman to the core. At the same time, I lamented that the women nowadays are one better than the other. Xia Yushan is a strong woman with a strong personality, and Zhao Minman is also a superwoman with a terribly deep background and real abilities. After strolling through the project, Lin Hao invites Minman Zhao to have lunch. Zhou Coco Man readily agreed. During the meal, Zhao Minman suggested that when meeting in private, don't say Mr. Zhao and Mr. Lin one after the other, which seems to be very formal, but calling them brother, sister or whatever feels too childish and doesn't fit the workplace and social status persona of the two. The two agreed to simply call each other by their first names. The relationship is kind of progressing quickly. Zhao Minman knows very well to socialize distance, almost the time, then excuse the company has something to do, drive her Maybach alone to leave. In the afternoon, Lin Hao went back to the project for a meeting, and after organizing his work, there was nothing to do, so he went straight home. When he went back, Xia Qing was actually not there. Lin Hao didn't care about her. He was in a happy mood today and went downstairs to buy 2 dishes and a bottle of red wine, ready to cook something to treat Xia Qing. In reality, Xia Qing basically wouldn't eat human food, and the so-called treat for Xia Qing was a treat for Lin Hao himself. The sky darkens into night. Summer leaning drifted right through the window into the house. The table was found to be covered with a fragrant meal, and her own husband, Lin Hao, was still busy in the kitchen. Xia Qing instantly felt a strong sense of happiness and warmth. She walked into the kitchen, ready to say hello to Lin Ho. "Yeah, are you a ghost? Walking without a sound? Scared me to death." Lin Hao turned around violently and was startled by Xia Qing. "I'm sorry, honey, I am indeed a ghost. I scared you. Hoo. Don't be afraid of your husband. Don't be afraid." Xia Qing comforted Lin Hao while standing on her tiptoes and kissing him. Why do I feel a touch? Cold. Like death." Lin Hao almost blurted out that Xia Qing's lips looked like dead lips. "Well nah, hubby. I've been progressing quickly in my cultivation with your help lately. I'm about to break through to the ghost spirit realm, and at that time, I'll have a human-like body, but it's really hard to cultivate. I've never been able to break through to the ghost spirit realm, and there's no way to have direct lovemaking with my husband. Woohoo!" Xia Qing's body did solidify. Although the gap was still great compared to a real person's body, Lin Hao deflated. What a satiated man who didn't know how hungry he was. He had wanted to cultivate for a long time. It's a shame that Summer Tilt's wife never thought it was time. No cultivation techniques for myself. However, it seemed that he also had a few phrases of cultivation techniques that he had obtained from Su Shue's old family, the Night Ghost. Moreover, he had also learned these cultivation techniques. But Lin Hao didn't dare to easily go into cultivation to avoid worrying about missing a big event. "You're back. So let's eat." Lin Hao no longer mentioned the matter of cultivation. Just listened to his wife's arrangements. Aha! Xia Qing helped Lin Hao serve the dishes and set up the chopsticks. Also served himself a bowl of rice and poured a glass of wine. "Hubby, thank you for cooking for me. Oh, cheers." Xia Qing decently held his wine glass and touched Lin Hao. Lin Hao touched it and took a sip, while Xia Qing cocked her mouth and sucked it, and the wine inside the glass turned into clear water. Next, Xia Qing picked up a pile of braised pork, and with the same suck, the braised pork became cold and lost some of its color, and the meat became firewood. This was how female ghosts ate, and Lin Hao was not surprised to see it. Xia Qing usually didn't eat, and if he had to eat he would only absorb the essence of the grains. With Xia Qing accompanying him to dinner, Lin Hao wasn't lonely. The large bottles of wine were all drunk by Lin Hao. "Honey, is there something on your mind? Can you talk to your wife?" "Ugh, Xia Ting, I want to start practicing now. Why don't you try bringing Coco Joe over tonight? I have a feeling that should do it." This was the first time Lin Hao had made such a request. "It's okay. I'll go now. Hubby be good and wash white and wait for his wife to come back. Yo." Xia Qing does not matter. Anyway, success or failure can be, not let the husband to enjoy. Successful. That would be better. Xia Qing agreed so easily. Lin Hao fell a little flustered. He rushed to pick up a few mouthfuls of rice, then cleaned up and washed the dishes, then made the bed, and after all that, he rushed to take a shower and brush his teeth. Lin Hao bathed over and over and brushed his teeth several times, prepared to give Zhou Minman a great experience. After doing this, Lin Hao lay on the bed so excited that he couldn't breathe. At the same time, he was so guilty that he struggled with his mood and kept repeating it. "Zhou Minman, I'm saving your life. Amit Ba Buddha. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Zhou Minman, I'm saving your life. You mustn't blame. Zhou Minman, I'm saving your life. You should be grateful to me. I'm your savior." Chapter 38 Heavenly Thunder Casting Body. In this apprehensive and extremely guilty state, Lin Hao stayed up until after 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, when he heard the door being opened. "Here we go. It's really coming." Lin Hao was lying on the bed, his eyes closed, pretending to have fallen asleep. "Honey, are you still awake?" "Not awake. I'm dead asleep." Lin Hao was already so nervous that he lost logic in his speech. "Aha, my husband is asleep. He doesn't know anything. Everything is a dream. My husband is so great. He dreams of saving lives." Lin Hao was ridiculed and humiliated, ready to open his eyes and give this ghost a good education. But just as he sat up, he saw Zhou Minman in the darkness with her eyes closed tightly, her eyebrows saved and her mouth murmuring, "Am I dreaming again? I met you again. Lin Hao. It must be that I've been overthinking you since we met during the day. It's such a beautiful feeling when you think about something in the day and dream about it at night. Lin Hao. Hold me, okay?" Lin Hao had to agree to Zhao Minman's request and gently took her into his arms. I don't know how long it's been. The old house was suddenly filled with red mist, then black mist shimmered, then black and red. Boom! Pia! Suddenly, a deafening bolt from the sky rang out for no apparent reason. Click! Finger-thin thunderbolts lit up the night sky, then landed on the roof of Lin Hao's house, then were guided into the earth by lightning rods. The entire neighborhood electrical system is flickering for Lin Hao under the influence of lightning. Such a bizarre phenomenon. Scared, the neighborhood residents rushed to cut off the electricity, shivering and hiding in their homes. "Do not dare to move. Honey, why is there a lightning strike? This lightning is targeting us. Xia Qing was directly shaken out of Zhao Minman's body by this heavenly thunder, and the vast heavenly might pressed down on her ghostly body so much that she was paralyzed, lying down and landing on the bed unable to move. She was so scared that she could only wait to die. Quickly, enter the black soul jade. Lin Hao reached out and grabbed it, then stuffed Xia Qing's ghostly body into the black soul jade. He had just put Xia Qing inside the black soul jade when another heavenly thunderbolt landed on the roof of the room from the sky. Zigzag. This heavenly thunder still struck toward the house where Lin Hao was. Good to still be guided out of the way by the lightning rod. Lin Hao turned to check towards the nearby Minman Zhao, who had fainted and was unconscious, but was unharmed. Lin Hao was relieved and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to experience the heavenly might brought down by the thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. 8 sounds rang out in a row, and together with the one heavenly thunder just now, a total of 9 came. Click. A sycamore tree the size of an adult's arms below the building Lin Hao lived in fell to the ground with a loud crash. Lin Hao was appalled in his heart. What kind of Dao body had he forged? Why were they exterminated by the 9 heavenly thunders? Luckily, this old house was fitted with lightning rods. Otherwise one will surely die. This is heavenly. Lin Hao was very thankful. Dozens of minutes after the thunder passed, there were quite a few vocal discussions downstairs in Lin Hao. Oh my god. Our neighborhood sycamore tree has become a spirit. 9 heavenly thunderbolts just struck and split it. No. I clearly saw that it was a 3-foot-long white snake that tried to transform into a human being, only to be split into pieces by 9 heavenly thunderbolts. Okay, everyone stop talking nonsense. It's just a bolt from the blue. The reason why it's splitting our neighborhood is because our neighborhood is the only one that has installed lightning rods in response to the government's call. So it's just attracting the thunder over here. Lin Hao could hear the crowd discussion downstairs as clearly as if he were right next to them. No, I'm really with them. Lin Hao unexpectedly realized that his soul was out of his body. He had just wondered in his heart what had happened downstairs, and as a result, his soul had gone straight out of his body and landed on the ground. Grass. Did I die? Become a ghost? Lin Hao was shocked in his heart, and in a flash of thought, he flew directly back to his room. True to form, he saw his body lying motionless on the bed. He was appalled. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to become a ghost. I haven't really had a woman yet. I can't die. Lin Hao's soul frantically pounced on his body. As a result of this lunge, his body sat up in shock. Not dead. Scared me to death. Lin Hao patted his chest and realized that he was somehow equipped with the ability to have an out-of-body experience. He made a few more attempts and it really did. After Lin Hao figured out his own situation, his thoughts sank into the black soul jade, and he found Xia Qing sitting cross-legged in it. His eyes closed as he recovered the ghostly qi that had just been dispersed by the thunder. Lin Hao didn't bother her. Half an hour later, Xia Qing came out of the black soul jade. Seeing that Lin Hao was holding Zhao Minman in his arms as he was examining her, Zhao Minman had already turned from a coma to a deep sleep in a daze. Hubby, I'm not happy that you're hugging another woman looking so affectionate in front of me. Xia Tran pouted her mouth. Really aggravated. Isn't this what you sent me? Lin Hao was speechless. You send her back. Okay, hubby, you've already completed the activation of the Dao body. I definitely won't help you find a woman in the future. If you want to find one, it's you who will find one. Humph. Xia Tran still had a little temper, always grunting like a little piggy holding her fingers when she was angry. Lin Hao even looked distressed. He readily agreed. That is of course. This kind of thing, I have long since not wanted to do. Against morality. I am a righteous man. My heart will be long guilty of uneasiness. You send Minman Shou away immediately. Lin Hao said this in a righteous, but very heartfelt way. After one person and one ghost discussed the matter, Xia Qing's ghostly shadow pounced on Zhao Minman. Zhao Minman then slowly got up, dressed and put on her shoes, and went out the door as if she were sleepwalking. After Xia Qing left, Lin Hao once again sat cross-legged on the bed, studying the out-of-body ability. After a few trials, Lin Hao had become very skillful. It didn't take long for Xia Tran to re-enter the room. Hubby, don't sleep tonight. Come with me to my mom's house to see Grandpa. Take it easy. I'll go downstairs first and get the banyan tree that was broken by lightning. There might be the legendary lightning-struck wood. Lin Hao had known about the thunderstruck wood thing in his previous life, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to miss it in this life. When he came downstairs, he was met by the property's engineering and maintenance staff and security guards cleaning up the scene. This cell is a surface parking lot and they are trying to get it cleaned up before sunrise. Otherwise it will cause tomorrow's commuters to be late. And that's a big sin. A few big brothers. I happen to need some wood. I bought the pole of the banyan tree. Please help saw it down and carry it home for me. Lin Hao bid $1,000, but additionally gave this person all $1,000 red envelope. Property, a few people are people. Naturally no Lin Hao bid 1,000 is given to the company. The red envelope is their own. A few people patted Lin Hao down on the spot and carried him home right away. After buying the banyan tree, it was 3 a.m. Lin Hao hurriedly drove Xia Qing to the Tianganjian cemetery to meet her grandfather. Ghosts are not like humans. The ghosts are chaotic bodies that escape after a person's death. With luck, or chance, or even great resentment, the chaotic body he escaped from would develop a consciousness or recover the memories of his previous life. So, not everyone becomes a ghost when they die. FBI warning, don't try this lightly. Su Shui doesn't have a mom and dad in the ghost world, because her mom and dad might not be dead yet, or they might have dissipated after death. From the time she came to consciousness, there was only grandpa. After being married for so long, it was the first time Lin Hao had returned to his mother's house. On the night of the wedding, Lin Hao's predecessor was in a drunken situation, so he had no impression inside his mind about the gathering place of ghosts in the heavenly cemetery and what exactly was going on with Grandpa Xia Qing. To see his wife's mother's family, Lin Hao was really a little nervous in his heart. The car's summer tilt spoke up in a tangled voice. Hubby, be careful later. Oh, there might be ghosts over the Tiangong that will target you. Chapter 39, come and see my catch. A ghost would target me? Lin Hao straightened his eyebrows. What do you mean? What kind of ghost is it? Why is it directed at me? Xia Ting said awkwardly. Hubby, oops, just a little embarrassed to say hey, in case people already don't care about it. It's a little self-centered if I say it. What is it? Don't worry about it. Hubby won't laugh at you. Lin Hao became even more curious. Could it be your ex-boyfriend? No, don't get me wrong husband, I've never had a boyfriend. He's just an ugly ghost that haunts me every day. And the night of our wedding, he made a scene at our wedding reception, threatening to kill you. Ha, to kill me? What's his cultivation level? His name is Yang Mingxian. Although he doesn't cultivate, he has become a ghost for many years and has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. That's fine. Lin Hao was very disdainful. I'm afraid he won't come. If he does, I'll make him realize that ghosts aren't that good. Hubby, don't take him lightly. Don't worry about it. Your husband knows what he's doing. In Lin Hao's mind, an ordinary ghost was just a ball of gas that could be dispersed with a slap. It's the ones with a little bit of cultivation, like the stern ghost in the back of Su Shui's old house. It's just a matter of a few more slaps. After Lin Hao drove out of the city, he took another mountain road and came to an artificial weir lake. It is the largest weir in Rongqing and one of the largest cemeteries in Rongqing. Tiangong weir is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and on the other side is a river which is cut off by a dam about 100 meters high. There is always water inside the weir and it is still deep. Neat rows and rows of cemeteries are laid out right on the hillside surrounding the lake's perimeter. The cemeteries are arranged and open like terraces, with at least 100,000 graves. As far as the naked eye could see, the hills were filled with graves. It's even more stunning when viewed during the day. Farther away from the mausoleum, on the mandatory road, there is a human house where the mausoleum janitors have their offices. In order to minimize the trouble, Lin Hao parked his car far away and sneaked in from another part of the hillside where the anglers had walked out. It's a mecca for anglers who wild fish. And not only are there people fishing during the day, but also at night. When Lin Hao and Xia Qing arrived at the lake, they saw a man wild fishing. How's the catch, bro? Ouch. That scared me. Why don't you walk in the middle of the night without a flashlight? This wild fishing guy was scared half to death by Lin Hao's sudden appearance. Hey, sneaking in, won't you get caught with a flashlight? That's true. Are you here to wild fish too? No, I'm going back to my wife's mom's house. Lin Hao was honest. Xia Tran's ghostly body covered its mouth and snickered next to Lin Hao's body. Ha ha, man, don't be ridiculous. You fish if you fish. I'm not law enforcement. No excuses. No fear, just come and fish. Come and see. I've got a great nest today. What a great harvest. This brother was extremely excited and he pulled his catch out of the water to show Lin Hao. It's an angler's proudest moment to show someone their catch. Oh, yeah, let me see. Lin Hao curiously approached the lake and stuck his head out to sea. There were quite a few carp in there, all of them palm-sized, so it did count as a good catch. Just then, a flash of viciousness appeared in the angler's eyes as he violently reached out towards Lin Hao's back, ready to push him into the lake. Honey, watch out. Natsuki stood in the distance and ghosted a reminder. Lin Hao sniffed and sidestepped. Puff! The angler planted himself in the lake. Gollum. This angler doesn't know how to water. Plopping and struggling desperately inside the water, filling up a lot of water. Lin Hao stared at the man in the water and asked in a cold voice, why are you trying to harm me? Help! Life! Hurry! Save me! Gollum! Save! First, the person inside the water kept struggling, sinking and rising at the same time, showing signs of drowning at any time. He pathetically begs Lin Hao to go into the water to save him. Lin Hao was really a little bit too impatient at this moment. Honey, no, this man is supposed to be dead. Don't fall for it. Xia Qing realized something was wrong, and she quickly flew over to pull Lin Hao slowly back. As soon as Lin Hao heard this, his anger and blood surged, and he picked up a stone and ruthlessly smashed it in towards the man. Knock! The stone hit the man squarely in the head. Jia Jia. Humans, all deserve to die. When the man saw that he couldn't trick Lin Hao into going into the water, he simply escaped from inside the corpse. The man's body lost its ghostly support and directly moved without moving, sinking towards the bottom of the water. Obviously, the body had been dead for a long time. Wang Wu, it's actually you. You went so far as to directly extinguish the soul of the possessed person and take his body for yourself. How dare you violate the rules of the Tiangong Cemetery? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your soul? Xia Qing actually knew this ghost, and this ghost also violated the law by possessing a human. Lin Hao had once heard Xia Qing say that there were strict rules at the Tiangong Cemetery. The ghosts inside may possess humans, but they may not harm their souls, much less directly destroy their souls and take their flesh for themselves. Possessions that completely take over humans for themselves look pretty much like normal people from the outside, and are usually hard to spot as abnormal. This was also the reason why Lin Hao and Xia Qing didn't see that the angler was possessed by a ghost at first. The ghost floated halfway across the surface of the water, sneering and laughing after it came out from inside the angler's body. Dear Missy, what time is it? Humans are going to exterminate our ghost clan, and you still want to stick to the rules. Your Xia clan is not qualified to manage the Tiangong Cemetery ghost clan anymore. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to rebel? Xia Qing's face sank, and it was evident that the always lovable and loving Xia Qing was truly angry. Lin Hao all felt the air around him freeze. Rebellion? Missy, you may be right. That ghost's corpse-like face actually smiled sorrowfully as he raised his hands. Gird your loins, my damsel. We've waited too long for you. Shoo shoo shoo. The water boiled noiselessly and countless ghostly shadows emerged, carrying the water with them in a slight ripple. Honey, run away. Xia Qing's face changed drastically, pulling Lin Hao and preparing to escape. Can you escape? Jia Jia. Ho 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 ho. He he he. Suddenly, ghostly winds rose in all directions, and countless ghostly shadows surrounded Lin Hao and Xia Qing. Within seconds, an encirclement of 10 meters in diameter was formed with Lin Hao and Xia Qing at the center. This encirclement had 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At least thousands of ghosts. With so many ghosts, they only needed to swarm around and rush Xia Qing's ghostly body into smithereens. Desperation appeared in Xia Qing's eyes. Honey, we may be done for this time. In a moment, I'll protect you while you find a way to break through an opening. Then charge as deep into the cemetery as possible. Once we get inside, we'll be safe. Xia Qing suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist that enveloped Lin Hao, as if covering him with a layer of black armor. The good thing about the ghost class is that the body type changes at will. Xia Qing knew that she couldn't do much to protect Lin Hao like this, but she still wanted Lin Hao to try his best to escape. Lin Hao looked around the room. A black mass of all sorts of ugly-looking ghosts and shadows floating in midair, indeed giving people a nightmarish illusion. But Lin Hao didn't respond to Xia Tran's arrangement and asked, Honey, what the hell is going on? Why are they mobbing us? Alas, Grandpa had counted 1,000 times, but he hadn't counted that Yang Mingxian would rebel. Wang Wu, who was fishing by the lake just now, is Yang Mingxuan's henchman. To be able to gather so many ghosts, only Yang Mingxian can do it. He must be hiding inside the ghost group waiting for an opportunity to move. Yang Mingxian? Is that the ugly one who tried to hit on my wife? Lin Hao sneered at the group of ghosts in a strange voice. Yang Mingxian, stop hiding your head and get out. I'm going to gouge your eyes out. Chapter 40, Chicken, you're too beautiful. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, the sky suddenly darkened and the moonlight completely disappeared. Ghosts could all see at night, and Lin Hao could also see at night when he had the Heaven's Eye ability. It's not a big impact, but Natsuki was terrified. Oh no, hubby, Yang Mingxian turned out to be arranging the 5 ghosts transportation technique. Now, it's hard for the people outside to find out what's going on here. It's hard for us to escape. 2. The 5 ghosts transportation technique? Didn't you say he's not a ghost cultivator? How can a person who isn't a ghost cultivator use these things like magic spells? Hubby, you are not knowing much about ghosts. Our ghost bodies are all made up of yin qi, so we can change at will and even split a part of it to use. For example, ghosts hit the wall. Is that we manipulate yin qi to affect ordinary people or people with lower cultivation for visual interference. The 5 ghosts escape technique is based on the ghost fighting wall using multiple ghostly bodies under joint control, combined with the darkness of the night, to provide visual invisibility and even more sound blocking. So it is. Lin Hao was instantly relieved after listening to Xia Qing's explanation that the five ghosts transportation technique was just junk stuff. No wonder it didn't have much of an effect on him. After the five ghosts transportation technique was formed, Lin Hao only felt that the moon's light was blocked, but nothing else changed. Lin Hao thought that was all the ghost cultivator could do. If ghost cultivation was so trashy, then he had little interest in cultivating any ghost cultivation techniques. Tilting child. Oh my beloved child, have you really fallen in love with a human? After the five ghosts transportation technique took shape, a hollow and grumbling male voice suddenly appeared in the air. Oh Qinger, you denigrated me as an ugly ghost in front of the humans, and you also informed the humans of all the secrets of our ghost clan. Is it really good for you to do so? I'm so heartbroken. Along with the voice, a huge ghostly face slowly appeared in midair above Lin Hao and Xia Qing's heads. The ghostly face transforms and pulls, gradually taking on a human shape. Qinger, since you like the human form, then I'll turn into a human high-quality male love Kuan look-alike. This will surely make you addicted to me. In the air, a man with a center-parted haircut and backpack pants, who still had black basketballs swirling around his fingers. The appearance of the man in the backpack pants instantly triggered the ghost group. The ghost masses were like meeting their most admired objects. Ghosts screaming, ghost bodies twisting, ghost flames flickering, and the scene bursting into flames. Yang Mingxian, who was wearing backpack pants and juggling basketballs, shook his long hair in a center parting, then looked at Xia Tran fondly. The corner of his mouth smiled badly, and with a single wink of his eye, he discharged at Xia Teng. Xia Qing and Lin Hao both looked dumbfounded, and the two of them had wicked chills and goosebumps were born on their backs. Lin Hao didn't realize that Kuan had already caught fire to the ghost clan. Yang Mingxian saw that Xia Qing was dumbfounded, thinking that he was overwhelmed by his own handsomeness. He was delighted in his heart. Sure enough, all women could not escape the magic of Ikunji. He immediately decides to take out his Ikuin Jutsu and give Xia Qing an explosive shock, so that Xia Qing will completely fall in love with him. Yang Mingxian shot the basketball in his hand in midair and bounced back to his hand. Then the basketball rotated with his body and a set of fancy basketball ended. Hello everyone, I'm a solo trainee who's been practicing for 5.5 years. Loves to sing, dance, rap, basketball and music. I hope everyone enjoys my music. Chicken, you're just too beautiful, baby. Chicken, you're too beautiful, baby. The sight of you coming up to me makes me so horny. I've never felt this way before, 'cause I got a crush on you. Who you? The ghost group at the scene exploded with a roar, and many of the ghosts had gone crazy, their ghostly bodies constantly elongating and deforming, swaying to Yang Mingxuan's rhythm. Oh, Chicken, you are so beautiful. I love you, love Quinn. It was as if Lin Hao had arrived at some brain-dead concert, his ears forcibly and passively stuffed with crazy ghostly sounds that gave him a headache. Burp. A nauseous feeling surged out of the bottom of Lin Hao's stomach, and the overnight meal he had eaten last night almost spewed out furiously. I'm going to ing Chicken, you're so beautiful. Even after being a ghost, you still let Quinn disgust me. I'll slap you to death. Lin Hao couldn't hold back any longer. He stomped his feet, rose up in the air, and slapped Yang Mingxian on the face. Bang! Yang Mingxian was slapped to the ground by Lin Hao, ghost body shadow. But there is also a strong wind, landing on the ground, emitting a low muffled sound, splashing the ground dust. Buzz! The room was instantly and horribly silent. All the ghosts were stunned. What they saw with their eyes and what they thought inside their ghost brains could not overlap. They couldn't believe that an ordinary human could jump up and slap Yang Mingxian to the ground, including Yang Mingxian, who had been slapped away. He couldn't understand how this human could hit the ghost body with his palm. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was not so kind. Take advantage of your illness. The moment he landed, he stomped on Yang Mingxuan's neck. Yang Mingxian then felt the pain. His ghostly body struggled and changed, trying to escape Lin Hao's feet, but he was overthinking it. No matter what shape he turned into, he still couldn't break free of that foot of Lin Hao's. You stupid devils, tear him up for me. Yang Mingxian was unable to break free, so he could only shout out a loud ghostly cry and roar orders at the ghosts surrounding Lin Hao. The ghost swarms reacted, and each of them changed violently, turning into sharp teeth and claws as they darted toward Lin Hao. Honey, run! With so many ghosts rushing in, Xia Qing was so frightened that she pulled tightly, forming an even tighter field ghost shield that wrapped around Lin Hao. Wife, your ghost body can't resist. Quickly return to the Black Soul Jade. Without waiting for Xia Qing to reply, Lin Hao pulled down Xia Qing, who was wrapped around Lin Hao's body, with a smooth tug and forced it into the Black Soul Jade. At the same time, his whole body muscles tensed up, ready for the impact of being hit by a ghost. Boom! Countless stern ghosts slammed hard into Lin Hao like arrows off the string. Ping back! Ouch! All of the severe ghosts that crashed into Lin Hao's body were bounced back, and then collided with the severe ghosts that were crashing into them. The scene was a wailing chaos. Lin Hao, on the other hand, only felt like he was being blown on by a gust of evil wind. It was a good thing that the ghosts were coming from all directions, which allowed him to stabilize himself and not be blown over. Those ghosts that crashed into Lin Hao's face were as breathless as he used to be when he faced the wind head-on in windy weather. It wasn't a big problem, though, so he simply closed his mouth. Raising his hand, he threw a punch towards the ghost that was flying towards him. The struck ghost was like a heavy hammer, flying madly backwards and directly through the colliding ghosts behind him. Ghosts collide directly with ghosts. The shock caused the Yin-Chi to flutter and even escape. It caused the total number of ghosts to wail in pain and even destabilize their souls. The ghost that had been sent flying by Lin Hao's punch was directly ghostly and dark, fluttering about, just waiting for a gust of wind to blow his soul away. Buzz! The group of ghosts realized Lin Hao's weirdness and flew all over the place, some flying towards the sky, others ducking underground. He didn't dare to charge Lin Hao again. Yang Mingxian, who had been stepped on the ground and was unable to move, stared at this in disbelief as he roared miserably. Xinger, no wonder you fell in love with a human. This is a cultivator. You must have been tamed by him and become his ghost servant. Yes or no? Chapter 41, Gouge your eyes out. Yes or no? What's it to you? Lin Hao used the palms of his feet to exert force, holding Yang Mingxian down and rubbing him on the ground. Yang Mingxian grimaced in pain but didn't beg for mercy. But he was also a hardened ghost. Tough guy ghosts. Ha! Lin Hao instantly rose his foot and stepped down hard once again. Ow. Hurts. The neck portion of Yang Mingxuan's ghostly body had long since been stepped on by Lin Hao, and this foot went down on the head portion of Yang Mingxuan's ghostly body. A footprint instantly appeared on his head, and the trampled portion turned into a piece of paper. From a distance, it looked like Lin Hao's foot had penetrated his body. It is reasonable to say that a ghostly body coalesced from Yin-Chi can discard some of its Yin-Chi and escape with a broken wrist. But in reality, without knowing what principle, Yang Mingxian just couldn't escape. Honey, don't kill him. Xia Qing was also shocked by the sight of Lin Hao suddenly being so powerful. She didn't realize that Lin Hao was already as powerful as a guy, and that ordinary ghosts didn't have any ability to do any harm to Lin Hao. Moreover, Lin Hao was able to use the most common human attacks to make the ghosts hit hard. This was completely out of Xia Ting's expectation. Xia Qing found in the black soul jade that Yang Mingxuan's ghostly aura was dissipating and the yin-chi of his body was decreasing. At this rate, Yang Mingxian will die. Xia Qing had to fly out to stop Lin Hao from killing him. Okay. Lin Hao let go of his foot and released Yang Mingxian. Yang Mingxian hatefully floated up to recover his already deformed body, then tried to escape. Lin Hao squeezed his neck. I didn't let you go. Snap. Lin Hao raised his hand and slapped it twice, slapping Yang Mingxuan's ghostly eyes with golden flowers and his ghostly body flickering. You want to kill or die? Give a pain. So torturing the ghost counts? What kind of hero? Oh yeah, forgot to torture you. Lin Hao stabbed and directly ripped off one of Yang Mingxuan's ears. Hiss. Yang Mingxuan's ghostly body bounced around in pain, wailing in ghostly screams. Lin Hao asked in the tone of questioning Yang Mingxian had just used. I hear you mangy ghosts want to touch my ghost wife? Yes or no? Yang Mingxian was in pain at this time with his ghostly body convulsing. How could he say anything back? He was now filled with questions as to why this was happening. As a ghost body, even if he was cut in two by the knife, he wouldn't suffer too much pain and wouldn't die. He would only lose some ghost power. Who the hell is this Lin Hao? Why does it hurt when he slaps a ghost and rips off an ear? I told you I was going to gouge out your ugly ghost's eyes. I had forgotten about it. Thanks for reminding me. Lin Hao inserted and snapped his two fingers, and Yang Mingxuan's two eyes were directly snapped out. Ah, oh my god. It hurts. I can't see. Why are we ghosts blind too? Yang Mingxian ghost wailed and cried to heaven and earth. And from then on, he felt that the ghost life was dark. Yang Mingxuan's miserable condition made the teeth of the surrounding ghosts sour, and Xia Qing couldn't even look at it. Honey, it's going to not count. Don't torture him. No, this ugly ghost dares to covet my wife. I have to make him admit his mistake and take a poisonous oath that he can never hit on you again. As Lin Hao spoke, he ripped off another one of Yang Mingxuan's hands and tossed it directly into the lake. The severed hand fell into the lake, turned into a puff of black smoke, and disappeared. That Yang Mingxian could no longer withstand this pain. His throat had long since screamed hoarse. I admit my mistake. I am willing to admit my mistake, and I swear that I will never hit Xia Qing's idea again. If I have any more thoughts, I will be struck by heaven and thunder, and my soul will be scattered. Yang Mingxian cried in pain. He finally experienced the feeling of going up the mountain of knives. They, the ghosts, are in the mortal world after death and have never been to the underworld. They think that the so-called 18 layers of hell don't exist at all. And that what mountains of swords and seas of fire can still torment a ghostly body made up of yin qi? At best, you'll have your yin dissipated straight away, but there will be no pain. But today, Yang Mingxian personally experienced the feeling of gouging his eyes and breaking his hand like a mountain of knives. Lin Hao's means had already broken through Yang Mingxuan's perception of the damage that physical attacks could do to ghost bodies. Alright, this time, I'll count you as passing. In the future, when you meet my wife, please don't look away. Otherwise, I'll gouge your eyeballs out again. Yes, 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 I mustn't dare to look at Xia Ting again. After Yang Mingxian experienced the feeling of blindness, he no longer dared to be hard. After he lost his sight, he realized that the most terrible and painful thing was not to break his hand and lose his ear, but to become blind. So, even with the pain all over his body, his first reaction was still to gather his ghost power and regenerate his eyes. It's good to know that the eye can still be recovered. He had blurry vision now. For this, he cherishes the hard-won light. Xia Cheng saw that Yang Mingxian was completely subdued. She came over and asked, Yang Mingxian, who exactly is behind your rebellion against the Tianganjian cemetery ghost village? Yang Mingxian ghostly smiled bitterly. Missy, you actually have the answer in your mind already, so why ask again? Naturally, it was Lord Jiang Wentai, who had already reached the ghost spirit late perfection realm and would be able to break through to the ghost pawn stage on a certain day. I'm sure that at that time, the Tianganjian cemetery ghost village will cease to exist. Snap, talk to me properly. Lin Hao smoothly threw Yang Mingxuan's hand and slapped his head right into a right angle shape. Yang Mingxian ghost chi escaped a few more points, painfully regained, erected his head, miserable and indignant. I'm just telling the truth. Can you beat me to death and change reality? It won't be long before Lord Jiang steps on this place to avenge us. Fine, I'll fulfill you. Lin Hao Yang gasped and slapped Yang Mingxian to death. Xia Qing hurriedly stopped it. Husband, beating him to death can only vent his anger. Keep him for the time being and hand him over to the ghost guards and the others for interrogation. We also need to return to the village as soon as possible to tell Grandpa about Jiang Wentai's impending breakthrough to the ghost pawn stage. Yes, just after mentioning the ghost guards, Lin Hao realized that there was a team of patrolling ghosts in the distance, and they seemed to have noticed something unusual about the lake and were approaching this way. The five ghosts transportation technique lost Yang Mingxuan's presidency and had gradually faded, and the sky gradually sprinkled some moonlight. Xia Qing also found the patrol. She immediately lifted her feet and flew over in the air, and gave a rough account of what happened over here. The patrol suddenly looked serious and came flying over. The group of ghosts that had followed Yang Mingxian to besiege Lin Hao and Xia Qing scattered in fear. There were so many of them that Lin Hao couldn't do anything to stop them. Xia Qing and the patrol could only watch as they fled as well. These ghosts, when they go out, will either become lonely ghosts and gradually be dispersed by the mountain winds, or they will return to Jiang Wentai and become Jiang Wentai's ghost soldiers. The good thing was that they were all just ordinary wandering souls, so the harm wasn't too great. After the ghosts that followed Yang Mingxuan's rebellion escaped, the patrol, Xia Chang and Lin Hao looked around at each other. One of the leading ghosts, arching his hand toward Lin Hao, said, Aunt Lin, thank you for saving our eldest miss, and for helping us catch the rebel Yang Mingxian. There's no harm in it. Xia Tran is my wife. It's all as it should be. Xia Qing had stood beside Lin Hao by this time, and she looked so proud that her husband was so powerful. Please also ask Aunt Lin to hand over the rebels to us to escort them back to be disposed of. Yes. Before Lin Hao agreed, he had turned his head to ask for Xia Qing's opinion, and when he saw Xia Qing nod, he pushed Yang Mingxian over. Immediately, two ghosts in the patrol took out a black vine. Chapter 42, We're all ugly. It doesn't matter. With a single spread of the black vines, they snared Yang Mingxuan's neck and held him in their hands. Yang Mingxuan's ghostly qi, who was trapped, was calm, and his rebellious mind was completely calm. Lin Hao looked very surprised. Eldest Miss and Aunt Lin, the appearance of Yang Mingxian, a great traitor, in the Tiangong War Cemetery. This involves Jiang Wentai. I must report to the Lord Tomb Master as soon as possible, so I won't be accompanying you and Aunt Lin. The journey ahead is close and safe, and nothing like this will happen again. Okay, go ahead and leave us alone. After the patrol left, Xia Qing looked at Lin Hao with great shock. Honey, how come you can catch ghosts with your bare hands, and you can't do any harm to ordinary ghosts? You're really great. Xia Qing clapped her hands cheerfully as she spoke, happy from the bottom of her heart for Lin Hao's becoming stronger. Lin Hao spread his hands and said, I don't know exactly how it happened. It's just that since recently, I've had this ability. It's all because of you, wife, that I was able to acquire these abilities. Lin Hao loved Xia Cheng, the female ghost wife, to the extreme. Aha! It's still hubby's qualifications against all odds. Let's go find Grandpa. He must know about the changes in your body. Go! Lin Hao had long been impatient to start cultivating. On the way, Xia Qing said with a serious expression. Hubby, although your body has changed now and ordinary wandering souls can't do any harm to you, you should never underestimate ghost cultivators. The ghost chi absorbed by ghost cultivators also belongs to the power of heaven and earth, and the ghost arts practiced by ghost cultivators are on the side of being insidious and vicious. And ghost cultivators of the same rank are a bit stronger than human cultivators of the same rank level. Your husband knows this. Do you really think your husband is being? No, I'm just worried about you. Xia Qing used her ghost chi to exert a little force and pulled Lin Hao. Come on, I'll take you to the ghost market first. Xia Qing pulled Lin Hao towards the depths of the Tiangonyan cemetery. A man and a ghost walked up to some blank tombstone. The headstone is 100 centimeters high, 60 centimeters wide and 8 centimeters thick. 100 centimeters yokai and shunko, 60 centimeters jinbao and yokai, 8 centimeters tenda. A couplet is engraved on the tombstone. Upper line, Xiangwang splendor shine ancestors. Lower line, Weiqi Steen Yuchuan. Crossword, grace is heavy as a mountain. There is no inscription on top of the headstone. It is a grave that has not been sold yet. Honey, the entrance is right here. Are you scared? Fear not. Just how am I going to get in with such a small tombstone? Lin Hao couldn't even remember how he had broken into the ghost gate the last time he was drunk. Honey, if you're worried, just close your eyes and run straight into the tombstone. Okay. Lin Hao trusted Xia Qing 100%, and without closing his eyes, he raised his foot and stepped towards the tombstone. Sure enough, Lin Hao didn't encounter any obstacles, and with a blink of his eyes, he was already standing at another piece of heavenly ground. The setting is consistent with the layout of the Tiangonjian cemetery, and the sky is also dark, but the surrounding area is already lit up. The lights were all similar to ancient oil lamps, and the light emitted belonged to a dark green cold-toned light. It's eerie and scary to look at. Lin Hao scanned the few graves around him. The entrance is still in the shape of a tombstone. Creepy lanterns hung on either side, and looking further inside the grave, there seemed to be a larger space. Jie, Missy, is this the ante? Lin Hao suddenly felt a cool chill on his back, and then an eerie laughter appeared, and Lin Hao's scalp went numb. Turning around, he was so startled that he took several steps backward. Nima, what a scary ghost. The ghost was an old crone, dressed in a large red birthday suit, a favorite of ghosts, with an ugly face and dry skin that looked like it hung on the bones. A few sparse strands of hair hung from his scalp, his mouth and nose were askew, and only one eye remained. In his hand he carried a bamboo basket made of paper, and inside it lay several strangely wriggling blackworms. Natsuki turned back and smiled. Grandma, you're playing with your eyeballs in your hand again. Put them back. My husband is human. He'll be scared. Well, I forgot about it. The crone female ghost suddenly raised her hand, revealing an eyeball, and with a boop, she pressed it into the socket and adjusted the angle of the eye. Another young female ghost floated over humming a kunku. This one was slightly better looking, but it was also like Sadako out of the well, with long black hair covering her face so that she couldn't see her face. Lin Hao almost couldn't help but reach out to straighten her long hair. What a handsome young man. I want to rub him in my arms and love him. Our Missy is blessed. The colored ribbons on the female ghost fluttered and danced, dazzling Lin Hao. Xia Qing was said to be shy, squirming and scolding. What are you babbling about again, sister? Not long after, another ghost that he knew approached to greet Xia Chang. Hanging ghosts, hungry ghosts, water ghosts and so on, all kinds of things, but without exception, they were all very ugly and horrible and scary. Seeing that Lin Hao was tired of dealing with it, Xia Chang pulled Lin Hao to hurry away from the group of ghosts. Lin Hao couldn't help himself and asked, why are all these ghosts so ugly? Xia Qing patiently explained, after most people die, the body rots, and the yin qi envelopes the body, forming a ghost body according to the shape of the body, which gradually develops consciousness and turns into a ghost. So born ugly, could have relied on ghost power to change form and become good-looking later in life, but this would have continuously consumed ghost power, and it doesn't matter if everyone is surrounded by such ugly ghosts. Vomit. Lin Hao heard that these ghosts were in the shape of decaying corpses and dry heaved on the spot, because he associated it with whether or not Xia Qing was also in carrion form and only became beautiful around him. Xia Qing blankly glanced at Lin Hao and bristled sadly. Hubby, you still say you love me, can't you even accept me in my rotting corpse state? Put. Vomit. Wife is really rotting corpse. Lin Hao still holed in the arms every day to do that thing. Even though Natsuki had taken on other beautiful women to be intimate with him, it was enough to make him vomit up his dinner. Lin Hao vomited and turned pale. Ugh, husband, don't throw up. I lied to you. I'm not a rotting corpse. I was born looking like this. Xia Qing is so scared that she apologizes and helps Lin Hao clean up the vomit. Really, I don't read much. Don't you lie to me. Lin Hao's face slowed down a bit as he sniffed, becoming a bit better looking. Xia Qing was so anxious that she didn't know how to explain to Lin Hao. Hubby, I really am naturally beautiful. I really didn't lie to you. If I was behind a disguise, you would have realized it sooner or later. Born to be beautiful. Put. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh. Alright, my wife is naturally beautiful. I'll believe you first. If I find out that you cheated on me, I'll beat your little ass. Honey, you're so bad. Don't laugh at me. When Xia Qing was in a hurry, the king's wife sold herself and was caught by Lin Hao. Okay, I won't laugh at my little stepford wife is all. Lin Hao could only think that this little ninny was most afraid of being laughed at, especially of herself laughing at her. Honey, so are we still going to the ghost market? There might even be things inside the ghost market that look disgusting to you. Forget it, don't go. Let's go find your grandpa. Lin Hao waved his hands in succession. The ghost market was in front of him, and he had already seen it from afar. The ghosts inside the ghost market are disgusting and ugly looking, and the things they sell are nothing more than some kind of fried eyeballs, stewed human thighs, or head drinks, as well as some strange and weird netherworld contraptions. Lin Hao really wasn't interested in viewing it. Hubby, come with me. Xia Qing led Lin Hao to a grave with an extremely domineering layout. The grave is also guarded by ghostly guards armed with spears on either side. Chapter 43, Xianin Ghost Body. Missy is back. Hello Missy, Lord Tomb Master has just returned and is waiting for you inside the Tomb Palace. Xia Tran responded to the ghost guard's greeting with a quick nod. It turns out that Xia Tran's grandfather is the tomb owner of the Tiangong War Cemetery. Lin Hao surveyed the entrance to the Tomb Palace. The tombstone was tall and magnificent. The ghost guards guarding the door clenched their hands in seals, and the ghostly aura flickered as the tombstone became transparent, with ghostly green lights leaking out from inside. Honey, let's go inside. Go! This tomb door is still eerie, but at least it's a normal size. Ha ha, my good granddaughter is back with her husband. One person and one ghost just went in, and the scene changed. A crisp, grandiose voice of a wise man echoed in Lin Hao's ears. Lin Hao looked up to see a normal country-faced, Chinese-robed old man. The old man had an ancient men's updo and a white beard, giving him a sense of righteousness and grandeur. Lin Hao was quickly scanning his surroundings. Worthy of being called the Tomb Palace, the inside was indeed spacious and luxurious. Just the hall for reception was about 100 square meters, all of which were decorated in the ancient style, and there were side rooms next to it. This gave Lin Hao the illusion of traveling back to ancient times. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief, finally coming to a place where normal people could stay. Grandpa, you're laughing at me. Bugger. Xia Qing took her husband back to her mother's house for the first time, and her heart was both happy and shy. Her feet left the ground slightly and her body drifted to wrap her arms around the old man's neck in an intimate pout. Lin Hao meets Grandpa. Lin Hao sent over the vintage Maotai that had been prepared long ago. From Xia Ting, she learned that although her grandfather was a ghost, he liked to absorb the liquor of Maotai. That's why Lin Hao gave away the wine. Oh, Shaolin is here. Not bad. It's comforting to see my good granddaughter's happy appearance. Xia Qing's grandfather was called Xia Gang, the village head of the ghost village of Tiangong Cemetery, whom everyone addressed as Lord Tomb Master. Xia Gang received Lin Hao's gift with extreme satisfaction and asked Lin Hao to sit down and talk. Thank you Grandpa for the compliment. It's my good fortune to be able to marry a virtuous wife like Xia Qing, who is hard to come by in 100 years, and I will naturally treasure it twice as much. Lin Hao was very satisfied with Xia Qing, who was indeed counted as a ghost of a virtuous wife that was hard to come across in 100 years. Xia Qing was severely praised by Lin Hao. Her ghostly face flushed like an apple, and her two ghostly eyes looked at Lin Hao with infinite peach blossoms and deep love. At that moment, a ghost servant brought up a pot of tea and poured it for Lin Hao. Lin Hao watched as his eyelids fluttered, pondering whether he could drink this tea. Xia Gang could see Lin Hao's embarrassment and laughed. Shaolin, don't worry, this tea is drinkable by humans and will refresh you if you drink it. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He took a shallow sip from his teacup. The flavor was sweet and made him feel relaxed. This is good stuff. The next step was for the grandparents and grandchildren to chat about some family matters and talk about pretty much everything. Lin Hao opened his mouth. Grandfather, I have already completed the activation of my Dao body, and I have come here tonight to ask you for guidance on ghost cultivation matters. Xia Gang smiled and nodded his head as he smiled, not directly opening his mouth to agree. Aha, Grandpa, hubby, he's very powerful now. Ordinary wandering spirits can't get close enough to do him any harm. Xia Cheng, who was standing beside Lin Hao, was like a fangirl, and adored Lin Hao. Oh, there is such a thing. Xia Gang's expression became serious, and it was evident that this was out of his expectation. Kobayashi, mind if I check out your body? It's okay, Grandpa, checking is After Xiaogang symbolically asked for Lin Hao's consent, he stretched out a slightly withered hand to press on Lin Hao's wrist. It turned out to be fully materialized. Hands that were indistinguishable from normal humans, and even carried the body temperature of a normal human. Is this the body of a ghost spirit stage? Xia Qing kept emphasizing that when she reached the ghost spirit stage, she would have a human body, and then, she wouldn't be afraid of the sun, so she could personally sleep with him. At the time, Lin Hao didn't think so. It was thought that ghost cultivators were no more powerful than human beings. It seems to have been hasty. A cold ghostly aura soaked into Lin Hao's body, and Xia Gang frowned. Shaolin, you are not an activated Xianin ghost body. What? Grandpa, did you read it wrong? How could hubby not activate the Xianin ghost body? Xia Qing's almond eyes were round, more anxious and concerned about this matter than Lin Hao. Lin Hao's heart also thumped when he heard it. He wouldn't be looking for an excuse to keep him from practicing the technique again, right? He decided that if, this time, he was not allowed to cultivate again, he would cultivate himself. Xia Gang pressed Xia Tran, Xia Cheng and Shaolin. Let me ask you, on the night you activated the Xianin ghost body, what were the signs? I don't remember. Xia Qing blushed. She was possessing Zhao Minman's body and had the same stimulating feelings as Zhao Minman. She didn't notice anything special at all. The only thing special about it was that a thunderclap shook it out of Zhao Minman's body. What followed were 8 successive strikes of heavenly lightning, but they were all introduced to the earth by the lightning rod. Xia Qing couldn't answer. Only Lin Hao could answer. Grandpa, I know the situation very well. During the activation process, there were red and black mists alternately intertwined, and the moment it ended, the sky descended with 9 heavenly thunderbolts, which struck the roof of our house. The last bolt of lightning split a pocket-sized sycamore tree in our neighborhood. The roof we live on has lightning rods installed above it and we were not harmed. 9 heavenly thunder! Xia Gang was so shocked that his jaw dropped to the ground. He stood up with a totter. Very shocked, and a kind of afterthought, a pang of gratitude. He was glad that his granddaughter had not been killed by the heavenly thunderbolt. There are actually 9 heavenly thunderbolts trying to exterminate you guys. What kind of heavenly wrath have you committed? Your luck is simply heaven-defying. All 9 heavenly thunderbolts didn't cause you any harm. I didn't realize that the terrifying as hell heavenly might actually lost to human technology. And as it happens, there is a sycamore tree that became your scapegoat. No wonder so. No wonder it's so. Shaolin, the physique you activated is extraordinary. Extraordinary. Xia Gang could not hide his inner shock for a long time. Lin Hao, after listening to Xia Gang's analysis, also felt that he was damn lucky. 9 heavenly thunderbolts hadn't killed him. His life was really hard. At the same time, he was also very excited. A physique that could be subjected to 9 heavenly thunders must not be weak. Shaolin, I don't know exactly what kind of cultivation physique you have right now for the time being. I still need to go through more ancient books to check. But your body has completely changed now. According to the previous plan, after you have absorbed the Yuan Yin of the 4 vegetarian Yin body women, you will activate your Xian Yin ghost body, and at that time, you will be able to cultivate the ghost cultivation technique. But now, you didn't activate the Xian Yin ghost body, but rather, you activated another unexcelled physique hidden within your body. Ah, Grandpa, hubby didn't activate the Xian Yin ghost body, so can he still cultivate our ghost cultivation technique or not? Xia Qing was still most concerned about whether Lin Hao could cultivate. Chapter 44, The Yin Yang Sutra. Lin Hao also had a burning gaze. He didn't reject ghost cultivation. If he could cultivate ghost cultivation techniques, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Xia Gang couldn't help but smile when he saw the eager and short-sighted gazes of the 2 cubs. The Xianin ghost body is 1 earth and 1 sky compared to Shaolin's current physique. Shaolin now not only has a thick yin qi in his body, but also a thick yang qi. With our technique, Shaolin should be able to cultivate it. But if he does, it's an outrageous waste of Shaolin's heavenly qualifications that only came in exchange for 9 heavenly thunders. Lin Hao sniffed and became nervous, tossing around for so long and getting results that were not suitable for his cultivation. It was true that the law was not lightly transmitted, and it was not that easy to find a suitable cultivation technique. However, being able to activate the so-called unknown 9 heavenly thunders in exchange for a hidden physique, Lin Hao was already satisfied. Grandpa, then do you have any other techniques that are suitable for hubby to cultivate? You also have to be a leaky little jacket to know how to be considerate of your husband. You ghost girl, it is considered that Grandpa has loved you for nothing. This is the beginning of the arm to turn outward. Everything is taken to your husband. Xia Qing was made very weak by these words, and she couldn't help but look at Lin Hao and spit out her tongue, because she really did steal her grandfather's black soul jade to give to Lin Hao. Tonight, before they came to the Tiangong cemetery with 1 person and 1 ghost, Xia Qing also specially took Lin Hao's black soul jade off his neck and put it at home. It's just that she's afraid her grandfather will find out. Grandpa, please also grant me the gong method. Lin Hao hurriedly collected his emotions and revealed an expectant expression. But don't reveal yourself and let Xia Gang find out that his black soul jade is missing. Otherwise, in a fit of rage, he would simply kick out this leaky little cotton jacket, and his unreliable grandson-in-law. Ghost girl, did you take a peek at my stuff? Xia Gang pretended to be angry. Xia Qing waved her hands repeatedly. No, absolutely not. I'm a good baby. I'll never go through your things. Then how do you know I still have a copy of the Yin Sutra? Isn't that what you yourself are saying now? You pissed me off. This old man, Xia Gang, was so angry by Xia Qing that his beard trembled. Raising his palm to hit Xia Qing hurriedly hid behind Lin Hao. Lin Hao knew that the two grandparents and grandsons weren't really angry, and he hit the snake. Grandpa, just by listening to the name, I feel that this Yin true scripture is tailor-made for me, so please fulfill the expectations of my offspring. Grandpa. With that, Lin Hao knelt down and kowtowed towards Xia Gang. Xia Qing also followed Lin Hao and knelt on the ground to help Lin Hao beg for the true scriptures. Xia Gang sighed at the sight. That's just it. I've been studying this Yin true scripture for hundreds of years and I couldn't even cultivate it. So maybe it's really waiting for you. It's fine for me to give it to you, but you must complete a task. Please, Grandpa. I'll fulfill any task. Lin Hao was overjoyed. The task is simple. It's to help me clean up and exterminate Jiang Wentai. No problem, Grandpa. I will definitely complete the mission. Lin Hao immediately agreed without saying a word. But Xia Tran wouldn't do it. Grandpa, you're crazy. Do you want my husband to die? Summer Tilt got up and blah 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 for a while to talk back. Jiang Wentai is already in the late ghost spirit stage. You can't even beat him. Moreover, Jiang Wentai is about to break through the ghost pawn stage, and he threatened to come to the Tiangong cemetery to look for you to kill your master. How can you let someone who hasn't even begun to cultivate go into danger? Didn't we say before that we agreed to let our husbands cultivate to the same realm before going on the mission? Xia Gang was really a bit angry this time. This granddaughter completely can't be wanted. He grunted coldly. Humph. Human saying, it's called the law is not lightly passed on. It's already very rare for Shaolin to have the opportunity to obtain the Gongfu. Now, not only does he have to help me clean up my house, he also has to take on the responsibility of preserving the ghost village of Tiangong Cemetery. Just now, during the casual conversation, Lin Hao had learned that the conflict between the humans and the ghost race was getting worse and worse. It is estimated that it will not be long before the conflict between the two sides will be irreconcilable and a large-scale war will inevitably occur. Xia Gang was very worried about whether the Tianganjian ghost village under his jurisdiction would be able to survive the catastrophe. Shaolin, I want you to make a choice between the humans and the ghosts right now. You must take sides or I will not give you the feats. Summer leaning overly favors her husband, bungling the situation and causing Xia Gang to become emotionally outraged. Grandpa, why do we have to take sides? It's not like the ghost race and humans have to be in confrontation. For example, Xia Cheng and I can live in harmony. I can promise to preserve the heavenly worker or ghost village, but standing in line and making a decision now is too hasty. Lin Hao had thought that these words would make Xia Gang even angrier, but he didn't know that Xia Gang suddenly laughed. Shaolin is worthy of being my chosen granddaughter-in-law. With your words, I'm finally able to rest assured that I'll be able to hand Xiaqing over to you. Grandpa, then can we give hubby the cultivation technique first? Otherwise, what would he take to help you clean up your house? And what would he take to protect the heavenly workers were ghost village? Xia Cheng, this ghost wife, Lin Hao really liked the more he looked at her. Who doesn't love it when every word is directed toward one's wife? That's what a real wife does. Marries her husband. Ghost girl, which sentence of mine said to directly ask your husband to kill Jiang Wentai? Don't come back from now on, just go with your husband. Then is it possible for grandpa to give the feats first? My good grandpa. You will always be my good grandpa. Muah. Xiaqing suddenly changed her face again and shook her arm around Xiagang. Xiagang was unmoved and said with a sullen face, it's still the same. The feats can only be given to the ghost spirit stage, and the remaining portion can only be given to him after completing the mission. Lin Hao even felt that Xiaqing was too much and hurriedly agreed. Okay, no problem, Grandpa. I'll just cultivate the ghost spirit stage first, knowing that things could only go so far. Xiaqing smiled cheekily and gave Xiagang another kiss on the cheek. What a good grandpa I have. Humph. You're not my good granddaughter. Grandpa's jealous. Although the two grandparents and grandchildren were fighting, Lin Hao could see that Xiagang and Xiaqing were very worried about Jiang Wentai, the traitor who had betrayed his master. It was only after Xia Ting was introduced that he realized. The ghost cultivation technique practiced by Xiagang and Jiang Wentai had to take the yuan yin of a woman with a vegetarian yin body in order to break through to the ghost pawn stage. It wasn't just a matter of simply getting the other party, but it was necessary to make the woman who possessed the vegetarian body voluntarily give up her yuan in order for it to be successful. And how was it possible to get Xia Gang, an old ghostly creature who had lived for hundreds of years and was highly respected, to pick up a girl? Therefore, Xia Gang had been stuck at the late ghost spirit stage, unable to advance. Jiang Wentai, Xia Gang's disciple, is not good at ghost character. Xia Gang then wouldn't let Jiang Wentai cultivate to the late ghost spirit stage, much less let Jiang Wentai get the follow-up technique or tell Jiang Wentai how to reach the ghost pawn stage. It's the fear that Kong Mante will go on to maim humans as a result. However, after a chance encounter, Kong Mante learns of this. He defects from his master and comes to the human world in search of the vegetarian body. After breaking through the ghost pawn stage, Jiang Wentai would definitely come to Xia Gang to ask for the follow-up technique. Chapter 45, Fertile water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields. As it happens, Lin Hao's predecessor inadvertently breaks into the Tianganjian cemetery and falls in love at first sight with Xia Qing. Xia Gang had surprisingly discovered that Lin Hao's predecessor was a Xianin ghost body, and the Xianin ghost body requires a purine woman with no less than the number of 4 elephants to activate it. The vegetative body is again the most refined of the purine bodies. Although Xia Gang wouldn't go after the vegetarian body girl to break through the realm, he didn't give up his research. Over the past 100 years, Xia Gang had tried everything he could think of and finally found 4 vegetarian bodies from the 10 million population of Rong City, and follow up over time, expecting to find out the principle of why it took the elemental body to break through to the Dao Ghost Pawn stage. That book, The True Scripture of Yin and Yang, was something Xia Gang had acquired by chance while researching the elemental body. This gongfu resembled a ghost cultivation gongfu and a human cultivation gongfu. Unfortunately, Xia Gang could not cultivate successfully no matter how much he tried. Reality is harsh. With Xia Gang's cultivation realm, knowledge base and ability, he was simply unable to find a breakthrough. With the defection of his ambitious disciple, Jiang Wentai, and also began a frantic search for pure or vegetable bodies in Rongqing. Xia just started to get anxious. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, Jiang Wentai would find the purine body woman, and his thick skin would surely be able to trick the woman's yuan, thus breaking through the ghost pawn stage. At that time, it will be a real nightmare for the ghost village of Tianganjian Cemetery. Just when he is anxious, Lin Hao's predecessor then appears and marries his granddaughter. Under various coincidences, Lin Hao gained the favor of 4 vegetarian body women and seized their yuan activated physique. Unfortunately, it wasn't the Xianin ghost body that was activated, but another special physique hidden within Lin Hao's body. Xia, just 100 years of plans, cheap outsiders. Not heartache that is false. Good Lin Hao became his granddaughter-in-law, not counting the fat water flow outsiders field. Moreover, Lin Hao's recent performance had made Xia Gang very satisfied. Lin Hao, you have 2 choices right now. One is to cultivate the technique I'm currently practicing, which shouldn't be too difficult for you. The second is to cultivate the Yin Yang Sutra, which I'm not sure if you can cultivate, and even if you can, it's going to be very difficult. You only get one chance to choose. Grandpa, I choose to cultivate the Yin Yang True Scripture. Lin Hao made a direct choice without thinking. Okay, then you come with me. After saying that, Xia Gang turned around and entered a cultivation room, and Lin Hao made a winking gesture with Xia Qing and entered with him. About an hour or so, Lin Hao stepped out of the grave, and it was very shocking to look at the neat tombstones roaming the hills. It was already bright outside the grave. Xia Qing didn't follow out. Firstly, she couldn't come out during the day, and secondly, it was just right to stay here with her grandfather. Lin Hao quietly dodged the cemetery janitor and walked out of the Tianganjian cemetery. Returning to his car, Lin Hao muttered under his breath. Wasn't it said that the Yin Yang True Scripture is difficult to cultivate? But how come I feel like I've completely understood it? Could there be a mistake in understanding? Lin Hao hadn't slept all night last night, so he had memorized the Yin Yang laws inside the grave. And as for whether or not his understanding was correct, he would only have to verify it for himself later on when he formally started cultivating. Xia Gang couldn't cultivate, couldn't make guidance, and cultivation was completely dependent on Lin Hao himself. Lin Hao toggled the car's music button, ready to listen to some hi-fi on a refreshing morning. The song hadn't even started playing when he called again. It's actually Sue, shall we? Lin Hao answered the phone with a frown. What's the matter? Speak. Lin Hao was in a very good mood today after completing his Dao body activation. Still, his tone was habitually a little hard. Can I call you for a chat about nothing? I'm driving. It's not very convenient. I'm also driving to work on the way. Did not feel inconvenient to call? Just bored. With you on the phone to relieve boredom. Su Shelby understands that Lin Hao still loves her deeply. Lin Hao just couldn't be angry that he had been abandoned by her before. So Su Shelby wouldn't play a little temper with Lin Hao this time. Sulking with each other and missing out on a good match. Men and women. There is always one who needs to be coaxed by the other. It used to be Lin Hao who coaxed Su Shelby. Now, it was Su Shelby's turn to coax Lin Hao. So you say, Lin Hao driving the mountain road. There is not even a ghost around. It is indeed a little dull. Talk about it. Being able to activate the Dao body was a credit to Su Shelby. Lin Hao was just subconsciously unwilling to go into deep contact with the woman who was the original owner of the body. I knew you still liked me. If that's what you want to talk about, then I'm going to hang up. Well, I'll tell you something funny. What is it? I have a client who says that there is a ghost in his house, and this ghost plays pranks on him every day, causing him to be exhausted every day, and his health is getting worse every day. He's offering a reward of $1 million for ghost hunting. Don't you think it's interesting? It's hilarious. Are there ghosts in this world? I'm afraid he's done something wrong and has a ghost in his heart. Ha ha. When Lin Hao heard this, he immediately became interested. He also learned from Xia Gang last night that this side of the world had changed. The ghostly gateway to the netherworld was somehow closed. The ghost messengers of the netherworld were unable to come to the yang world to hook the souls, resulting in many people's chaotic bodies escaping from their bodies to be blown away by the astral winds after their deaths, making it impossible for them to be reincarnated. There is a portion of lucky people whose chaotic bodies absorb the yin qi after death and self-become ghosts. When you become a ghost, you can't enter the netherworld. One can only be a wandering soul, wandering in the yang world, waiting in boredom for the day when the yin energy drifts away and returns to nothingness. Some will also be exterminated by human Taoist sects or transcended by Buddhist sects. The ghost village at Tianganjian Cemetery is a self-organized gathering of ghosts on a larger scale. They are holding together, waiting for the ghosts to reopen and be reincarnated as human beings. Ghosts, like people, have good ghosts and bad ghosts. Bad ghosts just love to enter human society and absorb their yang energy. Sucking on yang energy is the same thing as humans sucking on big cigarettes. It's very pleasurable to suck on. However, if the yang energy is sucked too much, the ghosts will become ferocious, become confused, and become severe ghosts that only know how to suck people's yang energy and even harm them. There was also a portion of ghosts, like the angler Lin Hao had met last night, who had been replaced by ghosts devouring their souls. To be human again in this way, this is an act that is strictly forbidden by the ghost village of Tianganjian Cemetery. There is also a part of ghosts that are ghost cultivators who seek power and undergo cultivation. After a ghost cultivator reaches the ghost spirit stage, he or she can transform into a physical body that is no different from a human's, and can act and live during the day. Xia Gang's body is like this. A ghost cultivator's disillusioned body is still a ghost by nature and cannot be changed. From the naked eye and perception cannot see the difference with normal people, but still composed of yin qi. Its body temperature is a bit lower than humans, and can be totally dispersed at any time, transformed into a ghostly body of black gas. Xia Gang's disciple, Jiang Wentai, who was at the ghost spirit stage, used this illusionary physical body to blend into human society. Su, shall we make an appointment with your client now? I'll take his $1 million bounty order. Lin Hao was considered a cultivator at this point, even though he hadn't formally cultivated yet. It is everyone's responsibility to eliminate evil and promote goodness. It is the law of heaven to eliminate demons. In reality, Lin Hao wanted to go show off and make $1 million easily at this time. Isn't that much better than a part-time job? Chapter 46. Women are a pain in the ass. Su Shelby heard Lin Hao say he was taking her to catch a ghost. She felt funny and laughed and scolded Lin Hao to be serious. There are no ghosts in this world. But Lin Hao didn't bother to explain and told her to take the bounty. Su Shelby thought about it. It doesn't matter anyway. It's just a chance to get in touch with Lin Hao. So she agreed. It's also a very nice memory to be able to do ridiculous things with your favorite people. After Su Shelby made an appointment with her client, the two met at the agreed location. How? The front is the client's house. The client is staying in a hotel for the past few days and doesn't dare to go home. There happens to be a Taoist priest in there today to get rid of the ghosts. The door was open and he told us to just go right in. The two came to a suburban villa outside. The villa covers an area of more than 1 acre. The appearance of the atmosphere. The inside decoration is definitely not bad. No wonder they can offer a reward of $1 million. It is indeed a house of dirt. Go! Lin Hao led the way into the house. I've seen ghost catchers at night, but not during the day. Su Shelby covered her mouth and snickered. She'd heard of ghostbusters coming at night, but this was the first time she'd done it during the day. Can a ghost have it during the day? The woman doesn't realize that ghosts and spirits exist day and night. Ghosts can also act in the daytime, but the daytime sun is strong. Strong winds, ordinary wandering souls out will be scorched, torn, at most a few dozen seconds to ashes. Ghosts during the day need to hide inside a grave or inside a house. So it was very clever of that Taoist priest to come during the day to catch the ghost. As long as he could escape the door, he was essentially invincible. While the two were discussing, a fierce battle was taking place inside the villa. Heaven's eye open. Inside the villa's hall, a young Taoist priest wearing an ancient Taoist robe made a sword finger with his right hand and quickly used the back of his finger to wipe it over his closed eyes. His eyes snapped open. Ha! So you're hiding here. A stern ghost in the shape of a child in his teens cowered in a corner at the roof in the southeast corner of the hall. He was dressed in a tattered basketball jersey with an already blurred Kobe head on it. His hair was sparse with only a few strands, and his skin was swollen and ruptured in many places, revealing disgusting pus. There was only one eye, and it was only the white of the eye, and at the other eye was a dark hole. In one hand was a bone that resembled a human bone, and in the other hand was a red rattle. Boing boing. The little ghost showed his teeth in a threatening manner at the dowser, and had a tendency to leap to the attack. Taoism is natural. Qiankuan is limitless. Edict. Without saying a word, the young Taoist priest made the first move, and once the incantation was given, a flash of yellow light appeared out of thin air. Zip! The yellow light flickered and landed on the kid. Boing boing. The little ghost was struck by the yellow light and erupted into a mournful and angry scream. After the screams, the little kid unexpectedly remained motionless, propped up in the corner of the wall without any signs of injury. In other words, the palm thunderbolt just made the brat sore. The young Taoist priest's face changed drastically and he exclaimed, "Oops, the evil breaking curse actually can't hurt him. This little brat is actually already the equivalent of a ghost spirit stage of a stern ghost. How many people has he harmed and how much yang qi has he absorbed? Mom, run away." The young Taoist turned and ran. Giggle. Hee hee. Seeing that the young Taoist was going to run, the little ghost stomped on the wall with both feet, let out a strange cry, and landed on the young Taoist's neck like lightning. Phew. A huge force choked the young Taoist priest's neck. Call. The young Taoist instantly couldn't breathe, and his neck felt like it was being crushed by a wheel. What a terrifying power. My life is over. That was the only thought inside the young Taoist priest's head, and then his head went blank, and the whole person was left struggling with consciousness. Ho! I feel like it's better not to go in. I think I just heard a strange noise. Su Xiaowei was still in the doorway when she felt the creepy gloom that struck fear into her heart. She hugged Lin Hao's arm at once, stopping him from going in. Ahem. Between a man and a woman, the teaching is not intimate. I am a man with a wife. Please keep your distance. Lin Hao coughed dryly and broke Su Xiaowei's hand away. If you're scared, wait for me outside the door. I'll go in and look around and come out. That won't work. What am I going to do if the ghost runs out and you're not around? Although Su Xiaowei had always emphasized that she didn't believe in ghosts in this world, women were naturally suspicious, saying one thing with their mouths and thinking another in their hearts. Then stop pestering me or the ghost will come and I'll be killed by you pestering me unable to move when I would have been able to fly him. Okay, then I won't pester you. I'll just pull on your coat. Women are such a pain in the ass. Lin Hao, at this moment, deeply appreciated the benefits of Xia Qing, the female ghost's wife. If Xia Qing was there, she would definitely be the one to take the lead and stand in front of her to protect herself, rather than asking herself to protect her. Gap. That's the difference between a woman and a woman. Hey, there's a Taoist priest and a kid fighting. Hey. Lin Hao had just walked to the door when he saw the child in tattered clothes riding a horse on the neck of the young Taoist priest. The young Taoist fluttered and fell back, like a drunken Hulk, holding himself up to keep from collapsing, desperately heading for the entrance house. The child giggled very happily. His two legs gouged the young Taoist's neck, shaking a rattle with one hand and gnawing on a bloody bone with the other. The child heard a noise and turned his head to look. The bloody mouth showed its teeth at Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei. Holy, what an ugly kid! Lin Hao was startled by the child's face. How? Don. Scare me. Where is there any child? I only saw a drunkard. Su Xiaowei had originally seen the young Taoist priest act and move strangely. Hearing Lin Hao say this again, she was so frightened that she violently hugged Lin Hao, her feet leaving the ground, and her entire body hanging on to Lin Hao in death. Ugh! So annoying. Didn't you say you wouldn't haunt me? How am I going to deal with that brat with you hanging on me like that? Lin Hao wanted to cry. He almost tripped over Su Xiaowei and fell to the ground. Compared to Su Xiaowei's 99 pounds hanging on his body, he would rather have that little brat hanging on him. As for the young Taoist, his face was pale and iron, bloodless, and he vaguely saw the two of them, Lin Hao and Xia Qing, appear, and his mouth opened wide as he frantically tried to call for help, but no sound could be made. Then don't talk nonsense to scare me. I'm most afraid of ghosts. Su Xiaowei also knew that her reaction was too intense, and she had to let go of Lin Hao, who was the one who just mouthed off that there are no ghosts in this world. Since there are no ghosts, what ghosts are you afraid of? That is the situation is different. Well, it's so eerie here. Maybe there really are ghosts. Okay, just stand in the doorway and wait for me. The ghost is afraid of the sun. He won't come out and hurt you, and I won't leave your sight. Is that right? Okay. Sue, shall we really didn't dare to enter the house. Women are such pests. If we delay a moment longer, this brother is afraid he'll be strangled to death. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell out of his mouth, the young Taoist priest thumped and couldn't hold on any longer, slamming heavily on the ground. Chapter 47, Kid, you're quite hostile. Lin Hao didn't dare to delay any longer. If he did, the young Taoist priest was afraid that he would really ga off. The little ghost on the young Taoist priest's neck saw Lin Hao approaching. Show. Yeah. He grinned and threatened towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't care at all. In his opinion, any ghost that wasn't cultivated didn't have much attack power. He reached out and went to squeeze the brat's neck. The kid was furious, backhandedly swinging his rattle and knocking hard at Lin Hao's wrist. Lin Hao ignored the brat's attacks. As soon as the rattle touched Lin Hao's wrist, it was quickly bounced back. The little kid's attack didn't work, and he looked at Lin Hao in shock, his only remaining eye falling straight to the ground. Kid, you're quite hostile. The strength is really not small. No wonder you were able to clip this Taoist priest to death. Lin Hao had the feeling of being knocked painfully by a rattle. He was in awe, realizing that he had met a ruthless character. I'll crush you, little thing. Lin Hao took advantage of the brat's moment of confusion to use his hand as an eagle's claw and quickly pinched the brat's neck. The brat's neck was controlled. His body lost its strength. His legs were loose, and his body was already detached from the young Taoist priest. The young dowser gained his breath, desperately sucking in large gulps of air, slowly regaining almost lost consciousness. Squeak! The little ghost struggled madly in midair with both hands and feet, but it was useless. It couldn't escape. Kid, you've really harmed a lot of people, sucking in so much young energy that you've directly sucked yourself silly. Can't stay. Lin Hao ignored the brat's struggling pleas for mercy and directly carried him towards the door. Prepare to kill him with the sun. Ho! Is there really a ghost? Is that some kind of air you're grasping inside your hand? How come I can't see it? Nothing much. Lin Hao didn't want to explain to Sue, shall we? He didn't want to add to the trouble. Just call your client. Tell them the ghost has been removed and call the money. Is this really true? It's so easy to remove. The other party is afraid that they won't be willing to pay. Of course it's true. Hurry up and get me the money. And tell him that if he doesn't pay, I'll catch 100 ghosts and bring them over and put them in his house. As he spoke, Lin Hao's gaze was grave. This little brat hadn't dissipated even after half a day of scorching under the hot sun. Could it be the legendary ghost spirit stage-level ghosts? Lin Hao stared at the little kid and studied it carefully. He hadn't formally cultivated yet, much less practiced any ghost arts, Taoist arts, or any other arts like that. It was impossible to judge the other party's cultivation realm. After studying it for half a day, Lin Hao still shook his head and rejected this judgment. It shouldn't be a ghostly spirit stage ghost. The ghost spirit stage wasn't that weak, mostly because this guy has absorbed too much yang energy and is not afraid of the sun. The sun couldn't kill the brat, so Lin Hao had to do it himself. Jab! With one hard yank, he ripped off the brat's arm and threw it in the sun. The arm lost the support of the little ghost energy, and was immediately scorched by the hot sun into a stream of invisible smoke that dissipated into the air. The little ghost squealed in pain as his arm was ripped off, struggling even more frantically. Taoist brother, wait a moment, could you let me torture him as well? This damn thing almost choked me to death. It's so hateful. The young Taoist priest finally recovered, and he was filled with rage, vowing to chop the brat into meat paste. Then you do it. Lin Hao so-called handed the brat to the young Taoist priest and signaled for the young Taoist priest to execute it. No, 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 I can't catch him. With a backhanded pull, this young Taoist priest choked out a simple yet sharp ancient sword that appeared in front of Lin Hao. What a! Lin Hao didn't know anything about swords, but could all but tell that this ancient sword was extraordinary. He. This is the Dragon Tiger Sword, one of the 4 swords of my Qingcheng sect's Qingcheng sword, and I've been fortunate enough to be rewarded with one by my master. I'll give you an eyeful after I cut this brat to open your eyes. The young Taoist was very proud of this sword. The Qingcheng sect? The Dragon Tiger Sword, one of the 4 swords of Qingcheng? Lin Hao couldn't help but listen in awe. This Taoist priest has no skills, but his origins are not small. The name Qingcheng sect was very famous in another world. The 2 sides were parallel worlds, and the Qingcheng sect on this side must also be a 1,000-year-old well-known great sect. My name is Lin Hao. May I ask your name? This was the first time Lin Hao had come into contact with Taoist cultivators when he arrived at this world, and it's still famous. Lin Hao developed a surge of befriending. My name is Wang Tao. Wait a moment. I'll slice this brat to death first. Then I'll come back to chat with you. Wang Tao rubbed his still sore neck and viciously said, "Kid, I'll cut you to death." Wang Tao flicked his wrist. The tip of his sword pulled out a sword flower. Swoosh a few times. The tip of the sword flipped. The little ghost's body, which was made up of yin qi, was cut into pieces. The shards of yin qi had no time to converge under the blazing sun before they were scorched into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Awesome! Lin Hao gave a thumbs up. The ancient sword in Wang Tao's hand went into its scabbard as soon as he threw it toward his back, tilted his head 45 degrees, and proudly said, "That's natural. Our 4 swords of Qingcheng are all ancient divine swords, and each sword has great power. Killing this kind of brat is just like a cannon hitting a mosquito." Ha! Awesome. Lin Hao gradually heard that this Wang Tao was a simpleton. If he really was a powerful character, he wouldn't have almost been strangled to death by this brat just now. Moreover, Wang Tao's sword flower looked dazzling and rolled the little kid into pieces in a moment. In truth, it was because it was under the hot sun, and even more so because he was unable to move in Lin Hao's hands. If it's inside the house, the kid dodged it easily. Even if they were unfortunate enough to be sliced to pieces, the little ghosts could quickly regather their yin energy and be back as good as new. Therefore, Wang Tao could only be considered a folk sword master, and his dragon tiger sword could only be described as an ordinary sword that cut iron like mud. Su Xiaowei, who was contacting customers on the side, was confused when she saw the fancy maneuvers of both Lin Hao and Wang Tao. She thought Wang Tao was a drunk at first, but it turned out that Lin Hao went over for a bit and Wang Tao slowly woke up. Then it was Wang Tao who drew the sword he had on his back and churned it out in a fancy way at Lin Hao's hand. With this inexplicable image, a normal person looking at it would think that these two were properly two psychopaths. Su Xiaowei asked Lin Hao with concern. "You, two of you are not sick, right? You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is sick." "Little girl, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand." Before Lin Hao could reply, he was scolded by a burst of Wang Tao. Su Xiaowei was furious. "You lunatic! Who are you calling the whole family sick? You're the one who scolded me first. Allowing you to scold me doesn't allow me to scold you?" Lin Hao saw that the two were about to fight right away, so he hurriedly supported Su Xiaowei away. "Xiaowei, go wait for me at the door. And by the way, urge the client to come over as soon as possible for acceptance and payment. I can't wait for him for long." The client said he was busy and wouldn't be able to come for a while, but he said he trusted me and paid in advance. But he said for you not to drop any more brats into his house in the future, and that the money counts as his buyout. What? He actually suspects that I put this brat there? Lin Hao was almost infuriated. The client seems to mean it. Ho, are there ghosts in this world? Should I return this $1 million? Ho, you've already scammed $10 million from Mr. Kong. That's enough. So don't scam anyone else, okay? Su Xiaowei, you're sick in the head. Big time. Who's cheating money? I'm catching ghosts. Just as Lin Hao was talking to Su Xiaowei, Wang Tao kept twitching his nose at Lin Hao's back. The more he heard, the more his face became horrified. Wang Tao slowly backed away with extreme fear, and when he retreated to the courtyard wall, he suddenly threw a talisman over toward Lin Hao. The talisman burned in response to the wind. Chapter 48, Am I possessed by a ghost? It was too late for Lin Hao to dodge, and the talisman landed on him and disappeared without a trace. Can't even find it. It was good that Lin Hao's body didn't feel any discomfort. Wang Tao, what did you throw at me? But Wang Tao didn't answer Lin Hao. He just violently rolled over and jumped out of the villa's courtyard wall, frantically escaping on the main road. What's happening here? Why is he so afraid of me? Lin Hao was stunned as he looked at Wang Tao's frantic fleeing figure, cloudy and confused. I don't know what kind of madness Wang Tao is going through here. How? Wang Tao must have just been awakened by me and realized the error of fraud and fled in shame. Can't you be normal in that head of yours? Lin Hao felt that Su Xiaowei was also an oddball, a king of brainstorming. Lin Hao examined his body from beginning to end, but he couldn't check what talisman Wang Tao had thrown, and what it actually did. Forget it, it's good or bad, we'll know when it breaks out. He just had to be nervous to avoid scaring himself. The most important thing for him now was to hurry to work. It's not cost-effective to go too late and get scolded by Xia Yushan when she finds out. Ho, I've transferred $1 million to your card. Why transfer it all to me? Keep $100,000 for yourself. You deserve the information fee. No, you already gave me $5 million the other day. That's enough for this life. Suit yourself then. Su Xiaowei also drove a car, driving a dolphin of tens of thousands of dollars. So Lin Hao did not care about her, and drove alone to the company to work. After Lin Hao left, Su Xiaowei recontacted the owner of this villa, the same client that Lin Hao had just exorcised. She sincerely apologized to the client, telling him that her boyfriend had recently read too many suspense novels, was obsessed with ghost catching, and had some mental problems. and took out $1 million of her own money to return it to the client. That customer didn't say anything. After Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the project, he specifically sent a message to ask his assistant if the boss, Xia Yushan, was at the project. Only after learning that Xia Yushan wasn't on the project did Lin Hao let out a long sigh of relief before entering the office. This Xia Yushan was about to psych him out. Site reopened. There are many things need to sort out. Lin Hao immediately called a meeting of the heads of the various professional lines on the project. Master, the tracking talisman shows that the stern ghost is working inside this construction site. I specifically inquired about it, and this night ghost is quite capable. He actually became the program director. Wang Tao pointed to the row of temporary office rooms on the construction site. Fearful. Some ghosts just like to take over the human body to go to work. This kind of ghost is a senior wage earner in his previous life, and after he died and became a ghost subconsciously wants to continue to go to work and work. Beside Wang Tao stood an old Taoist priest who was about 70 to 80 years old. All Chuanjin Taoist priests of Qingcheng sect start from the date of the crown and scarf, keep full hair in buns and insert hairpins, and dress up in lab coats, robes, precepts, vestments, and so on. On weekdays, he wears a lab coat with wide sleeves, a fluttering belt at the right armpit, long pants, high white cloth socks, and Chao Yuan cloth shoes. The durags are blue to symbolize the color of the sky and the vitality of the East. The old Taoist priest was dressed exactly according to the dress code of the Qingcheng sect, and although he was old, he had crane hair and looked very healthy, and even had a touch of cunning in his eyes. Master. Disciple, I almost couldn't come back. That stern ghost has a high level of cultivation. Even a small stern ghost with almost ghost spirit stage strength is like catching a small chicken. My master knows. I will personally bring that stern ghost to justice in a moment. You go over and give a word to the security guards to cooperate in catching the ghost. Alright, I'll go over and arrange it now. Wait for me. Master. The old Taoist priest stroked his goatee with one hand and stroked his back with the other in an inscrutable manner. If someone is behind him, you'll notice this hand behind the old Taoist priest's back scrunched up inside his sleeve holding the latest smartphone. Inside the cell phone was a beautiful woman with an alluring figure and revealing clothes, dancing live. The old Taoist's thumbs were tapping frantically, and the pink stars on his phone screen were bouncing wildly. Wang Tao was stupid and didn't notice the small movements behind his master's back. Wang Tao went over to the security chief to explain the source. That security chief saw two people dressed in authentic Taoist dress, and said that it was the Qingqing school. The security chief heard two Taoist priests say that there were ghosts on the project, and he believed a great deal of it, because this project was haunted some time ago. The head of security didn't dare to delay, and immediately followed the old Taoist priest's request, gathering dozens of security guards, armed with shield and fork, to surround the conference room of the project department. You guys listen to my arrangements. Anyone who escapes from the conference room must be possessed by a ghost. All you guys need to do is help me trap them with your shield forks. Yes, Taoist. The security guards were all gathered in spirit and stood at attention. Lin Hao and the group of people meeting inside the conference room didn't know that they had been surrounded by their own security. Not only the security guards were ready, but Wang Tao also used talismans to wrap the entire activity room in all directions under the guidance of his master. The goal is to keep the ghosts and monsters from escaping. After confirming that there was no mistake, Wang Tao kicked open the door of the conference room and quickly scurried inside. The old Taoist priest, maintaining his high human stance, also followed into the conference room with great agility. Bang! The conference room door was reclosed and backhandedly locked. Lin Hao and a group of managers were having a meeting when two people suddenly scurried in, and everyone stared at Wang Tao and the old Taoist with wide eyes. Master, the man in the center is Lin Hao, who was possessed by a stern spirit. Wang Tao pointed at Lin Hao and shouted violently, where's the ghost? The group of administrators were startled and hurriedly got up and fled to the old Taoist priest's side. In their eyes, Taoist priests have absolute authority in catching ghosts. Your program director, Lin Hao, is possessed by a malicious ghost. There's a malicious ghost inside his body. This can't be right. The group of program administrators had half-hearted mouths, but their expressions had already betrayed them. They'd rather believe it than not. At that moment, they thought of the image of Lin Hao retreating from the group of ghosts that night. So it is. Lin Hao should be the leader of that group of ghosts, or else he couldn't have driven a group of ghosts away in a few words. Mr. Lin, you're not really possessed by a ghost, are you? Each of Lin Hao's employees had inexplicable fear in their eyes that their boss was actually a ghost. I can't believe I spent such a day and night with a ghost. Just thinking about it now makes it creepy. Lin Hao was inexplicably identified as a night ghost possessed, and he was given to laughing. He spread his hands helplessly. Wang Tao, we have no grievances. Why are you slandering me as a ghost? Is it because you were robbed of your business today? But on the flip side, instead I saved lives. If I hadn't come to take your business, you'd have been strangled to death by the night ghost. So I'm your savior. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you slander your savior? It really is a ghost. A ghost story. That companion of yours has told me that you put that fierce little ghost in there in order to cheat that client out of his money. Wang Tao spoke sternly, rendering Lin Hao speechless. Seeing that Lin Hao couldn't refute it, the crowd was even more certain that Lin Hao was the night ghost possessed. Chapter 49, Help! Master! They cowered in the corner and looked at Lin Hao in fear. Lin Hao really wanted to go over and brutally beat these two Taoist priests up, but beating people up won't solve the problem. Even if you beat away the two Taoist priests, you can't prove that you're not a ghost. When that happens, your own employees will still be afraid of you. The two Taoist priests must be allowed to prove their innocence to themselves. That old Taoist priest. This is your disciple, right? Your disciple spits blood and you don't care? Lin Hao couldn't say anything to Wang Tao, so he could only hope that the old Taoist wasn't a waterboy, or else he would really have no defense today. However, this old Taoist priest was dressed extremely formally and was full of majesty and righteousness. A person with real skills. It shouldn't be as unreliable as Wang Tao. Ahem. Just a moment. I'm replying to an important message. The old Taoist priest was suddenly named by Lin Hao, and he woke up like a dream, his hand behind his back taking out his cell phone and typing with a serious expression. This expression was as if he was replying to a major message about the survival of mankind. The old Taoist priest had just taken out his cell phone when a message did pop up on his phone. The sources noted as Xiao Zhao, master of Longhu Mountain. Senior, may I ask if it's convenient for you now? I have a great matter to report to you regarding the Buddha-Tao alliance. The old Taoist priest saw this message and wore a displeased expression as he replied, "Get out." The reply was very disrespectful, but the other person didn't seem to care in the slightest and sent another message. Elder, I have decided to officially declare war against the ghost race, and for such a major event, I still want to ask for your opinion. The old Taoist frowned, his thumbs typing rapidly. Zhao Danxia, you're at least the number one person in the cultivation world. What else can't you decide for yourself? I told you earlier. I no longer care about the cultivation world. I have changed my identity to change my appearance and go as an ordinary person. If you keep yakking and sending me messages, believe it or not, I'll pinch you to death. After sending this message, I no longer care about Lung Fushan Xiaozhao. Then he hurriedly switched his cell phone page to Shakeology. Baby, brother has something to do. First exit the live room. Mooah. After replying, he blandly turned off the screen of his cell phone and put it into his coat pocket. With a flutter of his long sleeves and a torch-like gaze, the old Taoist priest dragon walked and approached Lin Hao. Lin Hao was baffled as the old Taoist priest approached, and Lin Hao instinctively stepped back. Don't panic, Mr. Lin. I see that your behavior and performance is no different from a normal person. It's not that a severe ghost is possessed, but there is a strong ghostly aura on your body. Let me smell it. As expected of an old Taoist priest, he could tell at a glance that Lin Hao was human. Lin Hao was completely relieved. But what happened to the ghostly aura on his body? Could it be that he was hanging out with Xia Qing every day and had a smell on him? But it's not right. Ghost qi is obviously yin qi, which has no flavor. How could this old guy smell it? Lin Hao stopped backing down and stood his ground. Wacky. Just wacky as hell. The old Taoist priest sniffed from a distance of 20 to 30 centimeters away from Lin Hao, surveying his whole body more than once and muttering to himself. Lin Hao asked sharply as he listened inwardly. What's wrong? Do I really have the smell of ghosts on me? Could it be that I often work part-time to exorcise ghosts and kill demons, causing the smell of ghosts to remain on my body? No, it has nothing to do with regular contact with ghosts. Even if you slept with them every day, you wouldn't carry a ghostly aura. Old Taoist, please watch what you say. Who's talking about sleeping with ghosts every day? Lin Hao was like a cat's tail being stepped on, instantly blowing up. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. I'm just making a metaphor. Fine. Then why did you slander me as having a ghostly aura on me? You're putting labels on other people indiscriminately. It will have a serious impact on their reputation. Do you know that? Lin Hao sat down with a huff and slapped the table. You have to explain this in front of all my co-workers today, or how am I going to work in the future? How else are you going to make money to support your family? Do you pay my salary? After slapping the table and sitting down, Lin Hao quietly stretched out a finger under the table with his other hand and said in an extremely soft voice, $1 million. Mr. Lin, I solemnly apologize to you. You're not a ghost. My apprentice made a mistake. And I didn't smell a ghostly aura just now. I'm sorry we wronged the good guys. The old Taoist priest's attitude suddenly turned 180 degrees and very solemnly arched his hand in apology. Master, are you mistaken? I really smell. You shut your mouth. Is Master even worse than you? If I say he's not a ghost, he must not be a ghost. Just as Wang Tao opened his mouth, he was blocked back by the old Taoist. Well, master, you're better than me. Che, that's more like it. With the old Taoist priest's apology, Lin Hao sat upright and stared at the group of employees who were afraid of him. Hear me. I'm not a ghost, and I'll fire anyone who dares to rumor about it. Who? I told you. How could our beloved Mr. Lin be possessed by a ghost? I've never suspected Mr. Lin. It's all you guys. When you hear ghosts, you're scared to death. I have no choice but to run after you. Nonsense. I obviously wanted to open the door and go out to find a shovel to come in and give these two Taoist priests a shovel. It's just you guys squeezing me out of the door. A group of employees were relieved when they were sure that Lin Hao wasn't possessed by a stern spirit, and shifted the blame to each other. Okay, there's nothing more for you guys to do here. Get out and get started. Lin Hao kicked the group out. When the conference room door opened, the head of security took one swift step and speared the first person to come out onto the floor. Ghost. This man is a ghost. Tie me up quickly. In an instant, the forks in the hands of all the security guards were on the first unlucky person to go out. Ouch. You guys got it wrong. There's no ghost. There's no ghost at all. The man died unjustly, inexplicably forked to the ground by a security guard. Lin Hao immediately rebuked loudly. All give release. There are no ghosts on our program. You security guards are practically freeloaders. If you let anyone in, you'll lose half of this month's service charge. A group of security guards were scared to let go of their forks by Lin Hao's scolding, but they still didn't believe Lin Hao's words in their hearts. After all, when it came to ghosts and gods, Taoist priests were the professionals. They landed their eyes on the old Taoist priest. The old Taoist smiled awkwardly and nodded his head in confirmation. It was only then that the security guards rushed to help the forked-down man up, and at the same time, it was only then that they angrily scolded the two Taoist priests for being psychotic, causing them to be deducted and penalized for their services. Only here did a farce stop. Master, you must have been tricked by him. He really is a ghost. I can smell it on him. After everyone left, Wang Tao still didn't dare approach Lin Hao. He was profoundly psychologized by Lin Hao's effortless capture of the brat in the morning. Humph, doesn't Master know that he is a ghost? Do I need you to keep yakking about it? The old Taoist slapped Wang Tao on the back of his head. Then why don't you destroy him, Master? Wang Tao was slapped and stumbled, turning back to look at the old Taoist with great confusion. Oh, exterminate him? The old Taoist looked at Lin Hao with a smile. Kid, do you want to keep your physical body or your ghost body? Taoist Master, what do you mean by this? I don't understand what you mean. Although Lin Hao had a stiff upper lip, he was already inwardly horrified that this old Taoist priest had already discovered his soul's out-of-body ability by sniffing. Luckily, he had used his out-of-body soul as a killer. Kid, don't pretend to be confused. With this thick ghostly aura on your body, any cultivator would be able to discover your abnormality and exterminate you as a possessed ghost. If you don't want to be treated as a public enemy by the cultivation world and want to live, don't hide in front of the old Taoist. Taoist Master, help. Hearing this, Lin Hao inwardly clarified that this old thing was a Taoist priest with real strength, so perhaps he could pull some wool over this Taoist priest's eyes. It's not like you have anything to lose by conceding anyway. Since Lin Hao had crossed over to this world, he was equivalent to exploring the cultivation path alone, and he was deeply lonely. He's running around like a headless fly. No one to point the way. No one to guide the way. Last night when he got the yin-yang true scripture, even though he felt that he had already learned it, he didn't dare to easily try to cultivate it, because he didn't know the basics of human repair, and Xia Gang was a ghost cultivator and in a low realm. He couldn't provide him with useful guidance. Any cultivation is like walking on thin ice, not a single mistake. Otherwise the light is not successful cultivation. Break the cultivation path. The heavy is on fire into the devil madness and death. Lin Hao couldn't afford to casually waste his hard-won, heaven-defying to Nine Thunders heavenly punishment qualification. Chapter 50, Have you got a hair in your throat? Save you? Who am I to save you? The old Taoist priest, if anything, with a teasing smile. Words, but no intention to refuse. Lin Hao immediately stretched out 2 fingers. $2 million. Ahem. Mr. Lin, this is a bit tricky, but it's not insurmountable. It's up to you whether you're willing or not. It was true that money could make the devil work, and the old Taoist priest's address to Lin Hao changed back to Mr. Lin. Willing? As long as it solves the problem of ghostly chi on me. All willing. Lin Hao's taut heart became loose, and any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem. As long as he could obtain the entrance to the cultivation world from the old Taoist priest, it would all be worth it. Taoist Master, may I ask your name? Lin Hao still didn't know what this old Taoist priest's name was until now. Ha! The old Taoist priest didn't answer, but looked at Lin Hao inscrutably. But gradually his expression began to stiffen, and after pretending for half a day, The silly disciple next to him actually didn't know to cooperate. The old Taoist quietly kicked Wang Tao and glared at him with his eyes, signaling that this is the time for you, the disciple, to come out and cooperate with the pretense, introducing him in grand style. Master, what are you kicking me for? Hey, what's wrong with your eyes? Did you get sand in it? Do you want me to blow it out for you? Wang Tao naively could not understand what the old Taoist meant at all. Ahem. The old Taoist priest had to dryly cough to cover up the awkward atmosphere and introduced himself. I am Zhang Daoling, the 38th master of the Qingqing sect. This old Taoist himself named himself Zhang Daoling, implying the meaning that he would also reach the heights of his master ancestor Zhang Daoling. You are actually the famous Qingqing sect master, Taoist Zhang. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Hao really had been shocked to the fact that the Qingqing sect belonged to the deafening existence in his two impressions. No wonder this old Taoist priest is so pretentious. It turns out that he really has this backbone. It's just that this disciple is pulling his crotch too much. I also asked for Taoist Zhang's help in solving the problem of ghost qi leaking out from his body. Lin Hao was unaware of this and put away those little thoughts he had just had and became respectful. Mr. Lin, if you really want to solve the problem of ghost qi leakage, you can't rely on money alone. Then what other conditions are needed? Just tell me. I'll do my best to fulfill them if I can. You need to join the Qingqing sect and worship me. The $2 million promised just now is counted as your gift of worship. I wonder if you are willing. Ahem. Wang Tao, who was standing behind Zhang Daoling, heard Zhang Daoling's words and coughed violently and dryly, and also shook his head slowly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao frowned slightly at the sight, unsure of the meaning, thinking to himself, do these two masters and disciples both have the habit of dry coughing? Have you got hair stuck in your throat? Can't you see I'm taking on an apprentice? Zhang Daoling turned around and glared fiercely at Wang Tao. Wang Tao hung his head, sighing, and stopped looking at Lin Hao. Lin Hao, I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to join my Qingqing sect? Zhang Daoling, his voice became stern. I am willing to join the Qingqing sect and worship you as my master. Master, please accept my disciple's obeisance. Worshipping a master was fine. It wasn't less of a piece of meat anyway, as long as Zhang Daoling could introduce himself to the cultivation world. Moreover, the Qingqing sect should be a famous sect. In both worlds, he had heard of this sect's name. Joining the Qingqing sect shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, this old Taoist priest claimed to be the head of the renowned Qingqing sect. It should have extraordinary strength, being able to easily worship in a large sect and become a disciple of the master. It's also a very good chance. It was just that he didn't understand why Wang Tao had just implied that he shouldn't agree. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect the big picture. Good. I accept you as my disciple. Get up. Just follow me back to the Qingqing sect to finish kowtowing to the ancestor master to complete the rite of worship. Zhang Daoling happily helped Lin Hao up. Lin Hao was also excited to have traveled to this party world and finally found a Taoist friend in the cultivation world. He couldn't wait to complete the ritual of worshipping his master and then seek out Zhang Daoling to learn the basics of cultivation. With the basics in place, one could safely begin cultivating the yin-yang true scripture. Cut. Wang Tao could no longer hold back his disdainful booing when he saw that Zhang Daoling had accepted Lin Hao as his disciple. Wang Tao, get out and drive back to Qingcheng Mountain. Zhang Daoling kicked Wang Tao out of the conference room. Master, what does senior brother Wang mean by this? Ignore him. This guy is just too poorly qualified and doesn't work hard at his cultivation. He can't raise his cultivation and complains all day long. Zhang Daoling's expression snapped. Lin Hao nodded in disbelief. Then master, may I ask what cultivation level you are at now? Ahem. Master Mia. Why are you asking this? As long as I can teach you to cultivate as your master. Well, don't be a curious baby. When you go back and complete the ritual of worship, you will naturally be taught. Okay. Lin Hao could only hold back his curiosity for now. At the same time, mutterings flooded his mind, and a sense of ill will arose in his heart. But what exactly was wrong? He couldn't think of. Zhang Daoling suddenly turned back as he walked ahead. Right. You should pay the initiation fee first. This is our Qingqing sect's public account number. Just transfer it inside. Zhang Daoling handed Lin Hao a card with the very bank account number registered in the name of the Qingqing sect. It's not bad for a big school. It's quite formal. The hint of doubt that Lin Hao had just created dissipated. Oh little Lin, from now on, you are an official disciple of our Qingqing sect and my third disciple. Watching Lin Hao successfully transfer $2 million into his bank card, the more Zhang Daoling looked at him, the more he felt that he liked this disciple. And don't think that your $2 million is too expensive. After arriving at the Qingqing sect, I'll gift you a supreme immortal sword as an acceptance gift. A Jedi immortal sword? Yes. It's one of the 4 great immortal swords of Qingqing inherited by my Qingqing sect for thousands of years. You're lucky that there's still the last 7-star sword left. The 4 swords of Qingqing? Could it be senior brother Wang and this kind of sword you're carrying on your back? Yeah. There are 4 Qingcheng immortal swords. The one on my back is the Saoyun sword. Your senior brother Wang's side is called the Dragon Tiger sword. And the 8 immortal swords are at your senior sister's place. Thank you, master. Lin Hao was secretly happy in his heart. The head disciple will also be assigned one of the 4 swords of Qingcheng. Lin Hao had seen the Dragon Tiger sword. And even if it was only used to slash people, the shape was still forced. Even if it's nothing, it's worth $2 million to collect it as an antique. He originally wanted to ask the 2 disciples in front of him how much they had paid in initiation fees, but thought better of it. The $2 million would have been an unsolicited offer. After Zhang Daoling and Lin Hao walked out of the entrance of the project, they saw Wang Tao driving in old Santana that he didn't know how many hands it had changed. Lin Hao's face stiffened. Was this the strength of the Qingqing sect? That's all the poker in the palm of your hand? Lin Hao combined it with Wang Tao's expression just now, and he had the feeling of being duped. But it's too late to back out now. Let's go to Mount Qingqing first. It could be that his own master was not a man of fame, not a man of vanity, and simple, or maybe, senior brother. We're here. Wang Tao drove the car to some broken temple halfway up Qingcheng Mountain and parked. What? This is the Qingqing sect? Lin Hao couldn't believe it when he looked at an old, dilapidated temple like Taoist temple. In Lin Hao's mind, the Qingqing sect was a famous sect. At least all of them were at least half a mountain in a row, and there were glorious palaces everywhere. But in reality, it's just a dilapidated temple that's been in disrepair for years. A beggar can't even look at a broken temple like this. Chapter 51 Pink and Jade Elder Sister. Senior brother. You're confused. You just couldn't see it when I hinted at it so obviously at the time. You deserve to be cheated. Wang Tao's heart ached with regret, and it seemed that he was also tricked into going up the mountain by the old Taoist priest. Can I not pay my respects then? I have things to do on my project that I need to get back to immediately. Lin Hao wanted to cry. He would rather lose $2 million for nothing than to worship the master. Originally, Lin Hao thought that he would be able to pull Zhang Daoling's wool over his eyes and be able to use the opportunity to enter the cultivation world. I didn't realize that I was taking a small advantage and suffering a big loss. What a steal. Wang Tao laughed miserably. It's too late. You'll be worshipping this master for sure. As expected, Zhang Daoling was wrathful and angry. Kid, do you think Mount Qingcheng, can come and go as I please? Look at the sword. Madaka. Zhang Daoling pointed his finger, and the Shaoyun sword behind him had appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Hao. The sword flipped and danced in the air, chopping and thrusting, like the strength of the pine, like the swiftness of the wind, very dexterous. The tip of the sword flashed coldly, always aimed at Lin Hao's vitals. With just a spurt of strength, Lin Hao would be stabbed through and through. Imperial sword art. Lin Hao was shocked and stunned by Zhang Daoling's hand. Ahem. Senior brother. Look closely at master's hands. Lin Hao gathered his eyes and froze. The old Taoist priest actually had a thin, nearly transparent rope in his hand tugging on the tsunami cloud sword. It's an acrobat's juggling act. This, Lin Hao cried. Taoist Zhang. I'm here to learn the art of exorcising and exterminating ghosts. Although your fake sword art is powerful, it can't cut down ghosts and monsters. Oh, you want to exterminate ghosts? Just say so. Zhang Daoling mouthed the words. Taoism is natural. Qiankuan is limitless. Edict. Lin Hao, who himself had opened his heavenly eyes, saw a flash of yellow fall on him. Ah, ouch. Lin Hao only felt a splitting headache, as if a knife was tearing into his soul, but the pain soon passed and returned to normal. Shaolin, how's this hand of mine breaking the evil spell? Zhang Daoling proudly stroked his already white beard. Phew, it's okay. Lin Hao's head hurt a little, but this evil-breaking curse really wasn't very good, and if it was used to exterminate ghosts, it wasn't as useful as a slap to the face from himself. However, regarding Zhang Daoling's juggling hand just now, Lin Hao knew that he couldn't beat Zhang Dao at the moment. Today this pawn is fixed, otherwise it cannot easily walk down this Qingqing mountain. Alas, oh little Lin, I don't know why you have an out-of-body soul. It may be your gift, but at the same time, it will bring you doom. I'm afraid you don't realize that the human cultivation world and the ghost race are now on the same page, and once you're found to have a strong ghostly aura on your body, they won't be as kind as I am, but rather a direct spell to destroy your divine soul. Zhang Daoling envy and authority, moving with emotion, and harm, and you don't underestimate my Qingqing sect's swordsmanship, such as being recognized by the immortal sword. The many wonderful uses of the power is infinite, even if the imperial sword flight, it's not a problem. Alas, our Qingqing sect is so powerful, why did they only teach me a handful of evil-breaking spells? As a result, every time I encounter a ghost, this is the only trick I can do, and if it doesn't work, I'll just get strangled by the ghost. Wang Tao was extremely resentful. And it wasn't his fault, he had almost been killed by ghosts several times because the evil breaking spell didn't work very well. It's a situation that anyone would have to complain about a few times. Wang Tao was tearing down the stage from the side, and Zhang Daoling was so furious that he jumped violently and couldn't wait to go over and slap him a few times. But then I'm afraid that if I smoke it, I'll have less of an apprentice. Shaolin, don't listen to your senior brother's nonsense. Our Qingcheng sect has thousands of Taoist arts. Just this guy's qualifications are too poor. He didn't practice hard enough. He only learned this one Taoist art. Yes, it's my poor qualifications. It's my lack of effort. It's my inability to learn. So how come you can't learn either? Get the hell out of here. Wang Tao was scolded, deflated and didn't say anything. Little Lin, come with me to complete the worship ceremony, and I'll introduce senior sister to you. I'll give you, your elder sister that appearance, national color, sinking fish and falling geese, orchid quality, delicate and charming, cherry small mouth, powdered jade. What? Pink makeup? Lin Hao was filled with questions. Could it be that our senior sister is still a little girl? Ahem. It's master who used the wrong words. Zhang Daoling explained awkwardly. Wang Tao muttered. Senior brother. You guessed right. It's the little girl. Wouldn't you shut up if I told you to? More than 10 years ago, your senior sister was a little girl, but now she's not grown up and is about the same age as you guys. You sinful disciple. Forget it. I was going to introduce your senior sister to you, but now I've changed my mind and won't introduce you. Master, you've been saying this for a few years now, and I haven't even seen my senior sister, so I seriously doubt that the Qingcheng sect is just the two of us. No, 3 of us now. You have no ambition and are furious with me. The Qingcheng sect's inability to grow is the result of this bad decision I made to accept you as my disciple. Listening to the two masters and disciples bickering, Lin Hao was filled with black lines. Zhang Daoling huffed and puffed, no longer paying attention to Wang Tao and turning to Lin Hao. Shaolin, don't worry about joining our Qingcheng sect. Our Qingcheng sect doesn't have any rules. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill or set fire to anyone. You can do whatever you want. Okay. You mustn't follow your senior brother Wang Tao's disheveled appearance. Okay. The Qingcheng sect has gongfu, spells, immortal sword techniques, and a senior sister, and more importantly, it's unfettered. In that case, the castle school is still weirdly good. In the end, under Zhang Daoling's coercion, Lin Hao decided to join the Qingcheng sect first before saying anything else. All he wanted was the cultivation world entry ticket, and he hadn't thought about relying on his division or anything else. Lin Hao was brought to the ancestor hall by Zhang Daoling and kowtowed to ancestor Zhang Ziang. Here, Lin Hao was puzzled again. Didn't Zhang Daoling worship Zhang Daoling? How come the grandmaster is Zhang Ziang again? But Lin Hao held back his curiosity and didn't want to ask. 3 times and 9 kowtows, served the worship tea, and the worship was successful. Then Lin Hao received the gong method called the natural Dan Dao. He then couldn't wait for Zhang Daoling to teach him cultivation. However, Zhang Daoling told Lin how to take the natural Dan Dao back first, and that the meaning of the book would emerge from reading it 100 times. After reading and familiarizing himself, he would then begin to teach Lin how to cultivate. After paying homage, Lin Hao asked where to stay at night, for he saw that this broken Taoist temple was not fit for human habitation, much less for 3 large men. Zhang Daoling laughed and said, for us Qingcheng sect members, it's good to have our hearts in Qingcheng Mountain. There's no need for our people to be here. Go, drive back to Rongcheng. Zhang Daoling walked towards the driver's seat of the car and started it. Lin Hao followed in the car. Master, where are you going? Wang Tao was preparing to build a fire to cook, but he didn't know that Zhang Daoling was starting the car to leave. Zhang Daoling lowered the car window and shouted to Wang Tao, apprentice brother, clean up the Taoist temple. I'll take your master brother to the bottom of the mountain to pick up some necessities. Alright then, come back early. Zhang Daoling took Lin Hao back this way, and Lin Hao realized that he had been royally screwed. Zhang Daoling didn't pick up any household items at all, not to mention that he had no intention of returning to Qingcheng sect again. Instead, he asked Lin Hao to arrange a 5-star hotel for him. Lin Hao was speechless and had to do as he was told. Then Zhang Daoling ate another big meal before he started teaching Lin how to cultivate. Chapter 52 99 Roses. It turns out that the natural Tao of Dan belongs to a very middle-of-the-road Tao. This Taoism book is about harmonizing yin and yang to achieve a balance between heaven and earth. No wonder the Qingcheng sect is in decline. This gongfu is the gongfu that focuses on health maintenance. However, it happened to harmonize with Lin Hao's Yin-Yang Sutra, which could perfectly solve the problem of the leakage of yin qi brought about by Lin Hao's out-of-body soul. The natural Dan Dao strengthens one's body, and the Yin-Yang Sutra changes in 1,000 ways, with extreme yin on one side and extreme yang on the other. If there was no natural Dan Dao to harmonize it, and one only cultivated the yin-yang true scripture, something would definitely go terribly wrong. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel that he was so lucky that what he needed came to him. After practicing for a night, Lin Hao suddenly progressed so much that he could be considered to have skyrocketed. At this moment, Lin Hao understood that although Zhang Daoling's cultivation level was low, he wasn't a water boy when it came to teaching. He finally stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Tasting the sweetness of cultivation, Lin Hao directly called the company's boss, Xia Yushan, to ask for a few days of annual leave to focus on cultivation. Just as Lin Hao was indulging in cultivation, Zhao Minman was being pestered. This man is Kong Mante. Minman, I'll stick to 999 days and send you 999 roses every day. I'm sure that the rain will fall on the rocks, and one day you'll be touched by my deep love. Inside the office of the president of Donghua Group, Zhang Wentai presented a large bouquet of roses with both hands, very sincerely confessed his love to Zhou Minman. Zhou Minman is all but numb. Mr. Kong, I told you that we're not right for each other. Why don't you listen? It's not like that. Ever since the moment I met you when your group came to my territory to develop a project, I confirmed that you are the woman I will never marry in my life. That, I'm sure of. I'm convinced of. I'm 100% sure of. Zhang Wentai was so thick-skinned that the entire Donghua group knew about it, and they were already not surprised. Coco Man Zhao listened to the nausea that flooded her insides, but she had to put on a smile. As Zhang Wentai said, Donghua Group has a very important development project falls within Zhang Wentai's sphere of influence. Zhang Wentai belongs to the local snake there, black and white. Anyone who wants to do business or business with him has to deal with him. Otherwise, you'll always run into human-related, or non-human, problems with your program over there. It's just not smooth anyway. Even if the power is as strong as Zhou Minman, she must still make a false peace with him. Otherwise, it would be difficult to carry out this project. Even if Kong Man Take is pursuing Zhou Minman, this project of Zhou Minman is not going very well. There is nothing in the way of their project on the bright side, but the program is always being messed up by ghosts and goblins that can't be cleaned up. Kong Man Take once hinted to Zhou Minman that he has a way to solve the problem of ghosts and monsters. But Kong Man Take has been unhelpful in handling the situation and is waiting for Zhou Man to take a stand. The general idea is that as long as Zhou Man agrees to his advances, then the problems with the program will be solved. Naturally, Coco Man Zhao certainly couldn't agree, so the development of the project has been slow and very delayed. Mr. Kong, by now, I have to tell you that I already have a boyfriend and we're living together. Zhou Minman's refusal was so clear that she even went so far as to inform the other party of her private affairs. What? You're living with another man? Kong Wentai was shocked to hear this. No way. You're definitely lying to me. Is your Yuanin still there? Quick, check it for me. Zhang Wentai didn't dare to accept this reality. He violently grabbed Zhao Minman's wrist, and a cold breath scurried into Zhao Minman's body. Zhou Minman couldn't help but shiver. What are you doing? Get off me. Zhou Minman was stunned by Kong Man Take's fierce appearance and she exclaimed, Someone come. A co-worker outside the office heard the shouting and immediately pushed his way in. Quick, get this crazy person out of here. Zhou Minman was relieved to see her co-worker come in. Bold lecher, let go of our Mr. Zhao. The male co-worker who came in was frantic and desperate, more desperate than just his old mother. This is their boss. They must not let the boss get hurt. Just at this time, Kong Mante had let go of Zhou Minman's hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You really slept with another man and lost your genjutsu. Zhang Wentai cursed randomly in anger. He couldn't wait to slap the unclean woman. Zhou Minman, to death. Damn you. You dare to scold our Mr. Zhao. Looking for death. His own boss was verbally abused, and the co-workers who rushed in swarmed over him without regard for their own danger. Bang bang. The co-workers who rushed over all flew out backwards, smashing heavily on the ground and wailing in pain. They looked at Kong Mante in fear. No one expected Zhang Wentai to be Terror Hercules, and with a flick of the wrist, they were swatted away like flies. Disgusting old man. Zhang Wentai was furious inside, but Zhao Minman had lost her Yuanin, so it was useless to kill her. Suffered. It can't be the same with other women, can it? Zhang Wentai was so anxious that he rushed out to leave the place. Mr. Zhao, how are you? Should I call a doctor? Should I call the police? Zhou Minman's subordinates endured the pain and came over to care for her. Zhou Coco Man waved her hand and said, No, he's gone. He lost his mind in anger when I panicked and claimed I was with another man in order to reject him. Zhou Minman took the initiative to explain to avoid rumors spreading inside the company. Zhang Wentai came out of Donghua Mansion and drove directly to Su Xiaowei. Su Xiaowei is the woman Kong Wentai thought would be the easiest to break through. This woman is vain and more realistic though and has a boyfriend. But after all these years, Yuanin has not been lost, and this is the woman he is most comfortable with. As the saying goes, some women remain out of the muck in a windy place. This kind of woman is the most cherished one. Of course, Su Xiaowei could be saving her first time for sale. That's unknown. A few days ago, Kong Mante spent $10 million for Xiao Hyowei just to get the man next to her to leave. Kong Mante thought it was well spent. Jiang Wentai followed up with 3 women, and although Zhao Minman is also clean, this woman's status is too high to be easily obtained. Although he, Jiang Wentai, had some status, he had all risen from the bottom by fighting and killing. This bottomless position is a castle in the air. For him to try to pursue Minman Zhao in this position was simply self-defeating. So pursuing Zhou Minman, he takes a stalker's approach, hoping to meet one of those love-brain rich women. Unfortunately, Zhou Minman has her head on straight and isn't impressed by Kong Mante. Instead, because of his negligence, he allowed Zhou Minman to have wild sex with another man, resulting in the loss of her Yuan Yin. Today, the reason why he spared Minman Zhao was because he still wanted to survive in the human world. Let's not talk about how honorable Zhou Minman's own status is. Let's just say that if she could make Zhao Minman break her body and lose her Yuan Yin, then Zhao Minman's boyfriend must have a very deep background, or even someone from the cultivation world. A woman's Yuan Yin is not something that can be taken away just because she wants to be taken away. It requires the woman to give up voluntarily in the depths of her feelings, and it also requires the man to have certain skills or to be in the cultivation world. Therefore, this kind of person, he could not easily provoke. Alas, after all, only bottom women are good to chase. Bottom women are more or less snobbish and vain. By pursuing a woman at the bottom as a successful man, I'm descending to strike a blow. I don't believe it. I can't even attack Su Xiaowei. Kong Mante talked to himself with great confidence. After he drove to the place where Su Xiaowei worked, he combed his hair carefully and dressed up, before he dapperly drove the car into the aftermarket department. Chapter 53, Not Being the Ghost of Chao's Thieves. Boss Kong, are you here to service your car again? After-sales reception are numb. Jiang Wentai to him this Rolls-Royce simply as a lord in the offer-up. Come in every other day for maintenance. This is a typical mob mentality. The aftermarket guys thought it was too much and looked down on him. Jiang Wentai nodded, put the car keys in the car, gave the car to the after-sales staff, and went to the sales showroom alone to find Su Xiaowei. When Jiang Wentai saw that Su Xiaowei was receiving guests, he only called out and sat down next to her to wait patiently. Su Xiaowei was getting annoyed. This guy's at it again. Su Xiaowei glanced at Jiang Wentai and then seriously introduced the product to the customer. She decided that it would be good to rely on her clients to communicate more. She'd rather face her clients than Kong Mante, who looks like a mangy dog. Half an hour passed. Su Xiaowei is still introducing products to customers. That customer is also an old colorful batch. Can't wait to get in touch with Su Xiaowei and talk more. Kong Mante was slightly impatient, but thinking that he couldn't look too rushed in front of the girl he liked, he continued to wait. Another 40 minutes or so passed. It's amazing that client hasn't left yet. Jiang Wentai couldn't hold back completely as he quietly released a trace of yin qi. Ouch! That client ran toward the bathroom holding her stomach. Pust! That client couldn't help himself and pulled inside his pants on the spot. Vomit! It stinks! My god! That client was so embarrassed he wanted to make a hole in the ground. He covered his pants and ran straight out of the 4S. The bathroom he was too embarrassed to go to. Oh, old colorist. This is the price for relying on my woman. Jiang Wentai despised and laughed evilly. Against ordinary people, he had countless means. Su Xiaowei's clients are driven away by Jiang Wentai and Su Xiaowei has to face Jiang Wentai. Jiang Wentai takes out a gold necklace and gives it to Su Xiaowei. He wanted to use this to touch Su Xiaowei to confirm whether Su Xiaowei's Yuan Yin was still there. This was the main purpose of him coming to see Su Xiaowei in a hurry. At this moment, Jiang Wentai's heart was trembling, and he kept praying that Su Xiaowei was still the girl he knew who stood by her principles. Haven't had sex with a man yet, but the moment he handed over the necklace, Su Xiaowei ruthlessly rejected him, and heckled Kong Mante. Mr. Jiang, please respect yourself. Even if Lin Hao doesn't like me and betrays me, it's not your turn to chase after me. There's a line of people chasing me all the way to France, so if you want to pursue me, get in line. This time, Su Xiaowei didn't treat Jiang Wentai as a client either. In the past, the two did not pick a fight, and Jiang Wentai was Su Xiaowei's client, so it was not good for Su Xiaowei to make a fool of herself to refuse. But since that day at the restaurant, Kong Mante's pursuit of Xiao Hyouhai has been out in the open. Since everyone opened the door, Su Xiaowei didn't give face. She was very loud and berated Kong Mante in public. Quite a few staff and customers inside the showroom. All eyes gathered. Kong Wentai, a successful man dressed up and handing over another necklace, is in a very awkward state at this point. Hold back. I must hold back. Su Xiaowei is my greatest talent hope. I can't explode at this time. I must hold back. I can't let Su Xiaowei turn against me. I can't lose all my efforts. Kong Wentai's expression stiffened, but he still wore a stiff smile, gritted his teeth, and kept hinting in his mind not to get angry. If even Su Xiaowei completely fell apart, he would really be hopeless. Jiang Wentai was on the verge of breaking down at this point. Why? Why is a woman's genjutsu so hard to access? He, Jiang Wentai, was just one yuan away from breaking through to the Dao Ghost Pawn stage. After breaking through this difficult barrier, at that time, one can kill back to the Tiangong cemetery and force that to hand over the subsequent technique. At that time, the world was yours to roam. Jiang Wentai already felt the Ghost Pawn period beckoning to him from afar. Shall we? I really like you. Please give it a chance. Kong Wentai happens to take advantage of the fact that everyone is present and solemnly confesses his love like Su Xiaowei, hoping to use this environment to make Su Xiaowei accept himself. Oh, Mr. Jiang, I've been patient enough to give you face, so please respect yourself and don't give face. Su Xiaowei, what part of me is close to that Lin Hao? He treats you lovingly and abandons you for some money. Do you think this kind of man deserves your obsession like this? Kong Mante was on the verge of tears. Why can't I even compete with an immature schoolboy? Don't they say ladies like matured older men? It's none of your business who I'm obsessed with. All you need to know is that everyone in the world is worthy of me. Just you. A toad. Still wanting to eat swan's meat. Go daydream. Xiao Xiaowei takes all the emotional aggravation she gained from Lin Hao on Kong Mantai. How to speak viciously. She said. She doesn't care about Kong Mante anyway. No, Xiaowei, no matter what you think of me, I won't give up on you. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Wentai pounced over and grabbed Su Xiaowei's hand. How? How did this happen? Who the hell is it? Without the need for Su Xiaowei to struggle, Jiang Wentai had already released Su Xiaowei's hand. He realized that Su Xiaowei had also lost her yuan yin. He was frustrated. Who was this so powerful? Jiang Wentai couldn't figure out how the two women he had been chasing for several years had both lost their yuan yin in a short period of time. Xiao Hyo-hai sees Kong Man take flabbergasted and she rushes to escape. Su Xiaowei hated deadbeat licking dogs in her life. And in the beginning, she felt the same way about Lin Hao. Later, she realized that arrogance is good for a while, but chasing a husband is a crematorium. Although she had already experienced this feeling of wanting and not being able to do anything, she thought that there would never be a day when she might regret it for Kong Mante. Kong Mante is sick to his stomach. His body temperature is cold, just like the dead. One more glance felt goosebumps all over his body. Still every inch of Hao's skin made himself comfortable, and Hao's looks grew on his own aesthetics. Jiang Wentai didn't go after Su Xiaowei. He now had one last goal. If this woman's yuan yin was also lost, then he, Jiang Wentai, had understood. Someone must be targeting themselves. In Rongcheng, Jiang Wentai followed up on 3 targets at the same time. The first was Su Xiaowei and the second was Zhao Minman, but both of them lost their yuan yin in a short period of time. This had to make Kong Mante suspicious. The last target was Su Shui. To be honest, Jiang Wentai didn't have a chow thief mindset, and as a ghost race, he liked clean women. Therefore, he listed Su Shui as the last person to attack. Jiang Wentai met Su Shui by chance at a hotel wedding. At that time, he was receiving clients in the hotel where Su Shui held her wedding. Su Shui accidentally crashed into Kong Mantake's arms because she was in a hurry to organize the wedding. Jiang Wentai gave Su Shui a smooth squeeze, which knew that this pinch actually revealed that Su Shui was a vegetarian in body. On that day, Kong Wentai finds the groom, Su Suet's husband. Chapter 54, What color is it? An insidious demonic spell made Su Shui's husband lose his male function. Su Shui's husband was already teetering on the edge of being a man. And this, the sudden loss of male function, completely made him a man. Her husband completely lost interest in Su Shui and even felt disgusted with all women. Later, Su Shui's husband met a boyfriend, who was a drug addict, and the two of them met each other in the depths of their love, and he also became addicted to the drug. From this moment on, Su Shui's nightmare began. So, Kong Wentai is the source of Su Shui's unhappy marriage. Jiang Wentai has 2 better choices in Su Xiaowei and Zhao Minman, so he treats Su Shui as a spare tire, occasionally contacting and maintaining a good relationship. He also wanted to utilize this relationship if anything to make Su Shui develop feelings for himself. With 3 women, Kong Mante takes 3 different approaches to chasing them. For Zhou Minman, he takes a passionate and spirited pursuit, utilizing a thick skin and a deadpan approach. It's kind of a no-brainer. Su Xiaowei he took the approach of establishing the persona of a successful person and making a descending blow. Su Shui, on the other hand, relies on a natural, go-with-the-flow approach. It stands to reason that one of these 3 methods will always work, but the result was a big disappointment for Kong Wentai. He was, now, about to verify the last Suetsu. If Su Shui was also robbed of her yuan yin, then someone must be targeting themselves. To be able to attack 3 hardcore women in a short period of time, that person must be a lover. He was going to find this man no matter what. After thinking clearly about these things, Jiang Wentai immediately contacted Su Shui. Hello, Suzu, remember me? Jiang Wentai tried his best to keep his tone with Ishi. After all, he hadn't yet determined whether Su Shui had been robbed of her yuan yin or not. He couldn't just straight up make the relationship between the two stiff. What's up? Nothing much, just that I'm free today and I'm asking you out for a meal. Are you free? Sometime, we can have a meal together. Su Shui was very emotional when she received a call from this man. Jiang Wentai is considered Su Shui's male confidant, and his own husband suddenly looks like a different person from the day he got married. At that time, Su Shui was very desperate. Fortunately, this called Jiang Wentai appeared in time, accompanied Su Shui chatting, guiding her out of the most depressed and most difficult days, so that Su Shui strong live on. Unfortunately, this Jiang Wentai was cold and hot, and just when Su Shui was in the depths of her feelings, he disappeared. Su Shui, as a woman, couldn't be too proactive. Just like that, Kong Mante loses the best time to confess his love for Su Suetsu. If Jiang Wentai knew that he had completely used the wrong strategy on Su Shui, wasting Su Shui's yuan that was already in his hands for nothing, will Kong Mante be pissed off? In fact, someone like Su Shui, who has had her heart broken by her husband, must be passionate and renegade in order for Su Shui to regain her confidence as a woman. It just so happens that Kong Mante is foolishly taking an appetizing approach to wooing Su Suet. The reason why Su Shui agrees to Kong Mantake's invitation for a dinner date is because she wants to say her final goodbye to Kong Mantake. From now on, Su Shui would completely ignore Jiang Wentai. Her entire heart, including her entire being, was on Lin Hao's stinky brother. During this period of time when they were invited to Jiang Wentai's dinner party, Su Shui and Lin Hao had been sending messages. The only way she could make her appointment with Kong Mante with peace of mind was to keep up the exchange of information with Lin Hao at all times, and to let Lin Hao know her whereabouts at all times. Otherwise, she felt like she was betraying Lin Hao. That's not good for the conscience. But Su Shui still didn't tell Lin Hao that she was going to see the person she had once flirted with, because she was afraid that Lin Hao would have a misunderstanding. After experiencing that day at Su Shui's old house, the information they exchanged was really getting more and more blushing, but the two of them were enjoying the excitement of the words. Lin Hao has been accompanying her grandfather at the Tiangongyan cemetery for the past 2 days because of the female ghost's wife, Xia Chang, and Lin Hao was also at the hotel with the old Taoist priest, Zhang Daoling, who was learning Taoist cultivation. It was said to be teaching, but in fact it was Zhang Daoling who only explained the terminology to Lin Hao, and the rest all depended on Lin Hao's own learning and comprehension. And that's not even the most outrageous. The most outrageous thing was that Zhang Daoling lived next door to Lin Hao's room, and every day he found all sorts of excuses to bring back some unsavory women. You think this is the most outrageous master already? No, there are more and more outrageous things. Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling, was surprisingly arrested for visiting prostitutes. This made Lin Hao cry and laugh. As a last resort, Lin Hao tried his best to find all the connections and pay the fines, and only then was Zhang Daoling bailed out. Bailed out no more than a day or two later. He had another date with a live girl and got tired of being together every day. This made Lin Hao's heart itch as well, and often when he couldn't help himself, he sent Su Shui some blushing texts over the top. These colorful words counted as sexual harassment, but Su Shui was surprisingly still not angry. This increasingly gave Lin Hao an inch. Sister Snow, what color bra are you wearing today? Can I take a picture of my brother? After Lin Hao sent this message, a bad, even evil, smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He wasn't even in the mood to cultivate any further, and with his cell phone sitting next to him, he kept staring at the screen, waiting for a picture of the blood explosion to appear. Stinky brother, you're so bad. If you keep this up, I'm going to tell my siblings. Hey, sis, satisfy your brother, please. Shame on you. Sister is eating in the restaurant. How can I take pictures in public? Once Lin Hao saw that there was something going on, he chased after him. Quick, take pictures. My own sister. Give me pictures. /color. In the restaurant, Su Shui quietly swept a glance at Jiang Wentai across the table. Kong Mante is found drinking silently as if he has something on his mind. The man just loved to play deep in front of her. In the past, when Su Shui was in a bad mood, she liked this kind of man who liked to think deeply. But now, Su Shui only felt that Jiang Wentai was pretentious. Su Shui took advantage of the moment when Jiang Wentai's eyes were fixed on the window. She quickly picked up her cell phone and pretended to organize her makeup before taking a selfie of her breasts and sending it to Lin Hao. Stinky brother, I'll satisfy you. Isn't my sister pretty? Su Shui's face turned blood red with shame. She herself didn't understand why she was accommodating Lin Hao like this. Share, I've actually liked you for a long time. Zhang Wentai wasn't pretending just now, but was truly contemplating. He didn't dare to check if Su Shui's Yuanyin was still there. He's afraid to face reality. In case Su Shui's Yuanyin was also taken away, how should he face it? All those years of hard work really went down the drain. He was trembling all over, but the truth was the truth, and he had to face it himself. As Kong Wentai confessed, he gently, tremblingly moved his hand towards Su Shui. With this look on his face, unknowingly, he really thought that Kong Wentai was nervous to the extreme because he was confessing his feelings to the woman he liked. Inside the hotel room, Lin Hao's eyes didn't blink as he saw Su Shui literally shoot over. To squirt blood. Knock. The door to Lin Hao's room was violently pushed open. The loud sound scared Lin Hao so much that he shivered and almost shrank his yang. Lin Hao hurriedly turned his phone off, locked it, and then threw it away. It's just as chilling as when you were a kid and everyone was caught watching TV by their parents. Apprentice, I told you to cultivate properly, but you're playing with your cell phone. Can you stand up to your master me like this? The visitor was none other than Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling. Chapter 55, the main focus is perversion. The hotel room door reverse lock chain was kicked right off on the lock bent. What's your emergency again, master? Lin Hao gritted his teeth and glared angrily. If Zhang Daoling didn't tell the truth, he had to make Zhang Daoling compensate the hotel room door himself. When Zhang Daoling saw Lin Hao getting angry, he hurriedly covered his eyes and snapped. Alas, disciple, my master wasn't excited to hear you say that you had finally completed your foundation building and reached the Dao Apprentice realm. It's not just breaking through the Dao Apprentice stage. Is there a need to be so excited? Lin Hao almost stormed off. Taoist apprenticeship is only the first stage of monasticism. The Taoist disciples were followed by the founder, the true man, and the heavenly master. Corresponding ghost cultivators are Taoist disciples equal to ghost spirits, Fengshi equal to ghost pawns, real people equal to ghost envoys, and celestial masters equal to ghost generals. There are also reciprocal expressions of hierarchy in Buddhism, specifically, the practitioner, the venerable, the Vajra, and the Lohan. Apprentice don't blame master for being excited, but because our Qingcheng sect has finally produced a genius like you. In fact, your master. I'm only in the middle stage of Dao Apprentice, while your senior brother, Wang Tao, is in the early stage of Dao Apprentice. Che, isn't that normal enough? I guessed it a long time ago. You two are weaklings. Lin Hao had originally thought that the Qingcheng sect was a large and powerful sect, and that joining the Qingcheng sect would be the same as having a big backer, and that it was also the sect leader's personal disciple. In his imagination, Lin Hao already saw himself as a son of the realm, all the way to the king's dominance, crushing the herd. In fact, it is seen when it is so. There were only 4 people in the Qingcheng sect, and one of them, the eldest sister, who was known as an absolute beauty, was still unknown. The rest of them aren't quite normal. The master of the house is greedy for money and sex, and his heart is uncertain. He is an unreliable old codger. Wang Tao, the second elder brother, is naive, the kind that helps count the money even after being sold. Lin Hao, needless to say, was probably the only disciple who was a bit more normal. Weaklings, do you have some misunderstanding about cultivation? Do you think everyone's cultivation is as easy as chopping melons and cutting vegetables? When Zhang Daoling saw that Lin Hao still didn't know how unbelievable his talent was, he finally found a sense of superiority as a master. He became excited again and said, disciple, you don't know the market in the cultivation world. A normal cultivator would need at least a year and a half to reach the Dao Apprentice realm. Even genius cultivators needed about half a year to formally build their foundations, and there were no perverted cultivators who took less than 3 months. But you, disciple, are even more perverted than a pervert? Cultivating for only a week, you have already broken through the mortal shackles and become a Taoist disciple. Isn't this worthy of being excited for your master? Humph, count on it. But more than a pervert is calling me a pervert? Lin Hao was still a little arrogant in his heart. This time, he had not only reached the Dao Apprentice stage, but had also broken through the ghost spirit stage in one fell swoop. It was important to know that his own female ghost wife, Xia Cheng, had yet to break through the ghost spirit stage. Xia Cheng's grandfather, Xia Gang, had only reached the late ghost spirit stage after practicing for a couple hundred years. That's natural. Our Qingcheng sect's main fight is a pervert. Zhang Daoling was not ashamed, but rather honored. Lin Hao's eyes rolled white. He knew that he couldn't joke around with Zhang Daoling, this shameless teacher, or he would be pissed off. Master, didn't you say that you'd give me a 7-star sword when I reached the Dao Apprentice stage? Lin Hao had long been salivating over Wang Tao's Dragon Tiger sword. Qingcheng 4 swords. Lin Hao's intuition feels absolutely extraordinary. Maybe it is really immortal sword. Unfortunately, Such an immortal sword fell into the hands of douchebags like Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao. What a jewel! Bring it, it's in my hand. Zhang Daoling hurriedly handed the 7-star sword in his hand to Lin Hao. Apprentice, this is the last immortal sword of our Qingqing 4 swords. You're lucky to have seized the opportunity, and any future ones who join the Qingqing sect won't have this chance. Thank you, master. Lin Hao received the 7-star sword with a clang, and an ancient aura greeted him. Lin Hao was overjoyed in his heart. This unreliable master had finally been reliable for once. This is definitely the real 7-star sword. The 7-star sword not only had the 7 stars of the Big Dipper engraved on its hilt, but the moment it was sheathed, the sword also had the feeling of 7 stars flashing. Let's not feel the brightness. Lin Hao immediately stopped delaying and prepared to bite his finger and drop his essence blood to complete the recognition. Hey, wait a minute. Zhang Daoling hurriedly stopped Lin Hao's movements. What's wrong? Master, don't you know how precious essence blood is? We cultivators, dropping a drop of essence blood is equivalent to losing half a year of cultivation. It's fine. I have a lot of essence and blood, while others cultivate for a year. I only need to cultivate for a few days. It's a murder and a heart attack. Zhang Daoling was choked to speak. Master knows that you're a genius, highly talented, and that one day of cultivation is worth several days for others, but it can't be wasted for nothing. This is an immortal sword, not mortal iron, and it's not something you can recognize just when you reach the Dao Apprentice realm. I suggest you reach at least the Founder's realm before you start trying to recognize it. This was what Zhang Daoling had learned over the years, and he himself, as well as Wang Tao, had paid a painful price in sacrificing the 4 swords of Qingqing. Not to mention the waste of essence and blood, there wasn't even the slightest reaction. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao had repeatedly doubted themselves whether the 4 swords of Qingqing were immortal swords or not. It's still just a regular sword with an older history. Lin Hao wouldn't listen to the words of the old Taoist priest, instead sneering, since you know that I am a genius and that I am highly gifted, why are you still stopping me? Is the word genius something that a mundane old man like you can experience? Zhang Daoling was speechless, and could only watch in pain as Lin Hao cut his finger, and then his internal gong methods worked, and a drop of blood so bright red that it landed on the body of the 7-star sword. Ha, laughing my ass off. False, right? Genius or not? Ha, it's cool. It's so cool. Zhang Daoling saw that after Lin Hao dripped out his essence blood, the 7-star sword did not react and Lin Hao was so weak that he almost fell down. He just slapped his thighs in delight and laughed. The stifled feeling of being ridiculed by Lin Hao just now was all released at this moment. If you don't listen to the old man, you'll suffer. TSK. Wait for a week or two. A man can't be weak. Otherwise, what's the point of living? For example, I am 80 years old, and I am still able to control several women at night. That's what it means to be alive. Sai Jin. Zhang Daoling tilted the sky 45 degrees and stroked his white beard, as if he had long ago seen through everything on earth and discovered the true meaning of life. Buzz. Just as Zhang Daoling was complacent, the 7-star sword emitted a buzzing and trembling sound. At that moment, Zhang Daoling was dumbfounded, his mouth opened so wide that it was big enough to stuff down a large goose egg. Quickly, brat, quickly run the sacrificial refinement mantra for me. Zhang Daoling quickly came to his senses and was agitated and flustered, more nervous than Lin Hao. What ritualized mouthpiece? Lin Hao only knew from the canonical texts that using heart blood, or essence blood, could allow an immortal weapon to recognize its owner, but he didn't know that there was also a recipe for sacrificing it. Zhang Daoling hadn't even expected Lin Hao to actually activate the immortal sword and have it agree to recognize him as its master, so there was no talk about it. Ugh, you little cutie, don't even know this basic common sense. Hurry up and follow my mantra to finish recognizing your master immediately, or else this drop of your essence blood will be wasted. Zhang Daoling was furious at Lin Hao's silly appearance and he couldn't reprimand him in time, so he hurriedly taught the artifact sacrificing mantra on the spot. Lin Hao gathered his mind, presently learning to use the 7-star sword, holding it as it trembled more than a little, and closed his eyes to run the air in his body. Tao, on the other hand, is the name of an energy that Taoists cultivate into their bodies. Tao and Ghost Qi, as well as the Buddha power of the Buddhist sect, are 3 different methods of energy storage for 3 different cultivation systems, all of which are ultimately composed of heaven and earth Yuan Qi or innate Qi. The name, storage form and usage are different, but the essence is the same. Chapter 56, They all tell me to behave myself. While Lin Hao's side was sacrificing his immortal sword, Su Shui was being confessed to by Jiang Wentai, but at this point, Su Shui was still in the midst of the tension and excitement of having posted the erasure photos. Her head went blank with excitement, and her body tensed, even trembled. She didn't even hear or notice what Kong Wentai said or was doing. Exclusively, the palm of a man a few degrees lower than normal grabbed her hand. Mr. Kong, what are you doing? Su Shui violently broke free and stood up with a pang, glaring at Jiang Wentai with anger. Mr. Kong, I'm a married man. Please behave yourself. Su Shui is still considered a married woman even though her husband is dead. And Kong Mante doesn't know about Su Suetsu's husband's death. Su Shui scolded, grabbed the bag and walked out of the restaurant. Such a man can't stay with him anymore, or else he will be taken advantage of again. Then he will really be sorry for his stinky brother. After walking out of the restaurant, Su Shui pulled Jiang Wentai directly into black and deleted all chat records. She wants to completely sever her relationship with Jiang Wentai, and can't let Jiang Wentai have any more illusions. Jiang Wentai inside the restaurant was confused by Su Shui's sudden outburst, and he stared blankly at the departing Su Shui, anger building up in his heart. Self-esteem? Oh, yeah. Jiang Wentai's teeth clenched with a loud creaking sound. All women tell me to respect myself. Have you respected yourselves? Self-esteem is paralyzing. You guys have lost your ing genjutsu and you're telling me to behave myself. Qualified? All people, women, all of them. These three women lost their ing one after another. Even if Kong Wentai was a fool, he understood that there was a lover saint level opponent to take down these three women in one fell swoop. But can the Sage of Love easily get three women to voluntarily give up their genjutsu? No. It boils down to three women who don't have the self-respect to misbehave. What's funny is that all three of these women still tell him, Kong Mantai, to behave himself. What's wrong with the world? Kong Mantai, being a ghost, was so angry that he cried. He was beginning to wonder about the reality of this world. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Robbing my woman is the same as robbing me of my cultivation resources. And robbing me of my cultivation resources is cutting off my cultivation path. No matter who you are, no matter how deep your background is, I will find you and torture you to death. Let your entire family be buried with you. Let the 18 generations of your ancestors have no peace. Kong Wentai was completely insane. He walked into the restaurant floor bathroom and his face began to lax and his body began to collapse. But for a few seconds, Kong Mantai completely turns into an ugly, evil ghost. His ghostly body, his teeth were bare, his hair was all gone, the skin on his body was rotting, and there were even maggots writhing around. His hands had turned into sharp bone blades. Ho ho! Enjoy the torment of fear. Jiang Wentai transformed into a gust of ghostly wind invisible to the naked eye and sped towards the direction Su Shui had left. In the parking lot, Su Shui had just entered the car and opened the window to get some air, when a huge force came crashing down on her, and she instantly lost consciousness. Her body was dragged away from the car window by a huge force. As he left, the ghostly aura also swept Su Shui's cell phone away. But in a few minutes, Su Shui was thrown on some unknown hill outside of Rongqing. Kong Wentai blew on the unconscious Su Shui. Su Shui gradually awoke. Ghost. Su Shui had seen a ghost once, and when she saw one again, she wasn't that scared anymore. So when she saw the poltergeist in front of her, first she was a little scared, then she vomited like crazy. It's ugly. It's disgusting. Bang! Su Shui was jerked flying out of thin air, thudding against the tree trunk, painfully showing her teeth and almost being overpowered. Dirty, you have no right to mock my disgusting-looking ghost body. Kong Mantai's voice also became like that rusty iron hammering, which was toothsome to listen to. He has completely changed. Su Shui completely failed to recognize the ugly and disgusting and unbearable ghost in front of her as Jiang Wentai. Why are you arresting me? What the hell do I have on me? Can't I just give it to you? Su Shui endured the pain, not understanding why she was always breaking into ghosts. He was captured by the night ghost in his hometown and brought back to the mountains by the night ghost. What is it about yourself that attracts the attention of ghosts? Suetsu wanted to know what the problem was. Ho ho! What have you got? You've got nothing now. Just a piece of rotten meat. You probably don't taste as delicious as the maggots on me. Jiang Wentai's ghostly body grinned, revealing his scarlet tongue as he licked off a maggot that had fallen from his face. The maggots fell into Jiang Wentai's mouth and exploded into white pulp with a light bite. That was delicious. It's still comfortable to be a ghost. From now on, I won't bend to human aesthetics. Kong Mantai savored the taste of maggots with fascination. Su Shui couldn't help but vomit all over again. Bitch, if you want to live, call your man and ask him to come and save you. Jiang Wentai was going to swallow that lover of women who had taken 3 of his vegetal body women like maggots bit by bit as if he were Su Shui's face. Next time, it won't be maggots bursting into flames. Instead, it's that lover boy's head popping tofu blossoms. Where do I have a man? Su Shui was very shy. She had only had a couple of spring dreams when she grew up. The taste of a real man, she hadn't even tasted it. Bitch, pawning and standing again. Jiang Wentai's lungs exploded with anger. Obviously even the Yuan Yin is gone. But he still said that he is pure. The thing about Yuan Yin was that she herself had to cooperate fully before it could be taken away. so Su Shui must be lying with this statement. If you pretend to be innocent to me again, I'll eat you first. Jiang Wentai viciously approached Su Shui, and his fishy breath made Su Shui almost faint again. As Su Shui thought about it, she now only had Lin Hao to count as her man, and Lin Hao is not afraid of ghosts and can deal with them. The last time he was in his old home, the vicious ghost that had captured him had been pinched by Lin Hao's 2 fingers and thumbs so that he couldn't move. This ghost, big brother, are you sure you want me to call someone? Su Shui picked up her own cell phone and tentatively asked Jiang Wentai, I advise you to let me go straight away. Otherwise don't blame me if you get pinched to death by my friends later. Su Shui tried not to let Lin Hao get into danger. After all, this ghost looked much bigger and nastier than the one back home. Oh, pinch me? Kong Mante simply heard the funniest joke of the century. Then get your dog man to crush me. The sooner the better. Okay, you asked for it. After Su Shui confirms that Jiang Wentai, the stern ghost, is not joking with her, she immediately sends a message to Lin Hao, telling him that she has been captured by the stern ghost again. She also gave back precision status. Lin Hao's side had just finished sacrificing the 7-star sword and was meditating and practicing. Zhang Daoling was indeed reliable for once. Not only did he help Lin Hao successfully sacrifice the 7-star sword, he also gave him a Yuan Shi Dan. After Lin Hao swallowed it, it had a similar effect to the ghost pill he had swallowed in the back of Su Shui's old home, just without the ghostly aura. It was only after Lin Hao asked carefully that he realized that the main ingredient of this Yuan Shi Dan was the ghost Dan. There is an irreconcilable conflict between the human cultivation world and the ghost race. The main reason for this, I'm afraid, is that the ghost Dan condensed in the ghost cultivator's body is the main medicine for refining the Yuan Shi Dan. Where there is buying and selling, there is killing. It's the same thing as ordinary humans hunting cherished animals. The Yuan Shi Dan has an absolute plus effect on human cultivation and injury recovery, and is considered a hard currency in the cultivation world. After Lin Hao swallowed a Yuan Shi Dan, the short-lived deficit caused by the loss of a drop of essence blood was temporarily stabilized. Subsequently, one had to rely on cultivation and dietary supplements to make up for the essence and blood deficit. Finally getting free, Lin Hao couldn't wait to glance at his cell phone, wanting to see what kind of tiger and wolf words Su Shui had. But when he saw the cell phone message, he was furious. I can't believe that there are again severe ghosts kidnapping Su Shui away. Bold to the core, Lin Hao immediately lifted his sword and said, Master, I'm going out. Chapter 57, Baby, I'm here. Apprentice, what are you going out for? The most important thing for you to do at this time is to stabilize your realm. Zhang Daoling spoke out to stop it. Go out and kill the ghosts. Before Lin Hao's words had even fallen out of his mouth, he had already scurried inside the elevator and disappeared. Che, you're so fussy. You've just activated the 7-star sword, haven't you? You're about to go out and kill ghosts. Don't be so cocky. Zhang Daoling turned to face the dressing mirror, and he realized that he was already in tears. Ah, no God. Woo woo, why is this happening? God is not fair. I, genius old Taoist, have cultivated across the world and have countless divine weapons in my hands, but this bull Ching 4 swords are like a pile of rotten iron, not moving at all, and it's not as good as a chopping knife. Why did this brat just start cultivating and already get recognition? Zhang Daoling really emo. These 4 Ching swords, which he knew were divine weapons, just couldn't be recognized. From the time it was acquired until now, it has been tested countless times, and no one has ever succeeded in sacrificing it. Today, when Lin Hao successfully recognized his master, Zhang Daoling was sad and excited. He was excited that the Ching sword was not a fake, and sad that it was not him who recognized the master. Humph, I don't believe it. This Ching 4 swords are so snobbish. Is it because they dislike old Tao for not being handsome enough? Zhang Daoling ran wildly back to his room like a madman. He found the tsunami cloud sword and drew it out viciously, then cut it on his finger without hesitation. Ouch! The mouth is screwed up. Or the middle finger. Zhang Daoling regretted it only after he cut it. Oh no! I still have a date with Sweetie at night. And what if Sweetie isn't happy about it if her middle finger is hurt? Just at this time, Zhang Daoling's cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. Really, the more afraid of something, the more it comes. Surprisingly, it was Sweetie's phone. Hello, baby Sweetie? Alas, you are to the hotel lobby. Then you wait, brother. Brother immediately come to pick you. Oh, it's just that you can't force what doesn't belong to you. These 4 castle swords are fated to be that brat's. Zhang Daoling no longer dwelled on it. He terminated the immortal sword recognition, then hurriedly found band-aids to bandage it up and rehid the Sa Yun sword. When he left the house, he changed into a young and fashionable fashion again in a hurry. Baby, it's important. You can't weaken yourself by refining swords. Sweetie, my sweetie, brother is here. Zhang Daoling cleaned up the scene and rushed to greet Brittany. When he arrived at Trembling Fragrance Mountain, Lin Hao felt a sinister aura somewhere on the mountainside. It really is a ghost. Lin Hao's heart rejoiced. It would be good if it was really a ghost. On the way here, Lin Hao was regretting if the kidnappers weren't ghosts, but desperate outlaws, the kind with guns in their hands. He kinda felt bad about dealing with it. By the time the other party raised his gun and fired a barrage, Lin Hao wasn't sure he could dodge it. Tai, that evil spirit, let go of my woman. Lin Hao saw a cloud of yin qi in front of him from afar, interrogating Su Shui. An excited roar from his side attracted Jiang Wentai's ghost body and Su Shui to turn their heads to look over. Stinky brother, be careful. This ghost is much more powerful than the one in the old house. Don't take it lightly. Su Shui saw Lin Hao's giddy appearance and was afraid that Lin Hao would suffer because of his contempt. Jia, if there is a way to heaven and you don't go, there is no door to hell and you come. Kong Mante got excited too. Isn't this human across the street Su Shelwei's ex-boyfriend? This guy is a mortal with no cultivation. But how come this guy isn't being claimed by an evil spirit? And the evil ghost mark that he had left in his body had actually disappeared. Jiang Wentai couldn't figure it out, and his ghostly eyes coalesced into a line, trying to detect whether Lin Hao was a human cultivator or not. But no matter how he looked at it, Lin Hao was just an ordinary person. Meh, if he's a regular guy, why dwell on why he's not being claimed by an evil spirit? Now he's not delivering? It's a good time to settle old grudges and new ones together in the wilderness. Jiang Wentai's ghostly body shifted and drifted head-on toward Lin Hao in a two-way run. One man and one ghost braked at a distance of about 2 meters apart. You're the lover boy? What lover boy? Lin Hao's head was full of question marks. So let me ask you, did you take her first night? Jiang Wentai pointed at Su Shui, heartbroken and furious. I'll take your ass. I'll grab it with a flick of the wrist. You can even say such disgusting words. Really a complete rogue big colorful ghost. Lin Hao stepped right over and slapped Jiang Wentai across the face, knocking him off his feet. Lin Hao wasn't stupid. In front of Su Shui, he definitely couldn't tell the truth. Not only couldn't he say it, but he had to do it quickly. He definitely couldn't let this ghost in front of him reveal more information. Otherwise it would be embarrassing for Su Shui to know that the dream thing was true. Jiang Wentai's ghostly body trembled, very stunned, as he was confused by Lin Hao's sudden slap. This dog is so bold. He didn't even do it himself. He did it first. You? With a snap, Lin Hao flung over another slap. This slap Lin Hao used his full strength, and at once slapped Jiang Wentai so hard that he stumbled sideways and almost fell to the ground. Jiang Wentai was suddenly ghostly and mad dog angry. His mind was foggy and he didn't react to the fact that he was now in a ghost body state. So why was he hit by Lin Hao and in such pain? You are looking for death. I'm going to eat you. Wah ah. Jiang Wentai instantly changed his ghostly body. His fingers sprouted sharp spikes and his teeth became sharp, directly ready to rush over and tear. He just felt like he was being insulted by a mortal. 2 punches in the face. And it's still a punch in the face from the love rival who took 3 of his women. This kind of insult made Jiang Wentai so angry that he didn't even know how to use his ghost technique. Since Jiang Wentai had awakened his spiritual wisdom, he had never encountered such a heart attack bad thing. At this moment, he just wanted to use the most primitive and instinctive way of attacking to make that damn love rival die a horrible death, and then eat Lin Hao alive. Just because Jiang Wentai was mad and stupid didn't mean Lin Hao would be soft. Lin Hao's eyes rolled and he suddenly drew his sword without speaking of martial virtues. Madaka! The 7-star sword was infused with Lin Hao's air, and in an instant, the sword's starbursts flickered slightly. Lin Hao slashed smoothly, his sword slashing out soundlessly. Jiang Wentai was horrified and fearful. A creepy feeling steeply rose in his heart, and in this moment, he subconsciously dodged. Ow! A sharp, conical pain surged into Jiang Wentai's mind, and Jiang Wentai screamed miserably. Then a ghost arm was chopped off the ground. Jiang Wentai's heart was chilled and he flew backwards like lightning. He looked down to check the wound, and surprisingly, there was a slight glow similar to that of a firefly flickering. The light continued to stimulate his ghostly body, causing the ghostly chi in his body to churn unceasingly. At the same time, Kong Mante sees his severed ghost hand turn into yin chi on the ground. It was then that he reacted to the fact that he should have realized that there was something abnormal about this Lin Hao when he slapped himself with his palm just now. But by the time he reacted now it was too late. This Lin Hao was a top-tier Dao cultivator, with a realm so high that he had made it impossible for himself to detect his exact realm. No wonder he wasn't claimed by evil spirits. No wonder he was able to take 3 women's in. Chapter 58, Wife's first time being a man. Escape. Don't try to escape. Without looking back, Jiang Wentai turned into black smoke and merged into the darkness. What trashy ghost. Running pretty fast. Lin Hao was ready to swing his sword and slash again, but the ghost was already scared out of its wits and instantly fell back dozens of meters, screaming as it fled straight away. Lin Hao was very chagrined. Seriously inexperienced in combat. Actually letting a little kid get away. Oh, stinky brother, my sister is so scared. Give me a hug. Su Shui rushed into Lin Hao's arms, rubbing her head like crazy. What? You said fast what you? Lin Hao thought he had misheard his ears. Give me a hug. Will you? Su Shui's voice was like a mosquito, but she finally gathered the courage to confirm once more. She had made up her mind to be brave enough to be a mistress for once. One is already considered a second marriage anyway. A mistress is a mistress. Man, there comes a time when you have to live for yourself. Even though Lin Hao said that he already had a wife, they didn't go for a marriage license, and in the legal sense, he wasn't considered to be a mistress who was destroying other people's families. It's a love triangle at best. Sister Su Shui. You. Me. Lin Hao's heart was both excited and apprehensive after hearing this, and he was also very uneasy. To be honest, after coming to this world for so long, it was the first time he was so moved by a woman. Not just because Su Shui was beautiful, or because Su Shui had the face and body of a young woman, but because he could feel Su Shui's concern for him from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, Su Shui was the most provocative woman, always tugging at Lin Hao's heartstrings with a slight gesture and an offhand remark. This gave Lin Hao extra warmth and anticipation in his lonely otherworldly life. At this time, Xia Qing was not present, and Lin Hao had a sense of guilt and excitement for cheating. The woman's unique scent and gentle body made Lin Hao's heart go wild. His head buried slowly, his face rubbing against the strands of Suetsa's hair. Slowly, their faces gradually touched, their warm and fiery lips getting closer and closer. An indescribable fire had ignited and was threatening to explode with increasing intensity. Brother, take my sister. Boom! A seductive whisper made Lin Hao completely lose control. Do. Just as the two lips were about to touch, the cell phone inside Lin Hao's pants pocket suddenly vibrated. Ahem. The pink bubble of ambiguity to the extreme was shattered by the vibrations. Hey, wife. I'm here. Lin Hao answered the phone in a panic, then hurriedly answered. Like a child who had been caught doing something bad and caught in a pigtail, Lin Hao sighed with a sigh of relief. This is the former life of Chuan people caused by the rakiers of the psychological monster. In addition to being poisoned by the modern social education, monogamy is deeply rooted. Yeah, honey, I'll be right back. I haven't eaten yet. You simply make something. By the way, Su Shui is also here. Prepare a meal for her as well. Lin Hao's heart was filled with guilt. Xia Qiu wasn't present. Lin Hao really couldn't forgive himself. It was equivalent to betraying Xia Qiu. Sister Su Shui, let's go back. My wife came back from her mother's house today. Aha! Su Shui was in an extremely low mood. Lin Hao's flustered appearance just now had already proved that Xia Qing was in his heart. Su Shui secretly hated herself for not having the courage to contact Lin Hao as early as possible, but she had been acting like a colorful man, causing her to miss the best time. If she had taken advantage of the situation the moment Lin Hao had just fallen out of love, she would be the one who would be at home cooking and waiting for Lin Hao to come home at this very moment. Road. The atmosphere was unusually awkward. No one had spoken during the two men's descent from the mountain. After getting into the car, Su Shui bit her lip, her voice thick and cutting. Stinky brother, why don't you wear your seatbelt when you get in the car? Then, Su Shui leaned over Lin Hao and reached down, pulling over the seatbelt and ruthlessly inserting it into the safety buckle. Su Shui moved so much that Lin Hao's neck was strangled to the point of pain, but he dared not speak. Stinky brother, weren't you quite arrogant before? How come when it comes to the real thing, you're dumbfounded? Su Shui tilted her head out the window and muttered under her breath. Ahem. Lin Hao pretended not to hear and started the car to drive back to Rongcheng. Lin Hao was not timid, but the hurdle of guilt for Xia Qing had not yet been overcome, and he still needed to reconfirm Xia Qing's true thoughts. 3 wives and 4 concubines is the desire of all men. Xia Qing also smiled before and said that she didn't mind Lin Hao going to other women, but that was because Xia Qiu, as a ghost body, was unable to fulfill the duties expected of a wife and indulged Lin Hao. Now that Xia Qing was about to break through to the ghost spirit stage, she had an entity. By that time, Xia Chang might have new ideas, and Lin Hao had to respect Xia Qing's opinion. After all, Xia Qing was Lin Hao's real wife, but none of this could be explained to Su Shui, so Lin Hao could only play dumb and temporarily avoid Su Shui's ghostly complaints. When she arrived at the door, Su Shui excused herself from going to Lin Hao's house for dinner on the pretext that she was not feeling well. Actually, Lin Hao understood Su Shui's mood. As thick-skinned as Su Shui was, she couldn't do that even if she had just stolen someone's man and went to someone's house for dinner. Lin Hao was slightly nervous as he opened the door. This was the first time Lin Hao and Xia Qing had been separated for such a long period of time. It's really been a long time coming. Husband, Wife. Lin Hao had just opened the door, and the dish tray in Xia Qing's hand fell straight to the ground and shattered. She doesn't even care about that. She ran over like a fly and hung onto Lin Hao's neck with both hands. Hubby. Xia Qing unexpectedly cried directly. What's the matter with you? Wife. Why are you crying? Lin Hao swiftly tensed up when he saw Xia Qing crying. He pushed Xia Qing away slightly and asked the reason in a panic. Xia Tran said with a sobbing voice. Honey, I'm fine. I just miss you so much. Woohoo! I miss you too. Lin Hao was greatly moved and directly rubbed Xia Chang and used his lips to ruthlessly print on Xia Chang's lips. Lin Hao suddenly separated and exclaimed with surprise. Wife, have you broken through to the ghost spirit stage? Honey, I finally have a body. And my body can change at will. Oh. Summer Tilt cheered. I've finally broken through to the ghost spirit stage with Grandpa's help. I see. I said how come my wife's body doesn't differ much from a human's today? Lin Hao's ghost body had actually broken through to the ghost spirit stage, but he hadn't had time to study it yet, and didn't know what the ghost spirit stage was actually like. Honey, I want. Now. Xia Qing was in a very excited mood, and she had long been impatient to contribute all her goodness to Lin Hao. Lin Hao scraped her soft, baby-skinned cheeks and teasingly flirted. What does your wife want right now? Honey, you're so bad. Your docile wife is a first-time doer. I hope your husband will have mercy on her. Xia Qing shyly buried her small head into Lin Hao's arms. Lin Hao hugged Xia Qing across the waist, then rushed into the bedroom. Chapter 59 Jelly Body is Perfect. I don't know how long it took, but the food was completely cold. It was only then that Xia Qing returned to the living room to reheat the meal. After heating up, Xia Qing helped Lin Hao clean up and freshen up, then helped him put on his pajamas and accompanied Lin Hao to dinner. During the meal, Lin Hao then told Xia Qing about Su Shui being captured by a ghost today and him driving the ghost away. I suddenly remembered that the ghost I chased away tonight was also very solid. No way. Could it be that a ghostly spirit stage ghost monster I chased away tonight? Lin Hao realized it afterward. He had just broken through the realm today and was still ignorant of realm judgments. Xia listened and then gave Lin Hao a blank look. Hubby, hey, you know too little about ghost cultivators, don't you? You're prone to suffer big losses this way. Come, my wife will introduce you to the ghost cultivators. After listening to Xia Qing's explanation, Lin Hao gradually understood the basics of ghost cultivation. It seems that ghost cultivators at the ghost spirit stage aren't as powerful as you said. I slapped him away with a few slaps, and I even chopped off one of his arms. Lin Hao confirmed that the ghost tonight must be a ghost cultivator of the ghost spirit stage. However, after Lin Hao's description, Xia Qing had heard that the ghost cultivator didn't know ghost techniques and would only rush over and bite people. Xia Qing understood that this was only a ghost that had just reached the ghost spirit stage, and it was mostly a lone ghost that did not have systematic feats that made its strength so weak. Xia Qing didn't want to discourage Lin Hao's confidence, nor did she want to affect Lin Hao's mood, so she cooperated and praised Lin Hao. My good husband is awesome. A few slaps and he beat away a ghost cultivator of the ghost spirit stage. So awesome yo. Hubby is great yo. Go. Are you laughing at your husband? Lin Hao slapped Xia Qing, who jumped around and ran to gather the dishes to wash them. The two cozily exchanged pleasantries in a very happy picture. By the way, hubby, my grandfather's sinful apprentice, Jiang Wentai, should be about to break through the ghost pawn stage in the near future. Grandpa's matter of imparting the gong fu to you is most likely already known by Jiang Wentai, and perhaps, he will find trouble with you. You have to be careful. Xia Qing suddenly became very worried. Lin Hao's heart also jumped in awe when he heard this, and he made up his mind that he would first keep a low profile in his cultivation lately, and that he couldn't be as flamboyant as he had been before, and that he would rush up and slap the ghost when he saw it. Be careful and develop obscenely. After all, Jiang Wentai was a great ghost cultivator at the peak of the late ghost spirit stage, an evil ghost that had been suppressed even in the Tiangong War cemetery. Next door, Su Shui lay in bed never able to sleep. Su Shui tossed and turned, her heart like a knife. Ugh, what's going on lately? Can't dream about that cheeky, smelly brother anymore. But that dream was really real, too real to be a dream. Su Shui's mind was always filled with suspicion and fond memories of those nights of dreaming. It must have been my stinky brother who did that to me while I was sleeping. I'm going to catch my stinky brother in the act. Make him obey me. Suetsu decided to look for evidence. She immediately got up and powdered the soles of her feet. At the same time, Su Shui applied lipstick on her shoes. When the time comes to have that kind of a wet dream, you'll know if you're really going to Lin Hao's place. She also installed cameras in hidden places to film herself in her bedroom and passageway. Bastard smelly brother. Actually baiting me like this. I'm going to expose you and get you arrested. Su Shui gritted her teeth and forced her eyes closed, waiting to fall asleep so she could dream. but she didn't fall asleep until midnight because of the ups and downs of her mood. That night, Su Shui really dreamed of flipping off Lin Hao. She got up in a hurry and looked at the floor. She wasn't walking. Then she looked at the camera again and realized she hadn't been up all night last night, just writhing in shame as she hugged the covers. Shame on you. While Lin Hao, Xia Cheng, and Su Shui were bashful for a night, Jiang Wentai suffered from the 7-star sword starburst, where his arm had been cut off by Lin Hao. He was unable to regrow a new arm, and he also emitted bursts of severe pain at intervals. Can't be done. We must go back to the Tiangongyan cemetery to find the old thing to borrow the black soul jade to nurse our wounds. Kong Mante bared his mouth and hissed in pain. He had once entered the black soul jade in Xiagang's piece and knew that the precious jade could help the ghost body heal. At one time, Kong Mante tried to steal this precious jade, but unfortunately, he was unable to do so due to the tight defense. Jiang Wentai endured the pain and transformed into a ghostly aura, and flew straight towards the Tiangongyan cemetery. Unfortunately, Kong Wentai was destined to make a trip for nothing, because this black soul jade had long been stolen by Xia Qing and given to Lin Hao. At this time, the Tiangongyan cemetery was silent, and even the grave watchers had fallen asleep. Jiang Wentai skipped the grave guards and drilled into a tombstone, then saw a different world. Jie, let me have a full meal first. Jiang Wentai used his only remaining hand to fish and grab the unlucky man who had passed by to turn and grab the man. What are you doing? The unlucky ghost was inexplicably captured and was so scared that his ghostly body was disorganized and tried to escape, but to no avail. What for? Oh, eating you. Of course. Jiang Wentai opened his mouth wide and hardened the unlucky bastard. Then his mouth's black mist gushed out, and the unlucky man was swallowed into his stomach. There was a big commotion over here, which immediately attracted the attention of the nearby ghosts and monsters. Oh my god, the traitor Jiang Wentai is killing us. Run away. Quickly go inform Lord Tomb Master. Everyone escape towards the Tomb Master's mansion. There's a defense formation set up by the Tomb Master there. Hurry. In an instant, the ghosts cried out and the scene was in chaos. Countless ghosts swarmed out from their own graves, all rushing towards Xiagang's Tomb Master's mansion within the formation circle. Ho ho! Flee ye wantonly. I'd like to see how much ye can get away with. Jiang Wantai's mouth opened and a black mist appeared in the sky. The ghosts enveloped by the black mist were continuously pulled, diluted, and gradually turned into yin qi. The rich yin qi made Jiang Wentai much more comfortable at his wounds, but still couldn't regrow the arm. Kong Mante was very worried. What the hell kind of sword is this? It still has starlight left after cutting. Sinner, stop it. A large black blade suddenly appeared in the sky. The large sword kept enlarging as it fell, and when it landed on top of Jiang Wentai's head, it was already 40 meters long. Lord Tomb Master is here. Wow. Geez, Lord Tomb Master is so powerful. His sword aura is so dominating. Worthy of our Lord Tomb Master. The crowd of running ghosts stopped in their tracks, shocked by Xiagang's slash. Chapter 60, the Tiangongyan cemetery suffered a bane. Oh, old thing. You really have lived for hundreds of years in vain. Passed over is this knife. Jiang Wentai despised and disdained, and didn't even want to hide. He pulled out his right hand and a dark gray clay pot appeared. The mouth of the clay pot shoots out a series of little ghostly faces from the ground. Kiki. Squeak. Hee. In an instant, the scene gibbered with the extremely shrill sound of little ghostly screams. Ah, ouch. What the hell kind of sound is that? Cover your ears. As soon as the little ghosts appeared, their voices stabbed the ordinary wandering souls around them. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get all of you to the vicinity of the Tomb Master's mansion. The ghost guards were more robust compared to the wandering souls. Their souls were tighter, and the little ghost screams were not so obvious in hurting them. But the ghost guards are self-aware. They usually didn't have much of a problem managing some ordinary wandering souls that did wrong, but against a ghost cultivator like Jiang Wentai, it was a delivery. The screams of the little ghosts were just their normal screams, not a true form of attack. Their true method of attack was to link up in a string and pounce on the 40-meter-long blade that was falling. The long knife slashed at the brat, cutting the brat squealed. The knife instead of cutting the brats, but instead provoked the ferocity of the brats. The brats backbite on the long knives. The illusory longsword immediately appeared with a chunk of gaping holes. Under the little ghost's frantic devouring, the longsword was engulfed to the point that not even crumbs remained. Xiagang in midair's face changed greatly at the sight. You actually refined the pottery jar ghost baby technique. Xiagang's gaze was filled with pain and indignation. A clay pot ghost baby, as the name suggests, is a newborn baby being stuffed into a clay pot. Babies die from starvation and gnawing on each other. As we all know, babies have no teeth and most of them are unable to eat, let alone chew. Only a very few babies born extremely aggressive can nibble on each other. Even the most ferocious babies are so well behaved at birth that they are unlikely to reveal their ferocity. The only way to find out the babies who are born extremely fierce is to put countless babies together and devour each other like raising parasites. The babies that eventually survived would be sacrificed by the cultivators with gong methods to extract their souls, making into a ghost baby. This kind of ghost art refining means is extremely cruel and extremely hurtful to heaven and harmony. Even in the ghost clan, it was a banned technique. Ho ho, old thing. As a ghost, you are practicing the humankind of wide-open masculine art, or your self-created great sword art. Laugh at the ghost. Ha ha. Dozens of little ghosts surrounded Jiang Wentai's body, squeaking and heckling, coupled with Jiang Wentai's contemptuous sneer, made the atmosphere of the scene eerie and icy. Die for me. Jiang Wentai suddenly changed his face, and dozens of little ghosts turned to pounce on Xiagang. Sinner, you will be punished by heaven. Xiagang's eyes showed his gravity, and with a shake of his hands, a ghost streamer had already appeared in his hand. The ghost streamer shook and rolled out a yellow mist of light. The light mist wrapped around the little kid, and both sides were caught in a tearing and confrontation. Humph, the old thing has a lot of tricks. Xiagang's body changed, his ghostly aura surged, and his entire body revealed sharp armor. Then he personally rushed forward to confront Xiagang. Xiagang wouldn't be able to fight it hard. He dodged back, his body coming into contact with a faint curtain of light. The light curtain rippled, and Xiagang's body had landed within the formation. Knock! Jiang Wentai's ghostly body was blocked by the light black light curtain with a loud boom. The light curtain shook with it. Quickly, go add ghost beads to replenish the yin chi. When the leader of the ghost guard saw this scene, his face changed drastically and he hurriedly ordered the ghost guards to replenish the ghost beads needed to maintain the formation. Without being instructed, the ghost guards began to get busy. Old thing, get out of your turtle shell if you can. Jiang Wentai was blocked from the formation and was so angry that he wailed. Sinful disciple. Why are you attacking my Tiangongwar cemetery like crazy? On this occasion, Xia just had the time to ask Kong Wentai about the purpose of tonight. Jiang Wentai kept hitting the formation, and although the formation trembled, it showed no signs of breaking. Do you still need to ask? Hand over the technique. Hand over the black soul jade. Hee, whimsical, not to mention that at this time you can't break through the formation. Even if you can, I'd rather have my soul scattered than give it to you. Okay, old man. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. At this time, there were still some ghost folk coming back from outside, who were still unaware of what was happening in the Tianganjian cemetery, and foolishly drifted over to see what was going on. With a roll of his black chi, Jiang Wentai pulled the ghost folk to his side. Stab! Kong Wentai smoothly ripped off one of the ghost people's hands, then threw it inside his mouth to chew and eat. The ghostly folk wailed in pain. Their dead souls flared up, and they kept begging for mercy. However, Jiang Wentai's expression was cold and unperturbed, still looking coldly at Xiagang within the formation. Old thing, I'd like to see how long your formation can last. Hee. You. Xiagang watched their ghost people being torn apart and devoured bit by bit, and they were so angry that their faces turned blue, but they had no power to help. Ugh. Xiagang turned his head and closed his eyes, unable to look directly at the agonizing wails of his ghost folk. Oh, old thing, I heard that your little granddaughter is married to a human. Is that right? Kong Mante has spies planted at the Tianganjian cemetery, but the spy's information is also inaccurate. He didn't really know who Xia Tran's husband really was and what kind of human he was. Adversary, what do you intend to do? Xia Qiu is Xiagang's nemesis, and Jiang Wentai uses Xia Qiu as a threat, completely enraging Xiagang. Xiagang despised and squinted, digging out a piece of the ghost folk's entrails in his hand and stuffing it into his mouth as a snack. Master Hey, Xia Qing niece is also I watched from a touch of soul gradually awaken little girl ghost. As an uncle of me, niece married, I have not sent gifts it. I sought her out to give her a great gift. Naturally. What about this? Exactly delivering a gift to your door? Oh yeah, how about this? Human and ghosts are different. Since my niece is very fond of that human husband, I'm going to pluck out my niece's son-in-law's soul. Let your niece-in-law become a ghost, too, and you'll be one of a kind. Hey, I'm such a genius for coming up with such a great gift. My niece will be so happy to hear it. Asterisk. If you dare to harm Xia Cheng and his husband, I'll fight for my life to clean up my house and suppress you from ever turning over. Oh, are you going to suppress me with your mouthpiece? Kong Wentai despised and disdained. At that moment, a bright light appeared in the sky, and Jiang Wentai looked up at the sky. It's getting light, so that's enough for tonight. I'll go find out where my niece-in-law really lives first. He. During the day, the cemetery is also visited by human grave sweepers. For the safety of human grave sweepers, each cemetery, when it was built, was laid out by humans with artifacts to counteract ghosts. Large cemeteries are bound to procure soul-suppressing stone tablets from Taoism or Buddhism to bury in the ground. Smaller cemeteries also set up things like mirrors used to reflect the sun so that the cemetery is in direct sunlight at all times, allowing the cemetery's yang energy to overpower the yin energy. This prevents ghosts from showing up at the cemetery during the day. Even ghost cultivators above the ghost spirit stage would be greatly suppressed in the cemetery during the day. Harpies, how dare you! When Xia Gang heard that Jiang Wentai was going to find Lin Hao, he was so anxious that his eyebrows went up and he roared with his eyes wide open. Jiang Wentai, if you dare to harm Xia Qing, I will die with you. Ha, the old thing doesn't know any better. Jiang Wentai laughed contemptuously, then floated away in the air. Chapter 61, The Woman Who Did Nothing. After Jiang Wentai left, Xia Gang hurriedly returned to his grave and called Xia Qing. Xia Gang didn't mention the attack on Tianganjian Cemetery by Jiang Wentai, because talking about it wouldn't help Xia Qing, but instead it made Xia Qing worry for no reason. Xia listens to Grandpa Kong Mante say that Kong Mante is onto them, especially Lin Hao. Kong Mante wants to kill Lim Ho. Tell the two to hurry up and hide. Lin Hao was washing up when Xia Qing hurriedly informed Lin Hao of this matter. Lin Hao's heart also stuttered. Although he was more confident in his strength, he wasn't so confident that he thought he could fight against Jiang Wentai, who was in the late ghost spirit stage. Wife, don't panic. Even if Jiang Wentai is a ghost cultivator in the late ghost spirit stage, but in broad daylight, his strength will be greatly reduced. He shouldn't come to us during the day. Aha! Even the most powerful ghost cultivators don't like the daytime. They're used to operating at night. After Lin Hao calmly analyzed the situation, his heart was slightly settled, and Xia Chang also calmed down, but she was still concerned. Hubby, I'm so afraid that something will happen to you. Why don't I drill into the black soul jade in the next few days, and you take me with you, okay? Xia Qing wrapped her arms around Lin Hao's arm and was filled with worry, constantly shaking Lin Hao's arm and begging Lin Hao to take her with him at all times. Lin Hao was just about to nod his head in agreement, but he suddenly thought of something. Wife, the black soul jade was recognized by my blood drops, and I realized that the black soul jade is actually an upside-down tower, arranged in the form of the 18 layers of hell. The first layer of the hell of tongue pulling has now been opened. You can't go in there now. Ah, how did that happen? Xia Chang was shocked. She did not expect that the black soul jade that she had played with since she was a child and had been in and out of countless times was actually the 18 layers of hell. She was still reluctant. So what happens if I just go in and stay inside the first level? I haven't started working on it yet. I just know that if you go in there, all your powers will be suppressed and you'll turn into a pure ghost. The brat inside will then break open your mouth, clap your tongue in an iron vise and pull it off raw. Not pulling it off at once, but slowly stretching it out, dragging and dragging it slowly, so that you will live and die. I'm afraid of pain. Don't pull out my tongue. Xia Qing covered her mouth and backed up. Then, Lin Hao controlled the black soul jade to reveal an opening. Xia Qing looked in and saw two little ghosts inside with their teeth and claws open, waiting for the ghost to enter and pull out its tongue. Xia Qing was so frightened that she hurriedly closed her eyes. Honey, then I can't be with you all the time. So be careful. Wife, don't worry. We move and live normally, and I don't think we'll be easily found by Jiang Wentai. Aha! I'm off to work then. So call me if anything happens. When Lin Hao went out, Xia Chang hugged Lin Hao and kissed him for half a day before separating. In the car, Lin Hao muttered straight away that he hadn't been to work for over a week. How come Big Boss Xia Yushan, who hated to peel off a layer of his skin, hadn't contacted him? Some time ago, even when Lin Hao was on vacation or at night, he would receive Xia Yushan's work schedule from time to time. But during this time, apart from the occasional project that required him to make a decision on something, he had only ever received phone calls from the employees underneath him. It was as if Xia Yushan had suddenly disappeared from Lin Hao's life. It made Lin Hao very puzzled. That's very unusual. It's not like Xia Yushan's style of doing things. Is something wrong? Thinking of this, Lin Hao directly dialed the car phone. The phone rang for like half a minute before Xia Yushan picked up and asked what was up. Lin Hao then asked if Xia Yushan was at the company headquarters, and he went over to report on his work. Xia Yushan's voice was flat, like she was answering an ordinary employee, telling Lin Hao that she was in her office. Hang up the phone. Lin Hao was more suspicious of the steep rise. Xia Yushan and what muff? Lin Hao turned the car around and prepared to go back to the head office to meet Xia Yushan first. Boss, I brought you breakfast. Have some. Lin Hao knew that Xia Yushan usually didn't eat breakfast or ate very little. During the period when the two were close, it was Lin Hao who brought breakfast to Xia Yushan. Xia Yushan was carefully reviewing computerized OA approval documents, and when she heard Lin Hao's voice, she didn't even raise her head, not to mention ignoring the breakfast Lin Hao had placed next to her. Nor did he answer Lin Hao, completely leaving Lin Hao out to dry so that the atmosphere was awkward. Lin Hao deliberately complimented. Mr. Xia, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look beautiful again. Xia Yushan finally raised her head and looked at Lin Hao with an indifferent gaze. Mr. Lin, this is an office. Talk about things. No nonsense. What exactly do you have to report to me? Is it about the program? Or is there some other work you need to report on? Please be direct. Ahem. No work report. I just took a few days off. It's been a while and I came back to see you. Mr. Lin, just report to the HR department when you collect your leave. You don't need to report to me. Okay. Lin Hao really didn't know what this woman was thinking. A few short sentences had already left Lin Hao with no topic to continue the conversation. As Lin Hao was so embarrassed that he was about to say goodbye and leave, a call came from the cell phone he had placed on Xia Yushan's desk. The cell phone screen showed the incoming call contact note Minman. As it happened, Xia Yushan glanced at Lin Hao's cell phone screen, and she was struck with unexplained anger and hatred. Lin Hao, on the other hand, hadn't noticed Xia Yushan's change in mood. He was slightly pleased to see that it was Zhou Minman. In his mind, also being a corporate bigwig, compared to Xia Yushan, Lin Hao was far too comfortable with Zhou Minman. There were no unseemly words between Lin Hao and Zhou Minman, so he answered the phone in front of Xia Yushan. After answering the phone, Lin Hao showed a happy face and told Xia Yushan cheerfully. Minman Zhao said that our company won the Best Construction Management Award in Rongqing City, and will be notified to receive the award afterwards. Oh, Xia Yushan's expression was not sad or happy. That's still a pretty gold medal. Why don't I pick up the plaque myself? Seeing how little attention Xia Yushan was paying, Lin Hao was worried that she wouldn't arrange for someone to collect the medals. The fact that this medal was so much on the mind of even Minman Zhao, who made a special effort to call Lin Hao personally, was proof of the gold content of this award in the industry. If Xia Yushan didn't arrange for someone to receive the medal, it would be a bit ungrateful and shameless, and by then the entire company would be labeled as being falsely noble, or even out of step with the industry. It also throws cold water on Zhou Minman's enthusiasm. Not only would this make it extremely awkward for Lin Hao to face Zhou Minman again, but it would also cause Zhou Minman to harbor resentment. Zhou Minman's status wasn't low. Maybe Xia Yushan didn't know it, but Lin Hao knew it very well. He couldn't let the company offend someone who was extremely important in the industry for no reason. Mr. Lin, what are your job duties? Xia Yushan asked coldly. Lin Hao froze and quickly reacted. I'm the program director, but it's everyone's responsibility for the glory of the company. Oh, if it's for the glory of the company, then you should do your job instead of overstepping your bounds and doing all the administrative errands. Lin Hao choked on these words, and a fire flared up in his heart. Xia Yushan, do you have something against me lately? Chapter 62, A Pretty Girl at Work. Lin Hao, please pay attention to your address. I'm your boss, your superior. Xia Yushan's willow leaf eyebrows were raised high with an angry color on her face. Boss? Superior? Lin Hao stood up with an evil smile and walked around the boss's large class table to Xia Yushan. Xia Yushan was violently panicked in this moment, and she swiveled her chair around to face Lin Hao, forcing herself to calm down and chortling. Lin Hao, what are you doing? What for? Lin Hao suddenly struck out, pushing Xia Yushan down in one fell swoop before pressing her against the desk. He stared at Xia Yushan with a burning gaze. Xia Yushan immediately tilted her head to the side and cursed angrily. Stinking rascal, it's me you want a wall storm, isn't it? Go ahead. Do it. Rape me here if you can. Xia Yushan, speak properly to me. What exactly have I done to upset you lately? You didn't upset me anywhere. You're just a tiny employee I paid to hire. Who are you to upset me? Oh, so I'm just a tiny employee in your eyes. Or what? Stinking rascal, making a fool of yourself. Self-indulgent? Lin Hao suddenly thought back to the various moments with Xia Yushan before, as if it was really his own wishful thinking. Xia Yushan has never expressed anything to himself. Instead, he was the one who had something indescribable happen to him because Xia Tran brought her to him. But all of this, for Xia Yushan, she was as in a dream, and a dream cannot be taken for real. Okay, Xia Yushan, indeed I owe you. I'm sorry, I was impulsive today. Lin Hao let go of Xia Yushan. Xia Yushan got free and cursed in a low voice. Stinking rascal, a word of sorry will do? Her voice was a million times smaller and her tone was not as intense as it had been earlier. Then, she turned her back to Lin Hao to organize her messy clothes. Mr. Xia, since it's an administrative matter whether to receive the award or not, I've already conveyed it in place, so it's up to you to make the next arrangements. Goodbye. Lin Hao got up and pushed back his chair. Stop right there. Xia Yushan chided in a cold voice. Lin Hao stiffly turned his head, trying to maintain a normal superior-subordinate relationship, and said, Mr. Xia, any other orders? Humph. Recently the personnel department reacted to your long-term failure to clock in on time. I remind you to abide by the company's rules and be a qualified employee. Otherwise, if you commit any further offense, you will be punished according to the company's rules. Oh, Mr. Xia is really a good leader of the enterprise who governs well and sticks to his principles. I wish your enterprise to flourish and create brilliance. Although Lin Hao released Xia Yushan's attitude towards him, he still couldn't help but tease her a few times. After saying that, Lin Hao never stopped and directly left. Bang! Lin Hao hadn't gotten very far before a loud bang came from Xia Yushan's office, and he didn't know what she had smashed. The employees in the large office area were trying to come over to greet Lin Hao. Suddenly Lin Hao was seen stiffening, followed by the sound of something breaking in the general manager's office. Each one of them was scared to silence and bowed their heads to do their work, and Lin Hao no longer paid any attention to Xia Yushan's anger, but instead, he left Koning Construction straight away without looking back with a horse's face. Lin Hao had just returned to the project with his front foot when he saw the HR manager docking with the inset about attendance. Lin Hao knew that it was most likely arranged by this woman, Xia Yushan, or she had arranged for a manager-level person to come over and personally check. Lin Hao ignored it and prepared to go back to his office to organize his recent work. Mr. Lin, please wait for a few minutes. The HR manager called out to Lin Hao. Manager Fong Fong, what can I do for you? Lin Hao stopped in his tracks. Mr. Lin, you've had some problems with your attendance lately. Even though we don't strictly enforce clocking in above the director level in our company, but there is always a system in place. You always have to have a large part of the time to punch the clock in a month. Otherwise we cannot explain. The HR manager was very nice and soft-spoken and careful. Lin Hao naturally knew that the HR manager had no choice, so he agreed. Manager Fong Fong, I've made things difficult for you. Don't worry, I'll take care of it myself. Okay, thank you Mr. Lin for working with us. Manager Fong Fong finished, then looked around and realized that no one was there, so she came to Lin Hao's ear and said quietly, you try to clock in yourself when you can, and if you can't, get someone to do it for you, and I'll take care of the few remaining absences for you. Manager Fong Fong exhaled like an orchid. Her hair strands swept over Lin Hao's neck tickling him, and Lin Hao couldn't help but hold his breath. Thank you Manager Fong for taking care of me. Mr. Lin is polite. As far as the two of us are concerned, there's no need to be so polite. Manager Fong Fong didn't know if it was intentional or not, but she appeared to be very close to Lin Hao. In addition, this time, Mr. Xia asked me to check your post, and said that next time it will be included in the performance appraisal and deduct your salary. You really need to pay attention to it. Okay, I got it. Thanks. Lin Hao returned to his office and sat at his desk, fuming. He felt that the class was becoming less and less interesting. Either that or quit and concentrate on your training. Now that he had enough money and had stepped into the ranks of cultivators, it shouldn't be difficult to make money if he wanted to. Even if you can't make any money, you still have $10 million saved in your bag. Plus you have a female ghost wife to support you. So what are you afraid of? Just as Lin Hao's soul was flying, his office was pushed open again. He was a little pissed off. Who was it that didn't know how to knock when entering an office? Any manners? Lin Hao was about to educate a few words when he noticed two Taoist priests in Taoist robes walk in. It was none other than his own chief master and senior brother Wang Tao. Zhang Daoling is not in the hotel today to brush gifts for the young lady, but instead, he is dressed in a human style, a righteous Taoist priest costume. Is it going to catch a ghost again? Master, what are you doing in my office? Lin Hao was not big or small verbally, but he acted with respect for Zhang Daoling, giving his place to Zhang Daoling and making a cup of tea for Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao. Zhang Daoling sat grandly in front of Lin Hao's desk, leaned back in Lin Hao's chair, and took a small sip from his teacup. Phew, it's really cozy. You, the program director, is more comfortable than this position of master's head of this master I have, blowing the air conditioner every day, and there's a girl to stick it to. TSK. Master suddenly envies you. Can you let me work in this director position for a few days? The ambiguous situation of the HR manager towards Lin Hao just now happened to be seen by Zhang Daoling, so he took it out to shuffle Lin Hao. Lin Hao's face darkened as he ignored Zhang Daoling. He turned his head and asked Wang Tao, Senior Wang, what exactly is the reason you guys came to see me? It can't be just to come over and blow the air conditioning in my office, right? Although Wang Tao is naive, but at least talk and do things reliably. Unlike Zhang Daoling, that old boy, half of the body are buried in the soil, but also hang around. Not a proper shape. Chapter 63 Han Xian's crotch humiliation. Senior brother. Master said that we are from the same sect, so if we have difficulties, we must share the same blessings. We've come to ask you to enjoy the blessings together. Blessed? What blessings? After Wang Tao finished speaking, Lin Hao looked at Zhang Daoling suspiciously. Why didn't he believe that statement? Zhang Daoling's unreliable master has such good intentions? Lin Hao wanted Zhang Daoling to explain, but the old man sipped his tea in his old mind and didn't reply, pretending to be a pussy. Lin Hao could only look at Wang Tao. Wang Tao continued, Senior brother, there's a summit of Buddha and Taoism being held in Rongqing today to discuss how to deal with the growing number of ghost clans. This kind of big event originally had nothing to do with our Qingqing sect, and we didn't receive an invitation. But Master found a connection and had a friend take us in through the back door to take the opportunity to feast inside. This opportunity to eat a great meal can be very rare. What do you mean? A Buddha-Do summit? Is it a Buddhism and Taoism summit in the cultivation world? Or a religious discussion summit? Lin Hao was shocked at his words. The topic of discussion was actually dealing with the ghost race. Wasn't his wife a ghost race? These two simpletons, who don't do anything serious all day long and mingle. This big event is just for going to eat a big meal. Lin Hao was already powerless to spit and was too lazy to correct him. Of course it's the Buddhist and Taoist summit in the cultivation world. Have you ever seen secular Buddhists and secular Taoists meeting together? If they meet, what do they discuss? Do they discuss Taoism or Buddhism? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Wang Tao finally got a hard-on and crushed Lin Hao in the IQ tax. Elder brother Wang, what is the current mainstream attitude of the Buddhist and Taoist sects towards ghosts? Naturally, it is to exterminate and kill all of them. Is there any other solution for the devious and cunning ghosts and monsters that talk a lot? Sure enough, it was as Lin Hao had predicted. There's no way the humans will let the ghost race go. Not only because human cultivators needed a large amount of ghost beads, but also because of the issue of racial survival space. Ghosts are not like humans. Ghosts, even if they were ordinary wandering souls, knew some basic ghost arts such as ghost fighting wall and ghost up, and were also born in a state of invisibility. If ordinary people don't have heavenly eyes, don't have cultivation, and don't have special artifacts to help them, they can't even see ghosts and monsters. This resulted in the ghost race being inherently superior to humans. Luckily, the ghost race was afraid of sunlight, otherwise the world would have been ruled by the ghost race long ago. In the past, when the ghost gate was not closed, the lights went out when a person died, and once a ghost was born, a ghost messenger would hook it into the netherworld. Even if there are omissions, there are only a few ghosts. No harm to humans, but the situation is different now. The ghost gate is closed. The human world is disconnected from the netherworld, and the ghosts born have no place to go and are stranded on Earth, and the number is growing, even exponentially. With the innate ability of ghosts, if they are allowed to continue, there will be no more room for the entire human race to survive. After hearing what Wang Tao said, Lin Hao was worried in his heart. Can't humans and ghosts live in peace? Lin Hao tried to express his thoughts. There are good and bad ghost clans. You can't beat them all to death with one stick. Lin Hao's idea existed for selfish reasons. He didn't want Xia Qing to be harmed, and he didn't want the Tianganjian Cemetery ghost clan to be exterminated. Only then did Lin Hao realize the heaviness of the words that when Xia Gang had given away the gongfu, he had asked Lin Hao to promise that he had to protect the ghost clan of the Tianganjian Cemetery. Senior brother, you are dreaming. People and ghosts have problems communicating, and you still want to live in peace. You're really overthinking it. I would agree more with the Buddha-Taoist alliance's approach of exterminating all of them and killing all of them, and the existence of the ghost race can't bring about an increase in productivity, but instead, it's causing chaos everywhere. Wang Tao's brain suddenly opened up, and the great truth came out like a spring. Wang Tao is actually right. It's true. People who can see ghosts and understand them are 1 in a million. Moreover, the ghost race is unproductive and has no need for material things, and cannot contribute to humanity. Ghosts need yin qi if they want to live forever. Then the ghosts will try to find ways to make human territory as gloomy as possible. The conflict between man and ghost has become inevitable. Thinking about these irreconcilable conflicts, Lin Hao was worried. Seeing this, Zhang Daoling suddenly said, "Hey, I've finally thought of a way to make our Qingqing sect famous in one fell swoop." What way? That's like what Lin Hao said. We're taking a different approach and advocating the harmonious coexistence of humans and ghosts. Isn't that just a bright light in the darkness so bright? Yes, yes, yes. I support Master. This method is good. We advocate harmonious coexistence between humans and ghosts. And we can even come up with slogans like 8 principles, core values and the like. Similar to the world of ordinary people. Let our Qingqing sect become a beam of light in the cultivation world. Wang Tao, a wallflower, unconditionally supported Qingqing sect as long as it could enhance its strength and prestige. In one sentence, he said that he would exterminate and kill all the ghosts. And in the next sentence, he could live in harmony. Simply unprincipled. No, it is considered to be firm in principle. Firm in developing the Qingqing sect and enhancing the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao was completely speechless. Although Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao were unreliable, this point raised by these two guys made Lin Hao's thoughts gradually clear and sprouted his grandeur. Let's go. Let's set off immediately. We need to enter the venue ahead of time to avoid the crowd behind us, which makes it hard to enter. Gaining the approval of his own disciple, Zhang Daoling became extremely excited. Lin Hao nodded in agreement and immediately set off after Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao. He decided to actively integrate into the Buddhist Tao Alliance and personally understand clearly the current situation of the ghost race as well as the situation of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. Intervene in it if possible. The trio arrived at the back door of the hotel where the venue was being held. Zhang Daoling took out 3 sets of cleaning uniforms. Change into them. Master. This is what you mean by finding connections and friends to take us in? Wang Tao and Lin Hao were dumbfounded. You two little brats. Hurry up and change. Do you think connections are easy to find? If I had connections, would it still be so bad that our Qingcheng sect couldn't even receive an invitation? No. Master, you're actually asking me, a hallowed cultivator, to pretend to be a janitor and blend in. I won't do it. It's too humiliating. Wang Tao directly pushed away the cleaning uniform that was handed to him and made a gesture to leave. Zhang Daoling kicked over and lectured, doing great things without being petty. The development of the Qingcheng sect relies on you and your senior brother. If one day, our Qingcheng sect develops, this will become as beautiful as Han Xian's crotch humiliation. Zhang Daoling tapped the invisible camera on his chest. Look, I even recorded it for you guys. This will be a turning point in the history of our Qingcheng sect. I'm going to make you all remember the shame of this one. What? You videotaped it? You dead old man. Delete it. I don't want to be humiliated by Hansen's crotch. Wang Tao immediately pounced on him to grab the camera. Lin Hao stopped it with a hand. Stop it. We're here for business, not pleasure. Quickly change your clothes and blend in before we talk. That's right. You see how big your senior brother's pattern is. You're a senior brother. Alas, you have to learn Zhang Daoling stroked his long beard and was very pleased that he had a reliable disciple after all. Business is business. We need to get in there as soon as possible or we'll be there late with all the leftovers. Chapter 64, Caught Stealing Food. Lin Hao almost choked to death on a sentence from this old man. Zhang Daoling. He thought Zhang Daoling was going to go to the Buddhist and Taoist assembly to preach his theory of humans and ghosts coexisting in harmony. I didn't realize that the old man's business was really about dry rice. Lin Hao no longer had any shred of illusions about Zhang Daoling. After the 3 of them changed into their Bao Shijie uniforms, Zhang Daoling asked them to fold their robes and put them inside the garbage bag, and specially reminded them to pay attention not to wrinkle them, and to pay attention to the face of the Qingcheng sect. I'll have to change into it when I go to the venue later, and then I'll be transformed into a famous family. Lin Hao was too lazy to argue with the two and listen to whatever was said. Next, Zhang Daoling really called up his relation, the supervisor of the Bao Shijie janitorial company. The supervisor came to see that it was Zhang Daoling and was very enthusiastic. Zhang Daoling smoothly shoved over 2 red tickets, and the cleaning supervisor naturally took them. Have fun working together. Good cooperation. I'm taking 2 of my disciples in to see the world today. It's a bit crowded. Any problems? Hey, it's just 2 more janitors. Don't worry. I'll take care of it. It looks like the 2 have known each other before and have worked together many times. To be brought in by his master to see the world in this manner. This was something that Lin Hao felt extremely ashamed of no matter how thick-skinned he was. Lin Hao lowered his head, not daring to look directly at the cleaning supervisor. It's really a shame. Thanks to master's thicker skin than his own. This kept the atmosphere from falling into a stagnant and frozen state. With the head of housekeeping leading the way, the trio blended into the venue smoothly. 3 men with brooms and dustpans and garbage bags in their hands. Zhang Daoling led the way, strutting into the bathroom, each looking for a cubicle and changing into his Taoist robe. When they came out of the bathroom again, the 3 of them were already immortal and moral. It's still early and the venue is sparsely populated with very few people, mostly staff checking out the setup. The venue was set up simply, more simply than an ordinary business party. There was nothing in the way of promotional material except for a high table placed on the lectern for presentations. Even the back wall behind the lectern was blank, with only a colorful painting with simple lines. Lin Hao nodded when he saw this. The simpler it was, the more important and mysterious the matter was. Don't linger here. We're here too early. We'll easily be questioned. Let's go over there and eat our food first. Even if we're kicked out, it's not a loss. Zhang Daoling shoved Lin Hao away. Lin Hao was speechless and could only follow the 2 over. Why? Lots of food. Zhang Daoling grabbed a piece of mousse cake and stuffed it into his mouth. And Wang Tao couldn't wait to grab a piece of steak and start nibbling on it. Lin Hao quietly stepped back and hid his face to the side, keeping his distance from these 2 douchebags. Follow and eat. If you don't eat, won't you waste my $200? Zhang Daoling was furious when he realized that Lin Hao hadn't followed him. Master, it's not easy for me to treat you to a guest once. You have to seize the opportunity. Master, I'm not hungry. You guys eat. I have to eat even if I'm not hungry. Taoist master, I hate buffets that don't pay for themselves. Zhang Daoling picked up a piece of lamb leg meat and shoved it hard into Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao could only take it awkwardly. Otherwise it would be even more humiliating if Zhang Daoling chastised him on the spot later. The meat of the leg of lamb was in his hand, and the yellow mud had already fallen inside his pants. So Lin Hao no longer pretended to be innocent and took a bite. Well, it's kinda tasty. It's so fragrant. After nibbling on the leg of lamb, Lin Hao took another piece of chicken fillet. Well, it was delicious. Hello, are the three of you here for the meeting? At that moment, a waitress came up to the front of the room. The waiter was polite when he saw that Lin Hao and the others were wearing Taoist robes. Zhang Daoling coldly grunted back. Isn't that nonsense? Didn't we come to attend the meeting? Are we still here to eat a few bites of your meal? Master Dao, I'm a great cultivator, and I'm still short of a bite of your meal? The waiter was scolded by Zhang Daoling's preconceived notions, and was first stunned, then with aggression. I just came here to ask you a question. Why are you so fierce? The waitress had tears in her eyes. Aggrieved, she began to wipe her eyes. Zhang Daoling, the old man, intended to be a little fierce, so that the waiter did not come to meddle in the affairs of others, which know that this waiter is a trainee. Yelling a sentence to cry. This one was botched. Lin Hao hurriedly stepped forward to comfort. Don't mind it, little girl. Our old man is grumpy, so leave him alone and go serve elsewhere. Lin Hao didn't want to make a big deal out of it, or else he'd be embarrassed today, not to mention bound to be thrown out. But it was too late. Before he could comfort the crybaby waitress, the others had already noticed the commotion over here. Immediately, a couple of young Taoist officers in Taoist robes came over. Oh no! The one leading is the number one of the miscellaneous disciples of Longhu Mountain. This person has great talent. If the situation is not right in a while, find a chance to sneak away. Zhang Daoling's tone became grave. Shizuku, what happened? The Dawnguard personnel who came over recognized the waiter, presumably a Dawnguard staff member who had arranged to come over in advance to make preparations. Wu, Daoist Jin. They bullied me. Oh, with someone to back her up. The waitress completely let go of her voice and cried. Zhang Daoling was greatly embarrassed as he hardened his head and prepared to stand up and save the day again. But being held down by Lin Hao, he couldn't let Zhang Daoling, who had pitted his disciple, stir up the scene beyond repair again. Daoist Jin, I'm very sorry. My master just spoke a little louder to the little girl. There was no conflict. Please don't worry about it. 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 Lin Hao hurriedly placed the bone tray in his hand on the side table and pulled a piece of paper to wipe the grease from his hand. This Taoist brother. May I ask what sect or faction you are representing to come here to attend the meeting? Do you have an invitation letter? Several Taoist priests were wearing white Taoist robes, and judging by their attire they should be Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain. There are 7 levels of Lung Fushan robes from high to low: yellow, purple, red, cyan, green, black and white. The lower-ranked disciples of Longhu Mountain arrived at the venue early to set up the venue, which was in line with the current status of Longhu Mountain. Nowadays, the cultivation world is divided into 2 systems, the Taoist sect and the Buddhist sect. The Taoist sect is thriving and the Buddhist sect is slightly weaker, and the Taoist sect has Longhu Mountain as the absolute leading position. So this time the Buddha and Taoist conference hosted by Longhu Mountain is very consistent with common sense. When questioned about the sect, Zhang Daoling stood out proudly. Old Taoist is Zhang Daoling, the sect master of the Qingqing sect, and these are our 2 disciples. Does my Qingqing sect still need an invitation to participate in the Buddha Dao conference? The Qingqing sect? Could it be the Qingqing sect whose headmaster's cultivation is only at the level of Taoist apprentice? When Zhen Jibing heard that it was the Qingqing sect, his face immediately turned teasing. At first, Zhen Jibing and the others thought that Zhang Daoling was a disciple of one of the major sects and did not dare to offend him easily. But now that they heard that it was the Qingqing sect, they all could not help but burst out laughing with a pig squealing sound. Each of these Taoist priests had become relaxed, with a mocking expression on their faces, and no longer had the seriousness that they had just taken seriously. Wang Tao was very angry at the situation and said angrily, "You few dog eyes, our Mount Qingchun used to be one of the 5 great immortal mountains, and it was even the first of the 4 famous Taoist mountains. It's just that now we've fallen off the wagon. What qualifications do you few disciples from the lowest level of Longhu Mountain have to look down on our Qingqing sect?" Chapter 65 The Reason for No Invitation. Ha ha, yes, we are the lowest disciples of Longhu Mountain, but even as the lowest disciples, We can serve as the head of the Qingqing sect. Instead of being angered by Wang Tao's remark, Zhen Zhibing laughed even more exaggeratedly. A few others laughed their asses off. Even the trainee waitress who was crying earlier covered her mouth and snickered. Also, your Qingqing sect isn't falling out of favor. It's disappearing. Do you think that just because the three of you claim to be from the Qingqing sect that your Qingqing sect exists? Who gave you the courage? The few Taoist priests completely disregarded Zhang Daoling and the others. In this world, strength is honored. Without strength, then cats and dogs can step on you a few feet, and you have no ability to fight back. Anger flashed across Zhang Daoling's face when he heard a few juniors wantonly mocking and ridiculing, but very quickly, he put on the look of a dead pig. Wang Tao's face flushed red, and he opened his mouth several times to retort, but with his straight and naive character, he simply couldn't find a reason to retort. He was so exasperated that he clenched his fists and pounded his chest, and Lin Hao furrowed his brows and didn't argue with a couple of young Taoists. Have you not noticed that all the Taoist and Buddhist sects with a bit of fame have received invitations? But only the Qingqing sect, one of the 5 immortal mountains in your mind and the first of the 4 famous Taoist mountains, does not have an invitation. Any idea what it's about? Questioning this Taoist priest, with a sharp face and a rough mole on his chin. He looked like a person with a tricky character. Wang Tao was naive and immediately took the bait, interfacing back to ask, "Yeah, why don't you send us an invitation?" This question not only attracted Wang Tao to jump into the pit, even Zhang Daoling and Lin Hao couldn't help but stare, ready to listen carefully to the specific reasons why they didn't send invitations to the Qingqing sect. The corner of that coarse mole Taoist priest's mouth was raised in contempt. That's because your cultivation is too low. The cultivation of the Hall Master is only that of the lowest level disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. In our Longhu Mountain, the bottom disciples are not qualified to go to the battlefield because they will become a liability. You should be thankful that we, Longhu Mountain, didn't send invitations to your Qingqing sect, otherwise, your Qingqing sect would have to die out of even those who shouted their names. Get it? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, it's almost laughable. I'd never seen such a trashy sect. A few people laughed madly. When Wang Tao heard that it was for this reason, his face turned a shade of white and a shade of green, ashamed to the extreme. Ahem, Wang Tao, Lin Hao, we've eaten well. Oh no, we're not welcome here, so let's go. Zhang Daoling turned a deaf ear and ignored the words of these little Taoist priests, and he wasn't at all angry and ashamed because of it. Ha, want to leave? Do you really think that our Longhu Mountains place can come and go whenever we want? Zhen Zhibing stopped in front of Zhang Daoling with a single stride. What do you mean? Lin Hao's gaze was condensed, glaring at Zhen Zhibing, who was panicking in his heart at this moment. Zhen Zhibing quickly reacted to the fact that he was actually being drunk by a Qingqing sect disciple, and he became annoyed. What do you mean? Don't you have any pussy in you? You eat and drink for nothing and leave when you're full. Where does this put our Longhu Mountains face? So, what do you say? What do you want? Lin Hao couldn't deny that he and his master Sifu did eat their food. If LWS wants to collect money, he pays it is. It's very simple. The lowest disciple of my Longhu Mountain is going to challenge the head of your Qingqing sect, one of the 5 great immortal mountains and the first of the 4 famous Taoist mountains. When these words came out, Zhang Daoling's eyes flickered and he covered his stomach. What the hell are you guys? What qualifications do you have to challenge the old Tao? The only one qualified to challenge me is your Dragon Tiger Mountain sect master Zhao Danxia. If you want to challenge, let Zhao Danxia come. Ugh, my stomach suddenly hurts. It must be from eating your unclean food just now. No, I have to go to the bathroom. As soon as Zhang Daoling finished his words, he quietly gave Lin Hao and Wang Tao a wink, meaning that they should follow suit and get their stomachs upset. When Wang Tao saw his master glaring at him, although he was unwilling, he could only cradle his stomach, his face showing the unbearable feeling of urinating and ting, but his expression was very fake. The few Taoist priests at the scene, as well as the hotel staff, were about to go crazy laughing at Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's performance. No one is not contemptuous and contemptuous. Even the trainee waitress who had just been scolded by Zhang Daoling and cried in fear was very contemptuous and despised. This kind of old man doesn't deserve their respect. Lin Hao, on the other hand, shook his head helplessly. He was drunk for having such a master teacher and brother. However, although Zhang Daoling was unreliable, greedy for money and sex, and also timid and greedy for advantages, but after all, he was the master that he recognized by pointing to heaven and earth. Even if it was after being deceived and forced to worship Lin Hao, there is no denying its master-disciple relationship. Moreover, Zhang Daoling was genuinely good to him. Having only joined the sect for a few days, he threw the secret books of the Kung Fu to him in a brain, and also gave him the 7-star immortal sword, one of the 4 swords of Qingqing. This favor would not be forgotten by Lin Hao until he died. Lin Hao helped Zhang Daoling, who was pretending to be sick, up, then coldly looked at Zhen Zhibing and the others. As my master said, in terms of seniority and status, you are not qualified to challenge my master in this lifetime. And the only one who can challenge my master is your sect master Zhao Dunxia. In that case, let me tell you what is meant by honor and inferiority, and the order of seniority and juniority. Now, you may challenge me. You really know how to put gold on your face. Since you're looking for a fight, it's fine if I fulfill you first. After you get down, I'll ask the honorable sect leader of Qingcheng if he's qualified to challenge. Ha! Jin Jibing didn't care about Lin Hao's statement. He only wanted to pick off the entire Qingcheng sect with one person today. When the time came to exaggerate the publicity, TSK, it would be quite an explosive existence in the entire cultivation world. Lin Hao snorted coldly. Since you're going to challenge, there has to be a prize. You can't just say challenge and I'll agree, right? The lottery? Oh, you have no chance of winning at all. Tell you what, if you win, I'll let your Qingcheng sect participate in the Buddha Dao conference. There's no punishment if you lose. Just keep your tail between your legs and go around when you see a Lungfu Mountain Taoist in the future. Ha ha. Senior Jin is atmospheric. Senior Jin, this lottery setup is very reasonable. We can't bully that. What's the head of the famous immortal sword mountain, what's his name? Ha ha. A crowd clapped and applauded. Jin Jibing didn't even bother to set up anything to make Lin Hao pay for things if he won. Moreover, on Lin Hao's body, apart from a sword hanging at his waist that looked a bit valuable, but was only worth a bit of money, it was useless for him to ask for it. It's not as valuable as atmospheric pretending to come back. In Jin Jibing's opinion, Lin Hao didn't have a single chance of winning, because he had realized that Lin Hao was just downright ordinary, and an ignorant commoner who hadn't even been initiated yet dared to challenge him. He wanted Lin Hao to know what it meant to be a cultivator. Not to mention that Jin Jibing couldn't see the traces of Lin Hao's cultivation. Even Lin Hao himself didn't know that he had already possessed the effect of returning to basics after combining the natural Dan Dao and the Yin Yang true scripture in his cultivation. Only cultivators whose cultivation level far exceeded Lin Hao's could see Lin Hao's true strength. Zhang Daoling had actually been puzzled as well. He had clearly seen that Lin Hao possessed the strength of a Dao apprentice and had activated the 7-star sword. But he just couldn't see Lin Hao's cultivation level. Zhang Daoling wanted to ask why many times, but he was too embarrassed to do so, fearing that he wouldn't be able to see it because of his low cultivation realm. When the time came, he would let Lin Hao laugh at him for nothing. This face, as Lin Hao's master, he couldn't afford to lose. When Lin Hao heard what Jin Jibing said about the jackpot, he waved his hand and said, "Just this jackpot? Not enough. It's no fun. No more fighting." Chapter 66, 5 Thunderbolts. The Qingcheng sects are really greedy. This match was originally called a challenge only after giving you enough face. And if you don't, it's called a violent beating of the stealing eater. Jin Jibing was enraged by Lin Hao's words and had lost his patience. Taoist Master Jun, may I ask if you were speaking out on behalf of Longhu Mountain? So what if these words were spoken on behalf of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? What else can you do? What a mighty Dragon Tiger Mountain! Lin Hao sniffed and stared with a straight brow. This meeting is a joint meeting of the Buddha Taoist Alliance, not an exclusive meeting of your Longhu Mountain. The announcement of the alliance meeting had already stated that the world's aspiring cultivators were invited to work together to deal with the Ghosts and Monsters rebellion. And the invitation letter was only one of the conditions for attending the meeting, and it did not explicitly prohibit the inability to attend the meeting without an invitation letter. I, Qingcheng sect, had turned my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon shines in the ditch, and instead of receiving us, you, Longhu Mountain, have slandered us as food stealers. Lin Hao wanted Jin Jibing's words, and he angrily rebuked them. Dragon Tiger Mountain is so arrogant and overbearing. Even if I die under you today, I will still seek justice for the Qingcheng sect, and you must also pay for your words. Lin Hao's words shook the souls of those present. They didn't expect Lin Hao to suddenly become furious. Wang Tao next to Lin Hao even straightened his back and glared at Jin Jibing's group of people. Senior brother Lin, senior sister isn't present, and as second senior brother, I should be the one to face the insults of Longhu Mountain. Wang Tao didn't wait for Lin Hao to reply and was already standing in front of Jin Jibing. Dog Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain, bully too much. Come on, let me see how arrogant you are. Senior brother, it's better to let me do it. Lin Hao reached out to pull Wang Tao, but was stopped by Zhang Daoling. There's no harm in it. Our Qingcheng sect disciples lack practical combat, so let your senior brother first spar with fellow Taoists in the cultivation world. Communicate with each other. Zhang Daoling had an elderly tone. Wang Tao, you and Taoist Jin, everyone is a family of the Buddha Dao Alliance. You have to uphold the friendly sparring, point to point. Remember not to hurt anyone's life. When these words came out, the whole audience was teased by Zhang Daoling and laughed. Jin Jibing smiled back. Rest assured, master of the Qingcheng sect, one of the 5 great immortal mountains and the first of the 4 famous Taoist mountains, That today is a Buddhist and Taoist event and will not let your blood pollute the venue. Break your legs at most. Ha ha, master. Stop it. Wang Tao was about to choke. He was angry and embarrassed. The embarrassment is as embarrassing and helpless as an adolescent child whose corny parents come to school and call you a doggy in front of all the students. Wang Tao also understood that master said this because he was afraid that he would be hurt. It was just that it was really shameful to say such words in this situation. Zhang Daoling, however, didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed. He always believed that as long as he wasn't embarrassed, it was others who were embarrassed. Wang Tao, you must fight in the style of the Qingqing sect. You must fight with the momentum of our Qingqing sect. You must raise the eyebrows of our Qingqing sect. Master is proud of you. Qingqing sect is proud of you. Okay, I got it. It was supposed to be some cheering words, but instead of being cheered up, Wang Tao hung his head. Senior brother, go for it. Admit defeat if you can't. It doesn't matter. Wang Tao was already standing across from Jin Jibing, and Lin Hao just had to cheer him on. It was just the right time for Wang Tao to test Jin Jibing and see what kind of attacks the real Dao sect actually had. Lin Hao had never suffered a setback since he crossed over to this world and activated the nameless Dao body under the protection of his female ghost wife, Sa Chang. Even the cultivation was smooth sailing. Any gongfu, in his hands, understood in seconds. The ghostly creatures encountered were slapped in the face and dazed. Now that he was facing a true Daoist figure, Lin Hao was stupidly excited, and a sense of wariness and bravado rose in his heart. After agreeing to put Wang Tao on the field, Lin Hao was also ready to rescue Wang Tao at any time. Wang Tao nodded at Lin Hao, reassuring him, "Apprentice, in a moment, when the battle begins, we'll quietly slip away. I just made the rules in front of everyone, and no matter how overbearing Dragon Tiger Mountain is, they won't dare to blatantly hurt your senior brother's life. Your senior brother has thick skin, so it doesn't matter if he gets hurt as long as he doesn't die. A good man refuses to be forced to do so. You've just broken through to Daoist apprentice now. Your realm is still low, and you haven't even learned a single proper Daoist technique. You can't beat that Jinji Bing." Lin Hao was completely speechless, so Zhang Daoling was playing this idea. He didn't even bother to reply. Senior brother Wang Tao is straight and simple-minded, so he is often pitted by Zhang Daoling. However, Lin Hao didn't have the habit of pitting his teammates, and even when he played the game, he was the one who stuck it out until the end. There was no way he would abandon Wang Tao to escape alone. But this master doesn't have a face or a skin, but his brain is really flexible. In general, this approach is desirable. Wang Tao is 1 meter 8.5 tall, strong and tanned, when it was really thick-skinned as well. When Lin Hao and Su Shelwi went to the villa to exorcise the ghosts, Lin Hao saw the ghost spirit stage of the stern ghost clamping down on Wang Tao's neck. In fact, at that time, Lin Hao wanted to immediately go to the rescue. However, he realized that no matter how much force the stern spirit exerted, it could not pinch Wang Tao's neck and could only hold Wang Tao's breath. Even when Wang Tao couldn't breathe, he held on hard for several minutes before collapsing to the ground. If Wang Tao was an ordinary person, with the strength of that brat, it would only take a second to break his neck. In the back, after Lin Hao grabbed the brat, Wang Tao immediately stood up and, like nothing else, personally pulled a sword flower and twisted it into pieces. A person like Wang Tao must be a party expert in the martial arts world, but he was born in the wrong place. This world was a world of Taoist ghosts and monsters, and if martial arts couldn't get close enough, it was useless to be powerful. Next, Wang Tao confirmed the countless gaps between martial arts and Dao. Lin Hao's gaze had just returned to Wang Tao when he saw him roar, draw his dragon tiger sword, and charge towards Jin Jibing. The natural Dan Dao of the Qingcheng school favors nourishment and strengthening of one's own body, so it's weaker in the Tao, as Wang Tao often spat. So far, he had only had to learn the evil breaking spell as a Daoist art. If it doesn't work on ghosts and goblins, the only way to go is by physical attacks. The ghosts and monsters, the vast majority of them are immune to physical attacks, unless a special physique like Lin Hao, all over the body, comes with the Tao. A slap down, even if it is an illusory and intangible soul, but also be beaten in circles. Reckless. Jin Jibing was very contemptuous when he saw Wang Tao who was rushing over. He pinched his hands together and lightly drank out of his mouth. Heavenly Flame Thunder God. The 5 directions descend thunder. Big Dipper 5 thunders. Blast me. Crackle. 5 thunderbolts the thickness of a hair appeared out of nowhere in the airtight restaurant. 5 thunderbolts fell in unison around Wang Tao. Zip. 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 Wang Tao's hair and beard all stood up in an instant, and he himself was trembling, his mouth purple, and he was wooden on the spot. Lin Hao was shocked at the sight. Is this the real Tao? Surprisingly, you can actually summon lightning. Even though the lightning was as thin as a hair, it was still thunder. Those 5 hair-sized thunderbolts didn't seem scary to Lin Hao. because Lin Hao hadn't even been affected by the actual 9 heavenly thunder strikes around him, but instead, it was his own female ghost wife, Xia Ting, whose first heavenly thunder strike had already shaken her to the point that she was paralyzed and powerless, unable to move, and incapable of resisting. Lin Hao was glad that Wang Tao had grabbed the fight with Jin Jibing before he did, or else he would have had to suffer a small loss. Chapter 67. Ha, is this it? This side Jin Jibing seized Wang Tao's moment of stagnation and suddenly pulled out a peachwood sword. With a flash of his body, the wooden sword was already in front of Wang Tao's neck. Stupid big guy, you lost. Jin Jibing's sash was fluttering, his movements were flowing, and his gaze was full of teasing. After Wang Tao came back to his senses, he realized that the tip of the sword had been pressed against his neck to the point of stinging pain. He dropped his hands in dismay, his face dejected. Wang Tao had long guessed that this would be the outcome, so he moved extremely quickly, wanting to strike first. However, no matter how fast one's legs are, they can't be as fast as lightning. Oh, Senior Jin is awesome. My goodness, Senior Jin has actually learned the 5 thunders of the Big Dipper. Senior Brother Jin deserves to be the #1 ranked servant disciple of Longhu Mountain. Humph. Our senior brother Jin was actually able to be promoted to Outer Sect disciple a long time ago. He just hasn't taken the Outer Sect exam yet. Jin Jibing's hand of Big Dipper 5 thunders directly ignited the atmosphere of the scene, and almost everyone looked at Jin Jibing with great admiration, their eyes full of envy. And those waiters are even more eye-opening. They once vaguely heard of Dharma, Buddhism and whatnot, all thought it was bragging, and today, they are having their perceptions turned upside down. At this moment, looking at Jin Jibing again was like seeing a heavenly god, causing their minds to be shaken. Lin Hao had once heard Zhang Daoling roughly introduce Longhu Mountain. Longfu Shan, as well as other Taoist sects, were set up by adopting the organizational structure of ancient sects. Newly initiated disciples who had yet to break through to the Tao apprentice realm were all miscellaneous disciples. The miscellaneous disciples cultivated Taoist arts and practiced basic martial arts while also handling mundane affairs for the clan. After a journeyman disciple breaks through to the Tao apprentice realm, he can participate in the regularly held Outer Sect disciple examinations. Those who passed the exam were promoted to Outer disciples and from then on concentrated on cultivation. Lin Hao couldn't help but inwardly marvel at the fact that Longhu Mountain was worthy of being able to stand at the pinnacle of Taoism and lead the Buddhist-Taoist alliance. Just with its miscellaneous disciples, it could easily defeat Wang Tao, who was as strong as a martial arts expert. Just then, Zhang Daoling pulled Lin Hao and whispered, "Move. Come with me while this is happening. You're no match for him. Don't worry about your senior brother. Your senior brother won't be in danger. It's not easy for him to fight for us to escape. Don't waste your senior brother's hard work." Zhang Daoling was so anxious that he wanted to pull his legs out and leave. If he wasn't worried about Lin Hao, he would have run away long ago. But Lin Hao didn't move a muscle and said confidently, "Master, don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Lin Hao skipped Zhang Daoling and took a step into the circle that had been vacated for sparring. "Senior, are you okay?" Lin Hao patted Wang Tao's shoulder with concern. "It's fine. Just that my body is a bit numb. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Taoist art is indeed powerful. You should either stop competing or not. It doesn't matter if we concede and lose. We'll be humiliated by them at most." Wang Tao had experienced this kind of humiliation not once or twice under Zhang Daoling's leadership, and he had long been accustomed to it. Lin Hao gently shook his head. "This person insulted our Qingcheng sect. We must make him apologize." "Got balls." Jin Jibing clapped his hands in mockery. "Let's see if you have what it takes to make me apologize." The other Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain had taunted Lin Hao for being courageous, but not self-centered. "I've heard that your Qingcheng sect's specialty is the evil-breaking curse. I'll just stand here without moving or resisting. Let me try the power of your evil-breaking curse." Jin Jibing's words caused the people present to talk. Isn't the evil-breaking incantation one of the most basic generalized Taoist techniques in the cultivation world? How did it become the Qingcheng sect's top technique? Ha ha, you don't understand senior brother Jin's humor. He's implying that the Qingcheng sect has no Taoist arts available. AI, you guys can watch what you say. This is a serious family sect stance. I had once heard someone say that their headmaster, Zhang Daoling, had changed his name to Zhang Daoling. This name is the same as Zhang Daoling, the ancestor of the same name. No, there is a difference of one word, implying that he is going to become the ancestor of the Taoist. Among other things, his first Dao Jitsu was the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell, not the generic Dao Jitsu you guys are talking about. A group of people recklessly sneered and mocked in front of Zhang Daoling, not putting the so-called sect leader of Qingcheng in their eyes at all. Wang Tao was very hard to listen to and blushed. As the protagonist who was being mocked, Zhang Daoling was godly as if nothing had happened. "I'll look like it's none of my business." Lin Hao's mouth twitched as he said, "Taoist Master Jun, this is what you asked for. Don't blame me later for not being Marshall. Come on. Don't worry, come on. I won't blame you. I'm just afraid you won't be able to break the evil spell. That would be funny. The reason why Jin Jibing was acting like this was because he realized that Lin Hao hadn't yet been initiated and wasn't even in the Dao apprentice realm. So he wanted to make Lin Hao suffer in public. Of course, although the evil breaking mantra was mainly a spiritual attack, Jin Jibing had also quietly plastered himself with a Vajra talisman, which was resistant to sword attacks. Okay, Lin Hao was actually casting a Dao spell for the first time today. He had only broken through to the Dao apprentice realm last night. Just after the breakthrough, he rushed to rescue Su Shui, and came back to meet the female ghost's wife, Xia Ting, back home. It so happens that the female ghost's wife reaches the ghostly spirit stage and has a body. One person and one ghost can't help but lust and fool around for a night. That's why Lin Hao didn't even have time to practice the evil breaking spell. But it didn't matter. Lin Hao had long since seen how the evil breaking spell was used. Lin Hao followed the mantra and tried to pinch his fingers to perform it. Sure enough, these feats were learned as soon as they reached Lin Hao's hands. A yellow aura glowed between his two fingers. Jin Jibing's face suddenly changed. He was pretentious, but he wasn't a cutie. He didn't want to really take that hit for nothing. He hadn't expected Lin Hao to be able to cast an evil breaking spell. And seeing as the evil breaking spell that Lin Hao had cast was of good quality, this power wouldn't be too weak. That's not possible. The evil breaking incantation clearly had to be cast at the Dao apprentice stage. The other Daoist priests of Longhu Mountain were not aware of Jin Jibing's thoughts, and they were basically miscellaneous disciples who had not yet broken through to the Daoist apprentice stage. Therefore, they felt normal when they couldn't tell Lin Hao's realm. Wang Tao, on the other hand, was beaming with joy as he realized that senior brother Lin Hao was truly a genius. He had practiced the evil breaking spell for half a year, and it wasn't even as good as the evil breaking spell that senior brother Lin Hao had cast. It seemed like Jin Jibing was going to suffer a big loss today, even if senior brother Lin Hao still had a chance to win. Worthy of being the shut-in disciple of my Qingqing sect's headmaster. Zhang Daoling also stroked his whitened beard, his old face flushed with a smile, very proud. Those onlookers, Longhu Mountain Taoist Jin Jibing's gravity and Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's smugness, instantly understood what had happened. Their entire hearts were in their throats. They're all worried that Jin Jibing won't fall in the gutter, right? Jin Jibing was still an odd job disciple, and he had only learned a single Big Dipper 5 Thunderbolt, and he hadn't learned any defensive Dao techniques at all, nor did he have any defensive spells. He could only rely on the Vajra talisman and his physical body to fight hard. While Jin Jibing was hesitating, the yellow aura in Lin Hao's hand suddenly went out. Ha ha, that's it? Jin Jibing laughed out loud. So it turned out that Lin Hao was forcing it. He wasn't even at the Taoist apprentice stage yet, so he couldn't cast the evil breaking spell at all. Just now, being able to make his fingertips glow with a yellow aura, one could tell that Lin Hao had a good talent for cultivation. It was a pity to join such an unreliable sect as the Qingqing sect. It was even more of a bad luck to have an unreliable master. Wasted talent for nothing. Chapter 68, Still Arrogant? Just as Jin Jibing's mocking voice fell, a dark yellow finger sword suddenly arrived instantaneously. The ripping sound of a slight thorn piercing through the burlap silenced what had been a mocking and cacophonous scene. Everyone looked incredulously at Jin Jibing's chest. Jin Jibing's gaze froze as he suffered a mental attack on his head, his body instantly stiffening for a moment. When he woke up, the sharp pain in his chest made him subconsciously pull down his Dao robe to check. Only a thumb-thin bloody hole appeared in his chest, constantly gurgling out blood. There was still black mist around the bloody hole that hadn't dissipated yet. He ran his hand over the blood from the wound. This is not an evil breaking spell. The evil breaking spell is not a physical attack. Knock! Jin Jibing's mind went dizzy when he finished and he fell forward onto the ground. Boom! Everyone reacted then. Murder! Get help! Call an ambulance! Help! The hotel attendants at the scene were shocked and were no longer in the mood to watch. A human life in a hotel. That's a big deal. Those who are experienced rush to pull out their cell phones and call an ambulance. The inexperienced ones, panicked and overwhelmed, backed away in fear and shrieked, "Get out of the way! I've got a bleeding stopper on me!" One of the Longhu Mountain Taoist priests pulled out a piece of yellow talisman paper with runes drawn crookedly all over it. The sun rises in the east and a little oil hath rained in gold and ridden the white ox, and 3 times he drank the long flowing water, and forbade the floodgates from allowing the stream to flow. This Taoist priest subconsciously silently recited the spell to stop the bleeding. The talisman paper flickered slightly, and with a shake of his hand, the talisman paper was already pressed onto Jin Jibing's chest by him. The runes disappeared, and the blood stopped flowing from the wound as far as the eye could see. It's really amazing. Just after the bleeding was stopped, the paramedics were already pushing a stretcher bed over. Everyone didn't have time to inquire about the cause of the matter at the moment. They were all focused on saving people. Jin Shibing was pushed away. Lin Hao, Zhang Daoling, and Wang Tao were surrounded by the crowd in the field. Each one glared angrily at Lin Hao. He angrily rebuked Lin Hao for being ruthless and merciless in his actions. Lin Hao spread his hands and expressed his helplessness. Taoist Jin himself doesn't move. Standing there stupidly for me to attack. What can I do? Then you can't do it to death. If I don't lay down a deadly hand, he will. Moreover, as you all know, our Qingcheng sect only knows this one evil-breaking spell. I ask this Taoist brother, if it were you in this situation, what should you do? The person who had issued the questioning was speechless. No, that wasn't even an evil-breaking spell on you. Didn't you guys say so? This is the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell. Everyone look carefully. Our Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell is a bit darker and darker than the ordinary evil-breaking spell, Lin Hao said as he demonstrated. And with a pinch of his fingers, the dark yellow evil-breaking spell really did appear again. The crowd was shocked and backed away in fear that Lin Hao would shoot himself with this evil-breaking spell. Wang Tao's eyes glazed over as he looked on. He didn't think that Lin Hao really had the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell. Zhang Daoling also had a flash of color in his eyes. This Han Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell is really eye-catching, giving the people on the scene a hard slap in the face, so that the Qingcheng faction greatly long face. Oh disciple, if they are not convinced, you can also take the initiative to communicate with them and spar. Remember, don't slip up and hurt anyone again, or else the master will waste your cultivation and expel you from the master's school. Zhang Daoling stood out his chest and looked up. His eyes looked out of the corner of his eye. His left hand was behind his back, and his right hand habitually stroked his long beard with a great deal of vigor. His sentence, "Thou shalt not injure," echoed Wang Tao's sentence before the competition. At this moment, when Zhang Daoling said such words again, no one dared to make a mocking remark, and each one is scornful. Got it, master. Lin Hao agreed very cooperatively. Zhang Daoling's heart at this moment was that refreshing. Don't mention it. If the environment allowed, he even wanted to sing a song and dance. The scene was stalemated, and someone from the miscellaneous disciples of Dragon Tiger Mountain had already gone to report this to the higher-ups. But soon the reporting officer returned. Inform everyone that this is the end of the farce, and the entire group disperses on the spot. Immediately, the Buddha Road Conference will begin, and these miscellaneous disciples, they should do whatever they need to do. Prepare for the visit of the bigwigs from all sides of the cultivation world. On the other hand, Zhang Daoling, Lin Hao and the others were left unattended and no one dared to care. Oh, aren't the ones from Longhu Mountain quite wild? I'll eat your leg of lamb. So what? Che, you don't even dare to let out a single fart. Be careful. My disciple will kill you with a Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking curse. Zhang Daoling arrogantly picked up a leg of lamb and took a hard bite. The corners of the mouth of the miscellaneous disciples of Longhu Mountain on the side twitched, when they didn't hear and didn't see. Let's go pick a good location. We can't let others underestimate our Qingcheng sect. Zhang Daoling led Lin Hao and Wang Tao to grab a seat. Senior brother, can you teach me the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking incantation you just used? When Wang Tao waited for no one to be around, he couldn't wait to rub his hands together and look at Lin Hao with bated breath. Zhang Daoling, who was sitting on the other side, heard Wang Tao's words and immediately sat upright, looking forward, but in reality, he had already pointed his ears and eavesdropped sideways. Lin Hao wasn't going to keep it private. He said succinctly, "Elder brother, it's actually very simple. I'm just fusing the unknown ghost art casting method I unintentionally acquired and the two rules of the evil-breaking spell with each other." That book of ghost arts was what Lin Hao had obtained from the stern ghost he had encountered at the ancestral tomb in the back of Su Shue's old home. Lin Hao kept this ghost technique in his mind. Just a moment ago, Lin Hao had cast the evil-breaking spell and was about to send it out directly when he had a flash of light in his head. Ghost arts favored yin and evil, and attacks generally possessed characteristics such as corrosion, poison, and trickiness. The evil-breaking spell, in turn, is one of the most versatile spells in the righteous path that almost everyone learns, characterized by being easy to learn and use, but not very powerful. Lin Hao then combined the two to create the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell. As expected, once the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking mantra came out, it not only possessed the effect of divine soul attacks, but also physical attacks. The first time it was cast it was a miracle. Talent. You are truly worthy of our Qingcheng sect's talent. Zhang Daoling slapped his thighs in excitement when he understood the principles involved. He immediately decided to name this Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking spell as the Qingcheng evil-breaking spell, and incorporate it into the Qingcheng sect's artistic canon. Master, do you want to be ashamed? You call that an art ceremony? If senior brother hadn't created the Qingcheng version of the evil-breaking mantra, your arts canon would still be a blank slate. Wang Tao would not give Zhang Daoling face and revealed his old self on the spot. You indomitable thing. You still have the nerve to be a senior brother? Other senior brother Lin Hao has only joined the Qingqing sect for 10 days and has already created the Qingqing evil breaking spell. And you? How long have you been a member of the Qingqing sect? Have you contributed anything to the Qingqing sect? Not a single gross contribution. When Wang Tao was scolded, he was not willing to show weakness and teased. You have the nerve to talk about me. As the sect master, as the master, your cultivation level is similar to mine. And what have you done for the Qingqing sect? The two began to dislike each other again at the drop of a hat. Lin Hao hurriedly separated the two. Don't argue. The Buddha Dao conference is about to begin. The important guests have now begun to walk the red carpet into the venue. Maintain silence. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Master almost forgot. Zhang Daoling stood up and straightened his clothes. Wang Tao, I'm going to guard the door. When we walk the red carpet in a while, you have to seize the opportunity to shoot me and the Dragon Tiger Mountain sect master in Shaolin Temple Abbot in the same frame, and use it for publicity in the future. Be a good shot. Oh, okay. Wang Tao was very reluctant, but it was business and he had to listen. Lin Hao's scalp went numb when he heard this and immediately pressed Zhang Daoling into his seat. Master, stop fooling around. Will you? Chapter 69, The Mercy of the Buddhist Sect. When Zhang Daoling saw Lin Hao's serious and earnest expression, he shrunk his neck and muttered in a low voice. Is this called nonsense? It's called taking advantage of the situation to publicize. Forget it. If you don't go, you don't go. Zhang Daoling shook his long Taoist robe, and his slightly aged hand pulled out a cell phone from inside his coat pocket, silently swiping the video. At first Lin Hao felt as if he had spoken heavily. It irritated this old man's pride, but immediately, Lin Hao was speechless. Zhang Daoling's eyes widened as he tapped furiously at his cell phone, a lewd smile on his greasy old face. It didn't take any guessing to realize that the old man was swiping gifts for his beloved Brittany again. It didn't take long for the venue to start buzzing. The layout of the venue is similar to a normal business venue. The first few rows were the big shot level people with name tags, and the ones in the back were random seats. Fortunately, Zhang Daoling was quick-witted and brought Lin Hao and Wang Tao in advance to take up a seat. The trio sat relatively forward and also right in the center, the best spot of the random seating. Those who could sit in this position, without knowing it, would think that they were participants arranged by some large sect. Quite a few people had thus come over to take the initiative to get acquainted with Zhang Daoling. Zhang Daoling had already put away his cell phone at this time, and the whole person became serious, looking just as Taoist and immortal. Plus, Zhang Daoling could speak well and make things happen left and right. Surprisingly, many people who are unaware of the small sects really think that the Qingqing sect is a medium-sized sect that should not be underestimated. Lin Hao, on the other hand, carefully observed the seating arrangement. From the arrangement of the venue, Lin Hao finally understood the current power situation in the cultivation world in general. Currently the cultivation world is divided into two systems, the Buddhist and the Taoist. The Taoist sect, on the other hand, was ruled by Longhu Mountain, and its headmaster, Zhao Danxia, was also the current leader of the cultivation world. Zheng Yi Dao, Quanzhen Dao, Shangcheng Gong and Wudong sect are the first echelon of Taoist sects. The rest of the remaining ones were small sects, with dozens or hundreds of people, or as few as 2 or 3 people like the Qingqing sect. As for the Buddhists, they are the Shaolin Temple, the White Horse Temple, the Lingyin Temple, and the Cold Mountain Temple. Its strength is comparable to the first echelon of Taoist sects, among which the Shaolin Temple has a relatively high status. The rest are similar to the Taoist sect, small sects that can't take the stage. The Buddhist sect is weak purely because being a monk requires observing the precepts, not being close to women and having to shave one's head, which leads to young people disliking the Buddhist sect. The agenda of today's meeting is also very simple, a mobilization meeting for the exorcism of ghosts. The host opened the program with a speech by Shaolin Temple's abbot, Shi Yongchang. Next, 3 outstanding disciples selected by the Buddha Taoist Alliance from all the major sects took the stage to deliver speeches, mobilizing all cultivators to deal with the common enemy of mankind. After the outstanding disciples' speeches were over, it was a random selection of numerous small sect cultivators on stage to interact and express their views. The last thing is that Zhao Danxia, the head of Lung Fu Shan, made a summary of the spirit of the meeting and formally gave the mobilization order. Lin Hao looked at the agenda and inexplicably had a fire in his heart. These people are hellbent on murdering their wives. In particular, Lin Hao almost exploded with anger when he heard the so-called outstanding disciples of those sects giving speeches on stage. These excellent disciples, impassioned, hated heaven and earth, just as if the ghost tribe had killed his father and mother with him. He could not wait for all the ghost tribe to be annihilated. The pictures used in their speeches were invariably images of ugly, vicious ghost people. Most of them are images of ghost clans brutalizing ordinary people. These outstanding disciples mobilized everyone in the room by presenting the tragic and atrocious events through PowerPoint presentations, combined with national sentiments. Kill, kill, kill. By the end of the day, the venue was filled with shouts of murder. The boiling murderous aura almost broke through the roof of the hotel and reached the clouds. Lin Hao watched in horror as he felt very uneasy about what would happen to the ghost race next. On to the interactive session. The moderator hadn't even begun to organize the interaction, and the stage was already abuzz with people scrambling to raise their hands to show they had something to say. Fellow Taoists, evil spirits have been ravaging the earth and brutalizing ordinary people, and have now gradually begun to disrupt the social order. So we must remain vigilant and nip the evil spirits in the bud. On behalf of the Jin Demon Mansion, I swear that I am willing to follow the mobilization order of the Buddha Taoist Alliance to exorcise ghosts, and that it is everyone's responsibility to exorcise the ghostly pests. After the Zenmafu took the oath, the atmosphere was once again warm. Amitabha Buddha, I am Abbot Haik of the Golden Dome Temple. Let me represent the many small and medium-sized Buddhist sects to make some comments today. Venerable Master, please. The host passed the microphone in front of Haik. The venue became quiet as soon as the participants heard that it was the abbot of the Golden Dome Monastery. Everyone is familiar with Haik, and Haik has a certain status in the Buddhist sect. It is recognized that Haik should express his views on behalf of the small and medium-sized Buddhist sect. Lin Hao also nodded. The Buddhist sect had always been peaceful and advocated not killing, and this abbot of the Golden Dome Temple, Haik, was kind-looking, so he shouldn't be mindlessly shouting at the ghost race. Lin Hao expected Haik to offer some different views to alleviate the cultivation community's hatred towards the ghost race. The Buddha said that heaven has the virtue of good life. Both the human race and the ghost race are individuals with independent consciousness. Only the carriers carrying the consciousness are different. The human race is composed of flesh and blood to form a living body, while the ghost race is composed of yin qi to form a conscious body. Shoo! When Haik said this, the scene became even quieter. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Haik's final conclusion. Lin Hao was very relieved. At last someone was still awake, worthy of being a Buddhist practitioner. His impression of the Buddhists increased substantially. Wise guy then changed his tone. But, even if a ghost is a conscious body with an independent consciousness, it is still a cloud of yin gas, a cloud of stinking gas, and is not considered a living organism. It is still a dead thing. Therefore, the Buddhist saying heaven has the virtue of good life does not apply to the ghost race. The Buddha also said that when the Buddha is angry, he only kills but does not cross over. The ghost race wantonly abuses ordinary people and provokes human ghost wars for no reason, seriously touching the bottom line of human beings. Therefore, on behalf of the Buddhist sect at large, the old lineage here sends out a cry of Buddha's wrath to the ghost race. Snap! The venue applauded after Huika's speech. The host was also hoarse in his throat with excitement. Are there any more Taoists who wish to voice their thoughts? Last chance. Me. I'll do it. I'm sure. Let me say a few words. Ding! A dark yellow finger sword struck the microphone. The microphone was instantly damaged. The crowd followed their gazes over, and it was Lin Hao standing tall on the table, his face expressionless, and the crowd sitting in their seats looking as if they were a giant god. The noisy scrambling sounds of the meeting place came to an abrupt halt. Lin Hao had just been so infuriated by Hui Ku, the evil monk, that he almost had a brain hemorrhage. This monk could use the theory that those who were not of my race would be different in their hearts to support his hatred of the foreigners, something that Lin Hao himself, as a human, could tolerate. But this monk Huika was wrong in that he insulted the ghost race as a stinking mess, because Lin Hao's wife is a female ghost. Wouldn't that be insulting his wife in front of Lin Hao? How can this be tolerated? So Lin Hao decided to represent the ghost race and express the ghost race's cry. This fellow Taoist, seeing as you are so emotional, could it be that your entire family and children died tragically at the hands of the ghost race? That's why you can't control your emotions? The host was in shock because Lin Hao had just destroyed the microphone with his Tao. But she wasn't angry because she could understand and forgive Lin Hao's feelings at this time. This person must have been experiencing unseemly grief to do such a thing and act so aggressively. Chapter 70: The Debate on the Survival of the Ghost Race. The host's question stymied Lin Hao so much that he stumbled and almost fell off the table. Marred. Even though I don't know where the body's original parents went. You can't curse my parents like that. You're the one whose entire family died tragically at the hands of the ghost clan. Lin Hao didn't even want to pay attention to this douchebag host. He asked aloud. Greetings, my fellow Taoists. I am the sect leader disciple from the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao was very grateful to Zhang Daoling at this time. It was Zhang Daoling who led him to grab such a prominent seat. At this moment, Lin Hao was standing at the conference table in the center of the venue. It's perfect for lectures. The Qingqing sect? Phew! Quite a few people knew about the Qingqing sect, and quite a few people didn't know about the Qingqing sect. If you know, you understand that the Qingqing sect is a watered-down sect. Do not know. was bluffed by the ancient name of the Qingcheng school, which is a famous school, and then how can not be too bad? The heart of the oil rose a respect, so the meeting was silent. Those who knew, and those who didn't. Those who knew and those who didn't were silent. When Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao saw Lin Hao so arrogantly and dominantly subduing the entire scene, they couldn't help but feel a strong sense of sect pride in the back of their minds. Lin Hao was satisfied with the effect of the venue. Do you have elderly people in your family? Yes, of course. Wang Tao saw that his senior brother was so flamboyant. This was a great opportunity to publicize the Qingcheng sect. Of course he had to actively cooperate. When someone takes the lead, one after another will cooperate. There's an old man in every family. Isn't that nonsense? We are discussing exorcism today. What is the relevance of having an elderly person in the house to exorcism? Don't worry everyone. The Qingcheng sect must have had an old man in their family killed and maimed by the ghost clan. And they want to resonate with everyone because of it. Lin Hao's questioning of this statement has led to extensive discussion. So your old man will die? When Lin Hao said this, the entire room roared. Can you talk? If you don't know how, get the down here. Straight away. Someone cracked up. Lin Hao didn't care about the commotion at the scene and continued. Not only will the old man die, but so will we. What do you want to be when we die? Of course it's a ghost. If you don't become a ghost, do you turn into a pile of rotten meat? Wang Tao is a master of cupping. The angry voices in the room subsided and began to think in that light. People are selfish. No one wants to die and have their consciousness dissipate into a handful of dust. Even if they are rotten meat, they want to retain their thoughts and consciousness. Yes, this Taoist friend has answered very correctly. I wish you to become a ghost immediately after your death, and one that carries the memories of your past life with it. Thank you very much for the blessings of the Qingcheng sect's Taoists. Wang Tao acted very jumpy and jubilant. Although the venue already understood that the two of them, Wang Tao and Lin Hao, were from the same sect from their clothing, everyone was not in the mood to bother about such trivial matters at this time. Since everyone wants to become ghosts after death, even with memories of their past lives, why do we have to kill all the ghost families with one stick? I'm 100% certain that there must be ancestors of everyone here. Our forefathers, our masters, and our friends and family within the current ghost clan. Even some ghost clans have awakened memories of their past lives, and they silently bless the peace of his offspring by our side. If people don't distinguish between good and bad, and kill ghosts on sight, this is bullying. Mr. Ancestor, we raised us and even left us countless riches, and now, we are going to exterminate them in turn. May I ask, fellow Taoists, can you really lay your hands on them? I ask you, does your heart ache? Is your heart at peace? Are your hearts made of iron? Lin Hao's remarks shocked the entire room into silence. This is not a fabrication or hearsay. That's the objective truth. The originally intense, fire-like Buddhist Tao conference was doused with a pot of cold water by Lin Hao. A large portion of the population has begun in earnest whether the so-called mobilization order for the exorcism of ghosts is in line with what is really going on in their hearts. The winds of public opinion in the meeting room immediately began to trend toward Lin Hao's side. Just at this time, a number of people in the Dao sect's square formation stood up. Those from the Zhangyi Dao, the Shangqing Palace, and the Wudong sect. All of their gazes coalesced on Lin Hao. This Qingcheng sect fellow Taoist. I am Wu Junying from Longhu Mountain. May I ask your honorable name? Wu Junying. As soon as this person spoke, the entire room was abuzz with excitement. Wu Junying was the first of the young talents of Longhu Mountain, and the leader of the young talents in the cultivation world. But Lin Hao wasn't shy. He graciously said, fellow Taoist Wu is polite. My name is Lin Hao. May I ask what fellow Taoist Wu has to say? Hello fellow Taoist Lin Hao. The remarks you made are true, but you should know that there are very few ancestors who can awaken the memories of their past lives. And it is also objective that we are now facing the existential erosion of the ghost race. If we don't take action now, the consequences will be unimaginable. When Wu Junying finished, the audience applauded. One should not forget one's ancestors, but one should be more realistic. This viewpoint was shared by Lin Hao. I recognize what fellow Taoist Wu said, but we shouldn't go to the extreme of killing the ghost race with a single stick. And what, pray tell, shall we do about it? I think we should think rationally, have a peaceful dialogue between humans and ghosts, seek cooperation, and work together to figure out how to reopen the ghost gate, so that ghosts can return to the netherworld where they are supposed to go. Lin Hao's words were supported by the vast majority of people, and the applause from the scene became even more very enthusiastic. Thus, it is clear that it is the majority of people who have a conscience and are peace-loving. Fellow Taoist Lin isn't afraid that the wind will blow his tongue. Who can communicate with the ghost race? The ghosts are scattered. There's no leader. Who will you talk to? Communicate with the hanged man at the south gate or the hungry man at the north gate? Or does it mean that fellow Taoist Lin goes to rule the ghost race and we cooperate to jointly find the ghost gate pass and open it for him? Wu Juning's words were rough, and although his tone of voice was full of teasing, he poked at the key point of the matter. Ghosts are everywhere, each in their own way. Ghosts don't have a complete social system like humans do. It was unlikely that they would be able to pick a single ghost that could represent the interests of the majority of the ghost race to talk to humans. As for the ghost gate pass, except for the ghost race who can find its location, humans don't even know what the ghost gate pass looks like. There was no way to find it, let alone open it. The debate between the two, Lin Hao and Wu Juning, instantly caused extensive discussion in the venue. Those who opposed Lin Hao spoke in a very biased manner. I asked around. The Qingqing sect has long since disappeared into the river of history, and it seems that there is only one master named Zhang Daoling, who has only begun accepting disciples in the past 2 years. But everyone was not a cutie. So far, Zhang Daoling had only found 2 cuties. Join the sect. This Lin Hao is one of the cuties. One of them. So that's how it is. The small sects are really narrow-minded, only knowing how to mindlessly talk about sentiment, love, and being a saintly mother. Chapter 71, Get Lost. I'll take this place. I heard that this Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect is very vicious. Before the meeting started, he competed with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Handyman disciple, and the Dragon Tiger Mountain Handyman disciple won the first match, but was very restrained and didn't hurt anyone. In the second match, Lin Hao was humiliated because he had lost one match and instantly sneaked up on the Dragon Tiger Mountain Handyman disciple, directly punching the Handyman disciple's chest with a bull-sized bloody hole, almost killing the other party. This man is too evil. People like that. And now they're pretending to be saints. It's just disgusting. Taken out of context, Lin Hao was blackened by the crowd. These words are half true and half false, and are least likely to be discerned. Countless people began to fall to Wu Junyoung's side. Wang Tao tried to help Lin Hao explain, and even Zhang Daoling angrily rebuked those people for reversing black and white and talking out of turn. But how can 2 mouths be better than countless other mouths? The 3 of them were really speechless. The rest of the debate was one-sided, with Lin Hao being drowned in the crowd's saliva. Right at this moment, in the square formation of the Shangqing Palace, a wonderful Taoist nun stood out. This Taoist nun wore a white square scarf on her head, which was casually pulled over her shoulder, dressed in white, holding a folding fan in her hand, with a graceful demeanor. Who has the immortal style and Taoist bone nowadays? And who has a branch of hairpin for sweeping the moth eyebrows? Seeing this Taoist nun, not only was Lin Hao noticed for it, but even Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao couldn't take their eyes off of it. What a beautiful, fairy-like nun! The whole room gasped. Zhou Tingting, the chief senior disciple of the Shangqing Palace, the dream girl of all the Taoist disciples in the world. Fairy Zhou is usually very low-key. Can't she help but refute this evil path of the Qingqing sect today as well? Oh my god. Zhou Tingting, I love you. Zhou Tingting's appearance caused all the men in the room to divert their eyes. Even the leaders who were sitting upright in the front row couldn't help but look at Zhou Tingting a few more times. Everyone calm down. Regarding how to deal with the ghost race, the Buddhist Tao Alliance as well as the leaders of the major sects have their own arrangements. In addition, Taoist Lin of the Qingqing sect was able to come up with the idea of humans and ghosts coexisting harmoniously, so I don't think he's as bad as everyone says he is. So perhaps people have misunderstood him. Zhou Tingting was truly worthy of being the public stream girl, and with one word from her, everyone in the venue basically stopped launching personal attacks on Lin Hao. Lin Hao arched his hand remotely at Zhou Tingting to express his gratitude. Zhou Tingting revealed a smile and nodded slightly, responding to Lin Hao. Wow! Zhou Tingting surprisingly responded to Lin Hao. This subtle gesture broke the hearts of countless Taoists. At the moment, they hated that they were Lin Hao. This would allow Zhou Tingting to focus on them. Tina Chow put a stop to the farce. Finally, the moderator, at a sign from the leader in front of him, also brought back out a microphone to bring the scene under control. Master, senior brother, there's no need to argue with them. We have to trust Longhu Mountain, Shaolin Temple and them, the great leaders of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. They are able to lead the Buddhist Tao Alliance. They must have reasonable arrangements. Lin Hao was being verbally attacked by the crowd. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao jumped the hardest, and they were even more furious than Lin Hao when he was slandered. Especially Zhang Daoling. He had long since rolled up his sleeves and exposed his fists, making a show of hitting someone, arrogantly and constantly provoking. Fortunately, those Taoist monks on the other side of the road took pity on Zhang Daoling being an old man of 70 or 80 years old and did not care. Alright, I hope these old things will be sensible and adopt the founding principles of my Qingqing sect. Zhang Daoling had officially decided to make harmonious coexistence between humans and ghosts one of the founding tenets of the Qingqing sect. Don't worry, the leaders of the Buddha Taoist Alliance won't be as brainless as these people underneath, only knowing how to fight and kill. Moreover, Our Qingcheng sect is also one of the many Taoist sects, and today it has caused a lively discussion, so I think they will definitely consider our point of view. Wang Tao, like Lin Hao, was inclined to believe in the rational decision-making of the top echelons of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance. After controlling the atmosphere of the scene, the host invited Zhao Danxia, the final grand finale of the Lung Fu Shan master, to the speaker's podium and asked Zhao to make a final summary and instructions. Zhao Danxia came on stage and, just like an ordinary leader, did not hurry and said a bunch of officially irrelevant words. In light of the above, on behalf of the Buddha-Taoist alliance, I hereby formally activate the order to exorcise the ghosts. Zhao Danxia's words were met with thunderous applause. What? Lin Hao couldn't believe his ears. Just now, he had created such a big momentum and organized a big discussion in the cultivation world, with almost all the major figures in the cultivation world participating. Many people strongly agreed with Lin Hao, but at this point, it was let go as a fart by the Buddhist and Taoist alliance. Lin Hao had a deep sense of powerlessness at this moment. He realized at that moment that without strength, power, and authority, it was really a fart. One is too naive. It is amazing that they are trying to influence the decision-makers through public pressure. At the same time, Lin Hao had completely lost trust in the top echelons of the Buddhist-Tao alliance. Instead of looking to the Buddhist-Taoist alliance hierarchy, it would be better to rule over the ghost race and mobilize their forces to find the Ghost Gate Pass, as Wu Junying had derided, thus reopening the passage between the Yang and the Netherworld and solving the problem of ghosts from the source. A sense of grandeur gradually rose in Lin Hao's heart. Since others can't be relied on, they will do it themselves. On the speech stage, Zhao Danxia formally issued the order to exorcise ghosts before announcing the order to exorcise ghosts launching ceremony. The so-called launching ceremony was to organize a ghost exorcism competition for young talents below the level of founder/Zunshur, with a number of lucrative rewards. Lin Hao wasn't in the mood to listen. Master, senior brother, there's no more point in this Buddha-Tao alliance meeting. I'll leave first. Ah, disciple, it's already this time. Why bother? Dinner will all start soon. Eat dinner before you leave. Zhang Daoling came here today just for the buffet. Wang Tao also looked at Lin Hao, hoping that Wang Hao would insist on finishing the meeting before leaving. Lin Hao shook his head and refused. The way is different. Not for dinner. He immediately got up and left the meeting alone. Lin Hao's departure didn't affect the venue one bit. After Lin Hao left, it didn't take long for the mobilization meeting of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance for the exorcism of ghosts to finally come to an end. Next is dinner time. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's purpose at this time was to dry rice, and they ran the fastest. It was up to Wang Tao to run ahead and take his place while Zhang Daoling went to fetch the food. Your senior brother is really, there is a cheap not to take advantage of is. Look, how good is a free buffet? It doesn't cost anything and it's delicious. Zhang Daoling ate while complaining that Lin Hao didn't know how to take advantage of the situation and was not thrifty. Wang Tao nodded his head repeatedly, contentedly nibbling on the chicken leg and eating the seafood. The two ate with their mouths full. Bang! Suddenly, a beer bottle filled with beer chopped heavily on the dining table where Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao were. The wine bottle shattered, and the bottle dregs mixed with the wine burst into Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's faces and bodies. Qingcheng sect, right? Get lost. I'll take this table, Master Dao. A Taoist priest wearing a generic Taoist robe, not knowing which sect he was from, sat brutally on the chair beside Wang Tao. Very arrogant. Chapter 72, If you buy me dinner, I'll thank your whole family. Who the are you? Who the hell are you to let us go? Wang Tao was immediately on fire. How could he stand it when they were all being bullied like this? Ha, why should I let you go? Just because Boss Wu wants to eat. Only then did Wang Tao and Zhang Daoling notice that there were several Taoist priests standing next to this Taoist priest. Some from Longhu Mountain and some from other Taoist sects. This group of people clustered around Wu Junying. Wu Junying is as handsome and flamboyant as his name suggests. Among them, Wang Tao saw from it the few miscellaneous disciples who had set up the venue at Longhu Mountain before the meeting. They all glared indignantly at Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao instantly understood the true purpose of this group of people. Brother, give a good exchange to the Taoists of the Qingcheng sect. We're just here to share a table with them. By the way, get to know Lin Hao, the young mastermind of the Qingcheng sect, and experience what the so-called Qingcheng version of the evil breaking spell is really like. Wu Junying wore a smile on his face, verbally rebuking the Taoist priest just now for his lack of manners, but in reality, his eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Alas, it turns out that fellow Taoist Wu wants to share a table. That's no problem. We've already eaten. Just give the table to a few of you. Zhang Daoling was not as hard-tempered as Wang Tao. The other side is not coming, and the good guys are not going to be able to do anything about it. Go is. Zhang Daoling signaled the stiff-necked Wang Tao with his eyes and pulled Wang Tao to prepare to walk away. Sect Master Zhang, I clearly saw that you just started eating. How come you're done? Wu Junying laughed and turned back to his several followers. How about this? You guys help the Qingqing sect master and this senior brother to get some food, so that they can eat before they leave, to avoid saying that we're bullying people. Okay? Young Wu. The man behind him smoothly brought a plate of brown sugar mochi from a nearby dining table not far away. Ouch! The ground is so slippery. The man pretended to be careless and a plate of brown sugar mochi snapped to the floor. What's the matter with you, you thing? Why so careless? Hey, young Wu. I'm sorry, I'll pick it up right away. The man rushes to pick it up, and the person next to him, not knowing whether intentionally or unintentionally, steps on the brown sugar mochi. A plate of brown sugar mochi was stomped on. He also pretended to be unaware of the situation, apologizing with his mouth and also helping the one serving the food to pick it up with him. I'm sorry, mastermind. It's my fault for accidentally knocking over the food. The man placed the trampled brown sugar patties in front of Zhang Daoling with an apologetic face. But luckily, the ground is clean and the food is still edible. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's faces turned blue when they saw this. His own master was insulted, and Wang Tao was even more angry as his anger gradually accumulated, and devouring flames began to erupt inside his eyes. Zhang Daoling hurriedly pressed Wang Tao's leg, signaling him not to act rashly. Sect Master, eat? I was going to borrow the flowers and take advantage of this opportunity to treat your disciple Lin Hao to a meal as well, but unfortunately, your disciple Lin Hao ran away too fast, so there's only next time. Wu Junying slowly shook his head, very disappointed. You are too deceitful. Wang Tao's teeth clenched and made a cackling sound as he clenched his hands into fists and his leg muscles trembled in synchronization. Zhang Daoling's hand was barely able to suppress Wang Tao. Ha, Master Pong. It seems like your disciple doesn't like this meal. Wu Junying laughed coldly. If you don't like to eat, that's fine. As long as you guys can let me experience the castle version of the evil breaking spell. Of course, if your evil breaking spell doesn't satisfy me, then I'll have to be unhappy. I'm a person who doesn't even know what happens to me once I'm in a bad mood. This sentence was extremely insulting. The Qingqing version of the evil breaking spell was the only one Lin Hao knew. Wang Tao hadn't learned it yet, and even Master Zhang Daoling hadn't learned it yet. Even if they had learned it, how would they be able to defeat Wu Junying, who was already at the founder stage? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I remember the last time Duke Wu was in a bad mood. He accidentally crushed an elephant to death. It was simply horrible. Let's hurry up and stand away from each other so we don't get caught in the wave later. The group of people beside Wu Junying laughed crazily and mocked endlessly. Wang Tao got up violently and yelled, I'll fight you all. Said he was about to swing his fist at someone. Wang Tao, stop it. Zhang Daoling stopped Wang Tao with a chorus. At the same time, Zhang Daoling's expression changed to a smirking smile as he grabbed a piece of the trampled brown sugar mochi and brought it into his mouth. Wang Tao, you young people, you don't know the hardships of the older generation. Back then, during the famine years, everyone was so hungry that they gnawed on the bark of trees and ate quinine soil. Now the plate of brown sugar mochi just fell on the floor. It's still clean food. If we have food, let's not waste it. Let's be reverent about it. Zhang Daoling educated Wang Tao as he ate. Master still has to thank fellow Taoist Wu for inviting him to this meal. Well, Master, I know. I don't waste food. Wang Tao's voice became choked as he frantically grabbed an entire plate of brown sugar mochi in one hand and then stuffed it all into his mouth in one bite. Master, the meal is finished and I'm full. Let's go. At this moment, Wang Tao was already in tears. Go! Zhang Daoling patted Wang Tao's shoulder and then took the lead to leave. Wang Tao followed closely behind. Ha ha, this is the head of the Qingqing sect. Goons. This kind of person still dares to build a sect. It's simply ridiculous. A group of people looked at Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's backs and laughed, despising and disdaining them. Boss, I just recorded this image. I'll upload it to the internal forum of the Buddhist Tao Alliance in a moment, so that everyone can see the virtues of the Qingqing sect's headmaster. Alright, you go and make the arrangements. That Lin Hao, if he dares to injure my Dragon Tiger Mountain, Dragon Tiger Mountain, will surely double it. When this happened in the restaurant, Lin Hao was rushing to the Tiangong War Cemetery with Xia Qing. Today's Buddhist Taoist Alliance conference is a matter of life and death for the ghost race. He and Xia Qing had to inform their grandfather Xia Gang face to face as soon as possible. Lin Hao drove the car and Xia Qing sat on the passenger side. The originally very harmonious and happy atmosphere between the two had become dull and gloomy at this point. Xia Qing was a heartless, happy and lively female ghost. At this moment, the smile on her face completely disappeared, and she was in a very bad mood. The whole group was in a state of worry. Lin Hao didn't know how to comfort Xia Qing at this point. Lin Hao was a human being, and Xia Ting was a ghost. Now that the humans had vowed to exterminate the ghost types, he wanted to open his mouth to comfort Xia Qing, but he really didn't know how to speak. Honey, I'm sorry. Lin Hao couldn't look at Xia Qing in such a state after all and opened his mouth to apologize. Feeling extremely guilty, his wife's people were being faced with imminent extinction, and he, as a husband, was powerless to do anything about it. Xia Qing turned her head to look at Lin Hao, forcing out a smile. Hubby, what's this apologizing to me for? It's not like this has anything to do with you. Silly husband. Lin Hao didn't know how to continue his words. Oh no. Something big must have happened to Tiangongware. Xia Qing suddenly looked out of the car window at the Tiangongware cemetery, and she looked startled. At this time, the Tiangongware was surprisingly peaceful and quiet, without even a single wandering ghost. The Tiangongware cemetery was full of hundreds of thousands of ghosts, and even if the Tiangongware cemetery had been set up by Xia Gang using formations to hide the living areas of the ghost race, it was impossible to hide them all. There are always ghosts that come out to roam. The Tiangongware at this time was very unusual. Lin Hao also cackled. It can't be that fast, can it? After the mobilization meeting for the exorcism of ghosts just now, the ghosts in the Tianganjian cemetery are being persecuted? Chapter 73, Death by Depletion of Yang Energy. Lin Hao saw a gravekeeper walking in front of him, and he hurriedly drove his car over. Old man, may I ask if the Tianganjian cemetery is coming with many people? What do you mean by that? Young man, where is anyone coming from? Don't you fight nonsense. No one else will come to the cemetery this late except you. And it's not too bad luck. The tombkeeper looked serious. Although he was acting as a tombkeeper, he was also afraid of the Yin soldiers crossing the road. Lin Hao asked if there were many people coming. Didn't that mean he saw the Yin soldiers? If the Yin soldiers borrow a road and meet a mortal, they will surely take his soul. Lin Hao heard that no one had ever come to the cemetery, and the huge stone in his heart fell to the ground. At least it excludes the practitioners of the Buddha Doctrine Alliance. Honey, let's get in there. Go! Lin Hao drove directly inside the cemetery with a kick of the gas. The tombkeeper roared in a hurry. You too, what are you doing in the cemetery this late? You have to register. You can't go in until you register. Lin Hao disappeared as if he hadn't heard. Turning a corner, the tombkeeper hurried to follow. When he saw the car, it was parked on the side of the road and he walked over to take a look. The car was empty. The graveyard keeper searched around with a flashlight, but there was no sign of anyone. Strange, truly strange. In the twinkling of an eye, these two are nowhere to be found. The tombkeeper's back was shivering. Those two people couldn't be ghosts, could they? The gravekeeper rushed back. At this moment, Lin Hao and Xia Qing were already in another scene. Here, there's debris everywhere. The last time Lin Hao had come in here, there were green lights and bustling activity everywhere. Ghosts set up stalls here to fry eyes, sell birthday suits, paper furniture, and odd ghostly items. But now it's all gone. The area where the stall was originally set up was in disrepair and littered with ruined equipment and trash. Come on, let's go check on Grandpa and the others. The more Xia Qing looked, the more panic she felt, and she didn't dare to guess what had happened. As soon as Xia Qing's words fell, she couldn't wait and had no patience to slowly accompany Lin Hao as she directly took to the air and flew away. Lin Hao was a mortal flesh body and could only run forward, which would be too slow. Xia Tran disappeared in the twinkling of an eye. The ghost race is really plagued with disasters. Lin Hao was just about to follow him when he suddenly felt an inexplicable coldness in his back. There was a ghost. He jerked back. I really saw an ugly and disgusting ghost. It was the ghost that captured Su Shui that day and had its arm cut off by itself. What's he doing here? Is that ugly ghost also a ghost inside the Tianganjian cemetery? And at this moment, Jiang Wentai, who had just come in from the entrance, had also spotted Lin Hao. One man and one ghost locked eyes. The ghost let out a ghostly shriek of wow and exited right out of the entrance. Lin Hao hurriedly followed him up ready to catch him and ask about the situation, but when Lin Hao chased him out, the ugly ghost had already disappeared. He had no choice but to go back inside the ghost clans not in the Skywork cemetery again. In the night sky, Jiang Wentai turned around and realized that Lin Hao was chasing after him, but he was still terrified and didn't dare to stay as he flew away. Jiang Wentai had originally come tonight to continue to force Xia Gang to hand over the ghost cultivation technique as well as the Black Soul Jade. How could he have known that he would meet Lin Hao just as he came in? At this moment, after all sorts of things strung together, Jiang Wentai is even more stupid to understand. Not only had Lin Hao taken the Yuan Yin of 3 women, Su Shui, Su Xiaowei, and Zhao Minman, but he had also married Xia Gang's granddaughter, Xia Cheng. It's hard for anyone to let go of a woman who has been searching for years and waiting for years to have her fruits taken away from her. Jiang Wentai also hated Lin Hao with a passion, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ugh, how could I be so stupid? How can someone who can take a female ghost as his wife be an ordinary person? Only Lin Hao, that great master of the cultivation world, dares to touch a female ghost. Other ordinary people who take a female ghost as their wife will have too much yin energy and will rapidly consume their yang energy until they die. Moreover, this Xia Qing is not an ordinary ghost. Her physique is very special. The yin qi in her body is very pure and will not volatilize naturally like ordinary yin qi. This kind of female ghost, ordinary people will die when they are slept with by her for one night. They will run out of yang qi. Jiang Wentai reflected in his mind while frantically escaping, carefully analyzing the causes and consequences of what happened. In the end, he could only recognize his own bad luck and actually encountered that big bogeyman Lin Hao. You can't win a fight. You can't win an argument. Alas, it seems that we can't come back here at the Tiangong War Cemetery. Otherwise, if you meet this bogeyman again, you'll die without knowing how. Forget it. Defect to the ancient city of Japanese ghosts. After Kong Mante realizes that his path is blocked by Lin Hao, he makes up his mind to defect to the ancient city's Japanese ghosts and find another way out. When Lin Hao arrived at the Tomb Master's mansion, he found that it was shrouded in a light gray translucent sphere. The inside of the sphere is densely packed with ghosts, one layer at a time. The ghosts were born with the ability to naturally hover, so they divided the translucent gray hemisphere into several layers so that they could fit enough ghosts into it. Honey, get in here. The semi-transparent half-circle hood opened up. Lin Hao dashed inside. What's going on? Lin Hao asked in surprise. Next to Xia Cheng stood Xia Gang. Xia Gang's ghostly face was tired and didn't look too good as he sighed. It's not my sinful disciple, who has come to attack the Tiangongyan cemetery every night for the past 2 days in order to snatch my ghost cultivation technique and black soul jade. That sinful disciple had refined the extremely ferocious pottery jar ghost baby technique, which was very powerful. I, who was also in the late ghost spirit stage, was already completely out of his league. It's a good thing I've been preventing him all these years and set up this defense formation, which has spared us. Lin Hao's heart trembled when he heard the names Jiang Wentai and pottery jar ghost infant technique, and then combined it with the wreckage of the outer door of the defense formation he had just seen. In his mind, he had a more intuitive understanding of the perverted attacking ability of late spirit ghost stage ghost cultivators. It's horrible. Jiang Wentai was actually able to single-handedly take on the entire Tianganjian cemetery, and also force so many ghosts and monsters to all be inside the defense formation not daring to go out. No wonder it was said that ghost cultivators could challenge human cultivators across levels. With this destructive power, coupled with listening to Xia Gang's description, Lin Hao felt that this Jiang Wentai could at least challenge the Dao Sec's beginner Fengshi rank, or even the middle Fengshi rank. In order to avoid going out and encountering Jiang Wentai, the two of you shouldn't go home tonight. Just hide inside the formation and return to Rongqing when it's dawn. Well, my husband and I will be talking with Grandpa tonight. Everything to Grandpa. Xia Qingxia had just feared Jiang Wentai, and Lin Hao's cultivation level was also low at this point, so it was necessary to avoid him. At the same time, Lin Hao was also very curious and very eager to learn just how powerful Jiang Wentai was. He was also prepared to take advantage of the opportunity to hide within the security defense formation and visualize Jiang Wentai's attacking methods on the spot. Little Qinger, return the black soul jade to me. Xia Gang suddenly opened his mouth to demand the black soul jade. Lin Hao and Xia Qing's hearts thumped when they heard this. The black soul jade had been recognized by Lin Hao and there was no way to return it back. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Isn't the black soul jade in your own collection? How come I have your black soul jade? Xia Tran simply played dumb. Xia Gang curled his fingers and knocked Xia Ting with a pop. How dare you lie to Grandpa? You think you can hide your little maneuver from Grandpa? If I hadn't let the water in, do you think you could have stolen the black soul jade? If it was so simple for you to steal it, then this black soul jade would have been stolen by Jiang Wentai long ago. Where would there be a chance for you to steal it? Ah, Grandpa, you hit me. Ugh, bad Grandpa, hate you. Xia Qing was exposed by Xia Gang to reveal his small mind, and began to play the trick of pretending to be pitiful again. She threw herself into Lin Hao's arms. Aggrieved. Ahem. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he took out the black soul jade from inside his pocket and handed it to Xia Gang. Grandpa, this is your black soul jade. I'm keeping it for Xia Cheng. Lin Hao offered it with both hands. At this moment, his heartbeat was like a train crashing. He didn't know if the black soul jade, which he had recognized with a drop of blood, could still be used by Xia Gang. If Xia Gang found out that the black soul jade had been recognized by himself, would he be furious on the spot? Chapter 74 Execution in the Hell of Tongue Pulling. Xia Gang took the black soul jade and glared fiercely at the tattered little cotton jacket. This little brat girl obviously stole the black soul jade to give to her beloved husband, and still said she didn't steal it. Xia Gonka was so angry that he blew his beard. At this moment, Lin Hao and Xia Qing were both staring at Xia Gang with wide eyes, waiting for Xia Gang to realize that something was wrong with the Black Soul Jade. Xia Gang didn't check in advance, and after he took the Black Soul Jade, he drilled in with a ghostly flash. Grandpa! Xia Chang and Lin Hao shouted at the same time, but unfortunately it was already too late. Crap! I didn't realize that Grandpa asked for the Black Soul Jade because he wanted to go in and recover from the damage he suffered in the past 2 days. Xia Qing's face turned pale. Husband, quickly let my grandfather out. Lin Hao also panicked. What can we do? It's a hell of tongue pulling in there. He himself actually sent his wife's grandfather to hell and to the hell of tongue plucking. Lin Hao hurriedly picked up the Black Soul Jade and invaded his consciousness. After his consciousness entered, Lin Hao saw that Xia Gang had already been escorted to the center of the tongue hell torture chamber by 2 ferocious ghost messengers. Xia Gang yelled in horror as he took in his surroundings. How does this look like the legendary hell of tongue plucking? For he had seen the inside of the torture chamber filled with all kinds of instruments of torture. Red-hot chains, tongs, plows, whips, and so on. The torture chamber was surrounded by burning karmic fires. TSK, it's been a long time since a prisoner has been sent to hell. We brothers must serve them well today. So excited and excited. I haven't seen a prisoner wailing in pain for a long time. I miss when hell was so busy. The 2 Ghostbusters danced around excitedly. Big brother, how should we start? It's been so long since I've had an execution. I've forgotten the process. Me also a little trance. This way, according to the longest process, how to torture, how long time how to come. Use all the torture tools here. Yes. The torture device is not used. It's getting rusty. Xia Gang was almost stunned when he heard the words of the 2 Ghostbusters. The 2 ghost officers. I'm mistaken. Wrongly accused. I'm not a criminal. Xia Gang's hands were clipped behind his back. His whole body's strength had disappeared, and he had completely lost his ability to resist. The only thing to do is beg for mercy. At this time, Xia Gang, don't mention how fearful he was in his heart. Don't mention how much he wanted to beat Xia Qing the ghost girl to death in his heart. Oh, every prisoner says he's wrongfully convicted. If I had known it would be so, why did I bother? Don't howl. The prisoners who make it to the execution ground have all been tried countless times. They can't be wrong. Feel free to be tortured. Besides, we're just ghost messengers, not judges, and our job is to execute the prisoners that come in, right or wrong. You're lucky that the 2 brothers have nothing to do right now to explain it to you. If you were in the past, no one would pay attention to you even if you screamed your throat out. Xia Gang listened with a cold heart. The Ghostbuster said as he took out the red-hot tongs. Here, try to see if the tongs still work first. A pair of red-hot and sharp vice jaws was slowly fed into Xia Gang's mouth. Xia Gang was horrified and tried hard to close his mouth, but for some unknown reason, there was a mysterious force that made him involuntarily open his mouth and stick out his tongue. My life is over. Xia Gang had already given up on resisting and couldn't resist. His body shuddered involuntarily. Take it easy, it'll be over in no time. One click of the pliers, one pull, and it's over. The executing Ghostbuster handed the pliers while comforting Xia Gang. Xia Gang at this moment just want to curse. You want to take the red-hot pliers to clip my tongue, and let me not nervous. This possible? Xia Gang felt that it was already his greatest courage not to pee his pants. Stop it. Just as the pincers were about to touch Xia Gang's tongue, a stern cry suddenly rang out from the sky. The 2 Ghostbusters heard the voice and shivered. Hastily, he withdrew his pliers. There's been a mistake. This is not a prisoner. May I ask who you are, my lord? The 2 Ghostbusters directly knelt on the ground to inquire about Lin Hao's voice. Lin Hao was dumbfounded and didn't really know how to answer. It would be bad if you answered wrong and the other person didn't buy it. In fact, after Lin Hao dripped blood and recognized his master, he had tried to control the 2 Ghostbusters, but the 2 Ghostbusters were not under his control. This was the reason Lin Hao had been afraid to let Xia Qing in. Is the name of this seat not something that you and other little brats can ask about? Release the prisoner immediately. Lin Hao didn't care, making his voice as majestic and domineering as possible. As expected, when the 2 ghosts heard the voice, they looked at each other. Then both of them immediately kowtowed. Yes, I will return the prisoner immediately. Then, Xia Gang's body loosened up, and his person had already re-entered inside the Tiangong cemetery. Inside the trekking hell, the 2 Ghostbusters waited on their knees for half a day, realizing that the voice in the sky had stopped speaking. That's when he slowly got up. Just now this. Which official is this? Who knows? But for his voice to appear within hell, that's an existence we can't afford to mess with. That's true. Why should we get hung up on which official it is? As long as we don't offend, we can't go wrong. Yes. but also Big Brother knows the ways of the world. In the future, please ask Big Brother to take care of little brother. Hey, we're two good buddies. You're welcome. The two Ghostbusters resumed their vigil at the entrance. Outside the Black Soul Jade, Lin Hao and Xia Cheng flopped down and knelt in front of Xia Gang. Grandpa. Granddaughter knows she's wrong. Grandpa. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have privately recognized the Black Soul Jade with a drop of blood. Please punish Grandpa. Lin Hao and Xia Qing were terrified inwardly, and this time, neither of them dared to deny it anymore. Xia Gang didn't answer the two, but instead looked stagnant and his legs kept trembling. He was still reeling from the fear he had just experienced. That was close. That was close. You're getting your tongue pulled out on your own old arms and legs. Ah. Xia Gang didn't say anything, and Xia Cheng and Lin Hao knelt on the ground not daring to raise their heads or move. The scene was deadlocked. After about 5 minutes, Xia Gang came back to his senses at this point. Lin Hao, this jade pendant will be yours from now on. Consider it a dowry for you from my granddaughter who is marrying my granddaughter. The raw rice has been cooked. Xia had just heard Lin Hao's majestic voice even from inside hell. At that time, not only was the Ghostbuster shocked by that voice, even he, Xia Gang, did not dare to have any resistance under that majestic voice. This Black Soul Jade should belong to Lin Hao in the underworld. Thank you, Grandpa. Lin Hao was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly kowtowed his thanks. Grandpa is wonderful. Xia Ting also jumped up, wrapped her arms around Xia Gang's neck, and gave Xia Gang a sweet kiss on the face. Roll. You out of arms granddaughter. You're pissing off old me. Xia Gang verbally chided, but his body did not push Xia Qing away. By the way, why hasn't Jiang Wentai come tonight? In previous days, at this time, Jiang Wentai would have already started attacking the formation. Xia Gang suddenly remembered what happened to Jiang Wentai. Chapter 75, I will kill you. Xia Gang and the others didn't know that Jiang Wentai had been scared out of his wits by Lin Hao. Jiang Wentai has decided to defect to the ancient city's Japanese ghost district because of Lin Hao. When it was almost dawn, Xia Gang decided to teach Lin Hao the entirety of the Yin Yang True Scripture. Now Xia Gang's grasp of Kong Man Tai's intelligence is out of control. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for Lin Hao to grow up, and he'd be karma'd by Kong Wen Tai. By that time, Lin Hao's Gung Fu would have broken its legacy, and since Lin Hao was his own granddaughter, he hoped from a selfish point of view that even if something happened to him, he could not let his granddaughter become a widow. You two try to come as little as possible in the future when there's nothing going on, or don't come back to the Tianganjian cemetery in the near future, and if there's anything going on, we'll contact each other by phone. Xia Gang is worried about Lin Hao and Xia Qing encountering Jiang Wentai. Okay, Grandpa, keep us posted on what's going on. Both Xia Qing and Lin Hao knew what Xia Gang was thinking. Now that his own cultivation is still low, if they are blocked together by Jiang Wentai in the Tiangong cemetery, then it will be a total loss. There wasn't even a chance to move help. It's better to be on each side. Keep in touch, and when one side is in trouble, the other side tries to find help. When he left, Xia Gang called Lin Hao aside alone. Lin Hao, now that the human-ghost conflict is out in the open, if you don't have the ability to protect the Tiangong cemetery, give it up decisively and don't take a life because of it. How is this possible? Grandpa, don't worry. I will never give up on the ghost clan of the Tiangong cemetery. Lin Hao didn't wait for Xia Gang to finish before interrupting him. Silly child, the order to drive out ghosts has been issued. The human-ghost war has become inevitable, and humans have long been a group, and the ghosts are still scattered and divided, unable to fight against each other. The ghost race will inevitably become the object of wanton slaughter by humans in the early and even middle stages. How can you fight against all the human cultivators with your own strength? And you will also become a human traitor. Xia Gang saw the state of affairs very clearly. He was also prepared to be cleaned up by humans. His only expectation now was for Lin Hao to protect his granddaughter Xia Qing. Grandpa, can't the ghost race unite and negotiate with humans to first solve the problem of survival, then form an alliance to jointly find and open the ghost gate pass? Lin Hao asked this question without a bottom in his own heart, and Lin Hao had the answer in his mind. He asked this purely in anticipation of a miracle. Xia Gang lamented. It's not easy for the ghost race to unite. It took thousands of years of humans all fighting each other to finally form a piece of the whole. How could the ghosts have had so long to split up? Perhaps this ghost race cataclysm is also an opportunity for the ghost race to unite, depending on who can control the dry land. Lin Hao became silent after hearing this. He stopped talking and stopped persuading Xia Gang. He nodded his head in agreement with whatever Xia Gang said. At this point it's too early to argue with Xia Gang about whether or not he should give up on anyone or whether or not he should save anyone. Anyway, Lin Hao already had a firm resolve in his heart. He had not only competed with Taoist apprentice Jin Jibing at the Buddhist Taoist Alliance Conference, but he had also communicated with other Taoists about everyone's strengths. Lower stage cultivators basically didn't hide their clumsiness. They had no trouble becoming cultivators and hated to communicate with each and every one of them. So Lin Hao had already poked around to find out that his strength was probably far superior to theirs. Lin Hao decided to stop avoiding Kong Mante and take the initiative. Lin Hao and Xia Qing returned home. Lin Hao went to wash up and Xia Qing helped Lin Hao make breakfast. Hubby, come and eat. I was in a bit of a hurry this morning, so I only made you an omelette sandwich. It's fine. It's been great. Lin Hao grabbed the pancakes on the table, 2 toasted slices of bread sandwiched between a fried egg and tomato slices, and he bit into them with a sense of happiness. While Lin Hao was eating, Xia Qing helped Lin Hao iron his clothes again. Wife, I was at the Buddha Taoist Alliance conference yesterday, and the Qingcheng sect was officially included in their list of cultivation circles. The Buddhist and Taoist Alliance had an internal forum, and one had to be certified by a cultivation sect to enter it. Bring me your cell phone. I'll register you to the Qingcheng sect, and you can keep up with the cultivation world from time to time. Ah, really? I can mix into the human cultivation circle even as a ghost cleanse? Sure, but don't tell me you're a ghost. I know, your wife isn't stupid. Humph. Yesterday, through Lin Hao's heated argument with the cultivation community, although the viewpoints were directly ignored by the cultivation community, at least the reputation of the Qingcheng sect was made. It also formalized the Qingcheng sect into the cultivation world. Lin Hao took Xia Qing's cell phone and helped her download the special app for the cultivation world. App's logo is a Taiji circle, which also indicates that the Taoist sect is currently the mainstay of the cultivation community. There are mall function, auction function, forum function, etc. inside the app. The Qingcheng sect had opened a sect account, and the administrator was Lin Hao. Lin Hao immediately registered Xia Qing as a disciple of the Qingcheng sect and gave an application to open various permissions for Xia Qing. The management of this app is very strict, and non-cultivation sects are strictly forbidden to enter. The app management backend would conduct random checks at any time, and once a mortal was found to have mixed in, the sect would definitely be penalized, and in serious cases, the entire sect would be kicked out of the cultivation world directly. It would become the same mold that the Qingcheng sect was in before, with no one informing you of what's happening in the cultivation world and what meetings are being held. Therefore, all sects attach great importance to personnel management. Lin Hao had just put in the Xia Qing account when a staff member video linked Lin Hao. Personally verify the identity of Xia Ting with Lin Hao, the administrator. It took multiple verifications to get Xia Ting's account up and running. Xia Tran couldn't wait to start opening the forums to check the messages. Ah, hubby, isn't this your master? Xia Tran had just entered the forum when he saw a popular video. What happened to him? Lin Hao absently drank a mouthful of milk. He was getting used to it. This old man must have just opened his account and was fooling around in it. He was made to eat brown sugar patties that had been stomped on by feet. What do you mean? Lin Hao's voice became cold as he directly took Xia Qing's cell phone and tapped on the video that was top of the list because it was popular. Inside the video was the very same footage of Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling, and his senior brother, Wang Tao, being bullied by Wu Junying after the banquet last night. There were countless messages in the comment section below the video, but all of them were not scornful of the Qingcheng sect, and there were even quite a few insulting words, because the Buddhist and Taoist Alliance forums are all managed under real names. Everyone here carries a sect title and shows their real name. Even so, they did not hide their disrespect for the Qingcheng sect as a sect and the head of the Qingcheng sect. Lin Hao flipped several pages towards the bottom before he found an entry that spoke in favor of the Qingcheng sect. This person's ID was Zhou Tingting from Shangqing Palace. When he saw this ID, a fairy face that was so clear and beautiful that people didn't dare to touch it appeared in Lin Hao's mind. Although he had Zhou Tingting to help him talk, Lin Hao still stormed out. Outrageous! He pounded his fist on the dining room table, his teeth gritting. This Wu Junying, I will kill him. Lin Hao's eyes widened in anger, itching to take revenge on Wu Junying immediately. It was the first time Xia Qing had seen Lin Hao so angry. She looked at Lin Hao worriedly and said softly, "Hubby, things have already happened. It's useless to get angry now. Don't get angry at yourself." Looking at his wife's worried look, Lin Hao held back his anger. He immediately dialed Wang Tao's number. The call was answered. "Senior brother Wang, are you still a human being? Your master is being insulted like this, and you still don't dare to make a move?" Lin Hao picked up the phone and cursed. Wang Tao that put was very silent, and only after a long time did he respond with a low voice. "I'm sorry, senior brother." He had no excuses to make to himself at this point. Instead, he felt more comfortable in his heart as he listened to Lin Hao's insults. Lin Hao also knew that Wang Tao couldn't be blamed for this. He took a long breath, adjusted his emotions and asked, "How's the master doing as a person now? What is he doing?" Chapter 76, Self-Injury. Impact Flogging. After Lin Hao asked, Wang Tao half stammered and dared not say. This made Lin Hao angry and distraught. It's this time of the day, and you're still stumping me. Is it because that old Taoist can't figure it out and there's been some kind of accident? You quickly say it. No. What is that? You must, at once, give me a clear account of it, or how can you give me peace of mind? Last night Master locked himself in the house and not only went crazy with self-mutilation, but he also bumped and whipped people. Wang Tao was forced to tell Lin Hao the truth. He would react so violently? But that old man is 70 years old and still endures this kind of insult. No wonder he can't think straight. Lin Hao listened with great impatience. How is he now? Nothing's wrong, right? It's okay. Master is still sleeping with his arm around Sweetie. Put. Lin Hao instantly understood the sentence that Wang Tao had just connoted, and he sprayed a mouthful of old blood on the spot. This old thing. It's not worth getting angry over him. You didn't step in last night to help him vent his hatred. Good job on that. Lin Hao hung up the phone directly after cursing. Xia Qing was amused by the sight and wanted to laugh. She forced a smile and did not dare to laugh, because her husband's master was being insulted. She couldn't laugh. Couldn't help at all. Laugh all you want. You can't help it anymore. Lin Hao was also speechless. Cluck cluck cluck. Natsuki could no longer control the smile on her face and giggled like an oriole. Alas, how could there be an old man of his character? Lin Hao shook his head and said, the old man is heartless, but this matter started because of me, and as a disciple, I can never tolerate that old man being insulted. This revenge of Wu Junying must be avenged. Aha! When my husband's cultivation goes up, stomp him to death. Xia Qing was also very supportive of Lin Hao. Lin Hao didn't say anything. He was thinking about how to take revenge. He, Lin Hao, never have overnight revenge. Hubby, the Buddhist Taoist Alliance has initiated the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition. The rewards are very generous AC, but you shouldn't sign up. It's too dangerous. Xia Qing was worried about Lin Hao going to do such dangerous things. Lin Hao's head was full of question marks. Lin Hao had known that the Buddhist Taoist Alliance had organized a Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament during yesterday's meeting, but how could he possibly attend such an event in front of his wife? So he didn't listen carefully to the arrangements behind him. At this moment, he actually heard that Xia Teng was pleased with this Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament organized by the Buddha Tao Alliance. It confused him. Seeing Lin Hao's puzzled face, Xia Qing explained, hubby, you don't know? Oh, this time the venue where the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament organized by the Buddhist Taoist Alliance is located is in the Huanglongxi ancient town. What happened there in the old town of Huanglongxi? The entire area of Huanglongxi ancient town is now fenced off by the municipality, claiming that it is a scenic spot closed for new renovation, but in reality, it is occupied by a group of Japanese ghosts. Japanese ghosts? Could it be that the Japanese invasion troops of that time died and turned into ghosts awakening memories of their past lives? Lin Hao's brows furrowed as he instantly realized where these Japanese ghost clans came from. At this moment, an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. Aha! Yes it is. When the Japanese invaded back then, Grandpa even took me to kill a lot of ghosts. Unfortunately, at that time, the ghost race was very small in number, with limited capacity and limited influence. Since that time, however, it has gradually been discovered that the ghost gate has disappeared and people can no longer enter the netherworld after death. Damnable ghosts, making trouble even after death. I'll be damned. Lin Hao had already made up his mind to participate in this Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. At the same time, he also guessed that he could get Wu Junying would definitely participate in this competition event, so he could just use this opportunity to quietly avenge his master's insult. By the way, wife, the war of aggression didn't reach this side of Rongqing back then, so how could there be Japanese ghosts occupying the ancient city of Huanglongxi? I'm not too sure about this. You do know that the ghost clan is scattered in their own way, and ghosts don't have all sorts of communication devices like humans do, so no one knows what purpose this group of Japanese ghosts had in sneaking into Rongqing. Okay, I get it. Lin Hao nodded, no longer pursuing the matter to the end. He had wanted to ask Xia Qing to arrange for the ghosts of the Tiangongwar cemetery to help him go snooping around, but didn't say anything after thinking about it. Now the ghost clans of the Tiangongwar cemetery were facing a huge crisis themselves, and could not spare any energy to help themselves. Lin Hao didn't rush to sign up for the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition right away. Time to sign up was still long anyway. He needs to confirm two things before enrolling. One is the general situation of the Japanese ghosts in the ancient city of Huanglongxi, preferably specific and detailed information. Secondly, you need to go and test out your true strengths and know your enemy, especially what his reality was compared to a cultivator of the same rank, or even to someone a realm above him. Wu Junying was a cultivator at the early Fengshi level, which was a full major realm higher than his early Taoist apprentice realm. If he wants to find Wu Junying to avenge the insult, he has to weigh himself first in advance. The reason why Lin Hao had the crazy idea of challenging Wu Junying right now was because he realized today that the so-called early-stage Taoist apprentice Shen Jibing was just like that. One move in a second. That was even if he didn't put out his full strength. Lin Hao gradually realized that the nameless Tao body that his wife Xia Qing had helped him activate was extraordinary. Not only did cultivation become extremely easy, but even the power was far beyond perception. He found confidence for himself at the Dawngate conference. Maybe I was too conservative before. He was able to slap the little stern ghost inside the villa with a single slap of his own, and at that time, he should have realized that his ability might not be ordinary. After breakfast, Xia Qing stayed home and brushed the forum while Lin Hao drove to the company. He's not working today. He's resigning. To go back to work in this situation now would be to miss the big picture. After arriving at the company, Lin Hao looked at his busy colleagues very emotional. It's better to be a normal person, living life with reckless abandon. Except for the busy work schedule Monday through Friday. They were only facing the pressure of life, but not the pressure of survival like the cultivation world, which was always on the knife's edge. Ordinary people have no idea what is really going on behind the scenes in the world. Of course, they don't need to know. Even if they know about it, they are still incapable of solving it, adding to the panic and pressure in vain, which will instead lead to social unrest. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Good morning. A co-worker greeted Lin Hao, who smiled and nodded in greeting. You're here to see Mr. Xia at headquarters, aren't you? Yes. Is Mr. Xia here yet? It's coming, but you better not mess with her. She seems to have that coming these days. She's in a bad mood. Oh, thanks for the reminder. Have a good day at work. Okay then, Mr. Lin, you have a good day at work too. Exchanging a few words with his co-workers, Lin Hao learned that Xie Yushan was not in a beautiful mood today. Lin Hao's heart is not happy or sad. It is best to be able to get together. And if you can't, you can only put it away for now. Xie Yushan, this woman, he would not give up. But there really hasn't been much time put into Xie Yushan lately. Lin Hao walked directly towards Xie Yushan's office. Knock knock. Come in. The familiar woman's voice made Lin Hao very upset. Mr. Xie, have you had breakfast yet? Lin Hao placed the breakfast set he had bought from the Golden Arches on the table, along with a cup of rejuvenation coffee. Xie Yushan swept a glance at Lin Hao and didn't say anything, but her mouth showed the smugness of a little girl being coaxed as she opened her breakfast bag to eat. It was obvious that she was satisfied with Lin Hao for bringing her breakfast. At this moment, the black clouds in Xie Yushan's heart over the past few days dissipated with Lin Hao's proactive show of goodwill. Chapter 77, Wine and Nightly Conversation Between Husband and Wife. Did you clock in? Hit it. Humph. Finally knows the rules. Xie Yushan had already forgotten the unpleasantness between the two of them 2 days ago. Hey, it's all because Mr. Xie managed it well. It's getting greasy. For Xie Yushan, after having a temper tantrum with Lin Hao that day, Lin Hao didn't contact her for several days in a row. There was very much some regret in her heart, and as she calmed down, she realized that she did go a little overboard that day. In the days after the fight, Xie Yushan reflected on it every day. She reflected on why she had gotten angry at Lin Hao that day. It's because Lin Hao got too close to Zhou Min Man and she got jealous. She hated to admit that she was jealous, but the facts spoke for themselves. Every night before she went to sleep, she would recall the images of rolling around wildly in bed with Lin Hao in her dreams. She even prayed every night before she went to bed that she would be able to meet Lin Hao in her dreams again that night. But the more you want something, the less you get what you want. In the past few days, Xie Yushan never encountered Lin Hao in her dreams again. This made Xie Yushan start to panic. She was afraid that she would really never dream of Lin Hao again. So today, when Lin Hao took the initiative to show his goodwill, she forgot about the previous unpleasantness and pretended that nothing had happened. What is it you wanted to see me about today? This, that. When he came over today, Lin Hao had been prepared that the breakfast he brought her would be thrown into the trash. Then they had a big fight. He offered to leave his job, and they parted on bad terms. Now that this didn't happen, Lin Hao still had to brew his emotions to see how to open his mouth to resign more appropriately. Oh, you're trying to mention a raise, are you? Xie Yushan saw Lin Hao stammering, and she judged from experience that the average employee in such a situation in front of her would most likely want a raise and promotion. No. Lin Hao was just about to refuse when Xie Yushan interrupted. No what no? You people are so bold that you even dare to press your boss on your desk. I've never seen you afraid of anything. Are you embarrassed to mention a raise? Xie Yushan suddenly shyly blanked Lin Hao, a glance that shed 100 winks. Lin Hao was dumbfounded. At the same time, Lin Hao was very surprised. Did Xie Yushan take the wrong medicine today? She's a completely different person. Lin Hao was kind of wondering if he was being possessed by Xia Qing again. You've only been given a promotion since you became the director of the Rongdu Plaza project, and you haven't been given a raise. After this period of examination, you are indeed capable of taking up this position, and even if you don't mention it, I will take the initiative to give you a raise. How about I raise your salary to 50,000 a month at that position of yours? Xia Yushan quickly resumed her usual seriousness. The quickness with which he changed his face caused Lin Hao to smack his lips. Mr. Xia, you've misunderstood. There's no need to pay me a salary in the future. At the same time, I'm also grateful to Mr. Xia for taking care of me these past few years. Xia Yushan was indeed generous, going straight up from the current 12,000 to 50,000. If it was before, Lin Hao was going to go crazy with joy. But now, things are different. What do you mean? Xia Yushan finally noticed Lin Hao's abnormality today. I've decided to leave my job. Words are here. Lin Hao will no longer be entangled. He is here today to mention the departure, and then intolerance, and then do not want to put forward. Say that again. Xia Yushan's voice was low, and her gaze was fixed dead center on Lin Hao. She couldn't believe Lin Hao was leaving his job at a time like this. She felt like a clown just now, foolishly believing that Lin Hao was trying to increase his salary, and she even offered to give him a raise. It turns out that people aren't looking for a raise at all. They're looking to leave their jobs. I mean, as of today, I'm officially offering to leave my job. Lin Hao solemnly confirmed that this was a decision he had made long ago. After Lin Hao said this, Xia Yushan suddenly closed her eyes, the coffee in her hand spilling out as she pinched it too hard. Coffee with a slight scald ran onto her hands and down the table to her inner thighs, but she didn't even feel it. Is it because the paycheck is less? Xia Yushan opened her eyes and stared at Lin Hao, who met her gaze without fear. No, enough. Is that because I let HR embarrass you last time? Neither. Then why did you leave your job? I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to say why, but you should know later. Oh, it's inconvenient to say now. What's the point of me knowing later? If you have indeed made up your mind, you will go. Xia Yushan had already seen determination in Lin Hao's eyes. Bye, Mr. Shay. Lin Hao stood up and left, and as he went out, Lin Hao turned back. Mr. Xia, I actually finished handing over my job before I took my annual leave, and I was ready to resign at that time, so it wasn't because we had a fight that I resigned. Ha, what's the difference? Get out of here. Xia Yushan could no longer hold back her tears, but the strong her couldn't possibly shed them in front of Lin Hao. She could only urge Lin Hao to leave as soon as possible. Bye. With a goodbye, Lin Hao completely ended his working days. As Lin Hao's figure disappeared, Xia Yushan immediately went over and unlocked the office door before slowly crouching on the floor along the door. She held her head in silent tears. Sure enough, I'm not cut out for a relationship. It's over before it even starts. Lin Hao, let's go. With you gone, I'm even more sure that this life is only for me to be alone. Xia Yushan was sad, and Lin Hao didn't feel good either. Xia Yushan, this woman, because of the strong woman, also treats her emotions very strongly. What feelings Xia Yushan had for Lin Hao, and what feelings Lin Hao had for Xia Yushan, could both parties not know? All mature adults. Just some people don't point out. Lin Hao came back in a very bad mood. Xia Chang cautiously asks why, and Lin Hao doesn't hide it, telling Xia Chang the story between himself and Xia Yushan. Xia Chang was different from ordinary wives, and these women were all brought back to Lin Hao by Xia Chang. Honey, I'm sorry about that. I'm kind of mentally cheating, right? But it's true that I can't help it. I like her more than I like you. The two do not conflict, nor do they diminish the weight of you in my heart. On the contrary, you are the most important and unique woman in my life. Because, in this world, it is only with you that I have no reservations. Lin Hao rubbed Xia Qing into his arms and kissed her slightly cold forehead, loving this ghost wife from the bottom of his heart. Well, my husband is also my life guardian. Xia Ting didn't blame Lin Hao for his mental derailment. Honey, you're having a bad day. Should I have a drink with you? Yes. Little tilting is simply wonderful. Xia Qing was really too considerate of him. Hubby, sit down for a while. Oh, I'll go make some dishes for wine. Okay, just fry up a plate of peanuts. Don't make too much trouble. Aha! Fry up a plate of eyeballs for dear hubby. Xia Cheng mischievously bounced off to cook, while Lin Hao went to the balcony to recline on a chair and watch the sunset in a daze. Soon, Xia Qing made a large table and opened a bottle of wine. One person and one ghost drank and chatted, and in this way the gentle female ghost wife washed away Lin Hao's sadness little by little. Hubby, you go to bed first. I'll go out for a lie down. Oh. Xia Qing waited for Lin Hao to wash up and get ready to go out. Lin Hao didn't ask what Xia Qing was going to do, and right now, he had unconditional trust in Xia Qing as well. Chapter 78. She's already familiar with it. In the middle of the night, in blurry sleep, Lin Hao felt someone. Husband, here to you. You do not let forced her dream to wake up. Oh, otherwise her mental trauma will affect the mental state. Serious cases become crazy. Don't you worry about me. I'm a ghost. I don't like to sleep at night by nature. I'll go to the living room and brush up on the forum. Xia Cheng had gotten hooked on the Cultivation World Forum in the past 2 days, and would open and brush the forum almost all the time when she was not doing anything. She also posts discussion threads about the ghost race from time to time, trying to reverse the hatred of humans towards the ghost race. Lin Hao realized that his cultivation level had actually improved significantly compared to yesterday. Today was the first day of not working, so he woke up and ate the breakfast that Xia Qing had prepared for him, and then tuned in to cultivate. When Xia Qing came back, she didn't bother Lin Hao and went back to her room alone to do her own thing. Around mid-morning, Zhao Minman suddenly called, wanting to ask Lin Hao how he had solved the ghost infestation at Rongdu Square. This is because Zhou Minman and company also has a project that has been plagued by ghosts for a long time. They have gone to exorcists several times to get rid of the ghosts, but it doesn't do much good. Kill one batch and then another, ad infinitum. It gives them a headache. Zhao Minman had helped Lin Hao many times, and this time, it just so happened that it was time for Lin Hao to return the favor. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao immediately told Zhao Minman that he was also an expert in exorcising ghosts, so if it was convenient, he could do it for him. Zhao Minman readily agreed and asked to have dinner together in the evening and meet to discuss specifically how to exorcise the ghosts. Garden Hotel. Zhao Minman personally waited for Lin Hao's arrival at the hotel lobby. Lin Hao was also on time, and the two of them walked side by side in close proximity to each other towards the reserved box. Just then, Lin Hao suddenly realized that Xie Yushan was also here, and she was supposed to be feasting on clients. Xie Yushan also saw Lin Hao, and the two of them walked towards each other at the same time. But unlike Lin Hao's surprised and amazed expression, Xie Yushan's expression was wooden, as if she hadn't seen Lin Hao. Hello, Mr. Xie, do you have reception again today? It's natural for acquaintances to greet each other. Zhao Minman also looked at Xie Yushan with a friendly smile, but Xie Yushan was as if she didn't hear it, and walked straight past him and Zhao Minman. Being deliberately ignored by Xie Yushan, Lin Hao was slightly embarrassed. Zhao Minman wondered, Lin Hao, is your relationship with Xie Yushan that bad? How can you still work together if you're like this? I've left Corning Construction and I'm not working now. Oh, no wonder. After Zhao Minman understood the situation, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. As a woman, she knew very well why Zhao Minman was suddenly so cold to Lin Hao. At the same time, she also understands that women, only to those who care extremely about themselves, will do so because of some small things to meet like this as if they have a deep hatred. When the two entered the box, Minman Zhao asked Lin Hao what he planned to do next. She happened to be short of an assistant president, so if Lin Hao was interested, she could give it a try. Hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but be moved. Donghua Group was a Fortune 500 company. He was actually invited to join the team, and at the level of assistant president, it's the equivalent of a step up. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to think about such things. In the face of this position, Lin Hao was indeed tempted, but his main task at this time was to cultivate, and there's no way he's going to be a parasite and be governed anymore. Lin Hao politely declined, and made it clear that he would not be employed by any company again. Zhao Minman was very sorry about this, and a trace of resignation flashed in her eyes. Lin Hao's departure from Xie Yushan this time was a rare opportunity, and she decided that she must seize the chance to enhance her relationship with Lin Hao. At least get to a state where you'll always have a reason to contact them later. Otherwise, after Xie Yushan and Lin Hao made up, he and Lin Hao would go back to the current state. When she wanted to meet with Lin Hao, she had to find a way to find a suitable reason to do so. While this is very much considered a ride along, love affairs are like a battlefield. Lin Hao was the first man in her life that she wanted to strongly own. Zhou Minman would never give up so easily, or she would regret her life when she actually lost it. Next, the two of them, Zhao Minman and Lin Hao, talked about the ghost infestation. From Lin Hao's words, Zhao Minman sensed that Lin Hao was particularly interested in the ghost race and had very ample confidence in dealing with it. Lin Hao, more than one of our company's projects have ghost infestations, which causes us a huge headache, and we spend close to tens of millions of dollars on exorcisms every year, and the results aren't even good. Ghosts have indeed been on the rise in recent years. Lin Hao also nodded his head in recognition. It was an indisputable fact. Instead of that, why don't I just pack up $5 million and give it to you, and if there's a ghost infestation within a year, you can just help solve it. Sure, I don't usually have much to do anyway. Lin Hao readily agreed. He thought that this program was feasible. He could not only easily earn $5 million, but also use the ghosts and monsters to verify his cultivation during the cultivation process again. Coco Chiu's Donghua Group can also save big on costs as a result. It's a win-win, 1-2 situation. Aha, then it's a deal. I'll immediately arrange for the company's legal department to draft a consultant framework contract. Yes, Lin Hao has also been on the job and knows that every expenditure of the company needs to be backed up by a contract. Obtaining Lin Hao's consent, Zhao Minman smiles like a flower as she is finally bound to Lin Hao. It would be logical to meet with Lin Hao in the future. Zhao Minman personally gave the order, and the legal department worked extremely efficiently, and before the two of them finished eating, the legal department had already sent a contract signing link. Lin Hao clicked on it and read it. Nothing major. It was probably Donghua Group hiring Lin Hao as the group's management consultant with an annual salary of $5 million. Lin Hao directly face recognition. Signing electronic contracts. Counselor Lin. It's an honor to have us as colleagues. Zhao Minman stretched out her green onion-rooted tender white palm. Lin Hao squeezed the surplus grip. I'm glad to be your colleague, President Zhao. Ha ha. Both were very happy. Counselor Lin. Can we arrange to solve the ghost problem of the Golden City project in the near future? Yes. Go tomorrow. The sooner the better when it comes to company production. Chapter 79, I Want a Fuller Body. When she returned home in the evening, she found Su Shui chattering with Xia Qing. The two women were chatting quite happily. Lin Hao and Su Shui both glanced at each other in unspoken agreement. Sister Su Shui, my husband is back. Why don't you go home? You shouldn't be working tomorrow weekend? Let's go shopping. Xia Qing had everything centered on Lin Hao, and she directly opened her mouth to drive Su Shui away, avoiding Su Shui from affecting Lin Hao's rest at home. Okay, Sister Tumblr. Contact tomorrow. Su Shui slanted a glance at Lin Hao, her eyes revealing reluctance, unwillingness, and resentment. Lin Hao smiled at him and didn't say anything. Su Shui had just left when Lin Hao received another message from Su Shelwei on his cell phone. The content of the message was the standard daily dog-licking talk, and recently Lin Hao had been receiving messages from Su Shelwei every day. Lin Hao would only reply briefly, and today, in front of his wife, Lin Hao didn't want to bother. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't reply to the message, Xia Qing grabbed the phone and replied for Lin Hao. Hubby, don't let people down. Let me reply for you. What kind of wife is there like you? Helping your husband chase women. Lin Hao laughed and cursed. There was nothing he could do about it. This Xia Qing just liked to help himself with his womanizing, causing him to get busy. Xia Qing sighed after returning Su Shelwei's message. Hubby, I suddenly realized that all the women who have dreamed of you in their dreams have a crush on you. If you marry all 4 of these women later, and the 4 women compete with me for favor, what about this? Oh, what nonsense are you talking about, little ninny? Believe it or not, I'll beat your little ass. Lin Hao pretended to be angry on his face, but his heart was thumping. 1 female ghost wife, and then 4 more stunningly beautiful wives as wives. What kind of divine experience is this? Modern man would not even dare to think of this, but it seems like there is a chance to realize it in himself. Xia Qing smiled and escaped Lin Hao's salty hand. If you don't take away their vegetarian bodies, they will be found and violently seized by Jiang Wentai, causing them to die by draining their essence and blood. Even if Jiang Wentai can't find them, sooner or later they'll be found by other ghosts, and at that time, they'll die even worse. At this time, Xia Qing finally told Lin Hao about the situation of saving someone's life. In fact, Lin Hao had long guessed that it was for these reasons. Also, even if you take away their Yuan Yin and lose the most important role, they are still vegetarian bodies and will still be targeted by the evil night ghosts. So, husband, you'll have to protect them for the rest of their lives. Think of it this way, do you feel at a loss, husband? Lin Hao gave Xia Qing a blank look. Does your husband look like the irresponsible type? I've always ostracized them. In fact, because I'm afraid you'll be wronged. Now that you've figured it out, hubby will find a way to make them your sisters. Hubby is so nice. Oh, so it is. Aha! After Xia Chang and Lin Hao washed up together, Lin Hao carried her to bed. Honey, I'm still wondering why the two of us can't double cultivate. That's for sure. I'm a ghost and you're a human. I cultivate ghost chi and you cultivate Taoist air. These are 2 completely different things. Xia Qing's words woke Lin Hao up. Lin Hao immediately moved his thoughts and 2 Lin Hao appeared in the room. One Lin Hao sat at the head of the bed, while the other floated in mid-air. Ah, hubby, you actually have an out-of-body experience. Xia Ting was shocked beyond words. Lin Hao Qi said, is it very difficult to get out of the body? I do think it's not easy, and I've kept the ability a personal killer level secret, but it's not that rare, is it? That's why I never told you. Ouch, my silly husband, don't you know that since ancient times, human souls going out of body has become legendary? You are arguably the first case in 10,000 years of mankind. Is this hard? I didn't feel it was that hard. It came naturally. Even though Lin Hao said this, he was astonished in his heart. It seemed that he hadn't paid enough attention to this ability, and in the future, He would have to step up the development of this ability to make it a real killer. My lovely in-between husband. I don't know how many people will want to smack you when you say that. Humph. I don't want flat. I want plump. Lin Hao's soul body floating in midair pierced right through Xia Qing's body like a sword. In an instant, the entire room was enveloped by 2 strands of dark gray fog, becoming gloomy and pandemonious. In this kind of environment, if an ordinary person was unfortunate enough to intrude, he or she would surely be instantly attacked by Yin Qi and die. Meanwhile, next door, Su Shui's ears were pressed against the wall, her throat squirming and her body burning. She eavesdropped for half a day, but there was no sound from next door. Ugh, what's wrong with me? I actually went and eavesdropped on my stinky brother's married life? How did I become so perverted? Su Shui snapped and slapped herself in the face. She didn't even know how she got like this. Alas, stinky brother, you can cause my sister to suffer. If not for you, my sister is alone to work peacefully and live a quiet life. Then how can you suffer from lovesickness? No wonder. In ancient and modern times, lovesickness is the most torturous. Su Shui woke herself up and went back to bed, falling asleep after half a day of twisting around the covers. The next day, Lin Hao and Xia Qing ended their night of soul communication. Lin Hao's divine soul returned to his physical body, and Xia Qing changed back to her humanoid shape. One person and one ghost, eating breakfast while summarizing last night's cultivation. There was no doubt that they had all gained countless benefits from this night's soul exchange. Xia Qing's ghost body had become purer, and Lin Hao's soul body had strengthened quite a bit. At about the same time, Lin Hao went out and met up with Min Manzhao. Today, they're going to the Golden City to solve the problem of ghosts. The one driving the car is Zhou Minman. She had a dedicated driver, but she didn't let him drive. When she was with Lin Hao, she didn't want a third person to disturb their world. Lin Hao, I'll probably tell you about the Golden City situation. Yes, you'd better inform me of what you know about the causes and consequences, as well as the problems you're experiencing now. Ghosts don't usually kill one batch and immediately come back for a second. Even if a second batch was to come, there would need to be ghosts who first realized that this place was suitable for ghosts to survive before they would slowly gather a batch. And according to Zhou Minman's description, the ones here are very odd, exterminating one group tonight and continuing to come back the next night. In some cases, even more ferocious ghosts would come. In one of them, a powerful exorcist came and destroyed several waves of ghosts in a row. As a result, the exorcist died inexplicably one night. Just because after this incident, no more exorcists dared to take on the exorcism tasks of the Golden City project. Chapter 80, Becoming a Real Fangirl. Lin Hao knew relatively more about the ghost race than anyone else. Based on this situation, Lin Hao believes that the problem of ghostly infestation in the Golden City project is not simply a matter of wild ghosts occupying the nest. Rather, it's organized in purposeful ghostbusting, even revenge. After listening to Lin Hao's analysis, Zhao Minman's mind began to flash, recalling the obstacles encountered at various stages of the Golden City project. But the process of acquiring land, planning and designing, earthworks, etc., went very smoothly and left no loose ends. By the way, there's a site of regional power here called the Ginger Group, ostensibly a regular company that does commercial bars and other entertainment industries. In fact, secretly, this group controls the underground forces in this area. Zhou Minman suddenly thought of such a thing. The Ginger Group? Do you have any conflicts with them? Lin Hao's heart thumped. It couldn't be that guy Jiang Wentai, could it? But it shouldn't matter, should it? Jiang Wentai, the old boss of the Jiang Group, and I have a good relationship, and he has been courting me all along, so he shouldn't be able to find so many severe ghosts to target me. And those severe ghosts are more powerful than one wave. If Jiang Wentai has the skill of being able to find the night ghost to do his job for him, it would be very easy for him to take me down. He didn't even need to go through all that trouble to discuss the East China group of companies with his construction project. Alright, I understand. If those are the only conflicting points, then I have it in my mind. Lin Hao already had a judgment in his mind about this project's ghost problem. No need to think any further. Basically, it's been determined that it's really Kong Mante, the evil spirit, who's behind this. It's normal that Zhou Minman can't understand Kong Mante's behavior with a normal human mindset. Lin Hao, however, was already 100% certain that it was this Jiang Wentai guy who was up to no good. Jiang Wentai, this guy is also considered a tragedy. Chasing a woman, all kinds of means used up, but also did not catch up. Instead, he was easily taken down by his own female ghost wife in the form of a dream. If Kong Wentai knew that it was so easy for him to intercept his 3 women, he would have exploded with anger. So yes, there is nothing difficult under the sun. It's just a matter of whether you can think of something that no one else can think of and is unexpected. That seems like a smart way to look at one's female ghost wife. Lin Hao inwardly gave Xia Cheng a big nod. After the two of them checked into the hotel, Lin Hao went straight out of his soul and hid his physical body in the hotel's closet to avoid being disturbed. His soul condenses into a solid body and then finds Zhou Minman. Zhou Minman couldn't even realize that Lin Hao had changed body forms. Lin Hao did this because he was worried about running into Kong Mante himself right on the project. This was the first time Lin Hao had faced Jiang Wentai head-on, so he had to keep himself safe. In his soul body state, Lin Hao was also a proper ghost. If you are a ghost, you have the basic talents of the ghost race: ghosts hit the wall, ghosts on the body, the speed of the ghost race, and so on. Lin Hao knows them all. Lin Hao was looking at the speed of the ghost race. When he faces Kong Mante later, he can escape even if he can't win the fight. After all, Jiang Wentai's sphere had dominated the Tiangong War cemetery for hundreds of years, so Lin Hao couldn't be too careful. When she went during the day, Zhou Minman had to tag along and called all the security guards. Zhou Minman actually had no confidence in Lin Hao. She had spent a lot of money and hired a lot of capable people, but none of them had solved the problem of ghosts in the Golden City project. Even the last one, after destroying several waves of ghosts in a row, was still killed by the ghosts in retaliation. That's why Zhou Minman is very worried about Lin Hao's safety. A group of people trooped into the ghost-infested area. Everyone tensed up. These burly security guards wouldn't raise an eyebrow even if they were asked to go into battle with machetes. However, when faced with the ghosts, they were all nervous and their gazes were filled with fear. Not to mention Zhou Minman, a woman's natural fear of ghosts. But her Fortune 500 CEO even personally accompanied Lin Hao to risk her life. This group of security personnel are aware of the importance of Minmanshou. At this point, even if they were scared themselves, they had to layer up to protect Zhou Minman inside the crowd. Lin Hao naturally followed Zhou Minman to enjoy the treatment of being surrounded by 10,000 people. The group of security personnel, as well as program managers, were very surprised and envious at the same time. They were all guessing what Lin Hao's origin was. Surprisingly, it made the unparalleled status of the Zhao family's young lady pay so much attention to it. Seeing this situation, Lin Hao was very envious of Zhao Minman's casting skills. It was truly worthy of being the Zhao family's eldest miss, who could make so many people willingly sell their lives for her. This would be almost identical to the treatment of ancient sheriffs and princesses. Minman. In fact, ghosts and monsters are not mysterious or scary. They are also just a form of life. So I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Without waiting for Zhao Minman to agree, Lin Hao pinched his fingers and a wave of invisible qi entered Zhao Minman's eyes. This minor Taoist art of seeing ghosts is a universal art for all cultivators, and almost everyone knows it. For her part, Zhou Minman felt a cool aura that made her eyes very comfortable. I'm seeing ghosts here? Sure. Look at that corner. Zhao Minman followed the direction of Lin Hao's finger and really saw 5 stern ghosts floating over the patio. Geez, is that a ghost? It's really too ugly. Zhao Minman was very surprised and disgusted. She said, "This is nothing like the ghosts I've seen on TV. The ghosts on TV are scary but not disgusting. The look-alike ghosts here are disgusting." Ha! Zhao Minman's reaction was similar to Lin Hao's reaction at that time. Lin Hao then tells Zhou Minman after telling him how the ghost was formed and why it became like this. That's how Zhou Coco Man was able to get used to it. Can you deal with that many ghosts? I've seen these 5 ghosts are all very fierce. Much fiercer than any Sadako, painted lady ghost, or night ghost Shu. Zhou Minman's scalp tingled at the sight. The good thing is that the ghost race naturally does not like to act in the daytime, and generally do not go to mess with it. They will not attack humans in the daytime. Lin Hao, why don't we leave while they're not actively attacking? This project is a big deal. There's no need to fight for our lives. Although the Golden City project was important, it was not impossible for Donghua Group to give up. Lin Hao could naturally see that each of these 5 stern ghosts had the strength of the brat that he had killed that time he had gone with Su Shelwei inside her client's villa. But Lin Hao didn't think it was that impressive. You watch carefully. Lin Hao flicked his fingers 3 times in a row, and 3 dark yellow finger swords struck out in the direction of the stern ghost. Barely. 3 mournful ghostly screams that only Lin Hao and Zhao Minman could hear resounded through the patio. After the screams disappeared, the 3 struck stern ghosts turned into black soot and flew away. Even though the night ghost had lost its spirit, it was still on par with demonic beasts and monsters in terms of intelligence. The other 2 Li ghosts saw that their companions had been killed by Lin Hao in seconds. They fled in terror, turning into green smoke and fleeing in all directions. Lin Hao didn't go after them either. He had intended to keep the 2 stern ghosts to go back and report. Zhao Minman had witnessed Lin Hao snapping his fingers to kill the ghosts they considered invincible in seconds. She couldn't help but marvel at Lin Hao's true strength. She completely changed into Lin Hao's fangirl right at this instant. No wonder she had become addicted to this man after dreaming about him a few times. It turns out that this man really isn't an ordinary person. Minman Zhao was very grateful for her own intuition, which had kept her from missing Lin Hao. Zhao Minman once again looked at Lin Hao with admiration in her gaze. Chapter 81, Senior 6. Inside a commercial K owned by the Ginger Group. It's full of beautiful women. The quality of the commercial K princess alone is definitely at the top of the list in the country. At this point, it's not even open for the day. There are no guests in the Merchant K yet. Kong Man-tae called all the princesses of Shan K to accompany him to sing and have fun in the biggest box here. By this time Kong Wen-tai had recovered as good as new. His arm, which had been cut off by Lin Hao, had fully recovered with the help of the bonobo bigwigs in the ancient town of Huanglongxi. He also fell completely to the Japanese ghosts as a result. Love and death. Not drenching, not painful. How deep the feelings. Only then can be confessed. This is Kong Man-tae's favorite song. The princesses have seen it all and played and ate and sang. I don't know how long it took, but a ghost floated into the box. None of the princesses noticed. Only Kong Man-tae could see it. This ghost tells Kong Man-tae in ghost language what happened in the afternoon at the Golden City project. Zhang Wen-tai let out a furious curse. On the way to the Golden City, Zhang Wen-tai was very angry in his heart. Zhao Minman, that lousy let you go for the sake of Lin Hao's face. You still find people to kill my brother. Really don't know what to do. Tonight, let's get it over with. Since you've lost Urine, I'll use you as a cauldron and ruthlessly torture you to death. Also, Lin Hao, as powerful as you are, you can't possibly guard your woman's side every day, can you? Oh, I don't mind picking up broken shoes anymore. I'm going to make you feel the pain of losing a woman. 2. Kong Man-tae made up his mind viciously while flying. When he was almost at the Golden City project, Zhang Wen-tai's body shifted in mid-air, and he had changed his form back to his own ghost race appearance. Zhang Wen-tai's persona in his humanoid state. He still had to keep it to facilitate his business in the human world. At this time, Lin Hao had already turned into a ghost state and ambushed the Golden City for almost 3 hours. It was completely dark. While Lin Hao was bored of waiting, his ghostly eyes flashed green and he realized that 2 ghosts had come. One of the ghosts Lin Hao recognized was the one whose arm had been cut off by himself in Honolulu. Ha! Stepping through the iron shoes and finding a place to get it is not at all difficult. I've long wanted to catch you and ask what's going on. Bear. Without saying a word, Lin Hao shot a Qingqing evil breaking spell directly into Zhang Wen-tai's body. Ow! Zhang Wen-tai inexplicably suffered severe pain all over his body, and his brain did not know how to think in that chaotic moment. When he came to his senses again, his ghostly neck had been choked to death by Lin Hao. Lin Hao, how could it be you? When Zhang Wen-tai saw Lin Hao clearly, his dead soul flared up and his ghostly body shivered from extreme fear. Not only was his brain briefly disconnected after he was struck by the Qingqing evil breaking curse, even the large amount of ghost chi inside his body was mostly depleted from resisting the Qingqing evil breaking spell. Coupled with his heartfelt fear of Lin Hao, Zhang Wen-tai basically lost his ability to resist in this situation. Meanwhile, Zhang Wen-tai was about to be suffocated by Lin Hao to the point where he wanted to die. A great expert like Lin Hao could take out his own people with a lift of his hand. So why was he still hiding here to fish for law enforcement and sneak up on him? It's almost like a senior-old 6. When Lin Hao saw that this stern ghost was actually cognizant of himself, he frowned slightly and asked in great confusion, "How do you know my name?" He remembered that the last time he was in Honolulu, he didn't introduce himself and Su Shui hadn't told the other party. Kong Man-tae is crying. "Big brother, I'm Kong Wen-tai, the one who gave you $10 million. Brother, can you spare me for the sake of us once knowing each other?" Kong Man-tae only has to play the emotional card. "Kong Wen-tai? You're ing Kong Wen-tai." Lin Hao was also startled when he heard these 3 words, and almost threw the stern ghost in his hand as far away as he could because of these 3 words. Zhang Wen-tai. "Yeah, big brother. I'm just Kong Man-tae. I'm a ghost. And this current form is the real me. Oh, you're so ugly. So ugly. No wonder no woman likes you." Lin Hao couldn't help but bring up Zhang Wen-tai for serious observation. Kong Man-tai was called an ugly ghost and had salt rubbed into his wounds, but he didn't dare to retort. "Yes, I'm the ugly ghost, so there's no big conflict between the 2 of us. Why don't you be generous and let me go? I will never dare to appear beside you again and defile your eyes." "Oh, it's okay to let you off the hook, as long as you answer me honestly." No problem. Ask whatever you want, big brother. There's nothing I can't say." Surprisingly, there was really a hope of survival, and Zhang Wen-tai bubbled with a strong desire to live. Lin Hao was satisfied with Zhang Wen-tai's performance. This was a ghost that knew what to do. "Are you in the late ghost spirit stage cultivation?" When he asked this, Lin Hao had already used his ghost power to invade Zhang Wen-tai's body to check it out, and by asking this, he was once again confirming it to Zhang Wen-tai. Zhang Wen-tai didn't have anything to hide and immediately said, "I am indeed the late ghost spirit cultivation stage, and it's the kind that's just short of a critical foot to break through. You are Xia Qing's husband." Surely you know that ghostly old man Xiaogang's gong method has a big problem, and you need a vegetalian body Yuan to break through the realm. Just this one thing, it's killing me. Alas, I don't know where this ghostly old man found the technique. In fact, Lin Hao realized later that guy Xiaogang only had one copy of the Yin Yang True Scripture. Xiaogang's own cultivation technique was magically altered from within the Yin Yang True Scripture. Xiaogang didn't have much talent, just because he had read so many books over the years. And feats are not something you can create on your own just because you read a lot of books. That's why some strange breakthrough conditions existed in the feats he created himself. Of course, Xiaogang was able to combine the Yin Yang True Scripture to magically alter a ghost cultivation technique, and to be able to make it this far was already very impressive. Lin Hao could now fully cultivate the Yin Yang True Scripture, and he decided to study it. When the time came, he would inform Xiaogang of his cultivation experience, so that Xiaogang could perfect his gongfu, help him to truly create a gongfu that can be practiced by the ghost race. Thinking of Xiaogang's kindness to himself, Lin Hao was very dissatisfied with Jiang Wentai calling him Ghost Old Man on the left and Ghost Old Man on the right. Have you no respect for your master? Lin Hao slapped Jiang Wentai on the head, which hurt so much that Jiang Wentai directly begged for forgiveness, saying that he would never dare again. After Jiang Wentai was completely honest, Lin Hao then asked, "Is the strength of a late ghost spirit at your level? I feel it's too trashy." Chapter 82 Breaking with the Huaxia clan. Kong Wentai rolled his eyes at the words and inwardly exclaimed that Lin Hao was specifically insulting ghosts. Don't you know your own strength? LOL, bigots are like that. They all like to pretend. So play nice with it. Big brother, my strength really isn't weak. You know, my master Xiaogang is a ghost genius. His ghost cultivation technique is almost unbeatable in the same class even though it's hard to break through. It's just that my master is an upright ghost. Originally a gloomy ghost clan. He had to go and practice the great sword art of opening and closing. Master, he once took me, in human form, to join the great swords during the war years. It was very imposing to cut down the Japanese when you saw them and destroy the ghosts when you saw them. I, a ghost, although I have done all the bad things and do not agree with my master's cultivation of Yin attribute ghosts into masculine ghosts, I am not at all ambiguous in front of the national righteousness. I followed my master and also killed countless Japanese invaders. Those were the happiest and most enjoyable days of my life. Kong Mante had a reminiscent look on his face. Lin Hao secretly nodded his head on the surface in a very appreciative manner, but in reality, he was laughing coldly inwardly. He didn't bother Kong Wentai and asked him to continue. So, you'll see, Master is very fond of this righteous and domineering stuff. However, righteousness and dominance were not suitable for the ghost race to cultivate arts, and I followed the ghost race's own characteristics and practiced the pottery jar ghost baby technique. And when I finished, I pressed my master to fight. Not only did I press my master to fight, but I was also able to go several rounds against the Japanese ghost boss of the ancient city of Huanglongxi. You should know that the boss of Huanglongxi ancient city, Akita Neodachi, is a mid-range ghost cultivator. It was recognized that the ghost race almost pressed humans at the same level, so the true strength of the autumn straight dogs could fight against the late stage of the human Taoist founder and the late stage of the Buddhist venerable. By the way, big brother, I'll tell you a secret. There's a nest of bonobo ghosts hiding inside the ancient city of Huanglongxi. The Japanese invaders are my Chinese enemy, and I have always hated them to the bone, wishing to peel their skin and eat their flesh. In order to survive, Jiang Wentai spoke like a bamboo tube without leaving a bottom, telling Lin Hao everything he knew. After listening to what Jiang Wentai said, Lin Hao combined it with what he had obtained from the Tao sect. He has mapped out the situation. The Yin Yang True Scripture he practiced was perhaps a technique that strayed from the Taoist power system. It simply could not be measured in terms of the realms of Taoist disciples, Feng Shi, and real people of the Taoist sect. However, Lin Hao practiced the Qingcheng school's natural Dan Dao taught by Zhang Daoling, which was an authentic Taoist power system gongfu. He could still use the Tao sect power system to measure his cultivation progress. In terms of strength, it is far superior to its peers, and even has the ability to cross the line of challenge. Lin Hao's grasp of his situation was becoming clearer and clearer. Huanglongxi Ancient City Youth Challenge. Lin Hao had to participate. This was the perfect opportunity to verify the true strength of the Yin Yang True Scripture. In addition, from Jiang Wentai's message, Lin Hao heard the words Huanglongxi Ancient City. Moreover, Jiang Wentai was very familiar with the situation in the ancient city of Huanglongxi. Lin Hao followed Jiang Wentai's words and continued to cross-examine. We cultivators happen to be organizing a ghost exorcism youth tournament recently, and it will be held in the ancient city of Huanglongxi. It's a 2-for-1 thing to exercise our young cultivators and destroy the Japanese ghosts at the same time. Since you know about the Huanglongxi ancient city, tell us about the ghost race's entrenchment. Lin Hao knows that Kong Wentai is trying to lure Lin Hao into a trap, but he pretends not to know and will take the trick. Jiang Wentai must not have imagined that when Xia Qing had nothing to do, she had long ago told Lin Hao in detail about every major and minor event in her grandfather's life. Xia just joined the daggers back in the day did bring Xia Qing and Jiang Wentai with him, but Kong Mante can never do it by saying that he hates the Japanese with a passion. This Jiang Wentai typical egoist, when he did not go to be a traitor is the biggest contribution he made to the Chinese race. Jiang Wentai doesn't know that he's already revealed his footsteps, and he still has his heart set on trying to ensnare Lin Hao. Human cultivators openly accepted applications inside the forums, while Kong Wentai had long been hiding and mixing with the human world. He basically scopes out the more publicized events that happen in the circle of human cultivators. So he had just verified that Lin Hao was indeed very concerned about the Yellow Dragon Stream ancient city by mentioning it. Lin Hao was a hidden expert among human cultivators, more or less involved in the Yellow Dragon Creek Old Town Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. This gives Kong Mante a chance to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Big brother, is what you said true? Are human cultivators really going to make a move to remove the Japanese ghosts from Huanglongxi ancient city? Jiang Wentai was under Lin Hao's control, and when he heard that he was going to exterminate the Japanese ghosts, he was so excited that he was trembling. Oh, of course it is, so the more detailed you inform us, the more certain we are. Big brother, to clear out the Japanese ghosts, please make sure you count me in. I don't want a name. I just want to contribute a part of what I can contribute. I've now infiltrated them and am deeply trusted by the Japanese ghost boss, Autumn Neodoga. I would like to volunteer myself as an insider, so that when the human cultivators attack the ancient city, we'll combine inside and outside and wipe out the damnable Japanese ghosts in one fell swoop. No problem, count you in. Lin Hao nodded his head in agreement. You can tell me about the interior of Huanglongxi ancient city first. Okay, I will immediately give you a clear explanation one by one. If the content is false, I will be struck by heaven and die without a burial place. Jiang Wentai gambled and swore, aiming to win over Lin Hao. He hadn't intended to hide anything anyway. Death to the poor is not death to the friend. The death of the Japanese ghosts has nothing to do with him. Lin Hao also felt that it was almost time, so he loosened the eagle claws clamped around Jiang Wentai's neck as a reward for him. Jiang Wentai was free, his body was soothed, and for a split second, he couldn't wait to run away immediately, escape from the nightmare hand of Lin Hao. But he knew there was no escape. He could only inform Lin Hao in detail about what he knew about the ancient city. Hearing this, Lin Hao had a plan in mind and made an appointment with Jiang Wentai to attack the Japanese ghosts from the inside and from the outside. At about the same time, Lin Hao let Kong Mante go. Jiang Wentai returned to his office, and he still had palpitations. At the same time, he was proud of his wit. He knew in his heart that his own initiative to defect just now was bound to make Lin Hao suspicious. But it doesn't matter. That's the yang he's using. He is taking advantage of the fact that Lin Hao can't refuse the insider information of Huanglongxi ancient city in a hurry. And he can't refuse the temptation of having an insider who has the inside track on the inside and the outside. Ha ha, old me finally has a chance to take revenge. This time, I'm going to let you know the grave consequences of bullying me. Jiang Wentai. Kong Mante was very sure of himself. As powerful as Lin Hao was, he couldn't possibly defeat Autumn Straight Dog. Autumn Neodachi's true cultivation level was not the mid-ghost pawn stage he had just mentioned, but the late ghost pawn stage. Also, the Autumn Straight Dogs gather thousands of ghostly creatures and drill them day and night. They are not wandering soldiers. Since Lord Autumn dares to go deep into the Rong City region alone, he must have something to fall back on. Silly thing, just make up a random favor for you and you can't help but fall for it. From this night onwards, I officially break with the Huaxia clan. Chapter 83, Ghost Race Trader. Jiang Wentai came out from inside the office and physically floated towards a food processing plant in the north of the city. This place was located in the middle of nowhere, far away from the main city, so basically not many people would come here during the week. The so-called food processing plant has not been started for a long time and has been under construction in a rotten state. Locals believe that it is the lack of funds from the investor owner, Jiang Group. That is why the plan to build the food processing plant has been suspended. Jiang Wentai did not hesitate to dive into the food factory when he arrived here. What he didn't know was that in the distance, there was also a ghost that was born to hide its breath hanging far behind Jiang Wentai. This ghost was the embodiment of Lin Hao's soul. Another innate skill of ghostly creatures is to change forms. Of course, changing forms will continue to consume ghost energy. No ordinary wandering soul could have transformed himself into another form for a long time. Lin Hao drifted into the food factory about the same time. As soon as he entered the factory this time, he was shocked by what was going on inside. Oh, my god! Inside are densely packed with ghosts. At a glance, floating in midair inside the house, on the ground, all are ghosts. Lin Hao visually estimated the number, which was at least 10,000 ghosts or more. Ghostly eyes flashed and ghostly cries whispered. Lin Hao was as if he had come to hell. He was inside the group of ghosts, keeping the same rhythm as the other ghosts, constantly weaving in and out, trying to find Kong Wentai, but there are just too many ghosts. Most of them are wearing dark-colored birthday suits, and only a few ghosts are still wearing their pre-mortem attire because of the different ways they died. These ghosts were all kinds of strange. Most of them were very ugly. Of course, there were also individual beautiful ghosts, but Lin Hao wasn't interested. Brother, what's going on here? Why are so many ghosts gathering? Lin Hao couldn't find Jiang Wentai after searching for half a day. He only picked one of the more honest-looking ghosts to question. Well, don't you know? Lord Kong has gathered us together to take us to another place to survive. Where is it going? I came along in a daze, not sure of the situation. Who knows where to go? But what does it matter where it goes? We just need to follow Lord Jiang and avoid being beaten and killed by humans. Just as this ghost had said, the ghost race now belonged to the street rats in the eyes of humans, and everyone was shouting at them. Not only did the cultivators have to fight and kill them, but even ordinary humans, to a greater or lesser extent, carried ghost-repelling objects on their bodies. Not to mention the fact that homes, with their various door gods, Buddha statues, etc., are very unfriendly to ordinary wandering souls. This led to an extremely scarce survival space for the ghost race. This ghost didn't really want to communicate with Lin Hao, and after he said a few words, he drifted into the group of ghosts and disappeared. Lin Hao also knew that ordinary ghosts were similar to himself and knew very limited information. There is little point in asking again. It was at this time that the ghost group began to move quickly in one direction. Lin Hao didn't care, and followed the ghost group as they drifted in mid-air in great numbers. In the darkness of the night, the light became dimmer wherever the ghosts went. About half an hour in, Lin Hao suddenly felt that his surroundings were familiar. He took a serious look. Isn't this the ancient city of Huanglongxi? By this point, the ghosts were moving slower, and Lin Hao slowly squeezed his way to the front and finally saw Jiang Wentai. Kong Wentai was currently dealing with a ghostly creature wearing the uniform of a Japanese army battalion commander. Almost a minute later, Jiang Wentai drifted towards the interior of the ancient city, while the Japanese battalion commander drifted over to Lin Hao's side with a few Japanese soldiers. A few of you will collect this group of Chinese ghosts and remember not to let them gather together. Break them up and integrate them into our imperial army. Understood? Understood. A few Japanese soldiers began to count the people. Lin Hao then realized that Jiang Wentai had completely collaborated with the enemy, and had also packed up all of his ghostly minions and given them to the Japanese ghosts. Lin Hao watched with righteous indignation, but he didn't act rashly. He held back his anger to follow the command of the Japanese soldiers, scattering in handfuls and being taken away by one of them. Lin Hao was brought to the ancient city's lakeside plaza by a Japanese ghost. 50 to 60,000 Japanese ghosts had already gathered here, and they were all dressed in the uniforms of the Japanese soldiers. Lin Hao was also quickly issued a Japanese soldier's uniform made of paper. He wore it on his body as required along with the dozen or so Chinese ghosts he brought along with him. When the paper-made bonobo uniform falls into the ghost body, it transforms into a tailor-made costume. Humph. These bonobo uniform ties must have been produced by a commoner's factory in Rongqing. It's 2023, and there are still people who help the Japanese produce paper-tied uniforms for the sake of some petty gains. Make sure you are found, revoke their production credentials, and have a ghost scare them for 3 days and nights. Lin Hao was very angry about this. After Lin Hao and the new ghosts changed their clothes, they were taken to a square formation by the Japanese soldiers. After 10 minutes of preparation, the 60,000 or so bonobos at the lake began to function. Lin Hao was surprised to see this. On Jiang Wentai's side, he was led by the Japanese soldiers into a spacious wooden house in the ancient city. In the center of the cabin sits a stocky, male ghost in a light green Japanese soldier's uniform. The male ghost looked like he died in his 40s. His body was wrapped in a military uniform, so you couldn't tell what he looked like, but his neck and face were in a state where some rotting flesh was hanging. Everywhere else is bone molded. Look carefully, this bonobo skull has a perforation. From this, it was judged that this was a Japanese general who had recovered his memories of his previous life after being killed on the battlefield and his body had decayed. Bun Taikuan, welcome to the great imperial army. I've been waiting for you here with impatience. Naodog Akita was all smiles and very enthusiastic about Kong Mante. This is a typical Japanese way of treating people. Thank you, Lord Akita. Not only did you heal my sword wound, but you were willing to take in my suffering Oni. Your kindness to us will never be forgotten. Jiang Wentai's mood was very excited at the moment, and he had long had the intention of joining the Japanese ghosts in the ancient city of Huanglongxi. It is only out of the last shred of national conscience in my heart that I have not made up my mind. This time, under Lin Hao's coercion, he finally decided to, officially, integrate into the bonobo ghost clan. Don't worry, Wen Taikuan, Our Great Harvest Nation's culture is the most tolerant, and we will treat the Chinese ghosts you brought with you as if they were our own family members. The two ghosts hypocritized each other after half a day. Kong Mante mentioned business. Lord Akita, do you have any plans for the Chinese cultivation community to target us for elimination this time? There's no need for Jun Wentai to worry about this. This siege of us by the cultivation world is not one of our plans to exterminate the green? Akita-sama, at the risk of asking, what do you mean by that? I didn't catch it. Kong Mante's eyes dropped in shock at Akita Naodog's comment. Of course you don't have to tell me if you don't feel comfortable. Jiang Wentai hastily added. When Taikuan brought us 10,000 ghost soldiers. It's very important to us. Your contribution is very great. I consider Moon Taikuan as one of my own from the bottom of my heart. So there's no harm in telling you. But before I tell you, you must complete the ritual of joining my Great Harvest Nation. My indispensable rule. It's natural. Kong Mante was very moved. Please arrange the ceremony. Lord Akita. Kong Mante willingly joined the Great Harvest Nation, and he naturally accepted the procedures that were due. However, when Kong Mante listened to Akita Naodachi's ceremony, his face changed dramatically. Chapter 84, The Faithful Akita Dog. It turns out that what Naodog Akita said about joining the Great Harvest Nation ceremony was that it required Kong Mante to let go of his mind. A control imprint was planted in his ghost brain and consciousness by Akita Naodon using a technique that controls the mind and spirit of the human heart. After this control mark was planted, Kong Mante became a complete slave to Akita Naodog. Oh, it seems that Buntaikuan is not ready to join my Great Harvest Nation. It didn't matter that Naodog Akita wasn't rushing, because the 10,000 ghost soldiers that Jiang Wentai had brought with him had been broken up and mixed into his own ghost army. If Jiang Wentai were to back out, it would never be possible to take his 10,000 ghost soldiers with him, and uncontrolled ghost cultivators are something Naodog Akita would rather not have. Jiang Wentai's ghostly face became very ugly at this time, and his inner ghostly chi churned. He watched as he was counted out by Naodachi Akita, but there was nothing he could do about it. Kong Mante hated 1,000 times that he shouldn't have believed any of the Japanese ghost's words. At this time, Jiang Wentai had only two choices. One is to admit defeat, give up their 10,000 ghost soldiers, so far alone, everything back to the liberation of the former, starting from zero. But one already knows some of Naodog Akita's plans, and would the despicable Akita Naodachi in front of him be relieved to let himself go in peace? It's very unlikely. The second option, that is to let go of your mind and be controlled by Naodog Akita and become Naodog Akita's Real Dog. Thoroughly gain the trust of Akita Naodog. Jiang Wentai was caught in a dilemma at this point, half unable to make a decision and not knowing how to open his mouth to communicate with Akita Naodagu. And there was no rush for Naodog Akita as he put his arm around a nearby female ghost in a woad dress and groped her, completely treating Kong Mante like air. After Jiang Wentai's celestial battle several times, he gritted his teeth. Lord Akita, I have a life and death enemy who has taken my wife and provoked my relationship with my division. He also cut off my arm and terrorized me on several occasions. My hatred for him is incommensurable. He treated me so well, but I dared not show any dissatisfaction in front of him. This time, he should also be participating in the Exorcist Youth Training Competition, and I want to ask Lord Akita to avenge me. Naodog Akita let go of the female ghost and sat up straight again to look at Kong Mante. What is the name of your life and death enemy? What sect? What cultivation? His name is Lin Hao and he belongs to the Qingqing sect. I can't see through his cultivation. I guess he should be a Fengshi stage cultivator. After all, the Buddhist Taoist Alliance has restrictions on the participants of the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition. The Taoist sect only has the Taoist apprentice stage and the founder stage allowed to participate, and the Buddhist sect only has the walkers and venerable masters allowed to participate. If that's the case, Buntaikuan can rest assured that at this stage, I, Naodog Akita, am invincible. I'm going to kill Lin Hao as easy as crushing an ant. Your enemy, Lin Hao. Let me help you out. As long as he dares to enter Huanglongxi ancient city, I'll let him have no return. Well, I would also like to ask Lord Akita to hold a ceremony for me to join the Great Harvest Nation. Kong Mante knelt very dryly in front of Naodog Akita. Your Chinese race has an old saying that those who recognize the time are also the best. When Taikuan is the one who recognizes the time, you will surely become one of the great generals of my Great Harvest Ghost Clan. Naodog Akita laughed loudly and pressed one hand on the top of Jiang Wentai's head as a black aura invaded Jiang Wentai's body. After about a few minutes, the ceremony was complete, and Kong Mante was completely one of Akita Naoko's dogs. Lord Akita, I just heard you say that this Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament seems to be a ploy arranged by our Great Harvest Ghost Clan. What's going on here? Please explain. At this moment, Jiang Wentai completely thought of himself as a Japanese ghost. Naodog Akita is also true to his word and tells Kong Mante the reason for what happened. As it turns out, there are already important figures in the Buddhist-Taoist alliance who have been turned by the Japanese ghosts. Who exactly? Naodog Akita will certainly not say. The original Buddha-Taoist alliance conference was not planned to be held in Rongqing. Moreover, it was not initially the first symbolic beginning of the exorcism order with the organization of the Exorcism Youth Tournament. However, with the good offices of this important person, the Buddhist and Taoist alliance set the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament at the ancient city of Huanglongxi in Rongqing. Its purpose, naturally, was to carry out the Japanese ghosts' plan to exterminate the youth against human cultivators. The purpose of the Japanese ghosts' plan to exterminate the youth was to eliminate the young human cultivators. Let there be a break in human cultivators, thus weakening the human cultivation community. In short, that is, this ghost exorcising youth tournament of the Buddhist-Taoist alliance has fallen into the trap of the Japanese ghosts' plan to exterminate the youth. Lord Akita, I didn't expect that our Great Harvest Ghost Clan would have such a strategic ghost talent, that it would trick the human Buddha-Dao alliance into fooling them. Seeing the human cultivators suffer, Jiang Wentai was happy from the bottom of his heart. Naodog Akita also admires the executives who control the whole situation behind the scenes. He was very proud of himself. It's not just that I've hidden my cultivation in this, there's also a great killer. Even if a cultivator higher than a founder or higher than a Zuni comes, they'll all have to shed a layer of skin. Of course, this is a secret killer. And even if Buntai-kun is already a member of the Great Harvest Clan, I can't reveal any more to you. Please forgive me. Buntai-kun. Ha ha, it's fine. It's fine. As long as I can kill my enemy Lin Hao. Don't worry. We have investigated the Qingqing sect. It's just a garbage sect. Those who come out of this kind of sect can't be any more powerful. Just wait in peace for that enemy of yours to kneel and tremble before you. Thank you, Lord Akita. Jiang Wentai felt at this moment that he had made the very right decision to join the Great Harvest Ghost Clan. The Great Harvest Ghost Clan was the same as what he had known before. Treating people with humility and courtesy is a beacon of civilization for the ghost race. Wentai-kun, I heard you say earlier that your cultivation breakthrough required you to take the yuan-yin of a woman with a vegetarian-yin body, which caused you to delay your breakthrough, didn't it? Yes, Lord Akita. The women I had prepared were all cut off by Lin Hao. Jiang Wentai's heart was suffocated, angry, and resentful at the mention of this. He couldn't wait to eat Lin Hao's flesh and drink his blood. Seeing Kong Mante in such a state, Akita Naodachi laughed and threw over a book. For this situation of yours, I'll help you find a gongfu. Perhaps you can use this gongfu to break through in a different way. Akita Naodachi was very knowledgeable about the imperial court, and by granting Kong Mante favors at this time, he could make Kong Mante submit completely from the inside. Sure enough, after Jiang Wentai flipped over the gongfu and read it, his entire ghost trembled with excitement. Really? This method can really allow me to replace the blood and flesh of women in the vegetative-yin body with their yuan-yin by seizing their blood and flesh. Jiang Wentai was unable to express his feelings in words at this point. It's really a dark place. Akita-sama, you are truly my recreated benefactor. From this moment on, I am one of your faithful Akita dogs. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Kong Mante knelt down and kept kowtowing to Akita Naodoga in a show of loyalty. Ha ha ha, Naodog Akita lets out a loud, uncontrollable laugh. By this time, it was almost dawn, and the Japanese army in the ancient city of Huanglongxi was about to go into daytime rest. Chapter 85, Are you a masochist? Lin Hao's soul body took the opportunity of the ghost's dissolution to quietly return to his physical body. Inside the hotel room closet, Lin Hao opened his eyes and pushed open the closet door to appear in the bedroom. It was getting light, so Lin Hao simply stopped sleeping. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to his wife's female ghost, Xia Ting, for a while. Mutual good mornings and a bit of love in the language. Next, Lin Hao called his senior brother Wang Tao to inform him that he had already enrolled him in this Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. Tell him to prepare well and join together when the time comes. Wang Tao had wanted to participate in this Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament, only that his master Zhang Daoling had not allowed him to sign up. The reason for this is that both Wang Tao and Lin Hao are too low in cultivation to kill a few ghosts if they go, and it could really become a liability for human cultivators. Inviting jokes for the castle school. These reasons were not a big deal to Zhang Daoling, and he could still live by his resourcefulness. Zhang Daoling's real concern was that he was afraid that Lin Hao and Wang Tao would meet Wu Junying from Longhu Mountain. Wu Junying has a very strong influence in the younger generation of the Taoist sect. He could let Lin Hao die quietly in the match, and Zhang Daoling wouldn't be able to find any evidence yet. Now, Lin Hao asked Wang Tao to sign up. Wang Tao had Lin Hao behind him, so he could enroll without informing his master, Zhang Daoling. Wang Tao knew very clearly that although Zhang Daoling was a master, he was really inferior to himself as a senior brother in terms of handling the world. It was also true that since Lin Hao had joined the Qingqing sect, Lin Hao's decisions were the Qingqing sect's decisions. Zhang Daoling's objections were all invalid. Lin Hao got up and washed up, then went to knock on the door of Zhao Minman's room in the next room. The two met for breakfast. When Lin Hao told Zhao Minman that the ghost infestation on this side was basically solved, and that if there were any more ghosts disrupting production in the future, he could just be notified at any time. Zhao Minman trusted Lin Hao 100% at this point. Immediate scheduling of project leaders and full construction. After returning home, Lin Hao and Xia Qing talked affectionately to each other for a while before sinking into cultivation. He was now just a foot away from breaking through to the mid-Taoist apprentice realm. Lin Hao decided to make a breakthrough just today. Meanwhile, Zhang Wentai has returned to Rongcheng. After weighing between Minman Zhao, Su Shui, and Su Xiaowei, he decides to start with Su Xiaowei, who is the dumbest and has the least background. Seizing Su Xiaowei's flesh and blood aided his cultivation realm breakthrough. After making his decision, Kong Mante calls Su Xiaowei, but after calling several times, Su Xiaowei simply hung up. This infuriated Kong Wentai so much that he almost slammed the phone. But for the sake of the cultivation breakthrough, Zhang Wentai just had to grit his teeth and continue to be a licking dog and make phone calls. Su Xiaowei is off today and she's been asking Lin Hao out. Wanted to hang out with Lin Hao, but she's in a similar situation to Kong Mante. Su Xiaowei dialed the phone several times in a row, but was hung up, and finally came straight to the shutdown. It wasn't Lin Hao who hung up, it was Xia Ting. Xia Qing was escorting Lin Hao's cultivation at the moment, and she wasn't in the mood to deal with anything else. The suffocation Su Xiaowei had received from Lin Hao here was about to burst her chest. At this time, Kong Man Take also keeps calling and harassing. Su Xiaowei couldn't bear it and picked up the phone and cursed. Zhang Wentai, are you a licking dog? You dead licking dog. Can I trouble you to go do some business and not bother me? Okay? Kong Mante on the other end of the phone was scolded before he could say anything. He was also so enraged that he almost couldn't strain his ghostly aura and directly transformed back into his original form on the street. Learning from humans, Kong Mante took a deep breath and mourned continuously in his heart. This woman is the key to my training. I have to endure. Just bear with it. All I need to do is make her learn simple basic feats and I can take her flesh and blood. Endure. It must be endured. Dead licking dog. Are you dumb? I told you to leave me alone. Did you hear me? Holler if you hear me. Dogs know to woof in response when they hear a voice. Dead licking dog. If you ever bother me again, I'll blackball you or even report you for harassment. With Jiang Wentai as her punching bag, Su Xiaowei lets loose with a torrent of curses. Using it to soothe the stifling boredom she gained at Lin Hao's place. After scolding Jiang Wentai, Su Xiaowei was in a much more comfortable mood. She felt it was almost time and was ready to hang up and stop paying attention to Kong Mante, the licking dog. Xiaowei, you and your boyfriend must have had a fight, right? You're not in a good mood, so just curse some more. I'm listening. Kong Mante forced a smile on his face and made a thoughtful state. He consoled himself with the thought that this must be because his earlier provocation of the relationship between Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei had worked. At this point in time, it is important to maintain the basic relationship with Su Xiaowei. This was because he still needed to have some interaction with Su Xiaowei, and he needed Su Xiaowei to actively cooperate. Jiang Wentai so humble. On the contrary, so that Su Xiaowei in the heart no longer scolded. She Jiang Wentai born a wave of sympathy. How can Kong Mante at this time and himself at this time not be the same kind of person? Su Xiaowei patiently said, Kong Mante, we're really not right for each other. What the hell are you calling about today? Let's talk about something. And don't contact each other after nothing, or I can't help but scold you again. Xiaowei, you can curse if you like. If you're not happy with cursing, you can come and beat me up. As long as you're happy, I'm willing. Are you a masochist? Nervous, aren't you? If you don't get to the point, I'm hanging up. Su Xiaowei's teeth sank as she listened. Xiaowei, I actually called today to give you a heads up. If you really like Lin Hao, I'll fulfill you as long as you live happily ever after. I have a way to help you chase Lin Hao. A way to get him back. What do you mean by that? Jiang Wentai's words confused Su Xiaowei. What's going on here? Kong Man Take says he's going to help him chase Lim Hawk. This is groundbreaking dog licking. Okay, Xiaowei, there are some things that can't be said inside the phone. Let's make an appointment at a tea house. I'll tell you in detail. Okay, you set the location and send me the location. The two arrived at the restaurant and Jiang Wentai Su Xiaowei ordered a steak, a pasta, and coffee. Su Xiaowei didn't want to take advantage of Jiang Wentai anymore and didn't move her knife and fork. As soon as she sat down, she asked directly, Kong Mante, now can you say what you meant by that statement on the phone? Xiaowei, do you really like Lin Hao that much? Jiang Wentai from an internal perspective. He really didn't understand what was so good about Lin Hao. Why were all these women so obsessed with him? Nonsense. If you hadn't said you had a way to help me chase Lin Hao. Otherwise I wouldn't even see you. Shall we? Don't be so desperate, okay? Instead of you being in love with Lin Hao, why don't you stay with me and I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Kang Man-taek does like Seo Hyo Hai and he still wants to make one last effort. If Su Xiaowei agreed to him and became his girlfriend, he would give up on taking Su Xiaowei's flesh and blood and instead shift his goal to other women. Chapter 86, quietly pulling out the top. Stunning everyone. Really, Kang Man-tae, I really don't know what to say about you. I'll reiterate to you for the last time, my attitude is clear. Even if Lin Hao doesn't want me, I won't choose you, because I don't feel anything for you. Please understand. Thank you. Jiang Wentai listened to Su Xiaowei's words and completely despaired, completely ceasing to have any illusions about Su Xiaowei. Since I can't get your heart, I'll get your person. Jiang Wentai's heart gradually became cold. Okay, then let's get down to business. Kang Wentai's expression became cold. Su Xiaowei also concentrated, wanting to hear what exactly Jiang Wentai could do to get Lin Hao back to her. Do you know why Lin Hao doesn't accept you anymore? Why? This was a problem that had plagued Su Xiaowei for a long time, and she just didn't know why. It's actually the class gap. Class gap? Lin Hao is a wage earner. I'm a wage earner too. What's the class gap? Is there a class gap between the two because he's a manager and I'm a junior employee? Su Xiaowei couldn't figure it out and became even more confused. Kang Wentai, just say what you have to say. Don't play dumb. See, this is the gap. You can't understand a word I say, and the result of Lin Hao communicating with you is the same. If it weren't for the fact that I like you, I wouldn't even bother to say a word to you. Jiang Wentai's sentence exasperated Su Xiaowei's face reddened. She opened her mouth to curse, but she was also deeply PUA by Jiang Wentai's sentence. Jiang Wentai's few words choked Su Xiaowei's anger a few times, and the suffocating feeling in his heart finally released some of it. However, Su Xiaowei was still useful and needed Su Xiaowei's cooperation in learning simple feats. He couldn't completely offend Su Xiaowei to death. Just as Su Xiaowei was about to storm off, Jiang Wentai said, Lin Hao and I are both cultivators. While you're an ordinary person, so me, Lin Hao, and you are completely different worlds. How can such a huge gap make Lin Hao fall in love with you? Cultivator? Su Xiaowei didn't understand what it meant at all. She had always lived a three-pointed life, and never had the term cultivator come up in her life. Jiang Wentai also knew that he couldn't convince Su Xiaowei with just words, and with a rub of his index finger and thumb, a handful of black mist appeared in front of Su Xiaowei's eyes. The black mist changed with Kang Man-tae's mind. One moment it was a black rose, one moment it was a black car, and one moment it was a black house. Su Xiaowei was shocked beyond words by this scene. She reached for the black mist, but it penetrated. The black mist suddenly flickered and shot out of the window. The black mist landed on a pedestrian in the street. The pedestrian was hit like a heavy blow and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of his mouth before he collapsed to the ground. Pedestrians passing by yelled frantically at the sight, thinking the man had suddenly become ill. Some people rushed over to do CPR treatment, while others called the 120 ambulance. The scene became chaotic and hectic. How can you hurt people at will? Shocked as she was, Su Xiaowei was furious at Jiang Wentai for not taking human life seriously. Ha! Ordinary people are just pigs and dogs. We cultivators kill them. If I don't let you see it, will you know that I was the one who got him hurt? Kang Man-tae has a great disdain for ordinary people. Su Xiaowei was also dumbfounded. She felt very ridiculous about this theory of Jiang Wentai, but she also knew that it was the truth. This time, you realize that you and Lin Hao are from completely different worlds, right? This time, you understand why Lin Hao looked down on you, don't you? Jiang Wentai kills and kills with every sentence, and Su Xiaowei is infinitely ashamed of herself in her heart. She murmured, no wonder Ho looks like a different person. No wonder Ho doesn't want to talk to me. It turns out that he had a miraculous encounter. He became a cultivator. But soon, Su Xiaowei also figured it out. When Hao became a cultivator, he didn't even look down on me. Every message I sent him, he replied to me, albeit briefly. Also, that day when we were buying the car, he tried desperately to save me and called me his wife. That day was probably Lin Hao saying his final goodbye to himself. So it seems that Ho still has me in his heart. Su Xiaowei first talked to herself to deny herself, then self-hypnotized and self-regulated. Jiang Wentai looked all shook his head. This woman was hopeless. But, in this way, she was more motivated to cultivate. Su Xiaowei, do you want to cultivate? If you want to cultivate, I can teach you. After you've accomplished your cultivation, you'll be able to stand with Lin Hao. At that time, were you still worried that Lin Hao didn't like you and wouldn't accept you? Kang Wentai's words were compelling and seductive. Su Xiaowei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, Lin Hao could cultivate. Why didn't she go cultivate herself? However, Su Xiaowei was not a woman without a brain. She always felt that Jiang Wentai would not be so kind. Jiang Wentai, what level of cultivator is Hao now? Are you powerful or is my Hao powerful? This, Jiang Wentai didn't know how to answer. He wanted to say that he was far superior to Lin Hao, but he was also afraid that he would be embarrassed if he was slapped in the face one day. Lin Hao is better, isn't he? Kong Mante had to tell the truth. Then since Lin Hao is more powerful, why don't I go to Lin Hao to learn cultivation instead of learning cultivation from you? Don't. You mustn't tell Lin Hao about the cultivation. Jiang Wentai was anxious. This said, will not everything be revealed? You have to pull up quietly and then amaze everyone. That way, you can be impressed by Lin Hao, and you can make Lin Hao come around. It must be said that Kong Mante is very good at controlling the mind of a woman like Xiao Hyowei who is in a state of love. Su Xiaowei really moved. There's no one who doesn't want to appear in front of their beloved on a colorful cloud. Su Xiaowei gritted her teeth. Then teach me to learn cultivation. Su Xiaowei was still naive. She didn't know the cruelty and ruthlessness of the cultivation world yet. She thinks that Kong Mante, no matter how bad he is, can't be dead set on pursuing her one foot and want her dead the next. Kong Mante is mostly trying to curry favor with her and get her back. Besides, even if Kong Mante wants to harm her, she can still call Ho to save her. At the same time, Su Xiaowei wanted to use this incident to prove whether Lin Hao still had her in his heart and whether he was still willing to come to her rescue. If Lin Hao wasn't willing to come to her rescue, then she'd rather just die, so as not to be afflicted with pain. Jiang Wentai finally talked Su Xiaowei into practicing, and he brought Su Xiaowei to a luxury villa somewhere in the suburbs on the same day. The villa was fully stocked with living supplies, so it could be used for Su Xiaowei to live for a while. The gongfu was very simple, and for Su Xiaowei, she quickly read and understood it. Moreover, Su Xiaowei's natural ability is not bad, and she has no trouble learning. She quickly cultivated her way into it. Jiang Wentai still had things to take care of and instructed Su Xiaowei to focus on her cultivation, and quietly arranged for a few beloved ghosts to watch over them to prevent Su Xiaowei from escaping. At night, Lin Hao gave his physical body to his wife, Xia Cheng, for safekeeping, and his soul transformed into a ghost and quietly returned to the Japanese ghost army in the ancient city of Huangglongxi. After Lin Hao left, Xia Cheng looked at Lin Hao's body, which no longer had a soul in control, and she was greatly interested. Xia Cheng's ghostly body shifted and her figure reunited with Lin Hao's. Chapter 87, Hubby's health is great. Then, Lin Hao's eyes opened, and delight appeared in them. Hubby's body is awesome. Xia Cheng controlled Lin Hao's arm to slowly squeeze his fist, revealing a qilin-like arm. Knock! Summer Leaning punched the wooden coat rack in the house, which was smashed to smithereens. Wah! Hubby's flesh is really strong. It feels so good to have a physical body. Hey! I need to go to the bar to pick up my sister and experience some manly pleasure. Xia Cheng controlled Lin Hao's body and walked out of the house, driving straight to a street of bars in Bakankyo. Xia Cheng looked through Lin Hao's body at the world of lights and flowers, and for the first time, she had a sense of integration that she was personally involved in. Xia Cheng was a man for the first time, and was very envious of the man's past dashing and flirting with girls. She decided to feel the joy of flirting today as well. Handsome man, sit inside. Oh, today our store special offer. Beer 99 apiece. There's no minimum spend. Xia Cheng was stopped by a pretty sister as she walked. She glanced inside the bar. It was quite crowded and had a nice atmosphere. The girl sitting on the stage singing was superb, and it seemed to be a special physique as well. Exactly what kind of physique she still needed to touch before she could be sure. Now that her husband no longer needs the vegetarian body, it's always good to help her husband find the special body type that will help him cultivate. Natsuki then had plans, but it was her first time in a place like this and she was a little weak. She calmed her mind and followed the example of those dashing men, with an evil smile at the corner of her mouth, and said, "Beauty, if you are willing to have a drink with me, I can come in and spend money." Can. Brother, inside go. Little sister, this will accompany you to drink a few cups. The tout girl agreed without hesitation. Xia Cheng was overjoyed. It was true that it was similar to what was in the TV series. The women inside the bar were all very open and would not get angry just because of one or two flirtatious words. Xia Cheng was led towards the card seat by the touting beauty, who was quietly sizing up Xia Cheng along the way. Although Summer Tilt pretended to be a veteran, this beauty knew at a glance that she was a bar first-timer. Moreover, when she looked at the way Xia Tran was dressed, she was definitely a proper fat sheep. The beautiful woman asked not to go soliciting, and she said, "Are you here alone to have fun, brother?" "Yes, I came alone." Xia Cheng's body was Lin Hao's body, so she tried to mimic Lin Hao's voice when she spoke to avoid becoming a sissy because her words were too girly. This beautiful woman's eyes glistened as she listened. She hurriedly wrapped her arm around Xia Cheng. Very affectionate. "Hello brother, my name is Lan Lan. What is your name please? Oh, just call me Hao. Seeing the girl's fair and clean skin, Xiaoqing couldn't help but get interested and pick Lan Lan's chin with her finger. Eyes looked at her aggressively. Flirting. Lan Lan beauty. Tonight properly accompany brother to drink a few cups. Brother today greatly reward Ho is so bad. Lan Lan gently slapped away Lin Hao's salty hands and fled away in a petulant manner. Seeing the amusement in the situation, Xiaoqing followed King Zhou's example, spreading his arms wide to meet Lan Lan and chase after him. Jie, Lan Lan's sister, let brother give you a kiss. She made a lunge and grabbed Lan Lan in her arms. Lan Lan's body was small and delicate, nestled in Lin Hao's arms, her little head dodging the pig's mouth that Lin Hao beamed over. Brother Ho hasn't ordered any drinks yet. Point. That's the point. Give me the dragon set. Xiaoqing was rather grandiose. Lan Lan was overjoyed to hear this and turned back over and took the initiative to kiss Lin Hao on the mouth. Xiaoqing still thinks of herself as a woman inside. Lan Lan just had to go along with it, while inwardly cursing himself for looking away. Just now she thought the other party was a newbie at the bar, but she didn't expect it to be a big pervert who just came in and made a move. But the good thing was that this little brother was so handsome that Lan Lan didn't resent it, but rather enjoyed it. Lan Lan beauty. Who is the beautiful girl singing on the stage? She's quite good looking. Summer Leaning took the opportunity to inquire about the resident singer on stage. Gu, good brother, you don't want to get any ideas about that woman. Why can't we hit her? That's young Master Tsong's young model singer. Sure. Who he's courting. This woman is so arrogant that young Master Tsong rejected her and came to our bar to sing instead. It's really stupid and cute. Humph. What onion young master and garlic young master. Today the woman that my brother Hao has his eyes on. How can I not touch her? Xiaoqing hadn't cared much about the world of ordinary people at all, and didn't know young Master Tsong's status within the circle. She came here tonight to be a man and have fun. How could she be hindered by the onion young master and garlic young master? More importantly, she wanted to touch Sure to determine if Sure was some sort of special physique or not. You go give her the word that I've ordered her the divine dragon set and ask her to have a drink with me. If she's not afraid of embarrassment, I'll deliver it to her myself. Xiaoqing smiled evilly. Today she decided to toy with this Sure, to see if she was really noble, or fake noble. This, not good. This is young Master Tsong's woman. Lan Lan hesitated. Xiaoqing's face collapsed. If you don't go up there, the divine dragon set won't go up, and there's no one to drink with me anyway. Lan Lan sniffs and apologizes hastily, saying he'll be right there. The wine hadn't been opened yet, so she couldn't afford to lose all her efforts, or else the kiss she had just received from Lin Hao would have been in vain. Lan Lan's side of the stage while using the walkie-talkie to urge the waiter in the back to hurry up and serve the drinks. Soon after, the wine delivery ceremony for the divine dragon set ordered by Lin Hao began. The ceremonial team held up hearts of hearts and set off salutes along the way, escorting the two beauties around the bar and then to the table where Lin Hao was. Such a big show caused a stir throughout the bar. All eyes gathered. Even Sure, who was singing on the stage, paused her singing and her eyes gathered over. At this time, Lan Lan came over and attached herself to Sure's ear and said that this divine dragon set was given to her by Mr. Hao over there and asked her to go over and open the wine and have a drink with Mr. Hao. When Sure heard this, a fire rose up inside her. An angry color surfaced on her face and she directly refused. Lan Lan again told Sure what Xiaoqing had threatened her with. As expected, Sure's small face turned red and her anger increased. She dropped her gaze to Xiaoqing, just as she saw him hanging back and smiling at her. Sure hurriedly averted her eyes and did not meet Xiaoqing's eyes. Chapter 88 Chorus of a Radio Love Song. Lan Lan continued to persuade Sure's ear that this Duke Hao could afford to order the divine dragon set and was so arrogant that Sure would be better off not trying to make the other party angry. We all come out to hang out, go over and have a drink, give each other face, and the matter will be over. If Sure was adamant about not going over there and pissed off this kind of dude, he would do anything to be an asshole. In the end, it is they, the common people, who will be hurt. Aces actually understands this, but she came to the bar to sing to pursue her dream. She wanted to use her voice major to practice singing while earning a living at the bar. She believes that as long as she perseveres, as long as she works hard, one day she will shine and become a superstar that all people look up to. So she must not compromise once. Once compromised, countless others would pester her later. Then there's no possibility to think about singing in a bar and pursuing your dreams later. Instead, they can be tainted by the mixed social mores of a bar. So even Satoshi, the son of the richest man in the world, didn't corrupt her. Sister Lan Lan, please go back. I won't drink for any man. Esther was adamant. To that extent, Lan Lan had no choice but to call it quits. That Ho wasn't the first one to ask Lan Lan to invite Aces to accompany him, but the nth one. but without exception, they all failed. It was expected that Accusations would reject Xia Ting. Lan Lan went back to tell Xia Cheng about Accusations' attitude, and Xia Cheng glanced at Accusations on the stage and saw Accusations staring firmly at the stage as she continued to sing. She was in her possessed husband's body tonight, and it was supposed to be just a figure of speech. Aish is not related to her husband, so let's just forget about it. Outside the door of the bar, a Cockney man walked into the bar surrounded by several young men. Ugh, Satoshi, someone's actually ordering Shinran sets. Hey, oh, the Divine Dragon set isn't worth anything. It's probably some thug pretending to chase women. The man called Satoshi didn't give a damn. To him, these were all cheap shots. Any real tycoon rarely did anything this ostentatious. He'd order a little goddamned dragonet once in a while, but it was because he really wanted to drink this wine, not because he needed the ostentation. Hey, that's right, Tut Song, the Divine Dragon set is just a bottle of ordinary wine, and there's not much of a bottom line for women who are chased by goddamned dragon sets. A truly superb woman can't be gotten with money. Indeed, like a mess. Sure. Song has yet to chase after her with his status as the son of the richest man in the world, and with a Divine Dragon set, it's even more impossible. Hey, what are you doing? How can you compare Satoshi's woman? This is not tainting Brother Tsong's vision. The woman that Brother Tsong has his eye on. How can she be afraid of the powerful and the rich? Or else she would have already gotten her hands on her. Brother Tsong, Accusations is already singing inside, and I've reserved the seat closest to her for you. If Ms. Shursher knew you would come to the show, she might have agreed to your advances tonight. That kind of woman that beckons. Brother is tired of playing. Satoshi and a few of his foxy friends were discussing and gossiping as they walked inside the hotel. A few people walked in. They were not at all interested in pointing at the Divine Dragon set Lin Hao, and they didn't even have the heart to watch the fun. Their goal was to find Accusations. Satoshi looked directly at Aishii, who was singing alone on the stage. What a great opportunity. Everyone's interest was drawn over to the Divine Dragon set at this time. Now wouldn't it be wonderful to go up there and sing a love song with the woman you love? I just don't know if Esther is willing, but Song was born without fear, disliking everything. People who grow up in such an environment are overconfident inside, don't think about the other person's feelings at all, and are so thick-skinned that they don't know what shame is. Psyche, I'm here for you again. Satoshi stops his minions from following and walks up to the stage alone to force a conversation. Accusations had noticed Song long ago. She didn't even turn her head back or talk to him. She strummed the strings and sang in a low voice to herself, completely ignoring Satoshi. Satoshi didn't care and continued. Sure. Let's sing a chorus of radio love song. This is my specialty song, and our chorus will definitely bring the bar atmosphere to a climax. Accusations still ignored it. She had experience in dealing with this kind of pestering rich second generation. Never make conversation. Once you strike up a conversation, there's an endless stream of words to rely on. Satoshi was once again ignored, and with a frown, he patiently added, Psyche, let me play the guitar for you. I've been learning the guitar since I was a kid and I'm very good at it. I'll definitely impress you. Sissy, you're tired of singing, why don't you have a drink? Song's various attentions were treated like air by Accusations. Psyche, doesn't it hurt you that you're ignoring me like this and making me sad? Satoshi couldn't hold back any longer and pressed down on Esther's guitar, interfered with in such a way that Eshi couldn't sing anymore. She disliked it angrily. 150 pounds and it still hurts. Isn't that ridiculous? Let's see. Don't interrupt my work. How much money can you make by going to work? If you follow brother, he'll give you a few $1 million casually, and you'll live lightly in this life. I don't care about your stinking money. Go away and don't make me scold you. Accusations couldn't stand being pestered by Satoshi. She really wanted to curse in spite of her image. Sissy, if you don't sing a song with me today, I won't let you go to work, and the owner of this place and I are iron buddies. So one word from me and you'll be banned from the bar industry. Song couldn't help his arrogant and domineering personality after all, and he wanted to use this threat to force Accusations to obey him. Get out! Exasperated, Esther roared. Because of the microphone, the rant resonated through the bar. This side of the Divine Dragon set ceremony is almost over. Everyone's eyes were drawn to this role. Ha! I can't believe it's Satoshi. Most people know Satoshi. They also quickly realized that Brother Tsong was here to chase after the young model singer again. There are times when Brother Tsong chases women and misses. This seems to make my 1,000-year-old popsicle mentally much more balanced. Satoshi equals lick the dog. I equals lick the dog. Then I equals Satoshi. Hey! Inside the bar would have been a crowd of eaters with nothing better to do. Satoshi appeared and was also slapped in the face by a woman, which immediately led to a heated discussion. Song was flirted with by the crowd for a while. His face reddened, and the stubbornness of a rich second generation instantly came up. He decided to give the woman a hard lesson, man, to show him why the flowers were so red. Satoshi, who was ruthless, turned around and yelled at the bar staff who were watching from the sidelines. Where is the store manager? Get your ass out here and kick this ace out immediately. From now on, you guys can't invite her to sing either. I'm going to make her disappear from the bar industry. Let's see how she'll still be high and mighty, how she'll still be noble, how she'll still be able to dream when she has no more income in the future. Oh, when soft didn't work, Song decided to play hardball. Chapter 89, Tread on You. That store manager was in the spirit of being a spectator, but was pointed at by Satoshi to evict Ace. She couldn't let go of the fact that Esther could bring herself to abort, though, but Satoshi is even more unoffendable. She immediately walked up to the stage and addressed Ace. Aish, go away. Brother Song has already given his word. There's nothing I can do. You, AI sure didn't expect the store manager, who had a good personal relationship with her, to not say a word to help herself, and to be directly driven away without even a word to get off the stage. AI sure almost cried in anger. She had no choice but to grayly and grimly collect and pack up her guitar and other musical instruments. She was deeply aware of the difficulties of ordinary people. I can't even get a peace of mind to work on my own. She was desperate at this point. If Song wanted to seal the deal, it was holy writ for the bar industry. Song is also a principal in the entertainment industry. His words not only cut off her bar residency, but also shattered her dreams of stardom. When the crowd saw how domineering Song was, they were silent, but they could do nothing about it, not to mention not daring to speak out to help. The few males who followed Satoshi along were whistling and shouting. The only thing that is not in chaos is the world in chaos. At this time, Xia Qing's eyes suddenly light up. This is not the perfect time for the hero to save the beauty. She controlled Lin Hao's body to walk onto the stage with two aces of spades. Hey, babe, you want a drink? Xia Qing handed over a glass of wine, and AI Sure looked up at Lin Hao, realizing that it was the one who had just invited her to drink. It was the time for Aces to be angry and bitter, and this guy was no slouch. Tried to molest myself just now too. Seeing that both of them came to bully her, she was so desolate that she simply took the wineglass wine and poured it down in one gulp to buy drunkenness. Ahem. The strength of the drink made her cough dryly. MS. Sure, slow down. Xia Qing took the opportunity to put her arm around AI Sure, patting her back and taking out paper towels from the side to help her organize the wine that had been spilled on her body. Xia Qing also took this opportunity to invade a stream of ghostly chi into AI Sure's body. Surprisingly, it's the heavenly rhythm body. Hubby is blessed. Xia Qing was very shocked. This AI Sure, she must help her husband to be in the bag. Who the are you? Xia Qing suddenly intervened across the room, but it made Song furious. Brother Song lost his temper on the spot and swung his fist towards Lin Hao's face. The corners of Xia Qing's mouth skimmed. Very disdainful. She backhanded a slap that directly slapped Song flying and falling down below the stage. Song was paralyzed on the ground in pain. His eyes rounded in disbelief as he looked at Lin Hao. How dare someone take a shot at themselves? They really don't know how to die. He pointed at Lin Hao on the stage and yelled, asterisk in hell. Beat that dog to death for me. I'll take care of any injuries. There was no need for Satoshi to say much. The buddies he brought along had already seen the scene. Without saying a word, several people immediately rushed over to Lin Hao's side. Several people were convinced of Satoshi's words. The last time a few people helped Satoshi get into a fight, they were ordered to pay more than $1 million in damages, and Satoshi paid it out without even frowning. It doesn't matter if Satoshi loses money. All he wants is a moment of pain. Not only the four buddies brought by Brother Song, but some of the men next to him who wanted to flatter Brother Song also followed along and rushed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes glistened at the sight. She didn't duck or dodge, just waited for one of the men's stools to come crashing down on her. She raised her arm to block, and with a click, the chair slammed into her arm and snapped in two. Well, wow. You guys started it. Xia Tran had heard her husband Lin Hao say before that humans had a justified defense, and now it was time for her own justified defense. She lifted her foot and kicked the first person who came at her a few meters. Then she swung her fist around and slammed it into the person attacking next to her. Bang! 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 Xia Tran fought freely. This feeling of punching to the flesh was a completely different thrill than when he was a ghost and used all kinds of ghostly attacks. In less than a minute, several people were knocked to the ground wailing by Xia Qing. The entire crowd was stunned by such a ferocious scene from Lin Hao. Xia Qing took the frozen AI Sure in her arms, then stared playfully at the nearby Song with panic. You're just Song, aren't you? Just now. She had heard the crowd talking, knowing that the man in front of him was Satoshi. TSK, dare to make a move on your sister Chung. Coughing. Master Hao, you don't have small guts, wow. Natsuki almost blurted out. Is this the awesome feeling a man gets when he overwhelmingly defeats his love interest with his fists? It was simply awesome. Xiaoqing took a step towards Song with an extremely powerful might. Satoshi instantly panicked inside like a dog, but he forced himself to stay calm. He's kind of a flow-top streamer. If you run away in fear at this time, it would be a great shame, and you would never be able to mix in the circle again. Do you know who I am? My dad is the richest man in the world. If you dare to touch me, I'll make sure you don't leave this bar. Satoshi gritted his teeth and threatened, trying to use his power to force Xia Tran into submission. The richest man is great? If you steal a woman from Master Hao, you'll be beaten up just the same. Xiaoqing laughed to death. I'm just a ghost. My husband is also in the cultivation world. Not to mention that you are the son of the richest man. Even if you are the emperor, I'm not afraid of you. The people inside the bar were stunned when Chung was beaten. For a dude like you who bullies men and women, if you were in the old society, you wouldn't survive today. Xiaoqing suddenly stomped on Song's face, rubbing Song on the ground. Wah, I want you dead. Alas, spare your life. Song didn't expect Xiaoqing to know that he was the son of the richest man, and he still dared to step on the face friction. At the moment, he couldn't wait to eat Lin Hao alive, but the situation was not to be, so he had to beg for mercy first. Xia Tran laughed and asked to Accusations, who was stunned inside her arms, as she shrank inside her arms. Sissy, do you feel like sparing him? After asking this, Song, who had been stepped on, glared fiercely at Ace his, pretty much even. Forget it. Accusations was trembling with fear. She was panicked and scared. This Hao had too much guts, actually stepping on the son of the richest man, although it wasn't at his own authorization. He couldn't escape the blame for Song being so insulted. Miserable. This one is really miserable. His own life is completely ruined. Aces had been in 6s and 7s. Okay, the beauty has said forget about it. Let's forget about it. Natsuki let go of his paws. Sissy, come on, come home with me. Ah, going home? Yeah, of course I'm going home. Otherwise you'd still want to have a residency here? No. Accusations hurriedly shook her head and followed Lin Hao out the door. She didn't expect Lin Hao to be so blunt. However, she also knew that she couldn't stay here for long, and decided to follow Lin Hao away first. She was both saying no to refusing to go home with Lin Hao and answering that she would no longer be in residence. When Song was released, someone immediately went to help him up and wiped his face, which was dirty from Xiaoqing stomping. Satoshi pushed away the person who was helping him wipe his face and straighten his clothes fiercely and said angrily, "Damn it, call me someone immediately and get Tai here. I want the two of them dead now." Satoshi had never suffered such an insult since he was a child. Chapter 90, both of them panicked. Brother Tsong, don't panic. I called Brother Tai a long time ago. He should be here soon. One of the followers came bumbling over to report. Well done. Satoshi appreciated the follower's abilities. I'll make sure Tai gets this dog killed for me today. Satoshi had never been so angry in the past, never wanted to kill someone so strongly, because no one had ever dared to insult him like Xiaoqing did. The Brother Tai they were talking about was Kongman Tai, the underground boss of the entertainment industry. This bar then belongs to the Ginger group of bars. Those who run bars are naturally very close to these rich kids. Kongman Tai is also considered the backstabber of these rich kids. Get over there and stall that dog for me. We mustn't let him go. Satoshi learns the hard way, and instead of going himself, he lets his minions go. The little brothers immediately looked extremely ugly, but they also had to harden their heads. Give me a stop. These few juniors gritted their teeth and shouted at Xiaoqing, who was preparing to go out. But the voice was bottomless. What else is going on? The itchy skin hasn't been beaten enough? Xiaoqing turned back suspiciously, her gaze falling on a few people. A few people shivered in fear. Rush said, "Big brother, my skin is not itchy. I am trying to ask you to sit down and have a drink." A few of the juniors were also smart people. Song only told to keep the people, and did not specify in what way. No more drinks. It's no fun. After Xiaoqing finished bullying these few ordinary people, it was tasteless and completely crushed without any challenge. That you can't leave either. Yes, you can't leave. We're not convinced. You want to leave after beating someone. Is it that easy? You must stay. A few juniors gave up. They didn't believe that Xiaoqing would beat them to death on the spot. Xiaoqing sniffed and looked up at Song. Is that what you mean? Song's red eyes and clenched his teeth in resentment. It's what I mean. In this world, you're not the only one who can punch. I'm a man whose hatred doesn't last through the night, and I have a friend who knows how to fight, and he's the underground king, Kongman Tai. So if you've got the guts, just wait for me. Either you beat me to death or he beats you to death today. Kongman Tai? Which Kongman Tai? Xia listened to the name and instantly his face was grave, even with fear. She knew that Jiang Wentai was a person who liked to mix with the human world and do whatever he wanted in the human world. It's hard to believe that it's really Grandpa's rebellious disciple, Kong Mante, right? To be a ghost cultivator and to be a fighter for a human dude. Only a shameless and bottomless ghost cultivator like Jiang Wentai could do it. At this time, Xia Qing didn't know that Jiang Wentai had already been taken in by Lin Hao, and Lin Hao hadn't had the time to inform Xia Qing about Jiang Wentai because he had more important things to do. Xia Qing suddenly regretted possessing her husband's body and coming out to die today. She was tempted at this point to drop her body and flee immediately, but she couldn't do that. She had to bring her husband's body back in one piece. Ha ha, just by looking at your face, it means you already know who it is, right? That's right, it's the Kong Wentai you're thinking of, the underground emperor Kong Wentai, and the Kong Wentai of the Kong clan. Satoshi saw Natsuki show his fear, releasing a large portion of the abuse he had just been stomped on. It wasn't just Xia Qing. Most of the people who hung out in the bar had heard of Jiang Wentai's infamous reputation. They were all pale. Oh no, we're going to see blood tonight. These two are going to die a horrible death. This Jiang Wentai, on the surface he is an entrepreneur. Behind his back he is the underground emperor of Rongcheng. None of his enemies who fall into his hands can survive. And the deaths were all very tragic. This woman called Ai Shirshir is really a redhead. Tonight is destined to be a bloodbath. Young people, too impulsive, cannot help but fight for jealousy will only eat big losses. There was a lot of talk inside the bar, but no one dared to call the police. They were all afraid of implicating themselves as a result. Ho, just go. Don't worry about me. Ai Shirshir had a lost look on her face. She had completely lost her mind. Although Xia Qing also had bad intentions towards herself, she had at least helped herself out. The last thing she had in her conscience was for Xia Qing to hurry up and escape. Xia Qing's heart was scared. Her feet moved and she was really ready to escape. Although this Ai Shirshir was a very rare heavenly rhythm body, it was not as refined as her husband's body. She was a woman by nature, and there was no shame in fleeing when she should. Run? If you dare to run, I'll have someone rape Ai Shirshir. Satoshi was already mad at this point. A woman is just a woman. Really still think he cannot give up? Esther was paralyzed with fear at the sound. Seek death. Natsu leaned back and charged at Satoshi. She decided to kill him before running away. Stop it. The Lin Hao possessed by Xia Qing was fast, but how could it be faster than Jiang Wentai's ghost body? She was just halfway at Song when she was intercepted by Kong Mante. Kong Wentai, it's really you. Xia Qing was horrified and hastily braked her feet. Oh no. What to do? I can't believe it's really Kong Mante. Hubby, what to do? Hubby, I mustn't abandon your body and run away, but I'm no match for Kong Wentai. Hubby, come quickly. But hubby, you can't come. Even if you come, Kong Mantai is too powerful. You'd better not come. Xia Qing was so anxious that she was about to cry. In this moment of emergency, she expected Lin Hao to come from the sky to save her. At the same time, she expected Lin Hao not to come because Kong Wentai was too dangerous. Xia Qing froze in place, frantically thinking of a countermeasure. And Jiang Wentai, who was blocking the front of Lin Hao, also saw the person in front of him. He also took several steps backward in horror. Brother Tai, quick, beat this dog to death for me. This dog just stepped on me on the ground. I'm going to return the favor and make him kneel down and lick my shoes. Song was shocked to see Jiang Wentai's ghost-like speed. He knew that Jiang Wentai was a martial arts expert, but he did not expect it to be as high as this. Song was agitated and frenzied at this moment. One hand clenched into a fist, constantly trembling, the muscles on his face grimacing as if he had already seen the image of Lin Hao kneeling in front of him and begging for forgiveness. Tai is awesome. Get him. This dog not only stepped on our Song's face, but also beat us up as well. You must avenge us. Jiang Wentai, beat him to death for me and I'll reward you with a building for your meeting place. The minions around Chung are all ranked as rich kids, although they all look up to Chung. In the past, Jiang Wentai had done business with them and hadn't nodded his head at them. So, Kong Mante is a punching bag in their minds, but they didn't know that at this moment. Jiang Wentai was terrified and on pins and needles inside, and he was in the exact same mood as Xia Qing, who was possessed inside Lin Hao's body across the room. He is also constantly suing his grandmother and begging his father. And he is also trying to figure out how to defuse this crisis. Jiang Wentai had nearly died at Lin Hao's hands several times, and had long been afraid of Lin Hao like a tiger. In order to be able to kill Lin Hao, he even sold his soul and his freedom to join the Japanese ghosts. It was so hard for him to reach a cooperation with Lin Hao through his own resourcefulness to deal with the Japanese ghosts in the ancient city of Huanglongxi from the inside and the outside. Now was the most critical moment, and he mustn't jeopardize the short-lived peace with Lin Hao because of a few rich second-generation people. Chapter 91, a little more audacity. Thinking about this, Jiang Wentai turned into a stump and threw Tsong and a few rich second generation who all pinched off their arms and legs in front of Xiaoqing. Then, he flung himself on his knees in front of Xiaoqing, deeply bowing his head. He arched his hand. Brother Lin, a few of the little scumbags who insulted you have been subdued. Please take care of them. Jiang Wentai's posture was placed particularly low, and he didn't even dare to meet Xiaoqing's eyes. He was worried that he wasn't acting enough, and that if he met eyes with Lin Hao, he would be seen by Lin Hao. At times like this, he simply didn't let Lin Hao see his eyes, and Lin Hao wouldn't be able to speculate on his true inner thoughts. In fact, if Jiang Wentai had been a little more daring at this point, he would have realized that Lin Hao was even more flustered than he was at this time. He could even directly damage Lin Hao's physical body in 3 or 5 strokes. Ow! Ouch! It hurts! Jiang Wentai, you paralyzed. Letting you get this doggy killed. Why did you turn around and pinch our legs and feet off? Grass! Jiang Wentai, you backslider. I'm going to bring about the complete destruction of your Jiang clan. Song and a few rich kids shouted out in pain while breaking into a fit of rage. They would never have imagined that Jiang Wentai would brutally crush their limbs without warning in any way. The heart-rending pain of cracking the bones in their legs and feet made a few of them rich kids who hadn't suffered before hurt so much that tears came out of their eyes. Jiang Wentai paid no attention to the agonizing cries of pain as well as the angry threats of several people. With a little backhand, Song's few people lost consciousness and lay on the ground not knowing whether they were alive or dead. Kong Mante has now completely defected to the Japanese ghosts. It doesn't matter if you want the so-called ordinary world's industries or not. If he hadn't had to maintain Kong Mante's persona as a human form, these guys wouldn't be breaking limbs. They'd be breaking heads. The few people from Tsong were still unaware of how dangerous a situation they were in at this point. The patrons inside the bar were all dumbfounded at the bizarre scene. First of all, they were shocked that Jiang Wentai was as fast as a ghost. Such a speed. Even if it was placed in the world of Jin Yong's martial arts, it would be at least Tian Buguang's speed. It's amazing that anyone actually reaches that speed in the modern world. It's incredible. Secondly, it was clear that Satoshi had called for help. So how could he backhandedly and viciously pinch off all of Satoshi's and their limbs? Jiang Wentai himself knelt down in front of this one called Brother Hao, his head not daring to raise. At this moment, everyone understood. This young man who calls himself Ho is the real big shot. Ai Shirshir also stared with rounded eyes. And at this moment, Xia Tran's figure became tall in front of her. Fierce characters like Jiang Wentai would rather crush Sung's hands and feet, and would rather offend the richest man than mess with this Hao. But instead, he knelt down in front of Hao and flattered him. Xia Qing was also confused when she saw this. What's going on? How can Kong Mante be so afraid of her husband's body? Xia Qing was confused, but she reacted quickly. She followed Lin Hao's tone and grunted coldly. Jiang Wentai, not a lot of guts. Falling into my hands again. Big brother, I know wrong. I really do not know it is you here. Otherwise give me 100 guts. I do not dare to come over. Jiang Wentai was so frightened by Xia Qing's cold grunt that he trembled, kneeling on the ground and continuously kowtowing to admit his mistake. It's not every time you make a mistake. You can just beg for forgiveness and forget about it. So tell me yourself how you should be punished. Xia Qing's entire heartbeat accelerated when she uttered these words. This was dancing on the tip of a knife, but she knew that the more humble Kong Mante became, the less she could spare him. Otherwise, it's easy to reveal. Jiang Wentai also knew that if he didn't give a little explanation, the Furies on the other side wouldn't forgive him lightly. He clenched his teeth and said, I would like to break my own arm. With that, Kong Mante reached out and was about to rip off his arm. Slow. Who wants your arm? For the Ghost Clan, breaking an arm would just be a loss of some ghost energy, and after a few more days of cultivation, it would grow back again. Then may I ask what Big Brother wants? Jiang Wentai was a bit stifled by Xia Qing's anger. You stooped so low yourself, and you're still not satisfied. Jiang Wentai was very angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to explode. These guys, you get it, right? Natsu leaned in and nudged at the unconscious Satoshi Fu. These guys are a scourge to keep, not only thinking about Ai Shirshir, but also potentially going to victimize other women. Xia Qing hated this kind of man the most. I understand. Don't worry Big Brother. I promise to won't let you down. Jiang Wentai was overjoyed at the news. Breaking an arm would take him days to regain, but quietly obliterating a few people is a no-brainer. Remember this lesson. I don't want there to be a next time. After saying that, Xia Qing controlled Lin Hao's body and walked out of the bar with her arm around Ai Shirshir. A moment after walking out of the bar, Xia Qing couldn't hold back any longer and sat down on her but on the nearby flower platform to gasp for air. No! I have to flee quickly to avoid being reacted to by Kong Wentai. Although Xia Qing didn't know why Jiang Wentai was so afraid of her husband, she clearly understood that she couldn't beat Jiang Wentai. Natsuki dropped Eshi and stopped caring about her. going straight to the basement to drive. AI sure is puzzled. Just now was a colorful hate to be on the spot to put himself on the ground of the pervert look. At this time he took the initiative to try to have a good chat with him. And he left so quickly, without even leaving a single contact. After experiencing tonight's events, Ace has profoundly understood the importance of power and strength. Men like this man who called himself How just stood there, and the ferocious Kong Mante would voluntarily kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Unfortunately, I don't know when the next time I'll meet such a great man again, perhaps never to be encountered again in this life. Ace has hated herself for being stupid and not being able to catch a break. Just as Xia Qing couldn't help but control Lin Hao out of curiosity to visit the bar, Lin Hao was still following tens of thousands of bonobo ghosts in training some sort of formation tonight. Yossi, you're a pretty smart ghost. Lin Hao, because of his extremely strong comprehension, and the fact that the little leader who commanded their 100 or so ghosts to run the formation was often wrong. Several times it was Lin Hao who helped him to make this side of the formation run smoothly. Lin Hao's outstanding performance was soon recognized by one of the leaders of the Japanese ghosts. Thanks for the leadership compliment. Lin Hao hurriedly bowed his head in humble response. Yours? Where did the ghost come from? Back to the leader. I was originally a lone spirit, but I was taken in by Jiang Wentai later and brought here by him. It's possible. It's good. Your boss Jiang Wentai is already a member of the Great Harvest clan. And yours, too, is trustworthy. This ghost leader immediately arranged it. Is yours, to replace him and direct the running of this side. A willing one, willing to be willing. Thank you for your leadership. Lin Hao hurriedly agreed. He was worried about being a pawn and not being able to access the laws of the formation's operation. It's a real snooze with a pillow. Once he became a junior leader, someone from above gathered him and a few other junior leaders who were unfamiliar with the operation of the formation for training. Since he had become a manager, he naturally had to tell them the function of this formation, as well as the approximate logic of its operation. It is they who will know how to take the people below them and preside over their part of the formation. For the rest of the night, Lin Hao was training. When he walked out from inside the training room, his entire body was in an extremely grave state. Chapter 92, this side really isn't taking the initiative. Lin Hao had finally figured out that the formation he was involved in was called the Blood Sea Reincarnation Formation. This formation needs to be run with the participation of 777 ghosts. The higher the cultivation of the ghosts involved, the stronger the killing power. Although the ghosts involved in the operation of the formation this time were all ordinary wandering souls, even a Blood Sea Reincarnation Formation organized by ordinary wandering souls could easily surround and kill human cultivators at the Founder and Taoist Apprentice realms. It wasn't just against one or two, but it could be against a group of human cultivators. Outside of the formation, there were thousands of ghost cultivators with cultivation levels to lure human cultivators into the formation and hunt them with the formation. It was no exaggeration to say that this time around, the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament organized by the Human Buddhist Tao Alliance would face a unilateral massacre. If human cultivators didn't have a way to deal with it, it would be a total loss. It's after 4 in the morning in Rongqing, and it's still light. Lin Hao's soul shuttled between the skyscrapers on the ground as he looked down at the ground. The number of vehicles on the road gradually increased, and many vendors have begun to push their breakfast carts toward the subway entrance, where they want to take up a good position before the subway opens. Stores down the street are gradually turning on their lights and opening their doors. A new day in the life of a busy and bustling city is about to begin. Lin Hao sighed greatly. Once upon a time, he was one of them. At that time, he complained about low wages, the oppression of capitalists, high property prices and the high cost of living. But now, looking back, he felt that was the happy life of ordinary people. These ordinary people don't have to worry about food or clothing. They just have to think about how to get by without facing the depressing horrors of the world behind this one. Although the cultivators of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance acted in a radical manner, how could they not be trying to protect these ordinary people who lived in ignorance? Lin Hao gradually began to understand them. Back outside the door of room 302 of building 5 of the old neighborhood in the north of the city, he didn't go straight home back inside his body. Instead, he penetrated the wall and entered Su Shue's house. Su Shue was on all fours in a big pose sleeping alone on the big 1-meter-8 bed. This ninny was wearing a silk nightgown. The nightgown was short, only covering about half of her thighs, and the top was also in the form of a halter. Lin Hao continued to admire the stunning sleeping position with a smile. Suetsa's hair spilled smoothly straight and loose on the bed. Her eyes were naturally closed, and a slight smile spread across the corners of her mouth. Should be dreaming sweet dreams. Lin Hao couldn't help but laugh out a piggish grunt when he saw Su Shue in this state. Luckily, Lin Hao was now in a ghostly state, and Su Shue couldn't hear Lin Hao's ghostly laughter, much less see Lin Hao's spirit body floating above her body. Stinky brother, Su Shue suddenly murmured out, startling Lin Hao, hurriedly checking his own ghost body. Indeed did not manifest. Su Shui should not be able to see it. Stinky brother. You finally came to me. I want to. Su Shui was inexplicably talking in her sleep again. Then she rolled over and changed her sleeping position, hugging the quilt next to her tightly as she continued to sleep. This sister wants a man, and must be dreaming about herself in her spring dream. Hey! Lin Hao snickered and scolded, looking at Su Shui's cuteness and coziness as she slept. At this moment, Lin Hao decided, for the sake of the ordinary people in a hurry, but also for the sake of the same ordinary people, Su Shui, Xia Yushan, Zhao Minman, Su Xiaowei, the 4 women with whom he was married. This time he was going to give up his former enmity with the Buddha-Dao Alliance and remind the Buddha-Dao Alliance about the great dangers that existed in the Huanglongxi ancient city. End this exorcism youth tournament as much as possible. Lin Hao prepared to go home after making a decision within himself. Before going home, Lin Hao transformed into an entity and lay behind Su Shui, hugging her from behind, wanting to warm up with her for a while before going home. But as soon as he touched Su Shui, like an electric shock, turned around and hugged Lin Hao crazily asking for a kiss. This, heaven and earth. Lin Hao really just wanted to cuddle and warm up for a while. He was now in the state of a soul body and had wanted to turn into nothingness to escape Su Shui's clutches, but he couldn't afford to give it up. It wasn't until the day dawned and Su Shui fell asleep contentedly that Lin Hao broke away from Su Shui's clutches to return inside his own body. After another half hour, Su Shui slowly opened her eyes. She sat up with a jerk, hastily checking under the bed and even the closet. Where's the stinky brother gone? She had another dream last night. By the way, I have a camera. She hurriedly went to turn on her cell phone to see what the camera had recorded. That look made her blush scarlet. In the video, Su Snow sees herself shamefully. How did this happen? Su Shui was simply so ashamed that she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Ugh, stinky brother, how come it's not really you? Su Shui sighed mournfully after all. Su Shui hurriedly shook off the inexplicable in her mind and hurriedly washed up to go to work. After Lin Hao's side returned to his body, Xia Qing told Lin Hao what had happened last night as it was. Lin Hao grabbed Xia Qing's small ears and lectured. Husband doesn't fight for 3 days and you're on the roof. Aren't you? How dare you sneak up on your husband's body in private to go out and make waves? See if I don't beat your ass. Lin Hao pushed Xia Tran down on the bed and gave him a few token blows. Xia Tran hurriedly smiled and begged for mercy. There is no sign of repentance at all. Lin Hao couldn't do anything about her. Lin Hao then told Xia Qing the original story about Zhang Wentai. Summer listened and covered her little mouth in utter disbelief. It turns out that they were worried and scared for so long, and it was all a misunderstanding. Lin Hao had chased after Kong Mante and beat him violently a long time ago. Both men cried and laughed at this. Xia Qing immediately told his grandfather Xia Gang about this absurd and ridiculous anecdote. Xia Gang was also dumbfounded upon hearing this. Xia Qing mentions Zhang Wentai, and Lin Hao thus associates him with Zhang Wentai's role as a Japanese ghost mole. He never trusted Kong Mante from the very beginning. The reason why Zhang Wentai was spared for the time being was just to get inside the Japanese ghosts of the ancient city of Huanglongxi through him. And Zhang Wentai didn't let Lin Hao down, and really brought Lin Hao inside the Japanese ghosts. Even Lin Hao was promoted to a minor leader because of his outstanding performance. Right, hubby, I found a heavenly rhythm body woman last night. I left a mark inside her. Should I call her here? He. No, don't ever do that again. Lin Hao righteously refused. But the heavenly rhyming body. Don't say it. Don't talk about any heavenly rhythm body. Even if it's an angelic body or a divine immortal body. I won't allow you to fool around like that anymore. Before Xia Qing could finish her sentence, Lin Hao interrupted her and blocked her words. Okay then, I'll listen to my husband. Xia Qing could only give up. Hubby, are we still cultivating today? Suspend cultivation today. The Japanese ghosts are setting up a big trap in the ancient city of Huanglongxi, and the alliance of Buddhism and Taoism may have to plant a big head. As a member of the human race, I still can't bear to watch my compatriots go to their deaths. I'll go find Master and the others to discuss it. Lin Hao briefly told Xia Qing about the Huanglongxi ancient city, and Xia Qing was overwhelmed with fear as a ghost. Hubby, the Japanese ghosts are too bad. Quickly go and stop the Buddha Road Alliance's Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament this time. We mustn't let the entire young generation of the Buddha Road Alliance be wiped out. Chapter 93, Master and Brother Quarrel. When Lin Hao found his master, Zhang Daoling, he was almost sick with anger. Zhang Daoling was still dangling and lying on the couch in a kudzu position, swiping jitterbug. Wang Tao, on the other hand, didn't know where to go. Master, don't you know how to practice properly? Lin Hao hated his iron. He was in the middle stage of Dao discipleship and Zhang Daoling was still in the same place. He was really worried about this Qingqing sect. Zhang Daoling blankly glanced at Lin Hao. Master, I'm almost 80 years old. How else do you want me to cultivate? I have you two disciples, can't I still enjoy my blessings? Zhang Daoling was completely unaffected by the insults to his character at the Buddha Doctrine Alliance meeting that day, and did whatever he was supposed to do. So you're just going to let it go when you were insulted by Junior Wu Junying? Can you bear it? Of course I can't stand it. Do you know why I ate that pie that fell on the floor? Zhang Daoling suddenly sat up straight and looked at Lin Hao seriously. Lin Hao froze and asked, why are you eating it? Humph. Master, I ate that stumped dirty pumpkin pie to motivate you and Wang Tao to be erect and courageous. Break through your potential and crash through the shackles of your cultivation in one fell swoop to reach the supreme high-tech realm. Zhang Daoling's tone was impassioned and his words were impassioned. Ah! Lin Hao was confused on the spot as he was backhanded by Zhang Daoling. Ah, what ah? Do you know that just because I was insulted? This stimulated Wang Tao, and in his anger, he learned our Qingcheng sex masterpiece, the Qingcheng evil-breaking mantra. In the past few days, he worked very hard, going out early and coming back late every day, looking for night ghosts to train his fighting skills. Is this true? If it's true, then congratulations to senior brother. Of course it's true. If I hadn't been humiliated, your senior brother might not have been able to learn the Qingqing evil-breaking spell in his lifetime. Okay, master is awesome. Lin Hao could no longer evaluate Zhang Daoling, so that was that. Humph, that's for sure. And by the way, what about you? Your senior brother even made a breakthrough because of this. Did you get any grades? You can't let my 80-year-old man be humiliated for nothing. Me, I've barely made it to the middle stage of Taoist apprentice. Lin Hao's tone was bland, but Zhang Daoling's expression stagnated, secretly calling out that Lin Hao was perverted. It had only been a few days since he started cultivating, and he was already in the middle stage of Taoist apprenticeship. However, Zhang Daoling couldn't show this shock as he said with great pride, see, thanks to your master I used my human dignity to inspire your potential. Yes, thank you Master, you people still strange good Lu. Lin Hao no longer wanted to bull ***** with Zhang Daoling. He directly interrupted him. Master, there is an important matter that needs to be accomplished by utilizing your famous prestige. Zhang Daoling's eyes lit up upon hearing this and asked, what is it? Speak quickly. Lin Hao then told Zhang Daoling about the poisonous plan set up by the Japanese ghosts in Huanglongxi ancient city, and asked Zhang Daoling to go and negotiate with the Buddha Taoist Alliance to stop this ghost exorcising youth competition. Zhang Daoling's expression became serious and grave after hearing this, no longer hanging back. He stated that he would immediately go and explain this situation with the Buddhist Taoist Alliance. Zhang Daoling asked Lin Hao if he had any evidence and how the authenticity of the information could be proven. Lin Hao could only shake his head no. Lin Hao has a ghost wife. This can be publicized. But Lin Hao was able to have his soul leave his body, something that Lin Hao wasn't prepared to tell anyone else except Zhang Daoling and Xia Qing. In fact, Wang Tao is also aware of it. That is, on the day of the acceptance of the apprentice, Zhang Daoling implicitly mentioned it. Just Wang Tao's naive brain is not able to react. Now, the negative effects of Lin Hao's soul leaving his body had long been resolved by practicing the Qingcheng school's natural Dan Dao. The matter of the soul leaving the body was so important that he was not prepared to let a fourth person know about it. In fact, by asking this, Zhang Daoling was asking Lin Hao if he was willing to disclose his secret for this matter. Lin Hao of course refused, and Zhang Daoling nodded his head without forcing it. Zhang Daoling took out the phone to inform Wang Tao to come back immediately and go with him to lobby the top management of the Buddha Tao Alliance to terminate the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. Although Zhang Daoling knew that he was a small man and went to talk about the ancient city conspiracy, he was afraid that no one would believe his words. But Zhang Daoling decided to still go for it. As the start date of the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition drew nearer, Lin Hao nestled in his home with Xia Qing during the day to cultivate, while at night he went to participate in the Blood Sea reincarnation formation training for the Japanese Ghost Army in Huanglongxi. With Lin Hao's comprehension as well as his strong learning ability, he was soon given another small promotion. The number of Japanese ghosts and demons under his command now numbered more than 1,000. Lin Hao had been able to attend a more advanced training summary session on array operation. As a result, Lin Hao understood the Blood Sea reincarnation formation more and more thoroughly. On the other hand, Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao visited the hotels where the various Taoist and Buddhist sects were temporarily staying for several days in a row. It is infuriating that Zhang Daoling was not received at all by anyone because of his sect's lack of popularity, let alone meeting the leaders of the major sects such as Lung Fu Shan and Zhang Yidao. Even the Buddhist sect, which has always taken softness and straightness as its philosophy of treating people, also used various reasons to send away Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao. The status of Buddhist and Taoist leaders is now comparable to that of political leaders. In this particular context, its status is even more honored than that of political leaders. So many people want to meet them that they can't even stand in line. Not only do you have to make an appointment, but you also have to be vetted. The person below thinks the matter is important and can't decide for himself. Then reports to the next level. The higher level then reports to his higher level. That's how you cascade through the ranks and get a chance to meet those leaders. Unless it was just like the last time, when they could be seen from afar at a large conference like the Buddha Dao Alliance conference. But it can't be approached easily. In a world where strength was honored, Zhang Daoling's Qingcheng sect was a joke in the eyes of the Taoist and Buddhist sects. No one takes their words seriously. Some grumpy clerks even thought that Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao were being disruptive and alarmist. Again, it's the same claptrap as the Buddhist Taoist Alliance conference the other day. As we all know, one of the tenets of the Qingcheng sect is that people and ghosts live in harmony. This one tenet had become the laughingstock of the cultivation world after tea. They believed that Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao had come at this time to promote the conspiracy theory of Huanglongxi ancient city, and that their purpose was to stop human cultivators from slaughtering the Japanese ghosts of Huanglongxi ancient city. Speaking sharply, he was also scolded by many people as to whether the Qingcheng sect was a mole planted by the Japanese ghosts. He also called Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao New Age traitors and rebels. Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao were deflated as a result. Zhang Daoling, Wang Tao, and Lin Hao were all very helpless when they got together. Senior brother, can you go gather a little evidence? Without evidence, without a reliable source of information channel, no one will believe it at all. Wang Tao genuinely felt worried for human cultivators, and his worry level even reached the point of being on fire. Zhang Daoling no longer hangs around these days, and even Sweetie's livestream is rarely swiped. It could be seen that Zhang Daoling was very concerned about this matter regarding the survival of human cultivators. Wang Tao's tone was hard as he pressed Lin Hao, and Zhang Daoling also manipulated his hands and didn't say anything, waiting for the two of them to take matters into their own hands. Lin Hao frowned and didn't give any reply. Wang Tao was a little angry. Senior brother, why can't you give us all the source channels of the information? Why can't you gather some evidence along the way? Senior brother Wang, this is my personal secret. It's not convenient to tell everyone. Lin Hao's frown deepened. Although Wang Tao had a straightforward character and a heart for the human race, he had gone a little too far, and Lin Hao felt vaguely dissatisfied in his heart with Wang Tao's attitude. Secrets? Now that human cultivators are on the verge of being exterminated, what secrets do you personally have that can't be made public? Wang Tao is aggressive and must make Lin Hao sacrifice his ego for the greater good. Ha! Lin Hao sneered. Wang Tao finally couldn't help it when he saw it and said in anger, Senior brother, please face up to this matter that concerns the survival of the new generation of human cultivators. If you keep betraying our trust in you like this, then I'm sorry, I won't believe a word you say either. Chapter 94, Being Stigmatized as a Traitor and a Rebel. Ha! I'm sorry senior, that's all I can do. Love it or hate it, you want to be the savior, you do it then. Bye. Lin Hao wouldn't spoil Wang Tao's temper, much less be overwhelmed by the so-called great justice. With that, Lin Hao took big steps to go out. Senior, you. Wang Tao was so angry that he couldn't speak as he watched Lin Hao directly trying to leave. Zhang Daoling couldn't watch and hurriedly stopped in front of Lin Hao. Lin Hao, don't rush off. Lin Hao then stopped and walked over to the nearby sofa to sit down, but no longer paid attention to Wang Tao. Wang Tao also huffed and puffed, feeling very sad that Lin Hao didn't know what he was doing. Zhang Daoling rebuked Wang Tao and said, Wang Tao, since your senior brother doesn't want to meddle in this matter any longer, we can't force it. It's not right for you to force your senior brother like this. Also, we're a family here at Qingcheng sect. How can you be red-faced with your senior brother because of outsiders? Come over here immediately and apologize to your senior brother. Wang Tao was chided by his master, and his face instantly turned red. He realized he did just go over the top. Wang Tao then walked up to Lin Hao and said sincerely, Senior brother, I'm sorry, I was the one who got excited just now. I'm truly worried that the cultivation world is suffering from this catastrophe. But like Master said, we're the family. I shouldn't push you for outsiders. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Senior brother, Wang Tao is indeed straightforward and apologizes when he recognizes a mistake and doesn't squirm. This, in turn, made Lin Hao feel like he had been a bit unkind just now. It's alright senior brother. Like Master said, behind closed doors, we are family. It's normal to blush once in a while. No need to take it to heart. Senior brother, thank you for your magnanimity. The conflict between the two came quickly, and so did the handshake. Lin Hao still liked Wang Tao as a person. Senior brother, there are some things that don't mean that the other party will believe us just because we pour out our hearts. Even if I reveal the source channel, even if I find some evidence, they won't believe us. In the past few days, you and your master have traveled east and west, and they didn't even ask you to drink a bowl of water, and in the end, they slandered you as traitors and rebels. Do you think it's still necessary to be hot-footed on their cold asses? Originally, Lin Hao was too lazy to do any more explaining, but he looked at his senior brother apologizing all full of aggression. He still explained. This. Wang Tao froze at those words from Lin Hao. He really hadn't thought of that layer. Senior brother. It seems that I was indeed wrong. I'll listen to you on all major matters from now on. Oh, don't lose faith. Senior brother. Your positivity towards things is something I can't catch up with. Zhang Daoling was deeply gratified to see the two senior brothers, Lin Hao and Wang Tao, sympathize with each other. Senior brother. You'll officially issue a warning in the name of the Qingqing sect on the Buddhist Tao Alliance forum in a moment. How many people can listen to it is up to them. Yeah, we can't reach the management of the Buddhist Tao Alliance, but we can use the forum to inform the general public of the Taoists. In this way, we've done our best. Wang Tao does what he says he's going to do and executes very well. Soon, Wang Tao edited the forum topic and clicked send. My post has been under review. This isn't right. Why won't the post go out? In the past, when I posted, it took up to 5 minutes to send it out. But now, it's been almost 10 minutes, and it's been under review, Wang Tao exclaimed, drawing the attention of Zhang Daoling and Lin Hao. It shouldn't, should it? Wait and see. Zhang Daoling couldn't believe this. Could it be that there really is a mole inside the Buddha Road Alliance? And it's infiltrated the forum management. This is too much. What's the exaggeration? Since the Japanese ghosts were able to manipulate the Buddhist Way Union into making the decision for the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament, they thought of controlling public opinion. Although Lin Hao was surprised, he thought it was reasonable. This time, the Japanese ghosts were really well prepared, and the human Buddhist and Taoist alliance was really going to fall on its face. After half an hour, Wang Tao's posted forum was still under review. Wang Tao and Zhang Daoling were thoroughly convinced of the conspiracy theory that Lin Hao was talking about. Master, Senior, it seems that all these ways are useless, and I will have to go in person and spread the word by word of mouth. Unfortunately, I don't have many friends in the cultivation world, and what I say is even less likely to be believed, but I'm also going to go ahead and try to get the word out as much as I can. Wang Tao went out the door after saying that. Lin Hao and Zhang Daoling didn't care about him either. Zhang Daoling then pulled Lin Hao. Apprentice son, I already know about you and your senior brother signing up for the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition. Now that we're weak, we should either not go through this mess. Master, don't worry, go brush your jitterbugs. I have my own arrangements. Although I may not be able to save my fellow Taoists from the Buddha Tao Alliance, I will have no problem at all in preserving my senior brother. Sooner or later, elder brother and I will have to face all sorts of challenges. If we retreat when we encounter a difficult problem, how will the Qingqing sect be able to develop in the future? Alright, you're all adults. You have your own judgment, and Master is old. That's all he can do. Zhang Daoling patted Lin Hao's shoulder and walked despondently to the nearby sofa to sit down. Just as Lin Hao was about to comfort the sad and silent Zhang Daoling, he had seen Zhang Daoling skillfully pull out his cell phone. Within moments, a lewd grin appeared on his face. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly and returned home to cultivate with Xia Qing. 3 days later, in the early hours of the morning, Wang Tao and Lin Hao gathered on the square in front of the Huanglongxi ancient city's pagoda. The square was already overcrowded. Lin Hao looked up and looked. Wu Yang, almost thousands of people. According to the Buddha Road Alliance forum active degree, here to not get 1/3. Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This group of people all planted here would not deal a fatal blow to the human cultivation world. At most it would be a bitter lesson. In response to this, Lin Hao mentally didn't feel much pressure. Lin Hao and Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao had already made enough efforts in this matter, and although the results were not great, they already had a clear conscience. Even if this batch of people all folded here, it was all their own choice. Lin Hao looked around, trying to find the senior staff of the Buddhist Tao Alliance, but to his great disappointment, none of the people who sat in the leadership seats at the Buddha Taoist Alliance conference that day came. The Exorcism Youth Tournament is not that important to them. They were given to other mid-level leaders to organize. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the camp of the Supreme Clearance Palace, and he touched a familiar gaze. A clear and beautiful silhouette surfaced in the lens of his gaze. It's Tina Chow. Zhou Tingting was also observing him at this time, and their eyes met. Zhou Tingting nodded at Lin Hao with a smile, and Lin Hao nodded in response. The two had never met face to face, but they were both in tune, like old friends. Lin Hao decided to find a chance to go over and formally meet and get to know Zhou Tingting in a while. Then, Lin Hao felt another sharp gaze fall on him. Chapter 95, To Whet Your Appetite. Lin Hao turned around, but he saw a handsome man staring at him with a harmonic smile. That smile looked very uncomfortable in one's mind. This man is Wu Junying of Longhu Mountain. Lin Hao averted his gaze as if he hadn't seen Wu Junying. Wu Junying laughed at the situation and said with contempt and disdain, "This trash," staring at him and averting his eyes in fear. The fawning curry around Wu Junying followed with a big smile. "Ha ha, brother Wu, you think too highly of him. Someone like him doesn't even need your help. We can handle it for you. That's right. You don't even need to spend your thoughts on this loser. He was just surprised that day. And that's why senior brother Jin Jibing suffered a loss. The group of people surrounding Wu Junying looked at Lin Hao with his head down with contempt. No harm done. I'm personally trying to have some fun. It's been a long time since I've bullied a fledgling. Looking at this punk makes my heart itch. Ha ha, ha ha, that's true. Cultivation is usually boring. We really need some ungrateful little scum to move our hands and feet. The group of people sneered recklessly, not taking Lin Hao seriously at all. The clamor from Wu Junying's side made many people see the situation. After all, the video of Wu Junying insulting the Qingcheng sect was widely spread, and most cultivators had seen that video. After this incident, the Qingcheng sect's bottom was stripped clean, and everyone knew that the Qingcheng sect was a powerless pheasant sect. This was actually the reason why Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao went to visit the sects one by one and were not received. Many people in the square couldn't help but follow the group from Longhu Mountain and despise Lin Hao for not even having the courage to look at Wu Junying. Wang Tao was originally holding a megaphone in his hand, and he wanted to be here to notify the Exorcist youth race conspiracy again this time. But in this case, he couldn't help but lower his head and quietly drop the megaphone to the ground. Wang Tao originally had 6 friends following him around as well. Right now, Wang Tao and the others felt like a hairless pheasant, standing there bare and being ridiculed and mocked. Tao, I'm sorry I can't join you guys on your adventure. Immediately, there was a person who couldn't resist the crowd's disdainful gaze and left the team formed by Wang Tao. Brother Tao, this time is indeed a bit awkward. Let's work together again next time. Another person left. Wang Tao looked at the 2 who left and was very angry, but he didn't know how to reprimand them. He looked to the 4 remaining brothers, who had fluttering eyes and shifting feet, also trying to leave the group, but in the end, he held back and didn't leave. Wang Tao finally had some face. Senior brother, these people don't know any better. Why don't we just leave them alone? Wang Tao asked Lin Hao with a puff of air. Lin Hao smiled, not caring about everyone looking down on him. Instead, the more contemptuous Wu Junying was, the more relieved Lin Hao was. Lin Hao whispered, my senior brother, alas, what strength are you only? Who are you to care about them? I didn't even think of saving them. Just listen to my arrangements later. Okay. Wang Tao's chi was still low. Ha, Wu Junying. Wu Junying regarded Lin Hao as a fledgling that he could pinch at will, so why wouldn't Lin Hao have already put him on the death list? Wu Junying, who insulted Master Lin Hao in public and also placed the video of the insult on the forum of the Buddha Road Alliance to publicly publicize it. This enmity has become a dead end. In Lin Hao's eyes, Wu Junying was already a dead man, and there was no need to get angry with him at this time. For the Exorcism Youth Tournament, the start time is set for about 9 a.m., subject to sunrise. The Buddhist and Taoist alliance, they need to wait for a time period when Yang Qi is at its fullest to maximize heavenly harmony. While waiting, some were cruising around looking at their surroundings and some began to gang up. Lin Hao had been coming to Huanglongxi ancient city every night for the past few days to take part in bonobo training. He has actually become very familiar with this side of the world. But it was night. After all, it's the first time I've been to Huanglongxi during the day. He also surveyed his surroundings carefully. The square where they are located used to be a civic square close to the old city, which has been deserted for a long time now. Green weeds have grown palm-high in the cracks of the stones in the square. Shrubs around the square landscaping green also because no one pruning. Wantonly crazy growth. Completely lost the original beauty. Looking down the square towards the old city of Huanglongxi, there is about close to 200 meters of stone path. Both sides of the stone path are lined with valuable trees that were previously transplanted. It was also left untended for a long time and grew in disarray. Just a short walk from the gravel road, you can see the green road marking aluminum panels that are more than 2 meters high. The entire area of the ancient city is more than 50 square kilometers. Such a large area, all surrounded by this green road government fencing aluminum panels. If you look at it from a high altitude, it is like a slender green dragon wrapping around the ancient city of Huanglongxi. The words construction lot, no entry were sprayed on the aluminum panels at regular intervals. The original bright red font had become dull, but just this dull red color like blood is creepy to see on a foggy morning. By the way, it's not supposed to be foggy at this time of year, but the inside of the old city of Huanglongxi, fenced off by aluminum panels, is very foggy. The fog is so thick that visibility does not exceed 10 meters. Instead, the sky not far outside the ancient city was clear and bright. This stark contrast makes it very eerie to see. However, the cultivators in the square were not curious because they all understood what was inside. At about the same time, 2 people unfamiliar to Lin Hao stood on top of a higher landscape rock. One was a Taoist priest from the Taoist sect and the other was a bald monk from the Buddhist sect. In an instant, the square was unusually quiet. Families, I won't say any more superfluous words. We'll directly give benefits to our families today on behalf of the Buddha Tao Alliance. The middle-aged Taoist priest on top of the landscape rock is quite fashionable, keeping up with the times, and directly carrying over the Shake Shack's selling of good set. Amit Ba, the Buddhist representative, did not say anything, just declared a slogan. Monks are different from Taoist priests in that abstaining from food is also part of Buddhist practice. And he doesn't just mouth flowers like Taoist priests do. This jocular remark of the middle-aged Taoist priest drew laughter from the scene, and the atmosphere that was originally tinged with tension became relaxed. Steward Tang, what are the perks? Tell us, we can't wait. Had. I knew that the Buddha Tao Alliance couldn't possibly let us work hard for nothing. I guess the first place reward for this youth competition should be an item worth 50 to 100 yuan dan. I reckon it's about the same, but it shouldn't get to as many as 100. After all, it's just a simple ghost extermination event. Indeed. I bet the most I can give is 80 yuan dan worth of stuff. Che, you're still not satisfied to have something worth 80 yuan dan? Everyone in the audience started to speculate. While everyone was getting impatient, the middle-aged Taoist priest was hanging on to everyone's appetite. He's decided now that there's no rush to publicize specific rewards. In an instant, there was a chorus of curses, complaining that the middle-aged Taoist priest had learned the essence of TV program hosting. The middle-aged Taoist priest wanted this kind of effect, and he rigidly ignored the discontentment of the cultivators on the scene and began to announce the rules and precautions of the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. Chapter 96, Let's Go into the Woods. The rules for the Exorcism Youth Tournament are simple and brutal. That is, we all rush in together to see the ghosts and kill them. After killing the ghosts inside the Huanglongxi ancient city, dispersing the fog and retaking the control of the ancient city, even if the game is over, you have to collect the ghost beads while capturing the ancient city. Whoever collects the highest number of ghost beads will be rewarded with the corresponding rank in the order of ranking. A ghost bead is a kind of energy storage bead that a ghost cultivator condenses in his body during the cultivation process. Similar to the human dantian, a ghost cultivator who lost his ghost bead was equivalent to having a large portion of his years of cultivation wasted. And if he wanted to cultivate back again, he would have to go through a long period of cultivation again to be able to reconsolidate. Ghost Chi practiced by ghost cultivators, air practiced by Taoist sect, and Buddha power practiced by Buddhist sect. Although the three have different names and completely different manifestation forms, but all three of these energies are made up of heaven and earth energy. The three essences were connected, so the ghost pearl could be used by human cultivators. Ordinary cultivators could not use the ghost bead directly when they got it. It is necessary for the Buddhist or Taoist sects to extract the yuan qi through special processing means. Then other herbs were added to refine it into a yuan dan, which could then be offered to cultivators to swallow for cultivation. Although the ghost beads could not be used directly for cultivation, they were also very precious. Ghost beads can not only go for prizes, but also for yuan dan used for cultivation. Yuan dan was also the common currency of the cultivation world. Currently, 10 ghost pearls could be exchanged for 1 yuan dan. Of course, yuan dan could also be purchased with ordinary world coins. However, it would depend on whether or not the other side would accept ordinary world coins. Basically, no cutie would sell yuan dan with those paper money or a string of digital currency in the ordinary world. Ghost beads, only ghost cultivators have them. It's not in ordinary wandering souls. According to the statistics of the Buddhist and Taoist Alliance, the ancient city of Huanglongxi possessed close to 500 ghost cultivators, and the number of people who went in for this exorcism competition was close to 1,000. It becomes too much of a monk. After the cultivators on the field heard the rules, they all pumped their fists and were ready to go in for the big time. Lin Hao shook his head speechlessly at this. Only Lin Hao knew that there weren't more than 500 ghost cultivators within the ancient city of Huanglongxi, but more than 1,000, and a frightening blood sea reincarnation formation waiting for them. You're lucky to get out alive. But suddenly, Lin Hao's face expression became serious and grave. When he had just arrived at the ancient city, he realized that none of the Buddhist Tao Alliance executives had come to the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. At that time, Lin Hao didn't take this matter to heart. At this moment, Lin Hao became creeped out in his heart after hearing the middle-aged Taoist priest tell everyone that there was such a huge error in information about the ancient city. He once again recalled how Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao were hindered when they visited the top echelons of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance. Just weird. It was impossible for everyone to not listen to Zhang Daoling and Wang Tao's persuasion. There's also the Buddhist Path Union Forum being moderated. Things are very weird. The Buddha-Taoist alliance also definitely contains a huge conspiracy. Lin Hao once again swept his gaze over the middle-aged Taoist priest and the monk who didn't speak much on the landscape stone before looking around at the cultivators in the square. They all looked relaxed and excited. Everything is normal. Lin Hao muttered in his heart. Could it be that he was overthinking things? After the rules, It's time for the main event of announcing the prizes. Steward Deng on the stage didn't try to whet everyone's appetite at this time, but directly announced. The first place winner from the Buddhist sect was the Flying Scorpion Buddhist scripture, and the first place winner from the Taoist sect was the Silver Silk Thunder method, while each received 100 yuan dan. The second place winner from the Buddhist sect was the 9-ring tin staff, and the second place winner from the Taoist sect was the Easy Fan, as well as 80 yuan dan each. The third place winner from the Buddhist sect was the Great Leaf Surplice, and the third place winner from the Taoist sect was the 7-plume armor, while each received 60 yuan dan. There are also great rewards for 4th, 5th, and up to 10th place. As soon as the rewards were announced, there was a gasp of shock. The rewards for this one are unbelievably generous. Not to mention the 2 arts that could be used as the town's arts. The rewards for the second and third place could cause a bloody storm when taken to the Jianghu. Taking things wasn't enough. There was also a significant amount of yuan dan rewards. With these rewards, most cultivators could use this to raise their strength to the next level. The reward was so huge that it was beyond everyone's expectation. At this moment, even the young leaders of Longhu Mountains Wu Junying, Juanjin Dao's Lu Xian, and Wudong Sect's Shaolin Temple's Mirror View held their breaths and their eyes were eager. It's even filled with imperative madness. Wu Junying is the most confident of these. He couldn't hide the smile on his face anymore. The silver wire thunder method must be in his palm. While most people have been swept away by the lucrative rewards, there are still a few smart people who are in a state of calm. This part of the smart people have already realized that this exorcism youth competition is permeated with an unusual flavor. As the saying goes, there is as much risk as there is reward. Now that the Buddha Road Alliance had come up with such a generous reward, that side proved that there was a risk in it that corresponded to it. The rich rewards once again proved that the inside of Huanglongxi ancient city was extremely dangerous. Lin Hao couldn't help but look at Zhou Tingting in the Shangqing Palace. Zhou Tingting belongs to the category of clear-headed. At this time, her eyebrows slightly knit, staring at the not too far away by the thick fog shrouded Huanglongxi ancient town into deep thought. Zhou Tingting felt Lin Hao's gaze and turned her head to look at him. The two men's gazes met, and both could see the worry in the other's eyes. Suddenly, Zhou Tingting turned around and said a few words to the fellow disciples around her before burying her head and walking towards Lin Hao's side. Zhou Tingting was the dream girl of countless men in the cultivation world. Her every move attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. Zhou Tingting had just moved, and everyone was very curious as to what Zhou Tingting was suddenly leaving the Shangqing Palace team to do. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, is it possible to take a step to speak? Zhou Tingting came to Lin Hao and fell to conversing with him. Yes, then please, fellow Taoist Lin Hao, come with me. Zhou Tingting smiled at Lin Hao, then turned toward the unoccupied grove at the edge of the square. Wow! The cultivators on the square were nonplussed. They would never have thought to death that Zhou Tingting would take the initiative to come to Lin Hao's side. What made them even more shocked was that Zhou Tingting had invited Lin Hao to drill the grove together. What do they want? What is there to say and what is there to do that can't be said in person? The men in the square were on the verge of having their hearts broken at this moment. They had never heard of Zhou Tingting having a scandal with any man. But now, Zhou Tingting had taken the initiative to create a scandal for herself. From today onwards, even if nothing actually happened between Lin Hao and Zhou Tingting, they felt that the white lotus in their hearts was no longer pure white, tainted, and it's tainted by the garbage of the pheasant sect. This is simply unacceptable to them. Of these, Wu Junying was the most difficult. He was worse than eating a dead fly. Zhou Tingting had always been the goddess he had pursued so hard but could not. His goddess, who even he himself had never had the chance to be alone with, or even speak to alone only a handful of times. Garbage Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect. How dare you disgust me like this? I'll make sure you're exterminated. Not only does Wu Junying hate Lin Hao, but he also implicates the Qingqing sect as a result. Chapter 97, Let's Make an Alliance. Fellow Taoist Zhou, did you drag me to the grove to discuss something important? Lin Hao stared into Zhou Tingting's pearl-like bright eyes as his gaze began to spread around. Straight and clean hair, delicate skin, a good but firm nose, attractive lip color, round and sleek neck like a swan. Lin Hao hurriedly stopped his uncontrollable and constantly wandering downward gaze to avoid arousing the other party's disgust. As Lin Hao sized up Zhou Tingting was also scanning Lin Hao. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, I've heard that your master and senior brother have been going around promoting the ancient city conspiracy theory a few days ago. I wonder if what they said is true. It turned out that Zhou Tingting came over to confirm this matter. Lin Hao stared at Zhou Tingting's beautiful eyes and asked rhetorically. Fellow Taoist Zhou, if I say it's true, will you believe me? Believe. Good. Then I suggest that fellow Taoist Zhou take his fellow disciples from the Shangqing Palace and not enter the Yellow Dragon Creek ancient city. Since that's the case, will fellow Taoist Lin enter the Yellow Dragon Stream ancient city? Zhou Tingting blinked her bright eyes and stared at Lin Hao with a smirk. Lin Hao suddenly laughed. Doesn't the fact that I came to the square on time, knowing that there was a conspiracy inside, speak volumes about my decision? In fact, not only did Wu Junying and the others want the Silver Silk Thunder method, Lin Hao wanted it even more. Not only did he want the Silver Silk Thunder method, he also wanted the 8th place reward, the Ghost Harnessing Spirit Axis. The middle-aged Taoist priest on the landscape stone explained when he announced the reward. This spirit axis of harnessing ghosts came from the Zhangyi Dao, and was obtained by one of the disciples of the Zhangyi Dao when he was practicing outside and handed it over to the sect. Shoichi then took it out as a prize. In fact, the spirit axis of ghost harnessing is a side technique. People from proper sects rarely bothered to learn such arts. However, Lin Hao felt that the spirit axis of ghost harnessing went well with him. It might be possible to comprehend a magical spell out of it similar to the Qingqing evil breaking mantra. Currently, the Qingqing sect only had one very peaceful cultivation technique, the natural Dan Dao, plus 4 Qingqing inheritance 4 swords. There's also the Qingqing evil breaking mantra, which I created myself. Everything else is blank. Therefore, as long as it was a gongfu, Lin Hao wanted it and came to the rescue. Since fellow Daoist Lin insists on going in, then I will still go in as well. What are you doing in there? Then what are you doing in there again? I need prizes. Then I am in need of a prize too. Ha ha ha. The two smiled at each other with great understanding. How about the two of us make an alliance? Zhou Tingting's large, beautiful eyes blinked playfully, very much looking forward to Lin Hao's reply. We're in an alliance? Aren't you afraid I'll hold you back? He. Does fellow Daoist Lin still need to pretend in front of me? Why do you say that? Lin Hao was really curious. Countless people looked down on him, but instead, it was this Zhou Tingting who had always seemed to have no contempt for him. Zhou Tingting gave Lin Hao a blank look without any good humor as she stroked her hanging green silk and spoke. I have been unable to tell your cultivation so far, and by all rights, you should be an ordinary person, but you are not an ordinary person. Such a simple and huge loophole can only fool people who don't have a brain. Lin Hao felt like he was being scolded as well. Alright, fellow Daoist Lin, let's get down to business. How about an alliance? Tina Chow invited again. An alliance is fine, but we can't go all the way because I'm afraid you'll steal my ghost pearl. That's for the best, because I'm also afraid you'll rob me of my ghost beads. Then in a while, I'll go east and you go west. If we come across something that can't be solved, we'll rendezvous at the central area of the ancient city in the middle of the night. How? With Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao's abilities, there was usually no need for them to make an alliance. The purpose of an alliance is to deal with problems together when they are all unsolvable. No problem. Listen to fellow Daoist Lin. The two had a good conversation. As she walked out of the woods, Zhou Tingting couldn't help but bring a smile to her face. This one made the lemon elves in the square hate Lin Hao even more. After Zhou Tingting returned to the Shangqing Palace Square, she discussed the matter with her fellow disciples. In the end, 2/3 of the people who came from Shangqing Palace went straight away. The rest were the stronger cultivators of the young generation of the Shangqing Palace. Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao from the Shangqing Palace went to the grove. And when they came back, a large portion of their fellow disciples were gone all of a sudden, and everyone felt very incredulous. What exactly did they agree on? Smart enough to have an idea already. Some people of lower realms similarly followed and chose to leave the square. By the end of the day, 1/3 of the entire square was gone straight away. There were originally more than 1,000 people, but now there are only about 600 left. Time passes quickly. The sun was in the sky and the sun was at its strongest when the fence was opened. These 600 people scrambled to rush into the ancient city of Huanglongxi. They were afraid that if they went late, the ghost cultivators would be snatched up. Lin Hao and Zhou Tingting didn't fight with them, but walked behind and waited for them to finish before going in. At that moment, Wu Junying came in with a group of people and brushed past Lin Hao. He, the personal disciple of the Qingqing sect's headmaster. I hope you're lucky. Wu Junying glanced at Lin Hao while his gaze skimmed over Zhou Tingting without a trace. Without waiting for Lin Hao to reply, Wu Junying and the crowd behind him took off. Fellow Daoist Lin, it seems that fellow Daoist Wu Junying has misunderstood you deeply. Do you want us to go together? Zhou Tingting asked kindly. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Zhou. Such trivial matters do not yet require your help. Alright then, fellow Daoist Lin. Good luck, Tongju. Fellow Daoist Zhou, be careful. The two men greeted each other and left in the direction they had agreed to. Upon entering the old city of Huanglongxi, the visibility inside was even lower than predicted, only about 5 meters. Such a dense fog quickly made many people lose their way. Everyone dispersed and disappeared even more. Wang Tao took out the compass that had been prepared long ago, and the compass kept spinning around. The magnetic field is disturbed and unusable. He took out his satellite phone again and realized that none of the satellite phones had any signal. He pulled out his short-range HF walkie-talkie again. The walkie-talkies were fine. able to communicate at a range of 20 meters. It was a relief to them. "Senior, how do we get there?" "Just feel free to walk." Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry. He recognized the direction and headed ahead. "Brothers, keep up. Don't worry guys. Following my senior brother won't make you suffer." Wang Tao greeted the 4 friends behind him to keep up. The 4 followed suit and kept pace. But there was one of them, who lagged a little behind, and then pressed his heel so hard that he left an unrecognizable special shoe print on the ground. There were 6 of them in the squad. At first, all 6 cast manifestation spells on themselves so that they could find the ghosts. Manifestation is one of the universal spells. Everyone does. After casting it, you will be able to see the ghosts and hear their voices. But the effect is about the same as a normal human sight and sound distance. At this time, under the dense fog, the sight and hearing were greatly affected, and the effect of the manifestation technique was greatly weakened. Ghosts hardly ever go out during the day. Even with the protection of a thick fog, they prefer to stay inside the house through the sunny scorching days. Wang Tao and the rest of them cultivators wanted to find the ghosts. They had to search from room to room. Huangblangxi Ancient City. Residential houses plus BNBS, hotels, shopping malls, stores, etc. There are tens of thousands of rooms. Finding 500 or 600 ghost cultivators inside tens of thousands of rooms was really like finding a needle in a haystack. Chapter 98 Differences of Opinion. What's worse, spells like manifestation require constant consumption of air. Although it consumes less, it can't be turned on all the time, or else it won't take long before everyone has to swallow meditation or swallow yuan dan to restore the air. This results in people not being able to drive all the time, which makes the search even more difficult. Wang Tao and his team were a team, and each of them took turns to open the manifestation technique, which was used to listen to the ghosts' cries and check where the ghosts were located. But Lin Hao and his squad had 2 guys in a row who had opened their manifestation spells, which was the same as not opening them. Often misses misstatements. There are times when there are clearly ghosts in the house and these 2 guys can't hear them and just ignore them. There are times when there is nothing in the house, but they feel that there is a ghost practitioner inside, and they end up going in and running empty. This is embarrassing. Wang Tao couldn't look away. He said he'd come to open the manifestation search, and the results were even more embarrassing. He also had poor manifestation effects because his realm was too low. The error rate is even higher than the first 2 teammates. They searched more than 50 rooms in a row, and there were only a dozen or so rooms with a few wandering spirits inside. A big waste of time and energy. A few of the men hung their heads and were demoralized. Aside from Wang Tao, those 4 teammates were simply ready to lie flat, their movements getting slower and slower. Wang Tao could only watch and be anxious. In fact, it was not only Wang Tao and the few of them who were in this situation. The cultivators of other sects were similar. Originally, they thought that they would rush in and meet the ghost cultivators, and then crunch and kill them, picking up ghost beads all over the place. The result was that the ghosts were hiding and could not be found. These cultivators were in a hurry. If the day is wasted, by night, it's the ghost nation's home turf. At that time, hundreds or thousands of wandering souls would rush to the scene, and even if you were a founder, even if you were a venerable, you would still have to drink your heart out. That's why the Buddhist and Taoist alliance they strictly require that everyone must all come out before the sun sets, wait for the night to pass and enter the next day. Lin Hao had originally thought to play pig and eat tiger, keep a low profile and develop, and leave these basic things to his teammates. Who knew these teammates were so unreliable? If this continues, I'm afraid that I won't even be able to get a few ghost pearls, not to mention the prize. Lin Hao decided that he wouldn't pretend. There's no ghost inside this room. Don't go in there and waste your time. One of the guys suggests going into the jewelry store to see if there are any ghosts, but Lin Hao stops him. There are no ghosts inside the haunted house either. Don't go in there. Just when everyone sees a 3D haunted house and everyone jumps up and down with excitement, Lin Hao throws a pot of cold water. Senior brother Lin, what are you doing? There's nothing here. There's nothing there. In that case, why don't you just lie down on the street and sleep? Yeah, you're even weaker than us in terms of cultivation. So what makes you judge that there are no ghosts inside? Do you have clairvoyance and smooth ears? 3 of them were pissed off by Lin Hao. Oh, then you guys go in. Lin Hao despised and disdained these 3 guys, begging to be able to do nothing, and not listening to advice. Just go in. When there are ghost beads in a while, you don't want to be qualified to distribute them. Humph. The trio twisted their heads and walked into the haunted house. Wang Tao is very embarrassed. He found a few teammates did not start to go too. Now the remaining 4. The results came in not half a day. 3 are divided. Jade, why don't you go with them too? Wang Tao suggested to a small Taoist nun beside him. This Taoist nun is called Su Xiaoyu. Her looks are average, belonging to the enduring kind, and her figure is also small and bird-like, especially standing next to Wang Tao. It was a stark contrast. Su Xiaoyu didn't follow her in. Tao, I'd better join you in Ho. Su Xiaoyu didn't follow Wang Tao's advice. But if you follow us, you might not get anything out of it. It's fine. I was just out for practice in the first place. That'll do. Lin Hao ignored the conversation between the two of them. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu. As he walked along the ancient street to the front alone, Wang Tao hurriedly followed with Su Xiaoyu, and any farther away, he couldn't see the silhouettes. Senior brother, let's go into Starbucks and search around. There might be something to be gained. Lin Hao stopped after walking to the entrance of the Starbucks coffee shop. At this time the Starbucks that green background white star crown goddess logo has disappeared. Only a few half of the advertising words remain. Looking in through the large glass windows, the inside of the store was also dark and gloomy, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Lin Hao reached out and prepared to push open the wooden antique-style wooden door. Senior brother. You lean back. Senior brother, I have thick skin. Let me go ahead to scout the way. Wang Tao scurried inside the Starbucks store before Lin Hao. Awa. Wang Tao went in and saw two stern ghosts pouncing over. Knights are different from ghost cultivators. Ghost cultivators had the same IQ as humans, but the lich ghosts were the kind of monsters that only knew bloodlust. There were no ghost beads in the body of the stern ghosts, but their strength was not weak, and the strong stern ghosts were not even worse than ghost cultivators. This creature is a headache for anyone who sees it. Wang Tao hurriedly threw out two ghost-repelling talismans and bounced them away. Then, Wang Tao skillfully flicked two dark yellow finger swords again, directly piercing through the two stern ghosts. Before the two night ghosts could react, they turned into smoke and disappeared. Baka! Kill them! Two ghostly cries were heard, and two black smokes instantly shot over from the store. The smoke transformed into a long spear and stabbed straight at Wang Tao. Wang Tao reacted extremely quickly. The dragon tiger sword clanked out of its sheath, the tip of the sword flipping and instantly dispersing the two incoming smoke shots. Brother Tao, I'll help you. Su Xiaoyu pointed at Wang Tao, and a hazy mist instantly appeared around Wang Tao's body. Thanks, Jade. It's not the first time Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu have been partners. They have worked together many times and have a tacit understanding. Su Xiaoyu is a Taoist nun from the Guxian clan. Her sect belonged to a medium-sized sect, and it was a sect with a certain status in the Dao sect. Her Gongfu's individual attack power was not strong, favoring assistance. What was cast on Wang Tao just now was ghost possession. This jutsu was suitable for use in melee combat, and with the use of ghost possession, you can increase your body's resistance to spells, as well as hit illusory earthly ghostly bodies with your fists. But in today's Taoist era, few people practice martial arts and few use close combat. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu were often partners is because Su Xiaoyu's gong method and Wang Tao's situation were a perfect match. With the ghost possession, Wang Tao's confidence increased greatly. He stared at the two bonobos hiding inside the cash register, his eyes wide with rage. Die for me! He jumped up and landed on the cashier's table, his dragon tiger sword slashing and stabbing frantically at the two Japanese ghost cultivators. The Japanese ghost's body was cut in half, but they weren't worried. The ghostly bodies shifted and joined together again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Tao was unforgiving and swung his fist to blast over. The tremendous force directly knocked one of the bonobo ghosts into a disorganized ghostly body. Wang Tao took the opportunity to pull out a ghost bead from the heart of the Japanese ghost. This maneuver was fluid and fast. The other ghost was horrified and hurriedly turned into smoke, trying to escape from Starbuck. Thumbs up! A finger sword blocked his path and pierced his head. The Japanese ghost's soul body shook and dissipated into yin chi. A ghost bead fell to the ground. Chapter 99, What's Wrong with Pitting You? Senior brother is awesome. Wang Tao was quite impressed with Lin Hao's strength then. Lin Hao laughed and picked up a ghost bead to check it out. It was of average quality. It means that the ghost cultivator is not high. The contest doesn't require the quality of the ghost beads though, just the quantity. Senior brother, put away the ghost beads. We'll unify the distribution later. Okay. The three of them were very happy to obtain two ghost beads. As he walked out of Starbucks, he was met by the same three people who had just entered the haunted house and followed him. Lin Hao glanced at the three men who were hanging their heads, seemingly without any gains. Jade, how are you guys doing? One of them couldn't help but ask when he saw Su Xiaoyu's delighted expression. Su Xiaoyu had some embarrassment on her face for a moment, not knowing if she should tell the truth. Wang Tao saw this and popped his palm back. We harvested two ghost beads. What? Where did you guys get that? All three of those people's expressions changed, both envious and jealous, and at the same time, they were beaming with joy. Wang Tao gets two. That counts as their share. It's just inside Starbucks over there, so it's right to listen to my mentor. Wang Tao could not help but feel a sense of pride rise in his heart when he mentioned this matter. Just now, I told you to listen to my senior brother, but you didn't listen, so now you regret it, right? Wang Tao was in a free-flowing mood. There was already a change in the way those three looked at Lin Hao again. Senior brother Lin. Then let's continue to go searching. We'll all listen to you from now on. Right now there are only 2 of them, and the 6 of us are simply not enough to share them. The 3 are shameless. Already forgetting the sentence they had just said. In a moment when there are ghost beads, you don't want to be qualified to distribute them. Words. At that moment, Lin Hao came out of nowhere. Who wants to split it with you guys? If you want the ghost pearl, go find it yourself. The 3 of them immediately turned ugly to the extreme. What do you mean? Immediately, a man angrily questioned Lin Hao. It doesn't mean anything. It means you've been kicked off the team. You. The man pointed at Lin Hao very angrily, and the other 2 also glared at Lin Hao with indignation. Put down your fingers or I'll cut you. With that, the sword on Lin Hao's back was already sheathed. The man hastily retracted his fingers in fear, and then all 3 of them were taken a few steps back. Wang Tao rushed over to stop Lin Hao, who then stopped. You guys go away. You've already said it yourselves just now. We won't share the ghost beads you're looking for, and you don't want to distribute the ones we're looking for. Wang Tao finally stopped being abusive. Good, wow. Wang Tao, you're actually this kind of person. It's sort of like we looked the other way. What a white-eyed wolf. In vain of our usual friendship at the drinking table. So be it, our brotherly love ends here. Wang Tao, from now on, the avenues face the sky, each going halfway. The 3 immediately severed their relationship with Wang Tao. Lin Hao snorted coldly in contempt, not even bothering to pay attention, and walked straight ahead. Wang Tao wanted to explain a few more words, but when he saw his senior brother's silhouette fading in the thick fog, he could only stop and hurriedly followed him. Su Xiaoyu also followed Wang Tao and left. Those 3 looked at each other. This Lin Hao might really have the skill to spot ghost cultivators. I feel the same way. If this keeps up, how are we going to play? The ghost cultivators have all been killed by him. We still have a hair. After Lin Hao's many accurate judgments just now, they felt that Lin Hao really did have the ability to find ghost cultivators. Come on, let's follow them. The 3 followed along with this street. What are you following? Su Xiaoyu was displeased when she realized that these 3 people were following them step by step. The road isn't your house. Go your own way. Who's following you? So many forks in the road. Which one we take? Which one you follow? And you say you didn't follow? Su Xiaoyu argued with the 3 of them. Wang Tao hurriedly went over and pulled Su Xiaoyu, saying, forget it, don't bother with them. Hunting ghost cultivators still depends on strength. It's useless to argue. Humph. Su Xiaoyu was still dissatisfied with this behavior of the trio, but she didn't say anything else. Lin Hao in front of him walked and stopped in front of a bakery. Elder brother. Theirs. Inside. What's there? We saw this store first, and the ghost inside is ours. The 3 of them directly interrupted Lin Hao's words, and then all 3 of them drilled in at the same time. Ho! What's wrong with them? Su Xiaoyu was so angry at these 3 that she stomped her feet. Wang Tao was also very angry. They're going too far. I'm going to go in and argue with them. Don't go in there. Lin Hao pulled Wang Tao. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, he saw the 3 of them rolling around in fear and escaping. Grass. There's actually a ghost pawn stage liar ghost in there. All 3 had colors on their faces and their clothes were torn to shreds. One of them was pale with blood at the corner of his mouth. Several people were startled when they heard that it was a ghost pawn stage Earth Knight. Wang Tao pulled Su Xiaoyu all ready to escape. The ghost pawn stage was still a bit specific for cultivators who were only Dao apprentices. Don't touch it hard if you can help it. And there was nothing to be gained by killing this thing. The night ghost. It was a waste of time and energy. As the knight was just about to go out in pursuit, the light outside stopped it instinctively in its tracks. Although ghosts in the ghost pawn stage are no longer afraid of daylight, but they also don't like daytime conditions. Night ghosts are ferocious ghosts with little spiritual intelligence, and they follow their instincts. So it didn't come out after them, but through the glass window. It kept changing its horrible form inside to terrorize the humans outside. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but giggle at the trio's misery, and Wang Tao couldn't help but laugh as well. Seeing the 3 of them suffer defeat, the 2 of them were extremely happy in their hearts. What's so funny? What's so funny? One person glared fiercely at Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu sneered and teased. It's you yourselves who heard how say there were ghosts, so you couldn't wait to rush in and ended up getting hurt like this. You really deserve it. Humph. Who heard Lin Hao say there was a ghost? It's obviously us who found it ourselves. Only it's a stern ghost inside. The man still had a stiff upper lip, and the other 2 kept their mouths shut. Oh, come on. Lin Hao suddenly realized that the man sitting on the ground and talking had a strange piece set into the sole of one of his shoes. He looked further back, and there were surprisingly imperceptible marks on the ground. Lin Hao swept a glance, then left his gaze and continued walking ahead as if nothing had happened. When Su Xiaoyu heard Lin Hao's urging, she walked forward while showing an exaggeratedly contemptuous and provocative smile towards the three people behind her, infuriating those three people who almost rushed over to beat them up. Ha ha, Hao did a great job. Hao is so powerful, so relieved. They're kind of erratic and shameless, people should be pitched against them. Humph. Su Xiaoyu leapt with excitement as she walked. He. My senior brother is the one who carries our Qingqing sect. Of course he's powerful. Wang Tao had always admired Lin Hao. Not only was he a fast cultivator, he was also able to create spells, and he had even given the Qingqing sect a long face time and time again. Although he was a senior brother, he had always obeyed Lin Hao in matters of great importance. He did whatever Lin Hao said. Lin Hao's words were much more useful than his master Zhang Daoling's. Chapter 100, Look, there's a ghost. When Su Xiaoyu saw Wang Tao in this manner, she couldn't help but glare at him and said in a bad mood, "You're the one who's abusive. Everyone else is doing that to us and you're still turning to them. It's only because of Ho. Otherwise I'd be pissed off at you." Hey! Wang Tao did not refute Su Xiaoyu's complaining and blaming, but just scratched the back of his head and giggled. But soon enough, those three were back on their asses. This made Su Xiaoyu furious, but there was nothing she could do about it. Lin Hao waved his hand, telling the two of them to be quiet. After listening for a moment, Lin Hao pointed to a supermarket. "There's a ghost in there." After Lin Hao finished speaking, he also specifically asked towards the three people in the back to confirm the question. "Is this one considered a discovery by you? Or by us?" "Ho, why should we ask them? You're obviously the one who found it." Su Xiaoyu cocked her mouth in indignation. Lin Hao waved his hand to stop it. "There's no harm. We are all brothers and sisters of the Buddha Doctrine Alliance." Asking clearly avoids creating conflicts and hurting the peace for no reason. Oh, Su Xiaoyu didn't know what Lin Hao was playing, but she stopped talking about counting, and Wang Tao was even more naive and stood next to the two of them without saying anything. It was the turn of these three to hesitate. The three of them exchanged glances with each other and finally said, "We didn't hear anything this time, so since you say there's a ghost in there, you guys go in." The three of them had just been psychologically scared out of their wits by that ghostly pawn stage night. "Okay, let's go in." Wang Tao heard the words to go in and rushed in ahead of him again, and Su Xiaoyu hurriedly followed. Lin Hao ended up walking in slowly. After Lin Hao's trio went in, the sound of banging shelves collapsing and the sound of Wang Tao yelling came from inside the supermarket. The three men outside the door had smiles on their faces when they heard such a big commotion. Ha ha, it's finally their turn for bad luck. This Lin Hao is somewhat capable, but not much. He can hear that there's a ghost inside, but he can't tell what's going on with the ghosts inside. Hey, by the sound of that, they're more than likely worse off than we are. That's for sure. With all this commotion, I'm afraid there's more than just one or two stern ghosts in there. The three of them have a lower cultivation level than us, so they might have to plant a big head, and it's possible for one of them to die. These three gloated at the outer door of the supermarket, sneering and mocking with abandon. They don't leave or go in to help. They just stand by the door and wait for the joke. After another 3 minutes, Lin Hao calmly walked out of the supermarket, followed by Su Xiaoyu. Finally, it was Wang Tao who went out. When Lin Hao and the three of them came out, they were all unharmed except for Wang Tao's clothes, which were a bit disheveled. The three men waiting outside looked at them incredulously. "You guys aren't hurt? What do you mean? Do you expect us to get hurt?" Su Xiaoyu glared at the man. "No, this isn't right." Listening to the movement inside, there are at least several severe ghosts. How can you guys not be hurt at all? Who says it's a stern ghost in there? Su Xiaoyu suddenly took out 5 ghost beads. Inside is clearly a gathering point for ghost cultivators. See, there are 5 ghost beads. Ah, how come there are so many ghost beads? The three of them were confused when they saw the 5 ghost beads on Su Xiaoyu's hand. At this point, they were madly regretting it inside. But at the same time, they felt wrong. 5 ghost cultivators, and other wandering spirits. How did they win the fight? Su Xiaoyu and Wang Tao couldn't help but feel free in their hearts when they saw that these 3 people were both envious and regretful, as well as a hint of fear. Lin Hao also had a light smile on his face as he continued to walk forward. Everyone follows. Those 3 also continue to follow with indefinable emotions. Arriving at another store, Lin Hao asked again. "There's a ghost cultivator inside. Not very high in cultivation. And dozens of wandering souls. Counting yours or ours?" Those 3 hesitated again. The reason they hesitated was because Lin Hao had made it too clear. The number of ghost cultivators, the number of wandering souls, all of it was given a clear picture. Instead, this made them afraid to make a decision in their hearts, fearing that they would be pitted by Lin Hao. "Count yourselves in." After the 3 made eye contact, they decided to observe one more time. There was only 1 ghost cultivator and 1 ghost pearl anyway. Being careful is a good thing. Can't go wrong. Lin Hao nodded and said to Wang Tao, elder brother, you take Xiaoyu inside to exterminate her. I'll take a look at the other stores outside. Xing. Senior brother, don't worry, just leave it to me and Xiaoyu. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu were very convinced of Lin Hao's arrangement and immediately pushed the door in without hesitation. After the two of them went in, Lin Hao glanced at the facetious trio and then stopped paying attention, burrowing in towards the side store. What to do? These three stood in the street, unable to walk or enter the store, very tangled. Just then, a ghost cultivator suddenly floated out of the store Lin Hao had gone into. After this ghost floated out, it saw the three of them again and panicked before drilling into the stores on the other side of the street. A ghost cultivator escaped. After entering the Huanglongxi ancient town for so long, they finally saw a ghost cultivator. This escaped from the store Lin Hao just went into. You don't care where you escaped from. If we see it, it's ours. Ha! It's really a ghost cultivator. His cultivation isn't high yet. Quick, let's go after him. The three men excitedly chased them in. Within half a minute of their going in, the ghost floated back out, with a smelly shoe in the ghost's hand. A contemptuous smile skimmed the corners of this ghost's mouth before he went straight back to the store that Lin Hao had just entered. After another half a minute, Lin Hao came out of the store. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu also walked out from the side. Senior brother, fortunately, I was able to obtain a ghost pearl and also exterminate all the wandering souls. Su Xiaoyu was also all smiles, satisfied with her cooperation with Wang Tao. Okay, let's keep searching. Lin Hao paused his feet, and an inconspicuous mark appeared underneath his feet. He had just now affixed the unidentified mark on the smelly shoe to his own soul. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu didn't notice the bottom of their feet. Su Xiaoyu wondered, brother Hao, where are those three pesky followers? Where did they go? Wang Tao also looked around suspiciously, but the visibility around him was only 5 meters. No one else could be seen but the three of them. Lin Hao said, they're gone. Ha! I was talking about showing off our haul, but it's good to be gone. Those three followers are so annoying. Su Xiaoyu and Wang Tao heard that those three had left, so they no longer cared. The trio worked very comfortably together for the rest of the ride. Lin Hao relied on his ability to see ghosts and hear their voices at all times without the need for manifestation techniques, and this ability far exceeded the effects of ordinary cultivators after using manifestation techniques. They swept through ghost cultivators hidden in every corner along the way. These ghost cultivators were hiding here, waiting to suddenly appear at night and surround the human cultivators in one fell swoop. But they could hide it from other cultivators, but not from Lin Hao. Lin Hao found the ghost cultivator and, depending on the situation, had Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu go in to work out while he swept alongside. The two of them, Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu, cooperated with each other, and ordinary ghost cultivators were no match for them. Only when there was a large number of them did Lin Hao's turn come. Gradually, the sky darkened. Oh no! Senior brother, we swept too smoothly all the way and forgot to look at the time. It's getting dark. What can we do? Chapter 101 Brother, you have to fight for your honor. It's okay. There's no rush. Lin Hao wasn't in a hurry at all and was very calm. Su Xiaoyu also panicked. How? At night, 10,000 ghosts come out. And at night, all of their strength is restored. We can't deal with it at all. Yes, senior brother. The leaders have sternly demanded that we must get out before nightfall, or live or die at our own peril. Wang Tao's forehead was sweating as he looked around. And according to the map view of the ancient city, they were now in the center area location. If we don't move to the edge, then we really won't be able to. Ho, why aren't we in a hurry? It's a matter of human life. Su Xiaoyu asked in disbelief. Lin Hao laughed. There's really no need to rush because everyone can't get out. If you don't believe me, let's walk around and compare the map of the ancient city. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu sniffed and hurriedly went to check around. They didn't dare go too far either, always keeping a distance where they could see each other. Wang Tao checked the map as he walked. This checking made his back go cold and he broke out in a cold sweat. Jade, we should be caught in a large illusion formation. All the roads and maps don't match up anymore. There's really no way out. It's not an illusion formation, but the Blood Sea reincarnation formation. Anyone caught in this formation will be slowly turned into blood. The more people who died in the formation and turned into blood, the more powerful the formation became. If we can't break this formation, then sooner or later we'll all die inside. Right. Senior brother said that before, and Master and I even went around proclaiming it, but it's a pity no one believed it. Wang Tao's thoughts will always have only one layer, lacking strategic thinking, and reacting only after being personally confronted. To put it nicely, it's called being straightforward, not bending over backwards to say what you mean. To put it bluntly, it's simple-minded. What can we do about this? Su Xiaoyu was filled with fear with a sobbing voice. But I'm not married. I'm not even in love. I don't want to die. I'm not willing to. Wang Tao, you know it's dangerous inside, so why did you come in? Not only did you come in by yourself, you had to make me come in with you. If you hadn't said you wanted me to assist in order to realize my strength, I wouldn't have come in and risked it. Are you stupid? Su Xiaoyu angrily called Wang Tao a cutie. Wang Tao scratched his head and laughed nervously. Senior brother told me to come in. So I did. You. Su Xiaoyu was left speechless by Wang Tao's reasoning. Ho, I know you must have a solution, right? I couldn't help it. I was taking a chance. I wanted to come in and kill ghosts and win a prize or something. Lin Hao spread his hands, and his face showed how helpless he was as well. Ah, senior brother, didn't you say you had a way to keep us safe? Wang Tao really panicked this time. He subconsciously pulled Lin Hao's hand and begged. Senior brother, you can't be like this. If it were usual, I wouldn't complain about any arrangement, but today Jade was dragged in by me. You must find a way to get her out. A big man close to 1 meter took Lin Hao's hand and shook it, and Lin Hao got a nasty chill down his spine. Shake it off in a hurry. Senior brother, I really can't help. Don't think of relying on me. This kind of matter that concerns with one's life can only be relied on by oneself. Lin Hao firmly refused. This is really bad. Quite a few people have already died in the Blood Sea reincarnation formation. You guys look carefully at the color of the fog. Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu sniffed and their spirits coalesced as they nervously and carefully examined them. Sure enough, the sky was becoming a pale reddish color, and the smell of blood if anything was wafting through the air. What was originally a gray fog had gradually turned into a shallow blood mist. Su Xiaoyu's ears also heard some whimpering sounds similar to the wind whistling sounds brought out by the ghosts shuttling. She was so scared that she instantly jumped onto Wang Tao, who hurriedly wrapped his arms around her. Ah, there really is a sea of blood. I'm going to die. Woohoo! I don't want to turn into blood. Su Xiaoyu, after all, is a yellow flower girl who has not seen much of the world, and it is okay to follow everyone to kill ghosts on weekdays. When she really got to this hell-like environment, she was scared out of her wits. Don't be afraid, Jade, with me here. I won't let these ghosts hurt you. Wang Tao hurriedly comforted. Lin Hao's mouth twitched when he saw the two in this state. If he wasn't worried about Xia Qing's ghostly body being discovered by the top brass of the Buddhist Tao Alliance, he really wanted to bring his female ghost wife, Xia Cheng. At that point, it's not certain who feeds who dog food. In this situation now, it's best for you guys to hide inside the store. The Blood Sea reincarnation formation prioritizes cleaning up those exposed on the streets. Then let's get in there. Su Xiaoyu couldn't wait to dive inside the stores. Wang Tao also said, Senior brother, let's go inside and hide. You guys go in. I have to go find a way out. Otherwise sooner or later the ghosts will find me. It will still be hard to escape death at that time. Wang Tao wanted to follow Lin Hao, but he didn't want Lin Hao to risk his life alone, nor did he want to leave Su Xiaoyu. Lin Hao could see Wang Tao's dilemma. He stared solemnly at Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu with a sad tone. The two of you go in and hide. I'm already fatherless and alone and unattached. Unlike you, you each have your own concerns and ideals. I'll try to scout the way for you. I'll come get you when I find a way out, but the chances of that are relatively small. So try to fulfill whatever wishes you have. When the time comes, even if you die, you won't have any regrets. Senior brother, little Jade, if we are destined to meet again in the next life. After finishing this flurry of sad words, Lin Hao disappeared into the blood mist with a flash of his body. Shidoshi, Wang Tao let go of Su Xiaoyu and chased after him, but he could no longer find Lin Hao. He hurriedly retreated back again, or else both Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaoyu would have to get separated in a while. Little Jade, senior brother is gone. Alas, let's go inside and hide. Okay. The two entered the store hand in hand without realizing it. Not far away, Lin Hao looked back in the direction of Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu with a smile. This area is the area that is least affected by the formation. As long as Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu hid here and didn't die, it would basically ensure that they were safe and sound. Lin Hao had left him here because he was worried that Wang Tao, a procrastinator, was holding him back, and he also wanted to create private space and atmosphere for the two of them. Senior brother, this is all that senior brother can help you with. If you still can't handle Su Xiaoyu, don't return to Qingqing Mountain in the future. His righteous expression of emotion just now was meant to fulfill both Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel that he was really a great person. Not only did he contribute money to help his master, Zhang Daoling, solve the problem of loneliness and old age, but he also worried about his brother's sexual well-being. Lin Hao laughed at the thought of this. Lin Hao looked down at the mark left behind earlier. He guessed that this special mark was most likely an arrangement by Wu Junying of Longhu Mountain. Lin Hao couldn't help but skim his lips. It had been a whole day, and Wu Junying still hadn't come to the door. He was tired of waiting. I don't know if Wu Junying has already been unable to find the mark himself, or if Wu Junying is being held back by some things that can't be separated from him. Lin Hao no longer paid attention to this matter. However, Wu Junying's handful of tracking marks did serve some purpose, at least allowing Lin Hao to accurately judge the direction. Lin Hao looked at the sky, and the smell of blood and gore was getting thicker. Suddenly, the pale red color in Lin Hao's sky gradually took shape and converged towards him. Chapter 102 Evil Black Soul Jade. At the same time, the black soul jade on Lin Hao's chest gradually became hotter. He was so scared that he hurriedly took off the black soul jade and threw it on the ground. The person also instantly took several steps backward and stood a few meters away from the black soul jade to observe. In less than a moment, the red blood chi converging in the sky did not enter the black soul jade like a tornado. Lin Hao was dumbfounded by this phenomenon. The black soul jade actually absorbs blood chi. It looks pretty wicked. In less than a minute, the blood chi in the surrounding area of 100 meters faded, and all of it was sucked in by the black soul jade. Lin Hao slowly approached the black soul jade, and at this moment, he suddenly felt that the black soul jade had a sense of being connected to his heart. The feeling was the same as the 7-star sword on his back. It was the kind of feeling that comes from a magic weapon being sacrificed and belonging to a part of one's body. After the 7-star sword was sacrificed, Lin Hao had a heartfelt and inexplicable connection with the 7-star sword while under his control. When the black soul jade was sacrificed by himself at that time, it only transformed the space inside into the hell of tongue pulling, and nothing else changed. Even if Lin Hao input more air toward it, there was no response. It was as if it didn't belong to him without the sacrifice. Even the 2 ghostbusters inside were not under his control. Instead, he had to resort to foxing in order to fish out Xia Gang from the ghostbusters. At this moment, Lin Hao finally felt the slightest connection to the black soul jade. Lin Hao raised his middle finger at the black soul jade lying on the ground, which surprisingly swung slightly following his intentions. So it's not that I didn't succeed in the sacrifice, but that there weren't enough conditions for you to awaken. Lin Hao was overjoyed in his heart. He stopped worrying about the backlash of the black soul jade, and instead reached out to touch it, realizing that the temperature of the black soul jade had dropped. He grasped it in his hand and invaded the consciousness. Nothing had changed inside at this point from before, so Lin Hao thought that the blood chi hadn't been absorbed enough. He quickly penetrated the fog and reached the next place, where he brought out the black soul jade once again. Sure enough, the black soul jade glowed again, and the light red blood chi in the sky converged into a tornado again to be absorbed by the black soul jade. The fact that the black soul jade required blood chi to activate was thoroughly confirmed by Lin Hao. At this point, his mind had begun to tangle. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to be a gaijin. With his familiarity with the Blood Sea Reincarnation Formation after participating in the Blood Sea Reincarnation Formation training over the past few days, he was able to save this group of people from the Buddha Dao alliance with the power of a single king. But now, this thought of Lin Hao's began to waver. Amitabha Buddha, goodness gracious, we are all pawns manipulated by fate, and this Xiao Dao cannot save you. Let each of you be at peace with your heavenly destiny. Blessed infinite heavenly Father. Lin Hao clasped his hands together and performed a great salute combining Buddhism and Taoism to relieve the guilt in his heart. After countless internal entanglements, he finally decided to take this opportunity to first awaken the Black Soul Jade. This kind of opportunity is missed and there is hardly any next time. Lin Hao should never miss it. At this point, Lin Hao also stopped looking for ghost cultivators to seize the ghost pearl. He then concentrated on collecting blood energy from one to the next. The thicker the blood aura was, the more excited Lin Hao became. The so-called prizes become worthless in front of the Black Soul Jade awakening. At this moment, in all corners of Huanglongxi ancient town, have become a purgatory. Senior Wu, save me, help, my god, oh mother, I want to go out. I won't exorcise the ghosts. I don't want the ghost beads. Let me go. There were nearly 100 people on the side of Longhu Mountain. With the sound of miserable cries for help, Wu Junying and the others' faces turned iron blue. They watched as they saw two of their fellow disciples on their side get caught up in the blood-colored mist mass. Then the cries for help disappeared, and the sound of thumping explosions came from inside the blood-colored fog mass. The sound made their scalps tingle. It was the loud sound of flesh being disintegrated into a bloody mist. Everyone on Wu Junying's side was so scared that their faces turned pale, screaming and shivering their legs. Everyone brace yourselves and keep an eye out for the location where the blood chi cluster appears. Wu Junying shouted violently, shaking everyone's nerves. Someone was so frightened by the bellowing that they couldn't hold their pee on the spot, and a stream of warmth flowed into their pants, which was very unpleasant. The smell of urine mixed with blood wafted through the air, making you want to gag. But at times like this, no one counts. Everyone's spirit rallied around the perimeter around them. The terrifying blood chi mass just now was called the blood chi mass monster by them. These clusters of blood chi had no idea what they were made of. and there was no pattern to their formation. It was entirely the blood mist in the air that instantly coalesced into a ball after it had thickened to a certain degree. The most crucial thing was that right now, the human cultivator's vision was severely affected by the thick fog as well as the darkness of the night, and they simply couldn't detect where a blood mist mass was forming in advance. Everyone just has to dodge it by luck. If they didn't dodge in time, they would be like the two fellow disciples who had just been sucked in, touching the blood chi mass, being sucked in, and then being dismembered and disintegrated. It was a good thing that the blood gas mass didn't move fast. They all still get away with it. But once the blood chi clusters were formed, they wouldn't disappear, but instead searched around for living beings to fuse them together, becoming bigger and stronger, feeding back the blood mist in the sky. The thicker the blood mist was, the more clusters of blood gas would form. At this rate, sooner or later, the Huanglongxi ancient city was going to be occupied by the blood chi cluster swarm, and at that time, all of the living beings inside were going to be devoured by it. We have to break the illusion formation here as soon as possible and find a way out, or we'll all die. Wu Junying no longer has the arrogance and confidence of entering Huanglongxi ancient town in the morning. He was also sweating slightly in his hands at this point, and his skin felt like it was exploding. This blood chi mass came too strangely, and its method of devouring the human body was mind-numbing. Wu Junying couldn't help but touch his hand on top of the cylinder behind him. No, we can't use this treasure until the critical moment. The cylinder he carried on his back was a supreme treasure that the division had privately and temporarily bestowed upon him for his use, and it was imbued with the one-time might of the division's great powers. It can only be used once. Before using it, he had to make sure he could get out in one piece. Otherwise, the air in his body would be drained and he would directly lose his ability to resist. When the Sifu handed this treasure to him, he had repeatedly instructed that he should not use this treasure as a last resort. The time had not yet come when this treasure had to be used. Wu Junying once again used his words to enlist the group of people following him, and he, himself, quietly stood in the middle of the crowd, for he had come to think of the group as his own flesh and blood armor. Once a blood chi mass appeared when someone touched it, he would be able to detect it in advance. On the other side, Zhou Tingting led a dozen or so elites from the Palace of Supreme Clearance. Looking at the massive blood chi that was blocking the way, her brows furrowed. What the hell is this? They didn't know the power of this blood chi mass yet. Senior sister, why don't we try to attack? Good. You guys be careful. The disciples of the Palace of Supreme Clearance stood out 3 people, who were ready to use a direct open move. The other disciples were guarding the law from the side. Zhou Tingting was surrounded in the center, observing the situation around her. There have been no casualties so far at the Shangqing Palace. This had to do with them being strong themselves, but also because none of the disciples with lower cultivation levels in the Shangqing Palace had entered the ancient city. There's also Tina Chao to take the lion's share of the credit for the reason. Zhou Tingting, a woman, could sit on the throne of Qing Palace as a senior sister, not only because of her own strength. Then there's her sixth sense. She's good at divine math, good at divination. Although divine calculation and divination was very illusory, and even Zhou Tingting personally could not summarize its laws, she was able to do a lot of things beforehand. She was able to discover Lin Hao's unusualness. She was able to communicate with Lin Hao and then decisively retreat disciples with low cultivation levels, and still manage to bring in people unharmed. That's what makes her so counterintuitive. Zhou Tingting slowly fanned the paper fan in her hand. The breeze blew her sideburns. The whole person was very dashing and confident. It's mesmerizing to see. Chapter 103, Fighting Over There. This side of the room is full of spring colors. Everyone gather the wind dragon lance together. Yes, the 3 of them from the Shangqing Palace coalesced the air around them in unison with the mantra, forming 3 dragon-shaped lances. The wind dragon lance was one of the Supreme Clearance Palace's best skills. This kind of jutsu was not very difficult for them to learn as low-ranked cultivators, but it was very laborious to execute. Not only is it slow, but it also very much consumes the air in your body. But it is very powerful and extraordinary. It could be said that as long as enough time and environment were given to allow the people from the Supreme Clearance Palace to execute the Wind Dragon Lance at ease, in terms of the current cultivation world, it was invincible at the same level. But none of your opponents are stupid enough to wait for you to amplify your moves. At the same time, people don't generally do stupid things like making big moves right out of the gate. The people of Shangqing Palace wouldn't do such a stupid thing. If their moves can one-shot the enemy, it's fine. If not, they will lose the fight and become fish. But at this moment, with Zhou Tingting, the backbone like big sister here, they could be very assured that they could just turn on the big one. Even if they didn't exterminate each other, they trusted their teammates to protect them. Ho ho ho! The 3 evil winds rose out of the sky, the harsh winds blowing their clothes like knives, and the sound of the winds was mixed with a dragon's roar and a tiger's cry. From these appearances alone, one could see how strong these 3 wind dragon lances were. Go! As one person gave the order, the 3 wind dragon spears arrived like lightning in an instant, shooting into the blood mass in unison. Boom! The blood mass exploded and turned into a blood mist that merged into the fog. These bursts of blood chi made the surrounding mist become even more bloodthirsty. In this area, the color of the fog became even deeper red. Good. This blood chi cluster is nothing more than that. It's not that the blood chi cluster is trash, but that nothing can withstand our Shangqing Palace's mastery. The wind dragon lance. The side of the Shangqing Palace applauded in unison, all with excited smiles on their faces. With the wind dragon lance in his hand, the blood chi cluster was also unbeatable. Just as everyone was energized by this, Zhou Tingting delicately bellowed, "Retreat!" Before the words fell, Zhou Tingting had already shifted her feet and retreated a few meters, and the others saw this and directly followed to escape. Not far from where they had fled, 3 clusters of blood chi gradually formed. Although the size and concentration of these blood chi clusters were twice as small as the previous ones, their number had become 3. Zhou Tingting saw a nameless body on the ground. Looking at the dress, it should be a disciple of the South Sea sect. Since she was already dead, she was no longer polite as she kicked the body into the blood mist. Avalanche. The corpses were wrapped by the blood chi mass, as if they had entered a pool of extremely concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting toothsome corrosive bursting sounds. And after that blood chi mass had devoured the corpse, its size and concentration grew as far as the eye could see. A group of people from the Shangqing Palace looked creeped out at this scene. At this moment, everyone was sweating behind their backs, drenched in cold sweat, and terrified. If Zhou Tingting hadn't realized it early, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Everyone unconsciously surrounded Zhou Tingting, protecting her tightly. Meanwhile, not far away in the next street, the sound of Buddha was also heard. This is a group of monks from the White Horse Temple. Their Buddha beads twirled and their mouths spat out true words, and the light golden Buddha light continued to spread outward, impacting the mass of blood chi that rolled toward them. Under the golden light barrier, the blood chi mass was constantly being consumed, and the rolling speed became even slower. Amitabha Buddha, senior brother, this is not a solution. While we can consume blood chi clusters, our own Buddha power is depleted much more quickly, and we don't yet know exactly how many blood chi clusters exist. If we were to destroy these blood chi clusters, then sooner or later we would lose our ability to defend ourselves due to the exhaustion of our Buddha power. At this statement, the other monks all had stony expressions, agreeing very much with this point of view. The monk at the head, who was called senior brother, performed the act of rattling the Buddha beads, still keeping the Buddha's light constantly vibrating against the blood chi clusters. But one is in deep thought. After about half a minute, he finally spoke. Senior brothers, let's retreat. Ignore these blood chi clusters for the time being, and make every effort to find the exit of the illusion formation. Amitabha, Amitabha. The group of monks mouthed the Buddha's name and stopped their hands to cautiously back away. Tao, I finally have a full life. Thank you. No regrets in this life. Su Xiaoyu's face was flushed, and the Taoist robes on her body had disappeared. At this moment, she was nestled within Wang Tao's thick arms, like a kitten shrinking in a warm grass nest. Wang Tao also looked mesmerized as he wrapped his arms around Su Xiaoyu, experiencing the cloud realm that he had never reached in his life. Jade, it's good to have you. Wang Tao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief while tightening his arms, itching to rub Su Xiaoyu inside his body. Ouch. So bad. You actually came to. Oh mom, we finally found a safe area. Whoa, there's really no blood chi here, much less a blood chi cluster. We're saved. Alas, being saved is not yet a given. We are still within the ancient city, and sooner or later, that blood chi cluster will still come to our door. Outside the store where Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu were, a few people suddenly barged over and were whimpering and sobbing outside. The atmosphere was very heavy. Su Xiaoyu's face changed dramatically when she heard the voices outside. Tao, stop, it's my senior brother and them outside. Wang Tao sniffed and hurriedly jumped off the iron frame bed, hurriedly helped Su Xiaoyu to dress and wear shoes. After wearing them, he also packed and organized himself. Come on, let's get out and see. The two went out hand in hand. Senior brother Ouyang, what's wrong with you guys? Su Xiaoyu's sudden appearance scared a few people into screaming, and a few people rolled and crawled desperately running towards the front. Senior brother Ouyang, what are you running for? I'm senior sister Xiaoyu. Junior sister Jade? It was only then that a few people sensed that the voice was familiar, and after they turned around to see that it was Su Xiaoyu, they breathed a huge sigh of relief before sitting down dismally on the ground and gasping for air. The man called Master Ouyang said, Little sister. Dead. All dead. What dead? Speak clearly. Our master is dead. Our eldest brother is also dead. There are only 5 of us left in the Guxian sect. It's over. The Guxian sect is completely finished. Sadness and fear were all over the faces of Master Ouyang and the 4. Su Xiaoyu was struck by lightning when she heard this. The Guxian sect came with as many as 16 people this time. Excluding the ordinary people, there were only about 20 people in the Guxian sect who actually practiced. With this one-time death of a large portion, the Guxian clan was indeed finished. Su Xiaoyu stood there woodenly, her mouth open, but she didn't know what words to say. Jade, hurry up and tell your senior brother to come in and hide before we talk. Wait for my senior brother to come and save us. My senior brother, he's very powerful. He'll definitely come to save us. After this guy Wang Tao got Su Xiaoyu, he realized the good intentions of his senior brother. From this point onwards, Wang Tao was completely and utterly grateful as well as trusting of his senior brother. Su Xiaoyu reacted with a sniff and hurriedly greeted a few Guxian clan masters and brothers as they entered the house. Senior brother Ouyang, senior brother Zhang, you guys quickly come inside and talk about it. It's safe here. A few people were already in 6 minds at this point, and when they heard Su Xiaoyu greet them, they hurried over. But just then, Su Xiaoyu screamed loudly to stop it. Don't go in this house. Not in this house. Chapter 104, The Poisonous Plan of the Buddhist-Taoist Alliance. Why? Senior sister Jade, why can't we go into that house? Senior brother Ouyang and a few others looked at Su Xiaoyu in confusion, very confused. Even Wang Tao looked at Su Xiaoyu inexplicably. Jade, why can't you go? Isn't it quite safe inside the house? Why do you have to go next door? Stupid pig. Su Xiaoyu was furious when she saw Wang Tao's stupid appearance, and she said with a red face, you can't go in this house anyway, so all of you go next door. Next door is just as safe. Okay. A few people just agreed and turned around to go into the next house. After the others entered the house, Su Xiaoyu twisted Wang Tao's ear and cursed. You big stupid pig. Can't you smell the disgusting odor you left all over that room? Do you want everyone to know what scandalous things we did in there? Ah, yes. Wang Tao finally reacted. Luckily my Xiaoyu is smart. Who's your little Jade? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't promise you anything. Ouch. Get loose. It hurts. After Master Ouyang and the others entered the room, each of them sat paralyzed on the floor in a terrible mood. After Su Xiaoyu inquired, she realized that a group of people from Guxian men had been killed by the Li Ghost when they came in by 2 people. And originally at this time everyone wanted to exit Huangdlongxi ancient city. But their master, the head of the Guxian clan, stopped it. Their headmaster only had a middle founder's stage cultivation, which qualified him for registration in the Ghost Exorcism Youth Competition. So it was the headmaster himself who led the way into the ancient city. The purpose of this was to exercise the disciples under the door and enhance their practical experience, while also trying to obtain the ghost pearls and even go for the awards set by the Buddhist Tao Alliance. To enhance the strength of their sect, the master's initial intention was right, but he failed to correctly assess the strength of his disciples. It led to a lot of deaths and injuries back there. By the time they realized it, the ancient city was already caught in an illusionary formation and they could no longer get out. The next thing that happened was an encounter with a blood gas mass, and everyone was engulfed and driven away by it. In the end, there were only 5 people left, including Ouyang. After Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu knew the ferocity within the ancient city, the 2 of them looked at each other. There was a mixture of fear and gratitude in his eyes. If they hadn't listened to Lin Hao's arrangements and wandered off on their own, they would more than likely have ended up with this death as well. Then, Wang Tao's face showed concern. Alas, I don't know how my senior brother is doing. Su Xiaoyu comforted. Brother Tao, don't worry. Senior brother is so intelligent. There will definitely be no problems. Okay, I hope so. Wang Tao nodded. The 5 disciples of the Guxian sect had experienced a whole day of worry and fear, and they had long been unable to support themselves. After they finally felt a hint of safety here, they hastily ate a few mouthfuls of dry food before closing their eyes and drifting off to sleep. Inside the old city of Huangdlongxi, there are both good and bad news. With someone from the large sects presiding over and leading the way, the casualties could still be kept within certain limits, but those small sects, lacking strength and inexperienced cultivators, died and were heavily injured. Either they were exterminated by the ghost cultivators and the severe ghosts, or they were devoured by the blood chi clusters. Just like the corpse Jotingting kicked over when she was testing the blood chi cluster. 90% of the people lying on the ground were small sects or loose cultivators. There is no doubt that after this battle, the number of sects in the cultivation world will be drastically reduced, and the remaining small or medium-sized sects will gradually be annexed by the large sects. Only a few large sects and 1 or 2 mega sects would eventually remain in the cultivation world. At this moment, Lin Hao was however very pleasant. Everywhere he went, he directly smashed the black soul jade over. Within seconds, the surrounding blood chi was absorbed by the black soul jade. Wherever he passed, there was no longer any blood chi in the mist, let alone the possibility of a blood chi mass being generated inexplicably. While Lin Hao was relaxed and happy, he was also in a very heavy mood. Gradually, he had realized that the corpses on the ground were all disciples of small or medium-sized sects that had no strength. Lin Hao rarely saw any corpses wearing the Taoist robes of the great sects. This is true of the Taoist sect, and it is also true of the Buddhist sect. This can't be a great cleansing arranged by the Buddhist and Taoist sects, can it? Lin Hao shivered as he thought about this purpose. Lin Hao recalled the day of the Buddha-Tao Alliance conference. The entire venue was a huge swath of crows, and there were all kinds of strange and bizarre small sects. It does appear that the cultivation community is disorganized and does fail to form a strong force. Lin Hao really didn't dare to admit that this was a cleansing program arranged by the Buddhist Tao Alliance. If it was truly the plan of the Buddha-Taoist Alliance, then its purpose would be to rectify the pandemonium of the cultivation world, eliminating the indiscriminate cultivators and allowing the small sects to suffer heavy blows and naturally dissipate. Then, some of the remaining outstanding cultivators would choose to join the large sects. There were also newborn talents with cultivation qualifications in the future, which would only be concentrated in a few large sects. This could also reduce the unwarranted consumption of resources in the cultivation world, thus allowing cultivation resources to be put to greater use. This is never possible. No matter how the Buddha-Tao Alliance is, it's impossible for them to do something so cruel. This is horrible. Lin Hao hurriedly shook off such malicious speculation. Even so, a thorn was stuck deep in Lin Hao's heart. There's a blood ball rolling up ahead. Lin Hao was shocked when he suddenly realized the blood chi mass in front of him. Surprisingly, there was such a thick mass of blood chi. This blood gas mass must have devoured the living. At that moment, Lin Hao felt the black soul jade in his hand exhibit a strong desire to devour it. With a movement in his heart, the black soul jade came out of his hand and turned into a dark light that stabbed into the blood chi mass. Fizzle! After the black soul jade disappeared into the blood air mass, the blood air mass was like a deflated balloon, rapidly drying up until it disappeared. The black soul jade flew back to Lin Hao on its own after devouring the blood chi mass. Lin Hao invaded his consciousness and realized that the second layer of scissor hell was gradually taking shape. Lin Hao was overjoyed. If he devoured a few more blood chi clusters, he would definitely be able to open the scissor hell. Legend has it that anyone who stirs up trouble on earth, slanders and harms others, is smooth-talking, cleverly argues, and lies and cheats enters the hell of tongue-pulling after death. Anyone who is in if he or she instigates her to remarry, or makes a match for her, will be sent to the hell of scissors after death. Of course, this is all just folklore and not true, and Lin Hao knew that this black soul jade of his was extraordinary, and once it was fully formed, it would be an absolutely earth-shattering treasure. Ever since Lin Hao had discovered the blood chi clusters, he hadn't been able to look at the little bit of blood chi in the sky, but instead was specializing in running east and west, searching for blood chi clusters everywhere. As he searched, he really did find quite a few blood chi clusters, all of which were devoured one by his black soul jade. Inside an underground space somewhere in the central area of the ancient city, dozens of ghost cultivators gathered here. Akita Neodachi, Jiang Wentai, and a group of Japanese ghost management all held their breaths and focused on the array plate in front of them. The array disc showed the wandering souls they had set up hidden in various areas of the ancient city supporting the operation of the grand array according to a certain pattern. Akita Neodachi sat in front of the array plate, his ghostly face stiff without any change or movement, but he was already filled with anger inside at this moment. Chapter 105, This Ghost Disappears. Bakayalu. What the hell is going on here? Seeing the dwindling red dot on the array plate, Neodog Akita slammed his fist on the table in anger, startling the nerves of a group of ghost cultivators. Why is the blood chi mass moving so slowly? And the blood chi cluster is still disappearing. Osamu Akita, the blood gas mass is moving slowly because Monoki-kun, who controls the speed, disappeared for no apparent reason. The other ghost soldiers' temporary replacements could not fully utilize the formation accordingly. That's what caused the blood chi mass to move slowly, or even disappear. This one ghost army general who had come forward to report was named Keita Takamura, and the part that had gone wrong belonged to him. He had to come forward with a hard explanation at this time. In fact, Takamura Keita was puzzled in his mind as to how the disappearance of Monoki would only affect the speed of the blood aura cluster, and how it could still make the blood aura cluster disappear, but he did not raise the query. Instead, he made the mistake of simply throwing the pot all over this ghost called Monoki. This ghost called Monoki was the one he personally promoted all the way. Monoki was the Japanese name Lin Hao had given himself. After Lin Hao was spotted by Keita Takamura, he was intent on flattering him, and he even gave Takamura a lot of goodies. This allowed him to gain Keita Takamura's trust in just 1 week. Coupled with the fact that Lin Hao himself had a thorough comprehension of formations, he had even reached the point where he could control the entire operation of the formation on his own. Lin Hao, the ghost, not only knows his stuff, he's also business savvy. Soon, Takamura Keita left the whole part of controlling speed to Lin how to maneuver. But what Keita Takamura didn't expect was such an important post. Such a trusted ghost soldier. Surprisingly, he played the disappearing game on the night the formation was opened. Luckily, Keita Takamura had left an eye out and arranged for one of his beloved ghosts to follow Lin how as he trained in speed control. That's what allowed the formation to run smoothly. However, this beloved ghost's understanding of formations was a great deal worse than Lin hao's. After all, this was what caused the blood chi mass to be so slow after the formation was in operation that it couldn't even catch up with one person. The only way to hunt down human cultivators is by surprise in numbers. Monoki? Naodachi Akita glared at the general with a ghostly fire. Where did this ghost, Monoki, come from? Have you looked into his background? Major, Monoki was brought in by Buntaikuan, and because of his excellent qualifications and great intelligence, he was promoted and used by me. The Ghost Army General didn't dare to hide it. Pop! Naodog Akita slapped him directly in the face upon hearing that. The slap caused the Ghost Army General to fly straight out and didn't stop until he hit the stone wall behind him. Idiot! How can you use the Ghost Army Kongmante brought in for such an important post? Naodog Akita was about to be pissed off. After he slapped the Ghost Army General away, he turned his head to look at Jiang Wentai, and Kong Wentai was outright confused at this point, cursing madly inside. I've never trusted my own ghosts myself. My 10,000 ghosts, even though they're called ghost soldiers, are all rabble. These 10,000 ghost soldiers are all randomly scavenged by me from everywhere. How dare you use them? Jiang Wentai cursed in his heart, but he knew that he couldn't use it as a reason. All he had to do was kneel in front of Naodog Akita with a bitter look on his face. It's not my fault, Colonel Akita. I didn't know Keita Takamura would reuse my ghost soldiers. Otherwise I would have helped scrutinize the origin of the ghost soldiers. Humph. Jiang Wentai, if you hadn't been imprinted by me, then you'd have already lost your soul at this point. You should be thankful for your wise decisions. Jiang Wentai sniffed and kept kowtowing on the ground. Naodog Akita was able to sense through the imprint that this was not arranged by Kong Mante, and he could sense that Kong Wentai was indeed faithfully working for him. Jiang Wentai, because the ghost soldiers you brought with you caused the Blood Sea reincarnation formation to become much less effective, and its effects fell far short of expectations, so you must take equal responsibility with Takamura Keita. Colonel Akita, I'm willing to take responsibility. Good. Next, we execute Plan B, which, Plan B, requires you, Jiang Wentai, to play a role. As you command, Major, I will do my best if I can. Jiang Wentai's heart was so determined that his little life was saved. Naodog Akita and co. have a Plan B. There are a few more arrangements that need to be made before Plan B is implemented. The good thing is that the night is still long and there is still plenty of time to make adjustments. Akita Naodagu called over the dozens of Ghost Army generals behind him to arrange them one by one. After the arrangements were made, they flew away, each going to arrange their subordinates and prepare for the change of formation. In the end, only Kong Mante was left. Kong Mante was apprehensive, wondering what kind of things Naodog Akita would arrange for him to do. Jiang Wentai had wanted Naodog Akita to help capture Lin Hao and help him get revenge, but at this point, he didn't even dare mention the subject. Kong Wentai, you've been operating in the human world for so many years. You should have made many human friends, right? Yes, Colonel Akita. Kong Mante does have a lot of human friends, but they are all from the normal world. But at this time, he didn't dare to touch Akita Naodachi's mold. Whatever it was, he agreed to it first. That's good. I hope you won't let me down. At your command, Osamu, Buntai will die by all means. With a satisfied nod, Naodog Akita continued. Our Plan B isn't like the Blood Sea reincarnation formation that can cover the vast majority of the ancient city. Therefore, you must find a way to attract human cultivators to the center area of the ancient city. Ah, this is too hard. Jiang Wentai's pupils dilated, his ghostly body trembled, and he was shocked. It's not too hard. It's going to get you killed. Humph. Kong Mante, if you want to gain the trust of our great harvest nation, you have to give something. This matter is indeed dangerous, but important. You're the best for it. You have to go. But how do I go about attracting it? Kong Mante looked sad, knowing that he couldn't possibly not be able to say no. How you attract is up to you. You can take whatever means you think you can. I don't care about the process. I just want results. Kong Mante had two heads in one. Naodog Akita reminded Kong Wentai when he saw that he didn't have a clue. Don't I remember you saying that you and that Lin Hao colluded with each other to be his mole? No, Colonel Akita, you are mistaken. I only faked an agreement with him to escape, not really to become his inside man. I have reported this matter to you originally. You can't accuse me wrongly. Kong Wentai was distracted and in a state of mental tension at the moment. and he didn't understand the real purpose of Akita Neodachi's words. Oh, don't panic, Montai-kun. I don't mean to blame you, but rather, I'm asking you to think of a way out of this Lin Hao's entry point. Using this, let him go and attract human cultivators to the center area of the ancient city. Oh, right. I can use Lin Hao for this. Thank you, Major Akita, for your reminder. You are worthy of being a leader. You always find the key point among 1,000 other things. Kong Mante came to his senses while smoothly slapping a rainbow fart. Don't worry, Major, I'll get right on it. Ha, go on. Chapter 106, Who did this? At the moment, it's 2 in the morning. The already foggy basin area is gradually becoming veiled. Suspended high in the sky, the moon was like a hairy ball of mold, and the light was so dim that it made your insides cringe. And the fog is even thicker in the ancient city of Huanglongxi. Its light has tended to blacken to the extreme. Even a strong flashlight still only shines a few meters away. Outside the old city, in each of the 8 directions, there was a military vehicle carrying radar and other detection equipment. Not far from the vehicle, there were also cultivators sitting on their knees suspended. 8 cars or 8 dowsers. Taoist priests who were able to levitate out of the air were at least cultivators at the level of a real person or above. These 8 dowsers were up against the intense radiation from the radar being turned on as well as the very unpleasant low-frequency sound. The mouth chattered about the discovery, and the hands changed spells without stopping. Buzz! An invisible and textureless giant Bagua map covered the top of Huanglongxi ancient city. The yin and yang fish inside the Bagua diagram and the dotted solid lines representing yin and yang kept turning according to some mysterious pattern. The combination of technology and Taoism makes it possible for the operation of the formations and the laws of operation laid out by the Japanese ghosts in the ancient city of Huanglongxi to be clearly shown within the video. Goodness gracious, the children in the ancient city have been in there all day. It's really hard on the children inside. Inside the control room, Shaolin Temple Abbot Shi Yongcheng stared at the formation's far-turning diagram on the large screen, his face showing compassion. This time, the sacrifices of the young warriors were worth it. They made a great contribution to humanity, and history will remember them forever. Amat Ba, blessed life infinite heavenly Father, blessed life infinite heavenly Father. Zhao Danxia and the heads of several major sects, as well as the abbots of the Buddhist sects, and a cadre of the management of the Buddha-Taoist Alliance had expressed their condolences for the dead young generation cultivators. In an instant, the large control room was filled with the sound of Buddha and the sound of the Tao, an atmosphere that made people feel solemn and peaceful. Taoist Wang, how is your research on the Japanese ghost's blood sea reincarnation formation going? After the short eulogy, Zhao Danxia asked a Taoist priest who was frowning at the big screen. That Taoist Master Wan was the chief engineer of this formation research. Sect leader Zhao, the formation is too complicated for us to come to a valid conclusion for now. It can only be fully documented by radar and Bagwazang diagrams of its operation and slowly studied later. Good. To be able to make this gain shows that this time our plan of children lassoing wolves is a success. Yes, there are at least 2 sets of large-scale formations embedded in the ancient city, of which the formation that can constantly generate dense fog to cover the ancient city day and night to block the sunlight is the most crucial, is the basic guarantee that the ghost race can survive. Most of the people at the scene were senior members of the Buddhist and Taoist Alliance, and they didn't understand the principles of how the formation operated. He then explained appropriately. Among them, the head of the Chuanjian Dao listened to Taoist Master Wang's explanation, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. This time we have the child-setting wolves program to study this formation. Taoist Master Wang, you and your team must live up to your name and break the formation created by the boundary ghost mist as soon as possible. Only by studying the principle of ghost fog generation can we block the further invasion of the ghost race. Yeah, it's a tough situation and time is running out. Fengdu was the result of this ghostly mist, which led to its complete fall, and has now been renamed Fengdu City by the Ghost Clan, making it the Ghost Clan's home base. Now, the ghostly mist of Fengdu City kept spreading outward, especially expanding extremely fast to the west. If we can't stop the ghost fog from spreading, then the 10 million level big city, Shanshui City, will all be occupied by the ghost race. It's not just Shanshui City. The real purpose of the Ghost Clan is the Thousand River Basin. The Chikawa Basin is surrounded by mountains and carries its own fog all year round, perfect for turning this place into a ghostly place. A sentence from the All-Truthfulness Tao headmaster caused a discussion among the headmasters of the major sects in the control room. Even if these reasons they have long understood, at this time also cannot help but once again to get on the stage to express their concerns about the situation. Zhao Danxia, the leader of the Taoist sect, and Shi Yongcheng, the leader of the Buddhist sect, stared at the ever-changing large screen without speaking. As the chief engineer of the formation cracking project, Taoist Master Wang couldn't help but listen to the words of the crowd as his muscles tightened and his blood flow accelerated. All the pressure was put on him. Taoist Master Wang took a deep breath and urged the several assistants beside him to work carefully, making sure to record the complete operation of the formations in the ancient city of Huanglongxi for follow-up studies. Sect leader Zhao, the intelligence of the ghost race really shouldn't be underestimated. You see, the constantly fast-moving lines are thousands of ordinary wandering souls. These ordinary wandering souls can use the yin qi they carry to mobilize the yuan qi of heaven and earth to form a blood mist. And when the concentration of the blood mist reaches a certain level, it will turn into a blood gas mass. People in the meeting hall followed the direction of Taoist Wang's finger to observe and study. That red dot is the blood qi cluster. The bigger the dot means the more blood and flesh they've absorbed, the thicker the blood qi is. Taoist Master Wang observed the operation of the formation in the large screen while explaining to the leaders of the Buddha-Taoist alliance in the control room. Everyone listened to Taoist Wang's explanation and instantly their faces became very ugly, for they had seen at least 50 or 60 red dots in the big screen, some of them very large. This means that these polka dots devour a great deal of life, and these beings are the disciples under them. Amat Ba, blessed life infinite heavenly Father. Inside the control room, the voice of mercy once again resounded. Taoist Master Wang continued, "It's just a little strange. According to the principles of formation design, these dots should be the blood sea reincarnation formation's main means of attack, but the dots are moving too slowly, with such a slow-moving speed. In order to devour the cultivators within the ancient city, one would have to rely entirely on luck, and would have to rely on a blind cat on the horn kind of approach." The crowd also noticed the anomaly after Taoist Wang's reminder. Indeed, the ancient city covers an area of 50 square kilometers, and by the time our disciples reacted, the red dot was completely disabled. What's going on? Why are these blood spots disappearing fast? It's really disappearing. What's happening inside the ancient city? That's not right. The blood chi cluster should be getting stronger as it devours more and more life. How could it suddenly start disappearing? Taoist Wang, as the chief engineer, he became even more baffled at this point. The Japanese ghost's blood sea reincarnation formation has failed. Their formation is in big trouble. Everyone look at the image change in the big screen. The Japanese ghost formation is shrinking. They're abandoning the blood sea reincarnation formation. This must be because our disciples found the eye of the formation, thus disrupting the operation of the blood sea reincarnation formation. Whose men are these? Surprisingly, they are so brave. Great. Evil can't defeat good. Evil can't defeat good. Many people in the control room couldn't help but stand up and clap their hands. And sitting behind the control room, some of the middle and upper level gang management of the major sects were talking and speculating about whose family had made the contribution. This should have been done by Wu Junying, a disciple of Longhu Mountain, who carries the Yellow Spring diagram, one of the treasures of Longhu Mountain's township. It must have been Wu Junying who realized something was wrong and used the power of the seal on the Yellow Spring diagram in time. That's not necessarily true. Zhou Tingting of the Shangqing Palace was born with a lingering heart. She has an extremely strong sense of danger. She must have found out the eye of the formation, and then Wu Junying of the Longhu Mountain led the group to destroy the eye of the formation. Your claims are incorrect. Our Buddhist sect's gong methods inherently have a restraining bonus against the ghost race. This must be the work of the Buddhist sect. We should be given the first credit for our Buddhist sect. Chapter 107, Torture Me. Grass. It can't be your Buddhist sect. How many of your Buddhist sect's vultures have gone in? They're all greedy and afraid of death. Also, even the 8 trigrams formation outside the ancient city was jointly performed by our Taoist sect's experts. What did you Buddhist sect do? Stinking Nubizi Taoist. Who are you calling a bald donkey? Believe it or not, I'll slap you to death. A group of monks and Taoist priests in the control room actually went so far as to argue over this credit. The leaders sitting in the front of the room cringed as they listened. Bang! A leader slammed his hand on the table. The control room was instantly quiet. All of you shut up. One of you. You're all management now. And you still talk without thinking, and at a time like this, you're still bickering. What's it like? We all Buddhists and Taoists are one family and are all contributing to the survival of mankind. So what's the point of arguing? Amat Ba Buddha. It is better to recite Buddha with a non-vegetarian mouth than to curse with a vegetarian mouth. It is better to have no temple than to have no Tao. To learn the Tao, one should know that the mind is the Buddha, and to cultivate the Tao, one should practice with precepts. Silence everyone. Order was restored to the meeting with a rebuke from the leaders. The red-dotted blood chi mass can no longer do more damage to us. The Japanese ghosts had to abandon the blood sea reincarnation formation. They changed their formation. Everyone pay attention. Taoist Master Wang continued to guide the group to the big screen. The crowd hurriedly concentrated on the big screen. Their atmosphere at this time had become relaxed compared to the previous heaviness. The failure of the blood sea reincarnation formation would mean a great victory for the disciples under their door. During the discussion between a group of management from the Buddha Doctrine Alliance, Lin Hao ran east and west, finally devouring the last of the blood chi clusters. The black soul jade in his hand had also officially opened the second level of hell. Scissors hell. At the same time, he completely controlled the black soul jade. The black soul jade had become like the 7-star sword on his back. Bold ghost thing. Collect it for me. In the darkness, Lin Hao's perception, which far exceeded that of the average cultivator, suddenly realized that there were ghosts peering behind him. Lin Hao pushed his backhand, and the black soul jade in his palm came out swiftly, like a sharp sword, like lightning. Ah, brother, it's me, Kong Man. It was already too late when Jiang Wentai saw the black light. He was on the verge of collapse at this point, and had just shown his head when he saw a somewhat familiar blackened object flying in. Before he could finish his words, the entire ghost had already been sucked into the black soul jade. Where have I gotten to? Why are you guys escorting me? I'm not a prisoner. What are you doing? What happened to Jiang Wentai was exactly the same as what happened to Xia Gang that day. He had just been inhaled by the black soul jade, and he was all but incapable of resisting, and the two ghost guards came over and clipped him backhandedly behind his back, and then the handcuffs and anklets were hung directly on him. Big brother, we need to make it quicker this time to avoid that hell leader coming back to fish for people when the time comes. That's got to go fast. It's been a long time since we've started. This sauce is getting to me. Jiang Wentai heard the conversation between the two ghostly guards, and then observed the burning karmic fires around him as well as the various kinds of torture devices all over the place. How could he not understand where this was? Big brother, you've made a mistake. Spare my life. Jiang Wentai was directly scared to piss. His soul was in a big hurry. He struggled, like a fat pig that was about to be lifted onto the slaughtering platform. But no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't escape the ghost pawn's control. There's no mistaking it. The last ghostly old man named Xia Gang said it was wrong too. Ha? Xia Gang? Did my master come in to be tortured by you too? Jiang Wentai was shocked. This Lin Hao is really a wolf extinction. The grandfather of the wife is taken in for severe torture. How did he get himself into trouble with such a venomous and sinister character? Humph. That of course with torture. We plucked tongue hell. There is a law to follow. There is a law to follow. Law enforcement must be strict. The law must be investigated. Whoever enters the plucked tongue hell, none of them walk out in one piece. The Ghostbuster couldn't help but blush when this was said. The other Ghostbuster was also stepped on his tail and slapped Jiang Wentai on the back of his head. That ghostly old man is actually your master. Ha? You're not a family. What have you done? Your whole family is going to hell. You must be severely punished today. The two Ghostbusters decide to take out that bad blood on Jiang Wentai for Xia Gang being fished away. Poor Jiang Wentai. Just because he asked one more question, he got special treatment from two ghosts. At this moment, Kong Wentai opened his mouth and frantically tried to explain. But the Ghostbusters had already stuffed a huge mouth opener in Kong Mantei's mouth, and he whimpered and could no longer speak. Torture me. The Ghostbuster's hand lifted, and the thick pincers were already aimed at Jiang Wentai's mouth. Kong Mantei was just about to make a sound of resistance when the pliers were very skillfully inserted into his mouth. Oh, ow, pain. Kong Mantei's tongue went straight into a vice. The immense pain made his ghostly body tremble, but no matter how much he trembled, his ghostly body just wouldn't dissipate. And he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Jia Jia. The two Ghostbusters laughed cruelly while pulling Kong Mantei's tongue outward with force. Jiang Wentai died in pain. No matter how much he struggled or begged for mercy, it was useless. Soon, Kong Wentai was knocked out by the pain, and then he was woken up by the pain. I don't know how long it took, but Kong Mantei's tongue was dragging on the ground. He was also thrown to the side like a dead dog by the two Ghostbusters. Hey, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Let's go. Hand it over to the next level of scissor hell. I think they're just as anxious to get started as we are. By the way, in a moment, give a word to the brothers downstairs that this guy is full of poor and vicious people, so let him cut a few more. Yes. The law must be enforced harshly. When Kong Mantei heard that he had to go to scissor hell and that there was a special explanation, he fainted in shock on the spot. But soon, he woke up again with a sharp pain in his heart. He found himself immobilized, his 10 fingers being cut off one by one. This 10-finger pain made him want to die. But in hell, it's impossible to die. This process of Jiang Wentai being tortured, Lin Hao's consciousness was immersed in it, observing it all the time. Looking at Jiang Wentai's miserable state made Lin Hao's teeth sink. No wonder no one wants to go to the 18 layers of hell. It's really begging for life and every pain you have to experience with your eyes open. When Jiang Wentai was thrown out of the Black Soul Jade, he was already dying. I'm sorry Kong Wentai. I didn't realize it was you Kong Wentai coming. Who told you to be sneaky just now? I thought it was some ungrateful ghost creature trying to sneak up on me. Lin Hao smiled and she looked at Jiang Wentai who was paralyzed on the ground. His voice was gentle. What do you want with me? Jiang Jiang Wentai slowly opened his eyes, and when he saw Lin Hao's smile, it was like seeing a demon, and he was trembling with fear. Oh, you're too tongue-tied to speak. Ha, let me help you. Lin Hao picked Kong Wentai's long tongue up off the ground and straightened it. Can we talk now? Ghosts that come out of hell after going through it don't recover after their tongues are stretched and their fingers are cut off. Chapter 108 Eldest Sister Has a Man. Kong Wentai looked at his long tongue as well as his hand that had become a wooden stick. He wanted to die. At this time, he no longer had any mood to make false pretenses with Lin Hao. Jiang Wentai stammered. Big brother, please spare me. I don't want to play with you anymore. So I'll just tell the truth. Okay? Oh, say it. Big brother, I'm here to negotiate with you on behalf of the Japanese army. We, Osamu Akita, would like you to help him attract human cultivators to the central area of the ancient city. Oh, what's in it for you? Lin Hao didn't need to ask to know the purpose of the Japanese ghosts trying to draw humans together. Looking at Jiang Wentai's dying appearance, he didn't even bother to talk to him much and directly asked what the benefits were. Kong Mante said in agony, Osamu Akita promises to let you go when you succeed and give you a large sum of ghost pearls. Oh, there is actually such a good thing. How much is a large amount of ghost pearls? 500. 500 isn't enough. Lin Hao shook his head and immediately refused. Kong Mante with a sobbing face. Big brother, I'm not going to hide anything from you. The total number of existing ghost beads in the ancient city is just 1,000. If you don't believe me, just beat me to death. I don't want to live anyway. Lin Hao almost laughed out loud when he saw Jiang Wentai's lifeless look. Alright, go back and get the ghost beads. I need to get them before I can make a decision. Okay, I'll get it right away. Kong Wentai couldn't wait to leave immediately. Lin Hao didn't stop him, so he watched as Jiang Wentai stumbled and disappeared into the dark night. Pathetic. Took a trip into hell and couldn't even fly. It didn't take long for another ordinary wandering soul to float by. This ghost threw down a bag of ghost beads and ran. Lin Hao extinguished it with a Qingqing soul-breaking incantation. This wandering soul didn't understand until he died that he was just delivering a shipment, without even saying a word. And then Ga. This Jiang Wentai is quite smart. He doesn't even dare to show himself. Lin Hao secretly said it was a pity. He had wanted to destroy Jiang Wentai just now. However, Jiang Wentai said that there were benefits and that he could get the ghost pearl. So Lin Hao temporarily let him go back to get the ghost pearl. I didn't realize this guy was smart for once. Lin Hao picked the bag up and checked the ghost beads inside. A bag full of them. He didn't even count it. He just threw it in his backpack. Kong Wentai, it's not my fault for deceiving you. I've just made it clear. I need to get the ghost pearl to make a decision. And I didn't promise to necessarily help you attract cultivators to the center area. But for now, I've decided against your cooperation. I'll keep this bag of ghost beads for you for now. And if you're still alive, come and get it from me. He. Lin Hao was in a very happy mood after obtaining so many ghost beads, and was looking for blood chi clusters while taking an idle stroll. No, Zhou Tingting's appointment was also to meet in the center area, so if she didn't know about it, wouldn't she just go over and throw herself into the net? Lin Hao suddenly thought that he still had an ally, and that the area where the two had agreed to meet was precisely the center area. Lin Hao hesitated for a moment and had to judge the direction based on the marks he had made and head over towards the center area. The thing he had glued to his foot for marking helped him this time. Although the illusion formation of Huanglongxi ancient city could change human vision, causing humans to be unable to judge the direction, making it impossible for them to escape from the ancient city. But as it happens, this marking that Wu Junyang arranged for someone to follow him started at the entrance. Based on this, Lin Hao could easily determine where he was roughly located. It wasn't just Lin Hao who had a way of judging orientation. A lot of smart people can also find unique ways to determine orientation. Zhou Tingting of the Shangqing Palace, she was also one of the people who were not affected by the direction of the Huanglongxi ancient city illusion formation. However, when she brought the Shangqing Palace team to the edge of the ancient city, she was unable to find an exit. They couldn't break through the edge barrier with all the methods they had. For a moment it made her suspect that she had made an error in judgment. Zhou Tingting looked at the sky with a strong flashlight and then looked at the time. It was already midnight. The sky's original reddish mist with a light reddish tinge also returned to that state when they first came in. Zhou Tingting closed her eyes and scrutinized the direction of airflow. As soon as she closed her eyes, the brothers and sisters of the Shangqing Palace couldn't help but raise their vigilance, protecting Zhou Tingting from being disturbed or harmed. Suddenly, Zhou Tingting reopened her eyes, but it's still fictionalized into a line. Fellow brothers and sisters, from now on, stay where you are and don't go anywhere, especially the center area of the ancient city. Okay, Senior Sister Zhou. We all listened to Senior Sister Zhou. Naturally, the dozens of disciples from the Shangqing Palace did not have any objections. They were very convinced of Zhou Tingting. Zhou Tingting nodded and then walked out of the crowd. I have something to do. I need to go alone. You need not follow anymore. Ah, senior sister, why is this? The ancient city is so dangerous. Especially the center area. How can we be assured of you going out alone? The cadre of senior brothers and sisters in the Shangqing Palace were all very puzzled. This is my personal private matter. You guys don't have to follow me on this adventure. Zhou Tingting smiled, touched by the concern of her mentors and brothers. When this group of brothers and sisters heard this, they were even more reluctant. Senior sister, your affairs are our affairs. There is no distinction between private and public affairs. If you insist on going on an adventure, then we will accompany you. Yes, senior sister, don't think of leaving us out. We won't let you risk your life alone. Senior sister, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Today I just have to rely on you. These people were all emotional and would never let Zhou Tingting go and risk their lives alone. Seeing them like this, Zhou Tingting could only say helplessly, I have an appointment with fellow Taoist Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect, and the meeting place is in the center area of the ancient city. Now, there's danger in the center area, and I have to go warn him. When the group of people from the Shangqing Palace heard these words, they were all dumbfounded. It was only at this point that they had very mixed and sad feelings. It was like a pinprick in everyone's heart. Even the female disciples inside the team showed a devouring expression. Does eldest sister really fancy that Lin Hao? Not only had senior sister helped Lin Hao out twice in public, this time, she even risked her life to go to the center area of the ancient city, going for the sole purpose of alerting the other party. Alas, it will rain and women will marry. They had long been mentally prepared for the fact that eldest sister would eventually have to form a Dao couple with another man. However, they couldn't understand why eldest sister would look at Lin Hao, a disciple of the mediocre pheasant sect Qingqing sect. In their minds, only Wu Junying was worthy of their senior sister. Is it possible that eldest sister is also a face painter? Could it be that eldest sister was impressed by Lin Hao's face? Even though this group of people from the Shangqing Palace looked down on Lin Hao and were very upset about it, it was after all a personal decision of the eldest senior sister. They have no right and no such backbone to intervene. They just have to remain silent. Zhou Tingting looked at the silent fellow brothers and sisters. In the darkness, Zhou Tingting could not clearly see the expressions of the brothers and sisters, nor did she know what was going through their minds at this time. Zhou Tingting also stopped talking and gently waved the paper fan in her hand, chasing away the wisp of fog in front of her. Then she took a step in faith towards the center area of the ancient city. And when she moved, the group of brothers and sisters behind her followed in step. Zhou Tingting shook her head helplessly and could only lead them forward together to the center of the ancient city. Chapter 109, Su Shaohui's Emptiness. Ha ha, Senior Brother Wu, those terrifying blood chi clusters have disappeared. The ancient city is back to the way it was in the morning when we came in. And the Japanese ghost's so-called scheme is such garbage. Oh, a ghost is a ghost. Even if they are fast and born with ghost techniques, they are still a wisp of gas after all. On the side of Longhu Mountain, Wu Junying and the others also realized that the Blood Sea reincarnation formation had disappeared. With a movement of Wu Junying's palm, there was a thin click, and a palm lightning flashed with a flash of light, striking a fleeing ghost cultivator. This ghost cultivator was struck by the palm lightning, and his ghostly body was immediately disorganized. A ghost bead fell from the air. A disciple on the side of Longhu Mountain rushed forward to pick it up. At night, more and more ghost cultivators are coming out and moving around. We have to take this opportunity to hunt more ghost cultivators and obtain ghost beads, or else we might be ahead of the other sects. Yes, the participants in the ghost exorcism youth competition this time are not simple. Zhou Tingting from the Shangqing Palace, Mirror Guan from the Shaolin Temple, and Lu Xian from the Chuanjin Dao are all here. We must go all out, or else the first place will be taken by them. Then what face will we have as the leading sect in the cultivation world? Longhu Mountain. At this point, safety had been restored, and the energies of Wu Junwei and the rest of the Longhu Mountain crowd immediately focused on the Exorcising Ghosts youth competition. Longhu Mountain, as the first brother of the cultivation world, and also the sect with the largest number of people entering Huanglongxi ancient city this time, it's no longer a matter of rewards to get first place. Instead, it rose to the issue of the face of Lung Fushan. The pressure on the hearts of Wu Junwei and the others was immense. The more we go towards the center of the ancient city, the more ghost cultivators we find, which means that the ghost cultivators are all gathered in the center area of the ancient city. I found it too. Senior Brother Wu, should we head over towards the center area of the ancient city? Then there's no need to ask. We have to go. Otherwise by the time the ghost exorcism youth competition is over and we didn't get a ranking, it'll be a joke in the cultivation world. Each and every one of the Longhu Mountains agreed to head over to the central area of the ancient city. Alright, then head towards the center area of the ancient city. And do it fast. We can't let others snatch the ghost pearls for all they're worth. With a wave of his hand, Wu Junying immediately ordered the departure. The crowd then split into two and headed along the streets, sweeping towards the center area of the ancient city. Meanwhile, several large sects had discovered this situation and were heading towards the center area of the ancient city. Instead, those small sects that had already suffered heavy losses chose to stay in a safe area, waiting for the disciples of the large sects to break the illusion formation, or wait for the bigwigs of the Buddhist alliance outside the ancient city to break the illusion formation. Needless to say, learning from their mistakes, they made the right decision this time. Inside some basement in the center area of the ancient city, Naodachi Akita listened to the ghost cultivators who kept coming in and out of the room come in and report on the situation. When he learned that all the major sects were heading towards this region, the expression on his face finally revealed a smile. In order to attract human cultivators to converge to the center area, he had arranged all of the low-rank ghost cultivators to go out. For Akita Naodachi, sacrificing these low-ranked ghost cultivators to lure the human cultivators into the underworld gale formation was all worth it. These ghost cultivators, who had sacrificed for the glory of the Great Harvest Clan, had great value in their sacrifice. Buntai Kuan, you've worked hard this time. Akita Naodachi looked at Kong Mante, who had a tongue wrapped around his waist and had all 10 fingers, leaving him with a bare arm. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. Ever since Kong Mante went out and came back, he's been like this. He couldn't even imagine what kind of inhuman torture Jiang Wentai had gone through. This is the right thing to do. For the sake of the Great Harvest Clan, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Jiang Wentai only knew how much he said this sentence against his will. Buntai Kuan, get well, you don't need to be involved in the next plan. But don't worry, if I promise to help you kill Lin Hao for revenge, I'll definitely do it. Thank you, Osamu Akita. Jiang Wentai hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Naodog Akita helped him up and patted Kong Mante on the shoulder before exiting the basement. He needed to personally preside over the underworld gale formation to exterminate the human cultivators. Don't look at Naodog Akita as being polite and treating Kong Mante as a meritocracy. Just that instant ago, Kong Wentai had seen the contempt and disgust for himself in Akita Naodachi's eyes. Naodog Akita was being polite and throwing credit to himself at this point, but only to motivate his men. Let his men see what a benevolent general he is. Jiang Wentai's cultivation and strength at this time had gone a large portion, infinitely close to an ordinary wandering soul. He has the self-awareness that he's out of use. Jiang Wentai was also playing a small game in his mind at this time. Not long after Naodog Akita left on the front foot, Kong Mante followed on the back foot. He was now a wasted ghost in front of the bonobos, and no one cared if he stayed or went. With the token in his hand, Akita Naodachi quietly bypassed the human cultivators and escaped through a gap in the fence. Inside the villa on the west side of the city, he also left himself a back door. That's Su Xiaowei. At this time, Su Xiaowei was also hesitant. So cultivation is so simple. Su Xiaowei had been practicing non-stop for several days and nights in a row. She had already finished practicing the gongfu that Jiang Wentai had given her and had reached the state that Jiang Wentai had described. Go! Su Xiaowei made a sword finger with her right hand and shot out a black gas. The black air landed on a hanging painting not far away. The wall painting was instantly pierced through a hole. Hey, this Missy is a cultivator too. If at this time, I appear in front of Lin Hao and then perform such a thing in front of him, he must be very surprised. Lin Hao, this fairy has decided to take you as her husband. Will you be willing? He. When Su Xiaowei thought about the shocked expression that might appear on Lin Hao's face, she had a wave of inexplicable sweetness in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but draw up a smile. Not good. What's going on here? Su Xiaowei was so frightened by the situation that she rushed to the bathroom to take a cold shower. But the cold sound is still not good. Jiang Wentai, shameless villain, how dare you try to get me in this way? I'm telling you, no way. I'd rather die than let you have your way. You disgusting man, I'm going to kill you. At this time, how could she not know that she was being counted by Jiang Wentai? Again, Su Xiaowei only quickly got her cell phone from her room and rushed into the bathroom again. Another exceptionally erotic scene in the bathroom. After a long time, Su Xiaowei's body's desire subsided a bit, and she hurriedly used this opening to call Lin Hao. She needed Lin Hao very much at this time. If Lin Hao hadn't come to her rescue, she would have preferred to jump to her death. She desperately needed Lin Hao to save her life. Oh, my good brother, pick up the phone. Why don't you answer the phone? Come on. Su Xiaowei's hands were trembling as she held the phone, her teeth, arms, and body all trembling involuntarily. Lin Hao, kissing brother, pick up the phone, come on, really come on. If you don't come, that smelly rascal Kong Mante will be here. Su Xiaowei couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Chapter 110, Goodbye Lin Hao. Inside the bathroom, Su Xiaowei was on the verge of breaking down. She didn't know what to do. Lin Hao hasn't been answering her calls. It was the middle of the night and she felt like she was going crazy with hunger. I must insist. Su Xiaowei once again gritted her teeth and took out her cell phone, ordering some female implements from the Meituan pharmacy, as well as some fever-reducing, pain-relieving, and tranquilizing medications. When she placed the order, she attached a $100 tip and solemnly made a note to request delivery from the female writer. If it wasn't a female night, she'd rather not have the medicine. When the delivery arrived, it was thrown right through the window. It's good that the pharmacy knows how to do this. Su Xiaowei waited for about an hour or so, and a female writer really did drop a bag in. Su Xiaowei almost crawled over to get the medicine, and then just swallowed it in his stomach with the tap water inside the hose. Unfortunately, these medications don't work very well. She used the utensils again. Finally, a lot of relief. She had no strength left in her body. She was thinking about calling an ambulance, but she knew that an ambulance would be of little use if it came. This was a matter of the cultivation world, and the ambulance came in vain to add to its own joke. Only Lin Hao could save her from this kind of thing. Ugh, Ho must be sleeping with his girlfriend in his arms, right? No, I can't think about that. Su Xiaowei frantically shook her head. All she had to do was think of these related images and she would go into a frenzy. Just at this time, Su Xiaowei suddenly saw a ghost that had wrapped its tongue around its waistline. Startled, she hastily wrapped herself in a towel. What an ugly ghost! Ugly ghost, get out of here! At this point, Zhang Wentai was no longer in much of a mood to change into Zhang Wentai's humanoid form again. He was here today to absorb Su Xiaowei's flesh and blood. At this time, Su Xiaowei couldn't wait to go up and rub a few times even when she saw the pillar. But now that she saw Zhang Wentai's ghostly form, her body's desire instead chilled a little in fear. This shows how ugly Kong Mantei's real ghost body looks. Jie, Su Xiaowei, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I'm Zhang Wentai. Ah, ha ha, by the looks of you, you should have learned the technique I gave you. That's great. What an enviable qualification. But alas, everything you have is going to be taken away by me. TSK. Floating in mid-air, Zhang Wentai looked at Su Xiaowei's appearance, and a wave of pleasure rose in his heart. Lin Hao, as powerful as you are, you can't protect your woman. Lin Hao, I'm going to female dash asterisk 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 your woman before I kill her. Lin Hao, I'm also going to absorb all of her essence blood and make her into a humanoid specimen. Lin Hao, remember, everything that happened to Su Xiaowei was caused by you. You're Su Xiaowei's murderer. Zhang Wentai no longer hid any of the thoughts in his mind. He wanted to completely release the suffocation he had gained from Lin Hao. When Su Xiaowei saw Zhang Wentai's frantic appearance, she combined it with her understanding of the cultivation world over the past few days. She gradually realized what was going on. Instead, by this time, she was no longer afraid. With a clench of her teeth, she once again cast a wave of black smoke that struck directly at the epileptic Zhang Wentai. With every attack she performed, the desire within her grew a few points stronger. She decides, however, to die with Kong Mantei. Pust! Zhang Wentai was struck by the black smoke, and his ghostly body trembled in extreme pain. His ghostly shadow couldn't hold it up and fell to the ground in one fell swoop. How did you get an attack spell? Zhang Wentai was very sure that he hadn't taught Su Xiaowei any means of attack. Kong Wentai, I've known for a long time that you don't harbor good intentions. You didn't expect it, did you? I've learned some simple attack methods through the internet. Su Xiaowei did collect them online. Moreover, this attack was still her reference to Duan Yu's Six Veins divine sword in the martial arts novel. Although the power is extremely limited, it can only penetrate hanging pictures. But Zhang Wentai was no different from an ordinary wandering soul at this time. So this sneak attack by Su Xiaowei directly caused Zhang Wentai to almost die. You crazy woman. You need to stop casting spells. When Zhang Wentai saw that Su Xiaowei was still condensing that black gas, he died and roared urgently. You can't cast any more spells or you will fall into an even more insane state. And if you don't get a man, you die from a collapse of flesh and blood. Also, even if you get a man, your blood and flesh will crumble because the technique you are practicing is aiding my cultivation. You're gonna die. Su Xiaowei, you have to calm down. If you want to live, only I can save you. Kong Wentai shouted frantically at this point. In fact, it's the same for whoever Su Xiaowei has intercourse with. She's dead. It's just that Kong Mantei won't tell Xiao Hiu the truth. Oh, Kong Mantei, I told you, even if I die, I won't let you get me. Let's all die together. Ha ha ha. See you later. Ho! Su Xiaowei didn't care as the black smoke formed again and landed on Zhang Wentai's soul body without hesitation. Barely. Zhang Wentai couldn't hold on any longer and disappeared into a cloud of smoke, leaving only a ghost bead on the ground. Zhang Wentai was counted among the lords of his generation in the ghost clan of Rongqing. In the end, he was exterminated by a little girl who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. sad and pathetic. After Kong Mante's death, Su Xiaowei was as Kong Mante described. Her whole body was like being burned by fire in purgatory. An unbearable desire made her pass right out. A breeze gradually picked up in the center area of Huanglongxi ancient city, and Wu Juning and the others, who had been burying their heads in the sand and killing ghost cultivators, hadn't realized that the situation was wrong. They were still caught up in the joy of constantly obtaining ghost beads. Mama 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 mama. A golden Buddha seal struck the fleeing ghost cultivator. The ghost cultivator let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground, leaving behind a ghost bead before it turned into yin qi and dissipated into the air. This monk went up with a joyful face to pick up the ghost beads and put them away. The same scene keeps happening in the old city. The White Horse Temple, Zhengyi Dao, Lingyin Temple, Cold Mountain Temple, Wudong Sect, Quanjin Dao and Longhu Mountain, to name a few sects. All thought that this was the best time to obtain the ghost pearl. Everyone is drumming up the energy for the final push. Even the sober disciples of the Supreme Clearance Palace were frantically hunting ghost cultivators to obtain ghost beads. Zhou watched as her brothers and sisters unsuspectingly killed ghosts to collect the ghost beads. She smiled gently and didn't bother to interrupt. She stretched out her white yet rigid palms to feel the wind pick up in the air. It's true that people die for money and birds die for food. You don't have the slightest idea of the danger that is coming. Zhou looked around, trying to find Lin Hao and then inform him to get out of the center area as soon as possible. But the fog was so thick and it was night. How hard it was to find someone. Perhaps, only by defeating the leader of the ancient city can the ancient city mist be broken. Unable to find Lin Hao, Zhou didn't choose to exit the center area. She prepares to meet with the leader of the ancient city's bonobos. Otherwise, it will be difficult to break through the fog of the ancient city. The other thing was that if all of the disciples of the Buddhist Tao Alliance who were in the center area died, then it would be hard for her to escape death in the end as well. Instead of escaping for the time being, it would be better to join forces with the disciples of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance to kill the Japanese ghost leader. Just as Zhou was combing through her thoughts, the ancient city suddenly became wildly windy. Chapter 111, Sorry, I can't let you do what you want. Woohoo! He. Jia jia jia. Kiki kiki kiki. Ping back. Suddenly, all sorts of ghostly cries and wind whistles came from the sky. The wind was still grim and bleak. Tens of thousands of wandering souls drifted at high speeds, creating a powerful and terrifyingly strong wind. Strong winds blew dusty streets, and all kinds of used decorations, billboards, tiles, and greenery were blown all over the place. Everyone was so shocked that they stopped what they were doing, and all of them fell into an alert and tense state of defense. What's with the wind? Ah! Those cultivators who reacted slower were directly blown to the ground by the gale. Help! Get out of here! Ouch! 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 This cultivator was just about to get up when his entire body was suddenly in a lot of pain, with 100 sharp claws clawing and biting at his body. As he struggled to support his body with his arms, he realized that his arms were nothing but bones. He was shocked and checked his entire body, only to realize that his back had also been hollowed out. He even saw his greasy intestines fall to the floor. Puff! The cultivator lost consciousness and subsequently fell to the ground, dead. This kind of scene didn't just happen to the cultivator just now. Any cultivators exposed to the streets were torn apart by the ghostly wind, killing and injuring countless people. There were also people who reacted extremely fast and quickly ducked into the stores next to them, escaping the first wave of ghost wind hunting. Ghost winds come and go quickly. Holy, what's going on here? Looking at the white bones all over the ground, the backs of those who had escaped this calamity were chilled and their hair stood up in sweat. It's horrible. What the hell kind of wind is this? To be scratched is to be separated from skin and flesh. Bandage the wounded. The cultivators who hid inside rushed to help bandage those who were injured. Those who survived had very gruesome wounds. All of them revealed white bones or internal organs. Most of the injured were afraid that they wouldn't live long and would soon bleed out and die. When people saw this, they shuddered and their scalps went numb. It's simply intolerable. This must be some kind of formation of the ghost clan. The ghost wind consists of countless ghosts inside, and after being strengthened, its damage is comparable to a meat grinder. After analyzing the wounded man's wounds, it was understood. It's all scratches from invisible claws. Boom! Clunk! Not far away, the roof was uncovered and the walls collapsed. Everyone was shocked beyond words by the scene. The ghostly winds are back, and its power was surprisingly able to topple roofs and even blow down walls. Of course, this has something to do with the fact that the old city has fallen into disrepair and the houses themselves are of poor quality. But this is not good for human cultivators. Quickly, we must escape, before the ghost wind destroys this place. Without being reminded, there were already people fleeing in the opposite direction of ghost wind. All the human cultivators who came to the center area of the ancient city encountered such a ghostly wind. Lin Hao was one of them. TSK, Lin Hao. I didn't realize it was really you. Wu Junying had just spotted Lin Hao's figure in the fleeing crowd. He then quietly left the group to follow Wu Junyoung. Lin Hao was stopped by Wu Junying, his eyes showing panic as he turned around like a headless fly and ran. Ha ha! Wu Junying moved his feet and followed behind Lin Hao. I'm not a ghost, disciple of the Qingcheng sect leader. What are you running for? Wu Junying, I have no grudge against you. Why are you chasing me? Lin Hao panted angrily back as he fled. I just want to have a proper match with you and experience the Qingcheng evil breaking incantation. If you run away again, don't blame me for making a sneak attack. Wu Junying's voice was tinged with mockery, and his palm was already flooded with arcs of electricity pulsing, a sign that the palm lightning was about to be unleashed. Good. As you wish. Suddenly, Lin Hao stopped in his tracks, and his entire essence changed dramatically, become less cavalier and less timid. His whole person changed his appearance. It was because Lin Hao had already drawn Wu Junying to the edge of the unoccupied spectral gale formation. Only Wu Junying and Lin Hao were left here. The ghostly winds blowing beside them hunted, constantly lifting roofs and destroying houses. Lin Hao suddenly turned back around and stood quietly, his eyes as deep as the sea and a mysterious aura permeating his body. Lin Hao, do you think you can stall for time and die with me with the help of the ghost wind? Wu Junying sneered, and the lightning in his hands became even more intense, as if the air around him was being torn apart. Lin Hao didn't reply, just staring at the other party in silence. His heart was at peace, as if he had merged into the heavens and earth, becoming one with the surrounding grass, trees, mountains and rocks. His breathing is in rhythm with the wind and rhymes with the qi, natural and harmonious. Suddenly, Lin Hao's figure shifted, leaving a residual shadow in place. Wu Junying's pupils shrank, instantly reacting as the palm thunderbolt in his hand came out and struck Lin Hao's body. However, Lin Hao's main body suddenly froze motionless, and his soul body had appeared behind Wu Junying. The soul's body was solidified, and a fist blasted out, containing a powerful force. Wu Junying's face changed drastically and he hurriedly resisted. However, Lin Hao's punches were like a tidal wave, punch after punch, attacking like a raging storm. Wu Junying retreated back and forth, his eyes filled with panic. He didn't see what kind of operation Lin Hao was doing. He didn't understand why two more Lin Hao. He responded immediately. Wu Junying shouted angrily as his body thunderstorm rebounded, but he was dumbfounded again. Lin Hao's soul body had actually disappeared. No good. He quickly turned around, only to see a handful of 7-colored starbursts already thrust into his chest. Wu Junying looked incredulously at the hilt of the sword that had penetrated his chest. His mouth opened, trying to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood gushed out from inside his mouth like a flood. Everything he tried to say was turned into painful blood bubbles. Lin Hao showed no mercy, sending his palm hard again. Wu Junying's body drew a parabola in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Hao stood in place and didn't immediately walk towards Wu Junying, but instead closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power surging within his body. Every breath he took resonated with heaven and earth, filled with endless rhythms. This was the close combat method after combining the natural Dan Dao and the Qingcheng sect's sword technique with Taoism and out-of-body soul. Disappointed, aren't you? You still haven't experienced the Qingcheng evil breaking spell. And in his perception, Wu Junying's life force was rapidly draining away, and Wu Junying's fate was sealed. Wu Junying's eyes glittered with resentment, but he was never able to say anything. His life force was rapidly draining away, and he could only express his anger and resentment with his eyes. Woohoo! It just so happened that at this time, the underworld gale formation contracted to here. Lin Hao watched as Wu Junying was twisted into mush by the ghostly winds that rolled through him. The last thing left on the ground was a white bone and a painted cylinder. Lin Hao couldn't help but have his eyelids flutter as he watched the brutal scene. At the same time, Lin Hao was amazed at what Wu Junying had left behind. What is this thing? The quality is so good that the ghost wind can't actually leave a trace on it. Lin Hao wanted to go and pick the painting cylinder back up, but the cylinder was in the area of the ghostly winds, and the ghostly winds were moving rapidly towards him. This made Lin Hao a little hesitant. Chapter 112, We're Hopeless. Lin Hao knew that the source of this ghostly wind was the underworld gale formation. Lin Hao had also participated in several bonobo trainings. This formation was used as a backup formation. It was presided over by the Japanese General Akita Naoden himself. Launching the underworld gale formation required the consumption of the wandering ghost chi that was involved in the operation of the formation. It's a formation that hurts the enemy 1,000 times and damages itself 800 times. These types of suicide formations are really very powerful. However, the underworld gale formation had one fatal flaw. That's only physical damage, not soul damage. After all, it is a formation composed of souls. If it can hurt the souls, Those wandering souls involved in the operation of the formation before they hurt themselves first hung. Thinking of this, Lin Hao found a basement and hid his physical body in it. Then his soul left his body and rose into the air. The ghost races are truly the spirits of heaven and earth. Not only does he possess some simple ghost magic, he can also fly in the air. In order for humans to be able to fly in the air, they must reach a certain level of cultivation. The vast majority of people never fly in their lives. At the same time, once Lin Hao's soul was out, he could no longer feel the tearing oppression brought on by the underworld gale formation. Lin Hao controlled his soul to reach out a hand to tentatively touch the gale advancing forward. As expected, his arm easily passed through the gale without any damage. Lin Hao then felt relieved to boldly weave through the gusts of wind as if he were entering a no man's land. After many tests, Lin Hao was reassured that the underworld gale formation really couldn't harm the soul. He then flew inside the ghost wind wall to pick up the painting cylinder left behind by Wu Junying. In the central square of the ancient city, the human cultivators were becoming more and more concentrated. Everyone understands. They were all driven here by the gale formation. Dao brother, which direction did you come from? I probably came from the south. What about you? I came from the north. It was ghost wind that forced us to come. I came that way. We came, too, in the opposite direction of ghost wind. In the square, everyone talked to each other, and that's how we learned that everyone had come from all directions. This ghost wind is a circular formation. We're caught in a bonobo trap. Ah, what about this? Sooner or later the ghostly wind will sweep in and we'll all be scraped into white bones. After learning this truth, there was no way to not be nervous and panicked. You guys, listen up. Ghost wind is really coming. The crowd listened in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, not far from the square there was already the crackling sound of tiles falling to the ground. Over there too. It's here too. Oh my god. It's really a circular formation. What can we do? What about Longhu Mountain? Why are they silent at this time? Aren't they the leaders of the cultivation world? Why don't they make a sound when they are needed now? Everyone's eyes looked towards the Longhu Mountain camp, and the group of people from the Longhu Mountain camp were dumbfounded and in a panic. They were now anxious that their eldest brother was missing. Before this, none of them had noticed where eldest brother had gone. Could it be that eldest brother was dispersed by the ghostly wind? Such a voice began to appear inside the LW team. It can't be, can it? With eldest brother's ability, even if we were blown apart, he'd still be unharmed. The disciples of Longhu Mountain were very confident in their eldest brother's abilities. They start looking for Wu Junying everywhere, but I couldn't find it no matter what. The other sects caused even more commotion when they heard about the disappearance of Longhu Mountain's Wu Junying. Everyone had a glimmer of hope for Lung Fu Shan, but now their hopes are dashed and they are in despair. The ghost wind is really going to sweep in, and none of us will be spared. I don't want to die. I have an old man and a wife and children. What should I do? Instead of being scraped into white bones by the ghostly winds, let's all fight to the death now. At this point, there are people who don't want to wait to die or be killed by the Japanese ghosts. They began to swing their fists, ready to rush out immediately to fight the Japanese ghosts. For a moment, the entire square was thrown into panic, and order was on the verge of collapsing. Don't panic, everyone. Just when everyone was helpless, a female voice sounded. Gentlemen, I think you've all seen the situation clearly. At this time, we must be united in order to find the gap in the ghost wind wall. The voice was from Zhou Tingting of the Shangqing Palace. LW pulls the crotch, and Tina Chow has to come forward to bring everyone's minds together. Tina Chow herself has a powerful calling. Her words quickly settled the frying pan of the scene. Senior Sister Zhou, you must save us this time. What the Shangqing Palace specializes in the most is wind magic. They must have a way. Senior Sister Zhou, just directly order whatever arrangements you have. We'll fully cooperate. No one was unconvinced by Zhou Tingting's prestige. The group of people on the side of the Shangqing Palace were all filled with pride when they saw that their senior sister was so respected. They were very confident in their big sister's abilities. Zhou Tingting was also satisfied with everyone's cooperation. She then began to organize the deployment. She placed the cultivators who favored melee combat in the outer circle. Those who specialize in long-range attacks are protected in the inner circle. She arranged it this way, and no one objected. After all, it was dictated by his own feats. Those melee cultivators knew that the outer circle was extremely dangerous, but they were obliged to do so. Everyone follow me. After arranging it, Zhou Tingting directly began to break into the formation. Everyone understood that the sooner they broke into the formation, the easier it would be. If they were all greedy and afraid of death, by the time the formation converged to the center of the square, they would lose any chance of survival. As a general rule, the more dispersed the coverage of the formation was, the weaker its attack was, and the more concentrated the formation was, the stronger that attack was. Obviously, the Phantom Gale formation is like that. Its use of ghost cultivators and formation repelling to concentrate all cultivators in the open square was this purpose. It's a shame that people didn't think of that in their panic at the time. If they had organized their manpower at the first moment and broken through the gale formation, that time would have been the time of the lowest losses. But everyone's first reaction was to choose to stay out of danger. This leaves everyone to be driven to the slaughterhouse by the bonobos as if they were pigs. Zhou Tingting had actually had this premonition at the very beginning, but at that time, everyone was scattered and isolated by the fog, making communication impossible. At this point, Zhou Tingting could not allow everyone to miss this chance of survival again. Zhou Tingting let out a chirp and took the initiative to walk in front. But soon, the fellow disciples of the Shangqing Palace took the initiative to quickly move in front of Zhou Tingting, forming a human wall to protect Zhou Tingting in the center. Zhou Tingting didn't say anything either. These teammates had been conditioned to do so, and it was useless for her to stop them. Senior Sister Zhou, we've almost completed a lap around the encirclement. Have you found a breakthrough? Zhou Tingting had already walked along the ghost wind wall encirclement with the members of the major sects of the Buddha Taoist Alliance, but she didn't even find the right break. Zhou Tingting had also organized her sect to attack the ghost wind wall with wind-based Taoist methods, and even every one of them had made a move together, all without any effect. Everyone was worried about the situation, and a bad feeling had been slowly growing in their hearts. Meanwhile, delaying these few minutes, the encirclement had been reduced by another third, and the wall of ghostly winds shrinks faster and faster as it gets smaller. This couldn't help but make everyone in the Buddha Dao Alliance feel a deep sense of fear. Their heartbeats at the moment were like being tightly choked, instantly becoming irregular and wild as a mad cow crashing. Their eyes looked around anxiously, trying to find a way of escape, yet all that surrounded them was thick, unforgiving darkness and whirling, sharp-edged walls of ghostly wind. Countless people had begun to despair. Zhou Tingting was questioned and she was slow to speak. She felt as if she had become a headless fly, completely without direction. Zhou Tingting took a deep breath and said, "We may be hopeless." Chapter 113, Poor Information Kills. Ha! Senior Sister Zhou, that's not what you said just now. Yes, you just said there was a breakthrough. What makes you say we're hopeless now? That's right. You should know whether we're saved or not. When Zhou Tingting said this, it immediately caused the crowd to be displeased. Who are you guys? Who are you to question our senior sister? Senior Sister Zhou stepping forward to lead the group is her pattern, not an obligation that she should do. Besides, our eldest sister said it was possible. She didn't say she would definitely die. So what's your hurry? The people of the Shangqing Palace were indignant at this group of white-eyed wolves. The men were red in the face from the rebuke, and all of them were emotional under the threat of death. It looked like Shang Qinggong and the group were going to start arguing. Zhou Tingting raised her hand to stop it. Everybody stop. Let me feel the wind flow again. When Zhou Tingting said this, another wave of hope rose from the people of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. Everybody be quiet. All stay still and don't talk. Eldest sister needs quiet. Quite a few people stepped forward to maintain order. After a few more minutes, the ghostly wind wall retracted directly to a few meters around them. Everyone, run. It's too late if you don't run. If we wait for Zhou Tingting to play God here, it will cost us more chances of staying alive. Finally someone couldn't take the pressure and cried out, "Let's charge that way. Hurry." Then a sect leader led his team to start a strong attack on the ghost wind wall. "Don't go. Don't go." Zhou Tingting shouted, but no one listened to her at all. A moment. Ah, help. Miserable cries were heard in succession. Those who were the first to rush into the ghost wind wall were cut to pieces by countless sharp blades before they could run a few steps. Those who followed the impulse hastily braked their feet, their faces changing color in horror. The feverishness of the mind just now was instantly thrown a basin of ice water, and the whole person became cold. Not only is the body cold, but the heart grows cold as well. Senior Sister Zhou, what should we do now? Are we really hopeless? Someone cried out and asked. The helpless crowd could only gather their eyes on Zhou Tingting once again. Alas, the wind walls have almost condensed into substance, and they are all at least 20 to 30 meters thick. With this thickness, we'll all die if we rush out. Zhou Tingting had really encountered the most powerless moment in her life this time. She thought back to a time when she was always confident and graceful, never letting a single event produce a change in her mood. She felt her face burning red and hot at that moment, and everything before was a joke. Zhou Tingting looked at the pairs of expectant eyes, and a sense of loss arose within her, her mind at a loss. It wasn't that she didn't want to save the group, but she was about to face death by 1,000 cuts herself. Despite Zhou Tingting's mood, her expression remained unchanged. She couldn't convey her emotions to the crowd, or the group would be even more miserable. Beads of sweat were beginning to seep from her forehead now. Everybody back up. The ghost wind wall was blowing closer and closer, and the entire ghost wind wall was less than 200 meters in diameter. The fog inside the square had been blown away by the ghostly wind wall. The crowd kept backing up in horror. At this time, in the control room outside the ancient city, the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance all looked serious. Leaders, what to do? The Japanese ghost's ghostly wind wall has squeezed our disciples to less than 200 meters of living space. In 10 minutes at the most, they'll all be strangled into mush. The chief engineer of the formation research, Taoist Wang, used the red dot of the laser page turner pen to point to the big screen showing the center area of the ancient city surrounded by the circle, facing the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist union seated in rows. He solemnly prompted, "Sect leader Zhao, why don't you order us to do it ourselves? Otherwise these children will really be wiped out. Senior Abbot, it should be our time to strike. Although the fact that we made a move means that this human ghost contest is ours to lose, but the children's lives are more important. So shame on you." Inside the control room, whether it was the Buddhist sect, or the Taoist sect, their supervisors, protectors, deacons, and so on stood up, unable to resist the urge to rush into the Huanglongxi ancient city to rescue their disciples. "Gentlemen, hold your peace." Zhao Danxia suddenly opened her mouth, and the crowd stopped talking at her words and waited for Zhao Danxia's arrangement. "Actually, I'm more worried about the safety of the disciples under my door than you guys are, but you really don't have to worry. Why? It's a matter of the life and death of our disciples. How can we not be worried?" Zhao Danxia looked at everyone's anxious appearance and laughed, saying, "Fellow Taoists, I, Longhu Mountain, have put down blood money this time. We gave the Yellow Spring diagram, Dragon Tiger Mountain's supreme treasure, to our disciple Wu Junying, and it has a one-time mighty power sealed inside." This statement caused an immediate uproar. "Ha? You actually gave all the Yellow Springs diagrams to Wu Junying? This is one of the 4 great treasures of the cultivation world, and there's a mighty power sealed inside it for once. It's said that once the Yellow Springs diagram is released, it can melt all things, and its power is equivalent to that of a missile at a time. No, it's even more powerful than a missile, because once a missile is sent out it's uncontrollable and its killing power against illusory ghosts will be halved again. Whereas the Yellow Springs diagram is controlled energy and belongs to a spell-type treasure. Amitabha Buddha, sect leader Zhao was worthy of great wisdom. Shaolin Temple Abbot Shi Yongcheng had to be convinced that Longhu Mountain was worthy of being the leader of the cultivation world. They were actually even willing to hand over a heavy treasure like the Yellow Spring diagram to their disciples. This shows that Lung Fushan does have a strong family background. That's a relief. Taoist Master Wang also breathed a sigh of relief. "We haven't monitored the energy that erupted from the Yellow Springs diagram's casting so far. This means that Wu Junying has not needed to use this treasure until now." Yes, that's right. Which means that the children are still safe, and they must be trying to defeat the Japanese ghosts on their own. Truly worthy of being the elites of our Buddhist Tao Alliance. These little guys are better than blue. Ambitious. Knowing that the Yellow Spring diagram was on Wu Junying, the expressions of the administrators of the Buddha Tao Alliance became relaxed, started talking and laughing. They thought that no matter how critical the situation was, it was impossible for Wu Junying to even have the time to unfold the Yellow Springs diagram. The administrators here still knew Wu Junying very well and were confident that he would take control of the Yellow Springs diagram. Compared to the trust that the group of managers in the control room had in the Yellow Springs diagram and in Wu Junying, the cultivators who were actually inside the ghost wind wall were on the verge of collapsing. The ghost wind wall is getting closer. The fog in the square was completely blown away. A circular wall of ghostly wind, visible to their naked eyes under the glare of a bright flashlight, squeezed toward them. The ghost wind wall was like a black fog. The speed of approaching had remained constant. Not too fast, but very dense and oppressive. This showed that the Japanese ghost was building up its might at this time, vowing to kill all human cultivators. The crowd was wide-eyed and pale, sweat slipping from their foreheads, and their hearts beating like war drums. They huddled together, backing up helplessly, their footsteps echoing across the square, creating a terrifying, intense atmosphere. Some female cultivators couldn't even control their fear and cried out. The clothes on most people had been torn by the harsh ghosts and gusts of wind, and there were still countless injured people who had not been treated. In this crisis-ridden ancient city, they had suffered so much that they began to resent their division. Chapter 114, Lin Hao and I are one. They had been stuck in the ancient city of Huanglongxi for almost a whole day. The division, however, never appeared, and this disappointment and anger pervaded the crowd. An unspeakable resentment could not help but well up in the hearts of the crowd, and each of them had red eyes and grim faces, as if they were a group of enraged and raging wild beasts. Is the division giving up on us? They know we are here to exorcise the ghosts and exterminate them, and they are not going out on time, so they can't guess what is happening in the ancient city? Has the division forgotten about us? Master, do you really want us to just wait here to die? That desperate cry echoed through the spectral gale formation, each word like a sharp blade piercing into the hearts of the crowd. That feeling of being forgotten and abandoned by their division grew stronger and stronger, and the resentment in their hearts grew heavier and heavier. They are trapped in this hostile environment, one step away from death. The division, however, never did anything. Not even a word of encouragement or concern was passed over. Zhou Tingting stood in the crowd, clutching the paper fan, but the fan never saw her open it again. Sweat slid down her cheeks and her insides were in turmoil. She was afraid to open her mouth to make any decisions. Punching out? Or do you resist where you are? Zhou Tingting now had no more preconceptions. Her only preconceptions were to rush out and die immediately, resist where she was and slow down for a few minutes and die. Senior sister, you have to make a decision or we'll all die. The people from the Shangqing Palace couldn't help but remind Zhou Tingting. It wasn't that they were afraid of death, but the oppressive feeling given to them by the ever-approaching wall of ghostly winds was too strong. It is better to wait for death to spread a little bit like this than to grasp the initiative in one's own hands and die a painful death. Yes, Zhou Tingting also knew that she couldn't be more indecisive. Instead of waiting it out, she should gather the entire crowd and rush out with a brain. How much you can punch out is up to your respective luck. Gentlemen, now is the perfect time to rush out. Everyone listen to my order. When I count to 3, everyone will rush out together. When Zhou Tingting uttered these words, hell knows how much pressure she was under. This rush may be a total loss, but that doesn't matter. It's all one death anyway. Might as well let everyone die in hope. After the disciples of the Buddha Dao Alliance heard these words, they suddenly had their hearts beating wildly and their scalps tingling. It was as if there was a cold finger that kept running over the brain. They wanted to make a little noise and express their opinions, but their throats were strangled by invisible hands, and they couldn't say anything even after squirming for half a day. At this moment the whole room was quiet as hell. 1, 2, sa. Zhou Tingting's voice was already hoarse by the time she made her third sound, and the word 3 was stuck in her throat, unable to produce any volume. And the disciples of the Buddha Dao Alliance had all stopped breathing, their eyes red, their teeth gritted and gurgled, their muscles trembling and stiffening. It's just, sooner or later, I have to face it, so let me, Zhou Tingting, be the villain for once and lead everyone to hell. Zhou Tingting decided to be the first to rush out on her own. Her expression suddenly turned grim as she made a beeline for being the one to jump off the cliff. She pushed her feet hard and quickly ran forward. At this moment, everyone's heart was stuck in their throats. Just die. Everyone couldn't help but take a step to keep up. Just as everyone's hearts died, Zhou Tingting suddenly stopped in her tracks. Everyone stopped abruptly as well, because they saw a man appear inside the wall of ghostly winds. The man took one step forward following the wall of ghostly wind, like he was looking for something. The pace, like an unruly poet, was leisurely in the gale. His steps were firm and calm, as if the whole world was gently vibrating under his feet. Suddenly, the man drew his sword and shot at a certain place in the ghost wind wall. The sword blade with the shining stars stabbed somewhere in the ghost wind wall. The ghost wind wall unexpectedly stopped in place and stopped moving at that moment. When the ghost wind wall resumed moving again, it had slowed down twice as much. Lin Hao! Zhou Tingting cried out in excitement. This sword not only stabbed a certain core point of the ghost wind wall, it also stabbed Zhou Tingting's heart, stabbing the Buddhist Alliance practitioners who were in the midst of despair. Lin Hao holding the 7-star sword and stabbing that sword in the air was a valiant light cutting through the darkness. Lin Hao! It's really Lin Hao. He can actually make the ghost wind wall stop moving. I've seen him before. He's Lin Hao from the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao! Our God has come. The cultivators of the Buddhist Dao Alliance were suddenly incomparably excited. Lin Hao became their hope, their hero. Their heartbeats were like war drums, beating a strong rhythm in their chests. Hot blood rushed to their hearts, giving them a powerful surge of strength. It gives them renewed courage, confidence, and hope. They had been so excited that they didn't know what words to use to describe their feelings. They opened their mouths to say something, but in the end it could only be reduced to 2 words. Lin Hao. The name is being carved into their hearts, slice by slice, into their hearts, into their bones. A name they will never forget. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, stab your left hand side at 9 o'clock. Zhou Tingting suddenly opened her mouth to remind. Lin Hao sniffed and without thinking, he transformed into a sword light and stabbed at the direction that Zhou Tingting had hinted at with her words. Boom! The 7-star ons flashed. The ghost wind wall shook with it. Everyone who saw this scene revealed ecstasy. Fellow Taoist Zhou, come in. Lin Hao suddenly appeared beside Zhou Tingting with ghostly speed. Before Zhou Tingting could react, she was wrapped in a breath that carried an icy chill. The immense force made her body uncontrollably fail to enter the wall of ghost winds. Dead. I'm dead. At this moment, Zhou Tingting thought that she would be twisted into meat by the ghostly wind wall, but to her shock, she was unharmed. She looked up and realized she was inside the body of a tall, upright, androgynous man. What's going on here? How did I become one with Lin Hao? She didn't know how to describe what she was feeling at the moment. Fellow Daoist Joe, don't dawdle. Quickly find the location of the weakness of the underworld ghost wind formation. A magnetic yet loud voice made Zhou Tingting's face redden. She calmed herself and closed her eyes, her mind spreading out, then snapped them open. Right hand 5 o'clock. Shoo! No sooner had her voice dropped than her body was taken by the man and stabbed along with her to the spot she had described. Boom! The ghost wind wall shuddered again. Head position. Yes. Again the 7 stars flashed and the head position was stabbed. With Zhou Tingting's assistance, Lin Hao stabbed the eye of the spectral gale formation with incomparable precision. The Buddhist Tao Alliance cultivators inside the ghost wind wall only felt the stars twinkling in the sky. As the stars twinkled, the ghostly wind wall trembled more and more, and the wind became weaker and weaker. Lin Hao! Quick! He's trying to escape. Throw the sword out towards the left rear. Yes! Lin Hao sniffed and threw the 7-star sword in his hand towards the left rear with immense trust. Chapter 115, I will be your dog. Put. In the darkness, a figure was forced to fall. The figure still had the 7-star sword stuck in its body. You guys, how could you guys find me? How could your sword force my ghostly body out? The ghostly body of Akita Neodachi was constantly disorganized, and countless chi filled the air. How did I find you? You'll have to ask fellow Taoist Joe about that. Lin Hao had indeed struggled to find Akita Neodachi, and if it wasn't for Zhou Tingting's help, he wouldn't have been able to break the phantom gale formation so quickly. There's even the possibility of this Akita Neodachi getting away with it. Akita Neodachi looked towards Zhou Tingting, his heart filled with unwillingness. With the Akita Neodachi, which was the eye of the formation, being knocked down, the originally terrifying ghost wind wall instantly transformed into countless ordinary wandering souls. These wandering souls got free and frantically fled in all directions. Whoa! 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 So many ghosts! Hurry up and hunt them down! These ghosts almost got us all killed. Mother ****** heirs. I'll have your souls scattered. At this moment, everyone's worry and fear all turned into horrible indignation. For a while, Taoist techniques and Buddhist seals flew in the sky. Ordinary wandering souls without formation enchantments were just small cabbages that could be cleaved in half by a random branch. Honorable strong man, I would like to become your slave and your dog. Please spare my life as a dog. Akita Neodachi backhandedly drew out the 7-star sword that was stuck in his body. Then with both hands on the sword, he knelt on the ground and kept crawling towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao froze at this sudden contrasting performance from Akita Neodachi. Worthy of being a bonobo, he's tough on others and even tougher on himself. Ka-ching! Just then, a wind blade sped in and cut off Akita Neodachi's head directly. The wind blades twisted inside Neodog Akita's head several more times. Neodog Akita dissipated into Chi and disappeared. Fellow Daoist Lin, this Japanese ghost is swindling. Well, I know. Lin Hao nodded. I stayed to keep him for the time being, just to force him to ask about the cause of the ghost fog's creation. You're a bit quick to do it. Lin Hao still wanted to throw Neodog Akita inside hell to be tortured. It's useless. Akita Neodachi didn't even leave behind a single ghost pearl after his death, which means he was just a doppelganger of a ghost clan bigwig. You can't ask anything, Zhou Tingting explained. If you let him get close to you, there might be an unexpected means of killing the same person. I see. Then I have to thank fellow Taoist Joe for stepping in. Zhou Tingting genuinely looked out for Lin Hao, and Lin Hao didn't want to blow her off, so he went along with the words and admitted the favor. No need to be polite. It's nothing. We're on the same side now. What does that mean? Lin Hao asked with a frown. Zhou Tingting didn't answer directly, but stretched out her hoary wrist. A light gray ground mark appeared at her arm. See if you have one? Lin Hao sniffed and fished up his sleeve, and in the same spot, there really was a mark exactly like Zhou Tingting's. When was this left? Lin Hao was strong in the area of perception, but he was indeed a step behind Zhou Tingting, and he hadn't even discovered the source of this mark. This mark shot out of nowhere while we were looking for Neodog Akita. I tried to warn you at the time, but it didn't make much of an impact at that point, so I didn't bother you. Suddenly there was a strange thing growing on one's body, and anyone who encountered such a thing would have a hairy heart. Lin Hao also looked at the gray mark with goosebumps. His consciousness was immersed, channeling the air in his body to the gray mark. There was no response at the gray mark. What is this? Lin Hao clenched his fists, clenched his teeth, glared, and waved his hand to slice off the skin and flesh at the black mark just now. In an instant, the area where the skin had been chipped away revealed white flesh and blood, which soon oozed out. Zhou Tingting didn't expect Lin Hao to be so ruthless, directly chipping away at his own flesh. She didn't say anything, and the first thing she did was rush over and take Lin Hao's hand, shoot up a healing charm. The blood stopped oozing. Then Zhou Tingting took out a bandage from inside her pocket and carefully bandaged Lin Hao's wound. How could you be so reckless? It's no use. Look to the side. Zhou Tingting frowned while bandaging and looked at Lin Hao's wound area with a very distressed expression. Lin Hao also noticed that the gray mark had reappeared next to the wound. Lin Hao unclenched his clenched fists and frowned bitterly. It seems that this psoriasis can't be gotten rid of for the time being, so we'll just have to wait until we get back and figure it out. Yeah, if it was so easy to get rid of, it wouldn't be on us. Zhou Tingting also revealed a helpless expression. At this time, part of the ghostly creatures fleeing around in the square were exterminated, and the other parts still escaped. After everyone cleared the square of ghostly creatures, the mists gradually dispersed. The ghosts died and fled, and the mists dispersed. The suffocation that the cultivators of the Buddhist Tao Alliance had suffered this day finally dissipated. Those who have died have passed away, and those who have survived have begun to smile at the harvest. Taoist Master Lin, I can't repay you for saving my life tonight. At this point in time, I can only express my gratitude with this great gift. Suddenly, someone flung themselves down toward Lin Hao. Please accept my obeisance. As this person knelt, others knelt, offering their most respectful thanks toward Lin Hao. Hundreds of people knelt in blackness, something Lin Hao hadn't expected. All he had to do was blurt out, "All of you, please rise. We are all human cultivators and brothers and sisters of the Buddha Tao Alliance. It's only right to help each other. There's no need to be like this. As long as everyone helps our Qingqing sect put in a good word for us in the future when we walk the rivers and lakes. Good. I, Qin Dazhu, hereby promise that in the future, whoever is an enemy of the Qingqing sect is an enemy of me. I, Zhong Bin, also make this promise. The fellow disciples of the Qingqing sect are my own brothers. Whoever dares to say that the Qingqing sect is not right again, I will never let it go. Willing to be driven by the Qingqing sect." At that moment, the central square of Huanglongxi ancient city resounded with deafening sounds. Lin Hao couldn't help but hear his blood boil. Although these several hundred people currently did not represent the cultivation world and were only sect low-level cultivators, but they were able to survive such a treacherous exorcism youth tournament. That would prove that sooner or later, they would become the pillars of the cultivation world. By that time, the Qingqing sect would have a group of loyal followers. Zhou Tingting, who was standing beside Lin Hao, saw the scene of the group returning to their hearts, and she was also proud of Lin Hao from the bottom of her heart. Xiangying crouched down to kneel and thank Lin Hao as well. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled her back and said in a bad mood, "Why are you being so polite too?" Zhou Tingting stopped and gave a soft Then thank you, fellow Daoist Lin, for saving my life. You're welcome, and you deserve a lot of credit. Embraced by the crowd, Lin Hao led the crowd towards the entrance of the Huanglongxi ancient city. In the control room outside the Huanglongxi ancient city, the top management of the Buddhist and Taoist alliance also saw the ghost fog dissipating from the large screen on the wall. Everyone stood up instantly in excitement and kept clapping. They felt heartfelt pride in the complete victory of the disciples under their discipline over the Japanese ghosts of the ancient city of Huanglongxi. Fellow Taoists, the little ones really didn't let us down. Ha ha, Zhao Danxia's joy and pride showed without hiding. This must be Wu Junying from Longhu Mountain who brought these little guys to break through the siege and defeat the Japanese ghosts. Does it even need to be said? The only ones who have this ability are the young geniuses of Longhu Mountain. Amitabha Buddha. The Taoist sect played a decisive role in the Buddha-Taoist alliance being able to achieve victory in the first human ghost battlefield, and on behalf of the general public, I offer my sincerest thanks to the Taoist sect. In the face of the crowd's respect for the Taoist sect and for Lung Fu Shan, Zhao Danxia stroked his beard, very proud, and he couldn't hide his laughter. All of you have really touted my Longhu Mountain too highly. You should know that Zhou Tingting of the Shangqing Palace, Lu Xian of the Chuanjian Dao, and Mirror View of the Shaolin Temple are all famous young talents. Maybe it's not so bad that they're the main ones to blame. 116. Non-cooperation and non-violence campaigns. Don't dare. Those little ones in our family. How can they do that? The sect masters of several sects hurriedly made some polite remarks. Hearing Zhao Danxia, the headmaster of Longhu Mountain, counting the outstanding disciples of his sect as if they were his own, the sects that were named felt their faces light up. Ha ha, instead of guessing around here, wouldn't it be better if we all went together to help award these little guys their prizes? Right. Come on, let's all go over and encourage these little guys. The top management of the Buddha Tao Alliance all exited the control room and headed towards the entrance of Huanglongxi ancient city. Only Taoist Wang, the chief engineer of the broken formation, and his assistants were left in the control room to do the subsequent data preservation. On the way to the ancient city of Huanglongxi, these palmers, the executives of the Buddha Taoist Alliance, were all joyful and beaming with joy, regardless of how much their sect's disciples had contributed in the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament this time around. At this time they all felt very dignified. With just less than 1,000 low-ranking cultivators, the tens of thousands of Japanese ghosts in the ancient town of Huanglongxi were driven out. This is a very impressive achievement. Most importantly, with the help of this battle of the Japanese ghosts in Huanglongxi ancient city, they had scanned the map of the laws of operation of the Japanese ghost formations. Still not much of a clue as to the source of the fog, but still very rewarding. With the help of the formation information gained tonight and studied later, it was always possible to break the ghost race thick fog formation. Tonight, the ancient city of Huanglongxi is the first stop for human cultivators in all their glory. In response, they couldn't help but be flooded with pride and satisfaction, even if they were in high positions of power. Today, Fengdu City has now been renamed Fengdu City by the Ghost Clan. The dense fog that kept spreading around with Fengdu City as the center had covered another city, Baidi City. Not only that, the fog dared to intend to violate the population town of Shanshui City, and if Shanshui City was lost, it would mean that the Chikawa Basin was also lost. By that time, the ghost race would occupy one side and would be completely impossible to eliminate. Only by knowing the source of the dense fog generated by the ghost race could there be a way to stop the fog that kept spreading to Shanshui City, and only then would there be a chance to recapture Fengdu City and Baidi City. A few minutes later, a group of leaders from the Buddhist and Taoist alliance were already standing at the entrance next to the square outside the ancient city. They were to personally greet the disciples who had returned in triumph, give the most enthusiastic encouragement to the disciples of the sect. I thought that this would move his disciples to tears, and would make their cohesion and ownership of the sect unprecedentedly high, right? Meanwhile, a simple stage has been set up next to the square. There are all kinds of lights and shadows shining on the side. The stage will be used for awards. Clank, knock, 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 clanky dunk, clank 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 clank. At this time, a team of drummers and gong players led the way while beating and carrying an 8-carried sedan chair. It was followed by a large procession of bride givers. Sedan chair wood carving, vermilion lacquer pavement decorated with gold foil applique, far away from the golden splendor, as if a miniature palace. There are mysterious patterns and symbols carved around the palanquin, the gongs and drums, the people carrying the sedan chair, and the marriage procession were all about 20 centimeters off the ground. This is actually a ghost marriage. The Buddhist and Taoist alliance executives all looked at the 8-carried sedan chair with confused eyes. Are the ghost race this bold? Surprisingly, he organized a meditative marriage ceremony in front of all the top brass of the Buddhist Tao alliance. It's a long ing life. Zhao Danxia, Shi Yongchang, and the other palmists, as well as the management that followed them, were dumbfounded. However, everyone was very taciturn, neither interfering with words nor going over to strike these bold ghost clans down with a single slap. They all watched silently as the 8-carried sedan chair slowly marched toward them, just waiting to see what the hell these ghosts are up to. Inside the sedan chair, a female voice tensed. Master Chief, will it be a bad influence? Don't worry, everything is with Master Gong. Aha! At that moment, the sedan chair sank to the ground. Here we are. I'll go down first. We're going to give that kid a big surprise in a while. The person who spoke straightened his clothes and took a look in the mirror again. After feeling that there was nothing wrong, he lifted a corner of the sedan chair curtain and stretched out a foot in a cloth shoe to step on the ground. At this moment, the top management of the Buddhist Tao alliance as well as the staff couldn't help but tighten their breaths as they stared at the palanquin curtains. They are all very curious to know what kind of ghost dares to provoke the bees and scorpions and bring disaster upon themselves. But they waited for half a day, and the foot that had already stepped on the ground didn't come out half the time. After a few dozen seconds, the foot suddenly retracted again. Nima, what's the situation? To whet everyone's appetite? The corners of the mouth of this group of senior members of the Buddhist Tao alliance twitched, while at the same time increasingly feeling that this ghost palanquin had become unusually mysterious. Master G, why don't you go out again? Forget it, I don't want to face those bull noses and bald asses alone. Go out later. Well, then Master Gong will sit for a while longer. The ghost sedan chair stopped the sound of gongs and drums and never moved again. Someone on the side of the Buddhist Tao alliance immediately reported back to Zhao Danxia to see what was going on. Zhao Danxia shook her head no and waited to see. Although Zhao Danxia felt that the ghost sedan chair thing was weird, these ghosts were ordinary wandering souls that he didn't give a damn about. Besides, the disciples are coming out soon. If this group of ghosts carrying sedan chairs is making a demon, it is just the right time to show the disciples how awesome it is to be a leader. At the entrance to the Huanglongxi ancient city, Lin Hao walked ahead, leading hundreds of people out of the ancient city in great numbers. Their mood did not change much when they saw the Buddhist Tao alliance executives standing in 2 rows with smiling faces sandwiching them. Longhu Mountain's headmaster Zhao Danxia, Shaolin Temple's abbot Shi Yongchang, and other headmasters were waiting for the group of disciples to come over at the top of the paved path. Then they are enthusiastically recognized and inspired. In the darkness, the hundreds of disciples were surprisingly very silent. None of them opened their mouths to clamor. None of them spoke. Lu Xian, what's going on? Why are you guys crying in mourning? A lot of dead people? Isn't it normal to die in a battlefield? Don't you still have so many people out? One of the administrators of the Quanjin Dao couldn't help but pull Lu Xian to inquire. But Lu Xian gritted his teeth and stared ahead without saying a word. Uncle Shifu is asking you. Why don't you answer? The man was so angry at Lu Xian's appearance that he jumped violently. But Lu Xian remained silent. He is still full of resentment towards the division. It was one step away from death at first, but none of the division showed up, and they didn't even see any signs of rescue. This shows how dead set they were at the time. Zhou Tingting, what exactly happened? Why is everyone not saying anything? The management of Shangqing Palace couldn't help but ask Zhou Tingting as well. Zhou Tingting did the same, pursing her lips and not speaking. Mirror glass, you are a monk. Monks don't lie. By you, what has happened? Which knew that Jingguan directly closed his eyes and began to rattle his Buddha beads, chanting to himself. All the disciples stopped paying attention to the division's questioning. Those management who were originally full of peace and she were not smiling at this time. They kept asking the disciples under their doors what was going on, but none of them told them what had happened. Hundreds of people seemed to be all unified. They want to protest the division's neglect and trivialization of their lives by being silent. The disciples under the Buddha Road Alliance had united to sing a counter-argument, and such a situation had caused the management of the Buddha Road Alliance to be extremely annoyed. Zhao Danxia, on the other hand, was not in the mood to pay attention to these things. He was more anxious about another matter. Chapter 117, The Bold and the Wild. It seems like Wu Junyang didn't come out. Zhao Danxia gazed and realized that the one walking in the first place was not the representative of his sect's outstanding disciples, Wu Junyang. Instead, it was Lin Hao, a disciple of the Qingqing sect, whom he had met that day at the Buddhist-Taoist Alliance conference. He was very impressed with Lin Hao's theory of humans and ghosts living in harmony and his tongue-twisting of the Chuandao that day at the meeting. What happened? Where's Wu Junyang? Zhao Danxia was full of thoughts that this time, the Huanglongxi ancient city ghost exorcism battlefield would definitely be led by Wu Junyang as the leader of the crowd. But it turned out that the leader was Lin Hao. Zhao Danxia's heart thumped, and a bad premonition surfaced in his mind. He hurriedly poured his air into his eyes, and with one sweep, he could see the faces of hundreds of people, but he never found Wu Junyang's figure. Zhao Danxia was not calm. Wu Junyang has really disappeared. If Wu Junyang was missing, it would mean that the town's treasure, the yellow spring diagram, would also be lost. Don't panic, don't panic. It must be that people aren't quite out yet. Wait and see. Zhao Danxia took a deep breath and locked her gaze dead center on the entrance to Huanglongxi ancient city. But for a long time, no one came out of the entrance again. He couldn't help but ask the person next to him, did all the people inside the ancient city come out? Sect Master, there shouldn't be anyone else. If there is, it's someone else. There's no need to wait for them to come out. The person next to Zhao Danxia warned. Mastermind, everyone is waiting for you to give the word to give out the prizes. Phew. Zhao Danxia also knew that the big picture was important, so she just had to pull her mind back to solve the current problem first. He took a deep breath, and without even getting on the well-built stage, he directly spoke in a deep voice. Everyone, hand in your ghost beads and receive your prizes ranked according to the number. Originally prepared a bellyful of testimonials, this time is not in the mood to say a word more. No one was surprised by such a cursory statement from Zhao Danxia, and the managers understood the situation at this point. One of the administrators was also very direct and went out into the crowd to collect the ghost beads. First up was Lin Hao, throwing out a bag of ghost beads. This administrator looked and laughed contemptuously. After such a whole night, you actually only obtained 10 ghost beads? Yes, only 10. Lin Hao nodded bashfully, obtaining Lin Hao's confirmation. The group of administrators couldn't help but reveal disdainful smiles. That's understandable. Your Qingcheng sect, there are only 3 of you in total. It's not bad for you to obtain 10 ghost pearls. The words seemed encouraging, but the tone was very disdainful. Lin Hao handed over the ghost beads and stopped talking. This ghost bead collecting administrator then looked at Zhou Tingting next to Lin Hao. Zhou Tingting, you're the senior sister of the younger generation of the Shangqing Palace. You should have quite a few ghost pearls, right? Is there 100 of them? He guessed with great certainty. Those in the back of the management were very curious, and they all focused their eyes over in anticipation of Zhou Tingting's outstanding performance. Nevertheless, Zhou Tingting also took out a small packet of ghost beads and handed it over. The eyes of the manager who collected the ghost beads screwed up, unzipped the bag and took a look. Surprisingly, there were only 9 of them. What do you mean by this? How come there's one less than this Qingqing sect's? That administrator couldn't help but question. Zhou Tingting returned blandly. I only have this ability to obtain only 9 ghost beads. Humph. Somehow, the The administrator who collected the ghost beads flung his sleeve and no longer cared about Jotingting. His face was very ugly and his mood was terrible, and his tone stiffened when he turned to the cultivator in front of him. Ghost beads out. Sorry, I don't have a single one. What about you? Me neither, he asked all the way down. And surprisingly, they all said there were no ghost beads. At this moment, the expressions of all the Buddhist Tao Alliance administrators became serious. Anyone else of you who has obtained the ghost pearl, all of you just hand it over to me. With this roar from him, Lu Xian, mirror view, and the others threw out a small bag. He picked up the bag and finished counting the ghost beads inside. He realized that on the Taoist side, Lin Hao was the most, Zhou Tingting was the next, and the next was 10, 9, 8. Each one is only one ghost pearl less than the last place. No more, no less. Just enough to encompass the 10 prizes that were set up. Not only is this true of the Taoist sect, but also of the Buddhist sect. The meaning is clear enough. Lin Hao and the others had long ago done their own ranking of places and assigned their own prizes. Sect Master, this group of disciples is trying to revolt. They are so perfunctory to us. It's really inexplicable. Don't they know how much they weigh? How dare they fling their faces at us? I suggest that the reward be cancelled. The Buddhist Taoist Alliance administrators reported the harvested ghost beads to Zhao Danxia and Shi Yongchang. They were furious about it. These angry words were so loud that Lin Hao and the others could hear them clearly. But everyone had wooden expressions. No joy, no sadness, no arguments, just flat eyes staring at the management's side. Waiting for management they make decisions. How could Zhao Danxia be in the mood to care about this at this time? Waving her hand impatiently. It should be handed out. As long as they're okay with it themselves. He couldn't wait to end the award ceremony and immediately rush into Huanglongxi ancient city to check where exactly Wu Junying had gone. He wanted to know if the Yellow Spring diagram, the town treasure of Longhu Mountain, was really lost. Just now, Zhao Danxia had already swept through the pockets of everyone present, and he had also secretly used his heir to summon the Yellow Spring diagram, but there was no response. On the side of the Shaolin Temple abbot Shi Yongqing naturally saw that Zhao Danxia's heart was in turmoil at this time, and he didn't want to get entangled in such a trivial matter. Declaring a Buddha's name, he nodded his head in agreement, and the Buddhist sect distributed the rewards according to the order that these disciples had lined up on their own. The managers also had to hold back their anger and push the prizes towards Lin Hao and the others. If you want a gift, come and get it yourself. They had already secretly resolved that after tonight, when these rebellious disciples returned to the sect, then they would properly clean them up. Lin Hao and the others didn't care, and remained expressionless and joyless as they went up to collect the gifts that belonged to them. Lin Hao had gotten the Silver Silk Thunder method, and his senior brother Wang Tao had gotten the 8th place Ghost Harnessing Spirit Axis. For Lin Hao, the result was perfect. After claiming their prizes, no one was in the mood to stay any longer. Disperse. Zhao Danxia he did not expect that this prestigious ghost exorcism youth tournament would be the result of this haphazard work. When the crowd in the square heard the order, they were ready to leave. Just at this time, the sound of the sedan chair thumping not far away suddenly resounded again. This time there was also the loud and joyful sound of the oboe. The huge commotion over here attracted everyone's attention at once. The disciples who came out from inside Huanglongxi ancient city suddenly saw the scene of a ghost marrying his wife. And that reaction was as unbelievable as seeing a ghost. Where the hell did that come from? What are you knocking for? It's annoying. One of the Buddhist Alliance managers bounced under his annoyed mood, and with a flash of his right palm's shadow, a huge slap fell towards the ghostly palanquin. Bold maniac! There was a loud shout from the sedan chair, and the curtains of the sedan chair unveiled, from which a person flew out and rose into the air. Chapter 118, Another Underworld Marriage. A figure appeared in mid-air in the hazy sheen of the lights. He wore a green-colored Taoist robe, mysterious and ethereal. His Taoist robe gently swayed in the breeze, as if he was an immortal in the clouds. His figure was so light that it seemed to blend into the air, making it impossible to catch. What flew out from inside the ghost sedan chair was actually a Taoist priest. He's a man, not a ghost, but this one can fly. Those who can fly must be celestial masters. A true man can levitate himself, and a celestial master can leap and fly through the air like the man before him. Mama yeah, I actually took a shot at this heavenly master. I'm dead. I'm dead. This furious Buddhist administrator was so shocked by this scene that his mind went blank. He immediately closed his stance and retracted his palm seal. The tremendous inertia caused him to slide on his knees for several meters, not stopping until the palanquin was 2 meters away. He stared at the airborne dowser with horror on his face, his teeth knocking together. Not only this Buddhist Tao Alliance administrator who had struck out in a rage, even the headmaster on the side of the Buddhist Tao Alliance's heart and mind trembled as he looked at the Taoist priest in the air with a grave expression. Snap! Just then, the sound of a rope snapping rang through the air. Then, The Taoist in the air smashed into the ground like a boulder. Ouch! Alas! My old back! The dowser fell to the ground wincing in pain. The eyes of the ghost clans around the sedan chair popped out, and the sounds of gongs, drums, and oboes came to an abrupt halt. None of them expected this to be the case. Master! This old man! What are you doing again? Lin Hao and Wang Tao and the crowd rushed over to help Zhang Daoling up and carefully checked his injuries. After checking, fortunately, there's nothing wrong with these old bones. Lin Hao and Wang Tao put their hearts down. Along with Zhang Daoling falling from the sky, there was also a thin transparent thread. Someone shines a flashlight through. The light reflected from the transparent thin threads was unusually harsh. They followed the thin line of irradiation looking past it and realized. It turned out that Zhang Daoling was tying the other end of the thin thread to the roof next to him, and the other end was in his hand. He was flying into the sky with the help of this instantaneous burst of the thin rope. Upon discovering the truth, everyone stared in disbelief, eyebrows raised and mouths slightly open. They didn't expect Zhang Daoling, the head of the hallowed Qingqing sect, to perform acrobatics on such a serious occasion. After the surprise, their brows gradually furrowed, their eyes became stern, and most of the administrators of the Buddha-Dao Alliance showed impatience. The atmosphere was already very bad, and Zhang Daoling even came to clamor at this time. Zhao Danxia, Shi Yongchang, and other bigwigs were all close to being unable to maintain their former majesty. That's not all. After Zhang Daoling saw Lin Hao, he bounced up and said in shock, almost delayed the big event. Zhang Daoling didn't care about the pain or explaining to Lin Hao and Wang Tao. With a wave of his hand, a bag of clothes next to the sedan chair shot up. No need to look. It's the cord pulling again. Get dressed. The auspicious time is approaching. There's no time to lose. After getting the package, Zhang Daoling forced a robe on Lin Hao in his confused state. After putting it on, Lin Hao looked down and realized that it was a Chinese long horsecoat dress for marriage. Lin Hao couldn't help but ask, Master, what are you doing? What for? You have the nerve to ask me. Zhang Daoling rebuked without a good mood. You have a ghost wife, and you haven't even given Master me a word about it until now. And you only held the wedding at Xia Qing's mother's house. But we, as in-laws, didn't hold a wedding for your ghost wife? Are you doing right by her? Are you still a proper husband? It turned out that last night, Xia Qing hadn't waited half a day for Lin Hao to come out of Huanglongxi ancient city, and she couldn't get in touch with Lin Hao. In her anxiety, she took the initiative to find Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling. Wanted Zhang Daoling to go to the humans to find out what had happened. Only then did Zhang Daoling realize that his disciple Lin Hao had a ghost daughter-in-law. Under his questioning, Xia Qing then told the general story. Zhang Daoling is angry that Lin Hao is unreliable, marrying his wife so hastily, so he wants to give Lin Hao and Xia Qingya a proper wedding in the human world. And while Xia Qing was originally very worried that it would cause the human-ghost conflict to intensify, Zhang Daoling patted himself on the back and said that there wouldn't be any problems. Xia Qing couldn't argue with Zhang Daoling and had to agree. Lin Hao felt very guilty by this question and didn't know how to answer. To be honest, he hadn't even thought about what kind of wedding he would organize for Xia Qing. Lin Hao looked toward the palanquin not far away. He already knew who was in there. At this moment, there is a mix of excitement, nervousness, love, gratitude, guilt, and many other emotions. Drums, gongs, Swana, atmosphere group, get it going for me. Zhang Daoling roared at the ghost clansmen. Those ghost clansmen instantly became nervous when Zhang Daoling prompted them. The sound of gongs, drums and oboes is loud. The procession of ghosts behind the sedan chair followed the sound of gongs, drums and oboes as they rose into the air. Then, a gradual change occurred in the open space facing the side of the Buddha-Dao Alliance. In a few moments, a grassy wedding scene takes shape. The rows of red lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, as if they were guards on the city walls in ancient times, silently guarding this important wedding. Between the lanterns, the fine golden tassels glistened like stars of happiness. In one corner of the grounds, a red velvet carpet meanders through the grass like a floating river. It extends all the way to the foot of the stage, creating a mysterious and romantic passage. On the stage, a red tent stood like a blooming flower, quietly waiting for the blossoms to bloom. In the background of the stage, a huge word of joy glows in the center. The stage was suddenly filled with guests. Guests were seated at neat rows of tables and chairs, each with a bouquet of flowers. There are delicate roses, fresh and light lilies, and distinctive phalaenopsis orchids. The whole wedding scene was like a beautiful painting with every detail depicted vividly. This scene not only stunned Lin Hao, but also amazed all the members of the Buddhist Dao Alliance at the wedding. Cootie, go and meet the bride. Take advantage of the fact that the bigwigs of the Buddha Doctrine Alliance are all present, so that everyone can witness your romantic wedding. Zhang Daoling pushed the frozen Lin Hao towards the sedan chair. Lin Hao staggered and stood at the door of the sedan chair, his hands actually trembling. Not only was Lin Hao thrilled, but the leaders, management, and junior disciples of the Buddhist Tao Alliance who were forced to attend the wedding had their eyes opened wide. They were all looking forward to what the ghost bride inside the sedan chair would actually look like. Lin Hao adjusted his mood, and after taking a deep breath, he slowly picked open the sedan chair curtain. Inside was indeed Lin Hao's wife, Xia Cheng, who he was too familiar with. Xia Cheng was wearing a traditional Chinese red dragon and phoenix robe. The waist of the dragon and phoenix gown is skillfully tied with a golden sash, making the bride's figure more curvaceous. On her head she wore a phoenix crown inlaid with pearls and precious stones, with a fine tassel underneath. A smattering of translucent red covering set her off in a hazy, extremely pretty way. Wife. Lin Hao's throat trembled as he called out softly and reached out to guide her down. Xia Qing was also very excited, and through her red head, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao's face as she trembled and softly responded, "Husband." At this moment, Lin Hao couldn't wait to immediately embrace Xia Qing in his arms, but it can't be done yet. The wedding was going on and he tried to restrain his impulses. Xia Qing walked out of the sedan chair at this moment. Everyone was shocked by her beauty and marveled. Lin Hao held Xia Qing's hand as he walked towards the stage. The auspicious time has come. Bride and groom, worship heaven and earth. Zhang Daoling shouted loudly in excitement as he watched the image. Slow down. As Lin Hao and Xia Qing were preparing to worship heaven and earth, a majestic voice stopped them. Chapter 119, is this marriage still going to happen? This slowdown drew everyone's attention away from the wedding scene. The person who spoke out was actually Zhao Danxia, the leader of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. Zhao Danxia had a very serious expression. Zhang Daoling, as the head of the Qingqing sect, you not only condone the union of man and ghost, and you're even pushing the envelope. How stupid are you? With these words, the management on the side of the Buddha Tao Alliance caused an uproar. Does the Qingqing sect really know no better? How many of our compatriots died tonight at the hands of the ghost clan within the ancient city of Huanglongxi? You're having a big human ghost wedding at this very moment. What do you mean by that? Dispel this pandemonium for me at once. You must also apologize for your dead fellow brothers. The management on the side of the Buddhist Way Alliance has been accusing with indignation. Zhang Daoling was faced with so many people verbally attacking him, and he held his head high and ignored it as if he hadn't heard it. Apprentice brother, apprentice daughter-in-law, you should worship heaven and earth. What do you care about this Zhao Danxia? It was the Japanese ghosts who killed their disciples, not the Chinese ghosts. Xia Ting is a Chinese ghost and has nothing to do with the Japanese ghost. Qingqing sects, please be careful with your words and put an end to your nonsense. Or don't blame me for being hot-handed and merciless. Zhao Danxia's expression at this moment was unusually stern, and it was obvious that he was getting real. The administrators on the side of the Buddhist Tao Alliance were stunned into silence at the sight. It was the first time they had seen Zhao Danxia so angry. Everyone was so overwhelmed by this aura of Zhao Danxia that they couldn't breathe. Just then, Zhou Tingting suddenly stood out and said towards Zhao Danxia, Master Sect Leader, I'm sorry, we're on the side of the Qingqing sect tonight. We support Lin Hao in his wedding and offer our sincerest blessings. When Zhou Tingting said this, she didn't even know what she was feeling at this moment. Lost? Disappointment? Blessing? Sorrow? She didn't know what she was thinking right now. Her heart was in turmoil and her eyes were already moist. She didn't want to stand up and bless Lin Hao and Xia Qing, but she had to stand up and support Lin Hao again. Zhou Tingting, are you trying to rebel? Get the hell back. The headmaster of the Shangqing Palace was furious when he saw Zhou Tingting in this state. Zhou Tingting, however, clenched her teeth and stiffened her neck. Not only did he not retreat back to his sect's ranks, but he firmly locked eyes with the administrators of the Buddha Tao Alliance. Adversary. The floating dust in the hands of the sect master of the Shangqing Palace suddenly skyrocketed and heavily smacked Zhou Tingting's back. Pust. Zhou Tingting stumbled and sprayed blood from her mouth as she was jerked by the floating dust, but she still gritted her teeth and didn't budge. Lin Hao and Xia Qing watched with their entire hearts stuck in their throats. Lin Hao even let go of Xia Qing's hand, and with a stomp of his feet, he was going to help Zhou Tingting. Don't be impulsive. Don't interfere in the internal affairs of the Shangqing Palace sect. Zhou Tingting is just a superficial injury. Zhang Daoling hurriedly pulled Lin Hao back and said, your mission is to complete the wedding ceremony with Xia Qing. That's a powerful counterattack against that group of mediocre people from the Buddha Tao Alliance. Even so, Lin Hao was still indignant in his heart. Suddenly, the group of junior disciples from the Buddhist Tao Alliance, the same group that had followed Lin Hao out of the Huanglongxi ancient city, all of them stood beside Zhou Tingting in unison, forming a confrontation with the management of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. All of them all said in unison, Tonight we stand on the side of the Qingqing sect. We support Lin Hao in his wedding and give our sincerest blessings to Taoist couple Lin Hao. The voices were surprisingly neat, imposing and firm in tone. Ha, it's all against you guys. Not only was Zhao Danxia not compelled by this group of juniors, but her coldness increased. His gaze became cold to the core. He raised his right hand, which gradually flashed and danced with thick arcs of electricity. Since you guys are so supportive of Lin Hao marrying a ghost wife, I'll destroy them first. Zhao Danxia turned her gaze like electricity, staring dead center at Lin Hao and Xia Qing's side. At this moment, Lin Hao's soul was in a state of shock. His bones were chilled, and a terrifying aura of death pounced wildly towards him. It was only at this moment that he realized the huge gap between his strength and Zhao Danxia's. Xia Qing was the same at this time, and the red cover on her head was instantly blown by the invisible chi to flutter far away. Her face was pale, her eyes were terrified, and the ghostly aura on her body actually showed signs of dissipating. She grabbed Lin Hao's hand in a death grip and couldn't stop trembling. Not only did Lin Hao and Xia Qing's side feel the threat of death, those juniors opened their mouths to speak, but they couldn't make a sound. Everyone was emboldened. Zhao Danxia only needed to move her thoughts at this point, and Lin Hao and Xia Qing would have to fly to dust. Lin Hao was like being thrown a pot of cold water at this moment. It was too impulsive to hastily hold a wedding with Xia Qing tonight. In Huanglongxi ancient city, in the younger generation's cultivation world, he, Lin Hao, could be invincible. However, for Zhao Danxia and other long-established experts in the cultivation world, his strength was still not enough. Alas, his own master was unreliable. How could he himself follow and be a jerk? Lin Hao constantly reflected on his behavior this evening, reminding himself to recognize the situation and himself. At the same time, he was frantically churning his brain as to how he should respond to such a dangerous situation at this point. Ding dong! Just as Zhao Danxia was ruthlessly trying to exterminate Lin Hao and Xia Qing, the cell phone he was carrying suddenly rang with a beep from a WeChat message. Zhao Danxia immediately trembled when she heard this beep. It was an exclusive message tone he had set up for that most honored of big shots. The goal is to be the first to view the information. Zhao Danxia hurriedly extinguished the arc of electricity on her palm. Reaching over, he went to get his cell phone out to check his messages. Xiao Zhao, immediately get your ass back to Longhu Mountain. There's something important to arrange. The line on his cell phone screen caught his eye. Zhao Danxia's expression became fawning and excited. He immediately replied, Roger, Senior, I'll come back immediately on a special airplane. After replying to the message, Zhao Danxia had her sidekick immediately arrange for a helicopter to come and pick him up. The aide next to him dared not delay and dialed a phone number. Within 10 seconds or so, there was the sound of a helicopter plane taking off not far away. The helicopter is coming this way towards the square. You stay here and make sure to retrieve the yellow spring diagram. Roger that, mastermind. Before the plane landed, Zhao Danxia hastily arranged for her assistant to follow up on the matter of the yellow spring map. He then proceeded to double over. And surprisingly, he just scurried inside the helicopter. The helicopter just paused and took off. The moment the helicopter flew away, the screen of Zhang Daoling's cell phone inserted inside his pocket went out. He's back to his debauched, loose image. People can't even be killed before they run away? Zhao Danxia received a message and left in a helicopter in a hurry. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Apprentice son, apprentice daughter-in-law. You guys worship heaven and earth. That pesky Zhao Danxia has finally rolled away. Yes, master. Lin Hao agreed, but he paused and said, let me take a look at my cell phone messages first. Just now when I came out of Huanglongxi ancient city and my cell phone came to signal, there were countless new message alerts. Let me take a look at them as well. Don't really have something big going on. Zhao Danxia had just seen the cell phone messages and left in a hurry, and Lin Hao remembered that he also had many messages that he hadn't checked. Zhang Daoling cursed. What a lot of. What's as important as getting married? If you want to see it, hurry up and see it. Lin Hao took out his cell phone and looked at it, and his face changed drastically. Wife, I'm sorry I can't finish with you tonight, but don't worry, I, Lin Hao, will definitely give you the most romantic wedding. I would have everyone sincerely wish us well, rather than marry with them all against us. I trust my husband. Did something big happen to him? Lin Hao handed his cell phone to Xia Qing to read, and that old man Zhang Daoling came over to read the message. Zhang Daoling stroked his beard after reading the message, revealing an odd color. Secretly, he said that his disciple's peach blossom luck was too good. How could he not encounter such a thing? And after Xia Qing swept a glance, her face changed drastically. Chapter 120, Don't touch me tonight. Xia Qing said eagerly, honey, call over and find out what's going on. Without the need for Xia Qing to remind him, Lin Hao had already dialed the other party's number. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. The echo inside the phone made Lin Hao and Xia Qing anxious. Xia Qing was on the verge of crying. What should I do? I can't believe this stupid girl didn't leave her address inside the text message. The phone can't be reached either. How can this be? Lin Hao forced back the anxiety in his heart. fixed his mind, and arranged. Xia Ting, call Grandpa immediately and ask him to mobilize the 100,000 ghost clans of Tiangong were cemetery to search the entire city without missing every corner. Okay, I'll be in touch right away. Xia Qing could not help but pull out his cell phone to contact Xia Gang and quickly implement it. Hubby, Grandpa has already arranged for the group of ghosts to come out of the nest. I have to return to Rongqing immediately and organize their search for sister, shall we? Alright, you go quickly, and I will also return to Rongqing immediately. After Xia Qing exchanged a few brief words with Lin Hao, she transformed into a ghostly aura and disappeared. Master, you'll return to Rongqing by yourself with your senior brother in a while. I'm going to leave first. The speed of his physical body was too slow, so Lin Hao was going to find a place to hide his physical body and quickly return to Rongqing in the form of a ghost. Zhang Daoling refused. Apprentice, such matters must be helped by the master. Although the master's cultivation is not high, but eat more salt than you eat rice. Cross more bridges than you walk. Stop, 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 stop. Not in the mood for your ranting at this time of day. Lin Hao hurriedly interrupted Zhang Daoling. You're too slow. You'll delay things. Who says I'm slow? Zhang Daoling hooked his hand at the ghost sedan chair. The ghost sedan chair then moved quickly to his side. Such was the speed of the ghost clan. Get in the sedan chair. Zhang Daoling pushed Lin Hao and entered the sedan chair. After Lin Hao entered the ghost sedan chair, before he could physically sit down, Zhang Daoling squeezed in as well. Zhang Daoling sat on Lin Hao's lap with his butt. The ghost sedan chair started instantly, and inertia caused Zhang Daoling to fall onto Lin Hao's body. AI. This sedan chair do small point alas. I and your daughter-in-law sit together just right. And you this big man cannot sit. I'll have to ask my apprentice daughter-in-law to get me a bigger ghost sedan chair again someday. Lin Hao was too lazy to be poor with Zhang Daoling, nor was he in the mood to count how indecently Zhang Daoling and himself were sitting. He immediately pulled out his cell phone to make a call. Zhou Minman. I need your help with something that's 100,000% urgent. What is it? Zhao Minman on the other side of the phone was asleep, and when she received this call from Lin Hao, she instantly sat up. Her sleepiness gone. I ask you to use your father's status as a marquis to send out a citywide notice for an hour of silence in the name of searching for a Class A wanted man. Is it done? What? You want the whole city to be silent for an hour? This is too much of a matter. You must inform me of the cause. Zhao Minman didn't directly agree to this request from Lin Hao. Lin Hao also knew the seriousness of such things, so he explained roughly. My friend Su Xiaohui's life was in danger at this time, and she lost contact with me after she sent me a distress message. I need to seal off the entire city from the movement of people in order to search. This. Zhao Minman hesitated for a moment. Rongqing is so big, even if the whole city is sealed off, it's impossible to find someone in just 1 hour? I have my ways. All you need to do is help me block off major transportation routes and not allow any movement of people. If it's a couple minutes fast or an hour slow, I'm bound to find someone. Okay, I'll help you. Zhou Cocoman no longer asked more questions, and with a clench of her silver teeth, she climbed out of bed and crossed the hallway to the door of her parents' room. Knock knock. Soon, the door to his parents' room opened. Min Man, what are you doing knocking on the door in the middle of the night? Dad, you have to do me a favor. A friend of mine has been kidnapped and is in a life and death crisis. I need you to arrange for the whole city to be sealed off for an hour. When was this? I should have been informed when the bad kidnapping happened, but I didn't get it, and blocking the whole city for an hour won't help. Zhou Minman's father frowned, not understanding his daughter's words. Zhao Minman was actually uncertain herself, but Lin Hao spoke in 1,000 urgent tones, and she didn't dare to ask more questions. Dad, don't ask for specifics. I've never caused you any trouble in my life. This time, I'll be a fool for once, okay? Besides, I'm doing this to save lives. I promise, it won't cause a big problem. Zhao Minman's tone was very solemn, and it had a pleading tone to it. The mother on the bed inside the house was distressed to hear the voice. Old Zhao, our daughter has been very obedient since she was a child, and she won't mess up this time. If you listen to your daughter, there won't be any problems. Just give the order directly. Okay. Zhao Minman's father is also very satisfied with his daughter's past performance and trusts her. He immediately took out his phone and gave an order. In an instant, all the police station bosses in all of Rongqing received an order. In less than 2 minutes, the sound of police car alarms rang out in front of all police stations. In less than 5 minutes, all intersections were cut off, and all the cabs, online cars, and private cars on the road stopped and waited on the side of the road. In less than 10 minutes, all entertainment venues and nighttime business establishments were all ordered to prohibit everyone from going out. Also during the same period of time, hundreds of thousands of ghosts visited the sky above Rong City in that instant, covering the sky and the moon. Even if they were naturally invisible, Gathering too many ghost clans revealed a dark cloud state. At this moment, the whole city of Roncheng was covered by a large mass of dark clouds and emitted a whimpering ghost-like and wind-like calling sound all over the city, as if it was going to devour the whole city. Many of the officers out on the ground and working at night found the already dark night a few degrees darker. They also felt an inexplicable sound in the sky. Each one of them was a little sweaty. Their nerves were tense, and goosebumps instantly covered their entire body. They all instinctively developed a fear of encountering a ghost. It's not the half of July tonight. Why does it feel like there are a million ghosts and goblins running around? Within seconds, the dark clouds dispersed, and countless ghosts quietly scurried into the streets and alleys, blending into all corners of the city. At such times, those with sensitive nerves are swept by the yin qi and have unconscious nightmares in their sleep. At the same moment, the cultivators in the square outside the Yellow Dragon Creek ancient city fell sublimely. Neither understood what was going on. Both protagonists leave abruptly. One party left in a helicopter plane. One party leaves in a ghost sedan chair. A group of melon eaters were left to stay there looking at me and me looking at you. Especially Wang Tao and his girlfriend Su Xiaoyu. Wang Tao was used to his master's sudden departure and never knew to count on it. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was not as naive as Wang Tao. She had a sensitive mind and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. How come your master didn't even call out to you before he left alone with your senior brother? Wang Tao hemmed and hawed. Not naive. Won't it be easier for us when they're gone? Had ha. Crawl. Never touch me again tonight. Su Xiaoyu's heart was palpitating. Her heart was carrying fear. This big guy was too scary. Chapter 121, this time it's an initiative to save a life. Tonight's night sky in Hibiscus is destined to rub scientific theories against the ground. Not only are there hundreds of thousands of ghosts running amok, there was also a party of palanquins speeding rapidly through the sky. In order to be able to carry people, the ghost sedan chair is made of real materials. Ordinary people can't see the ghost carrying the sedan chair with their naked eyes, but they can see the sedan chair. If someone couldn't sleep at this time and looked at the sky indiscriminately, he would be scared to death by this ghostly sedan chair that was flying by itself. The ghost sedan chair is extremely fast. Another straight path through the sky. Lin Hao had just finished arranging things, and they were already almost in the city center. Lin Hao hadn't received a message from Xia Qing yet, which meant that Xia Qing hadn't found Su Xiaowei yet. He couldn't help but be in a state of confusion, walking around in the same place, constantly checking his cell phone, hoping that Xia Qing would give him the address as soon as possible. Xia Qing, as well as the ghosts of the Tiangongweir, did not disappoint Lin Hao. He had just arrived in the center of the city less than a minute ago, and Summer Leaning had already sent a message. Lin Hao immediately urged the ghost sedan chair to fly towards the location given by Xia Qing. Lin Hao rushed into the villa where Su Xiaowei was, and saw that Xia Qing had already arrived at the scene early. Xia Qing condensed into a solid body at this moment, holding Su Xiaowei whose consciousness was confused. Hubby, what should we do? Sister Xiaowei must need a man to comfort her in this state. You come and save her. Lin Hao nodded and knew that this wasn't the time to be melodramatic. Stop. Just as both Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei couldn't wait, Zhang Daoling tore off a piece of fabric from somewhere to blindfold himself. Then like a blind man, he groped his way into the house with both hands. Master, what are you doing in here? Lin Hao couldn't help but rebuke. Master is equivalent to your parents. And besides, Master is blindfolded. So what shame are you afraid of? No, it's not a matter of fear or shame. I'm saving lives. Lin Hao was really very speechless towards Zhang Daoling. Ha, saving people? You're killing people, not saving them. Do you know what state this girl doll is in? You just dare to do something rash. Zhang Daoling's words made Lin Hao's heart thump. Master, did you find something? Speak up. Lin Hao pulled Zhang Daoling in with one hand. You give me this girl doll's wrist and I'll take her pulse. Yes. Lin Hao dodged Su Xiaowei's frantically attacking mouth while pulling Su Xiaowei's hand and handing it to Zhang Daoling. Zhang Daoling grabbed Su Xiaowei's wrist and took her pulse for more than 10 seconds. He exclaimed. It's true. This girl doll is dead. You can stop saving her. What? Master, are you telling the truth? Lin Hao looked at Zhang Daoling in shock and denied it. Never. Su Xiaowei was only fed aphrodisiacs by Jiang Wantai. How could she die? Do you know anything about medicine? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know what you're talking about. Xia Ting was also stunned. She pulled Zhang Daoling's arm and kept begging. Senior Master, you must know how to save Sister Xiaowei, right? You must save her. Zhang Daoling shook his head. It's not that I didn't save her, but she cultivated the ghost race's forbidden art, Yellow Spring Extinction, on her own. As the name suggests, she can't even be seen in the Yellow Springs. She can't even keep her soul. This was created by some evil cultivators in order to suck the other party's essence blood, taking advantage of the other party's ignorance, luring them into cultivation, and then seizing their essence blood. Yellow spring extinction? Surprisingly, there is such an outlawed technique. Lin Hao let out a cold shiver all over his body as he listened, while his heart was racked with pain. Although Lin Hao had always been indifferent to Su Xiaowei, it was because he had done it deliberately. The purpose was to dilute the dog-licking mentality of the body's original owner towards Su Xiaowei. Lin Hao went through Su Xiaowei's text message, and he probably understood why Su Xiaowei had gone to cultivate the yellow spring extinction. Su Xiaowei had done all of this just to get Lin Hao to look at her one more time. At this moment, Lin Hao regretted very much why he didn't let Su Xiaowei follow him. If he hadn't rejected Su Xiaowei himself, then Su Xiaowei wouldn't have fallen into Jiang Wentai's trap because she wanted to gain her own scrutiny to cultivate the forbidden arts of the ghost clan. Xia, listening to the words of this Zhang Daoling, has long been dumbfounded. She had also heard of this forbidden art, and her comparison to Su Xiaowei's state at this moment had proven that what Zhang Daoling had said was not false. The yellow spring's extinction is for dual cultivators. If you know dual cultivation techniques, you can make use of utilizing Su Xiaowei's last value. Zhang Daoling meant something by this statement. Lin Hao immediately refused angrily. Don't say that. There's no way I'd do such a thing. Then you'll wait for her to bathe herself in fire and finally turn into blood. Zhang Daoling sighed, then nodded at Su Xiaowei. Although my master's cultivation is low, he is very confident in his medical skills, and I once encountered a similar situation. So, all I can do is keep her awake for a few minutes and explain the aftermath. After saying that, Zhang Daoling didn't wait for Lin Hao to reply, so he turned around and fumbled his way out the door. On the way out the door, he also snapped and tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground. Xia Qing hurried over to assist. Su Xiaowei was sentenced to death by Zhang Daoling. Lin Hao's heart was in a state of confusion at this time. He was not in the mood to care about Zhang Daoling, and let Xia Qing take care of it. At this time, Su Xiaowei had already woken up. Ho! Ho! Is it really you? Su Xiaowei's hands were still clinging to Lin Hao's neck with death, looking at Lin Hao with great affection. Seeing this situation, Xia Qing also sighed inwardly and quietly helped Zhang Daoling to go out together. Leave time for Lin Hao and Su Xiaowei, Lin Hao asked as he looked at Su Xiaowei with heartache. Do you know yourself? I know it. I practiced the nameless technique Jiang Wentai gave me. I won't survive. Su Xiaowei wasn't afraid. Instead she smiled happily. How? I actually anticipated that Jiang Wentai would harm me, but I can't help it. You'll always be nonchalant with me, and I don't want you to be that way with me. You're so stupid. Lin Hao didn't know what to say back. Ho! When I messaged you, I didn't send an address. I was just expecting a lot from you. At the same time, I'm afraid you won't come to my rescue. A tangle of minds, you understand? Ugh. Understand. I understand. Lin Hao couldn't help but feel his eyes burning. Su Xiaowei used her hand to help Lin Hao wipe away the tears seeping out and gently said, a few days ago, when I started practicing, I felt that there was something uncanny about making love to you in my dreams those days. By now, I finally understand what's going on. You're so bad. Ho! In fact, if you want me, you just need to tell me. No need to go through all that trouble. Su Xiaowei laughed as she spoke. When Lin Hao heard Su Xiaowei's words, his face flushed red and he was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. No, don't take this the wrong way. Well, Lin Hao subconsciously wanted to explain something, but immediately Su Xiaowei sealed his mouth with her lips. Honey, the two kissed lightly for close to a minute before Su Xiaowei immediately broke apart. I don't have much time. Can I call you that? Yes, it's okay. Of course. Lin Hao hurriedly nodded his head. Chapter 122, Let's Be One. Hubby, you know dual cultivation techniques, don't you? Yes, I do know the dual cultivation technique, and what you were dreaming about those days was true. I'm sorry, Lin Hao confessed to this. Humph, then you're responsible for me. Responsible, must be responsible. I will be responsible. Lin Hao was heartbroken as he held Su Xiaowei's torso tightly in his arms and kept rubbing it. Then say you love me. Honey, I'm regretting now the feelings I didn't express to you earlier. I'm telling you now that I love you. I love you deeply and I love you for the rest of my life. Thank you. I feel so happy right now, and having you say that makes it all worth it. Su Xiaowei was very satisfied at this moment. Then now you want me? No way. You can't mess around at this time or your flesh will collapse and you'll die. Lin Hao was shocked and pushed Su Xiaowei away. Hold on. I'll go find you the best doctor in the world. I'll definitely cure you. I don't want you to save me, and I won't let a third man touch my body. I don't need any healing. I know my body very well myself. I know. I'm hopeless. Su Xiaowei thinks very clearly and she understands her destiny. Don't be so pessimistic. Since someone created this technique, there must be a solution. Don't give up hope. Lin Hao felt very anxious about this idea of self-abandonment on Su Xiaowei's part. At such times, it is most important that the patient himself has the will to live. Honey, Are you disgusted with me? How could I possibly dislike you? Since you don't mind me, take me. Not only my heart but also my body. You use your dual cultivation technique to integrate me into your body and become one with you. Speaking of this, Su Xiaohui's eyes bubbled with light and happiness. You have several women, don't you? Ahem. Yes. Lin Hao had the most heartfelt, embarrassing, and guilt-ridden day today. Then I must be the first woman to be incorporated into your body. He. No way. I won't just watch you go. I have top-level techniques. I have many magic treasures. I can definitely save you. Lin Hao said as he took out the Black Soul Jade. This is the Black Soul Jade, which can contain souls. I can find a way to strip your soul and seal you inside. Lin Hao pointed at the Black Soul Jade and introduced it, while the inside of his head worked frantically, thinking about how to proceed. Then the Black Soul Jade flashed with black light, from which another scroll of painting cylinders fell out. This is the painting cylinder obtained from Wu Junying of Longhu Mountain. Right. There's also this thing. It should be a very important treasure as well. Let me open it and study it. Lin Hao was so sick and desperate that he directly pulled open the barrel of the painting, revealing a scroll of paintings. With a shake of his hand, the scroll spread out. A landscape painting called Yellow Springs. The yellow spring figure is colored in 4 colors, red, black, yellow and blue, symbolizing the contrast between life and death, chaos and order. The figures and scenery are presented in a dynamic way. For example, a slow-flowing pale yellow river, a ghostbuster summoning souls floating, or battles and so on. Static elements can also be seen, such as views of the underworld and lonely mountains. The whole painting comes alive and makes you feel as if you are inside the painting, which is very magical. Lin Hao and Su Xiaohui couldn't take their eyes off of it and were very shocked. Hubby, I have a sense of belonging to my soul in the underworld, as if I'm supposed to return to this painting. Really? Lin Hao was overjoyed at his words. I'll immediately sacrifice this yellow spring diagram. As soon as he said it, Lin Hao didn't hesitate to bite through his own finger and drip out a drop of essence blood, dipping it into the yellow spring diagram. But the yellow spring diagram didn't absorb his essence blood at all. This made Lin Hao freeze. The yellow spring diagram doesn't accept sacrifices. What about this? Lin Hao thought of other ways, and still couldn't activate the yellow spring diagram. And with time running out, he had to reluctantly give up for the time being. Honey, don't dwell on it. I feel like I only have 5 minutes left. I don't want to waste time. Just kill me. Su Xiaohui flung Lin Hao onto the bed. Lin Hao still had to resist. Su Xiaohui begged. Can't you fulfill my last wish? Wife, let's melt into one. That way, we'll never be apart. Lin Hao looked at Su Xiaohui's expectant eyes, and he had to make a final choice. Mid-Daoist apprentice, late Daoist apprentice, peak Daoist apprentice. Boom! Lin Hao had unexpectedly broken through directly to the Fengshe realm. At the same time, his eyes snapped open. He realized that Su Xiaohui's body was constantly transforming into flickering points of mysterious light. Those points of light turned into flowing water and poured towards the yellow spring diagram. Lin Hao was shocked in his heart. Since the yellow springs diagram is where you belong in the underworld, go ahead. Lin Hao closed his eyes and stopped caring about what was happening in the outside world. It wasn't until Lin Hao felt Su Xiaohui completely disappear that he dared to open his eyes. He observed the yellow spring diagram again. The yellow springs diagram didn't change much. Lin Hao then rewound the yellow spring diagram and put it into the cylinder. He hugged and kissed the picture tube and said to himself, Xiaohui's wife, I'll always take you with me. Lin Hao firmly believed that Su Xiaohui wouldn't die so easily, and that she would definitely appear by her side in another way. This yellow springs picture was so extraordinary that Lin Hao didn't dare to reveal it. Still, it was put into the Black Soul Jade. The fact that the Black Soul Jade could fit into the yellow spring diagram was something Lin Hao hadn't expected. It was because the Black Soul Jade could fit into the yellow spring diagram that this prevented Zhao Danxia, the head of Longhu Mountain, from finding it. Less than an hour before dawn, Lin Hao sat quietly in the house. While organizing his mood, he consolidated his cultivation. The other thing is to go through and learn the Silver Threads of Thunder that I won tonight at the Exorcism Youth Tournament. After reading the introduction to the Silver Silk Thunder technique, Lin Hao deeply felt the difference in this technique. This gongfu was not the same as the traditional Taoist arts, but was instead divided into 6 layers. Traditional Taoist arts only need to be learned, then mastered, and then functioned accordingly to the practitioner's own strength. The silver wire radar is different, divided into 6 layers, each with a different function and progressive power. Specifically these 6 layers. First level, lightning attack. Tier 2, ranged damage. Tier 3, mana shield. Layer 4, interference and control. Level 5, elemental attributes. 6th level, energy absorption. After reading this gongfu, Lin Hao had a keen feeling that it wasn't a Dao technique, but a spell. It's definitely a very impressive secret book. Chapter 123, What the hell? How dare you arrest me? The more Lin Hao researched, the more excited he became that the Buddhist Tao Alliance had really taken out such an important technique as a reward. But Lin Hao had heard that the more powerful the technique, the harder it was to train. He asked Zhou Tingting, who told him. The Silver Silk Thunder Law had never been refined by anyone before, which was why it was brought out as a reward. No one else wanted the reward except for an egotistical person like Wu Junyang. When he came out at the end of the Huangblangxi Ancient City Ghost Repelling Youth Tournament, Lin Hao proposed that he wanted the first place Gongfu, and the practitioners of the Wudong sect, Chuanjin sect, and other Taoist sects all looked touched. They thought that Lin Hao had specifically asked for the Silver Silk Thunder technique, a technique that seemed very powerful and difficult to cultivate, in order for them to have a more suitable reward. Lin Hao's gesture further moved everyone very much. Not only had Lin Hao saved their lives, he had also taken the initiative to bag the most cockamamie rewards. Is it really hard to practice? Lin Hao had been cultivating for a few moments, and clusters of lightning as thin as hair had begun to flash on his palms. The first layer of lightning attacks had been refined. He went back down the list and realized that it wasn't that hard to learn, it just took a little more time. Lin Hao was going to refine all 6 layers of the Thunder Law in one go, but just at this time, Lin Hao suddenly heard the sound of several cars driving into the villa compound downstairs. 5 cars opened their doors in unison and dozens of people came down. The dozen or so people were all dressed in civilian clothes, but the entire essence of the people was extraordinary. They stared at the villa with torches in their eyes, as if to see through the villa. At this point, if a mosquito flew out from inside the villa, I believe they could all discover it and arrest it at the first opportunity. Zhang Daoling rushed out in a panic to receive them, and Xia Qing also hurried to Lin Hao's room. When Xia Qing saw that only Lin Hao was left inside the room, her face went white and her heart felt as hard as an awl as she asked miserably, "Hubby, is Sister Xiaowei gone? Is there no soul left of her?" Lin Hao walked over and wrapped Xia Qing in his arms, kissing Xia Qing's forehead very affectionately. He now exceptionally understood the cherishing of his beloved. He hugged Xia Qing tightly, afraid that Xia Qing would disappear like Su Xiaowei. Xiaowei's wife hasn't left. Not only is she inside the Yellow Springs picture scroll, she's even more in my heart. Xia Qing froze when he heard the words Yellow Springs diagram, but he didn't plow through it and stopped talking. After a few moments of warmth, Xia Ting said, "Hubby, there are a dozen people coming downstairs. They are coming aggressively. Ugh. Now Master Gong is negotiating downstairs. I hear you. Let's go down and check it out." Aha! Lin Hao had now announced to the cultivation world the fact that he and the female ghost Xia Qing were husband and wife. He would no longer cover up at this time. He would bring Xia Qiong by his side at all times in a righteous manner. He just wants to tell the world that even if my wife is a ghost, that's still my favorite wife. Old man, we are the Buddhist Tao Alliance enforcers. Quickly call out everyone inside the villa. Don't force us to trespass. This group of law enforcement officers really didn't have an official search warrant, and they didn't need one. Buddhist Alliance enforcers? What are you doing here with us? Zhang Daoling, who was usually a hangdog, frowned his 2 clusters of white eyebrows together at this time. He was very annoyed how there were Buddhist and Taoist alliances everywhere. The man at the head of the group wore sunglasses that made it impossible to see his eyes as he spoke in a cold voice. Last night, 10,000 ghosts invaded the city of Rongqing. Many mortals were blown by the yin wind, and those with weak bodies fell ill, and even some old people died as a direct result. 10,000 ghosts invade the city. What does this have to do with me? I'm not the ghost boss. Can I still command the ghost clans? Zhang Daoling stiffened his neck and reddened his face, a refusal to recognize the situation. In fact, he was already cursing in his heart at this point. It was all because of Lin Hao, this son of A, who had caused all the sins. Oh, I know the mastermind wasn't you. It was your disciple Lin Hao who did it. The man raised his head to the second floor room of the villa and said faintly, "Lin Hao, come down. You can't escape. Who says I'm running away?" Lin Hao had planned to come out and face it, and at this point, being named, he simply jumped straight down from the window. At the same time, Xia Qing followed Lin Hao and floated out from the window. "Come back with us to assist in the investigation." The moment Lin Hao landed on the ground, the group had slowly dispersed, surrounding Lin Hao and Xia Qing in the center. "Why should I go with you? Who are you to make me go with you?" Lin Hao was still in a terrible mood, his heart filled with violence. At this moment, he couldn't wait to strike immediately and vent all the hurt in his heart on these few people. Xia Qing felt the depression in Lin Hao's heart, and she looked at him with great concern. "Yeah, what proof do you have that my apprentice is the mastermind?" Zhang Daoling's eyes darted around and he decided to help Lin Hao play hard to get. "Do you guys see that my old man is getting older and specialize in bullying my old man? Believe it or not, the old man will be so angry that I'll have a heart attack and make you lose all your money." Humph. With that said, Zhang Daoling had covered his chest and dropped his butt to the ground ready to roll his eyes. Lin Hao almost laughed at Zhang Daoling's old man's comical demeanor. Master, there's nothing for you here. Don't talk nonsense. Last night's invasion of the city by 10,000 ghosts was indeed the work of Lin Hao, a great man who dares to do what is right. These ordinary people who were injured as a result of this, he will contact Zhao Minman to compensate them one by one. Taking a step back, even if someone comes to the door, it should be the official people who come, not this group of undocumented people in civilian clothes. What the hell is a so-called Buddhist alliance enforcer? He's a law enforcer. 2. They've come to arrest him. It's just ridiculous. We're all cultivators now. Do we still need to be held hostage by you? Ha! Lin Hao, are you trying to resist arrest? The sunglasses-wearing enforcer's mouth grinned and he couldn't help but bring a smile to his face, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. So far, he had enforced the law countless times, and no one had ever been able to escape from his hands. He took a step with his left foot, and a huge aura immediately emanated from his body. The breath drove the air to flow, blowing on Lin Hao's face and giving him a sense of obstructed breathing. Fonzie late in the day. Xia Qing's ghost body was also somewhat distorted due to the pressure of this aura. Zhang Daoling on the ground let out a muffled grunt as a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Seek death. Zhang Daoling's injury completely enraged Lin Hao. He raised his palm and droned. It's just right to test the silver silk thunder technique on you. As soon as Lin Hao's words fell, hundreds of hair-thin strands of lightning formed a lightning swarm that covered toward the sunglasses enforcer. The sunglasses enforcer's eyes were horrified, and it was too late for him to dodge at this point. A light blue curtain of light spontaneously emerged from his body. Crackle! The silver filaments of lightning all struck the light blue light curtain. The light blue light curtain instantly ruptured. All of the remaining lightning landed on the sunglasses enforcer. The current caused his body to tremble violently, and his hair all stood on end in an instant. Then the eyebrows were burned and the skin of the mouth blackened. Pust! The sunglasses enforcer couldn't help but spray a mouthful of blood. For a moment, his eyes were filled with fear and shock. You can refine the silver silk thunder method? How is this possible? Chapter 124. What a time to act like a pussy. Also, you only obtained the technique last night, and now only a few hours have passed. How could you have learned it so quickly? Not only was the sunglasses enforcer shocked, the team members who followed him here were also filled with disbelief when they heard the words silver silk thunder method. When they saw that the sunglasses enforcer had been injured by Lin Hao, they all instantly and unanimously stopped when they had wanted to strike immediately. A trace of shock also flashed in the eyes of Zhang Daoling, who was spitting blood next to him. What a pervert! Lin Hao was afraid that he didn't know that this silver silk thunder law wasn't something that could be run by the Taoist sex heir at all. This meant that Lin Hao was on a different cultivation path altogether. Maybe Lin Hao's path is the real road to prosperity. Zhang Daoling is full of expectations. At the same time, he is very arrogant at heart. It seems that if you don't push your own disciple, your disciple will never know how much potential he has. And the Taoist master, I didn't spit this blood in vain. In the face of the sunglasses enforcer's question, Lin Hao snorted coldly through his nose, refrained from answering, and said in a cold voice, "You have 10 seconds to get out now or suffer the consequences." Lin Hao, don't think that just because you're incredibly talented and can learn the silver silk thunder method that you can escape from the Buddha Dao alliance. Ha! Not even close. The sunglasses enforcer gritted his teeth in pain and held his body strong. His aura still not weak. 10, 9. Lin Hao didn't pay any attention to the sunglasses enforcer's words as he gazed coldly and started counting. 8, 7. The numbers got smaller and smaller, and the atmosphere in the arena gradually froze. The sunglasses enforcer was ignored by Lin Hao 3 times, and he suddenly removed his sunglasses and slapped his palms so hard that he crushed them into pieces. The sunglasses came off, revealing a pair of beady, ruthless eyes. No need to count. I admit you're strong, but you want to kill us all. It's impossible for yourself, and this old man and your ghost wife not to shed some blood. Of course, you probably don't care. He paused for a moment, his gaze falling on Xia Qing, his tone filled with threats. Ha! If you resist arrest, the Tianganjian cemetery will cease to exist. Seek death. Lin Hao's figure flashed, and this sunglasses enforcer had already been lifted up by pinching his neck. Xia Qing also arrived in an instant, his eyes showing a fierce light. Once this enforcer's words were wrong, Xia Qing would absolutely tear him to pieces. Cough. Oh, this enforcer was unable to speak as his neck was pinched. Senior Brother Tang, let go of Senior Brother Tang immediately, or don't blame us for beating you up in an unethical group. Bold maniac, let go of me. The weapons in the hands of the dozen or so enforcers were pointed directly at Lin Hao and Xia Qing, and many of them flickered with light and shadow as the battle raged on. The sunblast enforcer immediately raised his hand to stop it. Lin Hao thought for half a moment without rushing. and he also loosened his eagle claws and placed the sunglasses enforcer on the ground. Cough cough cough. The sunglasses enforcer was free and could no longer hold on strong enough, and with the silver wire lightning strike in front of him, he staggered without regard for his image. One of the enforcers was quick on his feet and rushed over to help. Oh, this life has not been pinched by someone's neck to get out of the gas. Today is really painful. Ahem. The sunglasses enforcer's self-deprecating tone hid endless anger and shame as he slowed down. Underneath the self-deprecation also lurks an impending storm of vengeance. Snap. Lin Hao backhanded him with a slap. Don't you know what you're in for? Also pretend. Dare to use the Tiangong cemetery as a threat. Believe it or not, I'll let you die without a corpse. You actually hit me in the face. The sunglasses enforcer's anger and shame exploded instantly, causing his blood to flow to his face and neck, turning his skin blood red. Snap. Lin Hao slapped again. The slap sent him straight to the ground. Lin Hao was so unkind to martial virtues that the enforcer who had just held up the sunglasses enforcer followed suit, waving his hand and wanting to slap Lin Hao back. Knock. Lin Hao struck this person's chest with a punch afterward. The man flew backwards several meters. A fist mark dented in his chest visible to the naked eye, followed by blood bubbles coming out of his mouth. The crowd was shocked and furious, and they were ready to strike. Stop. The sunglasses enforcer roared loudly and angrily. Stopping it. Stop it all. You're no match for him. The sunglasses enforcer finally saw Lin Hao's stance. Not only did he possess terrifyingly powerful Dao attacks, but even his martial arts were so swift. Mind you, it was still because he hadn't drawn his sword. Lin Hao still had an ancient sword on him that was dripping with a murderous aura, as if it was hosting an unyielding soul that had endured for thousands of years, and had yet to be drawn. The sunglasses enforcer struggled to get up from the ground, changing his previous disdainful attitude and standing in front of Lin Hao with a lowered brow. Fellow Daoist Lin, I'm Tang Gangi from the Buddhist Dao Alliance's law enforcement group. May I ask if we can have a good talk? That's fine, as long as you know how to talk nicely. Thank you, fellow Daoist Lin. May I ask, fellow Daoist Lin, if it was your doing that 10,000 ghosts disturbed the people of Rong City last night? The corners of Tang Gangi's mouth twitched. This was the most stifled he had ever been since he became the law enforcement of the Buddhist Dao Alliance. He had encountered violators with higher cultivation and stronger strength than him. However, this was the first time he had encountered a reckless violator like Lin Hao. He's scared. He's chilled. Law enforcement missions have to be accomplished, and small lives have to be saved. Nothing is as important as your own little life. So what if I did it? Lin Hao confessed. Blah, blah, blah. What did you do? You were obviously competing in a ghost exorcism competition last night. So how did you have any time to do this? Zhang Daoling rolled over and got up, refusing to acknowledge it. Law enforcement, dang. Ah. A child's mouth is full of nonsense. Oh shucks, my disciple, he's talking nonsense. Don't believe him. What with the 10,000 ghosts invading the city and the 10,000 ghosts disturbing the people? It has nothing to do with us. You guys go. This. Deng Gangi's face is tangled. People involved in their own admission. You are still sophistry. But he did not dare to refute. Master, it's fine. Facts are facts. They can't be denied. You don't have to worry about it. I'll just take care of it myself. Lin Hao brushed Zhang Daoling aside and was so angry that Zhang Daoling stomped his feet and cursed Lin Hao for being a fool. Xia Chang also did not interrupt. She helped Zhang Daoling in sitting next to her, letting Zhang Daoling not be anxious. Law enforcement Tang, I'll personally resolve last night's matter, so I won't need to bother you law enforcers from the Buddhist Dao Alliance. If there's nothing else, please return. But remember, one thing at a time, what happened last night was all my doing, and I, Lin Hao, take full responsibility for it. And it has nothing to do with the Tiangong cemetery. If you are implicated for no reason, even the Buddha Dao Alliance will have to regret it. Lin Hao's every word was like steel balls falling on a plate, clanging, on the side of the summer, listening to the mood stirring, eyes moist. He was not wrong. Lin Hao is worth committing to a lifetime of people. Bah! Zhang Daoling, on the other hand, was furious with Lin Hao for making such a big deal out of it. Deng Gangi and the others also frowned continuously as they listened. Fellow Daoist Lin, this matter involves a great deal of importance. Even if I let it go, it's unlikely that the Buddhist Alliance will allow you to get away with it. Also, the Tiangong cemetery ghost clan, no matter who was instructed by, but ultimately the final executioner, could not possibly not be implicated. Today, even if fellow Daoist Lin kills us on the spot, we won't be able to get rid of the law enforcement of the Buddha Dao Alliance. Chapter 125, I want big power. Ha! What a good one! You can't get rid of the Buddha Dao Alliance. When Lin Hao heard these words, he was so angry that his face turned blue, his eyes seemed to be on fire, and the veins on his forehead throbbed violently under his skin. Deng Gangi and the other enforcers were so frightened that they backed up at the sight. Fellow Daoist Lin, you have to calm down. It's useless even if you kill us. There are only 3 of you in the Qingqing sect. Even if you have heavenly cultivation and godly strength, it's impossible for you to fight head-on against tens of thousands of people from the Buddha Dao Alliance. Don't worry. I'm cool. Although Lin Hao was infuriated by such overbearing behavior from the Buddha Doctrine Alliance, he also understood that Tang Ganyi was telling the truth. What exactly does your Buddhist Dao Alliance intend to do? Lin Hao had to face reality for the time being, cooperating with the Buddha Taoist Alliance to understand this matter first. I don't know exactly how, but under normal circumstances, fellow Daoist Lin has committed a felony by conniving with over 100,000 ghosts to scurry into a populated town this time. An imprisonment for 10 years or more is unavoidable. Of course, if fellow Daoist Lin has a hard enough fist, then it can be treated as a special case. Dang Ganyi was speaking the truth, and also said euphemistically that he was also suffocating in the face of Lin Hao. When he said this, he also meant to deride Lin Hao. You're great. You have the ability to use your fists to subdue the Buddhist Dao Alliance. Lin Hao wasn't in the mood to appreciate Deng Ganyi's strings. He only had to say, come on, I'll come with you. He had no solution at the moment and was taking one step at a time. He couldn't let the ghost clan in the Tiangong cemetery be in danger because of his escape. Xia Chang, who was on the side, was shocked and quickly rushed over to hug Lin Hao. Honey, you can't go. They'll definitely imprison you if you go. Good wife. Don't worry. It's okay. Lin Hao could only stroke Xia Qing's hair to comfort her. No, don't you lie to me. I won't let you go with them. It's really okay. You go back to Tianganjian Cemetery and give your grandfather a word. Recently, the human-ghost conflict has been serious, so let him be prepared to avoid the Buddhist Taoist alliances doing something crazy. No, I'm not going back. I'm always going to be with my husband. Ugh, why don't you listen at this point? Xia Qing's sudden disobedience moved and angered Lin Hao's heart. I'll disobey this time. I'll disobey this time. Woohoo! Xia Qing actually started to cry, and hugged Lin Hao tighter and tighter. Next to him, Tang Ganyi and the other enforcers watched the scene with sour teeth. Why does this scum Lin Hao have such a good wife? Before they came, Deng Ganyi and the other enforcers had analyzed Lin Hao's recent behavior and knew that not only did Lin Hao have a female ghost wife, but he also had a very close relationship with a woman. Xia Qing was so understanding and considerate of her husband that Deng Ganyi and the others felt as if all female ghosts were so good to their husbands and loved them so much. Should we go back and try marrying a female ghost wife too? Zhang Daoling also looked at it with reddened eyes. He came over to me, sighing, a son doesn't teach his father. Lin Hao is my disciple. I've always treated him like a son. Tell you what, you guys take me away and I'll go to jail in his place. That's fine too, as long as you admit at that time that it was you who forced the Tianganjian Cemetery ghost clan to violate the city. Deng Ganyi responded hastily. For him, all that was needed was a scapegoat. It's not like the Buddhist Taoist Alliance is some kind of formal law enforcement agency. In the end, it's those masters of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance who have the final say. Fine, if I did it, I did it. Who told my son to act recklessly? Zhang Daoling opened his mouth and closed it with a son. Lin Hao was so frightened that he hurriedly observed Zhang Daoling's looks carefully. It can't be that his predecessor was really Zhang Daoling's son, right? But no, the looks are completely different. Lin Hao asked eagerly. Old man, what are you talking about, son or not? I'm your disciple. Don't talk nonsense. Che, who would want a son like you? Zhang Daoling was disgusted. I'm just making a metaphor. You're still serious. I won't recognize you if you are. Ahem. That scared me. Far out. Far out. Old man. There's nothing for you here. Take Xia Chang and leave. I'll go with them and return. There was no way Lin Hao would let Zhang Daoling actually go to jail in his place. Honey, why don't I go? I'm a ghost myself. And I'm also the one who mobilized the 10,000 ghosts to search the city. So it's most appropriate for me to go with them. Summer Tilth came running to join in the fun. Deng Ganyi couldn't look away. Fellow Daoist Lin. That's all I can do to help you. But please make a decision quickly on who is going to take the blame for this one. Deng Ganyi is injured and still in pain inside his body. Also, the one who had just been injured by Lin Hao was still spitting blood from time to time. Lin Hao, come into the house with me. At this time, Zhang Daoling pulled Lin Hao inside. Lin Hao also brought Xia Cheng in. He couldn't afford to leave Xia Qing alone outside the door. When he entered the house, Lin Hao asked straight away, what's going on? Master, what's the plan? The Buddha and Taoist alliance is outnumbered, and our Qingqing sect is just the 3 of us in Wang Tao. No, there's a lost senior sister. Get to the point. Lin Hao was afraid that this old man would bring the topic back to that unfounded senior sister. The point is, you have to stay out there and revitalize the Qingqing sect for me, recruiting thousands and thousands of people for me. That way you'll be qualified to call the shots with the Buddha Dao Alliance. Also, You have extraordinary qualifications and fast cultivation speed. You are the hope of Qingqing sect. If you go to jail, then we're all screwed. We don't have the strength. And even outside, they still bully us for all sorts of reasons. So, it's up to me to go in and go to jail. And you to find a way to rescue me on the outside. That's the optimal solution. Zhang Daoling had a rare moment of seriousness. Lin Hao listened to Zhang Daoling's analysis and he reacted. Indeed, if he was really imprisoned for a few months, it was anyone's guess whether the Tinkers' Were cemetery would still exist on that day. In fact, after experiencing so many things, Lin Hao had long since realized the importance of having a side of power. He had been thinking that he should form and develop the Qingqing sect. Let the Qingqing sect return to the ranks of the famous sects. As Zhang Daoling had said, his own qualifications were extraordinary, and his strength could be said to have grown by leaps and bounds. With Su Xiaohui's dedication, he had broken through to the Fengshe realm. As long as he was given a certain amount of time again, he would have full confidence to stand on the same line as the second-tier masters of the Wudong sect and Xuanzhen sect. It wasn't like there wasn't a chance of stomping Zhao Danxia under her feet with another charge. It's time to work on it. Lin Hao figured this out, and he let it go. Lin Hao gave Zhang Daoling a warm hug. Master, this time it's on you. Grass. I suddenly don't feel like taking the fall for you. I still have Sweetie, and after a long time of not seeing her, she's gone off with the other big brothers. Zhang Daoling pushed Lin Hao away as he suddenly tried to backtrack. Because this disciple is so filial. He's practically filial. Don't. At most 1 month, I will definitely get you out. Besides, if Brittany's gone, I'll get you Mimi. No, power is fine. Really? You're getting me the big power? Of course it's true. I'm talking about the one everyone knows as Power O. Zhang Daoling became squirmy. Chapter 126, Waiting for the Old Tao with Clean Hands. Old man, do you want to be shameless? That big power got married a long time ago. Lin Hao's teeth ached at Zhang Daoling's shameless request. Forget it then. I'm not going to jail. You figure it out yourself. Zhang Daoling's expression collapsed and he was about to walk away at the drop of a hat. Xia Ting then reminded. Hubby, power is divorced. Master, do you still want it after the divorce? That's too buried. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled Zhang Daoling back. Zhang Daoling's eyes glistened when he heard that there was something in it, and he held his head high and stroked his beard, saying, Old Tao is willing to save young women who have lost the joy of life due to loneliness. This is a very sacred and meaningful thing. How can you call it burying the hatchet? LOL. Natsuki couldn't help but laugh. Lin Hao frowned. But this is really a bit difficult. You're so old. Do people look at you? What do you mean by old? Old Taoist people are old and their hearts are not old. I'm still very handsome. Otherwise Sweetie wouldn't be so enamored with me. Old man, do you want a face? What do you care if I want a face? I want power or you go find someone else to help you go to jail. Okay. I'm really impressed. Lin Hao could only say. You go out and go with them. I'll think of something for you about the power. He can only temporarily agree first, and then find a way to give him a red line later. Whether it is successful or not is Zhang Daoling's own business. But looking at Zhang Daoling's old man appearance, it's mostly hopeless. Then it's a deal. No backing out. It's a deal. Won't back out. Don't worry. Apprentice will definitely fulfill your wish. Hey! A touch of lewdness surfaced on Zhang Daoling's face as he walked outside with satisfaction. Lin Hao and Xia Cheng followed to go out to see him off. Zhang Daoling hurriedly reached out to stop the two and waved his hand. Don't you guys come out. The old Taoist can't see your crying faces. Okay. Looking at Zhang Daoling's back, Lin Hao was filled with emotion. He secretly resolved in his heart. Master, I won't let you be aggravated for too long. At most 1 month, I will definitely get you out. After Lin Hao heard the outer door car drive away, he immediately sold out of his body and hung far behind the car with Xia Qing. They were still uneasy about Zhang Daoling being taken away. The car kept heading southwest toward Mount Amei. Once there, the car burrowed into a stretch of unpaved road off the beaten path and drove for another 20 minutes or so. Zhang Daoling was sent inside a palace. Seeing this, Lin Hao and Xia Qing then glanced at each other unwillingly. Honey, let's go back. The sun is getting bigger. Though both of their soul bodies could move during the day, but it was still very hard to bear under the constant scorching of the hot sun. Well, honey, let's go back. The two returned to the villa. Lin Hao decided to take this place for himself, because this is where Su Xiaohui passed away. That room was reserved for Su Xiaohui, and Lin Hao was going to keep it for her forever until Su Xiaohui reappeared. Lin Hao firmly believed that Su Xiaohui would definitely come back. Inside a palace-like Taoist temple on Mount Amei, Deng Gangi gave a kind reminder to Amei Mountain's custodians. Dude, there's nothing to interrogate this old man about. Best not to toss him. For what? This old man has an evil disciple. Very powerful and unethical. Even I was beaten up by him. and it was a 1-2 punch. Ahem. Deng Gengi was still coughing, his heart palpitating. Ah, so awesome? The detainee couldn't believe it. He knew very well what strength Deng Gengi was. Deng Gengi stretched his face over and pointed with his finger. Look at my face. Has it become a bun face? Yeah, I saw it a long time ago. Both faces swollen into big buns. I've been meaning to ask you what happened. I haven't gotten around to it yet. It's this old man's evil apprentice who did this. And it's a beating, and I don't dare go to him for revenge. Do you think it's awesome? Asterisk. That's awesome. Actually dare to hit your Deng Gengi's face. Alas. From today onwards, my Deng Gengi's face is worthless. This is the strongest rebel our law enforcement team has encountered in so many years. Not only was I seriously injured, but our team member was half killed by one of his punches. The custodian was shocked to hear that the old man's evil disciple was so vicious. He asked, then how come you guys still have him? The old man. Back? That's because we used some shady tactics to make him throw in the towel. Otherwise, it's not really possible to capture it, and we might even die there. This custodian listened with a grave expression on his face and arched his hand at Deng Gengi. I understand. Thank you brother for the reminder. It's okay, we're all old buddies. We should. After Deng Gengi made the reminder, he waved his hand and told the law enforcement officers to hand Zhang Daoling over to the custodial staff. With this, Zhang Daoling was not mistreated in any way. The detainees were careful when they held him, fearing that they would not invite retaliation from Zhang Daoling's evil disciples. After Zhang Daoling was put into a hut, he pricked up his ears and listened with thieving eyes. Those two little guys are quite conscientious, following them all the way here. He sensed a treacherous smile on his face as Lin Hao and Xia Qing left. TCH, that's a good deal today. Simple jail time and I can get that kid to set me up with power. Ha ha ha. The smile on Zhang Daoling's face gradually turned into a lewd expression again. Humph. Do you want to lock up the old Taoist in this small house? With a cold grunt, he went right through at the wall. After Zhang Daoling left, a body remained in the house. The body was also still laughing obscenely, but the body had lost essence in its eyes. Like a puppet. Sweetie? Aha, is that Brother Ling? Naturally it's me. Send me an address. Brother, I've decided to keep you for a month. Ah, well then, I'll send you the address right away. Hey, get cleaned up and wait for your brother. With an excited smile, Zhang Daoling ruthlessly scratched on his cell phone screen, hung up the phone, and recognized a direction to quickly leave. After Deng Gengi handed Zhang Daoling over, he immediately reported to the top echelons of the Buddha Dao Alliance. Lin Hao had learned the Silver Silk Thunder method. This news was like a 1,000-pound boulder hitting a deep pool, instantly causing shock, surprise, and excitement in the Buddha Taoist Alliance. At this time, Zhao Danxia was not here. They also immediately organized a video conference, and all of the top decision-makers of the Buddhist and Taoist Alliance holed up in the conference room for the meeting. This meeting lasted all morning. At the end of the meeting, they were still filled with excitement. Meanwhile, at Zhou Minmin's house, instead of going to work in the office, her father, Marquis Zhou, sat on the couch with no expression on his face. His hands were clenched in fists, trembling constantly. He was holding back the violent anger in his heart. It's a good thing he's very well cultured. Even angry as he was, he didn't even curse. Sitting not far away, Minman Zhao also didn't go to work. She was jittery inside, waiting for her father's sentencing. Zhou Minman, is this the promise you gave me that you wouldn't cause a big problem? It ended up getting me into such a big mess. Is this how you break my trust in you? Finally, Marquis Zhao still couldn't help but exit his mouth to reprimand Minman Zhao. Chapter 127, A Shameful Dream. Dad, I'm sorry I lied to you. Zhao Minman had planned to defend herself a few times, but she ultimately decided not to make any explanations and took this share of the blame on herself alone. You ungrateful daughter. Marquis Zhao pointed his finger at Minman Zhao in anger. Do you know what that friend of yours is? Isn't he just a good professional manager? Oh, and he can exorcise ghosts. The good kind. Zhao Minman was very vain. Although she knew that Lin Hao wasn't an ordinary person, she didn't really know what Lin Hao actually did. A regular manager? Exorcising ghosts? Very good? Marquis Zhao laughed in anger at this daughter's remark. Minman, you've always been very calm in your work. How come you're so hasty and confused this time? You don't even know the other side. And you have the audacity to agree to someone else and make a move to seal the city. If it's just sealing the city, it's just a minor thing to me. It doesn't matter. But do you know how much that friend of yours has caused? How big? Zhao Minman's heart tightened and she exclaimed. Did he make a scene? It's not just as simple as haunting people. He released hundreds of thousands of ghosts last night, directly turning Rong City into a ghost city. Marquis Zhao stood up excitedly and glared angrily at Minman Zhao. Ah! Zhou Minman was also shocked. Zhao's mother, who was watching from the side, was also so shocked that she covered her mouth and screamed. Min-Max. Min-Man. What exactly is that friend of yours? Could it be the Ghost King? Mother Zhao was so frightened that she hurriedly grabbed Marquis Zhao's arm and shivered. He can't be the Ghost King, Zhou Min-Man hastily retorted. Then if he's not a Ghost King, how could he control hundreds of thousands of ghosts to sweep through Rong City? Zhao's mother was shocked. No wonder I had nightmares last night. So I was affected by the ghosts. I don't know. I'll call and ask. Don't call. Don't mess with this kind of person again. Cut off contact with him quickly. This kind of person is horrible. Mother Zhao rushed to stop Min-Man Zhao. Okay. Although Zhou Min-Man promises her mother not to call, she doesn't promise to break contact with Lin Hao. She didn't ask Lin Hao about the specifics. She couldn't possibly break contact with this dream lover. Well, what a shame. Whenever she thought about rolling around in her dreams with Lin Hao at night, she blushed, her body went weak, and she became unusually sensitive. Alas, daughter, you've brought big trouble to your dad this time. If not, my black hat will be taken off. Marquis Zhao's anger dissipated quite a bit after he yelled at Min-Man Zhao. He sat down again disheveled and couldn't help but curse. You're really a power pit this time. When Min-Man Zhao heard her father say that there would be such serious consequences, she didn't dare to say anything else for fear of incurring more of her father's wrath. The two fathers and daughters were wide-eyed and neither said a word. After a long time, the anger in Marquis Zhao's heart dissipated, and he helplessly said to Min-Man Zhao, "You're coming with me to the study." Zhou Min-Man followed her father to the study. Her mother, knowing that the Marquis of Qiyu had a lot of classified work to do, went very consciously into her house. You don't even have to contact that Lin Hao in the future. And you won't be able to. Why is that? Zhou Cocoman was puzzled. Marquis Zhao subconsciously looked around alertly and realized that no one else was present before he spoke softly. That Lin Hao has violated the laws of heaven. Early in the morning, some heavenly soldiers and generals arrested him. I'm afraid that by this time, he's already dead. Heavenly rules? Heavenly soldiers? Ho is dead? Zhou Cocoman was listening to the clouds as she said, "Dad, what are you babbling about? Why can't I understand a word of it? Oh daughter, some things are not as simple as you see them. Heavenly bars, heavenly soldiers and generals, etc. are just words used by our official staff to privately fetishize them, so it's normal that you don't understand them, but I'm not good at revealing the specifics to you. Anyway, all you need to know is that you won't see, and will never see, that Lin Hao again. Don't you think about searching for her to avoid getting into trouble." Humph, pretending to be mysterious. If you don't say it, can't I ask? Although Zhang Minman couldn't understand what her father was saying, she had been in charge of Donghua Group for so many years and had encountered real ghosts. She had actually guessed the general meaning. It was just that her father had his own duty of secrecy and she couldn't get to the bottom of it. You said Lin Hao is dead. That's never possible. I don't believe you. Oh, even if he's not dead at this time, that's still under control. Don't believe me, call and see if you can still get through. Marquis Zhao spoke with such certainty that Zhao Minman couldn't help but start to get anxious, and she immediately dialed Lin Hao's number. Zhao Minman, thank you for your help last night. In the next 2 days, I'll make an appointment to thank you in person. The call was quickly answered, and once it was connected, Lin Hao directly expressed his gratitude. The stone in Zhao Minman's heart fell to the ground as she listened to this. You're welcome. It's a small thing. I'm just calling to ask if your friend was saved. Are you safe now? My friend was saved and I'm safe. I'm home and cleaning up the house. Thank you for your concern. Lin Hao was grieving in his heart, but remained strong in the face of outsiders. That's okay. Everything went well. I'm relieved that you're okay. So that's it then. Empty appointment. Okay, bye. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Minman gave her father a blank look. Dad, you're a marquis at least. Why are you starting to fight nonsense now too? My friend was clearly fine, and you had to say he was dead. Impossible. I'm pretty sure that the heavenly soldiers and generals went to arrest someone, so how could they have failed to do so? Zhou Minman's father couldn't believe what he had just heard with his own ears, and he hurriedly contacted his secretary to confirm the development. Cut. What heavenly soldiers and generals? I'm afraid it's shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Zhao Minman didn't bother to continue chatting with her father and directly opened the study door to leave. I'm going to the office. On Lin Hao's side, he helped Xia Qing hastily clean up this villa of Jiangwantai, and then drove one of the cars inside the villa to the Tianganjian cemetery, leaving Xia Tran alone a ghost at home to clean up the house. Cemeteries have specialized settings for human yang amplification inside. During the daytime, the yang energy in the cemetery was unusually strong, and Xia Cheng would be harmed even if he was a ghost clan at the ghost spirit stage. During the daytime, Xia Ting couldn't enter the cemetery, and the ghosts inside couldn't come out, so it was just Lin Hao who came alone. When Lin Hao drove to the cemetery, There were quite a few people cars parked in the cemetery parking lot. These are the ones who came over to pay homage to their ancestors. These ancestor worshippers, with their children and grandchildren, burn paper money and kowtow to the graves of their ancestors. What a peaceful, ordinary day. They don't feel the cruelty behind this world in the slightest. Yo, brother big money you come to the ancestral sacrifice still bring Mao Tai. Oh, my grandfather likes to drink Mao Tai, so I'll bring him 2 bottles today. How filial. That passerby gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. Lin Hao smiled at him and walked quickly through the crowd to a remote and deserted place. With a wave of his palm, he disappeared inside a tombstone. Tiangong War Cemetery, where you can't see any ghosts during the daytime, nor is there an isolated world of formations. The grave Lin Hao entered directly was the one where Xia Gang was. Chapter 128 Grandpa is jealous. Xia Gang's grave looked average on the outside, but in reality, it hid a mysterious secret, and inside was an extremely magnificent ancient tomb. Lin Hao stepped into it without any sense of oppression. The ghost servants inside saw Lin Hao arrive and hurriedly floated over to greet him. Auntie is here. Please take a moment to sit down. I'll ask his lordship to come out. Okay, thanks Uncle Fu. You're welcome. The ghost servant called Fu Bo bowed slightly to Lin Hao and floated off to inform Xia Gang. Xia Gang quickly floated out with the ghost servant. The ghost servant, Uncle Fu, was also holding a bottle of Centennial Mountain mineral water. Auntie, it's inconvenient to make a fire and boil water in the tomb during the day, so I'll just have to drink some mineral water. Please don't be offended. That's okay, thanks Fubuki. In fact, all this water was specially prepared for Lin Hao, because only Lin Hao, a human, would enter this tomb. Lin Hao also took the opportunity to pass the 2 bottles of Matai in his hand to Uncle Fu, telling him to take them in and put them away. Xia Gang signaled Lin Hao with a smile to sit down and talk. Lin Hao, is there something important about you entering my tomb in broad daylight? Grandpa, I came over today to exchange some ideas with you. Lin Hao sat on a stone bench and opened the mineral water and took a sip. Go ahead. Xia Gang looked at Lin Hao with a smile. He was very satisfied with Lin Hao as his granddaughter-in-law. Last night, thanks to your righteousness, you were able to find my friend quickly, and I've come today to thank you specifically. There's no need to be so polite. You're my granddaughter-in-law. We're family. If I don't help you, who will I help? Well, thanks Grandpa. Lin Hao was very touched. Xia Chang and Xia Gang had always been very good to him. This favor, he couldn't repay it for the rest of his life. But I may have invited big trouble for you in the Tiangong War Cemetery. You're talking about this thing that forced us to ally with the Buddhists and confront the humans head-on, right? It's not really your fault. We'll face this day sooner or later. Last night was just early. Xia Gang comforted Lin Hao. You don't have to care about that. Yes, Grandpa. In the morning, the Buddhist Tao Alliance enforcers came. Next, Lin Hao told Xia Gang exactly what happened in the morning. When Xia Gang heard Deng Gangi use the Tiangongyan cemetery as a threat, his expression became very serious. This morning it's kind of a reminder that we can't hope for human kindness. When the human ghost war opened, the first thing the humans did was to clean up the ghosts in the neighborhood. And our Tiangongyan cemetery has a large number of ghosts. And it's right next to Rongcheng, very close to the population town. Once there's a large-scale war, we'll definitely take the brunt of it here. Yes, I came here today to discuss a solution to this matter with you. At the same time, I also want to ask for your help in making a decision. If there are any mistakes, please don't blame me, Grandpa. But there's no harm in saying it. I plan to officially grow the Qingqing sect, and this Qingqing sect will be the first sect that mixes humans and ghosts. I would like to ask Grandpa to take all of the Tiangongyan cemetery and join the Qingqing sect. Oh, is that true? Have you thought about it? Xia Gang instantly floated up from his seat in excitement. Lin Hao solemnly replied back. Yes, Grandpa, I've already thought about it. Good, good, good. I really wasn't wrong about you. I didn't expect my grandson-in-law to have such grand aspirations. Xia Gang instantly agreed. As long as you have that in mind, I'll cooperate fully with you. But there are a few basic problems with forming a sect that need to get solved before you can do so. Wealthy couple Dharma land. Do you possess it? Don't worry, Grandpa. I have solutions to these problems. Before he came, Lin Hao already had an idea. Lin Hao then analyzed the initial thoughts he had thought of one by one to Xia Gang. Wealth-wise, honestly, this was lacking. But in the early stages, with the main focus on ghosts, there wouldn't be much need for human wealth. Couple is not a companion, but a companion, a Dao friend, a fellow disciple, etc. This aspect could only be based on Zhang Daoling, Lin Hao, and Wang Tao, plus the hundreds of thousands of wandering souls in the Tiangong War cemetery to pick out ghosts suitable for cultivation to join. Let the Qingcheng school take initial shape. Law refers to feats, spells, and all sorts of auxiliary type skills and so on. which is something that the Qingqing sect is very much lacking in. Lin Hao's idea was to utilize the two techniques he had cultivated, the yin-yang true scripture and the natural Dan Dao, as well as the Qingqing evil-breaking mantra that he had created, and his understanding of the Silver Silk Thunder method, combined with Xia Gang's experience in compiling the ghost cultivation technique over the past few hundred years, as well as his personal experiments. Several of them were combined with each other to create a basic gong method and primary body protection technique suitable for public cultivation. Earth, that's Mount Qingcheng. According to Zhang Daoling's bragging, the entire Qingcheng mountain range is his. If this is true, then of course it's better. If it's fake, it doesn't matter. The back of Mount Qingcheng has long been extinct of tourists, and the Taoist temple is in disrepair and unattended. Lin Hao has a wide range of contacts in the real estate development industry, and he can always buy it back by spending some effort and money. After Xia Gang listened to Lin Hao's analysis, he agreed that the matter already had certain conditions. Feasible. Xia Gang said, money-wise, I've got to have accumulated more than $200 million over the years. Originally, as a ghost race, human money is of no use to me, but I still saved some, and I'll find a way to transfer it all to you later. As the startup capital of the Qingqing school, Lin Hao heard Xia Gang say that there are 200 million. He was overjoyed. The most urgent startup capital has, then everything is good. Next, Lin Hao recounted his understanding of the yin-yang true scripture, the natural Dan Dao, to Xia Gang without reservation. Xia Gang hurriedly found a pen and paper and wrote down what Lin Hao had told him. An old man and a young man, both still talking after a day inside the grave. After a day of discussion, Lin Hao realized that he really couldn't underestimate any hero in the world. Although Xia Gang had a low cultivation level, he had been immersed in the study of Gongfu for hundreds of years, and his knowledge reserve was extremely terrifying. After Lin Hao had personally practiced the yin-yang true scripture and revealed its key points, Xia Gang was shocked to find out Lin Hao's cultivation had already jumped out of the existing cultivation system. The air that Lin Hao cultivated was no longer the air cultivated by the Dao sect. So that's how it is. Ha ha, so that's how it is. Xia Gang was hit on the head. Enlightened. As enlightened. At this time, the old man really has a kind of Chaowen Dao. Death can be carried out on the eve of the exciting mood. Ah, Grandpa, you can't die. It was at this moment that Xia Qing rushed in carrying an exquisite lunchbox. Xia Gang glanced at this broken cotton jacket of Xia Tran and didn't even want to care. Lin Hao hurriedly went over to carry the lunchbox in Xia Qing's hand and asked, Honey, what are you doing here? I wasn't worried that my husband hadn't eaten all day and was hungry. That's so nice of my wife. And not to mention, I'm really hungry. Lin Hao opened the lunchbox, with Xia Qing assisting and helping. It was a very cozy scene. Hubby, try it. I slow-cooked the old hen inside my new home. It smells great, yo. Yes. Lin Hao unlocked the lid of the bowl, and a rich flavor came out, making Lin Hao's appetite so great that he couldn't wait to open his mouth and drink. Honey, don't be in a hurry. Be careful, it's hot. Xia Qing took a tissue and helped Lin Hao wipe away the soup from the corner of his mouth. Then he spoon-fed Lin Hao another mouthful of rice in the past. Xia Gang, who was on the side, looked at him with sour teeth and said angrily, Xia Qing, we're studying the Gongfu. Get out and don't come and make trouble. Is Grandpa mad? Xia Qing went over and wrapped her arms around Xia Gang's neck and kissed him, and shook Xia Gang's head to coax him intimately. Grandpa, don't be mad. I'll open a bottle of wine for you, okay? Yes. We should open a bottle of Maotai to celebrate today's progress in research. Lin Hao was very eye-catching and opened a bottle of Maotai on the spot, pouring a glass and handing it to Xia Qing. Chapter 129, 3 Days Without a Fight. Xia Qing brought a glass of wine to the side of Xia Gang's mouth. Xia Gang squinted at Xia Qing, who had wanted to be arrogant and not drink. Still, he couldn't help but sniffle and inhale all the liquor from the Maotai. Grandpa, does it smell good? Humph. Xia Gang's face finally eased a bit. For the next 3 days, Lin Hao stayed inside Xia Gang's tomb to cooperate wholeheartedly with Xia Gang's research on gong methods. Xia Qing is responsible for Lin Hao's food and water, etc. After another 2 days, under Xia Gang's leadership, Lin Hao and Xia Gang, one person and one ghost, finally created 2 gong methods that were suitable for the sect's low-level disciples to cultivate. Both techniques were named Qingqing Heart Technique, which were basically the same, but were fundamentally different. The real Qingqing Xinfa cultivates an energy that is different from the air. It was precisely the energy qi that Lin Hao was cultivating at this time. Xia Gang and Lin Hao named it Jinyuan. This heart method, Lin Hao called it the Qingqing Heart Method, version A. The other one, Qingqing Xinfa, however, cultivates the universal energy of Taoism, Tao, version B of the Qingqing Xinfa, which is also available to ghost cultivators. when a ghost cultivator cultivates, it is the ghost chi that is practiced. Lin Hao planned that the trusted core disciples of the Qingcheng sect would cultivate version A, and that the core disciples would be required to maintain strict confidentiality. Ordinary disciples practicing the B version, only through layers of assessment, strict political examination to be qualified to know and learn that Qingcheng XINFA exists a version of the opportunity. The purpose of this is to always keep the Qingcheng sect having a core competence in order not to be imitated by other sects when they learn about it. Although these two heart methods had just been created and there were still many places that needed to be perfected, it had to be said that to be able to create these two techniques, Xia Gang was truly a ghost talent that would be hard to come across in 1,000 years. With the Gongfu, Xia Gang couldn't wait to pull Xia Qing to immediately start practicing the Qingcheng heart technique version. Lin Hao, on the other hand, leaves the Tianganjian cemetery. He found Wang Tao. Wang Tao was heartless these days, hanging out with Su Xiaoyu, and didn't even know that his master Zhang Daoling was imprisoned. After Lin Hao roughly recounted things clearly to Wang Tao was so anxious that he spun in place. He couldn't wait to want to rush up to a Mei mountain immediately to save Zhang Daoling back. But after Lin Hao analyzed the pros and cons with him, his resentful heart calmed down a bit. Then, Lin Hao informed Wang Tao on the spot about the future development of the Qingcheng sect. Needless to say, Wang Tao must be the staunchest supporter. He listened to Lin Hao's future plans for the Qingcheng sect, and he was so excited that his hands kept trembling. Finally, Lin Hao taught Wang Tao the first few layers of version A of the Qingcheng heart technique. However, Lin Hao did not tell Wang Tao the difference between version A and version B. He only told him that he must not disclose a single word about the Qingcheng XINFA to outsiders without Lin Hao's permission, including Su Xiaoyu. She must not reveal a single word. Wang Tao immediately swore that he would never reveal it. Lin Hao nodded. Lin Hao trusted Wang Tao's commitment and tenacity. Lin Hao asked Wang Tao to give up his previous gongfu and practice the Qingcheng Xinfa instead, and Wang Tao agreed without hesitation. Wang Tao also had unconditional trust in Lin Hao. After Lin Hao brought Wang Tao to the cultivation initiation, he handed Wang Tao a task. Let Wang Tao go and inquire about the refining method of Yuan Dan. Wang Tao patted his chest and promised that he was very confident in accomplishing the task. It was because Su Xiaoyu had joined the Rongqing Yuan Dan production factory as a general laborer in the past 2 days. Su Xiaoyu had also been chanting in Wang Tao's ear for the past 2 days, asking him to enter the Rongqing Yuan Dan production factory to work as a general laborer and earn Yuan Dan. Su Xiaoyu's sect, the Guxian sect, was already in a state of disintegration. Not only did the Guxian sect's headmaster die within the ancient city of Huanglongxi, even the experts within the sect were all dead. Now there were just a few disciples left who were at the bottom of the cultivation scale. Without a strong soul-level figure, the Guxian clan could no longer organize itself. In the past few days, almost all of the surviving Guxian sect disciples had gone off to find their own way to make a living. A part of them decided to choose to join other sects, while some others are in a wait-and-see mode for the time being. Su Xiaoyu was the one who watched. Without a sect, she had no choice but to enter a Yuan Dan production factory to earn Yuan Dan and maintain her cultivation. And the Qingcheng sect that Wang Tao was a part of was similar to the Guxian sect in Su Xiaoyu's eyes. Not much of a future. Su Xiaoyu then kept urging Wang Tao to leave the Qingcheng sect and go to work with herself. But Wang Tao did not hesitate to refuse. This is what has caused the young couple to have some conflict over the past few days. Now that his senior brother was actually asking him to steal the Yuan Dan refining technique, Wang Tao was very excited. He can finally follow Su Xiaoyu into the factory with a straight face. After listening to Wang Tao's account of the recent developments regarding the Guxian sect, Lin Hao had gradually realized this time period now was really one of the opportunities for the rapid rise of the Qingcheng sect. Countless small sects, after entering the Huanglongxi ancient city, died and were injured. They were all as fractured and on the verge of dissolution as the Guxian sect. Once these small sects were disbanded, there would be a large number of cultivators with a certain cultivation base to choose from. As Lin Hao thought about this, he became even more anxious. He had to complete the most basic formation of the Qingcheng sect as soon as possible, and then spread the word widely, recruiting people by the sea. After arranging Wang Tao, Lin Hao had one more person to find. That would be Xia Yushan. Not only was this woman Xia Yushan very jealous, but she was also eccentric and controlling. The man she loves, she won't allow anyone else to get their hands on, and asks Lin Hao to pour all his feelings all on her alone. This personality of Xia Yushan was the complete opposite of Xia Cheng. This caused Lin Hao to have a respectful mindset towards Xia Yushan. A few days ago, she was angry because of Lin Hao's departure, and up until now, Xia Yushan had never taken the initiative to contact Lin Hao, not even a message of greeting. Lin Hao happened to be very busy these past few days and neglected to take care of Xia Yushan. When he remembered it at this moment, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart, and he snorted coldly. Humph. This woman. 3 days without a fight. Xia Yushan was her own woman after all. Lin Hao took a deep breath as he decided to conquer Xia Yushan with powerful means. The conquest of Xia Yushan wasn't Lin Hao's personal selfish desire. He was also going to ask Xia Yushan to help her with the assets of the Qingqing sect. The $200 million that Xia Gang had transferred to Lin Hao. Lin Hao transferred him to the Qingqing sect's public account as the Qingqing sect's assets. Once the Qingqing sect grew, it would incur a large number of huge expenses, and that would require a constant source of funding. And these 200 million, for a large sect, can only be considered as a hair's breadth, if not properly managed. Sitting on a mountain of money will soon be lost. Lin Hao was prepared to take out some of the funds and let Xia Yushan go find some good projects to invest in. Investing was one of the fastest ways to make money, and Lin Hao had to consider this avenue of earning money. And in Lin Hao's ordinary world human circle, Xia Yushan was again one of Lin Hao's most trusted people. Moreover, Xia Yushan was a business wizard herself, so having her help the Qingqing sect with their investments should be the most suitable candidate. Before going to find Xia Yushan, Lin Hao decided to find a way to test Xia Yushan's true thoughts about himself. If Xia Yushan really didn't have any feelings for her anymore, she wouldn't bother her anymore. It just so happened that at this time in the afternoon, Lin Hao sat cross-legged. His soul went out of his body, penetrated the window, and went straight into Xia Yushan's office. Chapter 130, Men Crawl Like Dogs. Sure enough, the woman Xia Yushan was still working overtime. Xia Yushan's brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the computer screen critically. It should be reviewing the reporting process that departments bring up. This serious look looked very charming to Xia Yushan. That exaggerated smiley face pattern mousepad of hers was still given to her casually by Lin Hao. It's still in use. Next to the mousepad, there was a Huawei latest model Mate P60, and the screen of the phone lit up a bit, coming with a message. Lin Hao immediately floated over and hovered above Xia Yushan's head. He had the bad taste to peek at what message was displayed on his phone. His ghostly head poked through, not realizing that the message was automatically hidden. It actually triggered the anti-peeping feature of this phone. Lin Hao's face darkened. This cell phone wasn't ashamed to be far ahead of the game. Even ghosts could be detected. Xia Yushan also noticed something strange about the cell phone. She picked up her cell phone in her hand, then jerked back. What's going on? No one's back there. Xia Yushan said to herself. Bugs on a new cell phone? It shouldn't be. Lin Hao hurriedly dodged to the side when he saw this and drifted slightly away. He ducked out of the way before the cell phone message came back up. Xia Yushan tested it and found that there was no problem. She then opened her cell phone and the message displayed was her best friend Jiang Yian. Jiang Yian invites Xia Yushan to accompany her for a steak dinner. Xia Yushan looked at the computer screen and realized that there was a lot of work, so she didn't really want to waste her time. She returned. Don't you have a boyfriend? Let your boyfriend eat with you. The message came back quickly. Boyfriend? Oh, anymore? What use is a man? It's just a tool to fulfill our physical needs as women. We women tick our fingers when we need a man and they crawl over like a dog obediently on their knees. A kick in the pants when they don't need a man. And they're still smiling and matching no. I have work tonight. Another date. When Xia Yushan saw this message, she didn't know what came to her mind, and her mood became low all of a sudden, and her expression became sad. Lin Hao was very angry to see this. Xia Yushan was so cold to herself. This Jiang Yian should be mainly responsible. Lin Hao had to meet this woman. Let's see what kind of demon this woman is. It's a good thing that Xia Yushan didn't rest her screen after replying to the message. He controlled his ghost hand to withdraw the message Xia Yushan had just sent and quietly revert back with a few words. Send me the address of the restaurant. Okay. The other party replied okay and sent the restaurant address in less than 2 minutes. Xia Yushan is so focused on her work that she doesn't realize that a ghost has made a dinner date for her. After Lin Hao was done with it, he took control of the ghost body and sat on Xia Yushan's desk, carefully observing Xia Yushan. This woman. Why is her chest open so much? Brother doesn't even work here anymore. Who are you showing this to? Lin Hao looked at Xia Yushan's mesmerizing gully, and he felt uncomfortable. Actually, Xia Yushan's clothes were normal. Only the protruding part was slightly larger than normal. This led to a portion being left open. This half-covered ground is especially attractive to men. Ordinary men can't take their eyes off it. It's a treat for them. But for Lin Hao, he couldn't wait to take a pocket to wrap Xia Yushan up tightly. One's own woman can only see for herself. While Xia Yushan was working seriously, her cell phone rang. It's BFF Jiang Yun. After she answered, Jiang Yun complained inside the phone. How long do we have to wait before coming over for dinner? The dishes were all ordered. Xia Yushan was puzzled by what she heard. Stating that she didn't say that she didn't have a date tonight? How can you even order? Jiang Yian scolded Xia Yushan whether she was confused. Obviously the information on the appointment is good. Why now say there is no appointment? Xia Yushan hurriedly opened WeChat to check. and it was really his own dinner appointment. The message I just sent about not eating was withdrawn. Xia Yushan patted her little head, puzzled. Could it be that she was really busy and confused? Since the meals were ordered, Xia Yushan said that Zhang Yiyun should wait for another 10 minutes and go over immediately. After hanging up the phone, Xia Yushan simply packed up and went straight downstairs to drive. Lin Hao snickered and left after him. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Hao met Zhang Yiyun. Zhang Yiyun wore a gorgeous red dress and an exaggerated necklace around her neck. Her lips were thin and coated with big red lipstick, and her skin was pale and bloodless, making her feel bad to approach. Lin Hao bristled, not understanding how Xia Yushan could be friends with such a person. Zhang Yiyun and Xia Yushan met, and they hugged warmly and sat down separately. The waiter quickly brought over 2 steak sets. Come on, clink glasses first. Cheers. Each held a glass of red wine and took a gentle sip before they began to pick up their knives and forks to cut the beef. Shan, where's that little man Lin Hao from your company? I haven't seen you mention it lately. Zhang Yiyun opened his bloody mouth and swallowed a piece of beef, then began to gossip. He left his job. Xia Yushan fell in love with her company's staff, and she couldn't help but share her joy with her best friend, just like any other ordinary woman. So Zhang Yiyun was aware of Lin Hao's existence. Lin Hao heard the two of them talking about themselves, and he came into the spirit. What? Lin Hao left his job? No way? Zhang Yiyun opened her mouth in disbelief. Then she said, Oh, I see. It must have been your fear of bad publicity from the office romance that made him leave his job? Ho ho ho. Xia Yushan smiled faintly. Did you charter him? You're a real treat. Is he particularly good at night? But, can you think this nasty? Lin Hao and I are completely over. He left on his own. How can it be? How can that beggar man leave of his own accord when you're on such good terms? It must be that he's trying to make a deal with you. Zhang Yiyun had disdain and contempt written all over her face, with condescension mixed in her eyes, as if the entire world dwarfed her. Can you go through the day without thinking of being embarrassed? Do you think they're that much worse off than you? Zhang Yiyun was born into a wealthy family and grew up with no shortage of money, which is how he developed this kind of looking down on people's faces. Xia Yushan had already gotten used to it, and in the past, when Zhang Yiyun said something about another man, she laughed and laughed about it. But when it came to Lin Hao today, Xia Yushan's heart sounded very uncomfortable. It's really true. Men are all like that. As hell. Always insatiable. And especially like to play it safe. Your Lin Hao is definitely a man like that too. And I promise you, if you ignore him, when his money runs out, he'll soon come to your door. Xia Yushan's face collapsed and her tone stiffened. Alright, this topic ends here. If you keep talking about Lin Hao like that, I'll get angry. Well, look at you. You're still angry with your sisters over a man. What a bigot guy. Zhang Yiyun was usually cheeky with Xia Yushan, and didn't get angry because of Xia Yushan's horseface, only the atmosphere of the dinner table became a bit stagnant. Both were briefly without words. Chapter 131, she saw a very disgusting scene. Xia Yushan didn't say anything and cut her own steak. She sliced down hard, hitting the plate with a thud. She was suddenly in a very hairy mood. I don't know if it was because Zhang Yiyun had just said something bad about Lin Hao, or is it because she and Lin Hao are in a cold war and Lin Hao hasn't been coming to her. She couldn't figure out for herself what the hell she was thinking. Zhang Yiyun didn't have anything to say, so she took out her cell phone to send a message. Lin Hao drifted over to peek at the cell phone screen. Boy, are you still receiving? Zhang Yiyun took the initiative to send a message to a man with a handsome avatar, but she waited for half a day and the other person didn't message him back. Honey, why don't you answer my messages? Woohoo! Honey, will you please get back to me? Zhang Yiyun sent several messages in a row before the other party belatedly returned a word. Asterisk, are you bored? Can you just say what's going on? The words were so insulting that Lin Hao couldn't bear to look at them when he floated in midair and saw those two words. Lin Hao guessed that Zhang Yiyun would be furious and curse back, but to Lin Hao's dismay, Zhang Yiyun didn't have any emotional changes. Instead, it also returned. Hubby, can you not call me this? So shameful. Luwenjia just miss you. That's why I sent you a message. How about calling you a dog? Skim. Zhang Yiyun sent over a skittish emoji. The opposite side replied immediately. Asterisk. You actually dare to skim. Immediately your master call 100,000 over as compensation. Otherwise don't meet in the future. Don't be angry. Husband, I'll transfer the money to you right away. Zhang Yiyun immediately transferred 252,000 yuan over. Now that's my obedient ass. The other party collects the money in seconds. Collecting the money isn't the end of it. That's not good, is it? I'm in the cafeteria. Don't you even listen to your master's orders? Go shoot for me immediately or break up. No, don't break it up. I'll be in the bathroom in a minute to shoot. Aha! Jiang Yun stood up, and without saying hello to Xie Yushan, he headed straight for the bathroom. Xie Yushan also ignored her. Lin Hao's entire body was bad when he looked at the explosive chatting words. This woman is disgusting. Just now, in front of Xie Yushan, she was still scornful of men and looking down on them. I didn't expect to be so lowly to a man in private. A complete lickspill without dignity. Lin Hao felt very sick. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yun returned to his seat with a normal face. Lin Hao hadn't originally planned to catch Jiang Yun because she was Xie Yushan's good best friend. But now, Lin Hao decided to fix this disgusting woman, and to keep Xie Yushan away from such an immoral best friend. Lin Hao no longer hesitated and directly possessed Jiang Yun's body. The moment Lin Hao took over Jiang Yun's body, he trembled with nausea, almost vomiting, unable to hold on, wanting to eject this filthy body. Before that, Lin Hao needed to use Jiang Yun's body to ask Xie Yushan what she thought of him. Xie Yushan, do you like Lin Hao or not? Lin Hao, who had possessed Jiang Yun, asked directly. Xie Yushan shrieked at her words and her face unnaturally reddened. Why do you ask? What's wrong with that? We're BFFs. What can't we talk about? You're almost 30 years old and the boss of a big company. Are you still afraid of being shy? And you've told me about this before. And I'm asking you now just to find out what you really think and then help you out. This. Xie Yushan choked on Lin Hao's possessed Jiang Yun, and tried to retort. But she felt that the other party had a very valid point. What's there to say about liking a man in a big way yourself? Lin Hao's words directly provoked Xie Yushan to blush scarlet on her face. It also stirs up her hidden teenage heart. A woman in love loves it when someone else helps her analyze whether the person she is with likes her or not, how she should respond next, etc. And they are so interested in this kind of topic that they can even talk around it all day. Like it. Xie Yushan spat out a few words with difficulty. She is indeed experiencing a kink right now and would really like some constructive advice from her seasoned BFF. Even if it's a wrong opinion, she wants to hear it and gain psychological comfort or be inspired. If you like him, why don't you go ahead and pursue it? What kind of woman actively pursues a man? Xie Yushan's tone was very airy and weak, which was the complete opposite of the usual image of a strong woman with wind and fire. What's so impossible about it? A woman chasing a man through a veil. All you have to do is take the initiative and ask. And Lin Hao will respond to you enthusiastically. No way. I'm the boss and he's my employee. How can I take the initiative to chase him? And this Lin Hao treats love with duplicity. If he's interested in me, why would he mess with that Zhao Min man? I wouldn't actively pursue a man like that. Xie Yushan was possessed by Lin Hao's best friend to open her words, so she simply told her inner thoughts one by one. I know that Zhao Min man. Isn't she the president of the Donghua group? Lin Hao and her are just ordinary friends. You're mistaken. Besides, even if that Lin Hao and Zhao Minman had an affair, it doesn't matter. A relationship between a man and a woman is also a kind of competition. How can you back off? If you can't, that what? It's not impossible for you and Zhao Minman to be with Lin Hao at the same time. One night alone. No less. Lin Hao couldn't help but blush as he controlled Jiang Yun to say this. He was using Jiang Yun's body to PUA Xie Yushan. This is despicable and shameful though, but Lin Hao had no choice in the matter. He didn't want to give up any of the women. Lin Hao. Except for his special feelings for Xia Qing, all the other women were all in the same bowl of water. Every woman, he liked as much, loved as much, and lacked one or the other. Lin Hao, that womanizer, looks at Zhao Minman's eyes and can't wait to swallow someone else inside. They're an adulterous couple who must have rolled in bed a long time ago. Jiang Yun, how dare you make me serve a man at the same time as another woman? Why don't you go do something like that? Disgusting. This. Lin Hao controlled Jiang Yun's open mouth, didn't even know how to speak. A woman's sixth sense is too strong. Lin Hao was a bit guilty of wiggling his butt, wanting to change his position, but Lin Hao felt that the long skirt was in the way. He stood up out of habit and scooped up his long skirt, resuming his seat with a big grin and a big horse. You! Xie Yushan glared at Jiang Yun, feeling that Jiang Yun's action was very indecent, and she felt that Jiang Yun had become unfamiliar. What's wrong with me? Lin Hao was very puzzled. Chapter 132. Sorry about that, it was so hot earlier. Sweat was seeping out of Lin Hao's forehead. Embarrassed all over, he wanted to headbutt this ugly body. What did this Jiang Yun just do in the bathroom? What kind of pictures did she take of her boyfriend? It's just disgusting. Xie Yushan asked suspiciously. Jiang Yun, are you sick? How did you become like this? It's too burnt. I'm not sick. Women, as long as they live a happy life, they can do whatever they want. It's not a big deal. Lin Hao controlled Jiang Yun's body to force an explanation and brought the topic back. Now that you've seen it, I'll be honest with you. I'm just a very open-minded woman. I can do whatever feels pleasurable and not care about the world's eyes. Similarly, Life is just a few decades. You should have fun in time. Why should you have to do all the fighting with your heart? Isn't it good to follow your heart's true thoughts and be happy women? Lin Hao felt that he was truly a genius. And even more so, a master-level figure in the PUA world. Xie Yushan was so stunned by Lin Hao's words that she had even gotten lost in thought. Lin Hao saw this and rode the wave of victory. Since your heart likes Lin Hao, you should take the initiative to confess to him. A man is by nature a mercurial creature. He is not like a girl who is very faithful to love and loves only one person in her life. Men can fall in love with several women at once without favoring one over the other. It's been male nature since time immemorial. Lin Hao's words instantly spoke to Xie Yushan's heart. She said naively, Yun Yun, you really know a lot about what happens between men and women. You are so right. After I have Lin Hao in my heart, I can't fit any other man. I can't feel any other man, even if I look at other men, even if they are handsome. But that Lin Hao, 1 minute he's good with me, the next he's messing with Zhou Min Man. Like you said, when Lin Hao was with me, I could feel that he really liked me, and that's why I forgave him repeatedly. That's right, you were able to forgive before, why not now? Ugh, I actually forgave him. It's just that he went too far and didn't come to coax me for so long. Doesn't he, a big lover, know that a woman can't be coaxed? Xie Yushan finally said what was on her mind. Lin Hao was overjoyed at his words. Tonight he finally understood what Xie Yushan was really thinking inside. It's not right. Yun Yun, you didn't say that before. You used to advise me that both men and women should run in both directions with one heart and soul. Why are you saying that today? Could it be that you're trying to trick me? Xie Yushan was very smart. She quickly reacted to the fact that Zhang Yiyun was very unusual today. Lin Hao sniffed and thumped inwardly. It was so hard to PUA success Xie Yushan. Cannot lose all the efforts. Lin Hao controlled Zhang Yiyun to stand up and walk over to Xie Yushan. I lied to you about all those things I said before. Don't believe me. Look at how I treat my boyfriends. Lin Hao picked up his cell phone and performed facial recognition on his face. Lin Hao was secretly glad that it was an Apple phone with face recognition. Otherwise Lin Hao wouldn't have been able to unlock the phone without knowing the unlock code. When Xie Yushan saw that Zhang Yiyun wanted to show herself the chat logs, she instantly became interested. A woman in love loves nothing more than to find common ground with others and then use it to seal the good love she has with her boyfriend. But when Xie Yushan saw the chat message between Zhang Yiyun and her boyfriend, her whole face turned pig liver color. Lin Hao also stared dazedly at the cell phone screen. It's simply trippy. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled downwards to cover up these disgusting pictures. But when Xie Yushan saw those words "moo dog," "slave girl" and so on again, she went completely crazy. Xie Yushan's gaze toward Zhang Yiyun was filled with strangeness and disgust. How are you? You such a person? How come you're your boyfriend's slave girl? Your boyfriend calls you moo dog and you put up with it. You're so sick. Why don't I just do it? Shannon, you can do the same to Lin Hao and make sure he's happy. Get out. Xie Yushan was so angry that she cursed and left the card table right on the spot. These two are kind of done as BFFs. Looking at Xie Yushan's departing back, Lin Hao practically burst out laughing. After Xie Yushan left, Lin Hao agonized over how to deal with this woman. Zhang Yiyun. He suddenly had the perverted idea of wanting to study a woman's body. Holy, can't be that sick. Lin Hao hurriedly shook his head to shake off the strange and bizarre thoughts inside his head. But Lin Hao didn't leave Zhang Yiyun's body right away either. He grunted coldly. This woman, simply refreshing the lower limit of women, must be punished. Lin Hao instantly transformed into a warrior of justice, picked up Zhang Yiyun's phone, organized Zhang Yiyun's chats, opened his address book, and sent it out to the entire group. Group posting followed by friend posting. Message sent. The cell phone in Lin Hao's hand simply exploded. All sorts of messages blew up like crazy, and there were countless phone calls, all of them. But Lin Hao directly turned on the flight mode and didn't care about any of it. Ha ha. After Lin Hao did this, he immediately drilled out of Zhang Yiyun's body and took to the air. Zhang Yiyun was being manipulated by Lin Hao in all of this, and she just felt like she was having a dream. When Lin Hao left her, everything that had just happened was very clear inside her mind. Zhang Yiyun was so scared that he immediately checked his cell phone. When she saw the flood of messages and phone calls, she realized that what had just happened was real. Zhang Yiyun instantly smashed his cell phone on the ground, holding his head and screaming like crazy. On the other side, after Xie Yushan returned home, she was still emotionally disturbed. Disgusting. So disgusting. How could I consider such a disgusting woman my best friend? It just insults my eyes. Xie Yushan chattered as she took off her high heels. But today's comment from her BFF and the shameless chats she saw from her BFF deeply shook her. She began to wonder if she really was too old-fashioned. Should women really be as timely as Zhang Yiyun? Xie Yushan began to think back to her past life and the beauty of her time during her flirtation with Lin Hao. She thought about that two women for one husband argument, and she was surprised that she felt like there was some truth to it. Xia Yushan immediately blushed and slapped herself. How could she have such a nasty thought? Lin Hao felt very amused when he saw Xia Yushan in this state of being angry with himself, floating in mid-air. Lin Hao looked up again to scan Xia Yushan's house. Xia Yushan is not ashamed to be a tycoon. The house she lives in is a large bungalow, all at least 300 to 400 square meters. Lin Hao curiously floated around to check it out. Chapter 133. No, this is an office. Lin Hao had thought that Xia Yushan was living with her family in such a large room, but he hadn't realized that other than the master bedroom and living room, all the other rooms were dusty. Even the kitchen hasn't been touched much. Gee, this woman is pathetic too. It's lonely being alone in such a big room. When Lin Hao returned to Xia Yushan's bedroom again, he could already hear the water rushing in the bathroom, and the bathroom door was wide open. This woman, she forgets to close the bathroom door when she takes a shower. Let me help you close it. Lin Hao's ghostly eyes widened as he drifted over in an agitated mood. When he saw the scene inside the bathroom, Lin Hao couldn't calm down on the spot. This night, Xia Yushan had strange dreams again. The next morning when she got up, Xia Yushan's essence was very full, especially her skin, as if it had been moisturized, tender with luster. Ugh, more weird dreams. What's wrong with me? Lin Hao, this bad guy. It's fine if you don't contact me. I can just be with you in my dreams. Xia Yushan had never been so satisfied. She washed up, broke into a humming ditty, and made herself a delicious breakfast. Appetite is also good in the morning. After breakfast, Xia Yushan seriously dressed up again and drove directly to the office of the project department of Rongdu Plaza. Since Lin Hao's departure, Xia Yushan personally managed the Rongdu Plaza project. Her favorite place was the office where Lin Hao had stayed before. Xia Yushan's car drove into the project department, and a group of employees greeted her with great respect. She parked her car and didn't go back to her office, but grabbed a helmet from the duty room and put it on, routinely walking through the site. The builders and laborers at the site are working feverishly. Every morning is when they are in the happiest of moods, because there will be a female boss with a great body and a contrary look who will come to inspect them. Especially this morning, they felt like they had never seen such a beautiful woman before. It was simply countless times more beautiful than those Jain goddesses they had swiped that had been filtered and beautified. Seeing such eye-catching beauties early in the morning, these workers felt that even if their wages were cut in half today, they would have no complaints. Xia Yushan, all the way through the scene in the eyes of the people watching, found nothing unusual, and was ready to go back to the office to convene a meeting of managers. She couldn't help but have a smile on her lips as she walked towards what used to be Lin Hao's office. Ah, who is it? Xia Yushan had just pushed open the door when a man held himself in a death grip. A familiar man's scent filled her nostrils, making her both expectant and afraid. Xia Yushan struggled frantically. Who the hell are you? Quickly let go of me. Hey, Mr. Xia, have you forgotten me so soon? Sure enough, the man she was most looking forward to showed up. This extremely familiar voice caused Xia Yushan to stop struggling. You are Lin Hao? Xia Yushan looked back at Lin Hao, unable to believe her eyes. Lin Hao didn't reply. He just gave a bad smile and then directly kissed him. Xia Yushan was suddenly attacked. She stared wide-eyed, wanting to struggle but unable to give up. Only after a long time, when Xia Yushan was feeling breathless, did Lin Hao release her. Cow hooligans! Bastard! Won't you let go of me yet? Xia Yushan swung her small fists and kept hitting Lin Hao's chest. How could Lin Hao let her go after all this? Instead, he picked up Xia Yushan in his arms and closed the office door with his back foot, unlocking it with his hand. Then, Lin Hao lifted up Xia Yushan's two legs, frightening Xia Yushan so much that she hurriedly stretched out her two lotus root arms to encircle Lin Hao's neck. Lin Hao roughly carried Xia Yushan and sat down heavily on the desk. Mr. Xia, I like you. I want you. Lin Hao frantically attacked again. Don't. This is an office. Xia Yushan realized that Lin Hao was going more and more overboard, and she screamed in horror. Lin Hao was unforgiving, making Xia Yushan's body sore and weak and lose her strength. No, was he still dreaming? Why else would Lin Hao be so bold? Meet and push yourself down. The usual Lin Hao didn't have this much guts. This must be in a dream. It must have been because she had thought about it day and night, looking forward to being loved by Lin Hao so manly, even invasively. It's a feeling that many women expect to experience. Xia Yushan's head was in chaos at this time, foolishly unable to distinguish between dream and reality. It's exactly as real now as it was last night. That must have been a dream. Since it was a dream, Xia Yushan decided to let go and enjoy it. Just like last night, the words of his best friend Zhang Yiyun, women should also have fun in time. Lin Hao was the man he loved, and now the man he loved was going to push himself down. Again. So why not? Xia Yushan was gradually being PUA by herself, and she began to enthusiastically cooperate with Lin Hao. After a long time, Xia Yushan sat unclothed in her office chair, burying her head in her desk. She was too ashamed to meet Lin Hao at this point. Lin Hao, you've done this to me. You should be satisfied, right? Get lost. Xia Yushan is especially tough-talking. She quietly pinched her bare thigh, grimacing in pain. She realized with horror that today was not a dream. Everything that just happened was real. How could she have cooperated with Lin Hao that shamefully just now? This was the first time she had been that with Lin Hao. What's going on? The first time was haphazardly done in the office, and the key itself was so cooperative. Most importantly, Xia Yushan's first time wasn't lost here. How could this prove her innocence? Xia Yushan was about to cry. What does this situation make Lin Hao think? He must think he's a woman who doesn't know how to behave, right? Thinking of this, Xia Yushan didn't even have the courage to face Lin Hao again, so she simply drove Lin Hao away and didn't meet in the future. Lin Hao still didn't know that his several tawdry maneuvers had caused Xia Yushan to create a confusion between reality and illusion. Hearing Xia Yushan treating herself in the same condescending manner as in the past, not only did Lin Hao not get angry anymore, but he was very accomplished. Now that he knew Xia Yushan's true thoughts about himself, it was equivalent to standing in God's perspective and seeing all of Xia Yushan's disguises clearly. Lin Hao no longer fought with Xia Yushan. He had already figured out Xia Yushan's mind. Women like Xia Yushan just love being dominated, like strong and extremely aggressive men. Previously, Lin Hao had been coy in front of Xia Yushan, and that way he had instead been pushed down by Xia Yushan. After determining his strategy, Lin Hao already knew how to deal with a woman like Xia Yushan who carried herself with arrogance. Lin Hao took out a bouquet of roses that he had already prepared from the side and walked over to Xia Yushan. He reached out his hand and followed the example of those overbearing CEOs, domineeringly lifting Xia Yushan's chin and lifting her head up, then looked into her eyes tenderly. Mr. Xia, since I like you and you like me, why should we torture each other? Be my woman. Chapter 134, It's time for you to wallop me. Suddenly faced with Lin Hao's confession, Xia Yushan froze, dumbfounded on the spot. In this instant, the two of them looked at each other with all four eyes, both staring at each other with dead eyes, and the atmosphere became unusually strange and thick. Pust. Suddenly, Xia Yushan couldn't collapse and laughed. Lin Hao, you douchebag. In such a serious confession scene, Xia Yushan actually laughed. What do you mean? Where am I to? Lin Hao was also so embarrassed that he couldn't help but scratch the back of his head with his hand to hide the embarrassment in his heart. You're still pretending to be a bully in front of me, aren't you? Have you watched too many romance dramas? Is the next step my refusal? You wallop me? Oh yeah, karma. Should have walloped. Lin Hao once again forced a kiss. Oh, you wolf dog. Don't the bites hurt? Are you really used to being rude? Xia Yushan broke away from Lin Hao and glared at him. The glance that Xia Yushan glared at directly melted Lin Hao's heart. It turns out that Xia Yushan also has flirty moments. Mr. Xia, if I'm not rude, you won't listen, so I have to be strong and demand that you be my woman. Lin Hao once again handed over the flowers. Humph. Xia Yushan took the bouquet, and then pinched off a flower bone to appreciate it carefully. Her mouth said something else. Picking her voice, this flower is quite beautiful. Lin Hao knew that he couldn't do it halfway today, and he had to get a definite answer to avoid what Xia Yushan would do after today. So, he forcefully broke Xia Yushan's shoulders over. Mr. Xia, you must give me an answer today, or I will be rude to the end. You're such a pig. Xia Yushan straightened out the clothes that had once again been pulled down by Lin Hao and pouted without any good humor. You've done this to me. What more do you want me to promise you? No, you must promise me explicitly to be my woman. Yes, as long as you're okay with it. I'm not a virgin and I'm a wannabe. I don't care if you're okay with all that. Xia Yushan went out on a limb. Anyway, the raw rice was ripe for the taking, so he simply told Lin Hao all the concerns in his mind. It's up to you Lin Hao to decide. It's up to you Lin Hao to take it or not. To be honest, Xia Yushan felt quite guilty in her heart. One of his own blood was inexplicably gone, and he had just acted so open and prodigal. Any man who meets this kind of woman is afraid of having a lump in his heart and staring inside. Lin Hao looked at Xia Yushan seriously and said, Do you think I'm such a shallow man? I like you for what you are on the inside, not what you are on the outside. Seeing that Xia Yushan actually cared about this, Lin Hao suddenly felt like he wasn't a human being, and that he had gotten a bargain. Humph. You're just so shallow. Sure enough, the stone in Xia Yushan's heart fell, and very impressed, Lin Hao took this big girl in his arms and helped her put her clothes in order. Yushan, I've come to find you today. There's another serious matter that I need you to help me with. Oh, what is it? Xia Yushan was wrapped in Lin Hao's arms, feeling that she had finally found a harbor, a situation that made her realize the happiness of being a little woman. Lin Hao then told Xia Yushan something about the Dao sect. Xia Yushan was very shocked to hear that. She couldn't believe what Lin Hao had said. No wonder that night, we encountered a cluster of ghosts in this project. So ghosts and gods really do exist in this world. When Lin Hao scorched a couch with a single bolt of lightning, Xia Yushan completely believed everything Lin Hao said. I now need you to help me find a pharmaceutical company with very strong R&D capabilities to invest in the form of a buy-in or equity stake. I want to combine the Taoist sex Yuan Dan with ordinary medicines to develop a drug that has miraculous effects on ordinary people. The reason why Lin Hao wanted to do this was because he had discovered that the current Buddha-Taoist alliance strictly separated ordinary people from the cultivation world. They don't allow ordinary people to know about the existence of the cultivation world. Like the Rongqing Yuandan production plant, which produces Yuandan. It is shown to the public as an unknown chemical and biological production plant, and has big, red signs representing highly toxic and highly radioactive pasted everywhere around the plant. When ordinary people saw these two signs, they were scared and hid far away. No one dared to approach. In fact, inside is where the Yuandan is produced. Perhaps for reasons of social stability, or perhaps out of a sense of superiority over the average person who is above it all. The Buddha-Taoist alliance prohibits practitioners from using Taoism in front of ordinary people, and prohibits practitioners from manifesting their sainthood in front of people. Otherwise, they will be harshly enforced by the law enforcers of the Buddha-Taoist alliance. Not all cultivators were like Lin Hao, all possessing the ability and courage to fight against the enforcers. Both powerful and powerless cultivators were afraid of being targeted by the enforcers. Even the few that were bold enough to do so would not violate the red line of the Buddha-Tao alliance specifically for the sake of pretending to be a bully in front of ordinary people. And the practitioners agreed to always remain mysterious in front of ordinary people. They so strictly separated ordinary people from cultivators. Then naturally they wouldn't combine things from the cultivation world to develop products needed by ordinary people. Lin Hao hadn't dealt with the Buddhist Tao alliance from the beginning until now, and he wasn't used to seeing the faces of that group of people from the Buddhist Tao alliance. Since this was the case, Lin Hao wasn't going to follow the rules of the Buddha Tao alliance. He was to combine Yuan Dan and develop a medicine that would benefit the health of ordinary people. In this way, while making money, we can benefit mankind all over the world. This was also one of Lin Hao's purposes in arranging for Wang Tao to enter the Yuan Dan production plant in Rongqing. It was just that Lin Hao was a little worried about whether Wang Tao, that simpleton, would be able to accomplish his mission. However, Qingqing sect currently has no one to use right now, and there is only preaching to use Wang Tao. Although Wang Tao is naive, his girlfriend Su Xiaoyu is very resourceful, but the girl also has a lot of small minds and needs to be kept in check. After Xia Yushan heard Lin Hao's request, she stared at him and asked seriously, Lin Hao, I've never mentioned my family. No one in this city knows about my family. Let me ask you, how do you know my family is a medical family? Did you investigate me? What? What's going on here? Why am I investigating you? I don't know what kind of medical family your family is either. That would be a coincidence. When Xia Yushan looked at Lin Hao's expression, she didn't see that Lin Hao was lying. At the same time, she combined the cultivation world Lin Hao had just introduced with Lin Hao's ideas. It should have been Lin Hao's mistake to approach her for help. You're the daughter of a pharmaceutical family coming into the construction business. What were you thinking? Lin Hao had actually been curious. A young and beautiful girl doing engineering was indeed rare. Xia Yushan shook her head with a despondent expression. I have no connection with them now, and I don't want to have any connection in the future. Don't want to mention this past. Fine then. I won't ask if you don't want to talk about it. Lin Hao didn't get to the bottom of it. Xia Yushan was from a medical family, and Lin Hao trusted her even more with that. Lin Hao was now only worried about whether or not Xia Yushan was willing to do himself this favor. Yushan, so are you still willing to touch the pharmaceutical industry again for me? Xia Yushan didn't reply to Lin Hao immediately, but instead said, your idea is wonderful, but do you realize how costly it is to invest in such a research and development enterprise? How much money do you have now? Chapter 135, I want you all day. Xia Yushan knew about Lin Hao's life and family background. Although she didn't know why Lin Hao could suddenly afford to drive a Porsche, she guessed that Lin Hao only had a few $1 million to hang on to, and even that Porsche was still purchased in installments. With Lin Hao's worth, he still wants to invest in pharmaceutical development. Dream on. I know research is a bottomless pit, but I can come up with $100 million right now. That should be enough to launch a product, right? What? You actually have $1 billion? Xia Yushan's eyes rounded as if she had seen a monster. She didn't understand how this guy made his money. She had worked hard for 7 or 8 years and didn't have that much savings. Yes, there is, which is why I need you, a business whiz, to help me with this money. Lin Hao was in a very happy mood as he patted Xia Yushan's ass. Xia Yushan on the surface though never resented her lack of money. But last night, when her best friend Jiang Yiyun said those contemptuous words about Lin Hao, Xia Yushan didn't refute them, which still made Lin Hao mentally uncomfortable. Now that he saw the shocked expression on Xia Yushan's face, even though this money was obtained by Lin Hao from eating soft food, he couldn't help but feel secretly happy at this moment. 100 million is naturally enough. Xia Yushan had to be impressed with Lin Hao from now on. This man, not the ordinary workplace employee he used to know, but a proper winner in life. Such a man is worthy of himself. What woman doesn't want her man to be a gaijin? What woman doesn't want her man to be rich and have fewer years to struggle? What woman doesn't want to not have to worry about money and just stay home and raise her children? At this time, Xia Yushan's heart was even sweeter and prouder. So you're agreeing to help me with this asset, right? Nice try. Go find your mini Jo. She's the girl of your dreams and the president of the Tonghua group, and she's also from a very privileged family. You're better off with her than with me. Mr. Xia, you still want to be naughty with me, don't you? Looking for a fight? Lin Hao said as he turned his hands into claws, covering Xia Yushan's very private place, and there was a tendency to move his hands. Xia Yushan was so scared that she begged for mercy. Lin Hao stopped his hand, and Xia Yushan suddenly smiled wryly, like a little woman in love. Well, I won't mention your dream girl is all, but you want me to take care of your assets for you, then you have to give something. Xia Yushan sighed in her heart. It seemed that she could never escape dealing with medicine in her life. Originally, she had all but fled the family, sort of going incognito and working in an industry completely unrelated to the family business. But by mistake, her own little man had to do it again, and she just had to oblige. At the same time, she took a deep breath and made up her mind. Since I can't escape my fate, let's take revenge. I must take back all that originally belonged to my family. Xia Yushan becomes braver and more determined for love. Once Lin Hao heard that there was something going on, he hastily responded. Yushan wife, what do I need to pay? Don't worry, my entire being, from start to finish, is yours. I'll give you what you want. I'll do what you say. Anything kind of thing anyway. Ha ha. Scram. Who's your old wife? When Xia Yushan heard the word wife, her whole body directly trembled and she lost her strength. She could only petulantly scold Lin Hao to hurry up and stop this kind of meaty name calling, which she couldn't adapt to at all right now. She was afraid that Lin Hao would continue to dwell on the word wife as she hurriedly said, I want you to give a whole day. Today, to go shopping with me, to eat with me, to watch the rising sun with me. Okay, not to mention 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, countless days I'm willing. Humph, count on your sweet mouth. Next, Xia Yushan had just finalized her relationship with Lin Hao, but she was still very embarrassed. This was kind of her first love, and she still had a lot of getting used to. So, Xia Yushan told Lin Hao to leave quietly first, not to let anyone find out, and after 10 minutes or so, Xia Yushan drove her car around a long way before stopping and waiting for Lin Hao to come over. Xia Yushan was shy, but she let Lin Hao run for close to a kilometer. Watching Lin Hao run for a kilometer, Xia Yushan snickered continuously, but when she saw Lin Hao's face not red, heart not jumping and breath not panting, she was horrified and regretted leaving Lin Hao behind to accompany her. On the following day, Xia Yushan finally resumed the thunderous, strong woman look that had originally belonged to her. A lot of things are waiting for her at the company. Early in the morning, Xia Yushan said goodbye to Lin Hao and went to the office. Lin Hao, on the other hand, took a nap. It was about almost noon when Lin Hao received a phone call. It was Zhou Tingting who called. Zhou Tingting invited him to have lunch with her. There was something very important that she had to tell Lin Hao face to face. Lin Hao immediately made an appointment with her at the bottom of the sea. When they arrived at the restaurant, Lin Hao asked, why hasn't fellow Taoist Zhou returned to the Shangqing Palace? I didn't go back. And it wasn't because fellow Taoist Lin did something earth-shattering. What's the situation? How is it relevant to me? Lin Hao was very puzzled. Zhou Tingting whispered to Lin Hao, fellow Taoist Lin has recently become the center of attention in the cultivation world. You've disguised yourself as a wanted man in the cultivation world, leaving many cultivators stranded in Rong City looking for you. What does that mean? Hearing the words wanted criminal made Lin Hao's heart very unhappy. Is that enforcer up to no good again? Hadn't he already sent all the masters to their jail? Thinking of Zhang Daoling is still locked inside the cell to suffer. Lin Hao's heart cannot help but produce a deep guilt to the heart-seized pain. Master's kindness could never be repaid by Lin Hao in his entire life. He decided that just for a few days, even if he was busy, he would visit the prison. Bring some delicious food over to Zhang Daoling. Zhou Tingting stuck her head over, slightly wrinkled her eyebrows, and her delicate little mouth coated in light red lipstick came close to Lin Hao's ear and said, all of us have been counted by the top echelons of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. What the hell is going on? Tell me straight. Lin Hao asked eagerly. That book you learned, the Silver Silk Thunder Method, is a giant pit. This thunder law was originally thought to be just difficult to cultivate, but what was not expected was that so far, no one had ever succeeded in cultivating it, including the bigwigs of the Buddhist-Taoist alliance. Even such heavenly minds as Zhao Danxia, the head of Longhu Mountain, and Shi Yongchang, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, were unable to penetrate the silver silk thunder method. They speculate that it hides another mode of cultivation. Hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils contracted and he reacted instantly. The Buddhist and Taoist alliance was actually setting themselves up. He had already guessed Zhou Tingting's words behind him. As he thought, one of the purposes of this Huanglongxi Ancient City Ghost Expelling Youth Tournament was to select an outstanding young man to attend the Silver Silk Thunder method. Whoever learned this gong method would attract the attention of the Buddha-Dao Alliance and the cultivation world. Lin Hao happened to hit the knife's edge. The senior members of their Buddhist Dao Alliance are at least highly respected and elevated people. For them to count on me like this is too shameless, isn't it? Lin Hao's impression of the Buddhist Dao Alliance fell to the bottom. Do they still dare to come and take me back to Slice and study me? Chapter 136 Moral Abduction. Lin Hao's face sank. The demon in his heart showed its ferocious appearance. And according to the realm divided by the Taoist sect, he already belonged to the founder's realm. However, Lin Hao was confident that he could hang on to all Fengshui realm cultivators. If the Buddhist Dao Alliance really wanted to be that shameless, then Lin Hao wasn't afraid to have a fish out of water fight with them. Zhou Tingting shook her head. Taking you back for slicing is not so graphic. It's just that the news of you learning the Silver Silk Thunder method has already spread throughout the cultivation world, and it won't be long before you're pestered by countless people. They have only one purpose, and that is to share the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method. When Zhou Tingting spoke to this extent, things were already clear. The people from the cultivation world were stranded in Rongqing, and they were only trying to force Lin Hao to share his cultivation methods. From there, the top echelons of the Buddhist Dao Alliance would also be the first to know. The Buddha-Taoist Alliance was using a young scheme, squarely lassoing out Lin Hao's cultivation method for the Silver Silk Thunder method. I am aware of this matter. Thank you for the reminder. Fellow Taoist Zhou, it's fine. Just eat. The food is already served. Okay, let's eat. The two men each began to work on the hot pot. For his part, Lin Hao secretly sighed. It seemed that he was not only incompatible with the Buddhist and Taoist alliance, but now he was even on the opposite side of the cultivation world. The rise of his own cultivation and the rise of the Qingqing sect was imminent. At this point in Lin Hao's life, he remembered the heavenly rhythm body that his wife, Xia Cheng, had once mentioned. The vegetarian body woman could help Lin Hao increase his cultivation speed, but it was only at a faster rate. The heavenly rhythm body woman, on the other hand, could substantially purify his true essence, doubled his strength, if not more. Lin Hao began to get into a tangle. Forget it. After Xia Cheng and Xia Gang finished their transmigration, then let Xia Qing explore the situation of that heavenly rhythm body woman. Sure. It would be nice if aces were voracious gold diggers. Then he himself can use money to smash this woman into unconsciousness. That way, he won't feel guilty. But can a gold-digging woman leave a precious rounding behind? It's a paradox. Lin Hao picked up his chopsticks and chucked a large, thinly sliced slice of waste into the hot pot for 9 seconds. The cashew slices become very appetizing when they come out of the pan. Lin Hao stuffed his mouth with the cashew slices dipped in dry ingredients. Such a delicacy. But it didn't let the delirious Lin Hao taste it. Zhou Tingting didn't disturb Lin Hao when she saw him thinking. To be honest, even Zhou Tingting was curious as to how exactly Lin Hao had practiced the Silver Silk Thunder method. The content of the Silver Silk Thunder law was not rare for the top echelons of the Buddhist Dao Alliance. Almost everyone in the Buddhist Dao Alliance had read this gong method and even recited it backwards. Zhou Tingting also found the leader of the Shangqing Palace and read the contents of the Silver Silk Thunder method. She also tried to cultivate it a few times and was unable to cultivate it at all. This gong method, everyone knew it was good, but it just couldn't be cultivated. By saying these things to Lin Hao today, she could easily make Lin Hao misunderstand that her purpose was also to detect Lin Hao's secrets. So Zhou Tingting consciously stopped mentioning this topic. Avoid saying too much and causing Lin Hao to misunderstand. By coincidence, just as Lin Hao and Zhou Tingting were dining, 2 young men walked inside the restaurant. As cultivators, Lin Hao and Zhou Tingting could tell at a glance that these 2 young men, too, were cultivators. Their purpose was clear. They were here for Lin Hao. The 2 young men were dressed no differently than ordinary people, and no sect could be seen. The arrival of these 2 did not attract the attention of the other diners inside the restaurant. Lin Hao gazed at Zhou Tingting, who also shook her head, stating that she hadn't seen it. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, my surname is Huang. You can just call me Taoist Huang. This person over here by my side is named Fong. Taoist Huang smiled and took the initiative. The one surnamed Fong wore a duck-tongued hat, but the front and back of his forehead were bare, so he should be a monk. The monk surnamed Fong nodded slightly toward Lin Hao in greeting. This one monk is another classic combination of the Buddha Taoist alliance. What is it that you seek of me? Stretching out his hand, Lin Hao knew that the other party was coming from a bad place, but he also showed the culmination that he should have. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, we've come to discuss something with you. We'd like to ask you to publicize the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method. Of course, we won't treat you poorly either. As long as you make requests, we'll try to fulfill them. What sect do you come from? Lin Hao didn't make an immediate reply. That yellow Taoist smiled and explained. We are not representing a certain sect or faction this time, nor are we representing the Buddha Taoist alliance. We are negotiating with you on behalf of the entire cultivation world this time. Oh, what can you do if I don't accept to negotiate? Lin Hao said nonchalantly. Fellow Taoist Lin is joking. If fellow Taoist Lin doesn't want to give it, we won't do anything to fellow Taoist Lin. This is because we believe that you, Taoist Lin, as a member of the cultivation community, and also because your teacher, the Qingqing sect, is one of the members of the Buddha Taoist alliance. Fellow Taoist Lin will definitely be selfless and tell everyone about the cultivation method for the sake of the progress of the human cultivation world. The other thing is that our negotiation process this time around is taking the form of a live broadcast. Taoist Huang pointed to the GoPro he was carrying. All of our conversations will be broadcast live on the official app of the Buddha Road Alliance. Yes, this is our live room, and there are currently over 20,000 people online. That monk Fong also tapped on the app at the right time and took out his cell phone holder, aiming the live streaming screen at Lin Hao, Zhou Tingting, and both of them all out of the picture. GoPro plus the phone's own lens to live stream and record video of this negotiation process from all angles. This side of someone to open live broadcast. The restaurant in the dining room diners or a lot of people will cast a curious gaze. Ha! Lin Hao couldn't help but sneer. He had seen the GoPro on the ground at the chest of these two before, and he had thought that these two would at least consult him before turning on the video. Who knew that these two guys had absolutely no sense of respect for other people's privacy and went straight to air? How is this a serious negotiation? Obviously, he's eating him up. These two were prepared to stand on the moral high ground and morally kidnap Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled. In his previous life, Lin Hao had heard the saying, as long as I don't have morals, there's no way you can morally kidnap me. Originally, Lin Hao didn't have a good feeling about the so-called Buddhist Taoist alliance, and since this was the case, what was the point of talking about morality? Lin Hao turned his gaze to the live cell phone. There are already countless people on their phones posting pop-ups. The viewers of this live broadcast took the form of anonymity, and Lin Hao didn't know who had sent each of the pop-ups. That Lin Hao, I advise you to be sensible and hurry up and give to publish the Silver Silk Thunder method cultivation method. Nuts. Looking at Lin Hao's dead fish-like expression, it feels like this guy isn't a selfless person. Most likely he didn't release the cultivation method to us so easily. Chapter 137, you guys are really disgusting. I heard that after this Lin Hao learned the Silver Silk Thunder technique, he could challenge over the levels, and that law enforcement captain Deng Gangi was beaten by him to the point where he was ting and pissing all over the place with one move, and now he's all still laying half dead on his bed. Scary. Is he that powerful? Didn't they say that Lin Hao was only an early-stage Taoist apprentice? How can he beat Deng Gangi, who's already a late-stage founder? Isn't that funny? I don't believe a finger of what you guys are saying. It's true. Deng Gangi has been in pain for the past few days and has been screaming for his mom every day. It's already half paralyzed. Asterisk. I'm Deng Gangi. How come I didn't know that I'm already half paralyzed? Who is spreading rumors? Come out to me. Ah, real Deng Gangi is here. Come on. Fake. Deng Gangi's grave grass is now 2 meters high. There are pictures and the truth. Too bad I can't post pictures here. Che, so what if Lin Hao is even more powerful? There are so many of us. One of us can drown him with a single spit. There's no need to be so troublesome. I'm in the realm of a real person. And if he, Lin Hao, doesn't announce the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method today, I'll be able to hold him down with a single finger. Wow. Big brother. There's actually a real person realm Big Brother entering the live broadcast room. What an honor. Silly bee. You listen to him blow. You believe he is a real person. You might as well believe I am a god. Can you guys have some face? How can you guys take it for granted and ask people to publicize the cultivation methods that Lin Hao researched on his own like this? Right. It's his own business whether he announces it or not. What makes you guys force him so much that he must announce it? What are you guys? I've decided to support Lin Hao. Lin Hao. I'm with you too. Don't announce your cultivation method. It's all a bunch of white-eyed wolves. It's not worth it. Grass. Who they are those upstairs? If you have the guts to give me your IDs, let's see if I don't beat you backstabbers to death. The live streaming room went numb, most of them speaking viciously and aggressively, demanding that Lin Hao must publish the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method. but there were also many people who supported Lin Hao. The wave of people who supported Lin Hao were most likely the same wave of people who had been rescued by Lin Hao from inside the ancient city of Huanglongxi that day. Lin Hao looked at the pop-ups inside the screen, and he suddenly had a steady state of mind. Ahem. Yuck. He snapped at the live camera and spat. The spit was glued directly onto the lens, and the inside of the video immediately became blurry. Damn. That's disgusting. After spitting, Lin Hao picked up the lemonade inside the glass and took a sharp gulp to suppress the evil feeling in his heart. Taoist Huang and Monk Fong's faces changed when they saw this. This live broadcast was not just a group of mouthy low-ranking disciples. There were also the leaders of the Buddha Dao Alliance, all of whom were watching the live broadcast. Lin Hao was in big trouble with this spit. He rushed over in terror and wiped the spit right off with his hand. I'm sorry, fellow Posey families, just now. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao suffered a sudden attack of malady and sneezed, gumming up the camera. This yellow Taoist priest reacted quickly and instantly found a reason to give everyone a leg up. But Lin Hao broke Fong Taoist apart and spoke to the screen. No need to be sorry. I just spit at you guys specifically because you're really disgusting and I just couldn't help it. Once Lin Hao's words came out, the live broadcast room instantly exploded, with all kinds of angry curses coming out all over the place, and pop-up screen after pop-up screen, almost bursting the cell phone screen. Lin Hao didn't get angry at the pop-up insults, but instead smiled slightly at the camera and said, if you guys don't feel good in your hearts, go ahead and curse. It's not like I can hear you anyway, and even if I do, I won't change. When he finished, he turned his head and leisurely started shabu-shabu. Jotingting's jaw dropped at Lin Hao's tawdry maneuver just now, her mouth wide open, her eyes wide open, and after half a day, she still couldn't react to the fact that Lin Hao would actually do that. This insulting action could be said to have offended all the people in the cultivation world at once. Of course, those cultivators who were already favorably disposed towards Lin Hao wouldn't be affected. And it was obvious to them that Lin Hao was targeting the cultivator who had mouthed off earlier. They even feel good about it. That's all it takes to unnerve an anchor. Those black fans who had angrily disliked him just now must have been so disgusted by Lin Hao's mouthful of phlegm that they were going to spit out their overnight meal. The monk Fong on the side did not react as fast as Taoist Huang, and he stood there directly dumbfounded. Is he, Lin Hao, really not afraid of death? How dare he offend the entire cultivation world? There could be bigwigs from all the sects here. These bigwigs. With a single random strike, Lin Hao would have to be reduced to ashes. It's so newborn and uninformed. Lin Hao's spitting at the live crowd was also seen by many diners at the restaurant. There were diners on the spot who were so sickened by it that they vomited. They felt that Lin Hao was too uneducated and unqualified as a person. All of these people were casting disgusted looks at Lin Hao. Fellow Taoist Lin, let's get back to business. Taoist Huang gathered himself together and formally began to negotiate with Lin Hao. Say what you have to say quickly. Don't delay my hot pot. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, as the saying goes, technology has no borders, and this saying also applies to the cultivation world. Cultivation also has no boundaries, and it is a blessing for the cultivation world that you have explored a path that allows you to cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder method. If you publicize this cultivation path, then it will allow all cultivators to progress together. I think all cultivators will remember your goodness and set up an immortal monument for you for all eternity. After this speech, it made the diners inside the restaurant understand. No wonder the exaggerated behavior of this young man spitting at the live screen was displayed. Turns out these guys are making a web series. They all gave a thumbs up to Taoist Huang and Lin Hao and the others, feeling that this section of the plot was set up well, and that Taoist Huang in particular was acting online. The emotions and expressions are spot on. This acting skill, compared to those fresh meat, I don't know how many times higher. They decided to come and ask Lin Hao what the name of this web series of theirs was and on which platform it would be aired after the scene was over in a moment. The yellow Taoist paused for a few seconds after this passage. So Lin Hao asked, finished? That's all for now. So is fellow Taoist Lin Hao agreeing to announce the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method? Disagree. Fellow Taoist Lin, don't you want to be sung by everyone? Don't want to. Don't you want to be the founder of a lineage? Don't want to. Don't you want to be admired and respected by all? Don't want to. Snap. Some diners on the scene couldn't help but slap. This protagonist has personality and a temper. Yeah, that's the kind of protagonist we want. That's the kind of drama we want to watch. Can't give it. Resolutely can't give the secret book to these two bad guys. If the writers dare to compromise the protagonist and give the secret book, I will always be your drama hack. Some people were so excited to see it that they couldn't help but stand up and comment on it. Everyone clapped along, thinking that Lin Hao had a good persona as the protagonist. These diners helped Lin Hao sing against them, which caused Taoist Huang and Monk Fong to blacken their faces. Zhou Tingting then covered her mouth and giggled. Lin Hao was so oily that it made Taoist Huang's expression become even more grave. That square monk's brow furrowed and he said with a dark face, "Fellow Taoist Lin, now that the live broadcast has reached over 40,000 people, almost half of the cultivators in the cultivation world are waiting for you to take a stand. Is this how you treat everyone's expectations?" Chapter 138, Bet you don't dare to cast a spell. Oh, right, karma. Now that the cultivation world is watching the live broadcast, then shouldn't I use this opportunity to make an example of me? Tell those in the cultivation world who covet my gongfu that they have only one outcome. Lin Hao slowly turned his head to face the live streaming screen, revealing a playful, evil smile. Hearing Lin Hao's remark, Monk Fong raised an eyebrow and picked up. What results? The result is death. You. Monk Fong and Taoist Huang sniffed and jerked back. Lin Hao, what exactly do you mean by that? Are you going to get your hands dirty and kill people in front of ordinary people? Don't you know that casting a spell in front of ordinary people will result in the caster being hunted to death by the Buddhist Tao Alliance enforcers? Aren't you afraid to die? It wasn't just Monk Fong and Taoist Huang who hadn't expected Lin Hao to be so bold. Even the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't believe that Lin Hao would say such words. This is to defy everyone in the cultivation world. Damn. Is this guy Lin Hao really going to become a public enemy of the cultivation world? I watched as none of the Qingqing sects were any good. The head of the Qingqing sect was an old lecher who was caught whoring. Lin Hao's eldest senior brother is brainless and often moves to beat people up. And this Lin Hao is arrogant to the core. The Qingqing sect has long since become abusive in the cultivation world. During the Buddhist Taoist Alliance conference, they proposed that people and ghosts should live in harmony. Harmony, his sister. Can there be harmony with ghosts? Some of you still don't know that this Lin Hao has a female ghost for a wife. I've heard about it too. They held a human-ghost meditative marriage at the Huanglongxi Ancient City Award ceremony. It's just audacious to the extreme. Wow. I'd like to think that Rinho Taoist is loving. So romantic. Ghosts are actually very cute. I want to marry a ghost as my wife. You're brain dead, aren't you? The gender imbalance is so serious nowadays. I'm almost 50 years old and still haven't got a wife. And you actually want to marry a ghost? Upstairs, don't have a gag. This Lin Hao is now not only not disclosing the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method, he's also threatening to make an example out of us, warning us that if we dare to even think of touching him, he'll let us die. This is too arrogant. I'll bet 100 chili fries that Lin Hao wouldn't dare to use his Dao magic in front of ordinary people. It's no joke. Once you use your Dao magic in public, you'll all be hunted down by the enforcers. The kind that won't stop until you're dead. I also agree with what's said upstairs. Lin Hao is also just a mouthpiece. What kind of backbone does he have in the Qingqing sect to be an enemy of the cultivation world? Unless he doesn't want to live anymore. Rumble. Just when everyone thought Lin Hao was just talking out of his ass, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the restaurant. The lightning split in two in the air, forming a crooked human shape. Lightning's two tentacles landed straight on top of the heads of Taoist Huang and Monk Fong. In that moment, the two men stood there like wooden chickens without moving. Then the skin on the face was burned. Some of it was even charred and appeared dark black. And there was also blood seeping out of the face. Snap! The two men collapsed on the ground gasping for air in great pain. They looked at Lin Hao incredulously. Fear in their eyes. Lin Hao actually did attack them with exaggerated lightning in public at the drop of a hat. It was good that they were cultivators. And this lightning didn't kill them on the spot. At the same time, it was also a result of Lin Hao leaving room for maneuver. But even that was enough to put them in the hospital for months. The live broadcast room even blew up straight away. They had seen arrogant ones, but they hadn't seen one as arrogant as Lin Hao. Even if they were to manifest themselves in front of people, it would have to be done secretly. Lin Hao, on the other hand, acted as if he were tens of thousands of spectators, and used his spells right in the middle of the crowd in a direct and explicit manner. Zhou Tingting also stood up in shock. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized that Taoist Huang and Monk Fong's lives were not in danger. Holy, what kind of crew is this? How did they draw the lightning down? This is too high-tech. People rely on post-production, but they create lightning for real, and they take it with their bodies. Look at those two injured people. They're all hurt like this, and they still have very good expressions. They're really too dedicated. The diners inside the restaurant also stood up in shock, and many of them wanted to rush over to help save the injured. Should I call an ambulance? Don't mess up. People are risking their lives to artificially create thunder and lightning. If you call an ambulance at this time, won't you make them lose their efforts? Don't panic everyone. It's time to eat. We are also one of the mass actors now. Don't let too much out of the picture. Clamor for attention and affect the shooting effect. The group of diners were shocked by Lin Hao's thunder and lightning while at the same time feeling great admiration for Lin Hao, the yellow Taoist Monk Fong and their dedication. It's rare to see a work of conscience shot with such desperation. Meh, junk stuff. With this strength, you dare to represent the Buddha Dao Alliance to negotiate with me. Lin Hao passed with a thunderbolt, and these two guys directly lost their ability to resist, and Lin Hao became soporific. Lin Hao looked at the live screen again. Inside the screen was already all kinds of crusades, all kinds of anger, all kinds of threats. Everyone formed a unanimous opinion that Lin Hao should be listed as a villain in the cultivation world and be wanted on the entire net. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tingting hurriedly stood in front of the live camera. Fellow Taoists, please be understanding of Lin Hao. Lin Hao penetrated the silver silk thunder technique in a single night. As a genius, he also has the arrogance of a genius. You guys come to force Lin Hao to hand over the technique at the drop of a hat. Do you think that's right? If everyone still wants the cultivation method of the silver silk thunder method, I suggest that you calmly communicate with Lin Hao, and don't move to list Lin Hao as a wanted criminal and shout for him to be killed. Lin Hao, you also talk nicely to your fellow Taoists. People have impulsive moments. You did act impulsively just now. It's a good thing what you just did didn't shock the onlookers. They just took it as our artificially created lightning. This is not a big enough impact to matter. The law enforcement team and the Taoists won't count. Zhou Tingting tried his best to explain for Lin Hao, and every sentence was sensible and reasonable, and could really wipe out Lin Hao's pre-personal manifestation of sainthood just now. It must be said that Zhou Tingting is very good at crisis response, and the onlookers on the sidelines were amused by Zhou Tingting. Ha ha, your acting skills are truly unbelievable. You guys described the artificial lightning as a spell cast by this protagonist called Lin Hao, and if people who didn't know the cause and effect, they would really take it seriously. That's right. I even specifically opened my phone and searched for your live room that claims to have tens of thousands of people, but I couldn't find it. You're so great, acting out so many psychological scenes to a cell phone. Little girl, it's not that we want to interrupt your acting, but you're so good at it that you can't help but pick up on it. If this little brother really knows spells, then could you have him throw that bolt of lightning at me as well, and see if I'll be electrocuted to a crisp by you guys. Ha 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 ha. There was a ha ha of happy laughter. Chapter 139, Pride Gone Too Far. Lin Hao, on the other hand, stared at the guy looking for abuse and shook his head. He sighed in his mind. Man, if you don't die, you won't die. Luckily you met me. If it was some other evil cultivator or something, you'd really be a charcoal. Zhou Tingting was not in the mood to reply to the words of these onlookers, nor did she want to bother. She extremely anxiously pulled Lin Hao back to the live camera with a plea. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, can you stop being stubborn? If you don't think of yourself, you should think of that ghost wife of yours. If you insist on destroying the red line of the cultivation world and are classified as a tumor in the cultivation world, do you think you'll still be able to properly stay with your ghost wife for a long time? Zhou Tingting was genuinely worried about Lin Hao. This little brother took a ghost as his wife? I'll go. Looking at the worried look on this girl's face, I really doubt that they're not acting, but it's the real thing. How can it be real? Have you ever seen a ghost? That's what people eat. So of course their acting skills are professional. Otherwise do you really think just anyone can be an actor? Oh, like I've really never seen a ghost, but I've often heard of people encountering ghosts. I wonder if it's true. False. If ghosts really existed, I'd die right away and become a ghost. After becoming a ghost, I can eat and drink nothing, not to mention not having to work to pay the mortgage. How free and easy. Once again, Zhou Tingting's acting skills made for a lively discussion. Although Zhou Tingting was so anxious, Lin Hao didn't care as he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I'm sure my fellow Taoists in the cultivation world will forgive me." He had a plan and was very confident. This look made the cultivators watching the live broadcast so angry that they couldn't wait to drill out of the screen and come over to hammer Lin Hao to death. Oh shucks, who the hell forgives you? With your attitude, you want us to forgive you. Dream on. Really, are all the people in this Qingqing sect jealous and narcissistic? Where did he get the courage to say that we will surely forgive him? Using spells in public, touching the red line of the Buddhist-Taoist alliance, and rubbing the rules of our cultivation world on the ground as well. Goodbye, Lin Hao. You can really go be a ghost. He doesn't realize how much these actions he just took will affect ordinary people. It's just like what that onlooker just said. If they all knew that ghosts existed in this world, then if everyone ran into the slightest frustration and ran off to commit suicide to become a ghost, wouldn't the world be in chaos? So yeah, everyone must hold this red line, or else the world will simply collapse. Yes, this Lin Hao's behavior is so bad that he must be severely punished. Like he said, kill the chicken to make an example of the monkey. The live feeds are all in an uproar. Everyone was in favor of it, punishing Lin Hao severely. Even the group that had always supported Lin Hao was silent. It was a good thing that Lin Hao's mobilization of 100,000 ghost clans to search for people in Rongqing had been quietly suppressed by the Buddha Taoist alliance. Moreover, at that time, The cultivators of the cultivation world were all in the Huanglongxi ancient city, and very few of them knew about it that night. Even if you learn some of it later, it's happened and over. So the incident didn't attract much attention. Lin Hao had done something extremely bad with such an impact as letting 10,000 ghosts invade the city, and the Buddha Road Alliance was acting as if they had a grudge against Lin Hao. But, in the end, only a symbolic arrest of Zhang Daoling was made. The rest were quietly suppressed. For the first time, the Buddhist Tao Alliance didn't really hold Lin Hao accountable for this either. Lin Hao felt that this matter was rather bizarre when he combined it with the tough attitude of the Buddha Taoist Alliance towards manifesting sainthood in front of people. The more you fear something, the more it comes. Someone sent a pop-up on the live stream. I have a big melon here. Want to eat it? You've damn well said so. Do we still have to refuse? If you have something to say, say it. If you have a fart, hurry up and don't influence me to spray this Lin Hao to death. Ha ha. Do you all remember what happened in Roncheng the night the Huanglongxi Ancient City Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament ended? Upstairs. Are you talking about that night when 10,000 ghosts invaded Roncheng? Yes, that's the thing. I heard that the more than 100,000 ghosts were recruited by this Qingcheng sex Lin Hao. Really? This Lin Hao even did this kind of hurtful thing? Ha ha. Don't take it seriously everyone. It's just gossip. It should be true. I was just watching the discussion inside the pop-up screen about Lin Hao having a conflict with the enforcer and injuring him. By the way, is that law enforcement Captain Tang Gangi here? Come out and say a few words? What exactly is the reason for the conflict? I have a feeling it's a fake. Why did this Lin Hao invite 100,000 ghosts to invade Roncheng for no reason? Is there anyone in the know? Come out and explain. I think I know a little bit about it. I heard it was to save a woman. No way? For a woman? What kind of woman is she? Could it be a great beauty like the one who pours out of the country? It's actually worth making Lin Hao commit a heinous crime to save her. Ha ha, I guessed. You're a woman, aren't you? And a love brain. He, you guessed it right. I'm love brain. Does any little brother like love brain girls? The kind of girl who is very tolerable. Crawl away. Don't interfere with the discussion of business. I'd argue that it's impossible. If Lin Hao had really done such a thing, he'd have been exterminated by the enforcers long ago. But the fact that he's now standing inside the video unharmed proves that you guys are talking nonsense. Who's talking nonsense? To tell you the truth, I'm the legendary jailer of Shudao Mountain, and Lin Hao's master, the head of the Qingqing sect, is still being held here by us. In the final analysis, Lin Hao might be a mole for the Ghost Clan. This time it's better to kill him by mistake than to let him go. This man was quite smart. He only said laboring Shudao Mountain and did not say Ame Mountain, because he was also afraid of being known where he was, and then get in trouble. The live broadcasts had been discussing Lin Hao's evil deeds, and the half-truths and half-false gossip had caused Lin Hao's reputation to plummet. Almost everyone was shouting at Lin Hao. In this situation, Lin Hao was actually very confident that the cultivation community would forgive him for injuring people with spells in front of ordinary people. This does seem like a fool's errand. Zhou Tingting was going crazy from Lin Hao. She racked her brain to help Lin Hao ease the cultivation world's impression of him. But this Lin Hao not only didn't cooperate, but instead, he was still high and mighty. Who can forgive him for that? Zhou Tingting didn't even know how to describe Lin Hao. Perhaps it was because Lin Hao really didn't care what the cultivation world thought of him. Lin Hao was still a bit too arrogant. If you are more powerful, if you lose the support of the masses and are treated as an enemy by the masses, that's ultimately the way to take your life. It was at this time that Lin Hao adjusted the lens and aimed it at himself. Chapter 140, at this time, you can't reach me. Fellow Taoists, do you want the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method? If you learn the Silver Silk Thunder technique, you will be able to be like me, killing people on sight, destroying ghosts on sight, challenging them over the levels, and riding masters in defiance of their ancestors. Lin Hao slightly brought a smile to the camera and said something that made everyone go crazy. Wow! As soon as Lin Hao said this, a large portion of the pop-ups on the live screen instantly went missing. Everyone held their breath. They speculated. Could it be that Lin Hao was going to use the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method in exchange for their forgiveness? This is definitely feasible. Although this guy Lin Hao spoke and did things in an exasperating manner and did not put people in his eyes, but he's really strong. It's there for all to see. Just a moment ago, Lin Hao had crushed two people with a single bolt of lightning, and both of them were at the founder stage. In particular, that day in Huanglongxi Ancient City, a full 500 people had seen Lin Hao dashingly strolling through the ghost wind wall like a sword fairy. After coming out of the ancient city of Huanglongxi, these 500 people returned to the cultivation world, all boasting about Lin Hao's skills, and some of them even bragged about Lin Hao's exploits to the gods. But the human heart is just greedy. And there are no people in the cultivation world who are truly happy for others to become stronger. While they were shocked, the vast majority of them were jealous of Lin Hao's strength. All of them hated to kill people and turn themselves into Lin Hao. Later on, Lin Hao practiced the Silver Silk Thunder technique again overnight, which made everyone's eyes red. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, I forgive you. Quickly tell me the cultivation method. I'll back you up. Lin Hao today. I don't blame you. We're all cultivators. And being rich is not like returning home like a brocade coat at night. It's inevitable for all individuals to want to put on a show in front of the general public. And we can understand all of that. Besides, all these ordinary people misunderstood that you were acting, which makes it very easy to explain to the outside world that the equivalent is that you didn't cast the spell in public. Upstairs, what are you talking about? Lin Didi didn't even manifest himself in front of anyone. The yellow Taoist and Monk Fong themselves were greedy and touched the wires, and were electrocuted and blamed us for Lin Didi. Papa Lin Hao, if you can really tell us how to cultivate, you'll be our Dao ancestor. Yes, what pushes Zhang Daoling? What pushes Zhang Liquan? What pushes Wang Chongyang? I won't worship any of them. I'll go back and tear down their idols, put on Lin Dida's picture, and kneel down in the morning and in the evening. Grandpa Lin Hao, I'm begging you. I'll call you Grandpa. Just give me the cultivation method. I'm really desperate for a boost. My girlfriend has been plundered by evil men. I'm going to save her. Any later and she'll give birth to someone else. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Upstairs, do you want face? How dare you take advantage of me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. People call Lin Hao Grandpa. You call Lin Hao Dad. You're the one taking advantage of him. Do I have a son? I really have a son. Damn it. Those who don't have enough intelligence should stop talking. Let me kowtow to Lin Hao a few times. I'm willing to lower myself for the benefit of my family. Ancestor Lin Hao, please grant me the method of cultivation. This group of cultivators who swiped the live broadcast, relying on the fact that it was an anonymous viewing mode, spoke recklessly and without any sense of propriety. They changed their faces faster than women. 1 second he was beating and killing Lin Hao, and the next he was calling his father, grandfather, and Taoist ancestor. This group of people had directly refreshed the lower limit of Lin Hao's knowledge of cultivators in order to obtain the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method. This group of people, usually in reality, are all moralistic, and a life and death duel is possible for the sake of a little dignity. But on the internet, hiding in dark corners where no one else is, their dark side is on display. For the sake of some benefits, they can give up even the most basic dignity. Looking at the exaggerated pop-ups that kept refreshing on the screen, Zhou Tingting couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and looked more closely to make sure that what she was just seeing was the truth. They are cultivators at least. How can they be so bottomless? Isn't it just a copy of the Silver Silk Thunder method? In the past, when everyone didn't know how, no one paid attention and it didn't affect their daily practice. Why did everyone have to beg Lin Hao to give them the technique like this? Without dignity? Over there, when Taoist Huang and Monk Fong heard that Lin Hao was going to announce the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder technique, they immediately stopped their cries of pain, their eyes glowing with excitement as they gazed and perked up their ears, making sure to listen to every word Lin Hao was going to say next. If Lin Hao was willing to announce the cultivation method, then they could forgive Lin Hao for hurting himself with his hands just now. Even, they think that the wounds they have received are worthwhile, even honorable. Not only had they personally experienced the power of the Silver Silk Thunder method, but they had also allowed Lin Hao to fall into the hands of the crowd as a result. If Lin Hao wanted the crowd to be indifferent to his manifestation of sainthood in front of people, then he had to hand over the cultivation method. Otherwise, everyone could have sensibly and reasonably ganged up on Lin Hao. Lin Hao was willing to hand over the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method, and they felt like they were taking credit for it. They would also become a credit to the cultivation world for this and be honored by all cultivators. Taoist Huang and Monk Fong were trembling with excitement, just waiting for Lin Hao to announce the cultivation method. Lin Hao looked at the exaggerated pop-up sent out on the live screen, and he laughed and laughed. Regardless of the previous life, or this world, all people are the same. Profit comes first. This was the reason why he dared to spit at these cultivators, and this was also the reason why he dared to injure people with his lightning method in public at the drop of a hat. Lin Hao believed that as long as he was willing to release the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method, they would unconditionally forgive him for all his faults. Fellow Taoists, I've seen your sincerity. I'm willing to publicize the cultivation method of the Silver Silk Thunder method, but on one condition. What conditions? Don't worry, as long as it can be done, I can assure you on behalf of the cultivation community that it will be fulfilled. Not only was there a lot of tension on the live pop-ups, but Taoist Yellow and Monk Fawn also trembled as they gave their assurances. That condition is to join my Qingqing sect. Of course, it's not that I'm making things difficult for you, but you can only learn the Silver Silk Thunder technique if you've practiced our Qingqing sect's basic mind technique, the Qingqing mind technique. Otherwise, if you learn it hastily, you either won't learn it or you'll explode and die. As Lin Hao said these words, his expression became serious and his voice became grave. This couldn't help but leave all the people in the broadcast room stunned. They were cultivators by nature and could easily understand what Lin Hao was saying. Even more, it was only when Lin Hao said this that they felt that this was the correct way of thinking, indicating that Lin Hao was genuinely trying to impart his cultivation methods to them. Lin Hao asked them to join the Qingqing sect, and that was reasonable. After all, you had to learn the basic mind techniques of other people's sects. The teacher's legacy is a natural one. However, this request puts everyone in a difficult position. Almost everyone here has a division. Lin Hao was asking them to betray their division and join the Qingqing sect instead. This is treasonous. However, in the face of the Silver Silk Thunder method, which was able to drastically increase their strength, quite a few people began to have intentions in their hearts. Chapter 141 A Stinking Hard Rock. Soon enough, someone on the air spoke up. Damn, our South Sea sect was already dying like this, and now there are only a few people left. I'm not afraid to burst ID for everyone. I've decided to join the Qingqing sect and become a disciple of the Qingqing sect. Sect Master Lin, please accept my disciple's obeisance. The other master is Zheng Daoling. Bean, messing around without even getting the basic information. I authenticate my real name. I am Lian Yinghua, the eldest disciple of Kunlun Cave. I have decided to formally join the Qingqing sect. I ask for senior brother Lin's permission. My master hung up in the ghost exorcism youth competition, so I'll just join the Qingqing sect instead. I'm going too. Let's all build a group later and make a date to join the Qingqing sect. That who? I'll be Grass. I'm only Lian Yinghua, the eldest disciple of Kunlun Cave. When did I decide to join the Qingqing sect? You're ing with me, aren't you? Tell me which one of my enemies you are. Come out if you're a man. I'll fight you to the death. It's amazing that there are people on the air who take the opportunity to victimize former enemies. This tawdry operation simply brightened everyone's eyes. Lin Hao also cried and laughed as he watched. There were actually such people. Although the live broadcast was pandemonium, there were ultimately countless small sects that responded to Lin Hao and were willing to join the Qingqing sect. Just then, a pop-up screen was sent out from the live broadcast, grabbing everyone's heart at once. Lin Hao, may I ask, if we switch to practicing the Qingqing heart technique, will it cause our current cultivation level to return to zero? After this one pop-up was sent out, no one dared to spam messages anymore. They were afraid that this pop-up would be topped off. Lin Hao saw the pop-up and revealed a cruel yet impolite smile. This fellow Daoist asks a good question. As you said, changing to the Qingqing heart technique must be done by abolishing your current cultivation and starting from zero. Lin Hao's words were like a deep water bomb, dull and ferocious, shaking everyone to the core. Abolishing one's cultivation would be tantamount to these years, or even a dozen years, of hard work being wasted. The cost of this cultivation of the Silver Silk Thunder method was really a bit high. There was no longer anyone in the live broadcast room who could easily make a statement about joining the Qingqing sect. Actually, you guys don't have to be frustrated by this. When Lin Hao saw that the viewers of the live broadcast were silent, he cupped his right hand in a fist and raised it hard at them. Encouragingly, you have taken the initiative to abolish your cultivation. This is an explanation to your current sect and a way to protect yourselves. At the same time, you also have the spirit of putting your lives on the line as a result, and that means that you have a great future ahead of you. As long as you are willing to abolish your cultivation and join the Qingqing sect, only then will my Qingqing sect feel comfortable trusting you, and only then will I truly incorporate you into the sect and teach you my Qingqing sect's greatest art, the Qingqing heart technique. The Silver Silk Thunder method is just a spell. Everyone listen carefully. Oh, it's not a Taoist technique, but a spell. Casting spells require true essence, and our Qingqing heart technique is the only heart technique that is currently able to cultivate true element. So, do you guys understand now? What's truly important isn't the Silver Silk Thunder technique, but the Qingqing heart technique. To summarize, abandoning the ancient ways and embracing the newborn spells will never disappoint you. Well, that's all there is to say. Experience it for yourself. Those who don't understand are still hesitating. Those who do have already begun to act. By the way, if there are those who want to join the Qingqing sect, please pay attention to the Buddhadao Alliance app forum announcement. Our Qingqing sect is expanding, and we'll choose a day to officially recruit disciples and pass on the teachings of the sect. Guys, I've had my fill. Bye. After dropping this large part of his speech, Lin Hao directly got up and left his seat, going out the door. Only after Lin Hao disappeared did the live broadcast finish savoring the passage, and instantly, the live broadcast exploded. All sorts of discussions are going on. Meanwhile, on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Danxia's gaze left the live video, her expression stiffening. He thought for a moment and bellowed coldly at the door. Immediately arrange a clan meeting for me. All the heads of the halls need to attend. Yes, mastermind. At Zhao Danxia's command, the entire Longhu Mountain began to act, and they were also more active than ever before. When the meeting ended, the heads of the various halls summoned their subordinate disciples again, and they picked out the most loyal and trustworthy people to actively prepare to blend into the Qingqing sect. There is no shortage of gifted people among them. There were even cultivators who had already cultivated to the founder's realm, and he took the initiative to request that they mix into the Qingqing sect. They all made up their minds to give up their existing cultivation and start from scratch in order to obtain the Silver Silk Thunder method and for the Qingqing Heart method. After arranging all this, start making preparations in advance and wait quietly for the Qingqing sect to recruit. After the meeting just now, Zhao Danxia didn't leave the council hall. He left outer sect Deacon Xiao Fei behind. Deacon Xiao, how's the progress of the Lost Yellow Springs map incident I asked you to investigate? Back to sect master. After DNA comparisons, we found Wu Juniying's remains. His body should have been torn into minced flesh by the ghost wind wall, leaving behind only hard bones. How could he, the number one expert of the youth of Earth Dragon Tiger Mountain, be easily torn apart by the ghost wind wall? There must be a hidden agenda here, right? Yes, the palmistress guessed correctly. Xiao Fei looked grave and said, according to the forensic report, Wu Juniying suffered heavy blows from a blunt object before he was born, and his body was also pierced by a sharp sword. He was killed and then his flesh was destroyed by the ghost wind wall. So did you find out who did it? Investigations show that only Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect possesses the strength to kill Wu Juniying without a sound, and Lin Hao also has a sharp sword. More importantly, Lin Hao also had a motive to kill, and Lin Hao and Wu Juniying had extremely deep conflicts before the Ghost Exorcism Youth Tournament. Some of these characteristics are completely consistent with those possessed by Lin Hao, so we're certain that there's a 90% chance that Wu Juniying was killed by Lin Hao. Zhao Danxia listened to Xiao Fei's report and he nodded. He knew about the conflict between Wu Juniying and Lin Hao before. According to the character of the two men, it was quite normal for them to hate each other. In that case, it seems extremely likely that the Yellow Spring diagram was taken away by Lin Hao. Yes, Master Sect Leader. Should I immediately bring someone to bring Lin Hao back for severe torture? No. Zhao Danxia waved her hand. The Yellow Spring diagram is very important, but the mode of cultivation shown in the Silver Silk Thunder method is even more important. This Lin Hao is a stone inside the toilet. Smelly and hard. You can't necessarily get anything out of him even if you capture him. What's more, if you go and arrest Lin Hao now, you'll be opposed by everyone in the cultivation world, which isn't good. Why don't we just let Lin Hao get away with it for a few days, and let him recruit the Qingqing sect first, and teach the cultivation methods of the Qingqing Heart technique and the Silver Silk Thunder technique. Xiao Fei expressed his approval of Zhao Danxia's arrangement. Palmistress, how about this? Didn't we arrest Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling? Why don't I arrange for the steward over there to torture Zhang Daoling? Maybe we can have an unexpected gain and obtain the Qingqing Heart technique in advance. When Zhao Danxia heard Xiao Fei's suggestion, he frowned and thought for a moment before asking. That old man is greedy for money and sex. Haven't you guys been thinking from that aspect for the past few days? Chapter 142, Even the Old Can Ride the Sands. Tried to figure it out, but it didn't work. After that old man was imprisoned, he was like a different person, practicing with his eyes closed all day long. Food comes to eat. Water comes to drink. Even if you don't give food or water, he doesn't make a fuss. It's as if he could have been incapacitated. Also, anyone who goes to ask questions, all he does is That old man is cracking up the incarcerators with that attitude. That old man can actually refrain from eating and drinking. Really? Zhao Danxia was shocked. It's true. He's only had 2 meals since he was brought in. Could it be that Lin Hao was really taught by Zhang Daoling to be able to cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder method? I didn't realize that all these years, we've been ignoring this old man who pretends to be crazy. It's highly likely that it was taught by Zhang Daoling, that Lin Hao only began to show his true colors after worshipping the Qingqing sect. Then in that case, Zhang Daoling there, you find someone to force the issue. Just be careful not to reveal that it was us, Longhu Mountain. Who did it? Don't worry, Palmistress. I've got this one under control. On Mount Amei, behind a palace originally used for tourism, there is a small circular windowed room that is cross-blocked by arm's lengths of steel, leaving only 4 fist-sized holes for air circulation. Moonlight shone through the hollow and fell like a 4-hole copper coin. Inside the room, an old man sat cross-legged in a cultivation position, his expression bland and wooden, old monk-like without desire. At that moment, the cell room door opened and 4 masked men walked in. If one had cultivation, they would have realized that these 4 masked men were all cultivators of the founder stage. To deal with an old man at the Dao apprentice stage, to have such a big battle, this has never been the case before. Zhang Daoling, hand over your Qingqing heart technique. Zhang Daoling opened his eyes. There were eyeballs and whites inside his eyes, but they always gave off a deathly gray and lifeless look. The 4 men looked at each other, and the one who had just been there frowned and asked, what does that mean? Damn old man. Speak properly or don't blame me for disrespecting the elderly. The other masked man was short-tempered, his eyes spewing anger as he stared at Zhang Daoling, giving him one last chance. Old thing, are you really going to play dumb for me? I asked you to hand over the Qingqing heart technique. You don't understand, do you? Zhang Daoling still had a wooden expression and opened his mouth like a mute, only able to make a few variations of sounds. Your mom. Grass. The short-tempered masked man was furious on the spot. He jumped up and slapped Zhang Daoling in the face. Knock. Zhang Daoling was knocked to the ground by this slap, and blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Daoling slowly propped up his arms and reared up from the bed. After climbing up, he slowly sat down again with his legs crossed, maintaining his cultivation posture. This scene made these 4 people look dumbfounded. Why do I get the feeling this old man isn't afraid of pain? Strange indeed. There's something odd about this old man. Like a dummy. Let me see. One of the masked men walked up to Zhang Daoling and pinched Zhang Daoling's face, shaved his nose and pulled his ears. This old man is made of meat. How come he's not afraid of pain? It's also silly. Completely different from the lewd and cunning old man we saw before. Could it be that this old man is playing a trick on us? I feel the same way. How about giving him a little kick in the pants? Let's see if he can still fake it for us. Good. This old thing is a bit old and osteoporotic. Be careful not to beat him to death with internal injuries. Don't play dead. Hey, don't worry. Pop. One of the masked men flung his hand, and the leather whip made an ear-piercing hollow sound in the air. Meanwhile, in an express hotel in Rongcheng, a white-bearded old man and a beautiful woman were discussing things. This beauty was Zhang Daoling's sweetie. Little sweetheart was about to collapse inside, regretting agreeing to accompany this old man for a month. This old man doesn't live in 5-star hotels anymore, but in express hotels in order to save money. He also doesn't take himself out or go shopping, and spends most of his day indoors playing. Stingy as hell. If she hadn't come by plane, if the old man hadn't been so good at his job, and if there hadn't been a big final payment left to settle, she would have run away. While Zhang Daoling was getting excited, an alert came from his cell phone app. He picked up his cell phone and saw that it was an alert from the monitor he had hidden inside the puppet's body. The alarm indicates that someone has touched the golem's body. Sweetheart, hold on a second, I'll take care of something. Sweetie couldn't wait to get some rest. She lay limp on the bed, not wanting to move a muscle. Zhang Daoling looked at the video footage sent from the monitor inside the puppet's body. The scene was dimly lit and none of the house lights were on, causing it to be blurry, with only 4 black-clad, masked men visible. Zhang Daoling deflated his mouth, impatient, but had to deal with it. Who told him that he couldn't pass his puppetry? That puppet was equivalent to a dead thing, unable to act on its own, and could only repeat commands in accordance with previously set actions, much less be able to cope with a situation as complex as the present one. It's a good thing that Zhang Daoling is very smart and good at utilizing science. He then installed monitoring equipment inside the puppet's stomach, which could be viewed remotely at any time through the eyeballs, and at the same time, sound could be emitted remotely through the speaker at the throat. What are you doing? Zhang Daoling saw one of them raise his whip to whip his puppet, and he hurriedly squeezed his throat to make a fearful sound. Little sweetie heard this strange voice from Zhang Daoling and muttered under her breath without turning her head back. This awful old man is going to roleplay again. Ugh. Heartburn. Forget it, do whatever you want. Anyway, after this month is over and you get the money, you'll never contact him again. This voice of Zhang Daoling with fear was transmitted through the speaker at the puppet's throat to the prison. The 4 masked men were excited. Old thing. I thought you weren't afraid. Pretend again for me. Pretend again and I'll whip you to death. The puppet Zhang Daoling continued to respond in fear. Several masters. I didn't provoke you. Why are you torturing me? Hey. That's right. That's the life-hungry Zhang Daoling you had before. Old man. I know you're afraid of death and pain. And we're not perverts who have to torture you. As long as you honestly hand over the Qingqing heart technique, I'll spare you. Yes. We're not perverts. On the contrary, we're good old boys who respect the elderly. As long as you're obedient, not only will we not beat you, but instead we'll give you good food and drink and serve you comfortably. Chapter 143, Touching the Profession. Brothers, this chapter is a benefit, and I've been struggling with it for a long time, so I'd better put it out. What is the Qingqing heart technique? How come I don't know? Zhang Daoling was also confused, but he quickly reacted that it must be his genius disciple, Lin Hao, who had gotten into some kind of trouble and caused everyone's eyes to glaze over. Old thing, you're still going to act crazy with us, aren't you? You taught that Lin Hao all his skills. Do you really think we're cuties? Old uncultivated. Don't think that you can fool us just because your cultivation isn't high. You must have the true inheritance of the Qingqing sword immortal in your hands. Hurry up and bring it out for us. The masked man with the whip raised it again and flung a loud whip to threaten Zhang Daoling. Brother Ling, are you on the phone? Sweetie couldn't help but ask when she heard the sound of the phone. Ah, don't sneak up on me. Bad brother. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't hold me up, or I won't pay you the balance. Oh hoo. Sweetie blushed and hurriedly shut up. Ahem. Four lords, you've really misunderstood. I don't have the Qingqing sword immortal inheritance. Zhang Daoling hurriedly replied into his cell phone. On this side of the prison, the four masked men looked at each other. Why did I just hear a woman's voice? Yeah, hey, I heard that too. What's going on? Why is there a woman's voice inside this old man's throat? Zhang Daoling sniffed and hurriedly pinched his throat to turn into a female voice. Brothers, Luanjia is just scared and wants to use a girl's voice to make your heart soft. Brother, don't hit me. Not to mention, really not to mention, this Daoling learns this female voice is so feminine. Little sweetie almost spit out her overnight meal even hearing this voice. And those four masked men were also covered in goosebumps and had vicious chills all over their bodies. Old man, stop ing around and talk to me normally or I'm really going to smack you. I'll be damned. It's disgusting. Damn. This old man has itchy skin. You have to be treated for that. That masked man couldn't hold back any longer and raised a whip to whip on the puppet Zhang Daoling. The end of this whip brushed over and directly puppet Zhang Daoling's ears were knocked off. Red liquid slowly oozed out from where the ear had fallen, flowing down the puppet Zhang Daoling's cheek. But soon the blood stops flowing. If it was daytime, you would definitely notice the anomaly. Ah, pain, pain, pain. Don't hit me. It hurts. Zhang Daoling followed suit and pretended to cry out in pain. That exaggeratedly miserable scream that gripped the heart of those who heard it. Zhang Daoling was so into the scene that he subconsciously leaned forward with his body. This was a bitter experience for Sweetie, who couldn't help but make another noise. Brother, don't blame me. I can't help it. Don't dock me. Sugar hurriedly turned around and apologized softly. Zhang Daoling glared at her, signaling her to keep quiet. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this whip really this heavy? The ears are all lashed off. Are these ears fake? The masked man who cracked the whip himself didn't believe that his whip was that powerful. How can it be fake? How much did you smoke yourself? Don't you have a hard-on in your own psyche? Where are your morals when you abuse the elderly like this? Zhang Daoling shouted out in pain while chortling, fearing that the other party would go and check the authenticity of his ears. Elderly people are weak. It's normal for a whip to take off their ears. Another masked man relieved himself. Old man, if you don't want your other ear to be smoked off, you should honestly hand over the Qingqing heart technique. Hand it over earlier and suffer less. Then, that's fine. Can't I just leave it to you guys? Please don't hit me. I've been afraid of pain since I was a kid. Zhang Daoling pretended to give in. And that voice was unbearable to listen to. Ha ha. This trashy old man. He's really greedy for his life. He can't stand it after just one whip. Don't mock him. That's just the way he is. Just as long as he's willing to talk about it. Don't try to provoke him. Otherwise it backfires. Oh, I almost got carried away. Come on, old man. I won't hit you. That masked man was reminded by his companion and hastily curtailed his dejected expression. Alright, several masters. The Qingqing heart technique isn't a secret. I'll just give it to you. Zhang Daoling was actually on the verge of pretending. He also wanted to end this torture as soon as possible. He had more important people and important things waiting for him. Did you guys bring a pen and paper? No, but we have a recorder. So don't worry about it. Okay, you guys pay attention to the recording. Zhang Daoling was very cooperative. It is not just a piece of introductory heart method, which touches on the Taoist master, my specialty. Master Dao, I casually drafted a piece for you, to ensure that you do not have a decade or 8 years cannot judge the authenticity. Zhang Daoling then began to recite the gongfu that he had created in a stroke of genius as if it were a matter of fact. The four masked men were listening and understanding as they listened and got excited. All four of them tremblingly held their breaths, fearing that a small movement would interrupt Zhang Daoling's gong recording. Alright, the feat technique has been given to you in its entirety, so a few masters can let me go, right? Don't worry, we won't torture you. These four people were all very excited. Tonight was not a wasted run after all. If they could get the merit law, they would definitely be rewarded when they returned. Zhang Daoling cleared his throat, and then he began to make up the gong method word by word very smoothly in a proper manner. These four masked men were all cultivators, and their cultivation realm was not low, so they would know whether Zhang Daoling had told a lie or not as soon as they heard it. Zhang Daoling did not make any pauses as he recited the gongfu. To achieve this level of fluency, it would definitely require familiarity with memorizing ready-made feats. They were very sure that the gongfu that Zhang Daoling had given them was real. It's worthy of being the Qingcheng heart technique left behind by the Qingcheng sword immortal. It's really profound. This hasn't even begun to be practiced yet. Just listening to it gives one the feeling of being enlightened. Indeed, this gong method is simply too divine. My soul trembles as I listen to it. Thank you, Sect Master Zhang, for the virtue of passing on the merit, this favor. The four of us will definitely remember it forever. Senior, please accept our obeisance. These four people knelt down in unison. They were moved by Zhang Daoling's honesty. No harm done. You need not be. In fact, this Taoist master has long wanted to promote my Qingcheng sect's Qingcheng Xanfa, but you all underestimated my Qingcheng sect, and never looked at my sect with an unbecoming eye. I had no choice but to find a little cutie with average talent, Master Dao, disciple Lin Hao, and make him a benchmark, which has drawn your attention. So that's how it is. It's all my fault for being blind. It dawned on these four that this was the case. Well, now that you are able to discover the extraordinary nature of my Qingcheng heart technique, you are not too late, and there is still salvation. Go back and properly cultivate this Qingcheng heart technique. After Zhang Daoling finished passing on his gongfu, his aura changed drastically and his majesty showed itself. By the way, when you cultivate the Qingcheng heart technique, you must abolish your current technique first, or else you will explode and die if you cultivate directly. Yes, I've known about this condition for a long time. Your senior disciple Lin Hao said the same thing. Zhang Daoling's eyes rolled straight up when he heard this. It really is not a family, not a door. I didn't realize that my own disciple, Lin Hao, was also so lacking in virtue. What a good disciple. He's learned the essence of his master. In that case, after you learn the gongfu, your strength will increase drastically, but you must never do this for evil or act recklessly. You all stand down. The old Taoist is going to rest. Alright, thank you, Sect Master Zhang. We will definitely follow your teachings. Several people respectfully retired. Chapter 144. It's all the same with the lights off. The four masked men didn't dare to stop for a moment after they left Amei Mountain. He left on the spot on a private jet from Amei Airport. An hour later, several people appeared inside the secret room of Longhu Mountain. Inside the secret room, Zhao Danxia and Xiao Fei had long been waiting impatiently. Sect Master Zhao and Deacon Xiao. It's a pleasure. The four of them arched their hands in unison towards Zhao Danxia and Xiao Fei, and each of their faces carried pride that this was a heavenly feat. Quick, get the recorder out and play the recording. Xiao Fei couldn't care less about the image of his superior, and directly began to ask for a recorder. Zhang Danxia's eyes also shone brightly as she stared at these four people with a burning gaze. The guy in the lead didn't say much. He just pulled out a recorder and pressed play. At this moment, characters filled with mystery filled their ears. In the first sentence, they felt out that this Qingcheng heart technique was extraordinary. Everyone held their breath. Those four had originally heard it once and were still very excited when they heard it again. Zhao Danxia immediately closed her eyes, savoring every word that came out of the recorder. Wonderful, wonderful. As the last sounds of the recorder fell, Zhao Danxia couldn't help but clap her hands. This Qingcheng heart technique is truly marvelous. I only listened to it once, and the realm in my body that has been sealed for a long time is actually showing signs of loosening. Zhao Danxia did not hide her appreciation for this Qingcheng Xinfa. Xiao Fei was also thrilled. Sect Master, I have benefited greatly as well. It is truly worthy of being the heart method practiced by the legendary Qingcheng sword immortal. Sect Master, is this gong method real? All four of them stared at Zhao Danxia in unison. Although they were already certain in their hearts that this was the true heart technique, they also needed the more authoritative Zhao Danxia to confirm that it was correct. Zhao Danxia nodded. This gong method should be true. Even if it's not the Qingcheng heart technique, it's still a very impressive gong method. I think that apart from the Qingcheng Xinfa, it is probably impossible to find such a marvelous gongfu. Now all that remains to test the truth is to engage in actual practice. With regard to this matter, I would like to ask yourselves how you think about it. Hearing Zhao Danxia's inquiry, several people were in an apprehensive mood. They were very torn. In theory, they had brought back such a precious gongfu. They were qualified to cultivate it. When Zhao Danxia asked this, it also meant that by allowing them to cultivate, she was letting them make their own decisions. However, practicing the technique, Qingcheng heart technique, required the abolition of existing cultivation. They're already in the founder's period. This level was already considered to be above the middle level of the cultivation world. Anyone who walks out is a big shot on one side. Suddenly, they have to throw away all their former strength and glory. become ordinary people, and start from zero. In addition, there was also a huge risk that the new technique would also have a great possibility of not succeeding in cultivation. After all, a few of my own have gotten so old, the potential in all areas is far less than that of young people. When the time came to abolish the gongfu and fail to successfully cultivate the ching heart technique, what kind of blow would it be? No one could bear it, right? Not only were the four of them torn, but Xiao Fei didn't even dare to open his mouth easily. This is the moment that will decide their fate. At the same time, Xiao Fei had a great urge to abolish his cultivation and cultivate the ching heart technique from scratch. This was because he was afraid that after these four people in front of him successfully cultivated the ching heart technique, their strength would instantly surpass his own, and their subordinates would become their bosses. If that did happen, it would be worse than swallowing. The atmosphere in the chamber became unusually stagnant, so stagnant that one could not breathe. Zhao Danxiao waited for half a day, but these four people were unable to make up their minds. So he said, "If you don't have the courage to do that, let's get some trusted young men to try. I think it's possible. Let's find someone to cultivate it first, and if there's any hint that it can be successfully cultivated, we'll test it ourselves." Xiao Fei hurriedly concurred. He wouldn't dare to directly let these four subordinates of his cultivate. In case he succeeded in cultivating, he wouldn't hesitate to drop his status straight down. "What do you four think?" Zhao Danxia asked the four of them again. The four of them hurriedly said, "We think this way is the most appropriate and are willing to follow the arrangements of Sect Master and Deacon Xiao." "Alright, Deacon Xiao. Then go and make the arrangements. Pay attention to confidentiality, and do it quickly." To rush to complete the authentication and announce that Lung Fushan had long ago learned the Qingqing Xinfa before Lin Hao formally accepted his disciples to preach, rather than being favored by the Qingqing sect. In this way, not only can our Longhu Mountain continue to lead other sects, the direction of public opinion can still be controlled in our own hands as well. "Okay, Master Pong. I'll arrange it right away." "Okay, pay special attention. It must be 100% our own people who can know this gong method. Don't worry, Pal Mistress. The candidates have long been finalized, and for these people, their families are already under our control, so nothing will go wrong. I'll give you the list to go over right away." "Good. I don't worry about you." Zhao Danxia was very satisfied with Xiao Fei's efficiency and composure. That night, Lin Hao also made exhaustive arrangements. He called Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu together. Lin Hao had a heart-to-heart talk with Su Xiaoyu alone. He described the future of the Qingqing sect to Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu's eyes glistened as she listened. Su Xiaoyu was also watching the whole thing when Lin Hao was live streaming from the bottom of the sea. Now that she had seen Lin Hao again, she was very proud that she had become friends with a character like Lin Hao. Su Xiaoyu was already a great admirer of Lin Hao's majestic performance in Huanglongxi ancient city. From an internal perspective, Su Xiaoyu liked Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao was young and handsome, capable, rich and golden, and had a high status. Don't look at the fact that Lin Hao had a master in the Qingqing sect and also had Wang Tao as his senior brother. But in reality, the entire Qingqing sect was Lin Hao's call. There's no woman who wouldn't be attracted to a man like that. Su Xiaoyu knew that although her looks were not bad among ordinary people, she was far worse compared to Lin Hao's female ghost wife and Lin Hao's several stunning ambiguous objects. Su Xiaoyu's greatest strength is her ability to recognize herself accurately. She directly gave up her fantasy of pursuing Lin Hao and retreated to Lin Hao's senior brother, Wang Tao. For Su Xiaoyu, Lin Hao was her untouchable fantasy, while Wang Tao was someone she could control. Although she couldn't say she loved Wang Tao, she could accept it as long as she didn't hate it. When the lights are off, it's all the same stuff anyway, and Wang Tao was still strong in that area, even considered a pervert. Most importantly, Su Xiaoyu thought that Lin Hao was very promising, and would definitely be a big shot in the future. And Wang Tao was this big shot's senior brother. At that time, when I married Wang Tao, Lin Hao would have to call himself sister-in-law, right? If you're a big shot, you have to take care of your own brother, right? With his own means of jurisdiction over Wang Tao, wouldn't Wang Tao still be obedient to himself? Then in the future, he himself would be equivalent to the existence of one person and 10,000 people. Su Xiaoyu has thought through this investment path very thoroughly. Chapter 145, Bad Husband Wants to Make Me Hungry. That's the way people are. They either choose someone who loves them or someone they love. Each is good in its own way. Depends on who's smart. In Lin Hao's opinion, Su Xiaoyu was the extremely intelligent type. From the first sight of Su Xiaoyu, Lin Hao felt that this woman is not trivial. With good is a powerful assistant. With bad, then it is best not to mess with. In the ancient city of Huanglongxi, Lin Hao sets up Su Xiaoyu and Wang Tao as he wants to bind Su Xiaoyu as his own. Things are going well now. Therefore, Lin Hao was also happy to see Su Xiaoyu going to set up Wang Tao. Thus, Lin Hao promised Su Xiaoyu that if she could assist Wang Tao in obtaining the production formula for the Yuan Dan, then he could arrange for her to enter the Qingqing sect and hand over the personnel management authority of the Qingqing sect to her. In the future, she would be in charge of the in and out of the Qingqing sect as well as the arrangement of the personnel. That's a very big permission. Su Xiaoyu was trembling with excitement at the sound of it. Without hesitation, she promised Lin Hao that she would help Wang Tao get the Yuan Dan production formula. Then, Lin Hao drew big cakes for Su Xiaoyu. In the future, after Su Xiaoyu became a core member of the Qingqing sect, she would be taught the Qingqing heart technique and taught to cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder technique. Lin Hao and Su Xiaoyu stayed in the room for a long time, until the moment she opened the door. Su Xiaoyu was in a stirring mood, her face flushed. Fortunately, Wang Tao was an elm and would not become suspicious. If it was anyone else, they would definitely think that Su Xiaoyu was having an affair with Lin Hao. After sending Wang Tao and Su Xiaoyu away, Lin Hao smiled. Although he said on his lips that he was asking Su Xiaoyu to cooperate with Wang Tao to obtain the Yuan Dan production formula, in reality, 99% of the time, in order to accomplish this matter, it was only Su Xiaoyu alone. There was also the fact that for the Qingqing sect to grow rapidly, all sorts of talents needed to be enlisted. The only way to get such a talent at first was to poach it from other sects, and the other sects that came in were all people with their own agenda. Only someone like Su Xiaoyu, who was ambitious, tactful, scheming and clever, could control the complicated personnel management of Qingqing sect. After completing Su Xiaoyu's recruitment, Lin Hao contacted Zhao Minman again. It is hoped that Zhao Minman will utilize the authority in his hands to assist him in completing the land acquisition work in Qingqing Mountain. For Zhao Minman, Lin Hao really had been left with no place to go. He had been looking for help from Mini Zhou himself, and he didn't even do Zhou Minman any favors. However, for the sake of the Qingqing sect's great cause, he had to shamelessly utilize this layer of interpersonal relationship once again. Zhao Minman received Lin Hao's phone call was very pleased. The two just started to talk about family life. The more they talked, the more excited. Lin Hao took this opportunity to ask if he could utilize Zhao Minman's identity and status to assist him in land acquisition. Zhou Minman fell into silence for a moment when she heard this. Lin Hao hurriedly said, "Minman, if it's inconvenient for you, just forget it. In fact, you've already helped me a lot. I've long been unable to repay you. I won't trouble you with the land acquisition." Lin Hao, I really have to say sorry this time. I can't help you. It's fine. I can take care of the land acquisition myself. It's just that I want to go faster and save on the cost of time and some unnecessary expenses. Lin Hao hurriedly comforted Zhao Minman. Zhou Minman must have her difficulties in rejecting herself. Well, thanks for understanding. Zhao Minman thought about it, but in the end, she didn't hold back as she said, "Actually, my father may be taking early retirement. What's going on?" Lin Hao was very shocked that Zhao Minman's father was now a noble marquis, and from the age point of view, is also only more than 50 years old, is in the political career of the youngest time. This situation can be said to be a bright official career. How did he retire early? Soon, Lin Hao guessed a reason and he said, "Is it because of cooperating with me that night to have the ghosts search the city? Sort of a decoy." Zhao Minman didn't hide Lin Hao because she knew that Lin Hao wasn't an ordinary person, so she actually wanted to test if Lin Hao had a solution. You know, political struggles are so brutal that any small mistake is a deadly handle. My dad's opponents, taking advantage of this, launched an onslaught against my dad. So, you get the picture, right? I got it. Lin Hao had come from another realm that was notorious for power struggles, and he had seen a lot of these things. He immediately committed himself without hesitation. "Minman, convey a message to uncle for me. Tell him to work at ease and get ready for a high promotion." "What do you mean?" Coco Manjiao's voice was filled with delight. "It's literal. Don't worry." Lin Hao sounded very certain. "Aha, I believe you." Zhou Minman was no prude, and with her father about to be jerked off, she couldn't give up any glimmer of hope. What's more, Zhou Minman knew that Lin Hao wasn't a regular person. How could someone who could mobilize hundreds of thousands of ghost clans be an ordinary regular person? "Lin Hao, leave the Qingqing Mountain land acquisition to me. I'll handle it." Zhou Coco Man also made a decision. "I've figured it out. Anyway, the way things are going, my father had a great deal of merit in the first half of his life, and even the worst of it would have landed him in peace. Instead of that, why don't you take this opportunity to use the fact that my father still has power in his hands before he retires to help you get the land acquisition done quickly?" "Yes." Lin Hao's voice through the ground. "At this time, 1,000 words are in the heart. Say more instead of hypocrisy." The two men finalized things and then stopped talking about them. Instead, they began to talk about interesting things that each of them had encountered and boiled up the phone. The call lasted over an hour and still wasn't finished. had to hang up in the middle of the night. Lin Hao was just about to enter the house to rest when a stunningly beautiful ghost floated in through the window. Wife, you've refined version A of the Qing Cheng heart technique. Lin Hao was greatly surprised, not expecting Xia Ting to be so unbelievably qualified as well. He instantly bounced up and directly snatched Xia Qing in his arms, hugging him tightly. Seeing this, Xia Qing hurriedly utilized her ghostly body, which was capable of floating, to wrap Lin Hao and levitate him in midair. Xia Qing's cultivation speed wasn't even worse than his own. Aha! I've reached the Taoist apprentice stage, and my grandfather is still feeling qi. Humph, grandpa's old. He finally can't catch up with me. He. Xia Qing shrank in Lin Hao's arms and looked adoringly into Lin Hao's eyes, and Lin Hao couldn't help but peck her on her small mouth when he saw it. My witty wife is so smart. Genius. Aha! Aha! Xia Qing couldn't help but respond enthusiastically as well. A man and a ghost hugged each other and spun in midair. Hormonal scents enveloped the room. After a long time, when it was almost dawn, Lin Hao realized that he and Xia Qing were still floating in midair. Ahem. Wife, let's get down to the ground. You're tired after letting me float in the air most of the night like this, aren't you? I'm not tired. With my husband, no matter what time of the day, I'll never be tired. Really? Neisan really knows how to talk. Lin Hao scraped her little nose, full of compassion. Really? I'm practicing the same technique as you. Don't you know your own state? Perverted to death? Nasty, Natsuki said and got shy. Hey! After Lin Hao landed, he entered the bathroom to prepare for a shower, and Xia Qing followed him in to help. Honey, after you wash up, I'll take you to do something really fun. What's the matter? Oh, don't worry, I'll tell you about it later. I promise you'll be interested. Humph, bad husband, whetting my appetite. Chapter 146, Let you have a son in your old age. While Lin Hao and Xia Qing were bathing, Zhao Minman also returned home. Zhou Minman found her father in the study, where her father was sitting on the sofa looking at the newspaper. Seeing his daughter walk over, Marquis Zhao put down the newspaper and asked with a smile, Minman, why are you home so late tonight? Looking for me for something? Marquis Zhao was calm and leisurely, not still reviewing documents in the middle of the night like in the past. When Zhao Minman saw her father in this state, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad in her heart. She rejoiced that her father was finally no longer busy and had time to read the newspaper. This early retirement due to Lin Hao had become a good thing this time, allowing his father to take it easy and enjoy life. The reason for the sadness in Zhao Minman's heart was again the fact that his father had been jerked clean out of official affairs so quickly. Right now my father is in a state where he's pretty much in pre-retirement preparation. Gradually work had stopped coming to my father, Zhou Minman asked as she sat next to her father. Dad, from an internal standpoint, do you really like retirement or do you want to continue to shine at your job? Marquis Zhao raised his eyebrows and asked with some surprise. What do you mean by asking that? Zhou Coco Man replied frankly. That friend of mine, that's Lin Hao. He said he can help you solve these problems at work, and even get you a promotion in position. Marquis Zhao grunted after hearing this and said with some displeasure. This Lin Hao, he really can be whimsical. Who does he think he is? Can he command the Ghost Clan to do his work for him? And then he can manipulate the officialdom? To be honest, Marquis Zhao still had a grudge against Lin Hao, and his daughter made herself seal the city for Lin Hao. Sealing the city for a short period of time was not a big problem, but it caused such a big trouble for himself. This trouble was directly big enough to bring his career to an end. The point was, not only did her daughter not blame the other party at all, but she was also looking toward that Lin Hao. As a father, it would be a lie for him not to be angry in his heart when his daughter turned towards a man who had not yet established any relationship. When Minman Zhao heard her father's angry words, she didn't argue with him. Dad, maybe you can trust him for once. You know better than anyone the supremacy of the cultivation world in our ordinary people's world. The cultivation world is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, and I'm well aware of that. The Buddhist-Taoist alliance is the orthodox one, and Lin Hao deals with ghosts, and then he's a cultivator. So what? Zhao Minman's father no longer had any thoughts about Lin Hao at all. He was unaware that although the Buddhist-Taoist alliance was orthodox, the Buddhist-Taoist alliance would hardly interfere with the functioning of the world of ordinary people under normal circumstances. Staying out of politics is also a red line in the cultivation world. Lin Hao, on the other hand, went to break the rules, almost like a descending blow. Her father didn't quite trust Lin Hao, and Zhao Minman could understand, so she stopped answering and turned. Dad, you were planning on retiring anyway, so could you let me do one more thing in your honor one last time? What are you up to again? Marquis Zhao instantly put down the newspaper. His expression was serious, and his entire body became alert. This daughter is usually good and obedient. A few days ago, he suddenly made a request to himself, At that time he didn't take it to heart. After the incident, he realized that he was pitted by this well-behaved daughter. Straight up pitted out of even a job. Now that Zhao Minman had come back with another request, he no longer dared to agree easily. Zhao Minman had wanted to say the truth and inform her father of the actual situation. But seeing her father in this state, Zhao Minman swallowed all the words in her mouth. Dad, why are you so nervous? I'm just borrowing your name to open the way for a quick land hoard. And it's not like I'm going to treat the people badly. I'll pay any compensation that's due. I'll even double it. I just want to use your name to ask for quick cooperation from the relevant departments, and won't ask for anything else too much. Oh, what parcel of land is it? Would it make you so anxious to hoard it? There's no major policy direction in the Roncheng area. Why do you care so much about me? Do you want to interfere with our business development? I'll sue you. Zhao Minman took out her daughter's killer skills and wrapped her arms around her father's neck to make out and pamper him. Sure enough, a smile spread across Zhao Minman's father's face and he laughed and cursed. What kind of reasoning is it for you to allow you to falsely promote your own interests, but not allow me to interfere in the development of the business? Dad, is it okay? Zhao Minman shook her father so much that he got dizzy. Okay. Your dad is retiring soon anyway. So for the last time, don't ever try to spell dad again. MMA, my dad is so nice. He. Zhao Minman happily kissed her father. Remember, don't treat the people badly and don't break the law. Otherwise, even the God of heaven can't protect you. Don't worry. I know these bottom lines better than you do. Obtaining her father's consent, Zhao Minman arranges her work overnight, requesting that she start tomorrow, get through to the relevant departments, and fast-track the approval process to help Lin Hao quickly complete the land acquisition. That said, after Lin Hao and Xia Qing had washed themselves to exhaustion in the bathroom, one person and one ghost walked out of the bathroom with a fondness for each other. Come on, let's get down to business. I finally get to be a ghost with my husband. Lin Hao also flew out of the window hand in hand with Xia Qing in the form of a ghost body. Inside the royal residence, the king of Minkan is sleeping with the king's wife. Lin Hao and Xia Qing were floating above the two of them. Honey, so we're all attached together now, wow? Yes. With that, the two lunged into their respective bodies in unison. Click. After being possessed, the king of Minkan sat up straight and turned on the bedside lamp, and the king's wife sat up as well. Hubby, is this what we look like as an old married couple? Xia Qing looked at Lin Hao with great delight. The experience was very new to her. Hey, Lin Hao let out a strange laugh. Why don't we give the two of them an old man? Wah. That's a good idea. It's kind of a love child for the two of us, hee. Xia listened to see Lin Hao tremble with excitement at this suggestion. She took extreme initiative in controlling the Duchess of Kings to lunge at the Duke of Minkong. The next day, Prince Minkong was already panda-eyed and exhausted. Lord Minkong was always an old man in his 60s, although he usually paid close attention to his health and was in good health. But it couldn't withstand a night of tossing and turning after Lin Hao's possession. While savoring the delicious skin egg and thin meat porridge made by the servants, the royal lady giggled idiotically at the Prince of Minkong. In addition, one of her hands kept stroking her belly. Last night, they didn't do anything to protect themselves. Seeing this naive appearance of the king's duchess, the king's duchess glared at her in an unkind manner. This summer leaning. Last night she was more aggressive than ever. It almost made the old bones of the king of Minkong unable to carry it. The maid at the side stared at King Sir Minkong and Lady King Sir with an extremely strange gaze. She felt that the king and his wife were behaving very abnormally this morning. But as a servant, she didn't dare to ask more questions. Serve the meal and get the hell out of there. At that moment, a cockney-looking man walked down the stairs. The man walked dangling and wobbly, glancing at Prince Minkong and Mrs. Prince, ready to go out without even greeting them. The Prince of Minkong body subconsciously produced a huff, and Lin Hao also stared at the young man with a mischievous look on his face. Chapter 147, Practicing Small Numbers Again. Lin Hao was also very displeased with this young man. Lin Hao had done his research before making his move, and the king of Minkong had a son named Mingwei. Mingwei is a typical dude who causes trouble all day long. Luckily, Prince Minkong was the head of a province and was able to help his foppish son cover up some things. If it was anyone else, something would have happened. Either someone would have been killed or gone to jail. Lord Minkong was very bitter about this son. He was moved many times to want to institutionalize his son, but they were all blocked by the Queen's Duchess, who was dying to be stopped. And, with such an unfilial son in the family, Minkong also felt very ashamed and embarrassed to make this matter public. With regard to Mingwei, Prince Minkong had to chastise him almost every morning, but Mingwei all went in the left ear and out the right. I'll treat you like air if you call me names. What can you do? Lin Hao had learned all of this from his previous investigative information, and he decided to teach this son a good lesson for the Mingkong king. This was also considered Lin Hao's reward for possessing the king of Mingkong. Rebel son, kneel down. Just as Ming Wei was about to go out, Prince Mingkong shouted angrily. That Ming Wei heard the voice, surprised to look back at his dad. This old thing today, how to become so tough? But Ming Wei remained unmoved and unresponsive, his eyes contemptuously just skimming away as he continued to put on his shoes and go out. Dang! Lin Hao grabbed the porridge bowl and smashed it. Ow! A bowl of piping hot congee smashed on top of Ming Wei's head, and then the bowl of congee broke and showered Ming Wei all over. Ming Wei was hit by the bottom of the bowl with a sharp pain. Head shake, collapsed on the spot. Then the tremendously hot porridge ran down the top of his head, scalding him all over the place. As it rolled, the porridge liquid turned red. It turned out to be blood from his head caught in the porridge. The maid who was just about to enter the kitchen trembled in fear at the sight and fled into the kitchen with a mama's cry. Ming Wei waited for the pain to pass, and he glared at Lord Ming Kong with angry red eyes. Old thing, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. Ming Wei has a precedent of hitting his father before. In the past, Lord Ming Kong's body in his 60s. How could he beat his son in his 20s? The only people who get into fights are the ones who get hammered in return, and the only people who get hurt are the ones who go to the doctor. The inside of Ming Wei's head was chaotic as he raged. The arrogance and domineering as well as the disrespectful heart that he had cultivated in the past instantly skyrocketed. Ming Wei couldn't control himself any longer. He got up and rushed over like a madman. He decided today to educate this father and beat the pain out of the old thing. Let the old thing not dare to bother him in the future. The old thing is old anyway, and not at his mercy. Pop! Ming Wei had just rushed to his father when all he saw was a huge slap across his face. The massive force generated by the slap made him unable to control his form and he once again tumbled sideways and fell. After the severe pain, Ming Wei finally realized that his father was abnormal today. He looked fearfully at his old father, who usually couldn't do anything about him, and he couldn't figure out how his father at such an old age could have so much power. Dad! What happened to you? Why have you become so scary and strange? Ming Wei could no longer relate to his father's loving and hateful gaze at him. Ming Wei was so frightened by the appearance of Prince Ming Kong that he kept shrinking his legs and backing away, and a cruel smile appeared at the corners of the mouth of the king of Mingkong. Adverse son. In the past, my father was busy with his work and neglected to discipline you. Today, my father will properly teach you how to behave. Prince Ming Kong smiled sardonically as he took a step towards Ming Wei. The powerful feeling of oppression made Miho see the devil. This was not his own father. Definitely not. Dad, what's wrong with you? Are you possessed by a ghost? Wake up, don't you come any closer. Ming Wei endured the pain and forced himself to get up and try to escape. Jie, can you run away? Lin Hao stomped on the ankle of Ming Wei, who was preparing to escape. Click! A sound of cracking bones pierced the soul. Then there was a heart-rending, mournful scream. Ming Wei flopped and fell to the ground again. This time, just in time for the teeth to knock on the floor. Several incisors were knocked out on the spot. Oh, Mom, help! Dad's crazy. He's trying to kill me. Unfortunately, no matter how much Ming Wei called out, his mom sitting on the dining table remained indifferent and even leisurely savored the delicious breakfast. A chill rose up in Ming Wei, and despair shot up from his backbone to the top of his head. He didn't know how his mother, who had always been soft-hearted, had such a heart of steel today. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Mom, what's wrong with you again? Talk back to me. Why don't you say something? Your son is going to be killed. Ming Wei's constant cries for help made the Lady King's Duke frown a bit and had to coldly reply back. What are you screaming for? Your father killed you just right. The big number practiced waste. Re-recruit a small number is. Your mom and I will give you a brother in no time. You can reincarnate without worry. What? Ming Wei went crazy. He couldn't believe that such cruel words were coming from his Buddhist mother. Mom, are you crazy too? Shut up. The firing is distracting. The Duchess of Kings smashed over a teacup in her hand. The teacup turned into a residual shadow, and the tremendous force directly smashed Ming Wei into unconsciousness. Didn't control the force. Honey, I'm sorry. The Duchess of Kings covered her mouth like a mischievous, errant young girl. Prince Mingkong pulled up his old face, smiled, and said, it's fine. That's it. Almost done. Any more beatings and this son will be completely wasted. I don't think this is the result that King Mingkong wanted either. Aha! The Duchess of Kings put her arm around the Duke of Mingkong and went out hand in hand. The two of them went out one after the other, not caring about Ming Wei, who was collapsed in a pool of blood, and the maid, who was cowering in the kitchen, had been trembling unceasingly, with tears saved in her eyes, and had covered her mouth with her hand for fear of making the slightest sound. Spotted by the king and duchess inside the hall, It wasn't until half an hour after Lin Hao and the royal couple that Xiaoqing controlled had left the house that the servants dared to slowly stick their heads out to check. This look. No wonder. The ground is full of blood. Inside the pool of blood is still unconscious in the past days arrogant and domineering Gongzi Mingwei. The maid called the police, which fled the scene. She decided that she would never go back to the king's house again. The king and the king's wife are nothing short of the devil. She didn't want to be a servant to the devil. Soon the police and ambulance came to the house. They were dumbfounded at the sight. They rushed to call Lord Wang because it involved him. When the king of Mingkong received the call, he spoke in a bland tone. Pull my son into the hospital for treatment. And don't worry about anything else. Okay. Got it. They looked at each other and didn't dare to say anything more. Just did as they were told. And at this time, the Prince of Mingkong went to his office and directly arranged for the head of the organization department to come over for a meeting. Chapter 148 Powerful. At a meeting in the king's office, King Mingkong directly specifies that Marquis Chou Minman's father, will be transferred to a different position. From his former position as Marquis of the city, he was transferred to become Deputy Provincial King. Those who were present, seeing how forthright Prince Mingkong was, they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Never before had Lord Mingkong arranged for the transfer of personnel in such a straightforward manner. In the past, even if he personnel arrangements, will let the secretary to operate, open a democratic meeting, by a show of hands. All of them were silent, patiently listening to the arrangements made by Lord Mingkong. Toward the end of the meeting, Prince Mingkong again arranged for his secretary, in front of everyone, to notify Marquis Zhao to immediately come to the Organ Reception Hotel for a meal. He was to receive the Marquis of Chiu with the Queen's wife. The reason why Lin Hao was doing this was to let everyone know that Prince Mingkong and Marquis Zhao were very close. Let the wood become a boat. Even if the king's lord woke up, he could only break his teeth and swallow them. After all, the officialdom is not a child's play. Even if Lord Mingkong wakes up and wants to backtrack, he would have to wait for a year and a half or recapture Marquis Zhao's handle. In fact, after the king of Mingkong woke up, there was a high probability that the perceptive one would make a mistake and truly develop Marquis Zhao as one of his own. Lin Hao believed that with Marquis Zhao's cleverness, he must also know how to take this opportunity to climb up the line of King Mingkong. This move of Prince Mingkong shocked everyone at once, especially Marquis Zhao's opponents. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Prince Mingkong had changed. Lord Mingkong had always done things in a moderate and peaceful manner, so why was he so extreme this time? First, he directly arranged for the promotion of Marquis Zhao with individualism, not even bothering to go through a process like a democratic meeting. Then came the initiative to receive the Marquis of Zhao, and also a royal family banquet with the wife of the king, dining with the Marquis of Zhao. Those who could be worthy of being hosted at the king's family banquet were either of prominent status or close relations. Prince Mingkong received Marquis Zhao in the form of a royal family banquet. That was to tell everyone that he was very close to Marquis Zhao. All those who want to beat up on the Marquis of Zhao doctrine will be curtailed. Prince Mingkong was plainly telling everyone that Marquis Zhao was his man. At this moment, Marquis Zhao's opposition, they were all terrified inside. Before going against Marquis Zhao, they had inquired clearly that Marquis Zhao and Prince Mingkong did not have any special relationship. They're the ones who dared to move. Now, the implications of Prince Mingkong standing up for Marquis Zhao in such a high-profile manner were self-evident. Seeing that the momentum was not right, someone immediately tipped off the vice-marquises of Rongqing. In an instant, the deputy marquis of Rongqing, the heads of each system came to Marquis Zhao's office to report their work. Marquis Zhao had been playing poker on his computer in his office when he suddenly heard from his secretary that Vice-Marquis Wang, Bureau Deng, and Zhang Yuan were waiting outside the door to report to him. Marquis Zhao was baffled and uncertain. Aren't these guys wallflowers? Recently, because of the strong onslaught from the rival camp, it has caused his place to become a clear water court, except for his own cronies. All other departments can come and go without it. Avoid implicating them by being on the wrong side. And what's going on today? It's amazing how these wallflowers unleash such a strong willingness to return to the fold. Since these wallflowers were already here, Marquis Zhao had to end the game early and inform his secretary to arrange them in one by one. The secretary had just gone out after following Marquis Zhao's arrangement. Marquis Chou then received a call from the secretary of the King of Mingkong. After answering the phone, Marquis Zhao completely understood what was going on. It was surprising that the King of Mingkong was going to elect himself to the post of vice-king and was going to lunch with him at noon today in the form of the king's family banquet. Marquis Zhao hung up the phone, and his mind, which had become ancient over the years, couldn't help but get excited. He called his daughter on the spot. Zhao Minman, Prince Mingkong actually pushed for me to take up the position of deputy prince in the province today, and he also had to receive me with the specifications of the prince's family banquet. Was this all operated by your friend Lin Hao? Marquis Zhou's voice was agitated at this point as he confirmed it to his daughter. Then of course it's Lin Hao. Who else would do us such a huge favor for no reason? When Coco Man Zhao heard these words, immense pride instantly rose within her. Dad, I told you long ago that cultivators like Lin Hao are not something we ordinary people can understand. You just didn't believe me. Now you do, don't you? Believe it, believe it. Marquis Zhao couldn't help but lament. Your dad's realm is still not enough. Hey. So, Dad, you're getting old. And there are some things that are already under our young people's domain. So you can't underestimate our young people. Yes, one has to admit that the helm of the world has shifted to you young people. Humph. Zhou Minman grunted with a little haughty grunt. Minman, Lin Hao has done us such a great favor this time. Why don't you make an appointment with him and I'll thank him personally? Dad, you don't have to worry about this. Lin Hao's side is our young man's business. This favor, I'll help you return it. Oh, that's fine. Marquis Zhao subconsciously commanded as an elder. Min Man, when you're with a big shot like Lin Hao, you have to pay attention to your status and position, so you don't offend people for no reason. Ugh, what are you talking about? Lin Hao and I are friends. Why are you taking your officialdom thing again? How Lin Hao and I get along is our own business. Don't you worry about it. Well, my daughter has indeed grown up. Without further ado, I have to get busy with my work. I still have to go to Lord Minkong's place for a banquet at noon. Bye, Dad. Hanging up the phone, Marquis Zhao began to receive the heads of the various systems who came to show their goodwill. Although Marquis Zhao is going to be promoted high up in the province, these people need to be enlisted. In the future, they will all need to cooperate in their work, as well as, in the political struggle. They can remain neutral and do not fall into the well. That is the biggest help to themselves. After Marquis Zhao met with the heads of these systems, he started packing to go to the royal family banquet. When Marquis Zhao met with the king and the king's wife, who had been possessed by Lin Hao and Xia Chang, he had very mixed feelings. He sighed in his heart. The officialdom is really fickle. Truth be told, when he himself was targeted by his political opponents, this Lord Minkong in front of him turned a blind eye and let them struggle on their own. On the face of it, Lord Minkong is not for or against either side, but in reality, the fact that the king of Minkong remained neutral meant that he himself was not trusted by the king of Minkong. And now, just because of a single coordination from his daughter's friend Wang Hao, the attitude of the prince of Minkong immediately changed skyward. Not only did he promote himself to the position of deputy king, but he also showed himself favor in the form of the king's family banquet. Lord Minkong was interested in pulling himself together, and Marquis Zhao couldn't wait to go along for the ride. At the same time, Marquis Zhao was shocked at Lin Hao's true abilities. He hadn't expected that Lin Hao would not only be able to deal with the enforcement of the Buddhist Tao Alliance's enforcers and solve the difficulties encountered in the cultivation world, but he was even more capable of manipulating Prince Minkong with a single word. This monstrous power is truly amazing. This royal family feast, guided by Lin Hao and Xia Chang, was eaten in a way that made the guests and hosts happy, and this scene was all watched by the staff. It is then disseminated through the staff in a private channel. The fact that Marquis Zhao was the person of King Minkong became a complete fact. Although this matter had little impact on ordinary people in the outside world, in the official circles, it caused shockwaves. In their eyes, Marquis Zhao, an official star, was rising. After 5 days of preparation, Lin Hao had not only made a complete treadmill of Mount Qingcheng and made preliminary plans for the sect. Even Zhao Minman's side is going well. Just this morning, Zhao Minman informed Lin Hao that everything is going well with the land acquisition and basically the relevant filings have been completed. Lin Hao had been able to build all of Qingcheng Mountain according to his own plans. With this efficiency, Lin Hao was also marveled by it. The ground is taken care of. The next step was the official establishment of the Qingcheng sect. Chapter 149, Qingcheng sect formally organized. Lin Hao and Xia Qing gathered Xia Gang, Wang Tao, and Wang Tao's girlfriend, Su Xiaoyu, in a Taoist temple on Qingcheng Mountain. When Su Xiaoyu saw Xia Gang and Xia Qing floating in midair, she had a complicated expression. In the past, the Guxian sect was a staunch supporter of the Buddha Taoist alliance, and their entire sect was like most of the sects of the Buddha Taoist alliance, hateful to the ghost race. At this very moment, he himself was about to form the same sect with a ghost. However, Su Xiaoyu thought back to all the everything she had experienced in Guxian clan, and she thought that Guxian clan had no future. And with Lin Hao and the others, there was always a positive essence. They are always confident and hopeful about the future. This made Su Xiaoyu firmly stand with Lin Hao and the others. Gentlemen, I'm sure you've guessed the purpose of my organizing you all together for this meeting? Could it be that the Qingcheng sect is going to be officially formed? Wang Tao couldn't help but speak up. Xia Gang and the others also looked at Lin Hao with determined gazes. Senior brother is right. From today onwards, on behalf of Master Zhang Daoling, I announce the official expansion of the Qingqing sect to the outside world in my capacity as sect master. Snap! Several people couldn't help but clap their hands at this statement. There were only a few voices, but they all seemed very enthusiastic. Today, the Qingqing sect formalizes its organizational structure, setting up institutions such as the sect master, the acting sect master, the human sect, and the ghost sect. First of all, at the time of the establishment of these departments, it was announced that Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, and Su Xiaoyu had officially joined the Qingqing sect, becoming the first batch of outstanding disciples to be recruited by the expansion of the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao's announcement was met with another round of applause. Senior brother, who is the master of Grandpa Xia Gang and his younger siblings, as well as Xiao Yu and the rest of them? Wang Tao was very curious and couldn't wait to find out how Lin Hao would arrange it. Lin Hao smiled and said, neither you nor I are qualified to accept disciples yet. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng and Su Xiaoyu are like us in that they all count as generation disciples, and our master is Zheng Daoling. Oh, that's good. I'm afraid that when Xiaoyu becomes our disciple then, wouldn't there be ethical confusion between me and her? What ethical confusion? What nonsense! If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Can't you listen to senior brother Lin Hao? Wife have mercy. I won't talk. Let go of me. Su Xiaoyu pinched Wang Tao's arm, causing him to hiss and beg in pain. Wang Tao, a big man of 1 meter 9, was packed into submission by Su Xiaoyu, who was less than 1 meter 6. Xia Gang and Xia Qing couldn't help but laugh. Actually, Lin Hao had already discussed this with them before this. This is the most appropriate arrangement. It was just that for Xia Gang, who was an elder and also a disciple of the same generation as Lin Hao, Wang Tao, Xia Chang and the rest of them, it was a bit of a disadvantage in terms of age, but there's no way around it. Sect seniority is generally based on how early or late one enters the sect. Moreover, Zhang Daoling was the only one with the highest seniority in Qingqing sect now, and having Zhang Daoling accept the apprenticeship was the most suitable program. Lin Hao smiled back and continued his announcement. Although Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, and Su Xiaoyu have only officially joined the Qingqing sect today, but before that, all of them have made outstanding contributions to the Qingqing sect, and hereby, in my capacity as acting sect master, I appoint you to important positions. Several people couldn't help but hold their breath when they heard this, especially Su Xiaoyu, who finally had her dream come true. Although her cultivation level was not high, she belonged to the patriarchal level. She could also use this opportunity to directly become one of the top management of the Qingqing sect. Now, appoint Xia Gang as the ghost sect master of the Qingqing sect, responsible for the preparations for the ghost sect, responsible for recruiting outstanding ghosts to join the sect, and making the ghost sect the Qingqing sect's characteristic benchmark for the outside world. Would you like to, grandfather? Lin Hao asked Xia Gang expectantly. Xia Gang immediately bowed and replied, Xia Gang leads the way. Xia Gang's reply was very formal and did not ignore the proper etiquette of the clan just because he was of a higher generation and was the grandfather of Xia Cheng and Lin Hao. Seeing Xia Gang in this state, everyone put away their cheeky expressions and listened to Lin Hao's arrangements seriously. Next, Lin Hao arranged for Xia Cheng to assist Xia Gang in completing the relocation of the ghost clans from the Tianganjian cemetery, as well as going to the periphery of Rongqing and relocating all of the ghost clans to the back of Qingcheng. Lin Hao plans to make the Qingqing backwoods a gathering place for the ghost sect. The ordinary wandering souls of the ghost clan all possessed uncommon fighting abilities, and if Lin Hao could gather hundreds of thousands, or even millions of ordinary ghost clan members, I don't think the Buddha Dao Alliance would dare to easily tell Lin Hao what to do again. Su Xiaoyu, although you have the lowest cultivation level, you have obtained the Yuan Dan production formula for the Qingqing sect, which plays a vital role in the future development of the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao looked at Su Xiaoyu with appreciation in his gaze. This Su Xiaoyu is really a talent. It only took her a few days before she managed to take out the Yuan Dan production formula. The point is that after taking it out, no one has noticed until now. When Su Xiaoyu heard Lin Hao call her name, she couldn't help but be slightly nervous. Her spirit focused and excited as she waited for Lin Hao to make her appointment. Su Xiaoyu, you are hereby appointed as the head of the Qingqing sect's External Affairs Department, responsible for recruiting disciples, and also as the head of the Internal Affairs Department. Are you willing to do so? I do. Lin Hao lived up to her expectations, and Su Xiaoyu decided to bow and scrape for the Qingqing sect. Good. At the same time, please ask Grandpa to teach you the Qingqing heart technique and switch to the basic heart technique of the Qingqing sect from now on. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu was already excited in an extraordinary way. She didn't expect that she would be able to learn the Qingqing heart technique, which was unavailable to everyone in the cultivation world, so soon. At this point, Su Xiaoyu's gratitude and admiration for Lin Hao reached its peak. When Xia Gang heard Lin Hao's arrangement, he nodded his head in understanding. Su Xiaoyu could indeed cultivate the Qingqing heart technique, but she could only learn the B version. For Su Xiaoyu, Lin Hao and Xia Gang still needed to keep their hands off. For the time being, he would not pass on the A version of the Qingqing heart technique to Su Xiaoyu. Of course, after practicing the B version of the Qingqing heart technique, when converting it to the A version again, you do not need to start practicing from the beginning again. Instead, it can be seamlessly and directly converted to version A. Convert air into true energy. Inherit directly from the realm that already exists. After arranging Su Xiaoyu, it was Wang Tao. Wang Tao was straight-laced and prone to impulsive behavior, so Lin Hao only had to arrange for him to be the head of the law enforcement hall for the time being. It is mainly responsible for upholding the rules of the sect and apprehending and punishing disciples who violate the sect's rules. Now all that was needed was for a few key positions to be staffed, so that the castle school could officially begin to function. When the meeting ended, Lin Hao invited everyone to a hotel in Rongqing for a meal. Celebrate the formation of the team at Castle Pai. By the afternoon, Su Shui and Xia Yushan both sent messages wanting to meet Lin Hao. Lin Hao slapped his forehead and glanced at Xia Tran. Xia Qing glanced at Lin Hao's cell phone just now, and she deflated, saying that she had to go back at night to discuss the formation of the ghost sect with her grandfather, and that she would have to focus on the formation of the ghost sect lately as well. I'll be away from him for a few days. After saying that, Xia Qing came over and kissed Lin Hao before following Xia Gang away. Xia Qing was so understanding that it made Lin Hao's heart ache. The others also had something to arrange and excused themselves, leaving Lin Hao alone inside the box waiting for the waiter to settle the bill. Lin Hao picked up his cell phone and excused Xia Yushan's side, deciding to go back and meet Su Shui. It's been a long time since I've seen Sister Su Shui. Chapter 150 Sisters Benefit for Brother. Lin Hao really felt some guilt in his heart. These women were really looking out for each other. He wanted so much to take care of every woman, and he tried to do so, but it ended with every woman unfulfilled. Su Xiaowei in particular, just because of her own alienation, led Su Xiaowei to go to the extreme path. When he thought of Su Xiaowei, Lin Hao couldn't help but pop open the yellow spring diagram to check. After Su Xiaowei left, Lin Hao checked the changes in the yellow spring diagram almost every day. In the past days, he hadn't noticed anything unusual about the yellow spring diagram, but now, Lin Hao was pleasantly surprised to find that there was an extra touch of spiritually moving ground gas swimming around on the yellow spring diagram. This must be Su Xiaowei's soul. She really has awakened within the yellow spring diagram. Lin Hao's eyes suddenly became sore at this moment, and a tear fell. Tears fall like stones on a calm lake, causing ripples. The animated gas sensed something and immediately floated over and kept circling around the tears. It really is Su Xiaowei's soul. Lin Hao couldn't help but reach out and gently caress this cloud of qi. Sir, you've spent a total of $8,900 today. May I ask if you're paying by credit card or code? At that moment, the waiter walked in with the cash register. Sweep the code. Lin Hao could only reluctantly re-roll the yellow spring diagram and place it inside the painting cylinder. After checking out, Lin Hao proceeded to think about Xia Yushan, Su Shui, and Zhao Minman. These three women, they must be taken care of. As Lin Hao's ability and power increased, it was inevitable that he would incur more and more rights and wrongs, and the enemies he erected or the envy and jealousy he attracted would also increase. Lin Hao had to find a way to bring several women all together. Avoid them becoming the next Su Xiaowei. It's just that, in today's society, women are extremely independent, and it's a real headache to get them to be able to live together harmoniously, especially Xia Yushan, who was simply a super jealous person. Lin Hao felt like it was too hard for him. Walking out of the hotel, Lin Hao stopped rambling. Drive straight to Su Shui's house. Stinky brother. When Lin Hao knocked on Su Shui's door, he saw Su Shui wearing a muslin nightgown, her coiled hair held in a large clip. Su Shui's figure belongs to the slightly chubby type. This outfit was more tantalizing than a ripe peach. Sister Su Shui, I'm coming. Lin Hao wriggled the knot in his throat, his voice slightly suppressed. Hey, where's the younger sibling? Why isn't she here? She's got something going on and she's not coming to dinner. Su Shui already knew that Lin Hao and Xia Qing had moved, and she invited Lin Hao and Xia Qing to her house for dinner tonight to take the opportunity to meet Lin Hao. Su Shui's heart thumped when she heard that Xia Qing didn't come and only Lin Hao came alone. She forced her heart to beat, and said, Stinky brother, then come on in. Su Shui said while squatting down to help Lin Hao bring a pair of slippers. The slippers were brand new, specially prepared today to receive Lin Hao. The moment Su Shui crouched down, her collar opened up a big hole. 2 large white rabbits were revealed. Lin Hao glanced at it and his body reacted. He hastily averted his gaze but couldn't help it, and once again, his eyes burned. Su Shui, however, was as if she didn't see it, allowing Lin Hao to take advantage of her. Stinky brother, what are you doing? Why don't you wear shoes? Su Shui slapped Lin Hao's calf, her voice flirtatious to the extreme. Oh hoo! Lin Hao swallowed his saliva and hurriedly took off his shoes and put them on. After putting on his shoes, Lin Hao walked forward, but Su Shui didn't move. Ugh! Su Shui was knocked forward and stumbled, and Lin Hao hurriedly reached out to grab it. That grabbed where it shouldn't have. Both men froze. After freezing for 10 seconds or so, Lin Hao hurriedly let go. Su Shui Jiao scolded. Stinky brother, you dare not small o. You are not afraid of younger siblings angry? Ahem. Lin Hao dryly coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. Sister, I'm hungry. Is the food ready? Okay, let's eat. Su Shui was also breathing heavily and didn't dare to confront Lin Hao any further as she hurriedly wiggled her ass back to the kitchen to serve the food. After the dishes came up, Su Shui helped Lin Hao pour another glass of wine, and then poured herself a glass as well. Come on, stinky brother, we've known each other for so long and it's the first time we've eaten alone at home. Oh, come and do it. Su Shui's voice was like a lasso, and the words come and one made one's imagination run wild. Lin Hao hurriedly picked up his cup and clinked it with Su Shui. Although Lin Hao was now on his own in the Qingqing sect, he still didn't like to attack in the face of such a seductive sister, preferring to wait for her to tease him. He mostly liked the feeling. If he wanted to push Su Shui down himself, he could easily do it. Lin Hao just loved this feeling of wanting and not being able to get it from Su Shui. Sister, come and do one. Lin Hao also bit his mouth and spoke a bit heavily on those words. Stinky brother, so annoying, do you still want to take advantage of your sister? Hey, isn't a sister's cheapness for her brother to take advantage of? Creep, oily mouth. Su Shui plucked out Lin Hao flirtatiously, then helped Lin Hao with a piece of meat. Lin Hao hastily took it and stuffed it into his mouth. The two of them raised their eyebrows, and it was an unusually exciting meal. By the way, Sister Su Shui, I have invested in a biopharmaceutical company. The company is called Hongsheng Pharmaceutical Company. The company is now hiring a sales director inside. Why don't you try it? Lin Hao had arranged it this way, mainly because he wanted Su Shui and Xia Yushan to gradually come into contact. Xia Yushan knew about the existence of Zhao Minman, but was unclear about Su Shui. Xia Yushan, a big jealous woman, had gone cold turkey with Lin Hao several times just because of Zhao Minman. With Su Shui's matter, Lin Hao decided to save for a rainy day, creating conditions that would allow Xia Yushan and Su Shui to naturally come into contact with each other. And if they could become sisters, that would be even better. Oh, stinky brother, you're actually the boss. Su Shui's heart shook as she listened, and her eyes lit up. She did know that Lin Hao's family was well off, especially his wife's, which was very atmospheric. All the pocket money given to Lin Hao is in millions, but the fact that Lin Hao was able to borrow these resources to become an investor quickly shows that Lin Hao is an upwardly mobile man. Not really an owner, only an investor, a major shareholder. I have no involvement in any of the management inside the company, so, I want my sister to try it out. And if I can take the position and have my sister slowly get a hold of their sales channels, it's much more reassuring for me as an investor. This was indeed one of Lin Hao's concerns as well. He was going to develop the cultivation world's Yuan Dan and ordinary medicines in a fusion. That for every aspect, it was best to control it in his own hands as well. Originally, Lin Hao wanted to buy all the shares of Hongsheng Pharmaceutical Company, but the founder of the other party was reluctant and always demanded that the management authority of the company be grasped in his hands. Otherwise, it would have preferred to accept Lin Hao's financing. Xia Yushan had told Lin Hao about this point before, and Xia Yushan highly esteemed this company, especially appreciated the ability of the founder of this company. Xia Yushan's investment philosophy is that she only invests in people she knows for industries she is not familiar with, and she places special value on founders and management teams. At the strong suggestion of Xia Yushan, Lin Hao finally agreed to a joint venture with the founders. That was why Lin Hao wanted Su Shui to find a way to blend into the company. At the same time, he could also slowly introduce Su Shui to Xia Yushan to get to know her, and take precautions in advance to avoid Xia Yushan jumping to her feet when she suddenly knew of Su Shui's existence at that time. Su Shui nodded as she said, I'd be willing to give it a try if my stinky brother needed me, but as you know, my sister, I have been working in sales management in the automobile industry, and for the pharmaceutical industry, it's a totally different concept. Even if I'm willing to go, the other side doesn't necessarily want me. Oh. Chapter 151 Proof of Strange Dreams. When Lin Hao thought about it, this problem did exist. He frowned, thinking about how to get Su Shui, an outsider, to mix into Hongsheng Pharmaceuticals. That's a pain in the ass. As a shareholder, I could just put you in, but that would defeat the purpose. Su Shui saw it. Stinky brother, does Hongsheng Pharmaceutical Company only recruit directors? Is there a sales manager or medical rep position? It would be quite a bit easier to start at the bottom position. Sister, Do you mean that you are willing to give up your previous accomplishments and start from scratch? Lin Hao stared at Su Shui with wide eyes. This decision is very rare for Su Shui. Su Shui now belonged to the regional general manager level, and she was surprisingly willing to give up her high-paying job for herself to become a bottom-level employee. Su Shui snorted when she saw Lin Hao's incredulous look. Stinky brother, my sister is only 29 years old, not middle-aged. Isn't it normal to change industries and start from the basics? Besides, my brother is the major shareholder of the company. Will it still be hard for me to get promoted? Su Shui fluttered her big eyes and half-jokingly teased Lin Hao. Lin Hao immediately assured, sister, don't worry, I will not treat you badly. And the salary you lowered because you went to Hongqing Pharmaceutical Company, my brother compensated you for it. Hey, stinky brother, is this about to bag his sister? Ahem, the word adopted would not sound good, but it's a certainty that I'll adopt my sister. Well, I'll leave the rest of my life in my brother's hands. Su Shui gave Lin Hao another piece of fat pot meat. The two talked to each other. Lin Hao suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate and took it out to be Zhou Tingting's call. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, I heard that your master was abused. Where are you now? I'll accompany you to take a look. Zhou Tingting was well acquainted within the Buddhist Tao Alliance, and Lin Hao had previously entrusted Zhou Tingting to help keep an eye on Zhang Daoling. That's why Zhou Tingting informed Lin Hao the first time she learned that Zhang Daoling had been abused. What? The old man was abused even at his age? Who the did that? I'll him up. Lin Hao was furious and couldn't help but explode. Quickly, gather at the foot of Mount Amei. I'm already on my way over there. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Hao hung up the phone, then said to turned his head to Su Shui. Sister Su Shui, take care of my body for me. I'm going out. What do you mean? Su Shui had just asked a question. The sword that Lin Hao had carried with him was seen rising up into the air. The sword recognized a direction and pierced out at the window. Su Shui's jaw dropped when she saw this scene. She rushed to the window to check, but the sword had disappeared into the night sky, out of sight. She turned back again and realized that Lin Hao's body was standing there motionless, and his eyes had lost their expression. Su Shui was alarmed. She put her finger under Lin Hao's nose and probed. Luckily, it's breathing. Su Shui then reacted to Lin Hao's soul leaving with the sword. What the hell is a stinky brother? Not only can he exorcise ghosts, but he can also get his soul out of his body. It's just like what is described in mythological novels. It's just too exaggerated. Su Shui stared at the face that was like a knife and axe, stars in her eyes. This man was too mysterious. Her gaze surveyed Lin Hao's body critically from top to bottom, her eyes filled with tenderness and love. It was amazing that this man trusted himself so much. Even the body is thrown directly into his care. Su Shui couldn't help but reach out and rub her palm over Lin Hao's face. Gee, hadn't one always wondered about those nights with those strange dreams? In the dream, Lin Hao had a distinctive birthmark on his body. If we want to prove whether Lin Hao did it or not, wouldn't we know it by taking off his clothes and imprinting now? Thinking of this, Su Shui's heart was beating wildly, and her face was blood red, like a red-hot Luo iron. Hot and hot. This thought of Su Shui's madness dominated her trembling hands as they began to undo Lin Hao's clothes. Will this be discovered by Lin Hao? I moved his clothes. He's bound to find out. How am I going to explain this if I'm found out? Su Shui kept doing battle inside. Intense curiosity prevented her from dismissing the idea of finding out. How about I go bathe him? Even if stinky brother finds out, I can explain. So much for being discovered. Suetsu figured it out and did it. She carried Lin Hao's body on her back and moved him to the bathroom. Lin Hao's out-of-body Lin Hao doesn't realize that his body is about to be molested by a woman. Meanwhile, inside the secret room of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhao Danxia and Xiao Fei looked at the 5 cultivators who had been chosen to cultivate the Qingcheng heart technique. Sect Master. These 5 cultivators, there are those with no cultivation, those at the Taoist apprentice realm, and those at the founder's realm. They all started cultivating from scratch, but several days passed without any progress. Not even a trace of air was practiced. Zhao Danxia stared and grabbed a cultivator's hand, then probed into the air. As Xiao Fei had said, there was absolutely no air in this cultivator's body. Zhao Danxia let go of this cultivator's hand and went to grab the next one. All 5 of these cultivators were examined one by Zhao Danxia. All the same, none of them have succeeded in practicing. What's going on? Mastermind? Xiao Fei hoped Zhao Danxia would find out why. Zhao Danxia glanced at him and said, "Come out with me." After that, he walked out of the chamber. Joffrey followed him out. Sect Master, we've all studied it again over the past few days, and it's a cultivation method that works, by all accounts. But how come there's no response at all? Tell me, why is Zhang Daoling, as a master, not as strong as his disciple Lin Hao? The question that Zhao Danxia asked had actually been studied countless times in Xiao Fei's mind. Could it be because cultivating this kung fu requires special qualifications? You're right. Legend has it that the Shushan sword immortal needs to have a spiritual root in order to practice. Then what is a spiritual root? How can we determine who only has spiritual roots? This one's only a test. Zhao Danxia's gaze condensed as she said, on the Buddhist Tao Alliance forum, the Qingchang sect has already issued a recruitment order, and the first batch of enrollment is now underway. There's not much time left for us. Yes, sect master. They have at most 10 more days before the Qingchang sect can finish repairing the dilapidated Taoist temple left behind from before and start recruiting the first batch of disciples. At that time, the Qingchang sect officially began to teach the Qingcheng Xing Fa. At that time, it would be completely confirmed that the inheritance of the Shushan sword immortal originated from the Qingcheng sect. Then it has nothing to do with our Longhu mountain, Zhao Danxia and Xiao Fei. Among others, the moment they discovered the Silver Silk Thunder method, they realized that it was highly likely that the Shushan sword immortal actually existed. There is a more advanced and involving mode of cultivation for immortals coming up. Unfortunately, no matter how much they studied it, they were unable to research what cultivation pattern lay behind the Silver Silk Thunder law. Originally, the senior members of the Buddhist Tao Alliance had given up on their research, but they didn't know that Lin Hao had managed to cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder method, and even broke the news that he had the Qingcheng Heart method in his hands. This time, it was solid proof that the Shushan sword immortal did exist. Chapter 152, The Beginning of a Nightmare. The rise of a brand new mode of cultivation would mean that it would completely overturn the previous division of power. If Lung Fu Shan fails to take the lead in the new mode of cultivation, then Lung Fu Shan will decline rapidly. Lung Fu Shan could never let that happen. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhao Danxia wanted to do everything she could to obtain the Qingcheng Heart technique in the first place. Xiao Fei, time waits for no one. You also immediately place a message on top of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance forum, announcing that the true copy of the Qingcheng Heart technique inherited from the sword immortal of Shushan is in the hands of our Longhu mountain. It is also announced that Longhu mountain invites the handsome and talented people in the cultivation world to study the Qingcheng Xanfa. Okay, I'll get right on it. Xiao Fei naturally understood the palmist's intentions in doing so. One was to utilize the wisdom of the people of the world to test out what exactly the cultivation qualifications needed to be possessed in order to cultivate the Qingcheng Xanfa. The second is to take advantage of public opinion. Tell the world that I, Longhu Mountain, still grasp the winds of the cultivation world. At the same time, the decision was very mischievous. On the side of Mount Qingcheng, you must betray your master and join the Qingcheng sect in order to learn. However, there are no conditions in Longhu Mountain, so you can directly participate in the cultivation. When this announcement is sent out, it will definitely put the Qingcheng sect in a situation where they will be verbally abused. This is a move that kills two birds with one stone. As soon as their message was sent out, there was indeed an uproar on the internet. This night is destined to be sleepless. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, and Su Xiaoyu had attracted countless inquiries because they had made an announcement. All three of them had to morph into customer service. One moment at a time, he replied to the questions of the vast number of cultivators in the cultivation community on the forum. This trash of the Qingcheng sect, relying on their own inheritance of the Shushan sword immortal, coaxed everyone to betray their division and join their Qingcheng sect. Don't fall for it, people, or you'll end up screwing yourself at both ends. This message appeared abruptly in the comments section of the Qingcheng sect's announcement. Soon, countless comments followed. Damn, I almost fell for it. People from Longhu Mountain also have the Qingcheng Xanfa, or it's an unconditional free gift. It's true. Everyone go to Longhu Mountain and read the announcement. As long as you go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain and register there, you can receive a free copy of the Qingcheng Heart technique. Longhu Mountain deserves to be the leading sect in the cultivation world. Look how atmospheric they are. They took out the Silver Silk Thunder method as a reward before, and now they're announcing the Qingcheng Heart method for everyone to see for free. In this comparison, the Qingcheng sect is truly villainous. That Lin Hao is relying on the fact that he has learned the Silver Silk Thunder technique, and is using it as blackmail to get us to betray our division and join their Qingcheng sect. Unbeknownst to him, he was able to learn the Silver Silk Thunder technique, and that wasn't even rewarded to him by Longhu Mountain. This practice is really too petty. It's no wonder that a centuries-old sect would gradually fall to a few people. They actually use such tactics to recruit people. Sooner or later, this kind of sect will disappear completely. The wind shifted instantly in the comments section. From the original enthusiastic situation of not being able to wait to join the Qingcheng sect, it instantly turned into a verbal attack. Xia Gang, Su Xiaoyu, and the others watched with jaws agape. Hurry up and turn on the announcement from Dragon Tiger Mountain to see what they actually posted. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly clicked on the announcement released by Longhu Mountain. In the announcement, Longhu Mountain declared that their family also has the Qingcheng Xanfa, which originated from the inheritance of the sword immortal of Mount Shushan. It's a true immortal law. In the announcement, LWS also released some clips of the Qingqing Xinfa, with those words and phrases. Any cultivator could see the magic of the Gongfu. The announcement also reveals a layer of meaning. That is, except for Lung Fu Shan's Qingqing Xinfa, which is the real one. Any other Qingqing Xinfa published by any other institution or organization is fake. In view of the fact that many sects in the market are now using the name of the Qingqing Xinfa to woo people, Longhu Mountain has decided to publicize the contents of the Qingqing Xinfa's Gongfu. The general practitioners are invited to participate in the realization. This, Xia Gang looked puzzled. He was confused. The Qingqing heart technique was clearly a gong method that he and Lin Hao had both studied day and night for several days and nights before compiling it. And they had never proclaimed that they were the legacy of the Shushan sword immortal. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, and Wang Tao had all cultivated the true Qingqing heart technique version A, even if Su Xiaoyu had cultivated the Qingqing heart technique version B. However, its content was also not at all the same as those sentences of the Qingqing Xinfa published by Longhu Mountain. Jade, hurry up and register with the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the name of the Gu Immortal sect and claim out a copy of their Qingqing heart technique to take a look at. Okay, I'll get it right away. Su Xiaoyu logged into Gu Xianmen's account, contacted the Longhu Mountain Forum customer service, and after making a good registration, she easily received a copy of Longhu Mountain's version of the Qingqing Xinfa. When you get the Lung Fu Shan version of Qingqing Xinfa, you can't wait to click on it and check it out. At this look, Xia Gang and the others were relieved. The Longhu Mountain version of the Qingqing heart technique looked divine and marvelous, but it was completely different from the Qingqing heart technique compiled by Xia Gang. Grandpa Xia, do we still have to continue recruiting disciples of the Qingqing sect? Although Su Xiaoyu and the others belong to the same generation of disciples as Xia Gang, privately, everyone followed Lin Hao and called Xia Gang their grandfather. Xia Gang nodded. Let's just implement the strategy set by Lin Hao acting sect leader at our own pace. They can do whatever they like at Longhu Mountain. It's none of our business. Moreover, the disciples recruited under such circumstances do a screening to a certain extent. Well, Grandpa is right, Lu. Under such circumstances, and still willing to join to our Qingqing sect, then you can see that this person has his own judgment. And it's also easier to gain our trust. Xia Ting also advocated continuing to recruit disciples as planned. A few people then decided to continue recruiting whatever they should regardless of what Longhu Mountain released. However, it was confirmed that 90% of the cultivators' resumes that had been sent in from previous registrations had indicated that they would no longer participate in the Qingqing sect's introductory test. Su Xiaoyu and the others didn't matter. Whether it is true or not, they know best in their own hearts. Especially Xia Gang. The 4 words Qingqing heart technique were all taken by both him and Lin Hao. There must be something odd about the so-called Qingqing Xinfa of Lung Fu Shan. Either it's a fake, or it's just an application of their Kung Fu name. However, the netizens of the cultivation community have no judgment of Gongfu, and they unconditionally believe in the authority of Lung Fu Shan. Lung Fu Shan dared to publicly release the Qingqing Xinfa on the internet, and its level of trust far exceeded that of the Qingqing sect, which had only 3 or 4 members. After the netizens in the cultivation world got their hands on the Gongfu, many of them abolished their current cultivation that night and began to cultivate the Qingqing Xinfa announced by Longhu Mountain. They don't realize yet that this is the beginning of their descent into the ordinary. This is the beginning of their nightmare. With such a big wave on the internet, Zhang Daoling, who was vacationing with Brittany at the hotel, couldn't fall apart. He read the copy of the Qingqing heart technique thrown out by Longhu Mountain, and he laughed so hard that he almost shed tears. These little cuties, taking a random piece of bull ***** kung fu they wrote and treating it like a baby. Ugh, so annoying. Lately there have been people guarding the outer gate of their puppet's prison, monitoring it at all times. Zhang Daoling received information from the monitor on the puppet at this time. Someone was talking to him. Old man, be honest with me lately, don't wow me, and especially don't let your apprentice know that you're being questioned by us, or I'll make you look good. Zhang Daoling had to strike up a conversation and asked, Officer, why is this? Why can't you let my disciple know that I'm being mistreated by you? Chapter 153, we'll have to go through with it. That jailer was asked to guard 24 hours a day and was also very bored. So he bull ***** Ted with Zhang Daoling's puppet. Old thing, it's all your fault. It's all because your ears are like made of tofu. When the leader of our Buddhist and Taoist union came for questioning the other day, he accidentally whipped your ear off with a whip. How can you blame me for having ears made of tofu? Shouldn't you reflect on your own cruelty? Zhang Daoling was almost infuriated by this jailer's bandit logic. Bah! How can a normal person be as fragile as you? Isn't it normal for us, as jailers, to beat up prisoners? Who told you to be so unbeatable? The jailer glared viciously at Zhang Daoling. Well, I blame my old man. Zhang Daoling didn't want to mess around with this jailer as he brought the topic back to the point. Let me ask you, what does my ear falling off have to do with my apprentice? Are you stupid? Your ear was knocked off by us. If your disciple knows about it, won't he come and make trouble? If your disciple is unhappy, then he definitely won't give us the ching heart technique. Oh, I see. Zhang Daoling was able to deduce what was going on after hearing a generalization. He had also learned about the great things Lin Hao had done in the past few days on the Buddha Road Alliance app as well. What the Buddhist Tao Alliance had to do now was to stabilize Lin Hao's emotions, so that Lin Hao could recruit people as soon as possible and teach the ching heart technique as soon as possible. The Longhu Mountain had gotten it ching xinfa out of itself as well though, but Longhu Mountain itself was skeptical about this gong method. Just because they had seized the upper hand in terms of public opinion didn't mean that they had complete faith in that ching heart technique that Zhang Daoling had given them. They also wished to verify each other by comparing it with the ching heart technique taught by Lin Hao. After the jailer left, Zhang Daoling settled the final payment for Sweetie. Anyway, he had recently developed fatigue with Brittany, and the body also has the feeling of being hollowed out. And then such reckless indulgence continues. Even the strongest body cannot be. Zhang Daoling would rather go back to jail now than stay with Sweetie again. And he had a hunch that Lin Hao was coming to visit the prison. He needed to get back to the prison to replace the puppet as soon as possible. These jailers of the Buddhist Tao Alliance are good at fooling people, but their own disciples are not so good at fooling people. If Lin Hao saw the puppet, then his identity would be exposed. So, Zhang Daoling simply drove Sweetie away and went back to jail himself. The Taoist temple at the upper waist of Manhwa is a prison for prisoners set up by the Buddhist Taoist Alliance. At this time the moonlight spread on the Taoist temple, like a layer of light silver veil, decorating this ancient Taoist temple more mysterious and serene. The Taoist temple is situated between mountains and forests, surrounded by pines and cypresses, and the night breeze makes a melodious sound as if it were a harmonious song of nature. On this all too silent night, the moonlight cast the shadow of the Taoist temple on the ground, creating a hazy glow. In the past days, the Taoist priests on duty in the Guan had long since sneaked off to sleep, but in the last few days, the two Taoist priests on duty had been standing by with their weapons in hand, not daring to slack off in any way. The management of the Buddha Taoist Alliance sent an order that no one should ever be allowed to visit the prison recently, with a special explanation that Lin Hao of the Qingcheng sect should be prevented. Suddenly, a light footstep broke the quiet night. The on-duty Taoist priests were immediately alerted. Who are you? In the darkness, two figures gradually became clear. A man and a woman. The man was Lin Hao and the woman was Zhou Tingting. I'm Lin Hao from the Qingcheng sect. I want to see my master. Zhang Daoling. Lin Hao said in a deep voice. No, there are orders from above that no one is allowed to visit the prison. The Taoist priest on duty firmly rebuffed. Lin Hao frowned as a powerful aura emanated from him. Noisy. Lin Hao didn't want to talk nonsense at all, and before his words fell, he was already rushing towards the prison gates. The eyes of the two Taoist priests on duty glazed over and they immediately greeted Lin Hao, the weapons in their hands greeting him in unison. But Lin Hao's hands were too fast, and with just a flick of his hand, he knocked the weapons in the hands of the on-duty Taoist priests to the ground. Seeing this, the other Taoist priest on duty immediately drew the large sword at his waist and slashed towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao dodged sideways and at the same time punched out, hitting this Taoist priest squarely in the chest. A mouthful of blood spurted out of this Taoist priest, and his entire body flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Daring, who dares to trespass on the Buddhist Tao Alliance's prison grounds? Just then, a majestic voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, an old man walked out. He was followed by a group of Taoist priests, all with serious faces. The two duty officers hurriedly climbed to their feet and said, Master Guan, this is Lin Hao, who the Buddhist Tao Alliance has explained to pay special attention to. Yes, the old man nodded in understanding. Young man, are you the Lin Hao who has recently stirred up the cultivation world? The old man wore a golden robe, a robe that looked old but was washed clean and smooth, as if a mysterious power was protecting it. The Taoist robes are embroidered with intricate designs, both mysterious runes and vivid landscape drawings, giving them a feeling of both solemnity and mystery. The old man's hair was as silver white as snow, neatly combed and coiled on top of his head, secured with a golden hairpin. Lin Hao couldn't help but respect this old man even when he saw him. Seeing that it was this person, Zhou Tingting also had a huge shock in her heart, her pupils shrinking slightly as she got close enough to attach herself to Lin Hao's ear and whispered, Fellow Daoist Lin, this is Daoist Xian Ming, a Wudong sect realm cultivator of extraordinary strength. Said to be 100 years old, he was of high rank and strength in the Wudong sect and was revered by the disciples of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance. Originally, Everyone thought that he had closed down to cultivate for retirement. But they didn't expect him to be here as a Guan master. You'd better talk it over with him, don't clash with him, don't offend him. After hearing Zhou Tingting's explanation, Lin Hao nodded gently in understanding. He stepped forward and bowed towards the Guan master, mouthing the name Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Greetings, Taoist Master Xian Ming. I am indeed Lin Hao. My master was imprisoned here, and I heard that my master was tortured by you. As a human disciple, my heart is so anxious that I must see it with my own eyes before I can rest assured. And I ask the master of the observatory to be accommodating. Infinite Heavenly Father. Taoist Master Xian Ming's eyebrows were long and thick, like two silver crescents hanging above his eyes. Fellow Taoist Lin, prisons have prison rules. It's not like you can see them just because you say so. If you need to see your master, you can apply to the Buddha Dao Alliance to visit the prison in a formal way. Taoist Master Xian Ming originally had a sulky look on his face because Lin Hao had just shot and injured someone. But at this moment, Lin Hao was wearing a smile, so he couldn't just snap. Taoist Xian Ming is right. It's just that my master is old and severely injured. I'm afraid he won't be able to support himself. I will apply to the Buddha Dao Alliance as soon as possible. I just still hope that Taoist Xian Ming can be accommodating and let me meet my master first. Your master is an important inmate of our prison, and the Buddhist and Taoist Alliance has a special order not to let anyone visit him at will. The old Taoist, as the Taoist Guan master, is sorry that he cannot be accommodated. Taoist Master Xian Ming had a firm expression, as if he was a statue. Such a situation caused Lin Hao's heart to explode even more in his originally anxious state of mind. The Buddha Road Alliance even specifically ordered that he was not allowed to visit the prison. Is not it just sideways proof that his masters indeed suffered inhuman treatment? When he thought of Zhang Daoling's and lewd expression, he couldn't help but stifle a smile at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the thought that these jailers had actually laid a harsh hand on an elderly person like Zhang Daoling flooded his heart with twinges of pain. Lin Hao's face showed a resolute and decisive expression. No matter what, he had to see Zhang Daoling tonight. In that case, I'll just have to go through with it. Lin Hao suddenly drew his sword, the tip pointing at Taoist Master Xian Ming. The sword's body flashed brightly, glittering with countless mysterious star spots under the moonlight. Chapter 154, Eating More Salt Than You Rice. Bold fanatic, how dare you make a move against Taoist Xian Ming? In that instant, the group of Taoists behind the Guan master drew their swords and stepped forward to confront Lin Hao. They were raging, just waiting for Taoist Master Xian Ming to give the order to stab Lin Hao into 1,000 holes. Stand down, all of you. Taoist Master Xian Ming's Taoist robes shook, and these Taoist priests felt as if a soft, huge force had struck them. A huge, sheer force pushing them back and forth. Soon, the place where Taoist Master Xian Ming and Lin Hao both stood became empty, leaving only the two of them standing in the center. Master Guan, what are you doing? Master Guan, let's drive this maniac off the mountain. This son has no manners. Let's teach him a lesson. Let him know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. This group of Taoist priests were furious at Lin Hao for being so rude, itching to split Lin Hao up. Taoist Xian Ming waved his hand and said, "You are no match for Taoist Lin Hao." When these words came out, the group of Taoist priests all looked unconvinced, but they didn't dare to refute them, as Taoist Master Xian Ming had an extremely high status in his heart. Next, Taoist Master Xian Ming faced Lin Hao, his thick white eyebrows raised horizontally as he spoke in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, I know that you've obtained the legendary Shushan sword Immortal Inheritance and that its strength is extraordinary, but I, as the Guan master, must also do my duty. May I ask how Taoist Xian Ming is going to do his duty? Lin Hao had predicted that things wouldn't go smoothly. It's simple for me to do my duty, and that's for you to kill me and step over my dead body so you can visit the prison. At that time, please just don't make things difficult for these fellow Buddhists behind me. Fellow Taoist Lin. Taoist Master Xian Ming's voice was very flat, like telling a very ordinary thing. Master Guan, what are you talking about? No matter how powerful this Lin Hao is, he's only been practicing for a few months. What makes him capable of letting you do it yourself? Master Guan, there's no need to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken. A few of us can stab him to death with a mess of swords. Lin Hao is actually a cultivator who has been mindlessly exaggerated by a group of lower-ranked cultivators. Even if he has inherited the Shushan sword Immortal, how powerful can he be? Can he defeat the siege of several of us? These words from Taoist Master Xian Ming caused the Taoist priests behind him to burst into flames and squeeze forward, but they were unable to break through a wall of void chi set up by Taoist Master Xian Ming. Just a moment ago, in order to stop these Taoist priests from being impulsive, Taoist Master Xian Ming had used a wall of nothingness to isolate Lin Hao and him in a circle. Lin Hao, you ungrateful fanatic, do you know that Taoist Master Xian Ming is a long-established real person? You're looking for death if you presume to challenge a real person. Ignorant fool. Do you know what it means to be a real person? A true person can already initially utilize the laws of heaven and earth, carrying the slightest hint of heaven and earth power between his hands and feet. How dare you challenge the goddess of mercy with such disrespect? Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Actually, Lin Hao's end is already predetermined. I'm just not convinced. How can a little scum like him let the goddess of the observatory do it herself? It's simply an insult to the goddess of compassion. The group of Taoist priests couldn't break through the wall of void qi, so they had no choice but to rage against Lin Hao to vent their hatred. Zhou Tingting looked at Lin Hao with a concerned expression as well. She opened her mouth, wanting to persuade Lin Hao to forget about it for tonight and not to get into a fight with a real person. However, with her understanding of Lin Hao, she knew that once Lin Hao made a decision, it would be hard to be persuaded. Fellow Daoist Lin, if you're not defeated, watch your southeast. Zhou Tingting broke the weakness of the void qi wall with a single word, and Lin Hao turned around to show his gratitude with a look. Taoist Master Xian Ming couldn't help but appreciate it as well. Rumor has it that Zhou Tingting of the Shangqing Palace has 16 senses, and it is true to its name. However, there is no need for fellow Taoist Zhou to worry. If Lao Dao is slightly better, fellow Taoist Lin Hao's life will not be in danger, and he doesn't have to think about breaking the formation and escaping at all. Oh, Taoist Master Xu Weming's kindly look was soothing. At the same time, one could also see Taoist Xian Ming's confidence in his own strength. Zhou Tingting also couldn't help but blush, and remotely arched her hand at Taoist Master Xian Ming, with the intention of offering her thanks. The group of Taoist priests, however, were upset that Zhou Tingting was defending Lin Hao like this. Zhou Tingting, your Shangqing Palace is at least one of the 5 permanent member sects of the Buddha Taoist Alliance. How can you side with this fanatic of the Qingqing sect? You're betraying the Buddha Tao Alliance. Betraying the sect. Zhou Tingting, there are still disciples of your Shangqing Palace inside this Taoist temple where the prisoners are being held. You have to stand in line and speak through your head. Otherwise it won't be worth it to bring disaster to your Shangqing Palace for no reason. The group of Taoist priests swarmed against Zhou Tingting, even implicating the division where Zhou Tingting was from. Zhou Tingting had to keep her mouth shut, staring at the circle without looking away, not arguing with the words of these Taoist priests. Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, do it! Taoist Master Xian Ming wore a faint smile on his face and signaled that Lin Hao could begin. Taoist Master Xian Ming gestured for Lin Hao to make the first move. He held out a hand in a gesture of invitation, a small smile on his face. Taoist Master Xian Ming had always shown that he attached great importance to Lin Hao on his lips, but in reality, he had his own pride. He hadn't made a breakthrough in the realm of real people for many years though, and he might stop here in this lifetime. However, he had plowed his way through the realm of real people for a long time, and he was confident that there were not many people who could defeat him in the current cultivation world. In the same realm, regarding Lin Hao, the rumors outside were very powerful, and Taoist Master Xian Ming thought that there was a suspicion of exaggeration, and he didn't put Lin Hao in his eyes and his heart. Similar to what these disciples had said, Lin Hao, as powerful as he was, had only been cultivating for a few months, and he himself has eaten more salt than Lin Hao has eaten rice, and crossed more bridges than Lin Hao has traveled. In that case, just by accumulating time alone, he was confident that he could crush Lin Hao. Opposite Taoist Master Xian Ming within the wall of void qi, Lin Hao held a Qingqing 7-star sword that flickered with electric arcs. The whole person was straight as a pine, with sword brows and starry eyes. He adjusted his mind and hit the ground running. It was the first time he had faced a cultivator of the realm of real people. He was no more confident than he dared to have any underestimation. At the moment, the Taoist priests outside the arena were cheering for Taoist Master Xian Ming, believing that Lin Hao was striking at a stone with an egg, and was not measuring himself, and all sorts of contemptuous remarks. However, Lin Hao wasn't affected by the voices from the outside world, and with a determined gleam in his eyes, his body moved like thunder as he rushed towards Taoist Master Xian Ming. Only the Qingqing sword in Lin Hao's hand instantly erupted with an intense arc of electricity, as if silver lightning had cut through the sky, slashing towards Taoist Master Xian Ming. Taoist Master Xian Ming's face changed slightly, and his figure instantly disappeared from its original position. Appearing behind Lin Hao, he lightly waved the duster in his hand, and a powerful air current instantly knocked Lin Hao back a few steps. However, Lin Hao didn't seem to be harmed. Instead, he used the strength to increase his speed, and with a flash of his body, he once again rushed towards Taoist Master Xian Ming. In an instant, the 5-meter area surrounding Taoist Master Xian Ming was entangled with countless silhouettes. Taoist Master Xian Ming no longer dared to act rashly. His face changed drastically. He hadn't expected Lin Hao to be so fast and to attack in such a bizarre way. He hastily waved the duster in his hand. The duster instantly transformed into 1,000 handles, forming a shield around his body. At the same time, Taoist master Xian Ming's other hand had manifested the 8 trigrams illusion diagram. Qian Kuan flowed in the illusory diagram, forming an imposing pressure. At this point, the wall of void qi that Taoist master Xian Ming had previously set up had long since run out of energy to continue maintaining it. The pressure of the 8 trigrams shadow pressured the onlookers, the Taoist priests in Zhou Tingting and the others, to change their faces and retreat several meters. Chapter 155, Shocking the Cultivation World. Then, where the end of the 8 trigrams illusion map swept by, then the ground tiles around them were destroyed and kept flying up, like high-speed cutters, chilling to the eye. Taoist master Xian Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he kept searching for Lin Hao's true form. Once he seized the opportunity, he would strike a blow against Lin Hao. It was also the first time that the group of Taoist priests had seen a real person fight, and each of them had their mouths open wide in both shock and excitement. So powerful that steel bars can be cut. Not bad for a real person. Scary as hell. Then Lin Hao is dead. As soon as he touched the high-speed rotating 8 trigrams illusion diagram, he would be cut into pieces of flesh. Zhou Tingting likewise had her mouth wide open, not daring to believe that Taoist master Xian Ming was able to execute such a powerful Dao. She looked at Lin Hao, who had transformed into a shadow of a constant Mercedes galloping, and revealed a million concerns. Could Lin Hao catch the 8 trigrams of illusion that was about to leap out of Taoist master Xian Ming's hand? However, all that could be seen was a silver-colored lightning bolt instantly slashing through Taoist master Xian Ming's body. This time, he utilized the silver silk thunder technique, instantly transforming into a silver lightning bolt and attacking towards Taoist master Xian Ming with lightning speed. Lightning swept through, and a golden-colored figure was instantly sent flying out. Taoist master Xian Ming sprayed a mouthful of blood in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The 8 trigrams illusion diagram in his hand disappeared and the floating dust broke into several pieces. Goddess of Mercy. Immediately, a Taoist priest rushed into the battle circle to protect Taoist master Xian Ming. Soon, other Taoist priests also surrounded Taoist Xian Ming, protected in a circle. Lin Hao collected his sword and stood, not taking advantage of the opportunity to attack again. He had a small smile on his face, as if he had everything under control. Oh, the so-called real people are nothing more than that. Lin Hao already had an all-encompassing understanding of the abilities of the realm of real people. Cultivators? Ah! Under his Qingcheng heart technique, they were like dirt. This wasn't because Lin Hao was blindly arrogant, but it was something he had summarized from experiencing many battles with cultivators. It seemed that the Qingcheng heart technique could be completely removed from the realm of the cultivation world. Lin Hao had experienced this battle, and he had a deeper knowledge of the Qingcheng heart technique that he and Xiaogang had compiled. When this was over, Lin Hao would still need to work with Xiaogang to delve further into the Qingcheng heart technique, thoroughly dividing the Qingcheng Xinfa from the existing complicated Taoism, Buddhism, and ghost cultivation. Master Guan, how are you doing? Ahem. Put. Taoist master Xian Ming sprayed out a mouthful of black blood, finally taking a breath. Thanks to fellow Taoist Lin's mercy, I can't die yet. He dismissed the concerned Taoist priests. Worthy of the Shushan sword immortal inheritance. Powerful. Dang powerful. Taoist master Xian Ming looked at Lin Hao with a complicated expression. Originally, he had thought that the descriptions of Lin Hao's cultivated techniques on the Buddhist Tao Alliance's forums were exaggerated claims. Tonight, after personally fighting Lin Hao, he realized this. Not only were the descriptions of Lin Hao's cultivated techniques on the forum not exaggerated, but they were also underestimated. The group of Taoist priests were relieved that Taoist master Xueming was fine. At this moment, they once again looked at Lin Hao in unison. In his eyes was actually the shock Lin Hao felt after defeating Taoist Qianming with a single move just now. In their minds, they were all incredulous. The same cultivator was also younger than himself, and Lin Hao was only a cultivator who had only been cultivating for a few months. Lin Hao, however, was able to defeat the real person they regarded as their lifelong goal with a single move. Real people. This was a cultivator of the realm of real people. In the realm of the true man, in the Taoist sect and in the Buddhist sect, it was a proper party of greatness. There were even many small sects, medium-sized sects, whose headmasters did not possess the strength of a real person. Such a real person couldn't even catch one of Lin Hao's attacks. Is this the power of the Shushan sword immortal inheritance? The Tao they were currently practicing was not even worthy of mentioning their shoes compared to the Qingcheng heart method inherited from the Shu Mountain sword immortal. Soon, an incomparable fire, even fervor, appeared in their eyes. Just a moment ago, all of them were looking for Longhu Mountain on the forums to download the Qingcheng XINFA, the Qingcheng heart technique that Lin Hao knew. They also had, by the time one succeeded in cultivation, that also possessed the same perverted strength as Lin Hao. It was also able to trample under the feet of a real person-level Taoist cultivator. Thinking of this, they all hated to abolish their cultivation right now and immediately start cultivating this Qingcheng heart technique. Lin Hao put away his 7-star sword and took a step towards Taoist Master Xianming. The group of Taoist priests surrounding Taoist Master Xianming were cleaved out of the way by Lin Hao's invisible pressure. Taoist Master Xianming, may I ask if I am now qualified to visit my master? Lin Hao's tone was bland and filled with irrefutable intentions. Taoist Master Xianming sighed and arranged a Taoist priest beside him, saying, "Take fellow Taoist Lin Hao to visit his master, and if the Buddha-Taoist alliance blames him, all responsibility will be borne by the old Taoist that is. Yes, goddess." None of these Taoist priests dared to put up any more resistance. Lin Hao turned to Zhou Tingting and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please help look after Taoist Xianming for me. I'm going in to visit my master." Taoist Master Xianming still deserved Lin Hao's respect. No problem. Zhou Tingting also knew that Lin Hao had gone in to look for his master, and there must be something inconvenient for outsiders to know that needed to be arranged. Immediately after Lin Hao left, a Taoist priest placed a video of the battle between Lin Hao and Taoist Xianming just now on the forum. This video caused another uproar when it was placed on the forum. This Lin Hao could actually defeat the cultivation world's long-famous real person, Taoist Xianming, so easily. This allowed them to once again see the perversity of the Qingqing heart technique. In the various sects of the cultivation world, those who had originally hesitated after getting the Qingqing heart technique from Longhu Mountain had made up their minds. On the spur of the moment, he immediately abolished his own cultivation and switched to the Qingqing XINFA. Any later and you'll fall behind. Inside the Golden Hall of the Wudong sect on Wudong Mountain, the head of the Wudong sect, as well as the heads of various departments and ports gathered together. They carefully studied the video of the fight between Lin Hao and Taoist Xianming. "Sect Master, I exchanged words with Master Xianming some time ago, and although his state is not considered to be at the peak of his true nature, he is still exceptionally strong. I didn't expect that he would lose so quickly at the hands of Lin Hao. I'm also in the realm of the real person. If I came to face Lin Hao, I'd probably be even worse off than senior brother Xianming. I'd have to kneel the first time Lin Hao made a move. Don't say you're in the realm of real people. Even I don't dare to guarantee that I can defeat Lin Hao." "What, Elder Ho? You've broken through to the Celestial Master realm. Don't you have the confidence that you can defeat Lin Hao as well?" The crowd was so shocked by Elder Ho's just one sentence that they couldn't close their mouths. Elder Ho closed his eyes and slowly shook his head as a form of acquiescence. It seems like a new era in the cultivation world is really coming. The head of the Wudong sect watched the video and didn't participate in the discussion, but he was the one with worry in his voice. "Deacon Huang, Taoist Xianming is injured, so arrange for someone to visit and console him. In addition, arrange for the disciples to try to cultivate the Qingqing XINFA published by Longhu Mountain. We cannot lag behind, or else the Wudong sect will disappear into the river of history and cease to exist." "Roger that, Mastermind." The crowd was preoccupied. On the side of the Shangqing Palace, it was the same situation. Zhou Tingting is truly worthy of being the head of the third generation of disciples in our Shangqing Palace. She always seizes opportunities and has become good friends with Lin Hao. Yes, Zhou Tingting is very smart. She's friendly with Lin Hao. If she can learn the Qingqing heart technique from Lin Hao, this might be an opportunity for our Shangqing Palace. Impossible. This girl Zhou Tingting, her mind is too rigid and her heart is very arrogant. She wouldn't have taken the initiative to ask Lin Hao for the Qingqing heart technique, unless Lin Hao took the initiative to give it to her. But Zhou Tingting isn't Lin Hao's anyone, so why would Lin Hao give Zhou Tingting such an important technique for no reason? Chapter 156, Ghost Wife, Son-in-Law. It speaks to everyone's heart. Shangqing Palace through Zhou Tingting occupies such a good time and place for nothing, but it is a pity that this Zhou Tingting will not take advantage of it. The leaders of these sects were all in two minds. There are times when too much arrogance is really necessary. "Senior Sister Huang, you're Zhou Tingting's master. Why don't you find a chance to persuade Zhou Tingting to ask Lin Hao for the Qingqing heart technique for the sake of the Shangqing Palace raising her?" The headmaster of the Shangqing Palace gave this task to Zhou Tingting's master. Master Zhou Tingting's wrinkled face twitched. She knew exactly what kind of character this disciple of hers had. You'd be better off forcing her to die if you asked her to beg Lin Hao for the Gong Fu. However, in the face of so many eager eyes from his fellow disciples, Zhou Tingting's master did not directly open his mouth to refuse. "Didn't Longhu Mountain publish the Qingqing XINFA on the internet? You guys just practice accordingly. Why do you need Zhou Tingting to go to Lin Hao for it? Do you dare to cultivate the Gong Fu given by Longhu Mountain?" Immediately, someone joked, "Senior Sister Huang, if you believe in the words of Longhu Mountain, then you come and abolish your cultivation to practice the Qingqing heart technique, and we promise to allocate all the resources of the Shangqing Palace to you." When these words came out, everyone instantly couldn't help but laugh. That's true. Whoever believes in the words of the Dragon Tiger Mountain is out of luck. Within the Buddha Taoist alliance, none of them would believe that Lung Fu Shan would be so kind. Only those low-ranking cultivators would believe in Lung Fu Shan's bull *********. The headmaster of the Shangqing Palace once again clicked on the video of Lin Hao and Daoist Xuanming's sparring match, and she commented on it as she watched. Can any of you be as fast as Lin Hao? With that speed, I'm guessing that a large portion of us here wouldn't be able to carry a wave of Lin Hao's attacks. I suspect that Lin Hao has practiced the sword art of warding off evil, and we in Shangqing Palace are all women. I'm afraid that even if we get the Qingqing heart technique, we won't be able to cultivate it. Ha ha, Master Pong. Have you read too many martial arts novels? Then if that's not the case, then why does Lin Hao not feel like his body is made of flesh? Instead, it's like a ghost. That's the secret of people's Qingqing sect. At that time in Huangblangxi ancient city, I also heard that Lin Hao's body was not subject to physical damage inside the ghost wind wall, and that he was extremely fast, and could also split the air to protect Zhou Tingting. No, strictly speaking, what Lin Hao cultivates is no longer air, so I'm afraid that only he knows exactly what's going on with Lin Hao's body. Right. Senior Sister Huang. Your Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao are so close. Maybe they even have skin to skin. She must know the secrets of Lin Hao's body. Have you asked Zhou Tingting yet? As soon as these words came out, Zhou Tingting's master slapped her face and hollered over. Fortunately, this person reacted very quickly. Immediately dodge. Otherwise the slap in the face must be solidly appear 5 fingerprints. Old pious woman. Disrespectful for an old man. Zhou Tingting is a junior and you're still spreading rumors about her behind her back. Believe it or not, I'll tear your stinking mouth apart. Ugh, who among us hasn't been young? What's wrong with skinship? If that's the case, we'd now be elders at Lin Hao's mother-in-law level, and we'd be able to directly demand that Lin Hao hand over the Qingqing heart technique. This man you don't give up. Ahem. Senior Sister Huang. I feel that this is a reliable thing to try. The words of the man just now spoke to everyone's heart, and someone immediately chimed in. Yeah, although that Lin Hao verbalized that he wanted to publish the Qingqing heart technique, it definitely wouldn't be that easy to really obtain it. So, for the sake of the Shangqing Palace, I'm willing to shamelessly be this matchmaker and set up both Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao. The other crone decided to fall on the face of the cultivator and become a matchmaker. Off. My disciple still needs you to be a matchmaker for her? Zhou Tingting's master blankly glanced at the shameless old crone. Then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but carry a smug yet proud smile. It's still my disciple who has discernment. He already saw Lin Hao's extraordinary nature at that Buddha Dao conference. At that time, I was still a bit angry as to how that little ninny could help that seemingly bottomless low-ranked cultivator, but it turned out to be that Zhou Tingting had long since seen that Lin Hao was a team of potential stocks. Ugh, is that a bit of anger on your part? Don't think we don't know that you've been planning to quietly erase that Lin Hao already. Also, have you forgotten that whip you gave Zhou Tingting outside of Huangblangxi ancient city so quickly? You're talking nonsense. Am I Huang Xiu that kind of person? Let's go. Follow me to the dueling stage. I'm going to teach you a good lesson as a long-winded woman. Senior Sister Huang was infuriated by being exposed in her mind and rolled up her sleeve robes, ready to strike. Okay, stop it. The sect master hurriedly pulled away this irascible Senior Sister Huang. Instead of arguing here, why don't we look into how we can make our Zhou Tingting have the face to marry Lin Hao, and thus obtain the Qingqing heart technique in name only? Sect master, that's not right. How could Zhou Tingting marry that rootless Lin Hao? Even if the two of them were to get together, it would have to be Lin Hao marrying into our Shangqing Palace as a door-to-door son-in-law. Right. Not only can Lin Hao only be a door-to-door son-in-law, he also has to repudiate that ghost wife of his before he's barely worthy of our Zhou Tingting. It's fine to let Lin Hao be a door-to-door son-in-law. Our Shangqing Palace has recruited quite a few male disciples in recent years, so Lin Hao can quit the Qingqing sect and join us at the Shangqing Palace. The master nodded, agreeing to the program. It's just that people Lin Hao is willing to repudiate that ghost wife of his. How could he not? It is such a rare opportunity and honor for him to join our Shangqing Palace and also marry Zhou Tingting, the pride of our Shangqing Palace heaven. And our Zhou Tingting's appearance is not ordinary. Zhou Tingting's such appearance, even if placed in the world of ordinary people, that is also the existence of the top beauty. I think that under these conditions, as long as Lin Hao isn't a cutie, he would know how to make a decision. That's true. Lin Hao's so-called ghost wife is just a ball of gas. Can he still have human relations with ghosts? Zhou Tingting is an actual human being. As long as that Lin Hao isn't a pervert and is a normal man, then he won't be able to withstand this temptation. These are rough words, but they make a lot of sense. The management of the Shangqing Palace agreed and felt that Lin Hao would never be able to refuse such a favorable offer from them. Alright then, this matter is settled. The sect master looked at Zhou Tingting's master. Sister Huang Xiu, do you still have any objections to your disciple's arrangement? There are no objections. It's all for the good of the Shangqing Palace. So let's listen to the arrangements made by the sect master and fellow disciples. Huang Xiu flung his floating dust and was proud that his disciple had made a great contribution to the Shangqing Palace. Seeing that Huang Xiu didn't have a problem with it, the sect master nodded her head and added, "Let's put it this way. We can make a promise to Lin Hao that after Lin Hao marries Zhou Tingting, he can be put in charge of the Qin Dao department of our Shangqing Palace based on his performance." Zhou Xiu was overjoyed at his words and hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. "Thank you, sect master." A few years ago, the Shangqing Palace started to set up the Qin Dao department to recruit male cultivators to join the palace. Over the years, the Qin Dao ministry had shown notable battle power, and there had been no conclusion as to whose ministry this Qin Dao ministry currently belonged to. If her disciple's husband could take charge of the Qin Dao department, then her lineage steadily held the power of speech in the Shangqing Palace. When the other few old crones heard the sect master's words, each of their faces did not look good. Chapter 157, You Don't Smell Right. But at this time, they both held back from speaking. Their minds were basically the same, and that was to get the Qingqing heart technique first. As for whether Lin Hao could become the head of the Qin Dao department, that was still unknown. There's no point in giving Huang Su a hard time at this point for something that's inconclusive. Next, the sect master arranged for the old crone who had just said she would be a matchmaker to find an opportunity to contact Lin Hao. Just as a group of managers from the Shangqing Palace gathered to study the video of Lin Hao and Taoist Xuanming's battle, as well as arranging how to bring Lin Hao on board, the Shaolin Temple, White Horse Temple, Lingyin Temple, and other Buddhist sects were all shocked by Lin Hao's battle as well. Each of them had their perceptions refreshed by Lin Hao's combat style. These Buddhist management are now having more headaches than the Taoist sect. Lin Hao had inherited the immortal cultivation technique of the Shushan Sword Immortal, and his battle power directly crushed existing cultivators. This was not only a nuisance to the Taoist sect, but also a devastating blow to their Buddhist sect. Shushan Sword Immortal's immortal cultivation technique appeared, and the Taoist sect only needed to introduce it in order to practice it in a dignified manner. And if they, the Buddhist sect, were to also cultivate Shushan Sword Immortal's techniques, it would mean that they would have to completely abandon their Buddhist power cultivation and switch to cultivating immortal cultivation techniques that were skewed in favor of the Taoist sect. This is ideological genocide. Shaolin Temple Abbot Shi Yongcheng sat cross-legged in front of a huge golden Buddha statue. Behind him sat several Buddhist monks, wearing robes and holding rosary beads. They sat on a futon and mouthed the words. In front of them, a shaman held an iPad in both hands, which was playing a video of Lin Hao's battle with Taoist Xianming. Shi Yongcheng and the rest of the monks stopped chanting and looked at the screen with rapt attention. Amit Ba. After the video ended, Shi Yongcheng closed his eyes. He continued to twist the Buddha beads in his hand, and the Buddhist scriptures in his mouth did not stop. On the surface he had an expression of reassuring indifference, but in his heart he had been shocked and turned upside down. After a long time, Xiongqing faintly arranged and said, Senior dustless brother, go and notify the abbot brother of the White Horse Temple, Lingyin Temple, etc., and ask them to come to the Shaolin Temple immediately for a continuation. Alright, senior sect leader. The poor monk will go and arrange it right away. This monk named Dustless immediately stood up and went out of the Buddhist temple. The Buddhist temple resumed its mysterious, solemn and tranquil atmosphere as if nothing had happened. On the side of Longhu Mountain, they were even more excited. They had the Qingqing heart technique given by Lin Hao's master, Zhang Daoling, in their hands right now. If this Qingqing heart technique was ultimately proven to be true, then everyone in Longhu Mountain would have the same strength as Lin Hao. One only needed to cultivate for a few months to be able to step on a real person-level cultivator and rub them on the ground. If this became a reality, then how strong Dragon Tiger Mountain was, they themselves wouldn't dare to imagine. Although Longhu Mountain had released Zhang Daoling's version of the Qingqing heart technique, it had only released less than a third of the partial technique. There were still 2/3 of the feats they had pinched in their hands. This is actually one of the plans of the LWB. If this Qingqing heart technique was proven to be true, those who had practiced parts of it would be held to death by their Longhu Mountain. At that time, the entire cultivation world was under their control. Tonight, it was a sleepless night for the entire Buddha Dao Alliance and the entire cultivation world. Countless people abolished their own cultivation and retrained Zhang Daoling's version of the Qingqing Xinfa. Those who were able to embark on the journey of cultivation were all ruthless people, and they were all able to make quick decisions and immediately start switching to a new technique. Strive to be the first to learn the Qingqing heart technique and gain an advantageous position. On Lin Hao's side, he also met Zhang Daoling under the leadership of his jailer. At this time, Zhang Daoling had already regained his original appearance, but the inside of the cell was dimly lit, and it was not too easy to see the silhouettes. Master! Lin Hao rushed in and just grabbed Zhang Daoling to scrutinize him from top to bottom. The jailer on the side saw this and his heart fell to the bottom. Crap! This god of murder would definitely find out that one of his master's ears had fallen off, and at that time, he would definitely storm out and take the blame. The jailer hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist Lin Hao, you two masters and disciples take your time chatting. I'll go out and wait for you." After the jailer finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Hao to reply and directly fled desperately. Lin Hao didn't care about him either. "Ha, why do you have a strange smell on you, master?" Lin Hao breathed a sigh of relief as he checked Zhang Daoling's body for half a day and didn't find Zhang Daoling harmed. However, Lin Hao smelled a special odor that only a man and a woman can have when they have intercourse. When Lin Hao asked this, Zhang Daoling was startled. He was just now secretly smug and proud that his sixth sense was correct, realizing in advance that Lin Hao will come to visit the prison. He can't wait to rush back to deal with it. It's not long after returning to his cell, Lin Hao came. He had returned in such a hurry that naturally he had not bathed. The smell of the body brought it over. Zhang Daoling pushed Lin Hao away. "Brat, your master. I'm in jail for you. I haven't bathed for so long. Of course my body smells. But why do I feel like I don't smell the same as if I hadn't bathed in a long time? Are you a ing woman? Skeptical. Isn't it disgusting? Get thee away from me." Zhang Daoling forcibly diverged from the topic and used offense as defense. "You still have the nerve to say, the old Taoist has been in jail here for so long, and only now do you know to come and visit the prison. Is this how you are being a disciple? Also, how is the Qingqing sect doing these days? Quickly report back to old Tao." "Not right. You haven't paid attention to power for so long. You don't ask about power but ask about the castle sect. You're so wrong." Zhang Daoling's behavioral performance today was completely different from before, which aroused Lin Hao's suspicion even more. No, don't mention women. Old Taoist me especially hates women lately." When Zhang Daoling heard the words big power, he felt a backache and numbness in his waist, and he really couldn't bear it after being bored with Brittany for several days. Zhang Daoling immediately realized that the sentence just now was wrong and hurriedly saved it. "Old Tao, I was jailed for a long time without touching women, and I've abstained from sex. Never mention women in front of me. Avoid making me give up my previous endeavors." Really? Why don't I believe any of this when the old pervert wants to quit? Lin Hao felt increasingly strange. "Brat, am I the master or are you the master? Are you here to visit the prison or to extract a confession? I asked you to give me a report on the Qingqing sect, and you're netting me bull asterisk 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 asterisk." Zhang Daoling was infuriated by the question and immediately cursed. Zhang Daoling actually knew what Lin Hao had done recently, but now he had to draw Lin Hao's attention away. Lin Hao, after several attempts, realized that although Zhang Daoling was a bit strange, his essence was still the same as before, and that meant that he hadn't been mistreated. Lin Hao was sort of relieved. Zhang Daoling was made to jump at his own feet, so he stopped flirting with Zhang Daoling and seriously told Zhang Daoling about the recent arrangements of the Qingqing sect. Zhang Daoling gets a more detailed arrangement and praises Lin Hao for doing a good job. Zhang Daoling immediately said that he was going to let Lin Hao take this position of headmaster. Lin Hao refused on the spot. This is not because Lin Hao follows the rules and is conservative in his thinking. Rather, the Qingqing sect had just been established and needed an old man like Zhang Daoling to sit in on it. Lin Hao thought that at this time, it would be sufficient to continue to have Zhang Daoling as the nominal head while the actual doing of things would be done by Lin Hao. Lin Hao faces the public as a substitute headmaster. After listening to Lin Hao's explanation, Zhang Daoling nodded his head in agreement, stating that he would just listen to Lin Hao's arrangements for everything, and that there was no need to ask him about anything, and that he was too lazy to care. Finally, Lin Hao poked his head out of the cell and looked around. Realizing that no one was watching, he sent out a few more Qingqing evil-breaking curses, destroying all the surveillance around him. "Master, I have something extremely important to tell you." Chapter 158, Old Six has been compromised. When Zhang Daoling saw how cautious Lin Hao was, he came over and asked seriously, "What's so important?" Lin Hao suddenly grinned. "Apprentice Zhang Daoling, call me master and I will teach you the Qingqing heart technique." "What? You called me a disciple? You ungrateful and sinful disciple. I'm going to clean up my house today." Zhang Daoling grabbed at Lin Hao's ear with a claw. Lin Hao inclined his head to avoid it, but was still caught by Zhang Daoling's ear. "Ow, pain. Master, let go. I was wrong. Lin Hao called out for mercy while being horrified inwardly. This old molester is actually really pretending to be a pig in a poke. He had always thought that Zhang Daoling was a low-ranked cultivator. His usual respect for Zhang Daoling was also based on the influence of Confucianism from his previous life of honoring teachers, not because Zhang Daoling was stronger than him. Just now, Lin Hao, being a veteran of the flower world, had smelled something he shouldn't have smelled from this old man. Although the old man tried his best to argue, he couldn't hide it from Lin Hao's nose. After this test, Lin Hao realized that Zhang Daoling must not be a simple lewd old man. It was important to realize that Lin Hao had rarely met an opponent who could restrain him all the way up until now. let alone someone who could restrain him in a single move. At this time, it could not escape Zhang Daoling's grasp. Hey, now do we know who's the master and who's the apprentice? Zhang Daoling tried his best to appear smug. In truth, he cackled inwardly, saying that it was not good. The little thing was testing himself, and it was really being tested by him. Zhang Daoling hurriedly went on to add, Apprentice, do you think that if your master I am poor in Taoism, I am also poor in martial arts? Wrong, very wrong. Your master I am the #1 expert in martial arts is also. If you dare to challenge the majesty of my master, I'll beat your ass. Well, it really hurts. Let go. Disciple, I know that you are the #1 expert in the martial arts world. Your old man is the master. I won't dare to disrespect you again. Lin Hao had an illusion, as if no matter what his strength was, this Daoling would always be able to overpower him. When he first worshipped his master, he was able to slap a ghost to death with his bare hands, yet he sensed danger in Zhang Daoling's juggling. Now, he was hanging on to cultivators of the realm of realities, and he still couldn't escape Zhang Daoling's grasp. Do you mean that, or are you deceiving my words? Of course I mean it. You'll always be my master. I was just joking for you. A good man is not forced to do anything. Humph. I'll spare you this time. Next time, if you don't dare to be big or small, I'll break your legs. Zhang Daoling let go of Lin Hao's ear and slapped his palm, an image of a highborn man, and the inside of his mind was spinning rapidly at that moment, thinking about how to continue the act. His identity must never be exposed or he would be in big trouble. Ugh, this little thing is so smart. It's so hard to fool. Zhang Daoling secretly hated that he shouldn't have lusted after women, leading to such a big loophole being discovered by Lin Hao. Lin Hao was free, and he hurriedly rubbed his ears, which were already burning hot, and in his heart, he was already quite sure that this old man had a big secret. Humph, old man, pretend for me. I have to see how long you can pretend. Lin Hao had no evidence now to prove that Zhang Daoling was playing dumb. Even if he insisted on pressing the issue now, Zhang Daoling would still deny it. Master, your martial arts are really great. Lin Hao said this sincerely. You wouldn't be the legendary man of the world, would you? That's right. Zhang Daoling held his head high, proud and self-satisfied. I am the worldly superior. I'm the man of the world. Then teach me some moves. You can't chew on greed. Wait until you've fully practiced the natural Dan Dao. Okay. The natural Dan Dao did still have a lot of room for improvement, and the more Lin Hao refined it, the more he felt that it wasn't simple either. You read your Qing heart technique to master. Master is now at the peak of his martial arts realm, but he's still a weakling in terms of Taoism and needs to learn it. Ha! Lin Hao couldn't help but roll his eyes. Not a word of this old man's words were true. He no longer tangled with Zhang Daoling and directly informed Zhang Daoling of version A of the Qing heart technique. When Zhang Daoling heard this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, greatly shocked. Where did you get this mind trick? Hey, I compiled this myself with Grandpa Xiao Chang. How does it feel? Lin Hao was still very proud to have compiled this gongfu. I shucks. You and that old geezer can compile such a miraculous gong method? Do you really think that I, the old Taoist, am crazy and stupid? Zhang Daoling didn't believe it at all. Forget it if you don't believe me. Lin Hao was secretly happy in his heart. The more Zhang Daoling didn't believe it, the more it showed the extraordinary nature of this gongfu. This is also a sideways proof that he is a true genius. Lin Hao, come out quickly. Something big has happened. Just then, outside the Taoist temple, Zhou Tingting cried out in an anxious tone. Lin Hao's brows furrowed together as he sniffed, uneasiness flooding his heart. He turned back to Zhang Daoling. Master, you continue to go to jail. I'll see you next time. What are you talking about? Ah, oh sinful disciple. Lin Hao ran all the way out of the Taoist temple. Zhang Daoling's voice echoed behind his ears, but he didn't pay any more attention to it. Zhang Daoling, this old man, did not have the state of being imprisoned for a long time at all. Instead, he carried a woman's unique flavor. If this was the way to go to jail, Lin Hao also wanted to come and experience it. It's just that he's had too much going on lately to find time to go to jail. Lin Hao had just walked out of the Taoist temple when he saw Zhou Tingting surrounded in the center by the group of Taoist priests from earlier. The long swords in the hands of these Taoist priests were already sheathed, their swords flashing coldly under the moonlight, the tips of the swords pointing straight at Zhou Tingting. They all had indignation written all over their faces, as if they were a pack of enraged wolves that were about to choose someone to devour in the next moment. That dog thief Lin Hao even dares to show up here in a dignified manner, bullying people too much. Brothers, join me in killing this dog thief. Right, let's all join hands and fight this dog thief Lin Hao. The Taoist priests roared angrily as soon as they saw Lin Hao. The long swords in their hands were lit by anger and hatred, flashing with a cold and dangerous light as they stabbed straight at Lin Hao. Taoists, please calm down. There must be a misunderstanding here. Ping back. without waiting for Lin Hao to make a move. The folding fan in Zhou Tingting's hand flipped and swung these straight thrusting swords away. Zhou Tingting, what do you mean? Don't you know how bad what Lin Hao did was? Could it be that your Shangqing Palace is going to help this villain? Can you, Shangqing Palace, withstand the wrath of the Buddha Dao Alliance? Those Taoist priests were blocked by Zhou Tingting. They were not furious and directly involved the Shangqing Palace, which made Zhou Tingting sniff her eyebrows clustered together. As an important member of the Buddha Doctrine Alliance, she understood very well how much trouble being labeled with this hat would bring to the Shangqing Palace. She couldn't be as spontaneous as Lin Hao, can't be as carefree as Lin Hao. Lin Hao could see Zhou Tingting's difficulty. He shielded Zhou Tingting behind him, looked coldly around his eyes, and asked in a deep voice, "Fellow Taoists, what is going on here? Why do people hate me? Mr. Lin, so much?" Chapter 159. Zhou Tingting turned against her? Hate you, Lin someone? Ha ha! You think too highly of yourself. The Taoist priest at the head first laughed coldly, and then his face flared up in anger as flames erupted from his mouth. Dog thief, we don't just hate you, Mr. Lin, but we hate you so much that we want to break you into pieces, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. Yes, damnable dog thief. Today, either you die or I die. Lin Hao, you must pay for Taoist Xianming's life tonight. The group of Taoist priests all had grim faces and held their swords in both hands. Their aura was like a bursting fire. Their faces were filled with anger and hatred, as if they had to break Lin Hao into pieces in order to quell the rage in their hearts. When Lin Hao saw that he couldn't get any more valid information out of the group of angry Taoists, he looked at Zhou Tingting. Zhou Tingting explained, "Fellow Taoist Lin, the matter is like this. Taoist Master Xianming was more seriously injured after his match with you, and the healing talisman was only able to temporarily control Taoist Master Xianming's injuries. Such being the case, they immediately escorted Taoist Master Xianming down the mountain to the hospital for convalescence overnight. Just as you entered the prison to visit your master, they suddenly returned, saying that they had seen with their own eyes that it was you who had intercepted and killed Taoist Master Xianming halfway. I think someone has impersonated you. I can't believe this is happening." Lin Hao listened to Zhou Tingting's explanation. He also froze for a moment. He didn't think that this kind of doggone planted disaster would happen to him. What impersonation? It was clearly killed by this dog thief. The way he looks, this 7-star sword he's using, and the casting effect of that silver silk thunder spell, even if he's masked, we'd recognize at once that it's him who did it. Dog thief, Taoist Xianming's centurion is already injured that badly, and you're still chasing after him to make up for it. Just how ferocious are you? Taoist Master Xianming is the living fossil of the cultivation world. Back when Taoist Master Xianming walked the rivers and lakes, many people have been favored by Taoist Master Xianming. Although his cultivation is not the highest, he is one of the most worthy of our respect in the cultivation world. I didn't expect you dog thieves to be so cruel as to come down on this. As expected, after living with the ferocious ghost race for a long time, their character has also become brutal and murderous. The group of Taoist priests all stared at Lin Hao and identified him. Seeing as how that appearance wasn't a fake, Lin Hao was unable to defend himself in the face of all the accusations, nor did he have the heart to do so, and it was useless to argue in front of this group of angry to the point Taoist priests. This Taoist, where is Taoist Xianming's immortal ascension body? Is it possible for me to view it? Checking out Taoist Xianming's immortal body? Oh, how cruel are you? Don't you know yourself? The Dowser who was asked was miserable and angry. You directly sent out a lightning spell that directly turned Taoist Xianming into ashes. And you still have the nerve to ask us to check out Taoist Xianming's immortal body. Ha ha, you're so arrogant. You entered the hall as a murderer and pretended to be innocent, looking for us to get Master Xianming's immortal body. It's all because of our low cultivation. It's all because we're useless as trash. Deserve to be humiliated by you. Dog thief, electrocute all of us to ashes if you dare. Lin Hao, bully me too much. We'll fight you. Once again, this group of Taoists felt extremely humiliated by Lin Hao's words. They knew that they were no match for Lin Hao, but they couldn't help but angrily send out all sorts of Dao techniques to attack Lin Hao directly. When Lin Hao saw this, he didn't dodge or avoid it, but just had lightning flashes on his body. All of the incoming Dao arts were annihilated and invisible. The group of Taoists were dumbfounded by how easily Lin Hao dealt with their Dao techniques. They knew that these Dao arts couldn't do much damage to Lin Hao, but they couldn't imagine that these Dao arts of theirs attacked them as if they were child's play. The feelings of this group of Taoist priests at this time could not be described in words. They were completely devastated by Lin Hao. Dog thief, can you do whatever you want just because you have the Shushan sword immortal inheritance? Kill us all if you have the ability. Ha ha, cultivate the Tao. Cultivate the Tao. Cultivate your mom's Tao. Only cultivating the Tao for half a lifetime is not as good as this dog thief's cultivation for a few days. Ha ha, heavens, Why should the bad people triumph and the good people suffer? Is there any justice in heaven? The group of Taoist priests cried out in grief, their voices echoing in the night sky, filled with endless sorrow and anger and helplessness. At that moment, Zhou Tingting quietly touched Lin Hao's arm with her hand and, in a very low voice, said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, take the opportunity to leave quietly. If you don't, there will be more trouble. It won't even be possible to leave. No need, right? I haven't done anything wrong and I'm not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Explain to them properly in a while. We should be able to find out the truth." Explain? You were framed. It's useless for you to explain. Isn't there surveillance inside the prison? I've been in there the whole time and haven't gone anywhere. Don't they know to look at the surveillance? They already had someone look at the surveillance and saw that it was you who took the initiative to destroy the surveillance facility. It wasn't even a few minutes after the surveillance was vandalized that the news of Taoist Xin Ming's death came in. Lin Hao was speechless. This surveillance is really what he sabotaged. That's 100 words. Regarding the Buddhist Tao alliance as always unreasonable and shameless image, Lin Hao no longer fantasized, and he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, come with me." "No, I'm going to stay here and help you take care of your master." You don't really need to worry about that, old man." Lin Hao didn't know how to explain it to Zhou Tingting, but Zhou Tingting still shook her head. "Then I can't go with you either. If I go with you at this time, I will harm my master and implicate my division." "Okay. Well, you don't care about the Buddhist Tao alliance anyway, and you're not afraid of them wronging you. You don't need to make any explanations. Hurry up and go." Yes. At that very moment, the sound of a helicopter bursting into the night sky came gradually from the distance, and by the sound of it, there were quite a few helicopters coming, at least 3 or 4 of them. Zhou Tingting's face changed drastically as she suddenly raised the folding fan in her hand. Her body retreated violently, and she shouted violently under her breath, "Windswept, dog thief, take your life." In an instant, a powerful storm appeared between Lin Hao and Zhou Tingting. The storm hit Lin Hao's body straight on. Bang! Lin Hao's body was sent flying several meters by the storm. "Dog thief, don't run away." Zhou Tingting popped up in the air, her body transforming into a meteor that landed straight behind Lin Hao, the folding fan in her hand stabbing at Lin Hao's back like lightning. Lin Hao waved a palm in preparation for a block, but as his palm went down, it came with a soft massive touch. Pust! Zhou Tingting was whisked by Lin Hao's palm, and a mouthful of blood arrows sprayed out of her mouth as her body flew backward. Lin Hao was shocked and hurriedly wanted to come back to check Zhou Tingting's injuries. Zhou Tingting, however, glared at her in midair. Lin Hao instantly understood what Zhou Tingting meant, and he stopped dwelling on it, taking off and disappearing into the night sky. Lin Hao had just walked away for tens of seconds. The helicopter approached and one man shot straight out of the helicopter. When Zhou Tingting saw this, she was in a great hurry, but she was unable to do anything about it. Chapter 160, You Molested Me. Soon the man doubled back as other helicopters hovered in midair and people kept jumping from them. "Master Tan, how's it going? Did you catch up with that dog thief?" Zhou Tingting crossed her sleeve to wipe away the bloodstain at the corner of her mouth and eagerly came forward to inquire. The one that Zhou Tingting called Uncle Tan was called Tan Junxian, belonging to the Wudong sect, and was the 13th ranked expert in the Buddhist and Taoist alliance. Tan Junxian did not lose his composure because of the sudden murder of Taoist master Xu Eming. Instead he was very calm and collected. Hearing Zhou Tingting's inquiry, he frowned and glanced at Zhou Tingting and faintly returned that Lin Hao should have executed some sort of secret technique and ran away too fast and disappeared. What then? This dog thief is suspected of killing Taoist Xin Ming. How can we let him escape? Zhou Tingting was relieved to hear that she hadn't caught up. The Taoist priests on the sidelines heard this and quit. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, what do you mean by suspected? Taoist master Xin Ming was clearly killed by the dog thief Lin Hao. Is there any need to be suspected? Yeah. Is there any mistake about what we saw with our own eyes? I feel that this Zhou Tingting is just eating out of her hand. She watched you and him making love before, and then pretending to be righteous in front of us at this time. It's so fake." The group of people felt strange about Zhou Tingting's sudden action against Lin Hao just now. They felt that it was Zhou Tingting who had alerted Lin Hao and allowed him to escape when Tan Junxian and the others arrived. Though everyone was filled with suspicion, none had proof. Zhou Tingting raised her red face and pointed at these people angrily. "Do you guys want to be ashamed? I'm spitting blood. What more do you guys want from me? Also, each of you shouts that you want to avenge Taoist Xin Ming, but in reality, you are all people who are greedy and afraid of death. What were you guys doing when I was fighting Lin Hao just now?" All of them were like logs, not even knowing how to move, watching Lin Hao escape. The group of Taoist priests were rebuked by Zhou Tingting. Everyone was dumbfounded and ashamed. In fact, they hadn't even had time to react to Zhou Tingting's sudden attack on Lin Hao just now. And at the same time, They were also disheartened by the fact that they had just been taken by Lin Hao's hand that had so lightly withstood their attacks. Tan Junxian as well as the Buddhist and Taoist alliance cultivators who had come down from the helicopter all looked at these people coldly and did not speak. Take me to meet Zhang Daoling. Okay, Master Tan. This group of Taoist priests hurriedly raised their spirits to greet this group of Buddhist and Taoist alliance personnel coming down from the helicopter. When he saw Zhang Daoling, Tan Junxian did not ask for any words. Entering the prison, he stared at Zhang Daoling, who was meditating, and observed him for a few minutes before he simply left. The others saw this and said nothing. These people come and go quickly. Rongqing North Gate, a neighborhood, that is, Lin Hao original rental house, Su Shue's home, most of the night, but also lights. Su Shue stared straight at the healthy and strong naked body in front of her, her insides thumping wildly. Stinky brother, it was really you those nights. You actually did that kind of bad thing. Although I don't care, it's really very immoral to do so. Originally, this was a very irritating thing, but Su Shue could not harden her anger. Stinky brother, why did you do such a thing? Why did you do this? If you want your sister, just say so, she won't blame you. But how do you expect me to face you when you get me in this way? Su Shue was in a very complicated mood. She was very disappointed in Lin Hao for using such less than honorable means. Stinky brother, if you dare to treat me like this, are you doing the same behavior to other women as well? You really upset me too much. Brother, do you know what quality of yours mesmerized sister? That would be the image of you jumping into the water to save me at the risk of your life, making sister become deeply enamored with you. But now, you're doing such shameful things. How can this make sister feel better? Su Shue stared tightly at Lin Hao's handsome face in front of her. The light shone down obliquely, spilling onto the man's face, making Lin Hao's already clean-skinned face appear even more jade-like, mirroring the silver-white color of the light. Su Shue's eyes were as if they were attracted by a magnet as her gaze flowed over Lin Hao's body, every inch of it catching her attention. I'm sorry, brother, my sister can't forgive you for this kind of behavior. At least for now. I don't have the courage to face you again. Su Shue couldn't cross this hurdle in her heart. She firmly stood up, and gently placed Lin Hao's naked body into the warm and soft Simmons. Then, Su Shue tenderly covered Lin Hao with a sheet. Boo! Su Shue's warm lips imprinted on Lin Hao's forehead, and a drop of clear tears fell onto Lin Hao's face and slid down inside his ear. With that done, Su Shue grabbed her car keys and without looking back, closed the door and went to the basement. Getting into the car, she slammed on the electric door and raced her way out of the neighborhood. Her cell phone screen also monitored Lin Hao's body for any abnormalities at all times. Lin Hao had given her his body to manage, and even though she was in an indescribable mood right now, she was responsible to the end. Not long after Su Shue had just left, a simple ancient sword flew in from inside the window crack before landing on the bed. Lin Hao on the bed opened his eyes and sat up. Puzzled, Lin Hao uncovered the sheet and was shocked. Had her body been molested by Su Shue? Oh, my god, how can this woman be like this? She did this without enjoying herself at all. Ha? No, gotta start over. Lin Hao called out loudly. Sister Su Shue, where are you? Sister Snow, come on out. Lin Hao's voice echoed in the room, but no one replied. Lin Hao quickly got dressed and looked up at the camera in the house with a sense of humor. On the other side of the camera, when Su Shue saw Lin Hao waking up and noticing that she was observing her, she hurriedly closed the camera and stopped paying attention to Lin Hao. What game is this sister playing again? Lin Hao muttered and called Su Shue. The phone hung up after a few rings. Lin Hao called again and the phone was hung up again. Holy, what's wrong with this woman again? Is it because she molested me and is afraid I'll blame her? How can I blame you when I'm overjoyed that you molested me? Silly sister. Su Shue didn't answer the phone, and Lin Hao didn't have the heart to guess what Su Shue was thinking. With so much happening tonight, he had to immediately return to the Qingqing sect and deal with it with everyone. Inside the Amei Mountain Taoist prison, Zhang Daoling snapped his eyes open, his eyes shooting out two streams of brilliant light. Worthy of the Qingqing heart technique, this Lin Hao really hasn't let me down. By the looks of it, Zhang Daoling had gotten a huge amount of help from this Qingqing Xinhua version of Lin Hao's book. Compared to Zhang Daoling, the cultivation world was not so lucky. Tonight, it was destined to be a nightmare night for the cultivation world, for the Buddha Dao Alliance. Based on Longhu Mountain's status and reputation in the cultivation world, based on the video of Lin Hao's famous battle with Taoist Xianming, and based on everyone's strong desire for power, countless lower-ranked cultivators, as well as a portion of middle-ranked cultivators whose cultivation had stopped and who were perennially depressed, had chosen to switch to the Qingqing heart method. Brother, have you succeeded in your cultivation? After the night had passed, someone finally couldn't resist calling a friend to inquire about the situation. Chapter 161, The Cultivation World Goes Crazy. I'm okay, aren't you? The person on the other end of the line stammered and spoke without the slightest hint of courage. Dude, with the relationship between the two of us, what's with all the official talk? What do you mean by okay? Successful cultivation is success. Not successful cultivation is failure. Why do you say okay? The man couldn't help but open his mouth and complain. Brother who? By the looks of it, you didn't succeed in your cultivation. Did you? Since that's the case, I'll be honest and tell you that I didn't succeed in my cultivation either. I've become an ordinary person. Ah, you didn't make it either? Aren't you gifted? Moreover, you're in the feng shui realm, and you've been engraved in cultivation for a long time. So why didn't you succeed even though you're so powerful? How the hell do I know why it didn't work? I'm so weak I can't even beat a normal person. And I'm in a terrible mood. Oh, I'm the same way. I'm afraid a big goose could peck me to death right now. I'm ruined. Completely ruined. The man actually bawled on the phone. Damn it. Let's both stop talking for a minute and ask the others how they're doing. Hanging up the phone, the two of them separately contacted their close Dao friends to inquire about the situation. This question cooled their hearts even more. Surprisingly, none of the people around them had succeeded in their cultivation. Situations similar to the above are happening in all corners of the cultivation world at this moment. On the Buddha Road Alliance app, the forum inside also exploded. Someone started a discussion thread asking if anyone had successfully practiced the Lung Fu Shan's Qingqing Xanfa. In the old days, no matter what forum, there were always barbarians and people showing off their superiority. Anyway, it's the main one with a difference of opinion. But now, underneath this discussion post, the opinions of unsuccessful cultivation, can't feel the existence of any air, and no traces of cultivation at all were all clear. At this moment, the people on the Buddha Road Alliance app forum went crazy. I counted the nearly 1,000 people who replied to the forum, but none of them actually succeeded in their cultivation. Isn't this Nima too outrageous? I also feel very outrageous. Originally I thought that even if it's hard to cultivate, there's always someone who can at least touch a trace of the boundary, right? But so far, it seems that no one has felt the presence of the air, and they can't even get the hang of it. For crying out loud, all of our sects have abolished their own cultivation. All of them have been reduced to ordinary people. Ha! Your Yellow Dragon sect has actually abolished its own cultivation? Wouldn't there be no more Yellow Dragon sect in the cultivation world? You guys are too reckless, aren't you? Humph. Don't gloat here. I've asked around. Your Tsang Qingshan is no better. I'm afraid that there are only 2 or 3 people left in your department with cultivation now? How about us? Tsang Qingshan, we still have cultivators. Do you believe that if we casually come out with a cultivator, we can hold down your Yellow Dragon sect to death with one finger? 50 steps to 100. How long do you think your sect with only 2 or 3 cultivators can survive? Don't worry, it will disappear soon. Yes, go find Longhu Mountain. Damn it, I feel that Longhu Mountain has set up this poisonous plan to destroy us because they are delusional and unable to annex us. That bull Xingqiang heart technique of his is a fake. Brother, trouble comes out of the mouth. You have to be careful with your words when it comes to Longhu Mountain. Hammer's trouble comes out of the mouth. Laborers have become invalids. Still afraid of him Longhu Mountain? Anyway, now I am also a cheap life. If it's really Lung Fu Shan who set up a poisonous plan to harm us, even if I die, I will hang myself at the entrance of Lung Fu Shan. Upstairs buddy is right. This time, no matter how powerful Longhu Mountain is, they can't get out of it. They must be responsible for this disaster in the cultivation world. Fellow Taoists, it's useless for everyone to curse here. In fact, if there's any problem with the Gongfu, we'll just find out by checking with the Qingqing sects. Yeah, just look for the Qingqing sect to check it out. That Lin Hao was able to cultivate successfully. So that means the Qingqing sect's Qingqing Xinfa must be just right. But that iron rooster of the Qingqing sect doesn't see any rabbits and always refuses to give us the Qingqing heart technique on various excuses. If the Qingqing sect had given us the Qingqing Xing Fa earlier, we wouldn't have had to practice any of the Longhu Mountain techniques. If we ask for it now, the other side will surely not give it either, right? We only want one section of it, not all of it, and it doesn't affect the Qingqing sect in any way, so why shouldn't he give it? Yes. The upstairs approach works. We just need one of the paragraphs for checking authenticity. Brothers all give me to go inside the Qingqing sect forum. If the Qingqing sect doesn't show us a section of their Qingqing Xinfa, I will live stream it on the spot crashing on the keyboard to my death. Damn it, if the Qingqing sect dares to hide again, I'm really going to detonate the aquamarine planet. A group of netizens flocked to the Qingqing sect's disciple recruitment post to leave comments. 10,000 people wrote in blood, requesting the Qingqing sect to give a passage of their Qingqing Xinfa for checking the Qingqing Xinfa of Lung Fu Shan. Lin Hao's side had just returned to the main hall inside the summit of Qingcheng Mountain on his front foot, and had just gotten entangled with Xia Cheng when the door to his room was knocked on by Su Xiaoyu. Ho, what should we do? Those little cuties in the cultivation world actually really believe Longhu Mountain's bowl *******, and a good portion of them have abolished their own cultivation to cultivate Longhu Mountain's Qingcheng Xinfa. Now that the cultivation was unsuccessful, they net-stormed us, demanding that we must give a portion of the Qingcheng Xinfa for them to check the authenticity of the Longhu Mountain's Qingcheng Xinfa. Oh, Longhu Mountain also has the Qingcheng heart technique? Lin Hao was not interested in these cuties. He was not interested in directly abolishing his own cultivation, nor did he want to care. He only cared about when Longhu Mountain had the Qingcheng heart technique again. He doesn't know what's happening on the internet yet because he's only just gotten back. Seeing that Lin Hao didn't know what was going on, Xia Cheng, along with Su Xiaoyu, told him in detail what had happened during Lin Hao's absence. At this time, Xia Gang also came out. Just as he floated out of the room, Xia Tran rushed to meet him and wrapped her arms around Xia Gang. Xia Gang nodded in relief at the sight. This granddaughter has a conscience. Between hubby and grandpa, Zhou's grandpa, Lin Hao. This is the Qingcheng heart technique that their Longhu Mountain announced. Xia Gang Ghost's hand shook, and a Huawei tablet appeared out of nowhere. What was displayed inside the computer was that book of mind of Longhu Mountain. Lin Hao took the tablet and viewed it as he swiped it. Xia Gang narrated from the sidelines. I've been studying this gong method from Longhu Mountain all night. It's simply an inexplicable one. It is neither a traditional Taoist cultivation technique, nor a Buddhist or ghost sect cultivation technique, nor is it the true Qingcheng heart technique. Ah, Grandpa, then what kind of gong method is it? Natsuki asked curiously. Chapter 162 Free Labor Comes. Xia Gang shrugged his shoulders, bringing the ghostly chi surging from his body, and said very breathlessly, I have a feeling that this is whichever cultivation Big Brother's unchallenged feats based on their vast store of knowledge and their thoughts on cultivation. It's completely fantasized and no one can cultivate it at all. He's purely trying to play a joke on everyone. Lin Hao nodded his head in agreement as he sniffed. This is a fantasized gong method, but to be able to do this is non-trivial. I didn't expect that there would be such a high-level person in Longhu Mountain. It's really out of this world. We are just starting out in the Qingcheng sect, and we all need daily introspection, both bold and careful. You can't underestimate any sect, especially Longhu Mountain. Lin Hao suddenly stared gravely at the few people present, his tone serious. Su Xiaoyu and Xia Qing were both silent, caught up in self-reflection. The atmosphere became stagnant, so Lin Hao broke the deadlock and said, Jade, haven't you always complained about the slow construction progress of the Qingcheng sect? That's due to the fact that the castle school is far up in the mountains, and the difficulty in recruiting for corning construction. But now, isn't free labor coming? The construction business of Qingcheng Pai was directly handed over by Lin Hao to Xia Yushan's coning construction for construction. So coning construction progress is slow. As the head of internal affairs Su Xiaoyu cannot put coning construction how to do. After all, people are the generation of the head of the close woman. This relationship is harder than iron. In response, Su Xiaoyu could only often find Lin Hao to complain. And Lin Hao only verbally promised that he would help Su Xiaoyu coordinate. But in reality, he hadn't even mentioned this to Xia Yushan. Lin Hao, as a person in the industry, understands the pain of coning construction. He also couldn't afford to urge his beloved woman Xia Yushan, couldn't let Xia Yushan get anxious because of the slow construction progress of the Qingcheng Mountain project. Moreover, Xia Yushan's main mind had now shifted to the pharmaceutical investment sector, and she was single-mindedly focused on helping Lin Hao establish a stable funding channel. Lin Hao could never let Xia Yushan be distracted at this time. Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she heard that there was free labor and that she could save a large sum of money again. Ho, where can we get free labor? What do we have to do to get free labor? Xia Gang and Xia Cheng listened to Lin Hao and Su Xiaoyu's conversation and both became interested. Jade, didn't you just say that the netizens have written in blood for us to publish the Qingcheng heart technique? You can give a paragraph for them to check with that version of the Qingcheng Xinfa from Longhu Mountain, and tell everyone that if they want to recover their cultivation, they can only do so by practicing the Qingcheng Xinfa. If one wanted to cultivate the Qingcheng heart technique, the conditions could not be changed. One still had to join the Qingcheng sect. But now, the requirements for joining the Qingcheng sect had changed. Before, only a review of simple information and a cultural test were needed. But now, not only did they have to pass a cultural test, but they also had to pass a physical strength test. Only those with both intelligence and endurance have the opportunity to join the Qingcheng sect. This time, you get it, right? Hey, got it. I got it. Physical strength test. Isn't it just moving bricks? Worthy of being my brother Hao. You can think of such an idea. Su Xiaoyu simply admired Lin Hao. What had been a source of anxiety for her because of the lack of laborers was now a simple announcement, and hordes of people were sure to flock to her. Unpaid participation in free labor, or, don't even bother with a boxed lunch. Xia Gang and Xia Chang also grinned and grinned. Xia Gang shook his head with a smile and said, "It's really worthy of being born as a capitalist. You're operating in such a way that capitalists will shed tears when they see it. He, my husband is so smart." Xia Qing joyfully floated to Lin Hao's side in an intimate manner. "Ha! Lin Hao for everyone's compliments." Light smile. Said, "Do not be surprised. Routine operation also." A few people made their decisions and went back to their rooms. Lin Hao pulled Xia Qing and said, "Wife, there's something that will trouble you again." "Honey, what is it?" Oh. Xia Qing fluttered her big eyes and stared adoringly at Lin Hao. Lin Hao suddenly felt unable to say anything, but the words were here, so he stammered, "Honey, I need you to help me investigate the preferences of that heavenly rhythm body woman. Sure. I want to chase her." As soon as those words came out, Lin Hao himself was so embarrassed that he got goosebumps. He didn't wait for Xia Qing to reply and grabbed another sentence to add, "Wife, don't get me wrong. I'm only chasing after sure because the situation is getting more and more serious now, and I have to use her heavenly rhythm body to quickly increase my strength and grow up as soon as possible, in order to ensure that the Qingcheng sect is established smoothly." Lin Hao was practically punching himself in the face at this point. At first, when Xia Cheng asked him if he wanted to bring sure back, he sternly refused, and at this time, he took the initiative to ask for it himself. Alas, only a wife like Xia Qiu could endure her own heart with some hypocrisy, right? Only Xia Tran could understand this shortcoming of his, I guess. Xia Qing could see Lin Hao's embarrassment. She hugged Lin Hao's neck and kissed him on the lips, smiling cheekily. "Hubby, don't worry. I know, hubby, this is all for the sake of Qingqing sect. Leave this matter to my wife." "Thanks, wife." Lin Hao ruthlessly rubbed Xia Qing into his arms and loved him fiercely. Over there, after Su Xiaoyu obtained Lin Hao's permission, she immediately returned to her temporary office, opened her laptop, and logged on to the Buddhist Tao Alliance forum. She wrote a sprawling announcement. That's probably what it means. The Qingqing sect has been informed of the devastating disaster that befell the majority of our friends in the cultivation community last night, and the Qingqing sect expresses its great pain. At the same time, we severely condemn the irresponsible behavior of Lung Fushan, which arbitrarily discloses a gong method and induces people to cultivate it by sacrificing their own cultivation. In this regard, the Qingqing sect is willing to publicize a portion of the true Qingqing XINFA, so that everyone can distinguish between the real and the fake, and to avoid more people from being enticed to waste their own cultivation. At the end, Su Xiaoyu attached a small section of the Qingqing heart technique. Of course, this is the B version of the mind. That was the end of the public content. She didn't mention the disciple recruitment for the time being. After all, these cultivators had not reached the point of despair. If one were to snatch disciples now and have them labor for free, it would be too ugly to eat. When these cultivators wandered around the Dragon Tiger Mountain there, touched their noses, and finally became completely desperate, then they would mention the matter of recruiting disciples. At that time, not only would they not resent the Qingqing sect because of the free labor, they would instead be grateful to the Qingqing sect. As expected, after this announcement from Su Xiaoyu was sent out, the Buddha Road forums once again erupted in an uproar. The gong method of Longhu Mountain is really a fake gong method. Ah, Longhu Mountain, you caused my decades of cultivation to be wasted overnight. I don't live anymore. I want to find you to fight for my life. Brothers, Longhu Mountain doesn't give us a chance to live, and in order to crack down on us small sects, they have come up with such an evil scheme. Let's go together to find this mother ******** ing Lungfu Mountain to get a statement. We must go, and we must bring our knives with us. Although we have no more cultivation, we still have teeth. Even if we die, we will still bite him. Longhu Mountain. Yes, let's all buy air tickets now and go to Lungfu Shan together to defend our rights. Chapter 163, Cultivation World's Obsequiousness. Mundane World's Heavy Fist Strikes. Everyone doesn't need to buy a plane ticket. I'm going to charter a plane to send everyone along to the Dragon Tiger Mountain rendezvous even if I have to spend all of my family's money. There's no need to charter a plane. I have a private jet. Those Taoists in Lake City, gather at the Lake City airport immediately. I have a private jet too. It's in Rongcheng. Me. Add me as a friend and I'll send you the airport address. Those in Jiangcheng, those in Watercheng, can all come to my place? I also have a private airplane. Or the luxurious kind. Let's all go together to get a statement from Longhu Mountain. Without further ado, I'll exit the forums for now, and we'll all meet at the foot of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. And together we'll go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain to give us an explanation. At this point in time, The bottom layer of the cultivation world was unprecedentedly united, taking the initiative to help each other. And together they went to Longhu Mountain in a group to give a solution. None of these cultivators were poor, and although they were coy in the cultivation world, in the ordinary world, they were definitely heavy-handed overlords. Of course, being able to flaunt one's power in the ordinary world was all based on the cultivator's ability and status. Although the ordinary world was almost separated from the cultivation world, every aspect of the ordinary world, especially the economy, was firmly controlled by the cultivation world behind the scenes. This was also the reason why these cultivators immediately went to cultivate the Qingqing heart technique given by the Dragon Tiger Mountain, because they can't stand by and watch others become countless times more powerful than they are, and then gradually lose the power and benefits of the ordinary world. But now, these people suddenly and directly lost their transcendent power and transcendent identity, and that would mean that the chain of interests of the ordinary world, which was maintained with themselves at the center, directly broke and collapsed. This is an outcome that they cannot afford. Compared to these desperate small sects, those medium-sized sects and first-tier sects were also disgusted by Longhu Mountain. They also arranged for their close disciples to switch to the Qingqing Xinfa given by Longhu Mountain. The result was naturally the same as those low-level cultivators. After abolishing his own cultivation, he was also unable to cultivate the Qingqing heart technique. The Buddha-Taoist alliance was originally a bundled offensive and defensive alliance, but at this time, Lung Fu Shan was faced with countless practitioners defending their rights matters. They all chose to remain silent, not to mention offering to help, not even a single helping hand. Everyone was waiting for Lung Fu Shan to give an explanation. The LW side, on the other hand, did not give the right answer in time, even if you ask customer service. The response from customer service is that it has been received, so please reply. That kind of attitude is just going to piss people off. The prestige and credibility of Longhu Mountain suffered a Waterloo-like decline at this moment. But it didn't matter to Lung Fu Shan. The so-called prestige and credibility were built on fists. As long as he, Longhu Mountain, firmly suppressed the other sects, then the cultivation world would still be his to say. To be honest, by so hastily announcing this version of the Qingqing Xinfa given by Zhang Daoling, Zhao Danxia of Longhu Mountain did indeed have an evil heart. He did want to take this opportunity to eliminate those disobedient small sects. Nowadays, this society is all about living in harmony. Although this was the cultivation world of the weak and the strong, he, Longhu Mountain, couldn't really just go up and kill and exterminate. This was also the reason why so many small sects existed in the cultivation world. During this period of time when the forums of the Buddhist Tao Alliance were wailing all over the place, there was also a major event that happened in the cultivation world. That's when the Wudong sect sent out an obituary. And the obituary read that the most respected centenarian in the cultivation world, Taoist Master Xian Ming, had died. Unfortunately, Taoist Master Xian Ming died at a bad time. Aside from a few large sects symbolically sending over messages of condolence, no one was concerned about Taoist Master Xian Ming's life and death anymore. The news of his death quickly drowned out the cultivation community's anger toward Longhu Mountain. The cultivation world didn't care about Taoist Master Xian Ming's death, but Wudong Mountain couldn't pretend not to see it. The head of Wudong Mountain called a meeting with the management. Sect Master, Senior Brother Tan sent a message saying that the murderer Lin Hao has fled back to the Qingqing sect, and he's requesting instructions on whether or not to chase him to the Qingqing sect to arrest him. The man's voice didn't have much agitation in it. The others only had the sadness of a dead elder and didn't have much anger towards Lin Hao as a person. They all stared at the head of the Wudong sect, waiting for him to make a decision, but the palmist was slow to reply, and after a few moments he asked, "Fellow disciples, do you think the Taoist Xian Ming was really killed by Lin Hao?" Sect Master, honestly, I don't believe Lin Hao killed him either. This planting is too obvious. Yes, the person who actually killed Taoist Master Xian Ming literally rubbed our intelligence on the ground. He would actually use this way to plant the death of Master Xian Ming on Lin Hao. Actually, we don't even need to go after Lin Hao. I'm sure it wasn't Lin Hao who did it. The entire Wudong sect are not fools. Lin Hao is not a murderer. They are clear in their hearts. Then who do you think would go and kill Master Xian Ming and then plant the evidence on Lin Hao? And what was his motive? The master of the house asked again. A few people thought for a moment before one of them stepped forward and said, "At the moment, it seems that the real murderer wants nothing more than the Qingqing heart dharma in Lin Hao's hands, and he planted the death of Master Xian Ming on Lin Hao, most likely in order to find an excuse for the Buddhist alliance to force Lin Hao to hand over the heart dharma." You mean the real murderer is someone within the Buddhist Tao alliance? Yes. Not only are they within the Buddha Way Alliance, but they are also amongst the permanent member sects of the Buddha Way Alliance. Several people asked and answered questions, and soon narrowed it down to the range of permanent member sects of Longhu Mountain, Zheng Yi Dao, Quan Jin Dao, Shangcheng Gong, Wudong Sect, and the Buddhist sects of Shaolin Temple, White Horse Temple, Lingyin Temple, and Cold Mountain Temple. So who's the most suspicious? Among these sects, who has the most powerful lightning-type Taoist techniques? The only ones who can use a single thunder art to destroy the human body into ashes are those old things from Longhu Mountain. Ugh, but would LWS really do that? And who knows? After many discussions and arguments, in the end, the murderer of Taoist master Xianming remained a mystery. Forget it, let's not guess around. Let's wait patiently. I'm sure this murderer will surface soon. Then is Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect still being pursued there? Inform Tan Junxian to suspend the pursuit of Lin Hao. The headmaster scanned the group and decided. But this matter cannot end here. Otherwise, where is the face of our Wudong sect? And what should be done? Deacon Liu, you immediately draft a document requesting the Buddha Taoist Alliance to immediately hunt down and kill the murderer to avenge Master Uncle Xianming. After all, Uncle Xianming passed away while carrying out the mission of the Buddha Dao Alliance, and it is only right that the Buddha Dao Alliance should back us up in the Wudong sect. At the same time, we also demand that the Buddha Taoist Alliance tilt its resources as compensation for the loss of a real person in our Wudong sect. Yes, mastermind. Also, you made the suggestion that the Buddhist Dao Alliance initiate a wanted notice against Lin Hao as well as a joint troop siege against the Qingqing sect on the grounds that Lin Hao colluded with the Ghost Clan, brutally murdered Master Xianming, and stirred up internal strife in the Buddhist Dao Alliance. The black sheep of the Qingqing sect must be nipped in the bud. Sect Master, do we really have to do this? Lin Hao has the real Qingqing heart technique in his hands. If we really do it absolutely, maybe this technique will be lost. The crowd of managers were stunned by this decision of the head of the Wudong sect. Chapter 164. Ruthlessness appeared in the palmist's eyes as he said, so what about the Qingqing heart technique? Can we get it? Also, those old foxes from Longhu Mountain. They used this as an excuse to release the false Qingqing heart method. Not only did they deal a heavy blow to those small sects in the cultivation world, even we were weakened quite a bit. By this point, don't you all understand the intentions of the Dragon Tiger Mountain? Since we can't obtain the Qingqing heart technique in the first place, why don't we just destroy it? Upon hearing such a statement from the headmaster, everyone fell into thought. I agree with Sect Master. In fact, we don't need any Qingqing heart technique. It's best to keep the status quo. After a long time, someone finally spoke up in favor of the palmist. But there are still some people who feel that this is not a good idea and are hesitant to do so. The master of the house immediately added. In fact, it's not that easy to get through the Buddhist and Taoist union's approval. As we all know, a coalition operation such as this one requires a unanimous vote before it is finalized. Therefore, even if we want to overthrow the Qingqing sect and destroy the Qingqing XINFA, other sects may not necessarily support it. I'm doing this most of all because I want to take this opportunity to observe who exactly is the murderer of Master Xianming. The sect leader had said so, and only then did everyone arch their hands in unison and nod their heads in agreement. Agree with the master's decision. Agree with the master's decision. The Wudong sect's group of management had agreed to the sect master's decision. They also thought that pressure should be put on the Buddha Dao Alliance to resolve the matter. If he could directly pinch the up and down Qingqing sect to death, even if he could not obtain the Qingqing heart technique, that would still be acceptable. The Qingqing Xinfa, an alien technique, disappeared, and everyone continued to cultivate air, maintaining the existing division of power. Might still be a good ending. This can't be delayed. LW has just made a decision. They then wrote a letter of application. It was not discussed offline and was directly uploaded to the internal OA approval system of the Buddha Road Alliance organization for approval. This one application lists several major incriminating evidence against Lin Hao. The sin of incest between man and ghost. The crime of indulging in ghosts and disturbing the people. The crime of collaborating with the enemy and selling out the clan. The crime of killing a cultivation community patriarch. The sin of contempt for the Buddhist and Taoist alliances. The crime of disturbing the cultivation world. And so on. The list goes on and on. The application was harshly worded, demanding that the Buddha Taoist Alliance immediately organize people to exterminate Lin Hao and surround the Qingqing sect. Soon, the approval process for this application was sent to the heads of each sect. When they saw the application, each of their jaws dropped. Since the establishment of the Buddha Taoist Alliance, there had never been a precedent of forming an allied army to exterminate a sect. All the sects have been centralized in meetings to discuss the matter. The decision to do so was taken with great care, especially the Shangqing Palace. A coolness and fear rose behind them. Sect Master, it's fortunate that I haven't moved to find Lin Hao to recruit him as a son-in-law. Otherwise it could have caused big trouble for our Shangqing Palace. Indeed, I suggest that the issue of Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao's marriage be put on hold for the time being. This Lin Hao is simply the source of trouble. Zhou Xiao, hurry up and notify Zhou Tingting. Tell Zhou Tingting to keep her distance from Lin Hao and never come into contact with him again. Alright, senior sister Su. I'll immediately warn Zhou Tingting that if she dares to touch Lin Hao again, I'll expel her from the division. Zhou Xiu was also thankful in his heart that his disciple was smart enough to set aside his relationship with Lin Hao in time. Lin Hao also injured his own disciple on the spot. This Lin Hao not only has no background, but also holds a heavy treasure that he doesn't know how to let go of. And he is also ruthless to those close to him. Such an extreme person. He must not let his disciple fall into the quagmire. A group of Taoist nuns in Shanqing Palace looked at the official documents inside the OA system and discussed them. All of them thought that it was simply delusional for people without backgrounds to want to form sects and divide the benefits. Only the head of the Shanqing Palace looked at the official document in serious contemplation. You have only seen the surface, but not the essence of this matter. Oh, does the master see something? The group of people all looked at the head of the Shanqing Palace. The headmaster of the Shanqing Palace then analyzed the matter. And the result was almost the same as the true purpose of the Wudong sect. A few people listened and realized. So what should we do with this official document now? Not deal with it, wait until everyone is done with it. In addition, at Qingcheng sect's Lin Hao's place, it was possible to take this opportunity to quietly reveal this news to him, sell him a favor, and tell him, if he's willing to give us the Qingcheng heart technique, we can vote against this official document. Mastermind. That's a good arrangement. Sect master. As the head of the Shanqing Palace came down with a speech, the crowd rang out in applause, admiring her to the core. Of course, the issue of Zhou Tingting and Lin Hao's marriage can continue to be conditioned on this. But now the premise is that Lin Hao must first give the Qingcheng Xinfa before we will consider Zhou Tingting and his marriage. As for the date of marriage, hey, we'll see how it goes. A group of people from the Shanqing Palace felt like they had Lin Hao pinned down to death. And they had all begun to imagine the beautiful picture of the Shanqing Palace all soaring in battle power and unifying the cultivation world after they got their hands on the real Qingcheng heart technique. The Shanqing Palace would not deal with Wudong Mountain's official document about destroying the Qingcheng sect, and all the other sects, like it, were slow to make a decision, all waiting for the other sects to take a stand. On the side of Longhu Mountain, their practicing square was crowded with thousands of people who had already gathered. These are practitioners from all over the country who have rushed over to defend their rights. These people were pulling banners. Unscrupulous Dragon Tiger Mountain. Return my cultivation. Down with the hegemony. Return clarity to the cultivation world. Break the monopoly and make the path of cultivation unimpeded. Expose the dark secrets and clear the dirt for the cultivation world. The extreme majority of these cultivators had abolished their own cultivation and become ordinary people, and there was also a portion of them that had not abolished their own cultivation, but their cultivation was not very high, and they just followed the crowd over to drink the soup. They also wanted to take this opportunity to see if they could follow everyone else's lead and claim compensation from Lung Fushan, pulling some wool over Lung Fushan's eyes. Although so many people came to defend their rights, it seems that Lung Fushan had anticipated this, and they only sent out some personnel to confine these defenders to the plaza. These human rights defenders can chant slogans all they like. The disciples of Longhu Mountain all looked on coldly. No one interfered. No one responded. As long as you don't make a scene or do any vandalism. Inside the office of the Longhu Mountain sect master, Zhao Danxia was also looking at this approval process initiated by the Wudong sect. Inside his office also sat several of the main figures of Lung Fushan. They didn't discuss the siege of Mount Qingcheng, but instead, each of them had a displeased look on their faces. Zhao Danxia frowned and asked, "What is the meaning of the Wudong sect? Every sentence is about the Thunderbolt Dao. Isn't this implying that we killed their Taoist master Xianming? Let me ask you, did you arrange for someone to kill Taoist master Xianming?" Chapter 165, This Black Pot. I'll take the blame for sure. When Zhao Danxia asked this, everyone hurriedly stood up and waved their hands in succession to prove their innocence. Don't joke. Sect master. Taoist master Xianming has no grudge against me. Why would I kill him? This joke is really big. Not to mention that I don't have the motive to kill Taoist Xianming. Even if I did, I don't have the ability to electrocute his body into charcoal with a single bolt of lightning. Sect master. Someone must have framed our Longhu Mountain. Just who has the ability to send out such a powerful thunderbolt technique besides us? It seems like palming you. The man was halfway through his sentence and stopped talking. Everyone coincidentally gathered their eyes on Zhao Danxia's face, because Zhao Danxia's lightning technique could then electrocute people into charcoal. When Zhao Danxia saw that this group of subordinates actually suspected him instead, he immediately turned dark and cursed angrily. Are all of you stupid pigs? You all have no reason to kill Taoist Xianming, so what reason do I have? Oh. The crowd all oath in unison, clearly disbelieving. Zhao Danxia was so angry that she jumped violently and stood up, pointing at everyone's nose. You guys don't even believe in me anymore? No. Sect leader. We believe you when you say so. If you say you didn't kill. You didn't kill. Yes, yes, yes. Sect master. Even if you were the one who killed you, we won't spread it out. We believe your words. Sect master. Don't worry. We won't start a rumor that you killed them. It definitely wasn't you who killed them. Sect master does everything for the sake of our Rongo mountain. We support you with both hands and feet. Bang! Zhao Danxia saw these people crazy explanation at the same time. And angry and funny. He only had to slap in the office to vent the depression in his heart. Not to mention that the Wudong sect suspected that he had done the killing of Taoist Xian Ming. Even his own people were suspecting him. He knew that he would take the blame for this one. At that moment, a young Taoist priest outside the door knocked on the door and came in to report. Master sect leader. Various senior uncles and senior uncles. Those practitioners who were unsuccessful in practicing the Qingqing heart technique because of their self-abandonment of their cultivation have all come to our Rongo mountain to defend their rights, saying that the gongfu we gave them was fake, and wanting us to give them an explanation. How this is to be handled. Please instruct the master. Zhao Danxia was in a depressed mood at the moment, and he immediately cursed without a good mood. Do I have to make arrangements for such a trivial matter? Do you all have no brains? These cultivators themselves don't have the talent to cultivate the Qingqing heart technique, so how can they blame us for giving them a faulty technique? Oh, I understand. I'll be right out to take care of it. That little Taoist monk touched Zhao Danxia's mold. His heart was shocked, and he hurriedly withdrew from the office. Otherwise he would be unlucky if he was affected. Immediately after the little Taoist priest left, someone complimented Zhao Danxia. Sect master, this plan of yours is truly brilliant. According to incomplete statistics, this remaining portion of small sects will be headed for disappearance as a result. TSK, these small sects, a few people ganging up to form a sect. It's a waste of the cultivation world's resources, and it's also messing up the cultivation world. Yes, for so many years, we have been trying to clean up these small sects without a good solution, but it was directly taken care of by the sect master. A Huanglongxi ancient city youth tournament, and a Qingqing heart technique. After these small sects have disappeared, then we will find a way to dismantle the Buddhist sect, and the disobedient Taoist sect one by one, and by then, we, Rongo Mountain, will really be able to achieve unification of the Jiangsu. These subordinates really admired Zhao Danxia to the core, and their Rongo Mountain had cleaned up those small sects in the cultivation world almost without spending a single soldier, and it has weakened some of the major sects. Ha! In the face of everyone's compliments, Zhao Danxia frankly can do so. He himself is very satisfied with these two things. Although the matter of relying on the Qingqing heart technique to make these cultivators voluntarily self-destruct their cultivation was mostly a credit to coincidence, but the fact that he was able to capitalize on this opportunity is something to be proud of. Ladies and gentlemen, what about what we are doing, the purpose of which is not for us, Rongo Mountain, to dominate the Jiangsu, but for the sake of the safety and security of all mankind. Only by centralizing the cultivation resources can we increase the overall strength of our cultivation community. Zhao Danxia said so, and everyone else agreed. Fengdu City's mist is expanding faster and faster, and it's now approaching the populated town of Shanshui City. In order to survive, the ghost race inevitably has to encroach on human living space, and the conflict between humans and ghosts has become irreconcilable. In the face of such a situation, it was simply ridiculous that these small sects were still arguing over whether or not to go to war with the ghost race. Sect master should not have set up this Buddhism and Taoism alliance in the first place. It is completely redundant. Now these permanent members of the sects are holding chicken feather arrows as tokens. When things come up they still have to come to a democratic vote. At the drop of a hat they don't agree with this. That doesn't agree with that. It really delays the efficiency of the decision making. I suggest that it's time to abolish the Buddha-Taoist alliance as an obtrusive organization. Hearing these words from her subordinates, Zhao Danxia smiled faintly and clicked off the Siege of Qingqing sect matter sent by Wudong sect for voting. He said, rice should be eaten one bite at a time, and the road should be traveled one step at a time. The Buddha-Taoist alliance was originally one of our program links, and disbanding it is a must. It's just that the timing isn't right yet. Zhao Danxia gazed out the window at the huge ancient tree. Behind the ancient tree was a cloudless sky. He turned to the sky, his right hand behind his back and held it remotely. Everything was under his control. The Lung Fushan Performing Arts Square is wide and solemn. This is the place used by the Lung Fushan sect to hold major ceremonies and celebrations. But today, the square was crowded with thousands of people. The atmosphere was extraordinarily noisy, and a wave of discontent and anger filled the air. These people had a look of determination and anger to the extreme on their faces. They were all going to fight for their rights today. In the center of the square was a tall dais. That was where the head of the Dragon Tiger sect announced major decisions. But now, the stage was empty, with only a faction flag of the Longhu Mountain Longhu sect on it. As the time waited longer and longer, no talker had yet appeared from Longhu Mountain. The murmurs and voices of defense grew louder and louder, as if to express their dissatisfaction and anger with their own voices, while everyone was getting antsy. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe appeared on the stage. He is Xiao Fei, a deacon of the Dragon Tiger sect. When Xiao Fei appeared, the people in the square temporarily quieted down and all eyes were focused on him. Fellow Taoists, may I ask what you all have gathered at my Longhu Mountain for without declaring? Xiao Fei's voice is not mixed with any emotion, not slow and steady, although the voice is calm, but all clearly fall into the ears of thousands of people in the square. When Xiao Fei's words came out, the scene instantly rose in anger. A big man pointed at Xiao Fei's nose and cursed, looking like he wanted to eat someone. Right. What are we here for? Don't you have any pussy in your heart? Thousands of us in the cultivation world have all lost our cultivation because of your irresponsible announcement, and today, we want you to pay in blood. Chapter 166. Lin Hao is to blame for all this. That's right. We want you Longhu Mountain to give us an explanation. You're that Xiao Fei from Longhu Mountain, right? After such a big incident, Sect Master Zhao Danxia didn't come out, but arranged for you to come out. Is this the attitude of your Longhu Mountain? The people at the scene have turned on Joffrey and demanded that he make reparations. In the face of the thousands of people spewing furious curses, Xiao Fei's face did not change as he swept his gaze over the crowd, his gaze slightly frozen. He said with a cold face, "Everyone, your self-cancellation of cultivation has nothing to do with our Longhu Mountain. If you want compensation, then I can only say that you've come to the wrong place. Although I, Longhu Mountain, love my feathers, I will definitely not allow you to extort me. If you have any legitimate requests, feel free to make them, and if they are unreasonable, then all I can say is, please behave yourselves." When Xiao Fei's words came out, the crowd at the scene became even angrier. "Good, you shameless Dragon Tiger Mountain. How dare you say that it has nothing to do with you? This is simply opening your eyes and talking nonsense. Since a sect as big as yours is going to be a scoundrel, we'll plug up Longhu Mountain. Yes, unless you Longhu Mountain kills us all. I still don't believe it. In broad daylight do you Longhu Mountain really dare to kill people?" The crowd clamored and tried to swarm, but they were cultivation-less at this point, and surprisingly, no one really dared to make a move. Just at this time, a sudden flash of black light flashed by. A big man who was jumping the most happily suddenly covered his neck and collapsed on the ground, blood instantly staining the ground beneath him. Everyone was startled and stepped back. It was only then that they saw clearly that the dark light just now was a mahogany sword. The mahogany sword over here had already pierced the big man's neck. Everyone was shocked when Xiao Fei dared to directly kill someone with a single word, and their faces were filled with horror. You actually did kill someone." At this moment, the entire square became silent. The atmosphere became extremely depressing. Has everyone forgotten the rules of the cultivation world? Don't talk about killing. Even if I slaughter all of you, no one will help you to redress your grievances. If you don't believe me, you can offend me as much as you can and see if I dare. Oh, Xiao Fei's faint voice echoed in everyone's ears. The words were like an icy melody from hell, which mercilessly stripped people of their courage. It made them tremble with fear, and no one dared to answer again. They all gave birth to infinite despair. If you lose your cultivation, you are an ordinary person. This big man who died was also considered a named expert in his lifetime, which was also the base for him to make so much noise. But just now, that big man couldn't even dodge in the face of Xiao Fei's simple hand-thrown ebony sword. All of them now realized that they are already ordinary people. There is already a world of difference between them and the cultivators. Ordinary people had no higher status than a pig in the eyes of cultivators, because people can't be eaten when they die, but pigs can still be eaten when they die. This kind of contempt. As former cultivators, they were able to deeply experience this feeling. Those who do not know themselves have no fear, but those who know have great fear. Before this, they hadn't reacted to their current identities, and now that they had, quite a few of them had already been scared out of their wits. An infinite fear had arisen in their hearts. Everyone wanted to immediately flee the Dragon Tiger Mountain Performance Square at this moment, but the last shred of dignity in their hearts prevented them from just running away. At the edge of the plaza, there were already quite a few people who took advantage of everyone's inattention to quietly leave. Everyone is in a dilemma at this point. Xiao Fei was satisfied with the effect of killing a chicken to make an example of him, as he had already seen. All this group of so-called rights practitioners needs at this point is a lame step and they can disperse in a huff. Joffrey then said, "In fact, you guys are really wrong about Longhu Mountain." As soon as Xiao Fei opened his mouth, the crowd didn't dare to interrupt anymore. They didn't even dare to breathe out loud, because the gun hit the head of the bird and they were afraid that they would be the next to die. Although countless people expressed their desire to hang themselves at Lung Fu Shan in the beginning, when really faced with death, they run faster than anyone else. We at Longhu Mountain did publish the Ching Chung Heart technique, but we didn't tell you that you needed to scrap your own cultivation in order to cultivate it. This Gong method of ours doesn't require the self-sacrifice of one's cultivation in order to cultivate it. You've all been led astray by that Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect. Xiao Fei brought a smile to the corner of his mouth as he spoke, admiring his tricky angle of interpretation. Not only did he explain that Longhu Mountain was not harmful to them, but he could also shift the conflict to Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect. Longhu Mountain's Qingqing heart technique can be used without having to waste your own cultivation. My God, is this true? As soon as these words came out, the group of cultivators all opened their eyes wide, unable to believe the words they heard. Of course it's true. May I ask where you have seen us mentioning that practicing the Lungfu Mountain's Qingqing heart technique requires the self-destruction of one's cultivation? It seems that Longhu Mountain has really never mentioned that practicing this technique requires one to disable one's own martial arts. Indeed, Longhu Mountain had left his mind open here, and he hadn't mentioned any of the conditions needed to cultivate this technique. Joffrey continued, in order for everyone not to be misled, our Longhu Mountain's Qingqing Xinfa also has a special line of remarks written on the front page. I wonder if you have seen it. Saw it. We all saw it. Indeed. The first page of Lungfu Shan's Qingqing Xinfa reads one sentence. The name of this technique is the same as the Qingqing sect's Qingqing heart technique, but it may differ from the Qingqing sect's technique, so please choose to cultivate it carefully. The mention of the phrase was even more of a death sentence. At that time, in that scenario, everyone trusted Lungfu Shan very much. So who cared about that statement? Who would have thought that practicing Longhu Mountain's Qingqing Xinfa did not require one to waste one's cultivation? After learning the truth about all this, many people couldn't accept it on the spot and simply broke down. I'm crazy. The world is crazy. Why is this happening? Why do I have to cripple my own cultivation? Am I really a stupid pig? I'm crying at my own stupidity. Someone broke down and cried on the spot. They really can't accept this reality. Xiao Fei despised the group when he saw their appearance. Also, the Silver Silk Thunder technique is also from our Longhu Mountain. Besides Lin Hao, have any of you succeeded in practicing it? And this Qingqing Xinfa and Silver Silk Thunder Law came from the same place. You have not yet been able to cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder Law. Let me ask you, where do you get the courage to think you can successfully cultivate the Qingqing heart technique? Yeah, why would I think I could cultivate the Qingqing heart technique on my own? People began to reflect. If Lin Hao hadn't refined the Silver Silk Thunder method, if Lin Hao hadn't said that he could cultivate the Silver Silk Thunder method after practicing the Qingqing heart method, and if Lin Hao hadn't said that he would only be able to cultivate the Qingqing heart method if he had abrogated his own cultivation, then we won't be blindly confident that we can also cultivate the Qingqing heart technique, and we won't waste our own cultivation. It's all Lin Hao's fault. All of this was caused by Lin Hao. It's all Lin Hao's fault. In their extreme emotions, they both lost their minds. They grab a bullseye and go crazy. Chapter 167, The Wasted Water Leads to the East. Xiao Fei also added to the compulsion. You guys finally realize who the culprit is now, don't you? Lin Hao is the true source of the woe to you all. Furthermore, the only one who can solve your problems is Lin Hao. As long as Lin Hao is willing to teach you to cultivate the Qingqing heart technique, you can regain your transcendent powers. A group of emotionally manipulated lost people turned their attention to the Qingqing sect under Xiao Fei's guidance. Yes, we're looking for Lin Hao. Lin Hao is the one who started all this. We'll make sure Lin Hao takes full responsibility for us this time. Lin Hao must teach us to learn the Qingqing heart technique. Dragon Tiger Mountain can't afford to be offended. Can't the Qingqing sect with only a few people take it? This group of people actually wanted to go to the Qingqing sect at the very beginning, but at that time, they themselves were practicing the Qingqing heart technique of Longhu Mountain and had abrogated their own cultivation. It is unreasonable to go directly to Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect. They had come to Lungfu Shan to defend their rights. But in fact, they also wanted to force Lungfu Shan to put pressure on the Qingqing sect to make the real cultivation method public. Now that Longhu Mountain had taken the initiative to bring up the Qingqing sect's side, they begged for more. Although all of them had been terrorized by the murderous Lungfu Shan today, they had ultimately accomplished one of the purposes for which they had come here. Someone who stayed awake asked Zhou Fly with an embarrassed look. Deacon Xiao, that Qingqing sect's Lin Hao is so powerful. If he doesn't want to teach us, there's nothing we can do to him. In fact, this was the reason why the group hadn't chosen to go directly to Lin Hao in the first place. Because they were all intimidated by Lin Hao's strength, they didn't dare make any attempts. Xiao Fei was prepared to respond to words on this. He said, in fact, the Qingqing sect has colluded with the ghost race, and we in the Buddha Taoist Alliance have already been discussing the elimination of the Qingqing sect, a topic that is still being debated. Therefore, don't worry, The Qingqing sect, no matter how arrogant it is, won't dare to touch you, unless the Qingqing sect doesn't want to exist in this world anymore, Joffrey said, and showed the title of that approval process. Everyone swept through with a glance and really saw the application to eliminate the Qingqing sect initiated by the Wudong sect. Seeing this, the group became agitated. Brothers, really? The Buddhist and Taoist alliance is discussing the annihilation of the Qingqing sect. If we inform Lin Hao of the Qingqing sect of this news, he will definitely be scared less. At that time, we can ask him to publish the true cultivation methods of the Qingqing heart technique and the silver silk thunder technique. Yes, there is no one who can carry the allied forces of the entire Buddha-Taoist alliance. Qingqing sect is finished. We are going as the vanguard of the Buddha-Tao alliance this time to warn the Qingqing sect to make sure he hands over the true cultivation methods of the Qingqing heart technique and the silver silk thunder technique. We represent the Buddha-Tao alliance, so I don't think that Lin Hao would dare to do anything to us. Otherwise, their Qingqing sect would really be finished. This group of washed-out cultivators had gone red. They have seen hope. Go on, go to the Qingqing sect and look for Lin Hao. He must not be able to withstand the pressure of the Buddha-Tao alliance's annihilation of them. Xiao Fei solemnly arched his hand. If you guys have gotten your hands on the Qingqing sect's their cultivation methods, please don't hesitate to make them public and contribute to the cultivation world. Please don't worry, Deacon Xiao. We're not the kind of narrow-minded people like Lin Hao. After we get our hands on the Qingqing sect's cultivation method, we'll definitely make it public at the first opportunity for the benefit of the cultivation community. Good. Good luck to you all. The Buddhist Tao Alliance will always be your strong backing. Thank you, Deacon Xiao. And thank you, Dragon Tiger Mountain. At the end of the conversation, the group was surprisingly grateful to Lung Fu Shan. Soon, helicopters and private airplanes pranced into the air on the small airport next to Longhu Mountain, and their target was Qingqing Mountain. The Qingqing sect. Not only did this group of cultivators who had lost their cultivation fly straight to Qingqing Mountain, but there was also the one from the Shangqing Palace, which had also arranged for a helicopter to land early in Alan on Qingqing Mountain. 3 women came down from the helicopter. The leader is Cindy Zhua, who wants to be a matchmaker. Zhua Kanyuan and the other 2 Shangqing Palace disciples raised their heads toward the golden platform hall at the top of the mountain. Under the lookout, you can only see the clouds and mist, and the mountain is steep, as if it is a fairyland. Wow, it's so beautiful. A female disciple of the Supreme Clearance Palace couldn't help but marvel. Zhua Kane smiled. It used to be a famous scenic spot, and the scenery is certainly beautiful. But today, the mood of the Qingqing sect was not as beautiful as the scenery of Qingqing Mountain where they were located. They'll be scorched and turned into ants inside a frying pan in no time. Another female disciple said, Master, do you think those cultivators who lost their cultivation will end up coming here? They will come. This is their last hope. Cindy Zhua said, the site of Longhu Mountain is not something that can be threatened by any cats or dogs. They will definitely be insulted in the strongest way and will not dare to put up any resistance. They can only vent their full anger on the Qingqing sect. Zhua Kanyuan guessed correctly. This group of people really suffered defeat at Longhu Mountain. Ah! Thousands of people coming to force a few people from the Qingqing sect. That good will be so miserable. A female disciple revealed a sympathetic expression. What's so tragic about it? Now that these people have lost their cultivation, they're no different from ordinary people. That Lin Hao is so powerful that he killed a whole bunch of people with a single thunderbolt. The other female disciple was relatively short-tempered. Oh, Mandy, you're too simple-minded. Zhua Kane glanced at her with a lecturing tone. No matter how powerful Lin Hao is, he's only a personal deterrent. He can take someone's head from 10,000 people. But what about the rest of his Qingqing sect? Can they stand up to a siege of thousands of people? If there are many ants, they can still bite an elephant to death, let alone people. Moreover, that's not the point. The point is that Lin Hao will surely learn of the Buddha-Tao Alliance's request to take the Tao suppression at that time, and at that time, he'll surely be in a state of mind that's greatly disturbed. Ah, I feel so pitiful for the Qingqing sect. So are we going to help the Qingqing sect in a while? To help or not to help? It depends on whether Lin Hao knows what he's doing or not. As long as he is willing to hand over the Qingqing heart technique as well as the true cultivation method, we can instead make a move to deter that group of cultivators who have lost their cultivation. Master, I think it's better not to let senior sister Zhou marry Lin Hao. Although this person had strength and talent, his emotional intelligence and IQ were too low, and he would only invite strong enemies for himself, putting himself and the Qingqing sect in a desperate situation. This kind of person is not a match for senior sister Zhou. The clan's decision. You juniors should stop yakking. The 3 of them walked towards the Jintai Hall while talking. In a short while, they arrived in front of the Golden Terrace Hall. Just see, the Jintai Hall is situated on the top of the mountain on top of a huge stone. Magnificent. Flying eaves and corners, quite ancient and simple style. At this time, There was only one person in front of the Jintai Hall. It's Wang Tao. Wang Tao is fine and has been practicing his sword here. Chapter 168, feeling good even after losing. Isn't this guy that big fool from the Qingqing sect? A female disciple covered her mouth and laughed, and Zhou Cindy and another disciple also laughed slightly. When Wang Tao saw the three Taoist nuns approaching, he put away his sword and stood still, quietly waiting for the three Zhou Kanyuan to approach. Big dummy, quickly go inform Lin Hao of your Qingqing sect and have him come out to greet the Shangqing Palace's honored guests. That female disciple was condescending and spoke without any manners. Wang Tao is naive but not little cute. Good thing he had a good temper, he asked after frowning. Three fellow Taoists. The Qingqing sect is currently under construction and is not receiving guests at the moment. Please return. Being rejected directly by Wang Tao, Zhou Kanyuan sniffed in displeasure and stopped the two disciples who were about to get angry and said in a deep voice, I'm Zhou Kanyuan, vice sect master of the Shangqing Palace. I've personally come to your Qingqing sect today to discuss matters concerning the life and death of your Qingqing sect. Hurry up and go and notify Lin Hao for me. Oh, life and death. Wang Tao was in trouble. My senior brother said that no matter who, no matter what, can't enter the Qingqing sect. What can we do about this? Cootie, can't you tell good from bad? Don't you have any opinions? That female disciple directly cursed. Wang Tao couldn't bear it and said angrily, you girl child, you don't know how to speak with respect. Tell you what. If you want to see my senior brother, then you can beat me first. Wang Tao had recently been practicing intensely after learning the version of Qingqing Xanfa, and had gained some achievements. He had long wanted to find someone to spar with, but there were too few disciples of Qingqing sect, and there had been no one who was a suitable match. It tickled him and he had long been unable to resist. Ha! Beat you? That female disciple was all bent over with laughter. Your strength is well known. Just carrying the punch. Cut the crap. Do it. Wang Tao didn't have any martial virtues to speak of, as he poured in a stream of true essence that went straight into the sword. The dragon tiger sword truly emitted a low sound of a dragon and tiger. The sound caused the female disciple in front of her to lose her concentration for a moment. Then the sword was like lightning, slashing straight at the top of that female disciple's head. Stop it! Cindy's was shouted sternly. It was too late to respond. She could only use her voice to stop Wang Tao. At the same time, she also quickly struck out as a wind blade slashed towards Wang Tao. Bang! Wang Tao's chopped-out sword suddenly knocked horizontally on top of the female disciple's head. The female disciple was instantly struck dumb and fell to the ground. Cindy's was wind blade arrived at the same time, but she didn't expect Wang Tao's sudden change of sword. Her body sidestepped and the wind blade chopped empty. A wry smile appeared on Wang Tao's naive face as he took the opportunity to cross his sword and block, dispersing Zhou Sanyuan's wind blade again. You've also cultivated the Qingqing heart technique? Zhou Kanyuan was shocked and angry, and at the same time very shocked. She didn't expect the seemingly naive Wang Tao to be so cunning and strong in martial arts. The dragon roar and tiger roar that shook out from Wang Tao's sword just now had affected her mind and soul at that time. That's what slowed her down. Then, the wind blades went over, and Wang Tao was surprisingly able to dodge them with his body's reaction speed. Then the tip of the sword followed, and later on, it was able to catch up with and destroy the wind blades that had already flown out. This is how fast. At this moment, Cindy Zhua asked herself, if she were to face the situation that Wang Tao had just been in, would she be able to do what Wang Tao had done? Obviously, she couldn't do it. Wang Tao smiled nervously and said, Uncle Zhua, you're right. I've also successfully cultivated the Qingqing heart technique. With that sword just now, Wang Tao knocked away all the depression of only being able to break the evil spell all these years in one go. Now, who else dares to taunt him? Wang Tao, that he only knows how to break evil spells? Under Lin Hao's guidance, Wang Tao quickly learned version A of the Qingqing heart technique and combined it with the martial arts techniques he had practiced in the past, and soon formed his own set of systems. Cindy Zhua and the two female disciples received an exact answer from Wang Tao. All three of them changed their faces drastically. The two female disciples had long been scared out of their wits, and no longer dared to call Wang Tao silly big man little cute. Called Wang Tao. Under the great strength suppression, the two chattering women finally became quiet and well-behaved. Zhou Kanyuan stared intently at Wang Tao. At this time, she was in a dilemma. She did not have absolute confidence that she could defeat Wang Tao. However, she couldn't back down from this, or else where would the face of the Shangqing Palace be? After staring at Wang Tao for a few seconds, she slowly pulled out their favorite floating dust used by the Shangqing Palace from behind her. The floating dust danced lightly, like an ancient-style fairy, spiritual and mysterious, permeated with an ancient flavor that seemed to be telling stories from the distant past. However, she was not at all in a fairy-like mood at the moment, and her mind told distant stories from time to time. Instead, they were apprehensive. This scene is a stark echo of her line about the mood of the Qingcheng school not matching the landscape of Mount Qingcheng when she first arrives there. The reason why Cindy Zhuo was apprehensive was because she was afraid that she couldn't defeat Wang Tao in one move. She was the vice-sect master of Shangqing Palace, and her cultivation had already reached the late stage of the true man, and she was just a hair's breadth away from the celestial master realm. Once lost, the reputation of the Shangqing Palace for 100 years will be ruined by his own hands. At this moment, she didn't dare to put on the posture of an elder, but instead eschewed the idea of striking first and suffering later. Cindy Zhuo took a deep breath and decided to go all out. With a wave of the duster in her hand, the wind rose and the entire venue was enveloped by a powerful air current. Wang Tao looked grave. Not daring to be careless, he gripped the dragon tiger sword tightly and infused his entire body with his true essence in preparation for this strike. Cindy Zhuo recited a spell under her breath, and the floating dust transformed into a green aura, slashing towards Wang Tao. Wherever the green aura passed, the air current stirred as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Wang Tao swung his sword to meet the attack, and the sword light flashed as it collided with the green aura. In an instant, the roar was deafening, and the airwaves tumbled as if they were going to engulf the two. Cindy's wind-based Dao technique was incredibly powerful, and although Wang Tao went all out, he still felt overwhelmed. His dragon tiger sword was struck by the green aura and instantly flew out of his hand. Wang Tao was shocked in his heart and screamed that it was not good. He couldn't retrieve the dragon tiger sword in time, so he had to fight Zhuo with his bare hands. However, having lost his weapon, Wang Tao was at an even greater disadvantage. Although his martial arts were superb, they were somewhat powerless in front of the realm of real people's wind-based Dao arts. Cindy's floating dust danced and the wind blades slashed, forcing Wang Tao to retreat back and forth. Although Wang Tao resisted tenaciously, he was still unable to block Zhuo attacks. In the end, Zhuo struck Wang Tao's chest with a wind blade, knocking him to the ground. You lost, Zhuo said coldly. Meanwhile, Zhuo breathed a huge sigh of relief. Even though she won, she was still not happy in her mind. Wang Tao, just a Qingcheng school of Dao apprenticeship disciple, and a long time in front of no progress. Its Taoist law is only a spell to break the evil. However, after Wang Tao cultivated the Qingcheng heart technique, she even needed her to use her true strength of the real person stage to defeat him. Luckily, there were no outsiders here. Otherwise, someone would definitely yell at her for not winning. Chapter 169, We're going to eliminate the Qingcheng sect. Oh, I did lose. Wang Tao was not injured as he walked over and picked up the dropped dragon tiger sword again. He lost, but he was very happy in his heart. Just now, he had actually exchanged blows with the vice-sect leader of the Shangqing Palace, and it's a fight to the death. If he hadn't been inexperienced in battle just now, he might have been able to hold out longer. All he wanted to do at this point was to look up to the sky and laugh. In the future, let's see who, in the future, dares to laugh at the fact that they only know how to break evil spells. The so-called Taoist sect true Grand Masters were just this strong. No wonder his own senior brother was able to defeat the Xian Ming realist. He himself had only cultivated the Qingcheng heart technique for a short while, and he had already achieved so much. It's worth being happy about. You guys wait outside the door. I'll go and inform senior brother. Wang Tao threw Zhuo out of the door and directly entered the Jintai Hall. At this moment, Lin Hao and Xia Gang and the others were discussing plans related to the future development of the Qingcheng sect. Wang Tao said that Zhuo, the deputy head of Shangqing Palace, was seeking an audience. Lin Hao then asked Wang Tao to bring them in. When Cindy Zhuo saw Lin Hao, the three of them no longer felt the superiority that they had felt when they first arrived. Sect Master Wang, may I ask what the three of you have come to Qingcheng sect for? Lin Hao ordered Su Xiaoyu to pour tea for the three of them. At this time, no one of the two female disciples brought by Cindy Zhuo dared to interrupt again, appearing very well behaved. Zhuo still hadn't gotten over the shock she had just experienced. Her expression stiffened, and many of the words she had prepared before arriving no longer spoke. But the task given to her by the Shangqing Palace, she had to fulfill. The gesture of the Shangqing Palace, she still had to show it. Otherwise, go back and wait to be stroked by that group of good-looking old women with the skin on their body that represented the vice-sect leader. Things have come to this point. Zhuo only had to suppress the impetuous mindset that was struck by Wang Tao. Lin Hao, acting as sect leader, has come today mainly to save your Qingcheng sect's life. Zhuo Sunyuan's tone did not have the same undercurrent as the position that Shangqing Palace should have in the cultivation world. Lin Hao, Wang Gang, Su Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but frown at the words. What does the left master mean by that? Xia Gang was even more concerned about the safety of the Qingcheng sect than Lin Hao. Cindy's was sniffed and glanced at Xia Gang. Xia Gang did not transform into a humanoid entity, but presented himself in a ghostly body. This is because the Qingcheng sect has officially announced that it has established the ghost sect. Then he will show himself in the state of a ghost at all times and will no longer hide his face. Not only was Xia Gang seen in a ghostly body, it was Lin Hao who had a beautiful ghost, Xia Cheng, hanging from him. Zhuo Canyuan has a complicated expression. The Buddha and Taoist alliance wants to exterminate the ghosts. The Qingqing sect really combines the ghosts together, and now they are also talking about things with themselves in a big way. Facing a ghost, Zhuo Kane had to explain. Perhaps you haven't had time to pay attention to that group of cultivators who have gone crazy, who have been compelled by the Dragon Tiger Mountain to find trouble with your Qingqing sect. Once Xia Gang heard that this was the case, his heart was relieved and he said, "Thank you for reminding sect leader Zui of this news. We have long been informed of it. Please don't worry. These cultivators who no longer have cultivation levels can't threaten our Qingqing sect yet." In fact, Xia Gang had long ago arranged for the Ghost Clan to hide in the vicinity of Longhu Mountain, Shanqing Palace, and so on. Confidential things are not easy to pry into, but it is still possible to get back in time when something big happens. That was why there was the matter of Lin Hao arranging for Wang Tao to guard the door and not allow anyone to come in. When a few people heard it, it turned out to be old news that was already known, and instantly a few people lost interest. Seeing this, Lin Hao said, "Master left sect leader, there's nothing else going on, is there? Nothing else? Then you can take a stroll around our Qingqing mountain. As a former tourist attraction, Mount Qingqing has a very beautiful scenery." This, Zhuo Kane was embarrassed. Her two disciples also looked incredulous. Sect leader Lin Dai, even if those cultivators lose their cultivation, there are still thousands of them. With so many people, could you be able to deal with them? A female disciple couldn't help but ask the doubts in her heart. Another female disciple added, "Even if your Qingqing heart technique is very powerful, it's impossible to kill all these thousands of people, right? Yeah, your Qingqing sect is under construction everywhere. Aren't you afraid they'll give you trouble?" At this time, Xia Qing covered her mouth and laughed. "Two sisters, don't worry. These people won't be able to get up to Mount Qingqing." "What do you mean? He, have you forgotten what we ghosts are best at?" "Good at what? How could Zhuo Canyuan and the others specialize in understanding the ghost race?" He, then please wait a little while for the left sect leader and the two fellow Taoists. When this group of cultivators who have lost their cultivation comes, you will naturally know. Lin Hao sold out. Zhuo Canyuan was not in a good position to ask again, but she has another killer. Acting sect leader Lin Hao. In fact, those 1,000 or so cultivators who have lost their cultivation are really not a big deal for us to have cultivators. I came here today to inform you that your real jeopardy is the Buddha Dao Alliance. Zhuo Canyuan mentioned this, and she revealed a bit of smugness. Coming to be taught a lesson by Wang Tao, she finally curled her mouth at this time. What else? Lin Hao couldn't help but feel that these three women were very inked. Fellow Daoist Lin, please look. Cindy Zhua showed the official document issued by the Wudong sect for the approval of the annihilation of the Qingqing sect directly to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, Xia Gang, Xia Cheng and the others looked at Zhuo Sunyuan's cell phone screen. Bold. Wang Tao was the first one who couldn't help but curse angrily. How can this group of Wudong sect bullnoses blame us? The Qingqing sect, for all of the deaths because of Taoist master Xin Ming. The Wudong sect is also too arbitrary. They are going to destroy our Qingqing sect without an investigation and without tangible evidence. Jia, Wudong sect, dare to come to my Qingqing sect. I want them to die without a burial place. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, and Su Xiaoyu were shocked. Lin Hao's face didn't look good either. He didn't think that things would rise to the level of extermination. Even so, Lin Hao didn't let it mess him up. Ha! Zhuo Canyuan took a sip of tea and leisurely savored the fragrance of Qingqing tea. Seeing the furious expressions of the several people from the Qingqing sect, she finally found her high and mighty mindset. She couldn't help but feel smug inside. I thought that your Qingqing sect was truly lawless because of the Qingqing heart technique and the silver silk thunder technique. So it turns out that you're still afraid. Zhuo Sunyuan's heart was extremely happy. The two female disciples standing behind her had also regained the same mood they had when they first arrived at the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao then asked in a deep voice, "Left Master, has this report been finalized? Has the Buddha Taoist Alliance made up its mind to destroy my Qingqing sect?" There was also an infinite coldness in his voice. When Cindy Zhua heard Lin Hao's words with a murderous aura, she was careless and burned her mouth with tea. Lin Hao, seeing as you're on good terms with Zhou Tingting, I'd kindly advise you not to have any resistance. In this case, you can only find a way to keep this document from being approved further. You have to know that it's hard to defeat four hands with one fist. No matter how powerful you are, it's impossible for you to fight against the Buddha Dao Alliance. Chapter 170. The fine outline follows. Continue reading if interested. Oh, left master, may I ask what I can think of? Lin Hao smiled. This old man clearly came with bad intentions. Now, She was finally going to reveal the fox's tale that had brought her to Castle Peak today. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng and the others also stared intently at Zhuo Kanyuan, waiting for her reply. Zhuo Sunyuan's face showed a self-satisfied smile. In fact, it's very simple. Such a big event as a joint military expedition requires a unanimous vote of the permanent members of the sects before it can be implemented. And if I don't sign the approval of the Shinqing Palace, it won't be possible to accomplish this. Zhuo Kanyuan finally had the bottom line that it should have as a permanent member sect of the Buddhist Tao Alliance. The two disciples behind her also looked proud. In that case, then please, left sect master, out of justice, put in a good word for our Qingcheng sect and return this unreasonable application. When Zhuo Kanyuan saw this rightful expression on Lin Hao's face, she was shocked that there was such a brazen person. For such a big deal, just one sentence about returning the application for the sake of justice and asking for your help? The Qingcheng sect is actually so naive. Could it be that the left master is having a hard time? I don't have any difficulties. It's just that for this kind of thing, it needs to be approved by our sect leader. And I'm only a vice sect leader in the Shanqing Palace. An odd job man. So I can't influence the decision. Since the left palm can't make a decision, there's no point in us talking about it. So that's it for now. Thank you. Lin Hao was about to thank his customers directly. Xia Gang, Xia Cheng, Su Xiaoyu, and the others didn't understand why Lin Hao had such a strong attitude, but they complied with all of Lin Hao's decisions. Even if they were puzzled, they didn't ask on the spot. This time, it was Zhuo Kane's turn to be in an awkward situation. Half a day's worth of patting, but actually the sky was chatted to death by his own words. This. Zhuo Kane was sent away, no longer able to calm down. If he went back just like that, he was afraid that he would be laughed to death by his fellow disciples. At the same time, it will be labeled as having questionable clerical skills. Please, left master. Lin Hao reached out and pointed towards the door. Left master, our Qingcheng sect is facing a big enemy and we still need to make some preparations. We don't have the energy to receive outside guests at this time. Sorry. Zhuo Kanyuan, as well as the two disciples, were driven away by Lin Hao and instantly stood up, their faces turning blue. According to their usual temperament, they might have to start scolding and cursing angrily. However, facing people like Lin Hao and Wang Tao, who had practiced the Qingcheng heart technique, hard could not bring up this courage. Zhuo Sunyuan's face was a shade of green and white as she gritted her teeth. Lin Hao, don't pretend to be calm in front of me. Seeing as how you've gone crazy with fear and lost your ability to judge at this point in your true heart, I won't bother with you. Ha, he. Ha ha, everyone on Lin Hao's side was amused by Zhuo Kane's words. You're all about to be exterminated and you still have the heart to laugh. Right? Oh, it's all going to be destroyed. If we don't laugh now, how will we have time to keep laughing later? Xia Tran couldn't help but interject. Ha ha, come on, let's laugh some more. Hey, Su Xiaoyu is a master of comic relief, and Wang Tao laughs along with everyone else. The three people from the Shinqing Palace were directly ridiculed. Their bodies were restless. Their bodies were stiff. Their hands and feet were at a loss, and they were extremely uncomfortable, wishing to flee on the spot, but they held back. Today comes with a mission. Lin Hao's group of people were foolishly unaware of what was going on, and they had to be known to be powerful to achieve what the Shinqing Palace wanted. Lin Hao, if you want to live, you'll tell our Shinqing Palace about the cultivation method of the Qingcheng heart technique, and we can vote against you. Lin Hao looked at Zhuo Kanyuan with contempt. Didn't Longhu Mountain publish the Qingcheng heart method? You guys just follow their cultivation. Why come to me for it? We are all clear-eyed people. There is no need for that Longhu Mountain thing to stir up trouble. Lin Hao, let's open up the windows of heaven and speak plainly. I'll just ask you, do you agree to hand over the real Qingcheng XINFA? Disagree. It's also unnecessary. You Buddhist Tao Alliance can encircle if you like. What does my Qingcheng sect have to fear? Then let me tell you, you and Zhou Tingting, it's impossible in this lifetime. It is impossible for her to marry you again. You've also lost the chance to join my Shinqing Palace, and even more so, you've painfully lost your important position as the head of my Shinqing Palace's Qian Dao department. Everyone looked at Lin Hao strangely when Zhuo Kanyuan said this. Lin Hao was also baffled, not knowing what had happened. Ah, hubby, you went behind my back and made a private arrangement with Sister Zhou Tingting. Xia Qing looked at Lin Hao incredulously. Lin Hao hurriedly pulled Xia Qing over. You little ninny, is it necessary to go behind your back for what your husband is going to do? I myself don't even know when I'm going to marry Zhou Tingting. Oh, seems to be husband woman so many, also busy Natsuki made a cute face, and to Cindy's way, this old granny, my husband has 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 wives, I can't even count. If Zhou Tingting wants to marry her husband, she still has to line up first. What? Lin Hao actually has so many women? Zhuo Kanyuan and the others were shocked. It's not right to be a ghost clan, acting in such an unethical manner. It was only at this point that the three of them realized that Zhou Tingting was probably just an ordinary woman in Lin Hao's mind. This is all wishful thinking on Zhuo Kane's part. Readers, my lords, this book does not make money. I was ready to finish it a long time ago, but I've held on to it as well. The plot does seem a bit watered down lately. From here on out, the following is all dry and a design for the next episodes. For those dudes who are interested, we'll discuss the later episodes together. And if you think there are more interesting episodes, please comment, and the author will read them all. Lin Hao refused the insolent demands of the Shangqing Palace at Qingcheng Mountain and left Zhuo Kanyuan and the others from the Shangqing Palace hanging out to dry. Then, the cultivators who had rushed to lose their cultivation from Longhu Mountain Naban frantically attacked Qingqing Mountain. However, it was met with a ghostly wall change formation set up by Xia Gang and Xia Ting. Although these cultivators without cultivation had eyesight, they could not break the ghostly wall. They were frantically scrambling inside the ghost fighting wall illusion formation. Thirst, hunger, and sleepiness tormented them. Despair, fear, regret and so on spread. Finally, he begged for mercy from the Qingqing sect. Xia Gang informed these cultivators that it was okay to want to let go. That would be to participate in the labor to build Castle Hill, participate in labor and receive food to eat, and gave the promise that labor is also one of the assessment contents of the entrance Qingqing sect. Those who complete the labor tasks can join the Qingqing sect as a handyman disciple. For miscellaneous disciples, they can learn the B version of the Qingqing XINFA. Version B is practiced by all. Version B is also used for testing qualifications. A well-practiced version B can be upgraded to version A. Those without qualifications will never be able to cultivate version A. Version A of the Qingqing Xinfa can be understood by everyone as an ancient immortal cultivation method. That is, a cultivation technique. Nowadays, the Buddhist, Taoist, and Ghosts cultivation methods are all based on folk gong cultivation. Its status, equivalent to the ancient martial arts. While the Qingqing Xinfa version is a cultivation technique, that was why Lin Hao was able to overpower the Buddha Dao Alliance. Chapter 171. Lin Hao rejected the Shangqing Palace. The Shangqing Palace went back in anger, requesting that the Qingqing sect be eliminated through direct approval. Meanwhile, the squad that Longhu Mountain had previously arranged to come out to investigate the loss of the Yellow Springs map was killed by lightning at the foot of Mount Qingcheng, and planted it on Lin Hao again. Given that Lin Hao had forced these ordinary cultivators into labor and had given the B version of the Qingcheng heart technique, it was mediocre. Lung Fushan and other Buddhist and Taoist alliances were disgruntled. Combining these excuses, Longhu Mountain formally convened a meeting of the permanent member sects of the Buddha Taoist Alliance and voted unanimously to eliminate Mount Qingcheng. On Lin Hao's side, he was in great danger of being annihilated. He desperately needed to improve his strength. When Xia Cheng saw Lin Hao cultivating so desperately, she saw it in her eyes and it hurt her mentally. Thus, Xia Cheng again did the same as before, bringing the heavenly rhythm body woman, Ai Shirshir, up to Qingcheng Mountain in the evening. ESI saw Lin Hao at night. She thought about Lin Hao's previous experience with her at the bar and was very excited. Since it was a dream, she went crazy and confessed to Lin Hao. Ai Shirshir has forced the main character Lin Hao again. Lin Hao proceeded to have his heavenly rhythm body strength soar once again. Lin Hao, whose strength had soared, took even less notice of the Buddhist Tao Alliance's so-called extermination order. But as powerful as he was, he couldn't completely secure the safety of those around him. He then prepared to have the people of the Qingqing sect disband and hide for the time being, and then regroup when he had resolved the Buddha Tao Alliance. But these people are loyal to Lin Hao and will never leave in the face of difficulties. So, we all face it together. The excuse was that the Qingqing sect had joined forces with the ghost race and fornicated with the foreigners. The Buddhist Taoist Alliance began to mobilize, handing out leaflets, etc., proclaiming the charge that the Qingqing sect was fornicating with foreigners and so on. The Qingqing sect is required to leave Mount Qingcheng on the day of the Mid-Yuan festival for all people and ghosts, or else they will be killed on pain of death. Countless people gathered at the foot of Mount Qingcheng, the Taoist sect. Lin Hao called a meeting with the Qingcheng sect on the mountain. Lin Hao frankly said that we do not have the ability to fight against it now, and instead of holding on for dear life, we should give up for the time being. The ghosts and the humans, newly recruited. The ghosts swore to follow, while 2/3 of the newly recruited humans taught the department to walk away on the spot. The rest of them, all of whom had just joined not long ago, lamented Lin Hao and told them to go down the mountain first, get through the crisis, and then come back. But the 1/3 that stayed behind also indicated that they followed Lin Hao as he roamed and grew together. Just at the last moment, black pressurized ghost types appeared over Qingcheng Mountain, at least tens of thousands of them, if not 100,000. The ghosts screamed and covered the sky as if they had come to hell. Xia Tran shot down from the group of ghosts. Hubby, I've invited the scattered ghost clans around Rongqing to come and press on. They've all heard that you're willing to establish a sect where the human and ghost races live in harmony. And they're willing to come and contribute a part of their strength. Although the vast majority of the people here were wandering souls, they were willing to survive around the Qingqing sect and become its foundation. Lin Hao was overjoyed and brought a large number of ghosts and some humans down the mountain to confront the Taoist religion led by Longhu Mountain. Tina Chao was among them. The Taoists were scared to death when they saw so many ghosts. Although they were powerful, they couldn't hold up against so many ghostly onslaughts. But what's the face of backing down like that? Just then, Min Manchou arrived. Min Manchou and a man in military attire, driving hundreds of chariots. The chariots docked and surrounded the hundreds of Taoists. Lin Hao waved his hand, and nearly 100,000 ghostly mists hid into the darkness. Silently, Sir Zhou is here, said he received a report from the public that hundreds of people were gathering for a fight. The Taoist leader came over to intervene, saying that this was a religious gathering, an internal fight, and that ordinary people should stay away, not to interfere with the faith. Sir Zhao stated that since this is a religious fight, I will be here to help you maintain order and avoid casualties. Taoism is at the head. Are you not afraid that your superiors will find out and dismiss you? Sir Zhao stated that I am only here to maintain order here and carry out military affairs without interfering with each other. So what is there to be afraid of? At that moment, a Buddhist cry was heard, and a great Buddha appeared out of the darkness, unnoticed by anyone, to the shock of the crowd. Master XX is here. This guru, a great Buddhist monk who disappeared years ago. I can't believe it fell from the sky at this time. Everyone was shocked. Here is the opening that was left open, and stronger and bigger forces began to appear. One can understand that this Buddhist bigwig is on the same level as Zhang Daoling, the Grand Master Mediates. And Lin Hao asks the Taoist alliance to retreat and agrees to the legal existence of Mount Qingcheng. Form is not for the faint of heart, the Taoist said, going back to discuss and consider. Finally dispersed. Although this battle was not fought, the Qingqing sect was as good as new. The concept of humans and ghosts living in harmony spreads, and more practitioners agree. Many people were willing to join the Qingqing sect. Lin Hao held an internal meeting of the Qingqing sect, with Xia Cheng, the village chief, and Wang Tao all participating. The ghosts of the Qingqing sect are forbidden from interfering privately with ordinary human life, and do not enter cities of ordinary life. Ghosts don't need to eat or drink, but over time, they will slowly drift away, and countless ghosts are eager to reincarnate and take the plunge. Build a ghost city, condense ghost beads, and trade with humans. How to condense ghost beads? Ghost beads are the natural growth of ghosts and the accumulation of heaven and earth vital energy. Ghosts are made up of heaven and earth vital energy and all kinds of 7 emotions and 6 desires after a person's death. The village chief, through his research, can make ordinary wandering souls condense ghost beads, which are of little use to ghosts but of great use to people. The village headman organized all the wandering souls not to roam around and to concentrate on condensing the ghost beads. And the only thing that ghosts of heaven and earth can do is to be reincarnated or cultivated. The vast majority of ghosts don't want to cultivate. They just want to roam around and be ordinary ghosts. They are constantly drifting around and need yang energy, but yang energy makes ghosts crazy. Ordinary ghosts, on the other hand, can rely on cultivated ghosts to create ghost towns, build formations, and collect qi from heaven and earth so that the ghosts can survive for a longer period of time. To build a ghost city, key materials are required: corpse-rotting rock, soul-breaking stone, bloodthirsty sand, and other materials. And special drawings are passed to have the ability to collect qi. At the moment, the closest ghost town that can be created is the Fondo Ghost Town. The Misty Quarter is said to have a lot of these materials. Establish a ghost trading market at the foot of the mountain. Ordinary people can come too. So Lin Hao arranged for the village chief to start organizing the condensation of the ghost beads. Xia Qing continued to search the nearby ghostly mist and gathered at Qingcheng Mountain. Wang Tao arranges for people to look for humans to join the Qingqing sect, and searches for the master's mouth to retrieve his sister and the stray, one of the 4 swords of Qingcheng. More importantly, Lin Hao needed to go to Fengdu Ghost City immediately, and Xia Qing was uneasy and wanted to follow, but Lin Hao thought that he should be independent on his own. He decided to go to Fengdu Ghost City alone, but Xia Ting said, "Then I'll follow you quietly. This life is going to stick to you." Lin Hao has no choice but to bring it. After the arrangement, each of them carries out their work. Xia Yushan's investment company is already in operation, and Lin Hao goes to inspect it. Meet the drug development boss. This owner turned out to be a very beautiful female doctor as well. During the inspection, Lin Hao made some comments, but the female doctor bluntly said that amateurs should not interfere. The female doctor didn't like Lin Hao's finger pointing and wouldn't have received it if it wasn't for the fact that Lin Hao was an investor. Instead of applying for the job of sales manager, Su Shui becomes a close assistant to a female doctor. Su Shui not only mixed into this company, but also became an important person. One must not be unconvinced. Seeing Su Shui again, Su Shui received Lin Hao as if he were an ordinary guest. Lin Hao took advantage of everyone taking a break to force Su Shui to the bathroom. Asked Suetsu why she left without saying goodbye. Su Shui muffled her voice and made Lin Hao feel like letting her out or else she would be discovered. Lin Hao wouldn't do it, and Su Shui was forced to say why Lin Hao had quietly possessed her body. Lin Hao could not explain it well and said, "I will explain it to you." The two went out first. The meeting ended. Lin Hao and Xia Yushan, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, were in love at the hotel. Lin Hao was mentally weak. How could Xia Yushan, a jealous woman, tell him about Su Shui? After the merrymaking is over, Lin Hao tells Xia Yushan about the dream of a city where people and ghosts live together. Xia Yushan was dumbfounded to hear this, and she was interested in this kind of smooth thinking as well. Lin Hao then takes her on a tour of the ghost market. Entering the ghost market, selling eyeballs, and so on, the ghosts then bowed respectfully when they saw Lin Hao and called him Lord Ghost Lord. The spectacle was spectacular, vast, describing power, and emperor-like. Xia Yushan was greatly shocked. It also expressed its willingness to undertake the construction of a city of mixed human and ghost communities. At the same time, experience is gained for the construction of ghost towns. Jointly established Green City Real Estate Development Company. Chapter 172. 67. Lin Hao says goodbye to Xia Yushan and then looks for Su Shui. As it happens, tomorrow is Su Shui's birthday. Lin Hao decided to give Su Shui a romantic confession. Su Shui's previous marriage was unhappy and misunderstood by everyone. He wanted the whole city to know that Su Shui was her woman. Lin Hao asked Su Shui to meet him at the city square. Su Shui was in a complicated mood and wanted to hear how Lin Hao would explain. Su Shui had just walked into the center of the square when suddenly, rose petals rained from the sky. Wow! It's beautiful. How can it rain roses without complaint? Countless people, couples are excited, stunned, and don't know how it happened. They couldn't see it when they looked up. In fact, what they don't realize is that there are countless ghosts in the sky with baskets of flowers throwing rose petals. At night, the lighted outer door was invisible to them. Su Shui was also in an excited mood. Could it be that the heavens were also in favor of being with Lin Hao? Just then, fireworks burst from the roofs of the buildings around the square, and the fireworks converged into a sentence. Su Shui, willing to be my woman. Rambling, Su Shui raised her head and looked around, trying to find where Lin Hao was, but she couldn't even find him. She couldn't find it, so she only cried out loud and excitedly, "Lin Hao, I'm willing to be your woman. You show up. I can't wait a moment longer. I don't care what kind of person you are anymore. Whether you're a bad guy or a good guy. I don't care anymore." Right after her emotional cry, a man fell from the sky, who landed in front of her holding 999 roses. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Su Shui, will you be my woman? Willingly, very willingly. Hugging and kissing each other, the room applauded. After the excitement, everyone reacted to how Lin Hao had appeared out of nowhere and where those roses had come from. But after they reacted, Lin Hao had already disappeared with Su Shui. At this moment, Lin Hao was flying in midair with Su Shui. Su Shui was dumbfounded. Only then did she begin to realize how extraordinary Lin Hao was. The Sky City Hotel, on which an amazing ritual was accomplished, begins practicing Kung Fu. Su Shui officially became Lin Hao's woman. 68. After Lin Hao pacified Su Shui, he went to Amei Mountain to see his master. Tina Zhou has become the temporary head of Amei Mountain for the time being. Zhou Tingting took Lin Hao to quietly meet Zhang Daoling. Zhou Tingting thanked Lin Hao when she saw him. Zhou Tingting shook her head. No need to thank her. It's a good thing you have a conscience and didn't beat me to death. Lin Hao said goodbye to Zhou Tingting and said he was going to break into Fengdu. Lin Hao went to see the master again and told him about his development plan for the Qingqing sect. The master was greatly impressed and asked Lin Hao to prepare the biggest palace for him. Lin Hao asked how the master is doing here. Do you want me to completely tear my face off with Longhu Mountain and get you out? Master said, everything is fine. Just no way to go to Shaohong Xiaohua Sheli. Lin Hao let him rest assured. And so powerful. Personally stepped on the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Squarely will you pick up out? The master said to wait for this day. Lin Hao was going to Fengdu City. Before he left, he still had to go to Zhao Minman's place to thank for helping him set up his pursuit of Su Shui. Zhou Minman informs Lim Ho that her father asked her to join the light group. Lin Hao was anxious. He knew that Zhao Minman had a special physique. Lin Hao happened to want to meet Sir Zhao as well, to thank him for his help that day. When he meets Sir Zhao is interested in Lin Hao's construction of the human ghost city and says that he can contribute money to support it. Lin Hao then called Xie Yushan to arrange for docking. Xie Yushan responded coldly, "Roger, boss." Lin Hao frowned and got the feeling that something was wrong with this niece again. Every time Xie Yushan used formal words, something was wrong. But Lin Hao didn't care about her either. Lin Hao speaks up for Zhou Min Man and invites her to join the Qingqing sect. Sir Zhao tells Lin Hao that now that ghosts are rampant, loose religious organizations alone do not satisfy the people's interests. Officials have secretly organized an agency, codenamed the Light Group. This is because the officials have realized that the closing of the Gate of Reincarnation may be related to Fengdu City, which intends to let the ghosts stay on Earth, disrupting people's order. On the other hand, on the side of the religious organizations, since they found out that the ghost pearls could be used for cultivation, they were no longer so active in trying to figure out how to open the door to reincarnation. They preferred to let the ghost beads cultivate and then seize them. The purpose of the official establishment of the Light Group is to reopen the door of reincarnation and restore order. And being an official himself, it was only natural to send his daughter to the Light Group when she possessed the qualifications for cultivation. Lin Hao wanted to fight for it, but was interrupted by Sir Zhao, who left that aside for now and analyzed it. Lin Hao's recent encounters. Sir Zhou asks, who do you think could be the murderer of the Yamei Mountain real person? Sir Zhao said, you don't have to look deeper. Every power is possible. The Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the Light Group are all possibilities. Even Longhu Mountain itself. Each has its own purpose. Anytime things are more than just black and white, but have a common purpose, it's a friend. Sir Zhao said that the Light Group was interested in the Qingqing sect's philosophy, and if the Qingqing sect was willing to become a member of the Light Group, Zhao Minman could naturally join the Qingqing sect. Recruiting the Qingqing sect, Lin Hao refused outright. Zhou Minman was disappointed to see Lin Hao refuse. Sir Zhao looked at Zhao Minman and Lin Hao. He then said, if you don't want to join the Light Group, that's fine. Then you need to help the Light Group accomplish one thing. The fog kept moving forward, and with more than 200 kilometers to go it would cover Watertown. The consequences are unimaginable. All the major gates are now sending people to support them. Not very effective. The mundane world sent 2 groups in before and no one ever came out. No one knows where the fog is coming from. The Wushan area has been completely covered. Let Lin Hao enter the fog to investigate. Zhou Minman blushes and demands that Lin Hao can't go in. It's a death sentence. Instead, Lin Hao agrees, and he's preparing to break into Witch Mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Hao says that it's almost time for the fall apprentice season, and he wants to ask Zhou Minman to help with the operation. Minman Cho is very good at management. Minman Cho agrees. 69. Arriving at the Water City, Lin Hao realized that it had been regulated 200 kilometers to the east and prohibited to tourists. The reason is that environmental pollution in recent years, resulting in the Wushan area, has been shrouded in mist for half a year. The fog does not show signs of dissipation. Lin Hao and Xia Qing drove back to Water City. Find the command post. The command is made up of the Buddhist Taoist Alliance, which also contains members of the Light Group, but is despised. Low cultivation and low presence. All satirize the official. Professional people do professional things. The official's strong point is state administration, while the matter of ghosts and monsters can only be left to Buddhism and Taoism. The Buddhist way has thousands of years of heritage, so how can it be useful for the official Light Group to be set up at random? The Qingqing faction also has no say. Down the road, people from the Light Group contacted Lin Hao, and the Light Group said, the leader told us to listen to your arrangement. Lin Hao's head was big. He had been put on the spot by Sir Zhao. The two hadn't said that they were going to act together. Wasn't this just forcing himself into their gang? It's done. It's done. Inside the dense fog, oxygen shout is extremely low. Humans can hardly breathe inside and must bring oxygen tanks. The Alliance despises the common man so much that he also dares to go into the misty circle. And the professionals do what the professionals do, creating an atmosphere where the common man is pissed off. The Alliance personally arranges for a batch of people to go in. The Light Group and the Qingqing sect must arrange for one person. One from each sect, or get out of the Alliance. Chapter 173. 70. Lin Ho and the Bright Group went in, but did not help prepare the equipment. The Light Group was also new and inexperienced, and when they arrived, they realized that the Alliance had only prepared a set for the Light Group and Lin Hao. The scene was ridiculed. There is no use for you two to go in. Your cultivation is low. Don't be a drag. Is it so hard to admit you can't do it? Don't get killed. Lin Hao laughed and didn't care, saying that he didn't need oxygen equipment. It turned out that Lin Hao had long been out of body. The body is at the hotel, guarded by the summer dump. Lin Hao didn't need to breathe at all. As a result, the Bright team was persuaded not to get carried away. We still have a spare set of equipment. I'll bring it to you. The others scolded Lin Hao for not being self-aware. Lin Hao did not insist that the spare equipment be put on. Once inside, Everyone realized that the electronic equipment, the magnetic field had changed. It's unusable. However, locals familiar with the terrain were hired to lead them in and out without the use of electronic equipment. Have a safe trip. Isn't this the soul breakstone? Lin Hao picked it up and pocketed it, only to be despised by a group of people. Haven't seen the stones yet, and the weirdly colored ones are looking good. This was a necessary material for building the Ghost City formation. Lin Hao didn't care what the crowd was looking at and picked them all up. Filling a large basket, Lin Hao was carrying a heavy basket and was about to be laughed at. A few people wandered around a few times with little to show for it, and with half the oxygen used, they had to return. Upon returning, everyone laughed themselves to death, saying that the Qingcheng schools were really dirtbags, carrying a basket of rocks back. Pictures of the castle sect carrying stones were taken inside the cultivation circle and everyone died laughing. Suddenly, a big man from the Buddhist sect suddenly said, "This seems to be the legendary soul-breaking stone. It's said that this thing doesn't exist in the mortal world at all, only in the netherworld. Is there any high-definition pictures? Send them out to take a look." The group exploded when that was said. It can't be, can it? The guy who sent the message also froze and said there wasn't one, but he could go shoot it. So find Lin Hao to take pictures. Lin Hao said there was no use in getting these stones back. They had been sunk in the river. In fact, Lin Hao had already had someone send it back to the Qingcheng sect. The visitor cursed Lin Hao for having no eyes, and immediately asked Lin Hao to take him to the river, where Lin Hao casually found a deep water area and told that here. The visitor got divers to go down and look for it, but found nothing. The people in the repair world lamented and scolded Lin Hao for having eyes without a pearl. 71. The next day, everyone decided to go in again to check out the area, and everyone carried a big bag, ready to pick up the soul-breaking stone, but none of them picked it up. Lin Hao, on the other hand, pretended to be interested in some kind of weird red stone. People were loading them into their backpacks like crazy. Lin Hao snickered. Lin Hao pretended to be remorseful and asked them to share some stones with Lin Hao. They won't do it. Say that there is still some of this sand left on the ground. You take the sand and go. Lin Hao used his pocket to take all the bloodthirsty sand on the ground. Lin Hao only had to load away the bloodthirsty sand on the ground. Back. Rushed to find someone to identify. Learned that it is ordinary stone. Put a few people angry enough. It turned out to be the sand stuck to the stone that was the treasure. The legendary bloodthirsty sand. A few more people ran to Lin Hao for the bloodthirsty sand. Lin Hao said, "Back to find someone to identify." Said it is ordinary vermilion. Useless. And poured into the river. A few people did not believe it. Lin Hao said, "There were a lot of people saw it. You can ask." As soon as I asked, Lin Hao really poured red vermilion by the river. A few people were furious. Xia Qiu died laughing and said that her husband was and cheated them with fake vermilion. A treasure appeared inside the thick fog, which caused countless cultivators to rush this way. Go inside and explore. It's no use blocking it. 72. Go in and come out in a big wave. Everyone is scared less. It says that an army of ghosts has appeared inside, in which pictures of beautiful female ghost generals have been taken. Xia Tran says this is her best friend, and she didn't expect to be a general in it. Xia Qiu wants to go to the meeting and Lin Hao tries to stop it, but Xia Qiu says it's fine. That night, Xia Qing asked the female general out, and they chatted, and the female general envied Xia Qing for being able to marry a human. She said she was sick of seeing male ghosts, but the average human is simply too resistant to the cold air of their female ghosts to withstand it. Summer Leaning had an idea. Xia Qing came back and gave Lin Hao that whether you like it or not, you must take her best friend, who is a general in there and has a high cultivation level. Once we've taken her under our wing, we'll be considered to have some power in Fengdu City from now on. Lin Hao had wanted to refuse, but for the sake of the Qingqing sect, he was the only one who paid. Lin Hao asks her best friend what her hobbies and weaknesses are. Xia Ting said that the ghost race all worship human men. You just need to not be afraid of her. Just treat her as a normal girl. Until then, don't say you know me. She values sisterhood. If you say you know me, she'll have a mental block until you're raw. Hubby, come on yo. Lin Hao went in with an oxygen mask with his physical body. As Xia Qing had said, when they arrived inside, Lin Hao really saw a blackened army of ghosts stationed inside the depression. Lin Hao decided to do a beauty saves the hero. Lin Hao releases Zhang Wentai and tells him to find some ghosts to be the evil spirits. When the female general goes out alone, Kong Mante launches a fierce attack on Lin Hao, who is so frightened that he runs away and breaks into the female general's presence to ask for help. The female general beat Kong Mante so badly that he almost died, and Kong Mante was seriously injured before he could escape. Lin Hao, in gratitude, trusted the female general so much that he invited her to go out with him and then eat. The female general, who had never eaten in the human world before, became interested. Lin Hao took her to eat Western food, and during the meal, Lin Hao had a bouquet of roses sent to her and played a piano piece for her, and the scene and she were very mesmerized. After dinner and late, Lin Hao said to send her home. The female general said her home is very far. Lin Hao said, then stay in the hotel. A presidential suite for the lady general. Female generals are very rare. It has produced great beauty in the world of mankind. When Lin Hao left, he said, I see you don't have a cell phone. Did you drop it? The female general said she did drop it, and Lin Hao sent another cell phone. 73. Lin Hao left. The female general could not sleep. See downstairs night market lively. Go to the night market. Being accosted by a handsome young man. The handsome young man's oily tongue makes the female general giggle. Higher words for picking up girls. The female general got the cell phone and didn't know how to use it. As a result, this handsome guy didn't care and patiently taught the female general how to use it. The trust of the female general was gained by chatting, and the two were still chatting in the middle of the night. And Lin Hao didn't know at this time that the cell phone he had given to the female general had been pried by someone else because of a lack of detail management. The next day, the female general early in the morning, she was still practicing. The liar who added last night came to the hotel to ask her out. The female general is touched by the enthusiasm of the handsome young man and the two go on a trip. The two went hiking. The female general is a female ghost. Do not like the sun. The young man is very thoughtful to send sunscreen clothing. Help her umbrella. Spray sunscreen. Very sweet. The female general decided to promote a good relationship with this liar, because Lin Hao was a cultivator. And now that there was such a big conflict between human cultivators and ghosts, the female general felt that Lin Hao was nice, but it wouldn't end well. And being only fond of humans herself, this commoner was the perfect choice for her. When the young man approached the female general, he felt a little cold all over. He thought it was the weather and did not care. The young man tried to hold hands, but the female general, afraid of revealing herself, plus still embarrassed, haughtily refused. The guy was not impressed and took his time. Lin Hao called. The female general avoided the node, stammered, said that there was something today, and left first. The young man saw the situation and understood. Sneaking around and snickering, the woman was too innocent and decided to start getting down to it. He began to say that he owned a company and had invested in a number of industries, and that when he had the chance, he would take her to sit in his office. But the female general didn't care much. Lin Hao just didn't feel right. 1. Finding targets. Usually scammers look for victims on social media platforms. 2. Gaining trust. Developing feelings by chatting to gain trust. 3. Encouragement to invest. To be trusted by both sides to a certain extent will take the opportunity to encourage investment. 4. Substantial investment. The victim is then induced to continue to invest more. 5. Unable to withdraw cash. The victims later found that they could not successfully withdraw cash. 6. Pinned down. The crooks delete their friends and disappear. Chapter 174 Fine Outline 4. 74. Lin Hao was about to make good contact with the female general to find out how she was doing. As a result, Zhou Tingting called and said she was coming to Watertown to meet for dinner. Lin Hao readily agreed to put the female general on hold for a while. Zhou Tingting told Lin Hao that because Lin Hao had found the treasure, the cultivation world had all come over to hunt for it. Zhou Tingting said, they all know that you and I are close and want you to share the treasure hunt with everyone. Lin Hao wanted to refuse, but Zhou Tingting said that you should try to mingle with the cultivation community so that you and your Qingqing sect would be easily accepted by everyone. Lin Hao thought about it indeed. Lin Hao asked Zhou Tingting some more about the cultivation of lightning techniques. Zhou Tingting knew everything about meeting with the cultivation community at night. They are all small sects. The only one from the big sect is Zhou Tingting, who was from Lungfu Shan. When they met, everyone then reacted to the fact that this Lin Hao was the same Lin Hao that they all despised and looked down on some time ago. I didn't realize that when they met again, many of them had had their lives saved by Lin Hao, and he was also the first person to explore the fog zone, and even more so, the first person to start a treasure hunt. The Qingqing sect's status in the hearts of their bottom-level cultivators had risen greatly. Accordingly, everyone invited Lin Hao to speak on stage. Everyone suggested forming a treasure hunting team to go to the fog zone. Let Lin Hao be the leader. Lin Hao agreed to be the leader of this, considering the need to make good relations with the cultivation community. Then several large sects came, saying they were scouting the foggy area, but in fact they were also looking for treasure. 75. The Treasure Hunting Alliance set up on Lin Hao's side was spread to the cultivators' exclusive forum network. Only registered cultivators could sign up, and ordinary people couldn't see it. Soon, a wave of followers started online. Longhu Mountain, Shaolin Temple, Wutai Mountain, Laoshan sect and other well-known large sects have set up a treasure hunting alliance. Some good people have gone so far as to create an online treasure hunt ranking. It ended up forming an independent treasure hunting team for the big sects and a treasure hunting alliance for the smaller sects led by Lin Hao. The internet has been unimpressed with the treasure hunt alliance. Loose teams. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had become famous in the cultivation world for treasure hunting. It coincides with the fall season of apprenticeship in the cultivation world. Lin Hao asked Minman Zhao, Wang Tao, and Su Shui about their recruiting situation, and the three were very bad. Can't recruit yet. The three tried to do everything they could to learn from the internet, using beautiful women to dance pictures to enrollment also used. The cultivation world was different from the student world. The cultivation world looked at strength. The Qingcheng sect was known to everyone in the cultivation world. Just a few people. No one wanted to join the Qingcheng sect. A few people are looking worried. Lin Hao decided to have a live treasure hunt. Increase the degree of publicity. Roll the secular live broadcast into the cultivation world. Such a way of recruiting. Several other sects have not seen. They are traditional, high and mighty. Qingcheng sect suddenly engaged in this way, was despised by them. Think of it as wazoo. A lot of people don't think much of live streaming. The cultivation world is about strength. 76. While Lin Hao was planning, the large sects had already gone in and found quite a few treasures that were registered on the leaderboard. Buddhism and Taoism have a lot of treasures. Lin Hao's live team officially entered. After entering the treasure hunt, Lin Hao gave his cell phone to Xia Ting and asked her to keep in touch with the female general and help him chase her. Xia Ting was excited as hell. Helping her husband chase a girl, or chasing her own best friend. This is too exciting. After chasing it down, you can mock your bestie with these yourself then. On opening day, the numbers were there, but not large enough to see the rarity. Lin Hao's live broadcast theme is human and ghosts living in harmony, as well as treasure hunting. Lin Hao demonstrated that his gung fu could be split on the spot, and not be afraid of ghost fog. The crowd was in an uproar, and the internet was in an uproar. Lin Hao said that as long as he became a disciple of the Qingcheng sect and contributed to the Qingcheng sect, he could become a disciple of the sect leader and cultivate this technique. Every time Lin Hao searches for a treasure, he shares it with everyone, and the big sects are jealous because they can't find the treasure. There are also cozy images of Lin Hao and his ghost wife, showing that he can date ghosts. Internet hotspots. Qingcheng sect Kung Fu can do it. Join Qingcheng sect if you want to marry a ghost wife. While Lin Hao's side was broadcasting live, the female ghost general's side was also concerned about Lin Hao's situation. She feels a sense of guilt towards Lin Hao because she feels guilty for abandoning him and staying with the liar. So the female ghost general commanded the ghost generals under her own discipline, driving away the other treasure hunting teams of humans. Only Lin Hao's team of treasure hunters was legal. Lin Hao's side was smooth all the way to the live broadcast. Even the signal repeaters that were set up for every 100 meters and meters had never been lost, and the network was smooth to the core. All the other treasure hunting teams were caught up in various ghostly interferences and were killed or injured. Lin Hao's side had obtained countless treasures for leading the small sect. The Qingcheng sect's popularity was soaring. Many people began to choose to defect to the Qingcheng sect. Smaller sects have also formed a strong support for Mount Qingcheng. 77. The treasure hunt came to an end. Lin Hao hadn't contacted the female general for a long time. Chasing after the female generals was all done with Xia Ting's help, but when Xia Ting saw that Lin Hao would come, she spread out her two hands, indicating that she had done something bad, and that the female general would not care about her. Failed to chase women. Lin Hao took a look at his cell phone and sighed with a lesson. How can you be a lickspill? You send 10 or 20 messages and they only send you one back. Are you funny? Lin Hao pinched Xia Qing's face to teach him a lesson. Are you a woman? Don't you understand the mind of a woman? Summer Tilt said. I understand. If you give me so many words every day, I am very happy. Lin Hao was speechless and could only do it himself. He dialed the female general's number directly. The female general was having dinner with the liar. Directly hung up on Lin Hao. Lin Hao called again and still hung up. This time, Lin Hao realized that something was wrong. Arrange for Xia Qing to meet with the female general to try to find out what's going on. Summer Tilt agreed. At the hotel, the female general was full of happiness as she clutched a rose from the conman. The liar takes the hand of the female general. The female general shyly refused. Not that she didn't want to hold hands, even if it was lovemaking, but she is a ghost body. Ghost body any more than normal human body temperature is 2 or 3 degrees lower. It's only 2 or 3 degrees, but humans are sensitive to body temperature, and you have to be able to clearly feel the cold as soon as you sign your hand. The female general, fearing that her dead body would scare off the crooks, repeatedly refused physical contact. The good thing is that the purpose of the scammer is to cheat money. Cheating sex is just incidental, so they did not care. The more the crook respected the female general, the more the female general felt like a good man. At this point, the liar said, I now do foreign trade company. There is a large order, but the lack of start-up capital. Sigh. The lady general, not knowing anything about business, was reassured that she was taking her time. When a woman general doesn't take the bait voluntarily, the scammer says, "Can you lend me a sum of money?" The lady general asked how much and asked for $1,000,000. The female general had very little contact with humans, and didn't know much about human money. Humans already rarely used cash, much less human electronic payments, and she couldn't rob a bank if she wanted to, so she reached out to Xia Ting to meet and borrow money. After meeting with Summer Tilt, Xia Ting inquired how the female general had been doing. The female general said she now has a favorite man. Xia Chang was shocked, and when asked carefully, she realized that her old stem was cut off by a liar. Xia Qing wanted to just expose the female general's boyfriend as a liar, but she held back and said she didn't have any money either. Summer Leaning can be so good at life now, knowing that the Qingcheng sect was currently a large family and very short of money. It wasn't like she could go to the bank president to get the stolen money like she did before. However, you can take out a loan. Anyway, you're a female ghost. You can change into anyone and use facial recognition to get a small loan. Summer Leaning handily taught the female generals to take out loans. Chapter 175 Fine Outline 578. The lady general took out a loan according to the method of Summer Tilth and transferred it to the crooks. Xia Qing also did not stop. She wanted the female general to personally expose the deception so that there would be no misunderstanding. Go and expose the female general lover as a liar yourself. It would definitely make the female general think that Xia Qing was jealous and slanderous, or even sisters turning against each other. Next, the female general asked Xia Ting, what if the average person didn't resent their cold body? Let's have Summer Tilt pass on a little experience. Xia Qing said on the spot, it's very simple. You become a ghost. Scare him more. Scare his guts. He will slowly be able to accept your body. Summer Leaning said that when she first met her husband then, she met in the form of a ghost. When two people love each other, they must be sincere. You have to look for opportunities to tell the other person that you are a ghost. The female general vaguely felt bad about Xia Tran's bad idea, but did she have any other way? So she decided to work on her boyfriend's guts first, like Xia Tran said. So, she was ready to turn into a stern ghost to scare the crook. She couldn't wait to turn into a ghost after Xia Tran left and scared the crooks halfway across the country. The female general was dumbfounded. I wanted to check and see, but I was saved by the others. Send it to the hospital. The female general followed her to the hospital until she was sure that the other was fine. It seems to be working well. It's not like I'm scared to death anyway. A few more scares and you'll be bold. 79. Xia Qing went home and told Lin Hao about this. Lin Hao also had a headache. He himself, the head of the Qingqing sect, was actually cut off by a crook. This can't be put off any longer. Lin Hao arranges for Xia Ting to follow up on the crook. Gather some evidence. Lin Hao and Xia Qing both had headaches. It's easy to expose the liar's behavior, but how to get the female general to put her mind back on herself is the key. Xia Qing led himself to pursue her best friend. Surely there is the intention. Never to be haphazard. Need to complete the wife's task. Lin Hao tried to ask the female general to meet him, but unfortunately they were all rejected by the female general. Lin Hao took out a pen and paper, and line by line, he sorted out what the female general had encountered. 1. A beautiful woman saves a hero, and a female general shows motivation. 2. Doesn't like male ghosts, likes men, and Summer Tilt can attest to that. 3. Easy to be cheated, indicating that the heart is simple, like the form of romance. 4. To love righteousness, borrowing money and loans to meet the needs of the man. 5. Treat love, very brainless, in order to love can give up everything. 6. Owes a psychological debt to herself, preferring to let herself take all the treasures rather than let her minions harm her. Almost compiled. 6. 7. Is very loyal to love and never pays attention to herself since she fell in love with a liar. In response, Lin Hao develops a program to chase women. Sowing discord. Xia Qiu really observed that this liar cheated several women at the same time. Xia Qiu followed the clues, found another cheated woman and arranged for the two of them to catch the adulterer. While the scammer was on a date with the female general, another scammed woman rushed up and confronted her. There was an altercation. The fraudulent behavior was exposed at once. The female general was so angry that she left on the spot. This situation is insufficient. The liar maybe flowery words will coax back to the female general again. The female general will forgive. And sure enough, half a night, the female general took the initiative to look for the liar to ask for an explanation. There is a tendency to forgive. The female general, like Xia Cheng, does not mind that the man has 3 wives and 4 concubines again. Lin Hao then finds the liar and offers him $10 million to abandon the female general, verbally insulting her. The scammer did agree. Lin Hao has experience in this area, himself because of Jiang Wentai. This thing cheated in order to ensure the effect. Signed the contract. The female general was mercilessly dumped. Second, take advantage of the situation. At this time, Xia Chen went to the female general, who was sadly. Xia Qing then went to enlighten, saying that the liar was unreliable and had character problems, and that this kind of man would not be happy even if he followed him. But the female general said she was really sad about losing her love, and tell the female general that the best way to get out of a broken relationship is to start a new one. The lady general decided to try. At about the same time, Lin Hao sent another message to the female general, asking for a meeting. The lady general did agree. Lin Hao meets him holding a bouquet of roses, thanking the female general for saving his life. During this meal, Lin Hao didn't say anything but talked about exchanging recent developments on both sides and telling jokes to make the female general happy. Third, launch an onslaught and do something impressive together. Had one meal. Had a second. Lin Hao said that he was a cultivator and wasn't afraid of ghost bodies. Moreover, he himself was able to leave his body with his soul, and was considered half a ghost. It can also live with the ghosts for a long time. Gradually, the female general's mind began to switch, believing that Lin Hao's point of view was correct, and that a good match was made when the door was right. Lin Hao said that he had recently encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation, and that there was no place to explore and adventure together. The female general thought for a moment and said that she had to go to war with the Japanese ghosts herself recently. So if you're not afraid, you can come along. Lin Hao agreed, and the female general arranged for Lin Hao to have a position on the spot. 80. After returning home, Lin Hao suddenly found Su Xiaowei naked and wandering around in the Black Soul Jade. Su Xiaowei had unexpectedly become the artifact spirit of the Black Soul Jade. Lin Hao called her out, and Su Xiaowei surprisingly looked like a little girl when she was a child. Recognizing only Lin Hao, wherever Lin Hao went, she followed. Sleep together. Being repulsed by Xia Qing at first, Xia Qing then just raised her as a daughter. Summer Tilde liked her very much. Su Xiaowei told Lin Hao that the Black Soul Jade had ruptured, revealing a small tower coming out. Lin Hao's heart fluttered, and the small tower suddenly grew larger and slammed into the ground with a bang. Smoke and dust. Xia Qing complained about Lin Hao, letting Su Xiaowei see such violent images when she was still a blank sheet of paper. Xia Qing decides to teach Su Xiaowei to show her face and to take Su Xiaowei back to Ronqing to go to kindergarten. I was surprised to meet Esther at kindergarten registration. Aces teaches music in kindergarten. Xia Ting was quite impressed with Ai Shishir and decided to give Su Xiaowei to Ai Shishir to manage. Ai Shishir also likes Lin Xiaowei very much. Xia Tran invited Aces to be his guest at his house. Ai Shishir gladly agreed, seeing Lin Hao's house as an old house. Some heartache Lin Xiaowei. Aces teased Lin Xiaowei. Tell Lin Xiaowei to make a face. If it's scary, I'll reduce your tuition and fees. Lin Xiaowei really wanted to make a face, and Xia Qing was so scared that she hurriedly stopped it. Said he would take the initiative to alleviate Lin Xiaowei's tuition, reducing the burden on families. Xia Qing wanted to say that she didn't lack money, but she wanted to give Lin Xiaowei a correct view of consumption, so she didn't say anything. 81. Lin Hao meets with Xie Yushan, realizing that Xie Yushan was angry again. This time, Lin Hao didn't care. He directly overpowered and conquered Xie Yushan. Xie Yushan cried in anger, using rogue tactics against herself every time. It's so hateful. Xie Yushan was coaxed. Xie Yushan tells Lin Hao that the pharmaceutical company's drug development has been successful, with very good results, and is ready to go public. Xie Yushan added that exposure to the medical profession inevitably leads to discovery by the family. There are already people following her now. It may be that our new drug launch will be met with many twists and turns. Lin Hao said not to worry about these things. He wasn't even vain about the Buddhist Tao alliance, let alone the medicine families of the ordinary world. When she exited the office, Xie Yushan openly wrapped her arms around Lin Hao in great happiness. The whole company was in an uproar. The original co-workers were envious. I didn't expect Lin Hao to really take down their boss. Chapter 176. 82. Xie Yushan said recently in the recruitment of a trusted assistant into the startup company, to control the sales department. One is to avoid the family to infiltrate, and the second is to control the key departments. Let Lin Hao recommend a candidate. The first thing Lin Hao thought of was Su Shui, but Su Shui's status is special. Introducing his other woman to a jealous woman caused Lin Hao a huge headache. Simply explosively challenging, but Lin Hao felt excited again thinking about it. After all, these human women would be known by Xie Yushan sooner or later. Actually, Xie Yushan already knows. The protagonist doesn't. He decided to give it a try. The big deal was that Xie Yushan would get angry one more time, and Lin Hao would leave her out to dry for a few more days before dominating her. Lin Hao had already figured out the routine with Xie Yushan. Before the introduction, Lin Hao first had to please Xie Yushan by buying clothes, giving her a ring, and deciding to take her to cultivate. Xie Yushan alert, what are you doing? The following content, I look up information, how to chase women, how to deal with the love enemy. Everyone who needs it can learn it. The protagonist pursues true love by interacting sweetly with several characters in a love game. The protagonist can find a respected and trustworthy third-party person, such as an industry expert or partner, to recommend Su Shui. This will allow Xie Yushan to trust and accept Su Shui more. The protagonist can emphasize to Xie Yushan Su Shui's abilities and background, such as her professional knowledge, skills and experience, which are needed by the company. It can also emphasize Su Shui's loyalty and reliability, which are important qualities that can be trusted. The protagonist can first arrange Su Shui to do some auxiliary work besides Xie Yushan, such as secretary or assistant. This will allow Xie Yushan to gradually get used to and accept Su Shui's existence, and then bring up Su Shui's promotion plan, which will be more easily accepted by Xie Yushan. 1. Expressing one's superiority. Women often show their superiority by comparing themselves to another woman in terms of appearance, intelligence, and social skills. For example, one woman may say that the other woman dresses badly, has a bad accent, or is poor at her job. Such words and behaviors may make the other woman feel uncomfortable, which can intensify the jealousy. 2. Emphasizing one's own relationships. Women often emphasize their relationship with a particular man. For example, by stressing that they are his best friend, closest person, or favorite woman. This behavior may make the other woman feel jealous and uneasy, as she may fear that she is not as good as this woman in the man's mind. 3. Criticizing the other party. A woman may show her superiority by picking on another woman's shortcomings. For example, she may point out that the other woman has a bad body, rough skin, or bad language. This behavior may heighten the tension by making the other woman feel inferior and uneasy. 4. Overt versus covert. Two women may engage in overt or covert contests between themselves for a man's attention and love. These contests may include competing to see who is prettier, smarter or more attractive, or to show off their abilities and accomplishments in front of the man. Such contests may cause tension and hostility between the two women. That's it for the fine print. I didn't prepare the fine print that follows. I'm not going to explode the outline and leave it to your imagination. The outline is just the framework and will also change as ideas mature. Think about it. What kind of outline makes it interesting? I've gotten a lot out of this book, and I'm about 100,000 words into the fine outline of my new book. By popular demand. No more metaphysics, all urban. Stay tuned. Very interesting. Thank you all for your understanding. All the best to all of you. Finally, a limerick for you readers. At the end of this book, the story is finished. Wisdom and revelation, however, still circulate in the heart. May your life's path be filled with joy and cheer. On this journey, every moment shines. May your life be poetic and energizing. In every dawn, in every dusk, all find happiness and fulfillment. May each day begin with hope. May each day end with gratitude. May your dreams be like stars that light up the night. In every tomorrow, go forward. May your heart be like the sea, serene and far-reaching, carrying love and kindness toward a wider ocean. May your life be filled with sunshine, warm and bright, and, at every corner, it radiates light and heat. May your soul be like an eagle, soaring free, beyond all boundaries, toward the infinite. May this blessing be like the wind, blowing gently through. Take away your worries and leave behind tranquility and peace. May this blessing be like water, gurgling and wash away your fatigue and leave behind freshness and strength. At the end of this book, I'd like to say thank you. Thank you for having been there and for sharing your life. May your journey through life be filled with joy and peace. May your dreams light your way forever.